crimson hue suddenly appeared in the sky above Earth. In the blink of an eye, the crimson hue spread rapidly, instantly enveloping the entire sky. At the same time, a cold voice suddenly resounded in the minds of 7 billion people around the world. The all-people ocean survival game has begun. Players, please prepare for survival. Teleportation will begin soon. Everyone was terrified by the chilling voice in their minds and the blood-red sky. People began to scatter in panic, trying to escape this sudden disaster. However, a massive blood-red gate suddenly opened in the crimson sky. The gate ripped open, and a blinding beam of blood-red light erupted from it, instantly engulfing the entire Earth. Immediately afterward, all humanity was forcibly teleported. When a man regained consciousness, he found himself floating on a simple wooden raft, surrounded by a vast, boundless sea. At this moment, Lin Bei realized that he had been teleported to a world called Ocean Survival and had become a survival player. However, he was just an ordinary person, and faced with this harsh and perilous marine environment, he simply could not survive. A deep despair welled up in Lin Bei's heart. Just as Lin Bei was falling into despair, a clear, mechanical voice rang in his mind. Ding, God-level sugar daddy return system activated. By gifting female resources that meet the system standards or consuming resources, you can obtain a return 100 or even 1,000 times. After hearing the voice in his mind, Lin Bei's despair gradually dissipated, replaced by a strong will to survive. He realized that a turning point in his life had arrived. By donating supplies to women who met the system's criteria, he could quickly obtain a huge amount of returned resources, which he could then use to upgrade his raft, strengthen his weapons, and enhance his own strength. In this ocean survival game that involves everyone, Lin Bei can take this opportunity to crush and lead other players. God-level sugar daddy system, level 1, function 1. When a woman's appearance reaches 85 points, gifting her resources or consuming resources for her will yield at least a 100x return. If she is in a sugar daddy/sugar baby relationship, the return amount starts from 1000x. Function 2. The system has unlimited storage space and a built-in time-stopping function, but cannot store living beings. Experience points required for system upgrade. 0 to 2. Once a woman has lived on the host raft for a full week, the arrangement is considered a successful sugar baby arrangement, and she will receive 1 experience point. Lin Bei became more and more excited as he thought about it, his mind filled with images of the vast resources he might have in the future and the hope of rising to power. But as he calmed down, he suddenly realized a crucial problem. The system is already activated, but where do I get the girl? The excitement he had just felt was instantly shattered by reality, and he fell into a brief moment of contemplation. The current game system didn't have a chat channel, making it virtually impossible to find female players. Thinking of this, Lin Bei put down his fishing rod, picked up the floating page of the book, and turned to the page with his friends. Friends list. 0 add friends, friend, trade friend gifts. He immediately pressed the Add Friend button. A virtual keyboard appeared on the page, along with an input interface and a prompt. Please enter the other person's name. Your friend is not in this area. Lin Bei tried for half an hour, entering every name he could think of, but all the results showed this user is not in this area. He frowned, beginning to wonder if this area was really all male. No way. There isn't a single woman in this area. Lin Bei couldn't help but doubt his life, feeling quite disappointed. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, and a figure appeared in his mind, his ex-girlfriend, Wan Qian, who had once demanded an exorbitant dowry. Should we give her a try? Lin Bei murmured, his eyes flickering. If it doesn't work this time, then it's the end for me. He shouted and typed Wan Qian into the book. Search successful. Add her as a friend? Lin Bei was stunned and subconsciously slapped his forehead. It actually found her. The thought of Wan Qian's materialistic and greedy nature, abandoning him for a rich second-generation heir, filled Lin Bei with mixed feelings. He truly did not want to have anything to do with her anymore. But on second thought, Wan Qian might be a backup plan that could be useful when resources are scarce and no suitable woman can be found. After weighing the options, Lin Bei finally clicked confirm, keeping in mind the worst-case scenario. He was adding her while waiting for a reply. Who knows when she'll agree? I'd better just keep fishing. Lin Bei closed the book and picked up his fishing rod again. He planned to check the progress of his request later. After all, waiting for a response in this vast ocean was clearly not a wise move. Lin Bei sat cross-legged on the raft, holding a fishing rod in his hand. After smoothly casting the fishing line into the sea, he waited quietly. Can I really catch any supplies? He wondered to himself. Supplies aren't living things, so how can they bite the hook? However, he was too lazy to rack his brains over these questions that he couldn't figure out. Time slipped away quietly in this tranquil sea, and more than 10 minutes had passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Bei rested his chin on his hand, gazing at the mirror-like surface of the sea, still waiting for the so-called supplies to take the bait. Just then, the pages of the book beside him vibrated slightly, followed by a crisp ding. What's going on? Lin Bei reached for the page and looked down to examine it. Is that a private message from Wan Qian? He muttered to himself as he opened his private messages. Wan Qian, you must be Lin Bei, the person I know? Otherwise, you wouldn't have suddenly added me as a friend. If you regularly send me food and water, I'll consider it. After reading the message, Lin Bei frowned. Before he could react, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding. Female detected. Analyzing whether her appearance meets the standards. Wan Qian. Gender. Female. Age. 20. Appearance. 88. Overall score. 85. Ding. Barely meets the minimum cashback standard. Just as Lin Bei was about to close the private chat interface, he suddenly heard a noise from the other end of the fishing rod. His eyes sharpened, and he immediately put the book aside, gripped the fishing rod tightly with both hands, and pulled hard, hauling a wooden treasure chest out of the sea, which landed heavily on the raft. Nice box. It'll be perfect to use as a stool after opening it. Lin Bei's gaze fell on the wooden treasure chest, and he reached out to open it without hesitation. Successfully opened the wooden treasure chest and obtained 2 small bread rolls and 1 bottle of 500 milliliters water. No materials in the treasure chest. He frowned. Do I need to break it down? After thinking for a moment, he shook his head. Forget it. I'll try to dismantle it after I've fished out a few more chests. I'll just use this as a stool for now. As he stored the acquired supplies into his system space, he picked up his fishing rod again and continued to focus on fishing. At the same time, he picked up a page from the book with his other hand and started randomly typing various female names into his friends list. Yes, Lin Bei had decided to find a needle in a haystack. He planned to randomly enter some women's names to see if he could contact them. Once they replied, the system would automatically analyze their appearance and physical condition. If they met the return criteria, he could then donate supplies. Although this method is troublesome and time-consuming, it is still better than giving away precious resources to an ex-girlfriend you don't even like. Over the next 40 minutes, Lin Bei painstakingly entered about 200 female names, and the system eventually showed that there were only about 60 women actually in this area. Several of the private messages received extremely fast replies. A hint of anticipation flickered in Lin Bei's eyes as he began to examine each reply. I just want to find a woman who is good-looking enough to do my part, like giving her some water or food. Why is it so hard? However, after reading through the first 20 private messages, he felt a slight headache. Not a single one of these people met his looks criteria. Just as he was about to give up completely, the book page vibrated again, and another unread private message popped up. Lin Bei had already given up all hope, but he still clicked to check it. Lu Rian. Sorry, I'm an only child. Maybe your sister is on another channel. Also, go fishing to get supplies. Only by surviving can you see your family again. Good luck, stranger. Ding. Female detected. Analyzing if appearance meets the criteria. Lu Rian. Gender. Female. Age. 19. Appearance. 93. Overall score. 94. Ding. Meets the cashback criteria. And 93 in looks? 8 points above the minimum standard. Is this the start of a takeoff? Lin Bei was overjoyed, suppressing his excitement as he quickly edited a message to reply. Thank you, beautiful lady. Your encouragement is very important to me. To repay your advice and honesty, could we be friends? I'd like to send you some supplies so we can look after each other if we meet at sea. Message sent successfully. At this moment, Lin Bei was in a great mood. The frustration of the past had vanished, and he was filled with renewed hope and confidence in life. On a stretch of sea, a strikingly beautiful woman was fishing while gazing at the pages of a book in her arms. She was none other than Lin Bei's ex-girlfriend, Wan Qian. An hour has passed, she muttered to herself, a hint of impatience flashing in her eyes. Why hasn't Lin Bei replied to my message yet? She snorted coldly, a contemptuous smile playing on her lips. As expected, they weren't even willing to provide supplies, yet they dared to dream of seducing her. At this moment, Wan Xian had made up her mind. If Lin Bei contacted her again without showing any sincerity, she would absolutely ignore him completely. Meanwhile, Lin Bei had already put his ex-girlfriend out of his mind. A notification finally popped up on the page. Lu Ruyan had accepted his friend request. Along with the successful addition came a private message. Done. Lin Bei's eyes lit up, and he happily opened it to check. Lu Ruyan, yeah, the ocean is dangerous. It's good to have another friend. Besides, no need to thank me. I didn't do anything. Fishing supplies are hard to come by, and I have enough for now. Lin Bei frowned and said in a low voice, Your supplies are enough, but mine aren't. Before he could finish speaking, he stopped hesitating and switched to the friend gifting interface, packing up all the available supplies at once. Small bread rolls, water, and even the wooden treasure chest he was sitting on, all of which he gifted away. Are you sure you want to gift Lu Ruyan? 2 small bread rolls, 1 water, and 1 empty wooden treasure chest. Lin Bei clicked confirm without hesitation. Gift successful. As soon as the notification appeared on the page, the familiar mechanical voice rang in Lin Bei's mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully gifted resources to the goddess, triggering a critical return bonus. You have received 1,600 small bread rolls, 800 water, and 800 empty wooden treasure chests. The resources have been stored in the system space, and the host can allocate them as needed. Ha ha ha! Lin Bei couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. He then took out a wooden treasure chest and a bottle of water from his system space, plopped down on the chest, unscrewed the cap, and took a big gulp. That feels good, he exclaimed, then muttered to himself. It seems that the return on Lu Ruyan is 800 times, which is much better than that ex-girlfriend who barely met the target. Thinking this, Lin Bei shook his head, deciding not to waste any more brain cells. His gaze fell on the wooden treasure chest beneath him. I have 800 empty chests now. Time to try dismantling them. Without further ado, Lin Bei opened the book and clicked on the dismantling interface. Are you sure you want to dismantle the wooden treasure chest? He decisively clicked confirm. Dismantling successful. Congratulations, you have obtained wood X2, iron nails X2. Seeing the materials in front of him, Lin Bei revealed an expression of I knew it, and took out another treasure chest from his system space to continue dismantling. This kind of breakdown is too inefficient. With that thought, Lin Bei immediately flipped to the upgrade page. Upgrading to level 2 Raft requires 10 wood, 10 iron nails. Expanding the Raft requires 2 wood, 2 iron nails. Looking at the required materials, Lin Bei's lips curled into a slight smile. Haha, this is too cheap. I have 798 boxes, enough for thousands of materials in no time. Upgrading won't be a problem at all. Just as he was preparing to expand the area, a thought popped into his mind. The wooden treasure chest is a system return, so are the materials obtained from dismantling it considered duplicates? If I give it to Lu Ruyan, will it trigger another return? He immediately asked the system. System, are the materials from dismantling treasure chests considered duplicates? However, the system remained aloof and offered no response. Lin Bei pouted. If you're ignoring me, I'll try it myself. After saying that, he turned the page and went to the friend's interface. You have 6 unread messages, one of which is a message from a friend. He ignored the prompt and clicked to send it to his friend, giving Lu Ruyan 4 units of wood and 4 iron nails. Congratulations, host. You have successfully gifted resources to the goddess, triggering a cashback reward. You have received 2,000 wood and 2,000 iron nails. It really works. Lin Bei's eyes narrowed, then he frowned. Wait, this time it's 500 times, not 800 times. Does the cashback rate fluctuate randomly between 100 and 800? He pondered, but quickly stopped questioning it. As long as there's cashback, that's fine. On the other side, your friend Lin Bei has gifted you 4 pieces of wood and 4 pieces of iron nails. Please check your mail. Lu Ruyan was slightly taken aback. He just sent a treasure chest, water, and food, and now he's sending materials? What does Lin Bei mean by this? Does he want to get to know me? She put down her fishing rod and fell into a brief moment of thought. This person was indeed very good at acquiring resources and not stingy at all. Let him give it to me if he wants. Anyway, in this vast ocean, the chances of meeting are slim. Even if he really wanted to do something to me, he might not be able to. The words had barely left her lips when her book trembled again. Your friend Lin Bei has gifted you 10 pieces of wood and 10 pieces of nails. Please check your mail. Again, where did he get so many materials? Meanwhile, the message read, Congratulations, host. You have gifted resources to the goddess, triggering a cashback reward. You have received 20,000 wood and 20,000 iron nails. Lin Bei scratched his head, looking puzzled. Only 200x this time. Why is it getting less and less? Could it be that the cashback multiplier isn't completely random, but gradually decreases? He was slightly confused, but ultimately didn't dwell on it. Anyway, I have enough materials. I'll check Lu Ruyan's private messages first, then focus on upgrading the raft. With that thought, he flipped through the book to read Lu Ruyan's message. Lu Ruyan, where did you get so many materials? Aren't you upgrading your raft yourself, Lu Ruyan? Thank you, brother. Lin Bei did not choose to reply immediately, but instead turned the page back to the upgrade interface, preparing to officially begin the raft's upgrade journey, heading straight for the maximum level. Chapter 4. May the God of Love and Fortune bless you. It must be a beautiful woman. On Lin Bei's side, upgrade prompts for the raft popped up one after another, from level 2 all the way to level 9, consuming a total of 2,000 wood and 2,000 iron nails, truly building a super luxurious raft. This level 9 raft has expanded to 200 square meters, making it a boat in size. The basic features include a wooden pavilion, a fence, a 50 square meter single wooden cabin, and even a 10 square meter small bathroom. Lin Bei nodded in approval as he looked at it. What's even more enviable is that this raft is equipped with a single engine and 100 units of all-purpose fuel, allowing it to sail freely for a week. Furthermore, the system indicates that low-level marine life and weak players can hardly harm it. Lin Bei burst into laughter at the sight of the raft in front of him, his lips curving into a wide grin. Having resources really does mean you can do whatever you want. While others were still sleeping on a first-class raft, too afraid to even turn over, he was practically the ship's owner. His next goal was clear: to continue searching for metal materials and upgrade cards to further upgrade the raft to battleship class. With that, he walked directly into the newly built wooden house and began to look around. The room was empty, without a single piece of furniture. Lin Bei pursed his lips and muttered to himself, "Looks like I'll have to get some decorations and household items. Eating bread every day isn't a solution." He knew this was just the beginning. After the tour, his enthusiasm was rekindled, and he picked up his fishing rod, ready to fish a few more rounds. This kind of life wasn't enough for him. His goal was a luxurious life at sea and a future system of supporting various goddesses. He couldn't afford to be shabby. Lin Bei walked to the fence and sat down, using a wooden box as a chair. He skillfully cast his fishing line and continued fishing. His little ambition was quickly taking root. He wanted to live a more exciting life at sea than anyone else. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan quietly upgraded her raft to level 2. The small, dilapidated raft, which was originally no bigger than a palm, now had a space about the size of a toilet. She sat on the small raft, fishing while thinking about Lin Bei. Why hasn't he replied to my message yet? Is he too shy? He's quite cute, Lu Ruyan muttered to herself, secretly feeling that Lin Bei was no ordinary person and might have really hooked some high-level treasure chest. She suddenly became serious. Such a generous man. I can't miss him. I need to get closer to him. Just as she finished speaking, the book clicked and she laughed, pretending to be aloof, but he still replied instantly. She quickly opened the book and saw that Lin Bei had also brought water, cookies, jelly, and even a wooden treasure chest. Lu Ruyan was completely bewildered. What's he doing? He keeps bringing things without saying a word. What's his motive? She began to wonder what Lin Bei was thinking. He kept sending gifts, but didn't communicate with her. Meanwhile, Lin Bei's system beeped again, indicating that he had successfully donated supplies and received another wave of return rewards. Water, food, and wooden boxes were all converted into 100 portions. The cashback system was still working perfectly. He had just caught a new wooden crate, opened it decisively, and sent all his cash out again. While operating the crate, Lin Bei silently analyzed the payout pattern. Just as I suspected, the multiplier is indeed slowly decreasing. He guessed that the system's minimum return was 100 times, and it might reset daily. If he could successfully verify it, it would be more cost-effective to send supplies tomorrow. So, he decided to save up resources tonight and not rush to send them. No sooner had he finished speaking than the fishing rod twitched again. This was the second wooden box he had caught in 10 minutes. Lin Bei sighed inwardly. This is really lucky. He quickly pulled the box up and opened it. This time, the haul was slightly different. Inside the box was a thick hemp rope and a template for making a weapon, a wooden spike club. Lin Bei immediately examined the template and discovered that all that was needed to make it was wood and iron nails. It's a weapon. Lin Bei's eyes lit up, and he immediately got to work. He placed the template on the book page, and the system immediately recognized it and unlocked the crafting function. Without saying a word, he used a small amount of materials to make the weapon. As a notification sound of manufacturing successful rang out, a rusty mace studded with iron nails appeared in Lin Bei's hand. Although crude, it could already provide some combat power. The system description indicated that while this weapon might be somewhat ineffective against mutated creatures, it was more than enough to fight players. Holding the weapon, Lin Bei felt a sense of security and peace. He then opened the upgrade interface and upgraded the spike club all the way to level 9, consuming a total of 200 iron nails. The system notified him that the weapon could no longer be upgraded, but its lethality had been greatly increased. Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction, put his weapon back into his system space, and picked up his fishing rod again to continue fishing. Time passed slowly, and 3 hours had gone by in the blink of an eye, with the sun gradually setting. But in those 3 hours, he hadn't caught anything, not even a single piece of seaweed, let alone a treasure chest. His mood immediately plummeted. He leaned against the railing, gazing at the sunset, muttering to himself, "How come my luck suddenly turned around? My luck is too short-lived." He was a little disappointed, and just as he was about to pack up his fishing rod and rest, a raft suddenly appeared on the distant sea. Lin Bei squinted and looked at the raft, which appeared and disappeared among the waves. He was startled. There are other players too. He began to consider whether he should go closer to take a look. He quickly began to calculate in his mind. If it was a beautiful woman, that would be fantastic. He could just kidnap her and make her his companion. If it was a man, he would take a detour, since his raft was faster than others anyway. He opened the book, brought up the control interface, and steered the raft in that direction, praying as he did so, "It has to be a beautiful woman." Chapter 5, Level 9, Fishing Rod. Far ahead, as the sun sets, a 200-square-meter raft is speeding across the calm sea, exuding an impressive aura. Lin Bei maneuvers the book page closer to a distant raft, eagerly anticipating encountering another player, only to find 2 little chicks paddling around. He almost cursed, having imagined a goddess drifting alone, only to find a bunch of chicks rowing the boat. But his hands didn't stop. He immediately lifted the 2 chicks onto his large raft. After all, he had bread and water, so raising 2 chickens wouldn't be a problem. Once they grew up and laid eggs, they could improve their diet. Lin Bei was already planning for egg freedom in his mind. After collecting the chickens, he simply dismantled the small 4-square-meter wooden raft, collecting some materials as well. It was useless anyway, just taking up space. Looking at the 2 chicks running around, he hesitated for a moment. Should he give the chicks to Lu Ruyan? Maybe he could get some of the reward money back? But he quickly dismissed the idea. First, he couldn't take care of too many chicks, and second, he wasn't here to start a chicken-raising business. Lin Bei shook his head, dismissing these strange thoughts, and picked up his fishing rod again, ready for night fishing. Unfortunately, for some reason, the rod didn't react at all, even as drowsiness crept in. The night ended without a catch, and Lin Bei yawned repeatedly, silently lamenting that his luck had truly run out tonight. At 10 a.m. on the second day, the survival game entered its second day. At this time, Lu Ruyan was sitting on her small 10-square-meter wooden raft, fishing while staring at the pages of a book with some doubt. Why hasn't Lin Bei replied to my messages for a whole day and night? Is he too aloof? She complained, but at the same time, she was a little excited. After all, only those who know the joy of getting free resources can understand. Ultimately, the reason her rickety raft had been able to reach this point was entirely due to the resources Lin Bei had provided. Not only did she have no worries about food and drink, but she also had extra provisions. This sense of security came too easily, and she had already become somewhat dependent on this kind of material assistance. Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan abandoned her reserve, flipped through the book, and decided to take the initiative, even if it meant shamelessly trying to get some resources out of her. She typed a message, "Little brother, did you get anything today? Thank you so much for yesterday's stuff." Less than 3 minutes after the message was sent, Lin Bei finally replied. Actually, he replied because he wanted to test whether Lu Ruyan had any rare resources. If they could trade, he could also get a system cashback. He replied that he was too busy yesterday and didn't have time to reply, and also asked if she had any rare resources such as metal pieces or plastic. It turned out that Lu Ruyan actually had one of each, which she had drawn from a treasure chest that morning. Lin Bei's eyes lit up, and he immediately offered. Want to trade? 10 pieces of wood and 10 iron nails for your 2 resources. How about it? Lu Ruyan politely declined, saying she planned to upgrade her fishing rod herself and apologized. This annoyed Lin Bei, who thought to himself, I gave you so many things, and you won't trade with me? So he decided to escalate the deal, sending a new message. 30 wood and 30 iron nails. Enough for you to upgrade your raft to level 3. Want to trade? On the other side, Lu Ruyan stared blankly at the message. She thought to herself, has Lin Bei gone mad? Throwing out so many resources for just 2 materials? Does he have too many resources and nowhere to spend them? Before she could reply, Lin Bei sent another message. Not enough? Then I'll give you 50 pieces of wood and 50 pieces of nails. Lu Ruyan was completely dumbfounded. Did this man not value resources? She was full of questions, but considering how profitable the deal was, why wouldn't she make a profit? She simply replied, okay, let's trade. A system notification popped up. Transaction successful. Lu Ruyan received a large amount of materials. She beamed with joy. She had finally gathered all the materials to upgrade her raft to level 3. The larger raft would not only be more comfortable, but also offer greater defensive capabilities, ensuring her safety should any player conflict arise. Just as she was happily leveling up, another notification popped up. Lin Bei had gifted her a metal sheet and a piece of plastic. Lu Ruyan was instantly stunned. What was going on? Hadn't he just traded these materials with her? She quickly typed a message asking, are you trying to woo me? Why are you always sending me these different things? While Lu Ruyan was blushing shyly, Lin Bei was beaming with joy. The system's cashback notification made him so excited that he almost jumped up, received 800 metal pieces and 800 plastic pieces. He couldn't help but shout, take off. Then, without stopping, he opened the book, clicked the upgrade button on the fishing rod, and decisively began a new round of enhancement. He upgraded from level 2 to level 9 in one go. This time, he consumed a total of 1,000 wood, 500 metal, and 500 plastic, and Lin Bei didn't even frown. The system displays that the fishing rod's attributes are quite good, increasing the chance of catching high-level treasure chests by 9. However, after the game's protection period ends, the chance of catching mutated creatures will decrease by 20%. He smiled and gripped the fishing rod tightly. I just hope this level 9 fishing rod isn't just hype. If it really works, I'll be rolling in money. With that, he walked to the edge of the raft and cast the fishing line into the sea again, ready to test his results. Chapter 6 Redwooden Box, Acquiring Skill. Lin Bei had only cast his line for less than 10 minutes when he heard movement on the sea and the fishing line twitched. As he reeled in the line, he muttered to himself, this fishing rod really paid off. Finally, something good came up. A moment later, he pulled a red treasure chest onto the raft. It was bright red all over and looked very different from others. A red treasure chest? Isn't this the legendary high-level treasure chest? Lin Bei's eyes lit up, and he couldn't wait to rub his hands together and start opening the chest. As soon as the treasure chest was opened, a system notification popped up. He had obtained 1 skill pill, 1 skill experience pill, and 1 skill slot card. That wasn't all. He casually dismantled the treasure chest and also got 2 pieces of redwood and 2 iron nails, making a small profit. Lin Bei looked at the 3 new items in his hand, his eyes shining. This time it's a real big hit. He knew very well that it was good to keep these rare supplies for himself, but if he gave them away, the cashback would definitely be even more outrageous. Without a word, he opened the book and handed the 3-piece set to Lu Ruyan, a sly smile playing on his lips. Soon, the system responded. 700 skill pills, 700 skill experience pills, 700 skill slot cards, and 1,400 sets each of redwood and iron nails. Lin Bei looked at the system notification and smiled like a god of wealth. As expected of a goddess's special offer, the rewards are too good to pass up. On the other side, Lu Ruyan was staring blankly at the system notifications that kept popping up. She originally just wanted to secure Lin Bei, this gold mine, but she didn't expect him to be so generous, even willing to give away such core items. If he used these things himself, they would definitely give him a huge advantage in the early game, but he actually gave them all to me? Lu Ruyan's mind raced, a mix of gratitude and confusion washing over her. What was this man after? Could it be that he likes me? She wondered, then suddenly thought, could it be that Lin Bei is just too shy and not good at communicating with girls? So, Lu Rian's brain automatically filled in the blanks, categorizing Lin Bei as a homebody, and decided to cultivate a relationship with him to gain some greater benefits. After all, she knew very well that her looks certainly gave her that advantage. What she didn't know was that Lin Bei didn't care about her at all, let alone have any feelings for her. In Lin Bei's eyes, Lu Ruyan was just a tool to farm rewards. This exploitative value was the real attraction compared to genuine feelings. Lin Bei knew perfectly well that once he found a more suitable cashback target, in the future, Lu Ruyan would naturally be kicked out. At this moment, he had no time for romance. His mind was completely focused on becoming stronger. He stuffed 2 skill slot cards into the book, instantly unlocking 2 new skill slots, and then swallowed 2 skill pills. A few seconds later, a system notification popped up. Lin Bei had successfully mastered 2 skills, one called Indestructible Vajra, and the other Malice Perception. He glanced at the skill names and pursed his lips. Why does it sound like one is more defensive and the other more scouting? There are no offensive skills, nevertheless. He opened the book page to carefully examine the specific effects of each skill. Indestructible Vajra is a defensive skill that passively increases stamina and defense, and also provides a double boost when activated actively, lasting for 10 minutes. Malice Sense is even more interesting. It passively increases agility and can sense hostility within a 10-meter radius. Once activated, the sensing range expands tenfold, and agility instantly doubles. After reviewing the 2 skills, Lin Bei nodded. Although they are not offensive, they are both quite practical and excellent for saving lives in critical moments. He especially liked Malicious Perception, thinking that with more people on the ship in the future, this skill could prevent people from making underhanded moves. It's always better to detect something in advance than to be backstabbed. Thinking of this, he took out a bunch of skill experience pills from his system space and popped them in his mouth one by one like candy, drinking water as he ate. System notifications kept popping up, and the experience of his 2 skills increased rapidly, soon reaching the maximum level, level 9. At this time, Indestructible Vajra had almost doubled his stamina and skin defense, and after activation, the amplification was increased to 190. The effect of Malice Perception is even more exaggerated. It can passively sense malice within a 90-meter range, and after activation, the perception range is directly expanded by 19 times. It can also temporarily boost agility. Lin Bei checked his attributes with satisfaction. His stamina, agility, and defense values all soared. He felt like he was cheating. His current stats look incredibly impressive. At 21 years old, with the ID 8888, all his attributes are at extremely high levels. Not only have his stamina, agility, and defense doubled, but his agility has also been boosted with an increased reaction speed. His overall condition is completely different from yesterday. He can clearly feel a warm current slowly flowing through his body, his entire being adapting to this sudden evolution. Lin Bei stretched his shoulders and limbs, feeling the tightness between his muscles. The feeling of getting stronger by spending money is really addictive. However, after his strength increased dramatically, he also felt that his body was a little uncoordinated, so he began to do some simple stretches to slowly adapt to the changes brought about by this new set of attributes. Chapter 7 Auction House Open. Bye. At dusk, a fiery sunset painted the sky, the sea as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the afterglow. The scene was breathtakingly beautiful, like a painting, but Lin Bei had no interest in appreciating it. From noon until now, he had only caught 2 wooden crates, and what he opened were only water and bread, making him somewhat disheartened. He looked at the fishing rod suspiciously. Is this really level 9? How can it be so weak? If it weren't for the red treasure chest that appeared at noon, he would have doubted whether he had been tricked by the system. He sighed, took out a book from his system space, and planned to give away the little bit of supplies he had. Just then, an update announcement popped up on the first page of the book, catching Lin Bei's eye. The announcement stated that the number of dead players in this area had exceeded 1,500, and the chat channel and auction house will be opened early at midnight tonight to help surviving players survive. It also noted that after 6 a.m., it would be rest time, and fishing rods would no longer be able to retrieve treasure chests. Lin Bei chuckled as he watched. Good things keep happening. With the chat channel open, he could connect with more female players and wouldn't have to keep focusing on sending supplies to Lu Rian alone. The auction house was an even more lucrative opportunity. He could simply use copies to buy rare items from other players' auctions, then give them to the beauties to rack up cashback, a perfect cycle that would take him straight to success. As for not being able to catch the treasure chest, he didn't care at all. He had plenty of resources anyway. In a great mood, Lin Bei switched the book to his friend's list, sent the water and bread he had to Lu Ruyan, and muttered to himself, "I probably won't have another chance to send you anything in the future. Take care." Gift successful, triggering a critical hit return, receiving water x 1000, bread x 2000. After delivering the supplies, he couldn't fish, so Lin Bei simply leaned against the railing and started daydreaming, taking in the long-missed sea view. Night gradually fell, and by 11 p.m., the moonlight shone like water on the calm sea. At this moment, not far from Lin Bei, a small raft was quietly approaching, unnoticed by him. The player was named Wang Yong, originally a fitness instructor. He had his eye on Lin Bei's giant raft for a long time, his eyes filled with greed. "Tiske, this boat is not bad. I'll just steal it." Wang Yong quickly approached on his raft, already planning how to borrow the boat. Before long, he had quietly boarded Lin Bei's raft, looking around like a big rat. Seeing the wooden house, the chicks, and the pavilion, he was so happy he almost jumped for joy. "I'm rich. I'm rich." He quickly opened the book to try to untie his small raft and bind it to Lin Bei's big boat. Binding failed. The raft had already been occupied by the player. Wang Yong was stunned for a moment, then lowered his voice and muttered to himself, "That guy's probably still sleeping in the house. Hee, once I take care of him, this boat will be mine." His eyes gradually hardened as he crept towards the wooden hut, preparing to launch a surprise attack. But the moment he pushed open the door, instead of a sleepy Lin Bei, he was met with a spike club that came crashing down on his face. The spike club, studded with iron nails, struck Wang Yong squarely in the head, and blood gushed out instantly. Lin Bei gave him no time to react, smashing him again and again. One blow, two blows, and blood and flesh were mangled. Even his screams were choked in his throat. After several rounds, Wang Yong had completely lost his ability to resist, collapsing to the ground convulsing, his blood quickly staining the entire wooden floor. Lin Bei looked at the mess in front of him and sneered, "You dare to rob me, without a weapon. Who gave you the guts?" He sighed and began cleaning up the scene, dragging the body out of the cabin. As soon as he looked down, a wave of nausea washed over him. This was his first murder, and the image was far from pleasant. Suppressing his nausea, he threw the body into the sea, muttering to himself, "Luckily, I activated my malice perception beforehand, or I would have really been caught off guard." After calming himself down, he went to Wang Yong's raft and collected everything he could. Fishing rods, food, wood. He took everything and even dismantled the raft and the book pages. Dismantling the raft successfully yielded 6 pieces of wood and 6 iron nails. Dismantling the book pages successfully yielded 1 book page core. Lin Bei looked at the book page core in his hand and saw that it said, "Level unknown, not yet unlocked." He didn't think much of it, putting it away for now, planning to study it more thoroughly later. The night breeze caressed his face, the sea was pitch black, and Lin Bei returned to the cabin, sitting cross-legged, adjusting his mindset as he waited for midnight. Lin Bei softly sang a song while watching the countdown on the book's pages. The moment the system time reached 0, he immediately opened the newly unlocked auction house page. The moment the page refreshed, all sorts of supplies appeared on the shelves, igniting a frenzy of trading among the players. Some were selling water, others bread, and still others were listing metal, plastic, and even some outrageous items. Lin Bei's lips twitched. They can sell this? However, he didn't hold back, since there were plenty of copies available, and began a buying spree. Transaction successful. Received 1 unit of water. Transaction successful. Received 1 unit of bread. Transaction successful. Received 2 metal pieces. Transaction successful. Received 1 electronic component. Chapter 8: Ex-Girlfriend's Mischief. Taking advantage of the system's refund policy, Lin Bei had already stockpiled a large amount of basic supplies, such as wood, nails, water, and bread. As soon as the auction house opened, he began a buying spree. As long as the prices weren't too outrageous, he basically bought everything he saw without any hesitation. After all, if he gave these things to pretty female players, the refund would be hundreds of times the initial investment. It was a win-win situation no matter how you looked at it. After a round of frenzied purchasing, his system's space expanded again, and his haul was incredibly rich. 100 bottles of water, 10 bottles of beer, 20 packs of instant noodles, 200 loaves of bread, 500 pieces of wood, 500 iron nails, as well as metal sheets, glass, hemp rope, plastic, electronic components, and much more. Lin Bei plans to send these things out gradually, distributing them as needed. For example, he'll give away a bottle of beer in exchange for cashback when someone wants one, saving resources without losing money. He doesn't intend to be a sucker and send out gifts in bulk, since the regional chat channel is now open and Lu Ruyin is no longer the only choice. However, he quickly discovered a problem. While the auction house was convenient, no one was listing truly rare resources like blueprints or skill items. Lin Bei thought for a moment and figured these kinds of resources were too scarce. No one would be willing to put them up for auction casually. Most likely, someone would try to negotiate a price privately in the chat channel. So he decisively left the auction house, opened his book, and entered the regional channel to see if there were any trading opportunities. The channel displayed Regional Channel 10, with a current user count exceeding 978,000, and the message count was off the charts. Upon entering, Lin Bei saw chat messages scrolling by at breakneck speed, even more bustling than the spring festival travel rush for train tickets. Some players complained about others frantically buying up items at the auction house, while others boasted about their level rafts and fishing rods, as if everyone was preparing to ascend to the throne of Pirate King. What's even more hilarious is that a bunch of international friends are also trying to steal the spotlight. People like Miyamoto Shijinaga and Senpu are saying they won't trade with Xiaoguaran, people from Xia Kingdom, but they've all created their own national chat groups, making it seem like they're at war. Lin Bei almost burst out laughing just looking at the chat logs. If these people knew he already had a level 9 raft, a level 9 fishing rod, and overflowing supplies, they'd probably all jump into the sea. However, he also knew that the nail that sticks out gets hammered down, so it was best to keep a low profile. Putting his thoughts aside, he began to take action, planning to post a few ads to see if he could acquire some rare resources. Lin Bei, buying blueprints, templates, skill items, and rare materials. Prices are negotiable. DM me if interested. Pretty girls can even get free water and bread. Lin Bei, buying blueprints, templates, skill items, and rare materials. Prices are negotiable. Free water and bread for beautiful ladies. Limited quantity. Before he could even send his fourth message, the system popped up a notification. Please do not spam. Please try again in 30 minutes. Lin Bei was speechless and could only give up for the time being. But his advertisement had barely been posted when the chat channel became lively again. Some were surprised that they were now getting into advertising, while others questioned whether Lin Bei was short of resources and trying to trick people into trading. Even more outrageous, the international players started creating groups like the US group, the Japan group, and the Korea group, all appearing one after another, as if they were about to start a faction war in the game. Lin Bei looked at the channel filled with various group numbers and links, feeling a headache coming on. His advertisement was completely drowned out and had no promotional effect whatsoever. He considered whether he should also create a Xia Kingdom exchange group, which would make advertising much easier and attracting partners more efficient. But before he could even do anything, 3 more Xia Kingdom group creation announcements popped up in the regional channel. Lin Bei couldn't help but smile wryly. Now I've even lost the opportunity to create a group. He casually copied one of the group numbers and was just about to apply to join when a private message popped up. Lu Rian invites you to join the Rise of Xia Kingdom group. Do you agree? Lin Bai's eyelids twitched. He thought to himself, does this girl still remember me? He thought for a moment and then clicked agree. After joining the group chat, a long list of system notifications appeared, with new members constantly joining, creating a lively atmosphere. The group admin, Li Jinghong, sent a welcome message, expressing his hope that everyone would unite and help each other. Other Xia Kingdom players responded enthusiastically, expressing their determination to work together and not let foreign players laugh at them. Just as the atmosphere in the group was becoming increasingly positive, someone suddenly spoke up. Wan Qian, I have something to say. A scammer has joined our group, and I'm worried that other girls in the group will be scammed. The group admin should take this issue seriously. Chapter 9, Who's the Liar? Come on, ladies, show your photos. Who's the liar? Explain yourself. Don't be afraid, girls. The people in our Xiagua group are definitely on your side. Exactly. As long as there's evidence, our group admin will ban him directly. After seeing Wan Qian's statement, group admin Li Jinghong also said, if the situation is true, Not only will he kick the person out, but he will also work with other group admins to blacklist him. The atmosphere suddenly became serious, as if a reason for unity had been found. The group members were filled with righteous indignation, and everyone entered justice enforcement mode. All of this was exactly what Wan Qian wanted. She immediately posted the screenshots and chat logs, and tagged Lin Bei. Look everyone, this is the ad Lin Bei posted. Collecting supplies is one thing, but then he even said beautiful women can get free water and bread. His motives are too obvious. She accused him righteously, ostensibly defending the group, but actually ulterior motives. Wan Qian's actions were actually driven by 3 selfish reasons. First, to retaliate against Lin Bei's previous indifference. Second, to dislike his pretentious generosity in the group. And third, to force Lin Bei to apologize to her. Ideally, Lin Bei would ask her to help clear his name, so she could take the opportunity to extort some resources from him. As soon as the message was sent out, the group chat exploded with questions. There's definitely something wrong. It's only the second day. Where did all these resources come from? I told you he wasn't a normal player. There's probably something fishy going on. Li Jinghong also spoke up, tagging Lin Bei and hoping he would explain. Lin Bei, don't you need to explain this situation? What's the use of an explanation unless he can prove it on the spot? The group members were all talking at once, and the situation suddenly became extremely unfavorable for Lin Bei. At this moment, Lin Bei hadn't been paying attention to the group chat, but because the system kept popping up messages about him, he had no choice but to click into the group to see what was going on. After he understood the whole story, he wasn't angry at all. Instead, a playful smile appeared on his lips. He slowly typed a reply. The ad is true. Ladies who want free water and bread, take a selfie and let the others in the group rate it. If 80 of the people in the group think you're over 90 attractive, I'll give it to you. Also, brothers with blueprints and templates, I'll take them all if the price is reasonable. As soon as this message was sent, the whole group fell silent for a few seconds, and then the atmosphere gradually reversed. That tone is so confident, it doesn't sound like he's lying. So assertive, I'm suddenly a little curious about his background. Seeing that the situation wasn't developing as she had imagined, Wan Qian continued to stir things up, unwilling to give up. This guy is definitely faking it. Any sister's willing to post a selfie to expose him. Before she could finish speaking, Lu Ruyin was the first to step forward. I'll post it. I trust Lin Bei, and he really did give me a lot of resources. Lu Ruyin's statement ignited the entire room. What followed was no longer skepticism, but a barrage of beautiful photos. Wang Jiahui, He Min, and other young ladies started posting photos one after another, and the whole group suddenly turned into a beauty pageant. The men watched intently, and the comments section exploded instantly. This is so awesome, I could die happy playing this game. Lu Ruyin, I'm willing to block 10 monsters for you. Lin Bei, do you need a companion? I want to hang on your bow. The group chat turned into a massive fawning session, and Lin Bei's private messages were flooded with all sorts of friend requests. While looking at the photos, Lin Bei began deciding which items to give away based on the ratings from group members and the system's appearance score. If the system rated the appearance below 85 points, but the group members gave a high score, he would give a replica. Whenever the system gave a score of 85 points or higher, he would immediately record the ID and distribute the real item. Gift successful, 300 water and 300 bread returned. The system notifications flooded the screen, making Lin Bei overjoyed. He leaned back in his chair and chuckled softly. Wan Qian, you're really good at filtering. I'll create a beauty alliance someday and gather all these high-value beauties in. Of course, not everyone was happy about it. On the other side of the group chat, Wan Qian was gritting her teeth in anger. Watching Lin Bei acquire a constant stream of beautiful women and overflowing resources, she felt like everything had been stolen from him. How is this possible? Isn't that guy a good-for-nothing? How can he have so many resources? No way. Those resources should be mine. I can't let other women take them. She immediately messaged Lin Bei privately, preparing to launch her gentle offensive. Lin Bei, I didn't mean it. Actually, I just wanted to test you. How about we get back together? I've never forgotten you. Message failed to send. The recipient has blocked you. In front of the screen, Wan Qian's face stiffened, and she angrily threw down her water bottle. Lin Bei, how dare you block me? Meanwhile, Lu Ruyin stared at the chat interface with a complex expression, her emotions a jumble of feelings. She had once thought Lin Bei was a taciturn, sycophantic man, a resource machine lacking emotional intelligence. But today's series of actions completely overturned her original impression. From proactively sending advertisements, to rationally responding to the group's ridicule, and then decisively blocking Wan Qian. Every step he took was filled with confidence, making her realize that this man was no ordinary person. She roughly calculated that she had just delivered at least 40 servings of water and bread, worth at least 400 pieces of wood or nails. But Lin Bei didn't seem to care at all, as if these things were insignificant to him. Lu Ruyin suddenly panicked. She realized that she might not have been able to keep this sugar daddy in check at all. Could it be that all this time, I've been deluding myself? Has he never truly paid attention to me? She was starting to get restless. Not wanting to be snatched away by other women, Lu Ruyin decided to take the initiative. She picked up a book, flipped to a treasure drawing, and said with a determined look, "This time, it's my turn to fight for it." Chapter 10. Lu Ruyin, with her tea-like charm. Lin Bei finally had some free time. He looked at the friend's interface on the book page and smiled. I suddenly have 15 beauties with scores of 85 or above. I can pick and choose which ones to send resources to in the future. If anyone is blind and makes me unhappy, I won't send them anything to them, so as not to waste them. Incidentally, he also planned to create a beauty alliance group, with himself as the group admin lost in thought. Lin Bei checked his private messages again, his goal being to find rare blueprints and templates. He had already demonstrated his abilities, and he believed that any player with the necessary items would definitely contact him to make a purchase. Sure enough, a notification popped up on the page. You have 99 plus unread messages. Lin Bei chuckled. As expected, they all came after just one performance. He opened the private messages and read them one by one. Many people were there to freeload off resources. Some were asking directly, some were trying to exchange their looks for resources, and some were simply threatening him. While cursing, Lin Bei swiftly blocked those demanding supplies. He especially targeted those using moral blackmail and threats of export, permanently banning them without hesitation. 10 minutes later, the number of private messages plummeted. From the massive influx of messages, Lin Bei finally sifted out 3 useful sellers. The 2 men were selling blueprints, while the other provided templates. They were selling blueprints for a barbecue grill, a wooden bed, and a wooden barrel template. Fortunately, their prices were low. They only required water, wood, and nails. Lin Bei had plenty of these items, so he easily bought them all. The barbecue grill blueprints describe the required materials and uses. This thing burns 1 unit of wood per hour to process food. The wooden bed blueprints are for sleeping furniture for 2 people, but you'll need to bring your own bedding, otherwise it won't be comfortable. The wooden barrel templates are very practical for storing water, and the templates are reusable. You can make them repeatedly as long as you have the materials. After reviewing the 3 props, Lin Bei stood up, stretched, and casually remarked, I need to find 2 people to help. The selection process is too tedious. With that, he continued reading the remaining private messages. A moment later, he saw Lu Ruyin's message. Lu Ruyin, brother gave me so many resources I feel bad, so I'll just give you a light bulb template instead. Don't mind it. Hey, is that even possible? Lin Bei chuckled and immediately replied, Thanks, little sister. Just send me the template directly. He then added a few more messages. By the way, could you help me collect some blueprints? I'm too busy to handle that, but I'll pay you. There's even a commission for good stuff. Soon, the system notification appeared. Lu Ruyin has gifted you a light bulb template. Lu Ruyin, it's my honor to help my brother. Seeing how readily she agreed, Lin Bei wasn't stingy either. He immediately sent over the barbecue grill and wooden bed blueprints he had just acquired. He also added a message. Consider this an advance payment. If you do a good job, you definitely won't be treated unfairly. Ding! Successfully gifted the goddess with supplies, triggering a critical cashback bonus. Received 500 barbecue grill blueprints, 500 wooden bed blueprints. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyin received a return gift and was overjoyed. I only gave her a useless template, and the return gift is 2 useful blueprints, plus a commission. Indeed, hard work pays off. She was secretly delighted. All her previous concerns about Lin Bei vanished. Lin Bei, on the other hand, remained completely unmoved. Frankly, he was just after the cashback and to save some effort. Before he knew it, it was 2 in the morning, and Lin Bei finally finished scrolling through all the private messages. Unfortunately, there weren't any more good deals. His only gain was the light bulb template Lu Ruyin had sent. The light bulb template can be used to make ordinary lighting fixtures. The required materials are 2 parts each of electronic components, plastic and glass. However, it also needs a power cord, which he doesn't have yet. Lin Bei dragged the template into the book's crafting menu and found a new light bulb crafting option. I have all the materials, just a power cord. He immediately went to the auction house, trying to snag the last item. Unfortunately, it was too late. Most players had already logged off, and there wasn't even a power cord in the auction house. He had no choice but to try his luck in the Rise of Xia Kingdom group. The Rise of Xia Kingdom group already had over 1,300 members, and messages were still scrolling wildly. Some were reminiscing about the barrage of photos from the girls, while others were regretting missing out on the exciting moment. Lin Bei didn't waste any words and directly sent a message. Anyone have any electrical wires? I need to trade some things. The message immediately sparked a heated discussion. Is this the guy who got the girls' photos leaked? Wow, he's already started manufacturing electrical appliances. There were naturally many sour grapes, with some mocking him for only giving resources to women, calling him a typical victim of injustice. But someone quickly retorted, "What are you sour about with resources? You can do whatever you want." Just as the discussion was in full swing, Zhang Suo took the initiative to respond. "Lin Bei, I have electrical wires. What price are you willing to pay?" Lin Bei replied directly. "Zhang Suo, message me privately." Chapter 11 2 Wires. Is it really necessary? Within minutes, a player named Zhang Suo sent Lin Bei a private message. He said he had 2 power cords and asked for 20 bottles of water, speaking quite arrogantly and showing no intention of being polite. Zhang Suo originally thought Lin Bei was a fool with good fortune, having so many supplies that he could easily rip him off, so he set the price without any bottom line. Lin Bei frowned immediately upon seeing the quote. 2 electrical wires for 20 bottles of water? Do you really think I'm a victim of injustice? I get a rebate for sending supplies to girls, but sending them to you would be a complete loss. Only a fool would do that. So he replied to Zhang Suo directly, and his attitude was very clear. 3 bottles of water at most, don't waste time. Zhang Suo insisted on buying 10 bottles, refusing to budge, so Lin Bei immediately replied, "I'm not buying anymore, goodbye." As a result, Zhang Suo sent a sarcastic message, implying that Lin Bei was nothing special. Upon seeing this, Lin Bei flew into a rage, his eyes turning red. "You're really getting too big for your britches, aren't you?" Enraged, he switched directly to the Xia Kingdom Rise group and began editing group actions. He sent 3 messages, offering a reward to Zhang Suo. Anyone who encounters Zhang Suo in the game and beats him up will be rewarded with 15 bottles of water. If you can throw him into the sea to feed the fish, the reward will be doubled, plus 15 pieces of bread. To increase credibility, Lin Bei also attached a picture showing 50 bottles of water to prove that he really had the resources to offer. This move instantly ignited the entire audience. The regional channel crashed. Everyone was shocked by Lin Bei's generosity. Buying someone's life with 30 bottles of water was truly extravagant. Some joked that there might be some deep-seated hatred between them. Some suspected that she had been cheated on, and others wanted to split the profits and become bounty hunters. Some people even took out their newly sharpened knives, saying that as long as Zhang Suo reported his location, they would start slashing immediately. These days, even lives have a market. It's outrageous. The rise of the Xia Kingdom has also sparked much discussion. Some people were surprised by Lin Bei's sudden outburst of anger, while others said that he had just been collecting resources. Some people even warned that anyone who dared to mess with Lin Bei might end up with a bounty on their head someday. At this point, Zhang Suo finally became a little scared. He originally just wanted to extort money from Lin Bei, but he didn't expect Lin Bei to react so strongly, which directly made him a wanted criminal in the region. He panicked and began to regret his actions. Seeing that the situation was not good, Zhang Suo quickly sent a message to Lin Bei, saying that he was willing to give away the wires for free, only asking that the bounty be withdrawn. He also played the emotional card, saying that everyone is from the Xia Kingdom and should unite, not fight amongst themselves. Unfortunately, the system message stated, "Message failed to send. You have been blocked by the other party." Zhang Suo flew into a rage on the spot and started cursing. On the other hand, Lin Bei was in a rather pleasant mood, because a girl named Song Jejia happened to have electrical wires, and her offer was extremely reasonable. "Song Jejia, I have an electric wire here. Just give me a bottle of water and a piece of bread." Before Lin Bei could reply, the system had already begun automatically identifying the other party's information. When the results came out, Lin Bei's eyes lit up. This girl has a beauty score of 91, a figure score of 95, and an overall score of 92, yet she's a relatively unknown celebrity. The system has confirmed that the cashback conditions are met. Lin Bei thought to himself, with a 95 centimeters frame, those legs and cleavage must be incredibly impressive. He immediately edited a private message. Jejia, let's add each other's friends. I'm a fan of yours and have seen your acting. I'll give you an extra bottle of water in this deal. Song Jejia replied instantly, wow. A fan. I'm so touched, I'll add you. System notification. Song Jejia has added you as a friend. Transaction complete. Lin Bei exchanged 2x water and 2x bread for 1x electrical wire. The system then prompted Lin Bei to confirm whether to give a large amount of resources to Song Jejia. Lin Bei did not hesitate to confirm. Gift successfully given. Bonus rewards, 700 wires, 3,500 glass, 28,000 plastic items, and 35,000 electronic components. That's enough. All the materials for making light bulbs are here. Lin Bei was in a great mood and immediately switched back to the crafting interface, spending resources to make 3 light bulbs. Then, 3 more wires were used to install light bulbs in the private room, the wooden pavilion, and the restroom. Note: installation successful. The cable has been connected to the book page and automatically converted into a wireless cable. The light switch is located on the Raft's control panel and must be operated via the book. Please conserve electricity, as universal fuel is not readily available. Lin Bei rolled his eyes. Fuel is scarce? I'll stockpile a bunch and send them all out, and I still won't be able to use them all. After he finished speaking, he directly opened the power control panel on the book and turned on all the lights. The next second, the raft was completely illuminated by the lights, as if the darkness had been completely banished. Lin Bei didn't stop there. He took out the blueprints for a wooden bed and made one. I'll sleep here for today. It may be simple, but it's better than the floor. He lay in bed, took out a book, and began creating a new group chat. Are you sure you want to create a group chat? Sure. Creation successful. Current maximum number of users, 5,000. Please enter the group name. Good alliance. Lin Bei spent some time setting up the group, and then started inviting people. Lu Ruyan, Song Jejia, and all the beauties with a look score of 85 or higher from the Xia Kingdom Rise group all joined. However, only 10 of the 17 people accepted the invitation, and the rest did not respond. The Goddess Alliance was established with 4 initial members, including Song Jejia and Lu Ruyan. Lin Bei immediately issued the first group announcement. Welcome, goddesses. This group is exclusively for beautiful women. I, the group admin, will regularly distribute supplies. Please inform us in advance if you are recruiting people. Anyone who can provide rare resources or act as a go-between for selling resources can also earn high rebates and enjoy many benefits. Chapter 12 Minigame. Trap hidden in treasure chest. The atmosphere quickly became lively shortly after the Goddess Alliance group was created. But some girls were puzzled. Why is the group owner of this goddess group a man? Someone jokingly asked Lin Bei if he was planning to build a harem. Some people also suspected that he might have ulterior motives towards everyone. Just as everyone was making fun of each other, Lu Ruyan suddenly jumped out and posted a message. She boldly declared, "The group admin is mine, and nobody can take him from me." But someone in the group immediately retorted, asking if she had been brainwashed and how pitiful she was. Seeing these teasing remarks, Lin Bei immediately unleashed his ultimate weapon. He sent a message saying, "I have resources, water, and skill pills. Whoever helps me collect the blueprints will get 1 each. I'll support you all until you're old. Who dares to say the group owner isn't qualified?" The group chat was quiet for a few seconds. Then a barrage of infatuated emojis flooded the screen. So handsome. I think male group leaders are pretty good too. Does the group admin have a girlfriend? Song Jejia also posted a screenshot of the supplies in the group, along with a comment that she felt like she was being kept, which immediately created an atmosphere of extreme tension. When Lu Ruyan saw this, she was about to explode. She stared at the post with the picture, gritting her teeth in anger. You stinky Lin Bei, are you trying to start a harem? These resources should have all belonged to me. I refuse to believe I can't win you over, you womanizer. In contrast to Lu Ruyan's anxiety, Lin Bei was completely unaware. He was scrolling through the chat when he fell asleep in the sunlight. In the blink of an eye, the raft survival mission has entered its 3rd day. At noon, Lin Bei was fishing on the deck. The sun was shining brightly, and he felt very comfortable. There were 2 wooden treasure chests that I had just fished up next to me. I was incredibly lucky. Just as he was about to open the box, a prompt suddenly popped up on the book page. Good afternoon. To help everyone prepare for tomorrow's challenges, we will be launching a minigame. At 4 p.m., the raft will automatically drift to an island, and each island contains a treasure chest. However, each island is not limited to one player. Whether to cooperate or compete is up to you. Lin Bei perked up immediately upon seeing the notification. Is this an attempt to incite players to kill each other? That's interesting, but I'm definitely going to snatch that treasure chest. He looked at his equipment. He had 2 skills and a level 9 spike club, making him absolutely top tier in his current stage. He sighed as he opened the wooden box he had fished up. The rewards inside are pretty good. 2 bottles of healing potions, a bag of salt, and a lighter. The good healing medicine among them is of tier 1 quality, and it is extremely effective for emergency healing. He had just finished inspecting the supplies when the sky suddenly changed color. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and fog rose from the sea, making the whole world seem oppressive all of a sudden. Wow, the weather changes so fast. In the mist, the blurry silhouette of an island emerged. Without saying a word, Lin Bei immediately opened the control panel on the book page and sped towards the island. Even then, his mind was still racing, making plans while sailing the boat. It's best to get to the island early, not only to get the treasure chests, but also to ambush and wait for others. If an 85-point beauty shows up, maybe the system can be activated and the money returned. Perfect. Soon, his little raft reached the shore. But Lin Bei frowned. What if someone stole his core crystal if he went to the island? He hesitated whether he should store the raft into the system space. But there are my little chicks on a raft. Just as he was struggling with this, a new prompt popped up on the page. Successfully landed on the island. The raft can now be stored in the book's page space. Please note, you must leave the island before 6:30 p.m. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei was immediately overjoyed. It really has this function? He immediately took action, safely storing the raft inside the book pages, and, with his equipment, officially set foot on the island. However, he noticed that while dark clouds still loomed over the outside of the island, the inside was bathed in sunshine, like a paradise. This game's mechanics are too mysterious. It's all about metaphysics again. He carefully observed his surroundings, drew his spiked club, and ventured deeper into the island along the beach to explore. He hadn't walked far when he suddenly saw a huge king crab. King crab. Level 1. Size, 25 centimeters in diameter. Introduction. Common marine crustaceans. Lin Bei's eyes lit up. This thing looked to weigh about 2 pounds. They could make a barbecue for tonight. Without hesitation, he rushed forward and smashed the crab shell with 2 blows. With a crack, the crab shell broke. Seeing that the crab was still struggling, he hit it twice more before finally killing it. With juices flowing and crab meat exposed, he successfully disassembled and stored the crab. Obtained 6 crab legs, 2 crab claws, 1 crab body, and 1 broken crab shell. He continued deeper, crossing the beach and reaching the edge of a grove of trees. The forest looked ordinary, but there was a wooden treasure chest placed on the perimeter in a particularly conspicuous location. No way. Treasure chests are just left lying around like that. Lin Bei gripped his spiked club and cautiously approached. But when he entered the 100-meter range, a sudden sharp pain and a strong sense of danger overwhelmed him. He immediately stopped in his tracks, his brow furrowed. This feels like a trap? The surrounding environment seemed normal, but a strange malice kept haunting him. He walked forward a few dozen meters more, and the sense of danger grew stronger. At that moment, he seemed to have gained supernatural insight and sensed that there was actually a creature hidden inside the treasure chest. Sure enough, there's something fishy going on. Why would they put a snake in a box? Chapter 13, the woman they were talking about, could be Lu Ruyan? Lin Bei didn't want to pay attention to the treasure chest that might contain a trap. But then I thought about it again and realized that wasn't right. If there are other resources or valuable blueprints besides snakes inside, wouldn't that be a waste of the opportunity? This thought came to mind. Lin Bei walked to a position 5 meters away from the treasure chest, activated his mental power, and activated the active skill of malicious perception. Moment. He could clearly feel the surrounding speed slowing down. His nerve reflexes were greatly enhanced, and he could even vaguely detect the snake's attack route. With his increased strength, Lin Bei was no longer afraid. He stepped to the treasure chest, carefully opened it with one hand, and gripped his spiked club tightly with the other, ready to smash it at any moment. the moment the wooden treasure chest was opened. The venomous snake, which had been hiding for a long time, suddenly darted out and attacked Lin Bei with lightning speed. However, Lin Bei, who was prepared, simply swung his spiked club, which he had been waiting for, and smashed the snake's head with all his might. Bang! With a dull thud, the spiked club collided with the venomous snake, its sharp spikes piercing the snake's skull and instantly killing it. Upon seeing this, Lin Bei immediately manipulated the pages of the book to dissect the venomous snake. Disassembly successful. Obtained. Snake skin X1, snake gall X1, snake meat X3, snake fangs highly venomous X2. After dealing with the trap, Lin Bei picked up the treasure chest on the ground and continued the unfinished task. Congratulations, player! You have successfully opened the wooden treasure chest and obtained 1 repeating crossbow and 50 bolts. Repeating crossbow. Level 1. Category: long-range cold weapons. Attack: 5 to 10. Maximum range: 70 to 100 meters. Description: a long-range repeating crossbow with considerable firepower. Upgrade required: 10 wood for metal pieces, 2 hemp ropes. Looking at the repeating crossbow in his hand, Lin Bei's lips curled up. He was glad he made the choice to face the trap head-on instead of running away. Fortune favors the bold. Zhou Shuren, Lu Sun, was right. Lin Bei sighed, took out the book pages and materials from the system space, and upgraded the repeating crossbow without hesitation. Upgrade successful. Current crossbow level 2. Upgrade successful. Upgrade successful. Current crossbow level 9. The total amount consumed this time is 800 wood for 100 metal and 100 hemp rope. Repeating crossbow. Level 9. Category: long-range cold weapons. Attack: 14 to 21. Maximum range: 115 to 150 meters. Description: this long-range repeating crossbow is quite lethal, even against Tier 1 mutated creatures. Upgrade required. Weapon upgrade card. After completing the upgrade of the repeating crossbow, Lin Bei stored the spike club in his system space, and holding the new weapon, he quickly walked into the depths of the forest while the skill buff effect was still active. 13:30. It took almost an hour. Lin Bei stopped at the edge of the woods, staring at the rocky area ahead, and muttered under his breath, "This grove is really poor. It doesn't even have a single fruit, which wasted a lot of my time." As they were talking, Lin Bei took out a page from the system space to check the time. However, the update notification on the page made him frown. Dear players, it is now 12:30. The first update is here. The special treasure chest is in the rocky area in the middle of the island. Dear players, it's 1 p.m. now. Here's the second update. Are you having trouble with the Tier 1 bison around the treasure chest? Then what are you waiting for? Go look for wooden treasure chests around there, get an item, and you can safely take the special treasure chest. Dear players, it is now 1:30 p.m. The final update will be provided. A special treasure chest has already been obtained by a player. But don't worry, players, because the special treasure chest needs to open automatically at 6 o'clock sharp. Furthermore, you cannot leave the island before opening the special treasure chest. Players who feel unfairly treated, go try your luck. Current number of players on the island: 50. I've only had the book in my system space for an hour, but it already feels like I'm out of touch with the world. No, the special treasure chest is mine. How could I just hand it over? Moreover, players who obtain treasure chests cannot leave the island before 6 o'clock, proving that they still have chance. As Lin Bei spoke, he had already decided to join the ranks of those vying for the treasure chest. The book page hinted that the more players log into the island, the richer the treasure chest rewards. Now that 50 players have logged onto the island, the contents of the chest are obvious, and giving up would be a huge loss. Thinking of this, Lin Bei turned his gaze back to the rocky area and analyzed to himself. If I were a player, after obtaining a special treasure chest, I certainly wouldn't hide in the original area and wait to die. Before he could analyze further, several figures emerged from the rocky area and sped toward Lin Bei. Other players? Lin Bei quickly made a judgment, gripped his crossbow tightly, and walked towards the players. His reason for approaching the group was simple. He wanted to find out the specific situation in the rocky area and, incidentally, gather some intelligence. Not long after, the two sides met about 100 meters away. Don't block. Before the word road could even be uttered, the three players saw Lin Bei's crossbow already aimed at them. In response to this, the three players immediately became obedient changing their previous attitude and saying timidly, "Boss, we don't have any treasure chests. You should go find that woman in the woods." A woman, Lin Bei muttered to himself, then asked in a cold voice, could it be that the person who obtained the special treasure chest was a woman? And she went into the woods. A player named Yang Qi looked surprised and replied, "Master, you don't know? Stop talking nonsense and just answer the question." Lin Bei snapped. Upon hearing this, the three players felt a chill run down their spines and quickly recounted what had happened. "Boss, it's like this. There was a really beautiful woman who somehow got hold of a red cloak. She lured away a Tier 1 bison and obtained a special treasure chest." Yang Qi added, "Yes. More than 10 players, including us, witnessed it firsthand." After hearing the whole story, Lin Bei asked in confusion, "Then why don't you join forces to capture her?" "Sigh." Yang Qi sighed and explained, "We wanted to, but that woman ran faster than a rabbit. I heard from others that the woman seemed to be using a skill with a cooldown time," another player added. "Huh, you believe what others say? Who knows if it's a skill?" A player named Songli interjected, "But that woman is definitely pretty. She's incredibly voluptuous." The words of the three players made Lin Bei narrow his eyes, and he murmured, "Lu Ruyan?" He was able to recall Lu Ruyan mainly because of the three players' descriptions of her appearance, plus the fact that the skill pill was obtained by fishing with a level 9 fishing rod, and that he had only given it to Lu Ruyan. Chapter 14, Lu Ruyan in a sorry state. As if hearing Lin Bei's mutterings, Songli asked, "Does the big boss know that woman?" Lin Bei did not respond to Songli's question, but simply walked towards the woods on his own. Seeing this, Yang Qi spoke up again and asked, "My name is Yang Qi. Would you like to team up, big shot?" His greetings also went unanswered by Lin Bei. Watching Lin Bei gradually walk away, Songli muttered to himself, "Let's see how smug he is with a repeating crossbow. What's with the show-off?" Yang Qi sighed. Songli say less. At least the other side didn't resort to violence out of courtesy. Otherwise, TCH, look at your cowardly face. If we really fight, the three of us won't be able to handle it either, Song Lima retorted. After walking away, Lin Bei took out a book from his system space, found Lu Ruyan's friend, and started editing a private message. "Lin Bei, have you already obtained the special treasure chest?" "Lu Ruyan, how did you know? Could it be that my brother and I are on the same island?" Lin Bei, "Yes. However, it seems you're being hunted down." Lu Ruyan, "Brother, save the supplies in my treasure chest. I can split them with you." Lin Bei, "Okay, tell me your location." Lu Ruyan shared her location with you. Lin Bei, "You're not in the wooded area?" Lu Ruyan, "I went to the western woods first, then used my skill to take a detour and escape back to the rocky area from the northern woods. Thanks to my brother's skill pill, otherwise." They actually shared their location directly. That's really audacious. Lin Bei couldn't help but exclaim. He then added, "Other players are in danger, but am I not? Without legal constraints, who can guarantee they'll always be a decent person?" As he spoke, Lin Bei changed direction and, following the guidance of the book pages, sped towards the rocky area. Along the way, he encountered Lu Qi and others again. However, since Lin Bei was running the whole way and didn't seem to care about them, the three of them didn't bother to stick close to him and just continued walking into the woods on their own. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. Lin Bei suddenly stopped running and asked in confusion, "I was about 5 minutes away from my destination when my location sharing was canceled?" Without time to think, he started flipping through the pages, preparing to ask Lu Ruyan what was going on. However, the other party's image has turned gray and cannot be contacted. "Really?" Lin Bei exclaimed in surprise, then activated his mental power to enhance his malicious perception and rushed towards the scene. After all, Lu Ruyan had just gotten into trouble, so the suspect couldn't have gone far. If he went there now, he would definitely make some progress. Compared to the woman he had never met, Lin Bei was more interested in the treasure chest. After all, there are plenty of women with 2 legs. Moreover, the Goddess Alliance group has backup options, so there's no shortage of opposite sexes who match your looks. This thought came to mind. Lin Bei, like a wild horse that has broken free of its reins, ran even faster and faster. In less than 3 minutes, he spotted the faintly visible figure in the distance. Seeing this, Lin Bei subconsciously gripped the crossbow in his hand, ready to fire. When it was close to 100 meters, a burly bald man, a thin blonde man, and Lu Ruyan lying on the ground came into Lin Bei's view. Among them, Lu Rian's eyes were filled with a variety of emotions, including tears, fear, and despair. No, I don't want to. I want to go home. I don't want to live. Someone, please save me. Lu Ruyan's tearful and pleading voice did not elicit any pity from the two players. Weren't you running around having a good time before? What are you yelling about? No one's coming to save you here. At this point, the bald man paused, then chuckled. If someone did, they'd probably join us. Hee hee. The blonde-haired guy chimed in. Your book pages have been torn apart, and now you're injured. Why don't you play with us, brothers? If you take good care of us, we might even help you find some medicine. I'm gonna say this girl is really something else. She's not even wearing a bra. The bald, muscular man, holding a silver treasure chest, is staring at Lu Ruyan's cleavage with lustful eyes. Tajda. Before they could take any further action, a series of hurried footsteps came from behind them. Who? The bald, burly man shouted sharply, then immediately averted his lewd gaze and was about to look behind him. Unexpectedly, the blonde-haired guy next to him started screaming in agony first. The bald man shuddered and instinctively looked at the blonde-haired man. 2 crossbow bolts pierced his head and back, and he fell straight to the ground, unable to get up. Damn it, they're not serious about fighting. Before the word virtue could be uttered, the bald man heard several whooshing sounds. He was so startled that he shuddered and quickly turned around and lay down. Unfortunately, the bald man was a beat too slow. Several crossbow bolts were already close at hand, shooting towards the bald man's face, chest, and abdomen. In an instant, a sharp pain shot through the bald man's entire body, and blood dripped from his forehead, staining his white vest red. The bald man tried to escape and scream, but found that his throat and body were out of control, and his strength was rapidly draining away. Gradually, his consciousness began to blur, then everything went black, and he collapsed to the ground. Upon seeing this, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but look into the distance with her tear-streaked eyes. A man who was about 180 centimeters tall and had a cold face came into her view. Lu Ruyan asked softly, "Is it Lin Bei?" In response to this, Lin Bei simply stood there, stunned, without responding, because a voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have consumed resources for a woman and received a return of 5,400 crossbow bolts. Rescuing a woman who meets the beauty standard is considered a waste of resources? Lin Bei stopped thinking about it and walked straight to the 2 corpses. He picked up the silver treasure chest and tentatively put it into his system space. Moment. The silver treasure chest disappeared and was successfully stored in the system space. Efficient? Lin Bei's lips curled up, and he began to search the corpse again. You will receive the following items: 2 book pages, 1 book page core, 2 level 2 rafts, 1 level 4 raft, 3 level 1 fishing rods, 1 level 1 dagger, and 1 level 1 kitchen knife. After licking the bag clean, Lin Bei turned his gaze to Lu Ruyan and began to scrutinize her. The other person was wearing pajamas and looked listless. There was a knife wound on her calf, and blood was still gushing out. Despite her disheveled appearance, Lu Ruyan's face and figure were still beautiful and charming. If she were wearing a uniform, she would definitely be a cold and aloof older sister. Are you all right? Lin Bei asked coldly. Are you Lin Bei? Lu Ruyan pressed. It seems something's wrong. Lin Bei responded nonsensically, then walked to Lu Ruyan's side, grabbed her calf, took out a first-grade wound medicine, and prepared to apply it to her. Who are you? What do you want? Lu Ruyan trembled and instinctively tried to back away. Don't move. Chapter 15, Become My Woman. I'm Lin Bei. Otherwise, who would save you? Also, don't touch this. It's a top-tier healing potion, and only a tycoon like me would be willing to use it on you. As Lin Bei spoke, he bit open the stopper of the medicine bottle in his hand and began to apply it to Lu Ruyan. After confirming the identity of the person in front of you, Lu Ruyan stopped resisting and obediently accepted Lin Bei's treatment like a lamb and slowly said, "Thank you." The words of thanks were spoken. Lu Ruyan originally wanted to talk about something else, but recalling what had just happened and the grievances she had felt, combined with the pressure of the past 3 days of survival. Tears flowed uncontrollably, like a flood bursting its banks. Wah, I miss my parents. He noticed Lu Ruyan's unusual emotions. Although Lin Bei was annoyed, a smile still appeared on his lips as he joked. Your legs are pretty good. If you don't get injured, you could play like that forever. Also, your crayon Shinchan pajamas are quite cute, even though your eyes are swollen. In an instant, Lu Ruyan's attention was diverted. She stopped crying, her face flushed with embarrassment, and she covered her chest with her hands, saying, "You scoundrel, what's the big deal? Men are lustful as long as they can breathe." Lin Bei replied, "Can't you control yourself a little in front of this fairy-like girl? We're online friends, and this is our first meeting. You should at least leave a good impression, right?" As Lu Ruyin spoke, as if to express her dissatisfaction, she subconsciously tried to kick Lin Bei. "Don't move." Lin Bei called out to stop him, then changed the subject and asked, "Your pages have been broken down. What are your plans?" Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyin fell silent. All her previous thoughts of taking revenge on Lin Bei vanished, and her eyes were filled with confusion. She was not allowed to think about it much. Lin Bei had finished applying the medicine, and the bleeding on his calf stopped instantly. Even the deep knife wound was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have used a bottle of good healing potion for a woman, triggering a critical hit return. You have obtained 800 good healing potions. Ignoring the sudden system notification, Lin Bei looked at Lu Ruyin and asked again, "Want to get on my raft? Be my woman?" Huh? Lu Ruyin was stunned for a moment before responding. Are you confessing your feelings to me? Isn't that a bit sudden?" "No, it's not a confession," Lin Bei interrupted, then explained, "I don't intend to pursue you, much less date you. After all, survival is a difficult journey. Spending time on romance will only hasten my demise." "What do you mean? What do you take me for?" Lu Ruyin said angrily. "Control your temper," Lin Bei shouted, then added, "Now that you have no pages left, even if you have a raft, you won't survive. You'll die sooner or later. You only have 2 paths in front of you. Think about them carefully. Besides, there's nothing wrong with being my woman. You can live, and live well, without having to do anything to enjoy everything. All you need to do is please me. Of course, you can refuse. I will turn around and leave immediately, without any further entanglement." Regarding Lin Bei's words, Lu Ruyin dared not show any more anger. She discovered that the man in front of her was different from the Lin Bei she remembered. He was ruthless when killing people and decisive in his actions, unlike the kind-hearted and naive man she had always thought of. But, despite being such a man, Kyakia made Lu Ruyin feel a sense of security. Compared to before she transmigrated, when her older brother only knew how to please her and kept throwing money at her, he seems much more reliable. Moreover, upon closer inspection, Lin Bei looked even more handsome than the bald man and the blonde man from before, and his height also met his expectations. Thinking of this, Lu Ruyin said weakly, "Can you guarantee that I'll be the only woman you have? Also, you have to help me find my parents." Lin Bei interrupted, "Given your current situation, you have no right to make demands. But I don't want to lie to you. When it comes to women, there's no guarantee you'll be the only one. As for helping you find your parents, that depends on your specific behavior. You want to find another woman? Do you think I'm not pretty enough?" Before I transmigrated, Lu Ruyin, the man who pursued me, replied unhappily. However, before she could finish speaking, Lin Bei then turned and left. Lu Ruyin stopped nagging and shouted urgently, "Where are you going?" Lin Bei, with his back to her, replied coldly, "The past is the past. The present is the present. If you don't want a good luck." Watching the man's departing figure, Lu Ruyin panicked instantly. She has nothing now and is unlikely to survive. Even if they survive, they'll be picked up by other players. The situation might be even worse than it is now. The incident involving the blonde-haired guy and the bald man is still fresh in my mind. This thought came to mind. Lu Ruyin quickly got up and chased after Lin Bei while shouting loudly, "I agree. I'm willing to go with you." Lin Bei, who was not far away, heard Lu Ruyin's voice, stopped and turned around to say, "Think it through carefully so you don't regret it later." "Yes, take me with you. I'm willing to be your woman," Lu Ruyin replied. Lin Bei nodded. Then his expression turned serious, and he said, "In that case, it is necessary to tell you some things. First of all, you'd better not have any ulterior motives if you follow me, because my ability is to sense malice. If you try to harm me, I will disregard emotions and eliminate you without hesitation. Furthermore, another ability of mine is spatial storage. Even if I die, you won't get any benefit from it." He said these words to warn Lu Ruyin not to have any wicked thoughts and to be content to be a tool. Of course, Lin Bei will also become stronger, because he knew that only absolute power could control everything. Hearing the warning, Lu Ruyin was not angry at Lin Bei for being wary of her. She simply nodded slightly and said, "Okay, so where are we going now? We still have time." I'd like to check the surrounding area to see if there are any other treasure chests, Lin Bei replied readily. When the topic of finding the treasure chest came up, Lu Ruyan seemed to remember something and said weakly, I don't know about that treasure chest, but there's an apple tree in the woods to the north, but I didn't have time to pick it when I ran away. Huh, fruit is a good thing. You lead the way. Let's go there first, Lin Bei urged. Having decided on their route, the two headed north. They didn't say much, and the atmosphere was a little awkward, like a young couple on their first date. To ease the awkwardness, Lin Bei took the initiative to start a conversation, asking, according to what the players said, your skills should be related to speed, right? But how come the blonde guy and the bald guy were able to catch up with you? Chapter 16. A man is a boy until he dies. He deserves praise. Lu Rian nodded in response and explained as she walked. That's right. My skill is Swift Step, which increases movement speed by 3 times when active. However, while waiting for you, I unexpectedly ran into that bald guy. As she spoke, she suddenly became agitated and raised her voice to continue. You know what? My skill was almost fully charged at that time. It really scared me to death. Lin Bei became more and more confused as he listened, and asked in bewilderment, if you can hold out for a while, you should be able to escape, right? It's not a matter of maneuvering. Lu Rian suddenly stopped, blushed, touched her head, and said embarrassedly, I was so excited because my skill had just finished charging that I tripped and fell, and then the page fell off, and I didn't pick it up. Later, they dismantled my book pages, and my skills gradually became ineffective. To prevent me from reactivating my skills and escaping with the treasure chest, the bald man threw a dagger at me, and the result was as you saw. Lin Bei placed his hand on his forehead, looking speechless, and urged, fine, let's chat, let's keep going, okay? Oh, are you secretly laughing at me for being stupid? You know, I'm just a girl, I don't exercise much, and I've never experienced anything like this before. As Lu Ruyan forced an explanation, she continued walking towards the woods to the north. Lin Bei followed closely behind, but ignored Lu Ruyan. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. The woods to the north, near the apple trees. Brother Zhang Jian, quick, look, it's that woman. A tall, thin man suddenly pointed to Lu Ruyan not far away and loudly reminded her. Upon hearing the sound, the player named Zhang Jian shifted his gaze from the apple tree and turned to look in the direction the tall, thin man was pointing. Oh, it really is. Zhang Jian first showed surprise, but quickly frowned and said, no, it seems that she has helpers behind her. Also, is the silver box no longer stolen by other players? Or is it hidden? We have knives. Why should we care what she does? Let's just grab her and question her. Besides, the woman's appearance. As he spoke, the tall, thin man's face gradually became lewd. Idiot! Zhang Jian sternly interrupted the tall, thin man and said, look carefully at the thing that man behind you is holding, and he's just spouting nonsense. You. The tall, thin man instinctively wanted to retort, but after seeing the repeating crossbow in Lin Bei's hand, he swallowed his words. The two men watched Lin Bei and Lu Ruyan getting closer and closer, but in the end they didn't dare to make a move and instead walked towards the apple tree. Not long after, Lu Ruyan was less than 100 meters away from the apple tree. Looking at the two men picking fruit, she subconsciously glanced back at Lin Bei and said with a disappointed expression, my bad, I was a bit late. Maybe we should try looking somewhere else? In response to this, Lin Bei completely ignored Lu Ruyan in front of him, gripped his repeating crossbow tightly, and shouted to the two players as he walked towards the fruit tree. Consciously, I put down the apple in my hand and counted to 3. After saying that, he aimed his crossbow at the tall, thin player and began counting down. 3. Seeing this, the tall, thin man angrily said, are you crazy? Didn't you see we were here first? Can't you be a little more polite? Although Zhang Jian was angry, he didn't show it. He forced a smile and said, brother, we were here first. We're really sorry. How about we share some of the apples we picked with you? Lin Bei ignored what the two said and continued counting down on his own. 2, 1, 0. When the word 0 is output, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, with a sharp whoosh, crossbow bolts shot out one after another like wild horses, heading straight for the tall, thin man's face. The tall, thin man stared intently at the crossbow bolts hurtling towards him, a look of panic washing over him. He never expected Lin Bei to be so tyrannical and unreasonable, killing people without even flinching. The tall, thin man tried to escape and evade. Unfortunately, his speed was far inferior to that of the crossbow bolt, like the tortoise and the hare in a race. In a short while, the crossbow bolts were already reflected in the tall, thin man's eyes. His pupils dilated sharply, and terror and fear followed him like a shadow. With a scream of agony, the crossbow bolt struck the tall, thin man precisely in the face and chest. At that moment, he fell to the ground like a felled tree, the apple in his hand spilling onto the ground along with his bright red blood. This scene made Zhang Jian tremble. Startled, he quickly put down the apple in his hand and begged for mercy. "Take the apple. I'm leaving now. Don't worry. He and I are just temporary partners. I won't seek revenge for him." After quickly finishing what he wanted to say, Zhang Jian didn't care whether Lin Bei agreed or not, and immediately ran into the depths of the woods. Watching the players escape, Lin Bei did not choose to continue the killing. Because of his malicious perception, he only sensed the malice of the tall, thin man, but not Zhang Jian's. If Zhang Jian had shown even the slightest bit of malice just now, Lin Bei would definitely have pursued him once and for all to avoid any further trouble. After clearing out the players, Lin Bei turned to Lu Ruyan, who was standing there dumbfounded, and said, "What are you standing there for? Didn't you say on the way that you love eating fruit the most? Go pick some. You have the nerve to make me do this kind of work." Lu Ruyan shuddered, came to her senses, and said, "Wouldn't that be too cruel?" "Cruel? Have you forgotten how the players treated you before?" After giving a reminder, Lin Bei's expression turned serious. He continued, "This is a lawless place, where the strong prey on the weak. Also, put away your saintly heart. This thing will only make you die faster. I don't want my saintly heart to drag me down with you." "Okay." Lu Ruyan nodded in response, then walked forward and began picking up the apples that had fallen to the ground. As she picked them up, she recalled the scene of being targeted and suddenly realized what was happening. She turned to Lin Bei and said, "Thank you, you were right. And also, the way you kill so fiercely is really cool. It gives me a lot of security." "Stop talking nonsense. I know I'm handsome. Hurry up and pick up your apple. I'll treat you to a seafood feast tonight." Lin Bei, who was suddenly praised, still maintained a serious demeanor and was wary of his surroundings, but he was actually overjoyed inside. After all, a man is a boy until he dies. A little coaxing and praise can definitely make him feel happy. "Picking up apples for my idol? I should hurry." Lu Ruyan pressed her advantage and showered him with compliments. In response to this, Lin Bei couldn't help but smile as he said, "You're so slow. Let me help you pick them up." Chapter 17, Returning to the Raft, A Bountiful Harvest. It was nearly dusk, 5:30. There's only half an hour left before the silver treasure chest opens. Lin Bei and Lu Ruyan wandered from the northern woods to the western woods, searching for tree fruits and treasure chests, but their luck seemed to be bad, and they didn't find anything. "Let's take a break." Lin Bei looked at Lu Ruyan, checked the time on a book, and said, "We haven't gained anything. Our luck is really bad." Hearing that she could finally rest, Lu Ruyan quickly found a tree to lie down under and said, "Brother, you're amazing. Other survivors now avoid us when they see us." "Sharp?" Lin Bei shook his head and continued, "They saw that I had a repeating crossbow and that I didn't have the silver treasure chest. Only a fool would mess with us if they weren't willing to take risks when the benefits weren't there." "That's because my brother is amazing," Lu Ruyan said with a smile, revealing her pearly white teeth. "You haven't seen the truly impressive part yet, but you'll see Lin Bei's sly smile in response later." These words were spoken. Lu Ruyan seemed to have thought of something, a blush rising to her cheeks, and said, I'm not mentally prepared yet." Upon hearing this, Lin Bei interrupted seriously. "What are you thinking?" "I was referring to the raft." Lu Ruyan blushed even more, lowered her head, and weakly replied, I didn't mean that. Your explanation is utterly weak." After saying that, Lin Bei took out an apple, walked to her side, and said, "Eat an apple to calm your nerves and avoid overthinking." "Oh." Lu Ruyan nodded slightly, took the apple, and began to eat it in small bites. The moment the apple is eaten, a voice echoed in Lin Bei's mind. "Congratulations, host. You have consumed an apple for a woman, triggering a critical hit return. You have received 800 apples." The system notification made Lin Bei turn his gaze back to Lu Ruyan, and he smiled. "Are you still hungry? Would you like some more bread, jelly, or—" "Then give me another apple, plus a jelly," Lu Ruyan said tentatively. "No problem. Just tell me what you want to eat from now on. As much as you want, my woman won't go hungry." As Lin Bei spoke, he took out apples and jelly from his spatial storage and handed them to Lu Ruyan. Taking the food, a touch of emotion appeared on Lu Ruyan's face as she asked, "Is everything you said true?" "Of course it's true. Also, you can enjoy the food first when we open the boxes." Lin Bei replied affirmatively. After all, Lu Ruyan's 800x return is currently the highest, and she's still by her side, so it would be unreasonable for her not to enjoy the food first. However, Lu Ruyan was unaware of Lin Bei's thoughts. She only felt that the man in front of her was willing to make sacrifices for her, and that she hadn't followed the wrong person. Dusk, 6 p.m. The beach on the west side of the island. With the option to store the book pages on the raft unlocked, Lin Bei placed it on the sea without hesitation. Lu Ruyan stared at the 200-square-meter raft, completely stunned. She looked at Lin Bei with disbelief and asked, "How many levels is your raft? How can it be so big?" As Lin Bei walked toward the raft, he replied, "It's only 200 square meters. It's a bit small for two people. Let's expand it to 300 square meters later, making it 500 square meters. Expanding by another 300 square meters, that would require 600 pieces of wood and 600 iron nails." "Do you have enough materials?" Lu Ruyan asked suspiciously. "Sprinkle some water." Lin Bei gave a casual reply, then picked up the book, turned to the expansion section, and directly used wood and iron nails to expand the raft to 500 square meters. In an instant, the 200 square meter raft has been expanded to more than twice its original size. Lin Bei stood on the raft, looked back at Lu Ruyan, and said with a wicked smile, "How is it? Are you satisfied? Do you want to add another 500 square meters? However, it might be a bit empty then. After all, we've only been surviving for 3 days and haven't collected enough equipment blueprints." Looking at the wooden houses, pavilions, and fences on the raft, coupled with Lin Beihao's inhumane remarks, Lu Ruyan was completely bewildered. Seeing that Lu Ruyan was still standing there in a daze, Lin Bei said again, "What are you still standing there for? After we get on the ship and open the boxes, I'll make a barbecue grill and grill some king crab and snake meat for you to try." Lu Ruyan, disregarding her shock, quickly nodded and walked towards the raft. At this moment, she felt no reluctance whatsoever, and even felt that Lin Bei forcing her onto the raft was a great stroke of luck, comparable to transmigrating and marrying into a wealthy family. After all, other players are only barely making ends meet with level 3 to 4 rafts at this stage, and the man in front of them is too unfathomable. Lu Ruyan decided to seize the opportunity and bind herself firmly to him. As Lu Ruyan boarded the raft, Lin Bei ignored him and instead took out a silver treasure chest, rubbed his hands together, and then opened it. Congratulations to player Lin Bei. You have successfully opened the silver treasure chest and obtained Tier 1 Seawater Filter X1, Wooden Bathtub Blueprint X1, Apartment Blueprint X1, and 100 liters of universal fuel. Seawater Filter. Level 10, Tier 1. Category: Filter. Description: It can purify 10,000 milliliters of seawater per day. Note: It is recommended to use a single wire to connect the book pages and use a universal fuel generator to start the machine. Upgrade: Not available. Wooden bathtub drawings. Materials needed: for pieces of wood, for iron nails. Wooden bathtub. Level 1. Category: Shower furniture. Description: An ordinary wooden bathtub. Comment: Do you have any extra water to take a shower? Upgrade: Unable to upgrade. Apartment blueprints. Materials needed: 10,000 mahogany pieces, 10,000 iron nails, 2,000 metal sheets, 2,000 red bricks, and 1 core page. Note: You can view the attributes after construction. Universal fuel. Category: Special fuel. Description: The pages of the book provide energy that allows the raft to sail and can power other devices. They are considered strategic resources. Note: Please collect as many electrical wires as possible. Trust me, you'll need them. Feeling great, looking at the supplies that came out of the silver treasure chest, Lin Bei's lips curled up in a smile, filled with joy. But the next second, he fell into deep thought. Since Lu Ruyan doesn't have any book pages right now, how should we proceed if we want to give her supplies? Moreover, blueprints and universal fuel are not food or medicine. So how are they supposed to be used by Lu Ruyan? Another point is that Lin Bei cannot bear the consequences of failure. What if the experiment fails and the system does not provide a refund? With this thought in mind, he ultimately decided to be cautious and picked up the book to enter the Goddess Alliance group. Goddess Alliance group members: 13. 80 plus unread messages. Sigh, it seems like 4 of my sisters have already. That's really cruel. Lin Bei, anyone want a seawater filter? I'll give it to you for free if you refer 5 people to sell the blueprints first. Group owner, are you serious? Song Jejia, you actually gave away something so precious? Lin Bei, all-purpose fuel, wooden bathtub blueprints, apartment blueprints. Quickly introduce business to me. I'll send them out in order of ranking. Chapter 18, Building Apartments. Song Jejia, group owner, wait for good news from the sisters. 5 minutes later. Lin Bei, the sisters you mentioned are probably all busy buying up blueprints. Do you think anyone will pay attention to you? Song Jejia, it's just 5 sets of blueprints. I'll introduce 2 people to you. Lin Bei, so fast. A short while later, Song Jejia's private message popped up. Lin Bei clicked to view without hesitation. Song Jejia, there are 3 players selling blueprints. I contacted them yesterday. The prices are reasonable, not too high or too low. You can find them in your private messages. Don't forget my reward. Lin Bei, okay, let me see. If the transaction is successful, I will give you the item later. After replying to Song Jejia, Lin Bei started fiddling with his private messages. After some conversation, he successfully traded basic materials such as wood, nails, water, and food for templates of towels, plastic bowls and chopsticks, wooden stools, round tables, and iron pots. Are they all basic blueprints? Lin Bei muttered something, clearly dissatisfied. However, words spoken are like water spilled on the ground. He ultimately chose to give the first stage seawater filter to Song Jejia. Congratulations, host. The gift of supplies has been successfully completed, triggering a critical hit return. You have obtained 700 Tier 1 seawater filters. Lin Bei ignored the system's prompt and instead re-entered the goddess's chat group, sending the screenshot of the gift to the group members for review. Goddess chat group members, 13. Lin Bei, screenshot. Keep it up, everyone. I have a lot of good stuff here. As long as you keep referring people, I'll give it all away for free. Damn it, Sister Song is so fast. Envious. No way. I need to work harder to find clients and bankrupt the group owner. Song Jejia. Thank for the filter, group admin. However, starting it requires an electric wire, and the Raft needs to be upgraded to level 5 to activate the universal fuel. Lin Bei. No problem. I have all-purpose fuel, as well as wooden nails. Keep referring people to sell blueprints, and I'll give you whatever you need. Song Jejia. I'll go find a guest now. Sisters together. Seeing the women in the group helping him collect the blueprints, Lin Bei nodded with satisfaction. He still needs to deliver quite a few things, such as the blueprints he just received, snake skin, apartment blueprints, wooden bathtub blueprints, all-purpose fuel, repeating crossbows, crossbow bolts, and a series of other supplies. Thinking of this, Lin Bei couldn't help but sigh. I still need to collect redwood to build the apartment. It seems I'll be busy tonight. Just as he was sorting through the items and replying to private messages about the transactions. After visiting the Raft, Lu Ruyan suddenly walked towards Lin Bei and said sweetly, "Brother, didn't you say you would treat me to a seafood feast?" "Oh," Lin Bei responded, but his eyes remained fixed on the pages of the book. While replying to private messages, he said, "Let me eat 2 apples to tide me over. I'm a bit busy right now. The Raft might need to be expanded later, and I'll be replacing a lot of furniture and having a seafood feast. We'll talk about that after I'm done with this busy work." Another expansion? Lu Ruyan exclaimed in surprise. Seeing that Lin Bei seemed very busy, she added, "Then, brother, you're busy." After saying that, she consciously walked towards the wooden house, no longer disturbing Lin Bei. Night, 9 o'clock. After several hours of effort, Lin Bei acquired approximately 80 blueprints. Among them, there are more drawings of furniture and household goods, as well as some templates. Of course, there are also quite a few duplicate drawings. There wasn't a single weapon, and even household appliances were scarce. Was it because the survival challenge had just begun? Or were the players keeping them for themselves? As Lin Bei analyzed the situation, he gave various supplies, materials, and blueprints to the women in the group. Congratulations, host. The gift of supplies has been successfully completed, triggering a critical hit bonus. You have received. Congratulations, host. The gift of supplies has been successfully completed, triggering a critical hit bonus. You have received double the amount of supplies needed. Lin Bei first expanded the raft to 1,000 square meters. He then walked up to the wooden house and called out, "Lu Ruyan, we're moving to an apartment now. This wooden house is no longer usable." Lu Ruyan responded and hurriedly walked out of the wooden house. Gazing at the raft, which had doubled in size, she was deeply moved and her heart remained unsettled for a long time. Before she could finish her surprise, Lin Bei manipulated the pages of the book, disassembling the wooden house and transforming it into an apartment. In an instant, golden light flashed, and a modern apartment covering an area of about 100 square meters appeared out of thin air, somewhat like Master Roshi's island house in Dragon Ball, full of anime style. Having witnessed everything, Lu Ruyan ran straight to Lin Bei's side, hugged him tightly, and said, I'm not dreaming, am I? Brother, where did you get so many materials? Is this kind of house safe to live in right now? Didn't I tell you? As long as you follow me, your life will definitely be the best among all players, Lin Bei said, grabbing Lu Ruyan's hand and leading her towards the apartment. I still have quite a few furniture blueprints, and I'll need you to take care of the placement. In no time at all, Lu Ruyan was pulled into the apartment by Lin Bei. The apartment was empty, furnished with 2 bedrooms, a living room, a bathroom, and a kitchen. The decor featured cement floors and blue and white painted walls in a minimalist style. Lin Bei released Lu Ruyan's hand, took out about 100 blueprints from his spatial storage, and said, There's simple wooden furniture, such as sofas, beds, and stools, as well as some daily necessities. See which ones you need, and I'll make them now. All right, Lu Ruyan nodded and began selecting items on her own. At that moment, she was both horrified and delighted. Shockingly, Lin Bei seems to be the game's favorite character, possessing seemingly unlimited resources. She was overjoyed to be on a raft with Lin Bei, enjoying a life she never dared to dream of. Time passed as Lu Ruyan selected and Lin Bei produced. The apartment living room gradually became more spacious and was filled with various pieces of furniture, such as wooden benches, sofas, and tables. After the living room was set up, the two began to decorate the rooms. The room was furnished better than the living room, as it had a wooden bed, quilts, pillows, sheets, decorations, and everything else you could need. After the setup was finished, Lu Ruyan asked, Brother, are we only setting up one room? What? You still want to sleep alone? Lin Bei looked displeased, as if he was about to get angry. But halfway through her sentence, Lu Ruyan noticed Lin Bei's displeasure and quickly changed her mind, saying, All right then. In response to this, without hesitation, Lin Bei hugged Lu Ruyan tightly and whispered in her ear, Isn't it good to be my woman? But her brother was a scumbag, Lu Ruyan said softly. Before the other person could finish speaking, Lin Bei kissed Lu Ruyan directly, forcibly silencing her. Chapter 19. By the way, can unopened treasure chests be returned? Midnight, 12 o'clock. In the apartment room, Lu Ruyan nestled in Lin Bei's arms, complaining, You liar, you promised you wouldn't go inside, and the sheets are covered in blood, and I'm all sweaty. Lin Bei rubbed Lu Ruyan's head and replied, Change the sheets. As for the sweat, I'll go to the bathroom later and make a wooden bathtub for you to take a bath. Taking a bath? But where would the water come from? Lu Ruyan looked puzzled, but then she seemed to realize something and added, You don't mean to take a bath with mineral water, do you? Lin Bei shook her head and explained, Your man has about 100 seawater filters, so taking a shower won't be a problem. Fill the tub with water later, and we'll shower together. Lu Ruyan said shyly, You bad man, it still hurts down there. If we wash together, don't do anything inappropriate. All right. You rest for a bit, I'll go set up the seawater filter and get you some water to take a bath. As Lin Bei spoke, he reached out and pinched Lu Ruyan's cheek again, then reluctantly got up and walked out of the apartment. Outside the apartment, Lin Bei manipulated the book pages to turn on the light. On the raft, yellow lights dispel the darkness. Next, he took out seawater filters one by one from the system space. Damn it, 1,000 square meters is still a bit small. If we put 100 units there, the space will be a bit tight. After muttering something, Lin Bei took out wood and nails without hesitation and chose to raise the raft to 2,000 square meters. In an instant, the raft began to shake, spreading outwards at a visible speed. About 5 minutes later, the raft was fully expanded. With the expansion completed, a red character appeared on Lin Bei's book page. Because player Lin Bei expanded the raft to 2,000 square meters, a hidden function was triggered. 1. Daily updates of acquired resources. 2. The book pages can be upgraded. 3. The raft can blend with the soil. Whether or not to make a server-wide announcement will earn you a mystery gift pack. After reading the hint, Lin Bei looked delighted and said, although I like to keep a low profile. But you're testing your cadres with a mysterious gift package? Then why should I keep a low profile? As he spoke, Lin Bei's hand had already clicked the confirm option. Congratulations to Lin Bei, the player from Region 10, for being the first to expand his raft to 2,000 square meters, triggering the prerequisite and receiving a mystery gift pack. This is now being announced to the entire server. Congratulations to Lin Bei, a player from Region 10, for being the first to expand his raft to 2,000 square meters, triggering the prerequisite and receiving a mystery gift pack. This announcement is now being made server-wide. The announcement was repeated 3 times in a row, but Lin Bei didn't pay much attention to it, and instead continued to set up the seawater filter and convert the electrical wires into wireless cables. After all, it's important to know how to allocate time effectively. As long as the seawater filter runs automatically, you can leisurely check out the mystery gift pack and explore the new features while waiting for the bathwater. Compared to Lin Bei's methodical approach, the scene was quite different on the regional channels. Regional Channel 10 number of users, 766,881. I was originally planning to chat while trying to fall asleep because I couldn't sleep, but the sudden announcement made it even harder for me to sleep. Bakayalu, who is Lin Beijun, he actually owns a 2,000 square meter raft. Does he have a team? Judging from the name, he must be from South Korea. That guy named Lin Bei. Do you want to join the United States? Lin Bei doesn't even know who he is? Does he even remember the person who issued the arrest warrant? And the first person to post the ad? Fuck, they're from the Xia Kingdom? Unbelievable. Damn it, he's not for South Korea. Are you sure we're playing the same game? My raft just broke 2 digits, while others have already broken 4. How many levels of raft would a 2,000 square meter structure be? How much material would be needed? Didn't someone brag about how awesome they were yesterday? Indeed, the Xia Kingdom is the most awesome. The group chat was buzzing with messages and discussions, all about Lin Bei. At this moment, he had become a prominent figure in the 10th district. However, Lin Bei himself was unaware of this. He had just finished working on turning on about 100 seawater filters and was checking out the new features. First, there's the first feature, which simply means you can get more resources when you open the box. However, Lin Bei came up with a crazy idea. Could he directly give treasure chests to women in the future? If he could return unopened treasure chests, that would be a real game changer. Secondly, there's the third function. The raft integrates with the soil. The description of this page is that special soil obtained from fishing can be placed inside the page and integrated, and in addition to planting, it is said to evolve on its own. Lin Bei needs to obtain soil samples before he can conduct experiments to obtain results. The final function, number 2, is being viewed by Lin Bei through the book pages. Base pages. Level 9. Upgrade materials required. 10 book page cores. After the upgrade, it will advance to level 19 pages. New feature 1. The appearance of the book pages can be changed into various portable shapes, such as bracelets and rings. New feature 2. Increases raft speed by 3 times and reduces consumption by 20. New feature 3. Universal fuel to electricity units increased by 20. Get more electricity with less fuel. New feature 4. Create supplementary pages. Is it the core of the book pages? Lin Bei's face lit up with joy. As he clicked to upgrade, he added, I've only given away a lot of those things. I still have a few thousand left, just enough for upgrading. Upgrade successful. Obtained level 19 pages. Please select page shape. After thinking for a minute, Lin Bei finally typed in the words bracelet. The moment the input ended, the pages flashed with a bright light, gradually shrinking in size until they transformed into a golden bracelet. How do I use this thing? Lin Bei looked puzzled, took it in his hand, and began to explore it on his own. There seems to be a button. As he spoke, he tentatively touched the button. Instantly, a virtual projection appeared before my eyes. It made it look pretty high-tech. Lin Bei sighed and swiped his hand to project the screen, wanting to continue upgrading the book pages. Book page base. Level 19. Category: Survival Base Core. Upgrade to meet the prerequisites. New features. Additional page. Costs 1 page core to craft. Can be used by players who have lost a page. Its function is determined by the main page. Subsidiary contract. Unlocked at level 29. Aren't you going to mention any prerequisites? Lin Bei couldn't help but complain. The reason he complained was because he was very interested in the subsidiary contract, always feeling that this function was not simple and might be a good match for him. Oh well, Lin Bei sighed and turned his gaze to a red wooden treasure chest. That's right, this is the mystery gift package. Or, tomorrow I'll send a regular, unopened wooden treasure chest first. If it can be returned, I'll send it out along with the chest. After all, Lin Bei wasn't sure if the unopened treasure chest would trigger the system's refund. If it doesn't work out, losing the supplies in a mystery gift pack would be a huge loss. Chapter 20: Enjoying a Barbecue Feast. Having made up his mind, Lin Bei then put the mysterious gift package into his system space. Since seawater filtration will take some time, let's make a barbecue grill, then go to the auction house or regional channel to buy some oil and seasonings and make a seafood feast. After muttering to himself, Lin Bei continued operating the golden bracelet, switching the interface to the Goddess Alliance group. Goddess Alliance group members, 13. 45 plus unread messages. Lin Bei, the group admin is really amazing. The raft is 2,000 square meters. I'm so envious. Song Jejia, I'm still happy about upgrading my raft to level 3. It's so frustrating to compare yourself to others. The group admin is now a local celebrity. Everyone's talking about him. Song Jejia, I don't think it's a good thing. There must be quite a few people already eyeing the group owner. Lin Bei, I'm planning a barbecue. Do you guys have any oil and seasonings? Give me the sales point, and I'll treat the whole group to a seafood feast. Really? I have a bottle of oil here that I don't need right now, so I'll get it to the group admin. Also, please share some extra seafood with me later. Song Jejia, I have some pepper powder, but only a small packet. If I use it sparingly, it should be enough. The group admin is so kind to the girls, so I'll give it to her. Lin Bei, no problem. We'll have plenty of king crab and snake meat later. Lin Bei originally planned to listen to the regional channel. As a result, the women in the group gave it away for free. He accepted them all without hesitation, and then gave them back to Song Jejia and the others. Congratulations, host. You have successfully gifted the goddess with supplies, triggering a critical hit return. You have received 400 bottles of oil and 600 pepper powder. Having solved the seasoning problem, Lin Bei didn't hesitate to manufacture the barbecue grill. I looked at the silver gray grill about 30 centimeters in front of me. He then took out wood from the system space and added it in. Moment. The wood turned into charcoal, emitting high temperatures. It's really amazing that I didn't even have to light it. After Lin Bei sighed, he took out some oil and poured it onto the grill. Next, 6 crab legs and a pair of crab claws were placed on the grill. As the temperature rises, the charcoal fire begins to kiss the crab shell, making a sizzling sound. As time slowly passed, the crab shells gradually turned a golden color, and a fresh aroma began to waft freely into the air. The aroma, a blend of charcoal fire and crab meat itself, tantalized Lin Bei's sense of smell. Lin Bei swallowed hard, turning the crab legs and claws over with his chopsticks as he sighed. It's a pity there's no cumin. Not long after, the crab legs and claws were grilled to perfection. Lin Bei took out pepper and salt and sprinkled them on the slightly whitish tender meat. Well, ultimately, one cannot be the first player to try something new. Staring at the grilled crab legs, Lin Bei muttered something under his breath, then opened his friend's list and chose to send them to Song Jejia. Congratulations, host. You have successfully gifted the woman the supplies, triggering a critical hit return. You have obtained 3,000 crab legs and 1,000 crab claws, which have been stored in the system space. Note, space and time are frozen. The crab meat will not spoil and will be indistinguishable from freshly grilled crab legs. Ignoring the system's prompts, Lin Bei took out a crab carcass and snake meat and placed them on the grill. About 15 minutes later. So annoying, I'm working late again. If my period still hasn't come, I'm definitely going to get pregnant. Lin Bei hummed, if the moon didn't come, as he scrolled through his friend list, sending out the crab body and snake meat. Congratulations, host. You have successfully gifted the woman supplies, triggering a critical hit return. You have obtained 600 crab bodies and 600 snake meat. Goddess Alliance group members, 13. Picture such a huge crab leg. Thank you so much for the late night snack, group admin. Even if it makes me gain weight, I'm going to eat it. Song Jejia, yes. We've been eating bread for days, and it's rare to have a barbecue. So how can we not eat it? Lin Bei, I keep my word. Everyone gets a share. Keep working hard to collect blueprints for me tomorrow. I have other rewards for you. If you work for me, you'll definitely have a better life than other players. No problem. We will definitely try our best to collect the drawings for the group leader tomorrow. After giving a brief instruction, Lin Bei stopped paying attention to the group chat and headed towards the apartment on the raft. In the apartment room, Hearing footsteps coming from the living room, Lu Rian knew it was Lin Bei. Before he even entered, she asked, "Brother, has the water been filtered yet?" Lin Bei responded briefly, walked into the room, and smiled. "But before taking a bath, how about some crab and snake meat? I promised you." As he spoke, he took out a bowl and chopsticks from the system space, then filled the bowl with roasted crab and roasted snake meat, and continued, "A buffet, the kind where you can eat your fill." In an instant, the steam carrying a rich aroma wafted into Lu Ruyan's nostrils. Gazing at the golden brown, tender, and bouncy crab meat, she exclaimed in surprise, "My brother is so handsome. Ruyan is so lucky to have such a good appetite. I never expected my brother to be so amazing at everything he does." Lu Ruyan's coaxing tone toward her older brother carried a hint of coquettishness, causing Lin Bei's lips to curl into a mischievous smile. "Come over discreetly and eat while it's hot. After we've replenished our energy, we'll go take a shower together." Lu Ruyan sprang to her feet and walked towards Lin Bei. Then she picked up a sturdy crab leg, bit open the shell, put the crab meat into her mouth, and chewed it gently. The tender crab meat melts instantly in your mouth, its delicate texture like cotton candy, yet with a slight chewiness. "My brother's cooking skills are really good." After praising her again, Lu Ruyan no longer cared about her ladle-like image and began to wolf down the delicious food. After all, it's normal to be a little hungry and thirsty after eating only bread for 3 days straight and not having hot food for so long. Compared to Lu Ruyan, who focused on enjoying the crab meat, Lin Bei had some other thoughts on his mind. At this stage, no player should be able to eat hot food yet. However, if they sell some grilled crab meat in the regional channel in exchange for rare materials and blueprints, they might have unexpected gains. This thought came to mind. He immediately touched the gold bracelet to activate the virtual screen projection, and while editing the advertisement, he slowly savored the crab's body. Regional channel 10 number of users, 766,880. 999 plus unread messages. Eat some bread, then go to sleep. What a miserable life. I have some instant noodles here, just enough to tide me over. Hopefully the box will be shipped out tomorrow. Lin Bei, selling barbecue set meals, including 1 king crab, 1 snake meat, and 1 bottle of beer. Brothers with rare ingredients and recipes, hurry. Only 200 sets available. Also, my business association is always recruiting beautiful women. Once hired, you'll receive a guaranteed bottle of water per day. A selfie is required for application. Hey, Oni Aichan is amazing. Can you send me a copy? Baka, why is it Lin Bei again? King crab? No way, I couldn't afford it before I transmigrated, but I'll definitely have a serving after. Damn it, the bread in my hand suddenly doesn't smell good anymore. Fuck, I've been eating bread for days while everyone else is already grilling. How far behind am I? Dear comrade, finally someone is selling delicious food. I must have a taste to see how it's seasoned. I'm a college student, Mr. Lin. Can you give me a discount? Even if you're an animal, you won't get any discount. Chapter 21. The newbie protection period ends, and the double sun is approaching. While you guys are still talking nonsense, I've already eaten king crab legs. They're so delicious. The region has over 700,000 people, and this big shot only sold a little over 200 copies. Those with the means are already privately messaging to buy. I can only drool with envy. I can't sleep at all. Upstairs, what did you exchange it for? It's nothing, just a blueprint for manufacturing an electric fan. I don't need it. I'm so envious I'm drooling. It's a pity I'm so unlucky. Otherwise, I would definitely have gotten a few servings. I just got a crab claw. Damn it, my friends, have you eaten yet? May that scoundrel curse you, so that vegetable prices will always rise and treasure chests will always contain only bread. Shaw, I'm incredibly lucky. 7 drawings in 3 days. Just as the regional channel was flooded with messages, Lin Bei was already extremely busy. Because there are just too many players sending him private messages, people are contacting him every minute of every second, and he simply can't reply to them all. Among them were even quite a few international friends who wanted to trade the blueprints for barbecue. Faced with this, Lin Bei could only review each drawing one by one, filtering out those he didn't have, which forced him to give up enjoying the food and focus on his career. Lu Ruyan, who was eating nearby, noticed that Lin Bei was fiddling with the projection screen. She immediately stopped chewing and asked, "Brother, is something important? Do you need my help?" Huh? Lin Bei looked surprised and asked to confirm. "Are you sure you want to help?" Lu Ruyan put down the crab leg in her hand, her expression serious, and said, "Yes. I can't just freeload off my brother. I have to contribute. After all, I also live on this raft." Only when my brother prospers can I live a better life. At this point, her expression changed from serious to shy, and she continued, besides, my brother is my first man. Isn't it normal for him to share some of the pressure with his man? Lin Bei's gaze towards Lu Ruyin gradually softened. Then, he stopped replying to the private message and instead took out a page core from his system space, made it into an accessory page, and began to explain. My attached page only has the functions of personal profile, group chat, and private chat. After you bind it, it will help me reply to private messages and filter out any missing blueprints. In addition, binding it should restore your skills, so you will have some self-defense ability if you encounter trouble in the future. Lu Rian nodded slightly, took the pages, and immediately began binding them. The two worked together until 3 a.m., selling more than 230 barbecue sets. As for the items collected, the electrical appliances included blueprints for electric fans, refrigerators, hair dryers, washing machines, microwave ovens, electric cookers, and rice cookers. Materials include 80 pieces of electrical wire, 20 pieces of mahogany, 500 pieces of red brick, and 100 pieces of electronic components. Weapon crafting templates include spear, kitchen knife, dagger, iron axe, and harpoon. The consumer goods category includes templates for manufacturing underwear, stockings, sanitary napkins, thermos cups, and plastic bags. Among them, the women's products were mainly for Lu Ruyin to replace. Otherwise, Lin Bei wouldn't have even glanced at those templates. In response to this, Lu Ruyin was deeply moved. The more she looked at Lin Bei, the more she liked him, and her admiration for him became even more undisguised. Brother, I didn't expect that spending just over 200 barbecue sets would get us so many blueprints. Have we struck it rich? Lu Ruyin said with a grin. Lin Bei nodded in response and added, it's not bad. The harvest this time has exceeded my expectations. The foreigners are richer than I thought. However, we're still missing an air conditioner blueprint. As he spoke, he couldn't help but think of the players introduced by Song Jiajia and others, who all sold ordinary blueprints, such as pots and pans, or small everyday items. Compared to selling barbecue this time, it's like heaven and earth. However, that makes sense. After all, the women in the group have no connections, no reputation, and were not properly screened. They're simply trying to increase the number of women and comparing them one by one, which is really inappropriate. Thinking of this, Lin Bei felt it was necessary to raise the bar and set some requirements. It wasn't good to let them get things for free all the time. If they got benefits too easily, they would easily become ungrateful. Brother, what are you thinking about? Lu Ruyin suddenly asked, then continued. It's getting late. Let's go get some bath water together, take a nice bath, and get some rest. She paused, as if remembering something, and then added, we still have to go fishing tomorrow. Even though we have plenty to eat and drink, we still need to try our best. Lin Bei snapped out of his reverie, smiled, and nodded in agreement. Yes, the protection period ends tomorrow, and the real danger begins. We definitely need to get plenty of rest. The two reached a consensus, and without prior arrangement, went out of the room, took out a wooden bucket, and went to collect the filtered seawater from outside. Afterwards, they played around in the wooden bathtub for a while before returning to their room and falling asleep peacefully. The next day, it was almost noon. 11:25. Lin Bei slowly opened his eyes and woke up from his sleep. When he noticed that Lu Ruyin was still sleeping in his arms, he did not choose to disturb her. Instead, he quietly got up, washed up briefly, and then walked out of the apartment. Outside the apartment on a raft, the sun hung in the sky, radiating dazzling sunlight. What a nice day. However, compared to yesterday's temperature, hasn't it risen a bit too quickly? Lin Bei muttered a few words, but didn't think about it any further. Instead, he touched the switch on the golden bracelet to see if there were any new announcements. As the bracelet was activated, a virtual screen appeared in front of him, and a new announcement was displayed on the screen. Good morning, everyone. Today is day 4 of survival. The newbie protection period has ended, and fishing will be surprisingly unsafe. Be careful when opening crates if you don't have any weapons. In addition, as many players may have noticed, the sun in the sky is a bit too bright. That's right, this will be the survival theme for the next 7 days, 2 days in the sky. The temperature will increase by 10 degrees Celsius each day, reaching a maximum of 60 degrees Celsius. The second sun will arrive on the 9th day of survival. Players are advised to collect resources as soon as possible and prepare in advance. Today's weather, sunny. Today's temperature, 15 to 25 degrees Celsius. Friendly reminder for today, If the raft is less than 10 square meters, please be careful when opening the box. So, I wish all players a happy survival and lots of treasure chests. 60 degrees Celsius? 2 suns? I wonder if a combination of an electric fan and a refrigerator will be enough. Lin Bei stared at the announcement on the projection screen, his longing for air conditioning growing stronger. Chapter 22, The Monster in the Box. Regional Channel 10 number of users, 766,678. People are dying every day. I wonder when it will be my turn. Every day someone else provides blueprints, so why do I only get bread? Duan-hee, brothers, I caught another treasure chest. I'm not even going to say anything more about how we'll survive tomorrow's heat if we don't ship any more goods. Ugh, just thinking about high temperatures makes my scalp tingle. This game is clearly trying to kill us. I like to ask, how's the guy who traded a fan for a king crab yesterday doing? Duan-hee, help. Damn it, there's a huge lobster in this box. Everyone be careful. How big is it? Is it as tall as 3 or 4 stories? Brother, are you still alive? Immediately, players in the regional channel started discussing the matter, with countless people asking about Duan-hee's specific situation. Even Lin Bei, who was leisurely fishing while watching the screen, showed great interest and waited for what would happen next. 5 minutes have passed, and Duan-hee still hasn't responded. He's probably in grave danger. Everyone, let's disperse. I have a friend named Duan-hee, but his image has turned gray. Even opening a box carries risks. How am I, a weakling, supposed to survive? Brothers, I have a box that's almost as big as a person, but I'm too scared to open it. Anyone want to buy it? That big? I suggest you open it directly and take a gamble. As the saying goes, life and death are predestined. Wealth and honor are determined by fate. Miyamoto Shigeki, Saga-san, I, Miyamoto, am willing to give you a bottle of water and a loaf of bread in exchange. Bromp, I'd like to offer 2 bottles of water and a loaf of bread. Think about it. Who actually buys those big crates? I just opened one, and there was a hyena inside. I almost got bitten to death. I couldn't even run away, but luckily I had a spear, so I barely managed to handle it. Of course, some people will buy it. If you break down a large box, it's equivalent to 8 pieces of wood and 8 iron nails. If you're lucky, it might not even be a monster. It could be ordinary fish food. Alas, it's a pity it's a hyena. If it were a cow, we could have asked Boss Lin to process it and improve our meals. Please be careful when opening chests. Based on the current situation, the monsters inside are random. Lin Bei watched the regional channel flooded with messages, constantly trying to glean useful information from it. Suddenly, a sound rang in his mind. Friendly reminder, your woman, Lu Ruyan, will be transferred to a sugar daddy/sugar baby status in 6 days. In addition, women who meet the beauty standard can consume resources by destroying or discarding them, which can trigger a critical hit return. Ha ha! Lin Bei burst into laughter, his face beaming with joy. It's worth noting that if you successfully keep a woman as a mistress, the amount of resources you receive in return will increase tenfold. Not only that, the system will also add 1 experience point. Once you have 2 experience points, you can level up, and the returned resources will continue to increase. It's hard not to be rich. However, the system's second prompt was also very useful. Yesterday, I was worried that the gift of the supplementary book pages could not trigger the return, but today the system gave me a prompt. Just as Lin Bei was feeling happy, Lu Ruyan walked out of the apartment and headed towards him. Brother, why didn't you wake me up? Lin Bei looked in the direction of the voice and replied, wouldn't it be better to sleep a little longer? As they chatted, Lu Ruyan walked over to Lin Bei and asked, how was your harvest today? Having gained nothing, Lin Bei shook his head and changed the subject, saying, however, we do have quite a lot of intelligence. Brother, give me a fishing rod, and I'll go fishing with you. As Lu Ruyan was talking, she reached out and asked for the fishing rod, continuing, and while you're at it, tell me some information. Maybe I can even help you analyze it. Lin Bei nodded, took out an extra level 9 fishing rod, handed it to Lu Ruyan, and then began to tell her about the 2-day Sky event announced, as well as the interesting stories from the regional channel. In the blink of an eye, a quarter of an hour had passed. Lin Bei was still talking about the regional channel. Lu Ruyan listened while fishing and eating an apple. Suddenly, her fishing hook vibrated. Brother, something bit the hook. Lu Ruyan smiled and pulled hard with both hands. A wooden treasure chest the size of a person emerged from the sea and was successfully pulled onto the raft. How about it? Aren't I lucky? Lu Ruyan looked at Lin Bei with a smug expression. However, Lin Bei did not respond, but stared intently at the wooden treasure chest with an unfriendly look. Sensing something amiss, Lu Ruyan asked in confusion, "Brother, is there something wrong with the treasure chest?" "Yes." Lin Bei nodded and explained, "My skill is malice perception, and there is a constant stream of malice emanating from inside the box." Ah, Lu Ruyan's smugness vanished, replaced by disappointment. "So what should be done with this box?" Lin Bei stroked his chin, his face showing a conflicted expression. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he turned his gaze to Lu Ruyan and said in a commanding tone, "Push this box into the sea and see what happens." The reason for doing this was, of course, that Lin Bei wanted to try out the new consumption method mentioned by the system, and also to test whether the treasure chest could be returned. Although Lu Ruyan didn't understand, she was very decisive after learning that there was a monster inside the box. She immediately followed Lin Bei's instructions, pushed the box to the fence, and threw it into the sea. Gurgle. The wooden treasure chest crashed into the sea, creating ripples on the surface. Then, instead of floating as usual, the chest sank directly to the bottom of the sea. In response to this, confused, Lu Ruyan asked, "Brother, shouldn't with a buoyancy? Do you think it's because of the sea, or because of the monster in the treasure chest?" Lin Bei did not respond, but just stood there blankly. "Congratulations, host. Your mistress, Lu Ruyan, has consumed a wooden treasure chest, triggering a critical hit return, and you have obtained 800 wooden treasure chests." "Ha ha ha." Lin Bei laughed heartily. "Brother, what are you laughing at?" It's because Lu Ruyan stopped halfway through her sentence. Because Lin Bei, who had just come to his senses, conjured up about 100 unopened wooden treasure chests out of thin air. "Brother, where did these treasure chests come from?" Lu Ruyan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Sigh." Lin Bei sighed, then looked at Lu Ruyan and replied, "The treasure chests here are all malicious. Opening them will inevitably result in being attacked by the monsters inside." "Was your brother laughing just now?" Lu Ruyan asked, puzzled. Lin Bei casually made up an excuse and explained, "Each of these treasure chests, when broken down, contains 8 pieces of wood and 8 iron nails, and the monsters inside can be hunted for meat." "Hunting monsters? Are we likely to succeed?" Lu Ruyan looked worried, then thought for a moment and said, "Or, let's just throw them all into the sea. What a waste." Lin Bei muttered, then explained seriously, "It's unnecessary. I have a level 9 repeating crossbow, a level 9 spike club, and 2 powerful skills. It shouldn't be a problem for me to deal with it. Furthermore, the newbie protection period has just ended, so the monsters shouldn't be too strong right now." Chapter 23 Return of the Treasure Chest. Eyebrow pencil Lin Bei. "Brother, please be careful when opening the box." Lu Ruyan gave another long-winded reminder. After all, Lin Bei is now her man and her only support in life, so she can't afford to have anything happen to him. "Don't worry, there's no rush. You can continue fishing first." Lin Bei responded and then activated the golden bracelet, switched to the Goddess Alliance group chat, and began composing a message. "Goddess Alliance members, 12. Sisters, be careful if you come across a large wooden treasure chest. If you don't have weapons or aren't good at fighting, I suggest selling it immediately. Alas, another sister has left us. Survival is getting harder and harder. It's not just the boxes. The temperature will rise by 10 degrees tomorrow, and I don't know how we'll get through it. It's true that good fortune never comes in pairs, and misfortunes never come singly. Lin Bei, don't panic. Today, the group leader is giving away blueprints for electric fans and refrigerators, as well as finished level 9 melee weapons. We will also be selling salt water and ice later to help everyone get through this difficult time. Group admin, you're a lifesaver. I love you so much. Song Jiajia, really? Then I have to work harder to collect the blueprints today. Lin Bei, Zula. But starting today, I'll accept any blueprints and materials that are relatively scarce, as well as templates and seasonings. I need high-quality goods, and price is not an issue. Lin Bei. Also, you can use my name to buy things in various groups. There are a few people in the group, so there are rewards for bringing in new members, but they need to be approved by me. Song Jiajia. I have 2 sisters. I wonder what kind of reward the group owner will give me after I invite them in. Lin Bei. Reward, a mysterious gift package. Song Jiajia. The treasure chest from yesterday's Raft expansion? Can it really be true? Such a good thing. Why doesn't the group owner keep it for himself and give it to the sisters in the group? The mystery gift package likely refers to something else. You've probably misunderstood. Lin Bei. I understand correctly, it is indeed the treasure chest for expanding the raft. Song Jiajia. Lin Bei, check your private messages. Damn it, Sister Song beat me to it again. Lin Bei, who had been tagged, immediately switched to the private message interface to check. Song Jiajia. Are the pictures, drawings, and the two sisters looks okay? Are they qualified to join the group? Ding. Checking if the woman in the photo meets the return criteria. Sweet Moon. Nationality, Xiagua. Gender, female. Age, 19. Appearance, 90. Length, 91. Virtue of women, unaccustomed to sexual relations. Occupation, dance teacher. Overall rating, 90. After testing, it meets the anti-recurrent standards. Young Suili. Nationality, Xiagua. Gender, female. Age, 23. Appearance, 92. Length, 95. Virtue of a woman, married but childless. Occupation, music teacher. Overall rating, 93. After testing, it meets the anti-recurrent standards. Goodness, even married women are included. Lin Bei observed the two women's ratings and was fairly satisfied. After all, only with a high enough score can you get more returned resources. As for subsequent support and system upgrades, that depends on luck. At this stage, casting a wide net and laying the groundwork is the best approach. With this thought in mind, he began editing his private messages and replying. Lin Bei, no problem. Remember to tell them the group rules. Also, I'll give you the mystery gift pack right away. Don't forget to spread the word in the group so everyone can see what you got. Song Jiajia. Okay, thank you, group admin. After giving Song Jiajia his instructions, Lin Bei immediately switched the private chat interface to the gifting mode and sent her a mysterious gift package. Congratulations, host. You have successfully gifted the woman supplies, triggering a critical hit return and receiving a mystery gift pack of 700. Superficial. Lin Bei shouted softly, then took out 10 mysterious gift packs from his system space and opened them. Open the mystery gift pack X10 to obtain the following resources. Electronic components X10, wires X10, soil 1 square meter X10, flour 1 bag X5, Laogan ma chili sauce X5, soy sauce X5, cumin powder X5. Excellent, these are all good things. If we give them away later, we'll have at least 100 times more. Lin Bei was overjoyed and took out 10 more mysterious gift packs to open. Open the mystery gift pack X10 to obtain the following resources. 10 noodles, 10 soil, 10 bags of salt, 10 MSG, 10 vinegar, 10 chili powder, and 5 oil. In the following period, he opened 180 more mystery gift packs, and the supplies such as materials, soil, seasonings, flour, rice, and noodles kept increasing, but no other items were found. Are you kidding me? Does it only consist of seasonings and soil? Lin Bei had a vague sense of foreboding, but he still gritted his teeth and continued to open the mysterious gift package. It wasn't until the 500th one was opened that the mystery gift pack revealed something different. Open 10 mystery gift packs to receive 10 soil, 1 Desert Eagle, and a .45 caliber bullet template. Firearms? Lin Bei was taken aback at first, then the corners of his mouth turned up. Desert Eagle. Level, 19 Tier 1 weapon. Category, firearms and handguns. Damage, 40 to 50. Range, 200 meters. Bullet capacity, 9. Description, the gun weighs 2.25 kilograms. Due to its excessive recoil, it is difficult to operate and is not suitable for continuous firing, but it has high single-shot damage. Of course, if you have 20 stamina points, I think you'll like it. Upgrade, unable to upgrade. The accompanying bullets need to be made of brass. 500 mystery gift packs for just one weapon? This drop rate is outrageous. If you hadn't told me, I would have thought the operator behind it was 10 cent. As Lin Bei spoke, he picked up the Desert Eagle and played with it in his hand. I must say this little thing is actually quite heavy. After getting tired of playing with it, he continued his mission of unpacking boxes. In the blink of an eye, 100 mystery gift packs were opened. Lin Bei once again reaped a bountiful harvest of soil, ingredients, and seasonings. This is outrageous. Completely disoriented, he let out a sharp shout, clearly showing signs of mental breakdown. Lu Rian, who was fishing, turned around upon hearing the sound and asked, "Brother, what's wrong?" However, before she could finish speaking, she saw rows of red wooden treasure chests and the gun in Lin Bei's hand, and exclaimed in surprise, "These are all supply chests? Can they be opened?" "Yes." Lin Bei responded, then complained, "This lousy box is full of soil, seasonings, flour, rice, shampoo, shower gel, and other stuff. The only good stuff is a desert eagle. It's utter garbage." Lu Ruyan was speechless for a moment. If it were anyone else, having such a rich box, no matter what they got, they would be excited for days. But Lin Bei was not only not excited, he was even frowning. Indeed, poverty limits one's imagination. Before Lu Ruyan could continue to daydream, Lin Bei, who was not far away, spoke up, "My luck is really bad. Why don't you give it a try?" "Me?" Lu Ruyan replied uncertainly. In response to this, Lin Bei simply nodded slightly. All right. Watch me get more weapons for my brother." Lu Ruyan immediately put down her fishing rod and ran towards Lin Bei with a grin. Chapter 24, First Tier Fishing Rod, Infinite Treasure Chest Plan. In no time at all, Lu Ruyan opened all 50 mystery gift packs. The supplies they harvested were similar to those in Lin Bei. The only difference is that the materials obtained include brass, which is essential for making bullets. In response to this, Lin Bei was quite satisfied and said, "Not bad, continue." Having received affirmation, Lu Ruyan was completely relieved of her fear of being scolded for not shipping the goods earlier, and opened the remaining 50 mystery gift packs one by one. When you open the 60th treasure chest, a peach with a level will appear. Peach. Level 10, Tier 1. Category, Fruit. Effect. After taking it, it will increase strength by 1 point. Description. A fruit with a grade, it tastes no different from a regular peach, but it can increase attributes. Note, the maximum enhancement attribute of a Tier 1 peach is 10 points. After exceeding 10 points, it will only restore stamina. When you open the 80th treasure chest, the second fruit with a level will appear. Apple. Level 10, Tier 1. Category, Fruit. Effect. After taking it, it will increase your stamina by 1 point. Description. A fruit with a grade, it tastes no different from a regular apple, but it can increase attributes. Note, the maximum enhancement attribute of a Tier 1 apple is 10 points. After exceeding 10 points, it will only restore stamina. Upon opening the 100th treasure chest, Lin Bei subconsciously assumed that nothing good would appear and said, "It seems your luck has run out." As soon as he finished speaking, as if to slap Lin Bei in the face, a mysterious gift package shimmered with golden light, and a fishing rod job change card emerged from it. Tier 1 Fishing Rod Job Change Card. Category, Special Materials. Description. Essential for upgrading your fishing rod. Cough cough. To ease the awkwardness, Lin Bei coughed twice and said with a look of relief, "It seems your luck is a little bit better than mine." Regarding Lin Bei's Stupborness, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. But when she realized that Lin Bei was staring at her, she quickly suppressed her laughter and said in a sweet, coquettish tone, "Brother, you have the best luck. I can't even get a weapon. So fake." Lin Bei made a sarcastic remark, then changed the subject and said, "To reward you, have 2 pieces of fruit to replenish your energy, so you won't be unable to last even an hour tonight." Upon hearing that both fruits were for her, Lu Ruyan was initially delighted, but her subsequent words made her blush and pout, exclaiming, "Bad people always bully me." "What? Don't you want to eat?" Lin Bei grinned mischievously. Lu Ruyan disregarded her shyness and said urgently, "Of course I'll accept your kindness, brother. How could I waste it?" "Okay, then hurry up and finish eating. Remember to use the fishing rod job change card to upgrade your fishing rod." As Lin Bei spoke, he took out a large amount of materials from the system space and continued, "All the upgrade materials are here. Also, I have already granted you the upgrade and manufacturing permissions for the supplementary pages." "Okay." Lu Ruyan nodded slightly. A few minutes later, "Congratulations, host. You have consumed resources for a woman, triggering a critical hit return. You have received 700 Tier 1 apples and 700 Tier 1 peaches. Congratulations, host. You have used resources for a woman, triggering a critical hit return. You have obtained 600 Tier 1 fishing rod job change cards, 6,000 wood for 1,000 metal sheets, and 5,000 plastic." Just as Lin Bei was taking stock of his gains, Lu Ruyan, holding a Tier 1 fishing rod, walked to his side and said, "Brother, the fishing rod has been upgraded. Look at its stats, it's amazing." "Oh." I watched as Lin Bei took the fishing rod and began examining it on his own. Fishing rod. Level 10, Tier 1 fishing rod. Category, Fishing Tools. Description. The chance of fishing for a regular treasure chest is 70%, The chance of fishing for a Tier 1 treasure chest is 25%, and the chance of fishing for a mutated creature is reduced by 40%. Job change skills. Fishing blessing. Your first fishing trip of the day will surely yield a catch within 5 minutes. Upgrade materials required. 2,000 wood, 1,000 metal sheets, 500 plastic, 100 electronic components. That's not even the most impressive part. Lin Bei shook his head, then took out a large amount of materials and began to upgrade his fishing rod to the first tier with extravagant spending. Fishing rod successfully upgraded, current level, 11. Fishing rod successfully upgraded, current level, 12. Fishing rod upgrade successful, currently. Fishing rod successfully upgraded, current level, 19. Fishing rod. Level, 19, Tier 1 fishing rod. Category, fishing tools. Description. The chance of fishing for a regular treasure chest is 60%. The chance of fishing for a Tier 1 treasure chest is 35%, and the chance of fishing for a mutated creature is reduced by 50%. Job change skills. Fishing blessing. You will definitely have a catch within 5 minutes of your first 2 fishing trips each day. Upgrade materials required. Tier 2 fishing rod job change card, 500 redwood, 500 metal ingots. That's really impressive. After handing the level 19 fishing rod to Lu Ruyan for inspection, Lin Bei took out 5 more fishing rods from his spatial storage and said, "I'll go to the auction house to buy some. You're in charge of upgrading them." Huh? Lu Ruyan paused for a moment, then asked suspiciously, "But do we have fishing rod job change cards?" Of course. Lin Bei took out 5 fishing rod job change cards from his system space and handed them to Lu Ruyan. He then ignored her and switched the screen to the auction house, starting a shopping spree. His idea was simple. First, purchase enough materials for Lu Ruyan to use up, thus obtaining a 100-fold return. Then, use the return materials to max out the level of all 5 fishing rods. If all 5 fishing rods have the same job advancement skill, then fishing resources in Lin Bei will be much simpler. You will definitely get a treasure chest in just 5 minutes, which can save a lot of time. Not only that, he can also give the fishing rods to players in the Goddess Alliance group, and then profit from the arbitrage again, directly obtaining about 100 fishing rods. More importantly, the treasure chest obtained from fishing can be gifted, triggering another round of rewards. After completing the entire process, Lin Bei already possessed an unlimited number of treasure chests, so he had no worries about running out of chests to open. Thinking of this, Lin Bei glanced at Lu Ruyan, who was busy leveling up, and couldn't help but hum a song. How lonely it is to be invincible. How empty it is to be invincible. Upon hearing the singing, Lu Ruyan paused, stopped manipulating the book pages to upgrade, and looked at Lin Bei, saying, "Brother, you can sing too." Lin Bei, without blushing or skipping a beat, boasted, "Of course. My singing level is as high as a 3 or a 4-story building." Such a shameless reply left Lu Ruyan speechless. She silently turned the pages of the book and continued to upgrade the fishing rod. Alone on the summit, the cold wind constantly blows through my loneliness. Who can understand me? Chapter 25 Jang su esse overconfidente. Lu Ruyan, who was initially in a good mood, gradually became irritable after being exposed to the singing. To cover up Lin Bei's voice, she couldn't help but hum the echoes of twilight. He may be by your side at the final moment. God, can I experience this? Oh. Lin Bei looked at Lu Ruyan and praised her. No wonder you're a streamer. You're quite good at singing. Only a tiny bit worse than me. Lu Ruyan forced a smile, continuing to hum as she upgraded her fishing rod. She had sacrificed so much to shut Lin Bei up. Afternoon. Survival time, 3:14. The fishing rod has been upgraded, and Lin Bei has made a fortune. More importantly, he seems to have mastered the correct way to use Lu Ruyan. In response to this, Lin Bei first went fishing with Lu Ruyan, clearing the fishing rod skills and obtaining a total of 10 ordinary treasure chests and 2 first-tier treasure chests. After confirming that there was no danger in the treasure chests, he said, "You're lucky. You'll be the one to open all the chests." Lu Ruyan nodded slightly, proceeding with the unpacking like a tool. "Congratulations, host. You have used resources for a woman, triggering a critical hit return, and have obtained 400 wooden treasure chests and 400 first-tier redwood treasure chests. The good luck didn't last this time. The wooden treasure chest contains only water and bread, as well as a meager amount of materials. The first-tier redwood treasure chest is slightly better, as it contains 2 square meters of soil in addition to the materials." Brother didn't deliver. Lu Ruyan looked disappointed, Her voice lowered, and she clearly lacked confidence. Lin Bei showed an indifferent expression, shrugged, and said, "It's nothing, just a few boxes that haven't been shipped yet. We're evenly matched." But Lu Ruyin seemed to want to say something more. But Lin Bei didn't give him a chance and continued. "I have 702 square meters of soil. Now I'll give you the permission to activate the soil fusion function. Go ahead and do it." It's obvious that he wants to use Lu Ruyin's consumption of resources to trigger a critical hit return, thereby gaining more soil. Good. Lu Ruyin obediently agreed, completely unaware that she was being used as a tool. She even felt that Lin Bei had high hopes for her and entrusted her with all sorts of important tasks, which was clearly a sign of extreme trust. This thought came to mind. She even moved a few seconds faster when working through the supplementary pages. As the raft merged with the soil, the system notification sounded in Lin Bei's mind again. "Congratulations, host. You have consumed resources for a woman, triggering a critical hit return and obtaining 210,600 units of soil." Having acquired over 200,000 cubic meters of soil in one go, Lin Bei was beaming with pride. Gazing at the raft beneath his feet, which was gradually being replaced by mud, he said, "It's only 700 square meters of land. Let's just fill it up completely." As soon as he finished speaking, he activated the golden bracelet, consuming 1,300 units of soil to fill the remaining gaps. In an instant, the raft, covered in mud, resembles a large football field floating on the sea, creating a fantastical scene. Lin Bei looked around and guessed casually, could it be that the raft will gradually move closer to the island as the player progresses? That's possible. Lu Ruyin chimed in, sounding surprised. "At first, I thought it would develop into a shipbuilding project. An island," Lin Bei muttered to himself as he surveyed the raft. Currently, the size of the raft is still under his control. However, if it continues to expand, it will be easy for players to log in and ambush from blind spots. It seems necessary to recruit more women who meet the criteria, both as tools and to enhance the raft defenses. As he was thinking, Lin Bei walked to the wooden fence next to the apartment, where the chicks he had caught on the first day of his survival were located. Looking at the chicks that had grown up, Lin Bei looked like he had seen a ghost, because he clearly remembered that when he fed them breadcrumbs at noon, they were still 2 chicks. Does this bread contain hormones? Wait, perhaps it was the change that occurred after the raft covered the soil. Does the evolution mentioned in the introduction refer to the growth rate of plants and animals? Thinking of this, Lin Bei smiled wickedly and said to the 2 hens in front of him, "I've been craving chicken wings and drumsticks lately. If you're not laying eggs, then you can come up on the table and put your eggs to good use." Hearing the sound, the 2 hens froze, as if they understood Lin Bei's words, and were so frightened that they laid 2 eggs. Wow, this is something else. It even has intelligence. Lin Bei bent down to pick up the eggs with a smug look on her face, then walked towards Lu Ruyin and shouted, "We're having noodles today? There are 2 eggs here, just enough to help you get some nutrition." Watching Lin Bei walk away, the 2 hens exchanged a glance and both breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, an unknown sea area, on 2 rafts that met by chance. "Boss, have mercy. I was momentarily blinded by evil spirits. Please let me go. Don't kill me, Dad, you're my dad." A player covered in blood is begging Zhang for mercy. Snort. Zhang Sua's face twisted into a ferocious grin. He sneered and said viciously, "These days, it seems like any Tom, Dick, or Harry wants to take the bounty. Look at your disgusting face. You're truly despicable. You've defiled me. Father, please spare me. I promise to help you report the injured players and continue begging for mercy." "Ah!" Zhang Sua interrupted with a loud laugh, his smile twisted and perverse. "Help me get revenge? You think you're worthy? Besides, I want to take revenge myself, to see Lin Bei kneel down and beg for mercy like you." As he spoke, he pulled out a spear and pierced the begging player through the throat, muttering to himself, "Lin Bei, you just wait." Regional Channel 10 number of users, 765678. Zhang saw. Pictures, players who want to claim the bounty. I've already killed 2 of them. Anyone else want to try? Also, I'm not afraid to tell you. I now have skills. You'd better not mess with me. What the heck are skills? Can someone explain this to me? I don't know, but it sounds really impressive. Bromp, skill pills, when used with the skill bar, can randomly grant a skill, significantly increasing attributes. The Zhang brothers have risen to prominence. Lin Bei is doomed. Zhang Suo. Lin Bei, I'll show you that supplies are useless, Strength is king. Don't try to settle things with supplies. I don't accept negotiations. You can wash your neck and wait to die. Wow, this is going to be interesting. Miyamoto, Shijinaga. It seems that Lin Beijuan's good days are over. Park Yung-wong, oh my god. It turns out that upgrading the raft is useless. Strength is the only true measure of success. Zhang Suo was not satisfied with declaring war on Lin Bei on the regional channel. Subsequently, he went to the Rise of China group to continue declaring war on Lin Bei, attracting more and more onlookers. As public opinion grew, foreign players gloated and hoped that Lin Bei would die soon. Among them, many players from Xia Kingdom also share similar thoughts, such as Wan Qian. Chapter 26: The Monster in the Treasure Chest. It was nearing dusk. Survival time. 5 o'clock. Lu Ruyin was cooking egg noodles in her apartment. Lin Bei enjoyed premium fruit outside the apartment. Eating 20 pieces of fruit at once to boost my stats didn't make me feel full at all. He was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly felt an endless surge of energy coursing through his body, and he became much more energetic. This feeling of becoming stronger is really enjoyable. As Lin Bei sighed, he touched the golden bracelet and activated the screen projection to check its attributes. ID: Lin Bei. Number: 8888. Gender: male. Age: 21. Level: not unlocked. Stamina: 21 plus 11, increased by 10 points. Strength: 22, increased by 10 points. Agility: 12 plus 12. Mental strength: 10. Skin defense: 11 plus 11. A normal human's attribute score is 10. Lin Bei's eyes were full of satisfaction, and he said confidently, "At this stage, no player should be able to surpass this attribute, right? Didi, you have 99 plus unread messages. Didi, you have 26 unread messages from your friends. 26 private messages from friends? Looks like the group members had a good day." Lin Bei checked his private messages with the intention of verifying the contents. Message sent at 4:20. Song Jiajia. Group owner, please check the regional channel. Sweet Moon. Group owner, someone's causing trouble in the regional channel. Scanning through the private messages, Lin Bei couldn't help but frown. Next, he switched to the regional channel to check the messages that had been tagged. What the heck? Offering supplies as a settlement? No negotiation? Has Zhang Su's head ever been caught in a door? Lin Bei smiled, subconsciously taking out a desert eagle from his system space and playing with it, muttering to himself. It's just a skill. Look how capable this kid is. I really hope we can meet in the ocean soon. I wonder if his skill will be stronger or my bullets will be more powerful then. As he spoke, his gaze gradually turned fierce. Brother, try my cooking. Let's each have an egg. Lu Ruyin, carrying 2 bowls of noodles, walked out of the apartment. When she saw Lin Bei, whose eyes were fierce and who was holding a gun, she was momentarily stunned. Does this brother have enemies? Lu Ruyin asked with a worried expression. There were no enemies, just a clown on the regional channel who threatened to kill me. Lin Bei put away his gun, his face returned to calm, and he responded in a joking tone. Kill your brother? Lu Ruyin gave a strange look and inwardly complained. Did Fish Liang give you the courage? Killing Lin Bei is acceptable. The man before me possessed 2 skills, along with firearms, and his methods were countless. That person was practically asking for trouble. They're just clowns, no need to worry. We can deal with them when we meet. Lin Bei said as he walked over to Lu Ruyin, picked up his bowl of noodles, and added, Eat your noodles first. Snapping out of her reverie, Lu Ruyin nodded obediently and said, Although I know my brother is powerful, I still need to be careful. Understand. Lin Bei gave a perfunctory reply, then transferred the egg from his bowl to Lu Ruyin's bowl, saying considerately, I prepared this especially for you, so please eat it. Thank you, brother. You're so good, Ruyin. Lu Ruyin smiled, revealing a set of bright white teeth. Eat quickly, Lin Bei urged. He was waiting for Lu Ruyin to finish eating so that the egg's critical hit could be returned. Otherwise, who would eat 2 eggs? How can you eat noodles without eggs and sausage? However, Lu Ruyin fantasized that although Lin Bei had a sharp tongue, he was actually a warm-hearted man at heart, completely unaware that she was just a tool for Lin Bei. 6 o'clock. Lin Bei and Lu Ruyin had finished dinner. The taste is all right. It really needs plenty of seasoning to be truly enjoyable. Also, remember to cook more next time. I have a big appetite, Lin Bei said, still wanting more. Okay, tomorrow, after the hen lays an egg, I'll make you fried rice with eggs. How about that? Lu Ruyan said ingratiatingly. Yes, remember to add plenty of chili. At this point, Lin Bei changed the subject and continued. I have granted you access to the Goddess Alliance group for your supplementary book pages. Remember to communicate with them at this time every day. From now on, you will be fully responsible for acquiring the blueprints. Really? Lu Ruyan was overjoyed. In her eyes, with rivals vying for Lin Bei's affections in that group, Lin Bei was willing to entrust the group to her management, so she would definitely spend less time chatting in it afterward. Could it be that the man before you is willing to give up his backyard for you? Lu Ruyan even suspected that she had met her true love. It feels so good to be in love. In response to this, Lin Bei joked, of course, I'm afraid you'll get too bored. After 6 o'clock, you won't have anything to do, and you can't just keep going on, right? You wouldn't be able to handle that. I'm incredibly strong right now. Actually, that's not the case. He just wanted to be a hands-off manager and go off to study other things. In addition, Lin Bei can now farm treasure chests infinitely, so he doesn't need to collect ordinary materials and blueprints himself. It's perfect timing. I can train Lu Ruyan to help me share the burden. At least I won't have to work so hard, staying up until the early hours every day, just like when I was working overtime before I time traveled. How about trying it tonight? With a slightly shy expression, Lu Ruyan spoke softly, then revealed a confident look, appearing invincible, and provocatively said, I've already eaten 2 level-up fruits today, and my attributes have improved. I'll definitely tire you out so much that you might not be able to get out of bed tomorrow. Lin Bei shook his head. The other party's words were no less aggressive than Zhang Suo's. Keep in mind that he had just eaten 20 level-up fruits, which increased his stamina and strength by 10 points each. Is brother scared? Lu Ruyan continued to provoke. I'll deal with you tonight. We have important business to attend to now. Go collect the blueprints from the group chat first. I'm planning to challenge the monsters in the treasure chest to see if there's any high-quality meat. Lin Bei instructed seriously. Hey, brother, be careful not to strain your back, or you won't be able to handle me tonight. Lu Ruyan made a face at Lin Bei and ran towards the apartment with her bowl and chopsticks. I watched Lu Ruyan's disappearing figure. Lin Bei smiled wryly, so arrogant, I almost couldn't hold back. After reflecting on his experience, he took out a wooden treasure chest, almost the size of a person, from his system space. Next, Lin Bei took out the Desert Eagle and activated the active effect of malicious perception. Everything is ready. Let me weigh you. As he spoke, his hand reached for the treasure chest. Moment. The open treasure chest flashed with a green light. As the light faded, a green goblin, less than 1 meter tall and holding a wooden stick, came into view. With bloodshot eyes, the goblin babbled incoherently before baring its teeth and lunging at Lin Bei like a wild beast out of control. Goblins from anime? Chapter 27. All you want to do is build your career? However, this goblin's intelligence seems to be inferior to that of my chickens. As Lin Bei spoke, he raised his arm and pulled the trigger of the Desert Eagle. Bang! The bullet, bursting from the barrel, hurtled towards the goblin like a wild horse, unstoppable. In an instant, the bullet pierced the goblin's chest, splattering green blood everywhere. Looking at the goblin that had fallen to the ground, Lin Bei shook his head and complained. Even chickens know fear, but this green-skinned dwarf just charges forward headlong. After speaking, he aimed at the goblin's head again and pulled the trigger, simply because he was afraid the goblin wasn't completely dead and something unexpected might happen. Bang! The bullet hit the goblin's head precisely. A small hole appeared on his forehead. Lin Bei did not rush forward to check, but stood still and waited. About 3 minutes later, he walked forward and took a closer look at the dead goblin. The corpse doesn't seem to disappear, nor does it drop any items. After Lin Bei finished his analysis and was about to throw the body into the sea to feed the fish, a sudden inspiration struck him. Or, how about we try breaking it down? If it's useful, you won't need to clean, saving time and effort. This thought came to mind. He immediately pressed the switch on the gold bracelet to activate it. Disassembly successful. Obtained. Goblin Essence X1. Level Experience Pill X1. Level Activation Card X1. Note: Level Activation Card, guaranteed to be obtained upon first kill of the treasure chest monster. Goblin Spirit. Level 1. Category: Unlocked when you have minions. Description: Essence dropped when defeating treasure chest monsters. Effect: Unlocked when you have a minion. Level up experience pills. Level 1. Category: Disposable food utensils. Description: a pill that unlocks potential, making players more powerful. Effect: increases experience points by 10. Note: this is a pill without a rank. It can raise a player's level to a maximum of 9. Breaking through a rank requires a rank 1 experience pill. Level activation card. Level: unknown. Description: a reward for players who dare to take on challenges. Effect: grants access to the specified level. Lin Bei was surprised to learn that killing the monster in the treasure chest could yield such a thing. Then, remembering the foreigners in the regional chat, he couldn't help but say, no wonder some people were collecting monster chests before. They were trying to make extra money before the players noticed. Having said all he could say, Lin Bei turned his gaze toward the apartment. That's right, he planned to give it to Lu Ruyan first, so that he could replicate more experience pills and activation cards. In the apartment lobby, Lu Ruyan had just finished communicating with her friends in the Goddess Alliance group. Now all these women know that my brother and I are on the same raft. I hope they will be self-aware and not harbor any other thoughts about their brother. At this point, she flashed a crescent-shaped smile and added, hee hee, brother can only be mine. The ocean is so vast, you have no hope. He was only halfway through his sentence. Suddenly, a series of light footsteps reached Lu Ruyan's ears. What do you mean there's no hope? Lin Bei stepped into the apartment lobby, staring at Lu Ruyan, and asked in confusion. Duck! Lu Ruyan blushed instantly and replied sweetly, brother, did you hear that? What did you hear? No hope. What did you say earlier? Lin Bei asked, puzzled, as he walked towards Lu Ruyan, handing her the experience pills and activation cards while saying, these are activation level cards and experience-boosting pills, both for your use. Lu Ruyan was taken aback at first, then breathed a sigh of relief, jumped up from the sofa with joy, hugged Lin Bei, and kissed him, saying sweetly, thank you, brother. In response to this, Lin Bei pulled into his arms and urged, it's just a little thing, use it quickly and see how it works. Lu Ruyan nodded in response, quickly placed the level activation card on the page, and then took the experience pill. ID: Lu Ruyan. Subsidiary number: 1. Gender: female. Age: 19. Level: 1. Experience points: 10 to 100. Physical strength: 12. Strength: 11. Agility: 10 plus 2. Mental strength: 11. Skin defense: 9. Assignable attribute points: 0. A normal human's attribute score is 10. Skill 1. Swift step. Level 1. Category: support skills. Passive effect: agility plus 2. Active effect: activated by mental focus. This skill increases movement speed by 300. Skill experience: 10 to 100. Skill duration: 10 minutes. Skill recharge time: 1 hour. Lu Ruyan looked up from the book and at Lin Bei, saying, brother, it seems unlikely that we'll need to level up a couple more times to improve. Lin Bei did not respond immediately. It was because the system's voice rang in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully consumed resources for the woman, triggering a critical hit return. You have received 400 level activation cards and 400 level experience pills. After the system notification ended, Lin Bei snapped out of his reverie, pinched Lu Ruyan's cheek, and said, yes, it seems we still need to hunt down a few more treasure chest monsters to obtain more experience pills. At this point, he stood up from the sofa and added, I'm going to kill a few more monsters. You wait for me in the apartment. Can't we do it tomorrow? Lu Ruyan asked reluctantly. Let's do today's work today. Lin Bei refused and walked out of the apartment. Lu Ruyan watched his departing figure and couldn't help but show a hint of disappointment. She had originally wanted to repay Lin Bei properly. I just came out of the apartment. Lin Bei first activated the leveling function, then took out about 100 experience pills and began to swallow them. Successfully swallowed the experience pill and gained 10 experience points. Successfully consumed the experience pill. Current level, 1. Successfully consumed the experience pill. Current level, 9. After consuming a total of 100 experience pills, Lin Bei successfully leveled up to level 9. Lin Bei. Level, 9 experience points, 100 to 100. Current allocable attribute points, 8. Looking at the extra attribute points allocated on the projected screen, Lin Bei showed a conflicted expression. Currently, agility, skin defense, and spirit are the lowest. Should we improve these 3 attributes? However, mental strength is not needed for the time being. After much deliberation, Lin Bei ultimately chose to increase his agility by 4 points and his skin defense by 4 points. He wanted to be as balanced as possible to be a pentagonal warrior. After all, Lin Bei, who possesses the system, has no shortage of resources. ID, Lin Bei. Number, 8888. Gender, male. Age, 21. Level, 9, Tier 1 not unlocked. Physical strength, 21 plus 11. Strength, 22. Agility, 16 plus 12, an increase of 4 points. Mental strength, 10. Skin defense, 15 plus 11, increases by 4 points. A normal human's attribute score is 10. Chapter 28 My Barbarian King is a thief 6. Just as Lin Bei was admiring his impressive attribute panel, suddenly, a new announcement appeared on the projected screen. Are they going to pull another stunt? Lin Bei muttered something, then clicked to cast the screen to view it. Dear players, the limited-time event, Riding the Waves, has begun, and registration will close tomorrow at 11 a.m. Note, to register, please navigate to the book page and click the newly appearing icon in the bottom right corner. Ride the Waves game details. Players who registered in advance will be teleported to the Sea of Watchers at 12 o'clock tomorrow. At that time, your rafts will be temporarily enhanced and given unlimited power. Your goal is singular. Reach the target island before 8 p.m. The top 3 will receive an extra reward. Additionally, there's a Tier 2 treasure chest in the center of the island. Players who feel confident in their abilities can try to obtain it. If you do not arrive at the island before 8 o'clock, you will be left in the watchful sea forever, and your player status will be revoked. Note, players within a region will be assigned to different divisions, with 10,000 players in each division. If you want to spend your time in the Double Sunrise, you have no choice. Everything you want is here. I'll put them all on Happy Island. Is it a competition? It seems quite interesting. Besides, that level 2 treasure chest sounds pretty tempting. Just thinking about duplicating 100 or so of it makes me feel good. As Lin Bei spoke, he clicked the icon in the lower right corner to register without hesitation. With nothing else to do, I'll kill a few more treasure chest monsters, then take a shower and have Lu Ruyan give me some extra lessons. Upon realizing this, he immediately took out the treasure chest. At the same time, an unknown sea area. On a raft. After reviewing the announcement, Zhang Su also chose to register. I hope we're in the same area. Lin Bei, you just wait. Whenever Zhang Suo thinks of Lin Bei, he reveals a perverted and twisted expression, clearly showing that he is a very vengeful person. Just as Zhang Suo was immersed in his fantasy of torturing and killing Lin Bei, a private message suddenly appeared. Who's looking for me? Zhang Suo looked puzzled, then began to examine it. Wan Qian, hello, you have a big grudge against Lin Bei, right? I also have a grudge against him, and I have a way to help you find him. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Zhang Suo was unusually pleased to see that there were still players who had a grudge against Lin Bei. They were especially satisfied after viewing Wan Qian's images. This woman looks quite plump. He muttered something, then began editing his message and replying. Zhang Suo, really? What's your plan? If I successfully kill Lin Bei, you'll reap the rewards. Wan Qian, use the rendezvous card and the location card together. You'll definitely find Lin Bei in the game tomorrow. Positioning card. Level 9. Category, one-time consumable item. Description, a card that can locate a player's coordinates, helping you quickly find relatives or enemies. Note, this can only be used to locate rafts belonging to players below Tier 1. Hueha card. Level, unknown. Category, special items. Description, a special item for the Riding the Waves event. Effect, entering a player's name will guarantee that you will be assigned to the same region as the other player. Haha, heaven is on my side. After checking the effects of the 2 cards, Zhang Suo laughed maniacally and without hesitation edited a private message, replying, "What price? Just name your price, as long as it's not too outrageous." On the other side, seeing that Zhang Suo had taken a bait, Wan Qian smiled smugly and muttered to herself, "Lin Bei, you'd better offer a satisfactory price, or I will definitely sell the 2 cards to Zhang Suo." That's right, she was just trying to lure Zhang Suo. Their real purpose was simply to coerce Lin Bei into selling the 2 cards at an exorbitant price. To this end, Wan Qian went to great lengths to find a player to inform Lin Bei. As for why she didn't notify them herself, that's because Wan Qian had been blocked by Lin Bei not long ago. Time slipped away amidst her tug-of-war with Zhang Suo. About half an hour later, Wan Qian finally received a reply from the player. "Sister, Lin Bei said you should sell him directly to Zhang Suo. He also told me to tell you that you'd better not run into him, or he'll cut you into 1,000 pieces and throw you into the sea to feed the fish. Looking at the player's private messages, Wan Qian fell into deep thought. Lin Bei only has some supplies and is a bit lucky. Why shouldn't he be afraid of Zhang Sa, who has skills? Could it be that he has a trump card up his sleeve and is not afraid of Zhang Sa? No, impossible. It must be Lin Bei bluffing to confuse me. Yes, that must be it. He must be scared. Lin Bei, you can't fool me. You actually want to cut me into 1,000 pieces and throw me into the sea to feed the fish. You're heartless. Don't blame me for being ruthless too. Wan Qian broke down in anger again and replied to Zhang Sua's message once more. I agree to the price you mentioned. When you kill Lin Bei, don't hold back. I want you to cut off his hands and feet first, then take pictures and send them to me. There are two sides to the story. Achoo! Achoo! Lin Bei sneezed twice, frowned, and said, Damn, who's cursing me? Could it be that kid who extorted me earlier? Could it really be someone Wan Qian said? At this point, he snorted coldly and said, whether he's a scammer or not, he thinks he can extort me with just 2 cards? Does he really think I'm afraid of Zhang Sua? Wait until I see him tomorrow, and I'll see how I deal with this mad dog. I didn't reply in a regional channel before simply because I was too lazy to deal with those trolls. After all, if a dog bites you, you can't bite the dog back. The best thing to do is just kill it with a knife. As he spoke, Lin Bei walked over to a cow carcass and started analyzing it by projecting the image. Disassembly successful. Obtained 200 gene of beef, 2 cow horns, and 2 beef tendons. The 6 treasure chest monster didn't even give me a single experience, pill, or spirit essence. Is it really that unfair? Lin Bei's expression was not good. He could be indifferent to the enemy's provocation, but he could not accept not getting any good drops from monsters. As he prepared to continue hunting the treasure chest monster, Lu Ruyan walked out of the apartment carrying a wooden bucket, naked, clearly intending to get water for a bath. Why aren't you wearing any clothes? Lin Bei asked, staring at Lu Ruyan. In response to this, Lu Ruyan retorted confidently, It's just that one set of pajamas. My brother won't buy me any more. Besides, you've seen it before, look all you want. Okay, I'll get you a set later. Lin Bei said helplessly, but his gaze never left Lu Ruyan, having already lost the will to continue fighting monsters. After all, hunting treasure chest monsters yields nothing, so it's better to hunt in the wild. Thank you, brother. Remember to give me a set of underwear, size 34D. Lu Ruyan reminded him while getting water. Lin Bei nodded, a mischievous smile spreading across his face as he walked toward Lu Ruyan. He added, I suddenly want a jungle. My barbarian king is awesome. Chapter 29. Lin Bei, treated as prey. The next day, day 5 of survival. It was close to noon at 11:25. The apartment on the raft. The Riding the Waves game is about to start, and it's almost 12 o'clock. Aren't you going to get up yet? Lin Bei, who had just gotten up, tried to wake Lu Ruyan. You kept me up until after 4 a.m., and now my whole body aches, especially my butt. Lu Ruyan stared at Lin Bei with a resentful look, looking aggrieved. Lin Bei grinned mischievously. Didn't you provoke me first? Where did your confidence go yesterday? Brother, good brother, please let me go. Let me rest a little longer. If I get up now, my legs will shake. You're too rough, Lu Ruyan said in a sweet, coquettish tone, unable to resist. Seeing this, Lin Bei shook his head and sighed. Your physical condition is still too poor. Eat some fruit to boost your energy. At this point, he took out 4 apples that could increase physical strength and handed them to Lu Ruyan. You even have apples of this quality? Lu Ruyan asked with delight. Then, as if regaining her confidence, she said with full assurance, After I finish eating them, I'm sure I can handle it tonight. I'm already prepared to stay up all night. Not sleeping? What is this woman thinking in broad daylight? Lin Bei's face darkened. He reminded him, I gave you the attribute-enhancing fruit to boost your physical attributes and restore your stamina. We'll need you to help out when the game starts. So can you not be even more like me? Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes and retorted. Last night, I begged for mercy, but you wouldn't let me go. You even hit me. Stop, stop, stop. Lin Bei interrupted abruptly, turning and walking out of the apartment while saying in an unquestionable tone, Hurry up and finish eating so you can get back to work. Outside the apartment, the sun hung high in the sky, radiating scorching heat and baking the ocean. As Lin Bei stepped out of the apartment, a gust of hot wind blew in his face, and sweat instantly beaded on his forehead. My current physical attributes are already beyond those of a normal person. I'm even feeling a bit uncomfortable in 35-degree weather. If it gets another 10 degrees higher tomorrow, wouldn't that be? Hopefully, I can get the air conditioner blueprint in today's game. If that doesn't work, I'll just have to try my luck by opening 100 or so Tier 1 treasure chests. As he muttered to himself, Lin Bei looked around the raft and froze for a moment. Are these suddenly appearing weeds, stones, and trees an effect of evolution? If the raft continues to increase in size and does not intervene in its evolution, what will happen? Lin Bei felt a sense of doubt growing in his heart. While thinking about it, he took out some bread and walked over to the two hens, preparing to feed them. Wow, not bad. Laying more than 10 eggs in one night. You guys are really working hard. Aren't you exhausted? Looking at the extra eggs, he couldn't help but praise the two hens. However, the hen's mentality is indeed a bit much. Knowing that laying too many eggs would cause them to become exhausted, I even threatened them yesterday that if they stopped laying eggs, they would just end up on the dinner table. These two-legged creatures are truly dogs. They're incredibly extravagant. Time slipped away amidst Lin Bei's busy schedule. Before we knew it, it was exactly 12 o'clock. Lin Bei's raft was suddenly shrouded in a white mist. Then, a notification appeared on his gold bracelet. Welcome to the Sea of Watchers. 1. The map function has been updated. Please arrive at the destination before 8 a.m. 2. Since your raft is already capable of sailing and does not require temporary upgrades, you will be compensated with a 200 speed increase for 8 hours. 3. Unlimited power has been activated. For the next 8 hours, the raft will not need to consume any universal fuel to sail. 4. Player Lin Bei has been assigned to the 3rd division. Lin Bei finished reading the announcement and was just about to open the map to check it. Suddenly, the white mist around the raft dissipated. One by one, the rafts belonging to other players appeared in Lin Bei's eyes. Is the starting point for all players together? Staring at the dense array of rafts on the sea, Lin Bei was on high alert. He took out his Desert Eagle from his system space to guard against any unforeseen events while surveying his surroundings. As his gaze swept across the 9 o'clock direction, there was a row of red characters in the air above Lin Bei's side. There are 9 minutes and 30 seconds left before the game officially begins. There are 9 minutes and 29 seconds left before the game officially begins. It's obvious that the time following the text is a countdown. Compared to Lin Bei's calm observation, players from all directions were anything but calm. Are you kidding me? That little island that looks like a football field is also a raft? Why is his raft different from ours? His raft is definitely far superior to ours. It has already reached a certain level. At this stage, which is only the 5th day of the survival game, there are very few players who can reach this level. Given this area, could it be that he is from Lin Bei? It's quite possible. This kid is really lucky. He's developed so well in just a few days. The players' discussions were endless, and their greed was undisguised. Some had even added each other as friends in private, preparing to unite and take down Lin Bei first, and then take over everything he owned once the competition started. The reason we are not taking action now is because we have some concerns. After all, the match hasn't started yet. If you kill a player now and break the rules, it would be a loss, even though the rules don't explicitly state that. However, not all players will think things through carefully. Among them, a player from Japan named Miyamura Raku didn't have time to think too much. He was very close to Lin Bei at the moment and was already getting impatient. Damn, this is a piece of fat meat. Once the competition starts, who knows how many people will be vying for it? Thinking of this, Miyamura Raku finally couldn't hold back any longer. He picked up the crossbow in his hand and used the pages of the book to control the raft to head towards Lin Bei. His actions were immediately noticed by several people nearby. What does that person want to do? Damn it, he wanted to make the first move. Don't let him succeed. Following Miyamura Raku's actions, several other players couldn't contain themselves any longer. Among them were Koreans, Americans, and even fellow Chinese from the same country. Lin Bei, who was constantly scanning the surroundings, was naturally aware of this group of malicious and aggressive players. However, just as he was about to draw his gun to suppress the protesters, a shout came from among the many rafts. Anyone who dares to touch Lin Bei, I'll kill them. You should know he's my prey. The crowd looked in the direction of the sound and saw a raft emerging from among a sea of rafts. Where did this idiot come from? Everyone hunts for themselves. Miyamura Raku responded unhappily. Others chimed in. Exactly, who are these guys? If they want a piece of the pie, they should line up. Never mind him. Let's continue. The player's disdain angered the shouting player, who roared with a ferocious expression. My name is Zhang Su. Anyone who tries to steal my prey will die. Chapter 30 The Rules of the Yellowwood Fishman. Zhang Su. Who is Zhang Su? A player muttered. One player immediately remembered and responded. That mad dog who keeps yelling in the area chat. So that's why you kept provoking Lin Bei? You wanted to get rich quick. Miyamoto Raku suddenly realized, then remembered that Zhang Su possessed skills, and immediately encouraged other players who were just as eager to try. This fat sheep, we can't let him eat it all up. Don't be afraid of him. I have a repeating crossbow. Seeing that the players from various countries refused to back down, Zhang Su was already furious and seemed ready to take action. The conflict between the two sides was on the verge of erupting. In response to this, Lin Bei, who was being ignored by everyone, was somewhat bewildered. What happened? Are they going to fight over me? Wealth truly moves people's hearts. As Lin Bei gradually figured out what was going on, he revealed a playful expression, looking like he was watching a show. However, just as the two sides were about to make their move, an unexpected attack occurred. Suddenly, a small whirlpool appeared on the sea surface. As the vortex swirled, a voice emanated from within, enveloping the players. The competition hasn't even started yet. Are the players from the northeast region going to fight each other? The majestic voice echoed across the sea, instantly silencing the eager players. What's going on? Is it a referee or something? According to the audio prompts, this competition area seems to have other starting points. Why worry about so much? First, figure out what the referee is trying to do. Gathering information and understanding the rules is the priority. Despite differing opinions on the unexpected voice, the players all stared intently at the vortex, their faces filled with apprehension. The vortex gradually grew larger under the players' watchful eyes. When the diameter grew to about 2 meters, a fish-shaped, humanoid creature emerged from it and stepped onto the sea surface. This fishman is entirely yellow, with black dots covering its body. Its most prominent features are its cylindrical upturned mouth, as well as its needle-like tail and hands. Lin Bei stood not far away, observing the creature. The first thing that came to mind was the yellow papaya fish, because apart from its human-like appearance, its overall appearance was 85% similar to a yellow papaya. Yellow papaya fish typically release neurotoxins. I wonder if this fishman has a similar ability. But why did it suddenly appear? Lin Bei, gazing at the creature before him, fell into deep thought. However, before he could come up with anything, the merman spoke again. Hello, everyone. My name is Huang Mukun, and I am the referee for the Northeast region. The match will begin in 6 minutes. Please refrain from fighting otherwise. At this point, its eyes sharpened, and it turned its gaze to one of the players who had made the move earlier. In an instant, the player's face turned ashen, and he fell backward onto the raft without even letting out a scream. Before the players could understand what was going on, Huang Mukun continued. This is the consequence. Considering it's your first offense, I will only kill one of you. As soon as the authoritative voice fell, the players' expressions of fear deepened, and they began to discuss in alarm. Are you kidding me? How did this NPC kill someone? Don't tell me it happened in a dream. I don't believe it. This murloc looks a bit like a yellow papaya. The player must be poisoned. Now that you mention it, I look at it again, and it does look somewhat similar. After learning about Huang Mukun's methods and prowess, all the players quieted down and obediently waited for the match to begin. Silence! Huang Mukun shouted sharply, and only continued after the players had stopped talking. This competition area has 4 starting points: northeast, northwest, southeast, and southwest. The finish line is located in the middle of these 4 areas. After introducing the complete terrain, Huang Mukun began explaining the rules. For this competition, I have only one requirement: to win first or second place. If you fail to achieve this, I will wait for you at the finish line, and you will all die. This is no joke. Of course, you can use any means necessary, even to slaughter players from other regions, to achieve victory. Time passed as it was being introduced. According to Huang Mukun, Lin Bei summarized the following points. Firstly, someone at the starting point must achieve first or second place. Otherwise, all the players at the starting point will perish. Secondly, each player at the starting point has an acceleration stone. As long as they kill a player to charge the stone, they can gain 10 minutes of double travel speed. Thirdly, players from the same starting point must not fight amongst themselves. They must unite to deal with players from other starting points. If you want to violate rule number 3, you must be in the top 2. Otherwise, you will be eliminated as soon as you reach the finish line. Is the difficulty inexplicably increased? Lin Bei stared at Huang Yukun, muttered a sentence, his face calm and composed. After all, he possesses a level 9 raft and level 19 pages, coupled with various speed boosts, making first place a piece of cake. Compared to Lin Bei, the other players all looked worried. The fact that the players learned that they would die even if they reached the finish line without getting first or second place put them under immense pressure. Among them, Zhang Suo stared at Huang Yukun with a gloomy face. He wished he could kill Huang Yukun by hand, because Huang Yukun wouldn't let him torture and kill the players from his own game. Damn it! Lin Bei and Zhang Suo were getting angrier and angrier. They were both afraid of Huang Yukun and want to kill Lin Bei. They were in a terrible dilemma. Or how about we take a gamble? Once the competition begins, I will quickly eliminate Lin Bei and strive for first or second place. At that time, Huang Yukun will not attack me. This thought came to mind. Zhang Suo had already made up his mind. Before the competition started, he quickly manipulated the pages of the book, moving them closer to Lin Bei. Upon seeing this, Huang Muyu scolded, "What do you want to do? That's my friend over there, the kind who's completely open with me. So I wanted to team up with him at the start, and the championship would be a sure thing." Zhang Su forced a smile and responded. Huang Muyu remained silent, tacitly approving of his actions. Hearing this, the other players turned to look and began to murmur amongst themselves once more. TSK, what a mad dog. He's willing to kill Lin Bei, regardless of the rules. What grudge could he possibly hold? Lin Bei is in trouble. He's run into someone so reckless. It's a pity that such a large raft is going to... Bakayuru, is this guy crazy? The players were buzzing with discussion. Zhang Sa, who was not far from Lin Bei, said with a ferocious expression, "Ha, brother, when the competition starts, we must cooperate well. I will definitely treat you with all my heart." Having said all he wanted to say, he revealed a ferocious expression, clearly provocative, as if to say, "Let's see what you can do about it." Chapter 31, he actually has a gun? Ha. Lin Bei stared at Zhang Suo not far away, burst out laughing, and said jokingly, "Interesting, what a heartfelt statement. I'll be waiting for you when the competition begins." Zhang Suo was a little surprised that Lin Bei not only showed no fear, but even burst into laughter. This instantly made him furious, triggering his skill. In an instant, 2 vines suddenly appeared out of thin air and stretched out from the raft in the north of the forest, binding his feet. Lin Bei's expression darkened, and he immediately pulled out his desert eagle, just as he was about to retaliate. Zhang Suo had already withdrawn his skills and taunted. "So this is what my skills are afraid of, huh?" Actually, he really wanted to go over and kill Lin Bei directly, but due to Huang Yukun's intimidation, he didn't dare to do it. So he just activated his skill, trying to scare Lin Bei, make him look bad, and put pressure on him. If Zhang Suo could make Lin Bei afraid, terrified, and beg for mercy on his knees, he would naturally be even happier. After all, tormenting one's enemy is also a great pleasure. This scene was witnessed by all the players. Zhang Suo's skills, in particular, drew envious glances from them, who discussed among themselves. Is this a skill for manipulating plants? And what are those vines? Such terror. Lin Bei estimated that he was likely in grave danger. This Zhang Suo was something else. Absolutely. I suggest we avoid Zhang Suo from now on. That guy is crazy. If he has the ability, he might even turn against us. Bakayuru, this skill is more powerful than I imagined. It seems I'll have to... Damn it, why don't I have any skills? When will the Koreans rise up? Zhang Suo's outstanding performance led the players to unanimously believe that Lin Bei had no chance of winning. Zhang Suo himself thought so too. He was even eager to see Lin Bei kneeling and begging for mercy in such an ugly state. However, Lin Bei, provoked, not only did not beg for mercy, but also pulled out a Desert Eagle and, after aiming at Zhang Suo, pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang bang! With the sound of gunfire, 2 bullets flew towards Zhang Suo like a gust of wind. In an instant, one bullet hit Zhang Suo's leg, and another hit his arm. Blood gushed out uncontrollably, like a tidal wave. Zhang Suo grimaced in pain, his face filled with bewilderment and disbelief. Is it a gun? How could that be? He endured the pain, looked at Huang Yukun, and said with difficulty, "Referee, he wants to kill me." In response to this, standing on the sea, Huang Yukun rebuked, "Contestant, I just finished explaining the rules, and you're already breaking them? Are you trying to? Before Huang Mukun could finish speaking, Lin Bei interrupted him, saying, I didn't break your rules. It was he who attacked first. I'm helping you eliminate potential threats to prevent anyone from undermining the unity of our northeast region. Huang Mukun remained silent, lost in thought. He had also witnessed what happened just now. It was clear that Zhang Suo was dishonest first, but afterwards, Zhang Suo did not kill him and still follow the rules. However, the player in front of him, who was armed, didn't seem to take it seriously. This thought came to mind. Huang Mukun spoke again. It's true that this contestant was wrong, but you shouldn't have either. Lin Bei interrupted again, coldly saying, my book page is level 19 and my raft is level 9. With this setup, winning the championship will be a piece of cake. Lin Bei could tell from the referee in front of him that the referee was obsessed with finishing in the top 2, so he simply revealed his hand to show his value. After all, rules are static, but people are dynamic, and dynamic people generally prioritize their own interests. 19th grade book pages? You're not kidding me? Huang Mukun didn't blame Lin Bei for his disrespect, but instead asked urgently, with your strength, the lives of all the contestants are in your hands. Are you afraid I'll deceive you? Lin Bei asked calmly. This. Huang Mukun rolled his eyes, his gaze softening. His tone shifted, and he announced in a stern voice, this contestant attempted to use his skills to harm other contestants. I will now execute him on the spot. I hope everyone will take this as a warning. This is such a small matter. Why bother the referee? I'll handle it myself, Lin Bei said with a smile and a concerned tone. That makes sense? Then you should get rid of him. Huang Mukun nodded, his words full of satisfaction. When Zhang Suo, whose consciousness was fading, heard that the referee was not going to help him, he instantly fell into despair. His previous arrogance was gone, replaced by horror. As Lin Bei's raft drew closer, Zhang Suo finally began to fear and hurriedly begged for mercy, despite the pain. Boss Lin, I was wrong before. Please forgive me. I promise I'll listen to you from now on. I have skills that can help you settle things. His voice was very weak, clearly indicating that he was about to give up. Ipsilono. Lin Bei interrupted with a loud laugh, teasingly asking, skills? Are those things that awesome? Let me tell you, I have 2 skills, and I only accept beautiful women. I have no interest in men. Zhang Suogong was about to speak, but Lin Bei didn't give him a chance. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger of the Desert Eagle again. Bang bang. After 2 gunshots, Zhang Suo was also hit by bullets in his other arm and thigh. Lin, you must. Zhang Suo was in so much pain that he could barely speak. Completely unable to move, he collapsed to the ground. The raft was stained with blood, a truly gruesome sight. Lin Bei, who had been watching everything, grinned wickedly and teased. Interesting, truly interesting. Torturing a mad dog is unexpectedly pleasurable. I enjoy watching my enemies slowly die in agony. Such bizarre behavior sent chills down the spines of the onlookers. Especially Miyamoto Raku and the players who had previously intended to attack, after witnessing Zhang Suo's miserable state, muttered to themselves with lingering fear. It's outrageous that Lin Bei actually has a gun. Luckily, Zhang Suo scouted ahead, otherwise we might be the ones who died. Why isn't even the referee paying attention to him? Did they make some kind of deal? Damn it. No way. I'm taking a detour. This Lin Bei is even more monstrous than Zhang Suo. I can't afford to mess with him. Compared to the relief of people like Miyamoto Raku, players who hadn't provoked Lin Bei started discussing it amongst themselves. There's already a gun here, and I'm still holding a kitchen knife. Where did this hanging thing come from? This is what a real pro skill is like. You can't withstand a single shot from a pro. It's all flashy and fancy. I'm so blind. How could a player who can max out their raft be weak? I must be an idiot. With that kind of strength, the Northeast region might actually be able to take the top 2 spots. Now that you mention it, I feel pretty confident. At least we won't be wiped out by the referee at the finish line. Chapter 32, 3 items. Shark attack. Just as the players were discussing in surprise. There is only 1 minute left before the start of the match. In response to this, referee Huang Mukun turned his gaze to Lin Bei and reminded him, the match will start in 1 minute. Meaningless torture is just a waste of time. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei shook his head, gazing at Zhang Suo, who had fainted from excessive blood loss, and couldn't help but sigh. How boring. I was actually planning to torment you a little longer. As he spoke, he raised his arm again, aimed the gun at Zhang Suo's head, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. With a loud bang, Zhang Suo's life ended completely, turning him into a bloody corpse. After killing the man, Lin Bei remained calm and showed no discomfort. Instead, he continued to manipulate the golden bracelet, moving towards Zhang Suo's raft. He planned to accept the other party's supplies to see if there was anything he needed. When Lin Bei's raft sailed up to Zhang Suo's raft, before he could even begin to break down and scavenge the supplies, the countdown timer floating at the 9 o'clock position had already reached 0. The competition has officially begun. All contestants, please take your positions. After Huang Mukun shouted, all the players headed toward the 9 o'clock direction, and no one paid attention to Lin Bei's every move anymore. Watching the players walk away, Huang Mukun turned his gaze to Lin Bei and said, "Those tattered things are useless except for the core pages. Can you hurry up? You're aiming for first place. If you don't get first place, you'll suffer a terrible fate. Don't worry, it won't take long." Lin Bei replied, putting the supplies into his storage space one by one. Aside from the basic book pages, raft, and fishing rod, the only other items harvested were a large amount of food and water, as well as a small amount of basic materials. This assembly successful, obtained 1-page core and wood. Really poor. While Lin Bei was complaining, he had already successfully returned to his raft, operated the golden bracelet, and started sailing westward. However, just as he was about to leave the starting line, Huang Mukun, who was watching Lin Bei leave, suddenly spoke up. "Are you selling that core page of your book? How about we make a deal?" "A transaction?" Lin Bei looked puzzled and was about to stop the raft to ask about it. Unexpectedly, Huang Mukun appeared out of thin air in front of him in a flash and continued. "Let's talk as we go. Don't stop sailing." "Yes." Lin Bei nodded. "Actually, I also have a businessman identity. You could trade me book pages for things." As Huang Mukun spoke, he took out a small bag and continued. "There are quite a few good items here. I recommend you exchange them for windproof beads and electric fishing nets. Don't ask why. I can't reveal it. What's the price? Also, do you have a Tier 1 raft job change card?" Lin Bei asked tentatively. "A Tier 1 raft job change card? That's the grand prize of the competition. How could I possibly sell it? Besides, even if I did, could you afford it?" Huang Mukun rolled his eyes, took out a white gem and a large green net, and continued. "One page contains one item, so hurry up and choose. I'm in a bit of a rush. Wind-avoiding beads. Level 10, Tier 1 item. Category, disposable props. Effect, active activation can ignore ocean hurricanes for 10 minutes. Electric fishing nets. Level 9. Category, disposable fishing nets. Effect, easily hunts underwater creatures lurking near the raft. Note, the built-in battery can only last for 5 minutes and cannot be replenished." Lin Bei believed that Huang Mukun wouldn't recommend him to buy the 2 props for no reason. They must be something he would need later. Could it be that there will be hurricanes and sea creature attacks during the race? Thinking of this, Lin Bei quickly said, "I want both. Also, is there anything else? I have plenty of book pages and cores." As soon as he finished speaking, he took out 20 book page cores from the system space. Huang Mukun was stunned. It's important to know that page cores can only be obtained by breaking down pages, and generally, only players can generate them. But Lin Bei, standing before them, casually took out 20 book page cores. "You're ruthless enough to slaughter your own kind like this. Is that really okay?" Huang Mukun said sarcastically. "This is my business. It has nothing to do with you. Our focus now should be on whether there are any other goods involved in the transaction." Lin Bei changed the subject and continued to press for answers. He had the system's cashback bonus, so he needed to get more rare items from the fishmen in front of him. This was a good opportunity to increase his trump cards, and Lin Bei naturally wouldn't miss it. "I only need 12 core pages, so I'll sell this to you for 10. Huang Mu stopped worrying about killing his own kind and took out a candy from the bag. Death Candy. Level 9. Category, one-time consumable item. Effect, temporary hearing loss for 10 minutes after taking the medication. Lin Bei frowned as he looked at the information on the panel. "Don't look down on this. You'll need it during the competition. It's a lifesaver." Huang Mukun explained with a smile. "With these 3 things, even a dog can win first place." "Okay, deal." Lin Bei handed 12 book page cores to Huang Mukun, who in turn handed him 3 props. The moment the transaction was completed, Huang Mukun vanished from the spot. Lin Bei ignored Huang Mukun, who had left, and instead stared at the 3 props, lost in thought. The first item, a fishing net, is presumably for dealing with sea monsters. The second wind-resistant bead, judging from its effect, is presumably for dealing with hurricanes. As for the third item, the deafness candy, Lin Bei racked his brains but still couldn't figure out when he would need it. What is the purpose of this thing? Lin Bei couldn't help but mutter a few words. But then I thought, Huang Mukun probably wouldn't lie to me. After all, the other party desperately wants to be in the top 2 in the Northeast region, and there is no benefit to harming them if there is no conflict of interest. This thought came to mind. Lin Bei stopped thinking about the effects of the deafness candy and headed towards the apartment. These disposable items don't last long, so who can use them all? If I don't get 100 or so copied by Ruyan, people will think I can't afford them. There are two sides to the story. While Lin Bei was replicating the harvest, the players who started from the Northeast region are in big trouble. Fuck, are you in such a hurry to be reborn? Damn it, if you weren't restricted to attacking players in your own region, you would have already met your maker. An American player angrily cursed as he watched Miyamura Raku overtake his Raft. In response to this, having pulled ahead of the American competitors, Miyamura Raku laughed and shouted, "Hee hee, sorry, my level 5 Raft is a tiny bit faster than yours." However, before he could finish speaking, an unexpected incident occurred. A shark surfaced from the sea and lunged directly at Miyamura Raku's Raft. Chapter 33, The Little Maid Who Plays With You. In an instant, a hole was bitten into Miyamura Raku's Raft. Bakayalu, where did this shark come from? It can't even withstand a level 5 Raft? His face was filled with horror. As he accelerated the operation of the book pages, he consumed iron nails and wood to repair the raft. However, this move is merely a temporary reprieve, because Miyamura Raku discovered that a large number of shark dorsal fins were emerging ahead. The backward American players were initially pleased with the situation. However, the increasing number of sharks has caused American players to show fear. Fuck, are you kidding me? I don't want to die alongside that Japanese guy. The American player, muttering curses and insults, manipulated the pages of the book, beginning the journey back. Seeing this, the other players nearby also chose to return without hesitation. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Because Miyamura Raku ran out of materials, not only was the raft torn to pieces by sharks, but he himself also accidentally fell into the sea and became food for the sharks. One prey is clearly not enough for a group of sharks to eat. The other players have already been targeted by the hunters of the ocean. As the shark approached, the 100 or so players nearby all trembled. Damn it, a shark is coming at us. Are you kidding me? This damn game is giving us absolutely no way out. I want to go home. I don't want to live anymore. Just when all the players were in despair, an unknown player shouted, "Everyone, split up and run. At least there's still hope of survival, otherwise we'll all die here." Upon hearing this, the players immediately realized what was happening and shouted in unison. Dispersion. Everyone dispersed in different directions. Yes, everyone is scattered and trying to survive, so they pray for incredible luck and not to be targeted by sharks. In an instant, panicked players scattered and fled, maneuvering the pages of book. The scene was like a battle royale game, with everyone on edge, compared to the urgency of the leading players. Lin Bei, on the other side, had just finished copying the props and stepped out of the apartment on a raft. Now that everything is ready, it's time to go full speed ahead. As Lin Bei spoke, he activated the golden bracelet, switched to the control interface, and selected to travel at the fastest speed. In an instant, the raft, shaped like a football field, began to move forward at an unscientific speed. Its speed far exceeded that of a speedboat, causing waves to constantly rise on both sides. Lin Bei stood at the front of the raft, letting the sea breeze blow through his hair. Yo-ho! This sea breeze is so refreshing and cool, 1,000,000 times better than the sea where I survived. With a look of contentment on his face, Lin Bei couldn't help but shout out to release his emotions. In response to this, Lu Ruyan, who was behind him, was also very adept at handling things. Without hesitation, she hugged him and whispered in Lin Bei's ear, "It's so wonderful to be with my darling. Is it happier during the day or at night? And why the change in address?" Lin Bei replied with a mischievous grin. "Of course, it's blissful during the day, but torture at night. If my stamina hadn't improved again, I wouldn't be able to get out of bed." Lu Ruyan complained, but quickly blushed and continued, "I changed the way I address you because I like you, dear duck." "So you disliked Luo before?" Lin Bei asked, puzzled. "I didn't like it that much before. After all, feelings are cultivated little by little," Lu Ruyan said, then quickly added, "But I don't dislike it." Okay. Lin Bei gave a perfunctory reply, then changed the subject. In this situation, why don't you sing me a song? What would you like to hear, dear? How about Fairy Tale Town? I sang The Wind Rises quite well, too, Lu Rian asked. Let's have a song. Just as Lin Bei was about to request a song, Lu Rian suddenly pointed ahead and said, Darling, there are many rafts ahead. Raft? Lin Bei frowned, shifted his gaze from Lu Rian, and turned to look at her. Moment. One after another, rafts came into his view. What's wrong with these players? Why aren't they competing properly and instead running back? Could it be that a monster lurking in the sea is hunting them down? Lin Bei analyzed uncertainly. When the rafts meet, let's ask the players about their specific situation, Lu Rian suggested. 2. As the rafts drew closer together. Before long, the fastest raft was almost upon them. Stop, players over there, Lin Bei shouted, taking out his Desert Eagle from his system space and aiming it at the opponent. The players nearby instantly became anxious, but dared not complain. After all, the events leading up to the departure were still fresh in my mind. Lin Bei's threat was no less than that of a shark relentlessly pursuing him. Thinking of this, the player urgently said, Boss, my name is Song-won. I have no grudge against you. There are many sharks chasing me from behind. According to the intelligence, those sharks can even bite through my level 3 raft with a level 5 raft. Please let me go. After finishing his story, Song-won started flipping through the pages, intending to continue his escape. Did I tell you to leave? Lin Bei retorted angrily. Song-won pleaded, his face full of apology. Big boss, is there anything else you need? I've said everything I need to say. I advise you to come with me. If the sharks catch up, even if the survivors don't die, we'll need materials to repair the raft, and those sharks are no match for ordinary weapons. Before Song-won could finish speaking, dozens more survivors approached Lin Bei. Along with it came several screams. Ah, my raft. My hands. Damn sharks, I'll fight you to the death. Dozens of rafts, along with the players, were devoured by sharks in an instant. Only one man and one woman managed to withstand an attack thanks to sufficient supplies. Just as they were in despair, they suddenly saw Lin Bei not far away and cried out for help. Boss, save us! Upon seeing this, Song-won, whose path was blocked, became even more anxious and said again, Boss, you've seen the situation. Can I leave now? However, Lin Bei did not reply to him. It was all because a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Ding! A woman who meets the return criteria has been detected. Su Nana. Nationality, Siagwa. Gender, female. Age, 18. Appearance, 91. Dimensions, 84. Virtue of a woman, unaccustomed to sexual relations. Occupation, Plemat Med. Overall rating, 88. Overall style evaluation. She has a cute face and is a natural lowly, but her figure is not good. Chapter 34, Lu Rian's Sense of Crisis. Boss, can I leave? Song-won raised his voice a few decibels and asked again. In response to this, Lin Bei, who had just come to his senses, ignored Song-won and instead began operating the golden bracelet on his own, moving closer to Su Nana. After all, the other party's appearance meets the standard, and as long as he can be taken care of for 7 days, the system can be upgraded to level 2. As for the danger posed by the sharks, Lin Bei didn't take it to heart, simply because he had a level 9 raft and hundreds of newly copied electric fishing nets. The restarted raft, with the speed of lightning, swept past Song-won's raft in an instant. Watching Lin Bei depart, Song-won felt a sense of relief. As he frantically navigated the pages, he muttered, Go ahead and die if you want. This raft is so big. It should hold off those sharks for a while, giving me time to escape. Of course, Lin Bei wouldn't bother with such insignificant players. His attention was now entirely focused on Su Nana in front of him. The two players being chased by the shark, not far away, also noticed Lin Bei's rapid approach. I never expected that the big shot would actually come to my rescue. The player who exclaimed in surprise was named Wang Zhe. He was overjoyed because he had never expected Lin Bei to rescue him. It's important to know that Lin Bei is a man who owns firearms, and his raft is of a very high level. His strength is definitely among the top of all the players. If even top-tier players can't save him from this predicament, then other players have even less of a chance. Compared to Wang Zhe's joy, Su Nana, who was standing a little behind him, had a solemn expression, because the materials she used to repair the raft were only enough for the last time. If the shark attacks again, Su Nana will definitely perish before Wang Zhe. I hope nothing unexpected happens. I don't want to die. Su Nana nervously manipulated the pages of the book, quietly praying that the shark's next attack wouldn't be so soon. However, what she feared still happened the next moment. Like a judge announcing death, the shark once again lunged at Su Nana's raft. Wah, am I really going to die? With no other options, Su Nana was filled with horror, her large, watery eyes already brimming with tears. She could only desperately struggle with the few materials she had left. Upon seeing this, Wang Zhe, who was standing in front of Su Nana, couldn't help but smile, his face full of schadenfreude. As the saying goes, it's better to die for your friend than for yourself. Having a scapegoat to buy you time to survive is simply too good to be true. Unexpectedly, Lin Bei's sudden shout made Wang Zhe's heart tremble. Su Nana, do you want to live? Upon hearing this, Wang Zhe immediately realized something was wrong. The big shot actually knows the woman's name in the back. Do they know each other? Doesn't that mean Lin Bei didn't come to save him at all? This same idea also crossed Su Nana's mind. But she was facing a life-or-death crisis and had no time to think. Her survival instinct drove her to shout in response. Big boss, save me. I've added you as a friend and will give you the materials to repair the raft. Please accept my friend request. Lin Bei's voice spread across the sea and reached Su Nana's ears once again. In response to this, having reached a dead end, Su Nana switched to the friends list without hesitation and immediately accepted Lin Bei's friend request. Player Lin Bei has gifted you 100 pieces of wood and 100 pieces of iron nails. Tear. So much? Su Nana quickly retrieved the supplies and, while repairing the raft, headed towards Lin Bei. Faced with a life-or-death situation, she had no choice, even if Lin Bei harbored ulterior motives. With the support of materials, no matter how much the sharks tore at it, the raft would be repaired perfectly in an instant. Obviously, they cannot damage the raft in a short time, unless Su Nana doesn't have enough materials. After several rounds of attacks, the shark, having failed to break through and suffering setbacks, had lost patience. This indirectly caused Wang Zhe, who was in front of Su Nana, to start having bad luck. Are you kidding me? As the shark with its dorsal fin exposed drew closer, Wang Zhe's face filled with terror, his previous smile gone. He looked ahead and shouted in a pleading tone, Boss, please save me too. Unfortunately, he did not receive a response from Lin Bei. Boss, you can't prioritize romance over friendship. We're all from Xia Kingdom. We should help each other. Wang Zhe tried to persuade Lin Bei with words. However, despite repeated shouts, no response was received. Seeing the shark about to attack him, Wang Zhe, filled with despair and rage, yelled, You son of a bitch! How can there be someone like you? Looking at my fellow villagers. He wasn't allowed to finish speaking. A snapping sound interrupted it. Wang Zhe looked in the direction of the sound and saw that the tail of his raft had been bitten to pieces by a shark. Seeing this, Wang Zhe had no choice but to abandon his insults and began repairing the raft by manipulating the pages of the book, while also shamelessly continuing to beg Lin Bei for help. Boss, I was in mortal danger just now. That's why I spoke rudely. Please save me. If you choose to save my life, I'll do anything for you from now on. Click. As Wang Zhe pleaded, the sharks continued to tear at the raft. The damned beast Wang Zhe glared at the shark, but was powerless to do anything. Helpless, he could only continue shouting, praying for a miracle. Boss, my name is Wang Zhe. Please give me some materials. This scene, Lin Bei, who was getting closer, could see everything clearly. But he still didn't make a move, and just watched Wang Zhe die in his struggle. Darling, why did you save that woman? Lu Rian asked, her voice slightly tinged with emotion. Her appearance clearly didn't resemble Lin Beiguan, Su Nana. If a little enchantress were to bewitch her man on the raft, that would be absolutely unacceptable to Lu Rian. After all, no woman wants to share a man. Wouldn't it be better to have more people with you? Lin Bei replied casually, I only need my darling to be with me. I don't need anyone else to save people. But could you please not let her get on the raft? Lu Rian said, her voice slightly agitated. Why I saved you? I already told you that I didn't want to repeat myself, so you shouldn't interfere. Otherwise, I could kick you off the raft. Lin Bei revealed a serious expression, and his tone was even more unquestionable. Upon hearing this, Lu Rian's heart trembled, and tears welled up uncontrollably. Scumbag. Her voice was trembling with tears, and her face was filled with grievance. What are you crying for? Lin Bei snapped irritably, then added, "Getting on my raft isn't that easy. My assessment is very strict. If Su Nana meets the standards, she'll be under your control once she's on the raft. Your status as the boss won't change." Lin Bei was not lying. Through system detection, he already knew that Su Nana was not as pretty or as well-built as Lu Ruyan. And in terms of returning to the main force, Lu Ruyan was still the queen. Chapter 35, Su Nana's Compromise. While Lin Bei and Lu Ruyan were exchanging ideas, Wang Zhe in front has already been devoured by sharks and has completely merged with the ocean. After eliminating another player, their target was now Lin Bei, who was getting closer and closer. Upon seeing this, without hesitation, Lin Bei took out 2 electric fishing nets, handed one to Lu Ruyan, and said, "Get ready to work." With a formidable enemy at hand and the precedent of another player's demise, Lu Ruyan wisely stopped throwing a tantrum, took the fishing net, and prepared to deal with the approaching sharks. "Very good. Listen to my instructions." As Lin Bei spoke, he activated his intention and the active skill of malicious perception, staring intently at the sea. Not long after, the image of sharks lurking in the sea came to Lin Bei's mind. Having detected the enemy's movement, he immediately headed towards the 8 o'clock position and gave instructions. "Lu Ruyan, go and crouch at the 6 o'clock position." As soon as he finished speaking, a strong sense of malice entered Lin Bei's mind again. So fussed. Without a second thought, he quickly activated the electric fishing net and threw it into the sea. In an instant, 2 sharks leaped out of the water like lightning, heading straight for Lin Bei, who was on the edge of the raft. However, thanks to the early warning from the malicious detection system and Lin Bei's quick reaction, the 2 sharks were caught perfectly by the electric fishing net. A powerful electric current instantly coursed through the shark's body, and a faint smell of burning permeated the air. TSK. The effect is better than I expected. Lin Bei stared at the shark being electrocuted and once again focused on sensing. However, an unexpected situation arose. The fishing net that had sunk to the surface of the sea was emitting blue electric light, which continued to spread. In an instant, sharks appeared on the surface of the sea, belly up. What brand is this electric fishing net? Are the Propswang Mukun cells really this amazing? Lin Bei exclaimed, his eyes filled with disbelief. "Darling, all the sharks on my side are dead too." Lu Ruyan exclaimed in surprise. They were not allowed to have much interaction. The shark, which was a little further away, seemed to sense something was wrong and began to change direction, swimming towards Su Nana. Watching the shark that had changed its target sail away, Lin Bei muttered to himself, "This shark seems to have some intelligence. Darling, this shark can be broken down. It's a level 9 carnivore that can increase experience for players below level 1. Lu Ruyan, positioned at the 6 o'clock position, looked at Lin Bei and recounted her discovery. Increase experience? Lin Bei was stunned, but quickly reacted and used the golden bracelet to dismantle the shark in front of him. The decomposition was successful, yielding 570 kilograms of shark meat. The decomposition was successful, yielding 870 kilograms of shark meat. Shark meat. Level 9. Category, mutant shark meat. Effect, level-based food. Long-term use can slightly increase the player's experience points. Note, players will no longer gain experience once they reach level 9. Description, this meat doesn't taste very good, and the fishy and urinous smells are hard to remove. However, if you can overlook these flaws, I think it can help improve your strength to some extent. Doesn't it taste good? Lin Bei asked with a look of disgust, but he continued to dissect the shark. After all, there's so many other players in the regional channel, and they don't necessarily have to use it themselves. Shark meat, which is expected to increase experience points, will surely be popular among players, as it can be exchanged for many valuable blueprints and materials. This thought came to mind. Lin Bei intentionally slowed down the raft speed, and he and Lu Ruyan began to dissect the shark meat. This action was witnessed by Su Nana, who was on the run, which made her desperate again. She couldn't help but shout for help. "Boss, you don't have much material left. Come and save me quickly." The cries for help spread across the sea and reached Lin Bei's ears. Not only Lin Bei, but even the sharks that heard the noise became more anxious and attacked even more fiercely. However, Su Nana did not receive a response from Lin Bei. What happened? The big shot had previously been very helpful to me. But why are we ignoring it now? Thinking of this, a sense of unease gradually spread in her heart, and the fear that had disappeared for a long time reappeared on Su Nana's face. What to do? What to do? Just as she was in despair, a private message appeared on the page. Lin Bei, saving you is no problem, but you need to hand over the pages of the book, get on my raft, and from now on obey my orders. Of course, you can refuse, but I will no longer care about you. Besides, I gave you a lot of basic materials before. Consider it my gratuitous act of kindness. Submit the pages? Do as the other party instructs. Su Nana's despair deepened. You must understand that once the book is handed over, she can no longer be considered a player and will be dependent on Lin Bei, losing control of her own destiny. If Lin Baron is a good person, then everything is fine. However, judging from his actions of kicking someone when they're down and his previous indifference to the suffering of other players, Lin Bei is clearly not a kind person. Su Nana could already foresee that once she boarded Lin Bei's ship, she would inevitably be forced to do all sorts of lewd things, or click. The sudden noise interrupted her thoughts. After all, sharks don't give you time to think. They just want to eat quickly and slaughter the player. Upon seeing this, Su Nana quickly began repairing the raft. She now has nowhere else to go. Her only way out is to accept Lin Bei's demands. Although unwilling, the urgency of the situation, coupled with the desire to survive, finally made up her mind to reply to Lin Bei. Su Nana, deal. As long as you save me, I will keep my promise and hand over the pages of the book to you. After replying to Lin Bei, the raft that had stopped moving in the distance started moving at full speed again, heading toward her. As the raft drew ever closer, Su Nana felt a complex mix of emotions. Compared to the immediate threat, she was more worried about her future after Lin Bei rescued her. How will that man treat me? Will you force me to do that? Will they treat me like a slave and use me as a tool? Will make me go hungry? A series of questions lingered in Su Nana's mind. Not long after, the raft, which resembled a football field, was almost within reach. At the front of the raft stood a man and a woman. Is that man Lin Bei? He seems quite good-looking. And who is that woman? She's very beautiful, too. Was she forced onto the raft by Lin Bei? As Su Nana repaired the raft, she glanced at Lin Bei and Lu Ruyan not far away. Before she could take a closer look, the man standing at the front of the raft cast a net into the sea. In an instant, blue arcs of electricity appeared on the sea surface. Not only that, but a burnt smell also entered Su Nana's nasal cavity. Chapter 36, The Hurricane Strikes. Immediately afterwards, the sharks began to convulse. They died in agony, their bellies tumbling as they floated on the surface of the sea. The sheer number of shark carcasses is apocalyptic, as the island nation discharges nuclear wastewater. Staring at the horrific scene before her, Su Nana was filled with horror. How could Lin Bei deal with such a large number of sharks so easily? Why did he have an electric fishing net? The power of such an electric fishing net is simply too abnormal. Before Su Nana could think any further, Lin Bei was already approaching her from not far away. As agreed, I saved you, so your pages should be handed over. Lin Bei's shouts echoed across the sea. Upon hearing this, Su Nana's mind raced. She was debating whether to run away and break the agreement. After all, the shark crisis has now been resolved. However, on second thought, Lin Bei's raft seemed to be much faster than his own. Not only that, the other party also has a gun. Given Lin Bei's previous ruthlessness, if she breaks the contract, she will most likely be killed to silence her, or even worse. This thought came to mind. Su Nana responded, I will give you the running script pages. After saying this, she was visibly anxious and downcast because the future seemed like a foggy forest, full of uncertainty. Su Nana was terrified that Lin Bei would mistreat her. Lin Bei, on the other side, was also sizing up Su Nana. The other person is about 156 centimeters tall, a typical little potato with a face as delicate as a porcelain doll and with big, watery eyes and cherry blossom-like lips. Her loli-like appearance is unmistakable. Her overall appearance certainly lives up to the high score of 91 given by the system, but her figure is indeed hard to describe. Her breasts were probably only an A cup, and she didn't have any white stockings, long legs, or even a tattered dress. Her disheveled appearance made her look like a runaway miner. After scrutinizing him, Lin Bei instantly lost interest. He wasn't a die-hard anime fan, and the girl in front of him was clearly not as appealing as Lu Ruyan. Thinking of this, Lin Bei looked at Lu Ruyan with a lack of interest and said, From now on, she will work for you. Lu Ruyan nodded slightly in response. feeling a little pleased inside, because she could tell that Lin Bei wasn't very interested in the little girl in front of him. More importantly, Su Nana seems to be inferior to her in every aspect, which is undoubtedly a good sign. Not long after, the two rafts were merged together. Lin Bei activated his malicious perception skill and approached Su Nana, successfully handing over the pages of her book. From now on, you will assist Lu Ruyin on my raft and await our orders. At this point, Lin Bei pointed at Lu Ruyin to indicate her identity, then reminded Su Nana, also, don't get any funny ideas. I have the ability to sense things. After Lin Bei finished giving his instructions, Lu Ruyin smiled and walked towards Su Nana, saying, little sister is so cute. Don't be nervous. If you come with us, your life will be 1,000,000 times better than it is now. Thank you, sister. Su Nana replied hesitantly, looking somewhat fearful. Don't worry. Brother Lin is a nice person. He's just a bit wary. Lu Ruyin reassured him, clearly having a good impression of the little girl in front of her. After all, Lin Bei wasn't particularly fond of Su Nana, and that alone was enough to reduce her hostility by 90%. Secondly, it was really boring for Lu Ruyin to be alone on the raft. With another sister around, she could chat with her occasionally, and she wouldn't be so bored. Just as the two were getting to know each other better, Lin Bei suddenly interrupted, saying, we've received almost everything. You two hurry back to the raft. We'll be dismantling this raft later. Also, there are sharks everywhere. We'll dismantle them all together. As he spoke, he took out a page core from his system space, created a supplementary page, tossed it to Lu Ruyin, and continued. Su Nana's supplementary page currently only has the function of decomposition. Yes, I will teach Nana well. Lu Ruyin smiled broadly, and it was clear that she was extremely satisfied with her new companion. Compared to Lu Ruyin, Lin Bei was still more wary, because he can't trust a stranger so quickly. Especially when there is no supporting data, it is necessary to be cautious. If the system hadn't needed an upgrade, Lin Bei would never have let Su Nana onto the raft. Time passed as the shark meat was being broken down. About 15 minutes later, the three of them then finished dissecting all the sharks on the surface of the sea. Honey, aren't we rich this time? There must be at least tens of tons of shark meat. Lu Ruyin laughed. It'll be all right, I guess. But although shark meat can increase experience, it doesn't seem to taste very good. I won't eat it, Lin Bei said with obvious disgust. Huh, darling, aren't you going to eat? Could it be that you've already reached level 9? Lu Ruyin asked. Yes, I'm already level 9. But even if I weren't level 9, I wouldn't eat this shark meat that smells so fishy and urinous. Lin Bei said resolutely. We have garlic, scallions, and ginger. Removing the fishy and urine smell shouldn't be difficult, right? Besides, you're level 9, but I'm only level 1. It would be such a waste not to eat it. Lu Ruyin looked skeptical. Okay, if you want to eat it, make it yourself. Just make me an extra serving of noodles. Lin Bei agreed. After all, shark meat is not a replica, and if Lu Ruyin wants to eat it, there's no reason for her to refuse. When the time comes, the system will return the extra meat, which can then be put on the auction house and sold to players. This operation is a win-win situation, increasing both Lu Ruyin's rank and the amount of goods available for sale. Nana, can you cook? I'll treat you to shark meat tonight. Eating this will also increase your experience points. Lu Ruyin looked at Su Nana with delight. Okay, Sister Ruyin, but I can't cook. Su Nana looked reserved, clearly not yet fully engaged. It's all right, I'll teach you. Follow me. As Lu Ruyin spoke, she didn't hesitate to take Su Nana's hand and walk towards the apartment. In response to this, Lin Bei glanced at it briefly and then ignored it, turning his attention to speeding up the raft and continuing to sail towards the 9 o'clock direction. We've wasted too much time here. We can't afford to dawdle any longer. We must move at full speed. Lin Bei stood alone at the front of the raft, his eyes scanning the receding seascape with piercing gaze, letting the sea breeze caress his face and hair. Afternoon. The survival time is 3 o'clock sharp. As Lin Bei was riding the waves, he suddenly saw dark clouds gathering ahead of the raft, and several other rafts, barely visible, were stuck in the distance. Other players? Is there some new challenge ahead? Lin Bei fell into deep thought. Based on the props Huang Mukun sold him, and considering the overcast skies, he came to a conclusion. It's a hurricane. Chapter 37 Song, Li with Malice. The approaching Lin Bei raft was also noticed by the players who had stopped moving. What level is that raft? It's so big, a player exclaimed in surprise. Not far away, Song Li rolled his eyes and replied, I suppose it's just that the area is large, so the raft's grade must not be high. Otherwise, how could it lag behind us? A player named Chao Dahai frowned and retorted, Are you blind? Didn't you notice that the raft is traveling at several times the speed of ours? Keep in mind that our raft is only level 5, and Yao Yao is already ahead of other players. By this standard, the rafts ahead of us must be at least level 9, or even possibly level 1. In response to this, Song Li looked displeased and angrily said, Then why is he lagging behind? According to you, the other side should be in first place, not us. Chao Dahai showed no mercy to Song Li, responding in front of the other players. Can't you use your own brain? Can't others encounter difficulties along the way? Like a strange hurricane blocking our path. Song Li was speechless and subconsciously gripped the crossbow in his hand. If it weren't for the fact that players from the same starting point couldn't attack each other, he would have already taken down Chao Dahai. As several players discussed it, Lin Bei's raft was already not far from them. Upon seeing this, Song Li couldn't help but reveal a greedy look as he scanned the raft that resembled a football field. But when he saw the players standing at the front of the raft, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Lin Bei. Chao Dahai asked in confusion, Do you know this big shot? We met briefly on the island during the last game. Song Li replied dismissively, a barely perceptible hint of malice flashing in his eyes. He clearly remembered that just 2 days ago, Lin Bei had brandished a crossbow in front of him, acting very aloof, which made Song Li extremely unhappy. At this moment, this guy actually appeared in front of him again, piloting a high-grade raft. Was he trying to show off again? Last time I only gave you the weapon because I didn't have one. This time I have a repeating crossbow. If I can take advantage of his unpreparedness to launch a surprise attack and take down Lin Bei, that would be a huge windfall. More importantly, it seems that the other party is not on the same starting point as me. This thought came to mind. A bold plan emerged in Song Li's mind. He immediately shouted, Boss, this is Song Li. During our previous survival mission, we saw that dark clouds were gathering over this area. If any survivors got too close, it would trigger a hurricane, and we couldn't proceed any further. The sound spread and reached Lin Bei's ears in the distance. Who is it? Lin Bei was lost in his memories, but he couldn't recall this person. I imagine they weren't an important character, otherwise I would definitely have some impression of them. He muttered something to himself, slightly changed course, ignored Song Li's reminder, and continued to head towards the cloud-covered sea, clearly not wanting to have too much contact with the players ahead. On the other side, seeing that Lin Bei did not respond and even slightly changed the flight path, Song Li's smile froze and turned gloomy. Haha, they don't even know you. Don't try to be friendly with them. Why would you give them information? Look at that player's expression. He clearly doesn't believe it and still wants to force his way in, Chao Dahai said jokingly. Several players nearby chimed in. Exactly. You kindly reminded him, but he just pretended not to hear. Why bother? Isn't it better to just watch the show? Song Li didn't care about the sarcasm and ridicule from the other players. He only cared about Lin Bei's raft and the plan he had just come up with. No, I have to devour this fat sheep. With a determined heart, Song Li turned the pages of the book and headed towards Lin Bei. Watching Song Li walk away alone, Chao Dahai noticed something was off about him. This kid usually looked down on everything, so there must be something fishy going on. He was probably eyeing that high-grade raft. The more I thought about it, the more sense it made, especially since Lin Bei and they didn't start from the same point. Chao Dahai, realizing what was happening, also revealed a greedy look and quickly started operating the raft, closely following behind Song Li's raft. The two made unusual movements. The remaining 3 players exchanged glances and instantly understood. Oh no, they're trying to profit from this. Damn it, they didn't even call us. Damn it, they were acting like brothers before, but as soon as there was a benefit to be had, they didn't even warn me. At the same time, Lin Bei watched as a group of players approached him, and a sense of vigilance arose within him. What are they trying to do? They're clearly ignoring me, yet they keep sticking close to me. Sensing something was amiss, he immediately activated his active skill. Malice Sense stopped the raft and waited for Song Li and the others to approach. If these people really have ulterior motives, then collecting more book pages and core text would be a good thing. A free gift package, why not take it? However, as Song Li drew closer, he saw Lin Bei's raft come to a standstill. A smile spread across his face, and he shouted again. Brother Lin, we met in the woods on the island the day before yesterday. How come you don't remember? If you want to cross this sea area, I have a good plan, but I need your cooperation. Let's discuss it properly. Hearing the sound, Lin Bei, standing some distance away, couldn't help but shake his head. He has hundreds of wind-avoiding beads, so he could get through the hurricane with his eyes closed. Even so, Lin Bei still wanted to see what Trick Song Li was up to. Oh, really? Then I'll wait for you here. As Lin Bei responded, he secretly took out the gun from the system's space in case of any unforeseen circumstances. In response to this, unaware of the situation, Song Li was overjoyed and said, "Okay, wait for me." The four players following behind him were delighted to hear their conversation. After all, such a large raft must contain a lot of good stuff. The two rafts were getting closer and closer. At a distance of only 100 meters, Lin Bei suddenly felt a powerful malice enter his nerves. Sure enough, they had ulterior motives. Since they wanted to send me the core pages of the book, I'll accept them without hesitation. After saying that, he took out the desert eagle hidden on his back, aimed it at Song Li, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The bullet burst from the barrel, slicing through the air like a streak of lightning, hurtling towards Song Li. A sudden gunshot. This caused Song Li to instinctively drop to the ground, thus escaping unscathed. Fear, horror, unease, and a host of other emotions instantly overwhelmed him. Lin Bei actually has a gun? Just 2 days ago, the other side was carrying a crossbow. Isn't this update speed a bit too fast? Realizing this, Song Li's previous plan vanished, and he cried out for mercy. "Boss, I just came to share the method that worked. Why are you attacking me? Since you're hostile towards me, I'll leave on my own. My skill is to sense malice the moment your motives become impure. You're already a corpse by then." Lin Bei responded calmly, but without showing any mercy, he pulled the trigger again, and bullets flew out of the barrel once more. Chapter 38: Those with malicious intent shall die. The bullets, like wild horses, hurtled towards the lying down Song Li. In an instant, he was hit by bullets in the back and arms, and blood flowed uncontrollably. Blood stained their clothes and then dripped onto the raft. "Lin Bei, I didn't mean any harm. Please don't kill me." Despite the excruciating pain, Song Li shouted and begged for mercy. However, Lin Bei did not choose to stop. He activated the golden bracelet again, closing the distance between the rafts. Once he was within a suitable range, Lin Bei aimed at its head without hesitation and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet struck Song Li's head directly, creating a large hole in the back of his skull. The players, including Chao Dahai, who were following behind Song Li, stared in shock at the scene before them, a chill running down their spines. Lin Bei actually has a gun? Are you kidding me? This is only the 5th day of our survival journey. They're both players, so why is there such a big difference? I consider myself well-developed, but compared to Lin Bei, I'm practically still a newbie. The players whispered amongst themselves, already planning to turn around and flee this place of trouble. However, Lin Bei didn't seem to have given up on their idea. The raft, shaped like a football field, was heading straight for them with great enthusiasm. Along with it came Lin Bei's cold voice. "I can sense your malice. Although it has lessened somewhat, I've always disliked leaving hidden dangers." These two short sentences were like a death sentence. Chao Dahai and the others felt a chill run down their spines, their eyes filled with despair. Damn it. The raft wasn't fast enough. The demon was coming soon. "Everyone, scatter and run, or you'll all die here." Yes, scatter. The players were not allowed to finish their discussion. Gunshots rang out again. The bullets, like sharp blades, shot straight at them. In an instant, the two players were shot in the head and fell backward onto the raft. Upon seeing this, Chao Dahai broke out in a cold sweat. He knew there was no hope of escape now, and could only pray that Lin Bei would show mercy. This thought came to mind. Chao Dahai shouted loudly, "Boss, I have something good here that I'm willing to give to you for free. I only beg you to have mercy and spare my life." In response to this, Lin Bei couldn't help but let out a cold smile. You see, he's the hunter now, not the prey. If you kill all the players in front of you, the good stuff Chao Dahai mentioned will definitely be yours. Moreover, by killing all the players in front of him, Lin Bei's speed-up stone can be recharged, granting him 50 minutes of double travel speed. Both morally and logically, he could not possibly forgive Chao Dahai and the others. With a heart set on annihilation, Lin Bei raised his hand once more and placed it on the trigger of the Desert Eagle. Chao Dahai, who was waiting for a response, witnessed this entire action. Are you not giving them a chance? Chao Dahai stood at the front of the raft, his face ashen. He took out the book pages and a series of other assets, then shouted, "If you kill me, you won't gain a single thing, including the book pages. I won't avenge Song Li and the others. After all, they were just casual acquaintances." Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive gunshots rang out across the sea. Chao Dahai subconsciously prepared to throw his assets into the sea, with a mindset of, "I'd rather die than let Lin Bei benefit from them." However, the sudden scream startled him. The gun wasn't aimed at him? Chao Dahai looked at his other teammate with lingering fear. What came into view was yet another blood-soaked corpse. Now, all his teammates are dead, and he is the only one left alive. Hoo-hoo. Chao Dahai, panting heavily, sighed. "It seems my decision just now saved me." At this point, he looked at Lin Bei again, just about to offer some terms, but the other party beat him to it. "I can spare your life, but you need to place all the supplies on other players' rafts. I'll only give you 3 minutes. If you do anything wrong, don't blame the bullets for being blind," Lin Bei said coldly. Okay. Chao Dahai nodded in agreement, using the pages of the book to control the raft, heading towards the nearest player, while shouting loudly, "Boss, you absolutely must keep your promise. And that page in the book is essential for players. Could you owe me for now? I'll pay you back double after I hunt down other players. Consider this a loan." Upon hearing this, Lin Bei nodded and said, "No problem. Don't worry, I won't kill you." Only after receiving the promise did Chao Dahai feel completely at ease and begin transferring the supplies. 10 minutes later, as soon as Chao Dahai finished transferring the supplies, he immediately started manipulating the pages of the book, looking like he wanted to escape as soon as possible. Watching the player who was about to leave, Lin Bei sneered and muttered, "I said I wouldn't kill you, but my gun didn't say I wouldn't kill you. You didn't even know how to restrain your malice. You deserve to die. I gave you a chance, but you didn't use it." As he spoke, his Desert Eagle was already aimed at Chao Dahai's head. With the trigger pulled, a loud bang was heard as the bullet burst from the barrel and shot out like lightning. On the other side, Chao Dahai was overjoyed. After all, he was the only one who had survived. "You madman, you just wait and see. The humiliation you suffered today will surely befall you tomorrow." However, before he could finish his muttering, he suddenly heard a burst of gunfire. Chao Dahai trembled, instantly realizing what was happening, and roared, "You surnamed Lin, you deserve to die. You don't keep your word." Before he could finish speaking, a bullet had already lodged itself in the back of his head. In an instant, Chao Dahai's consciousness began to fade. He wanted to continue his insults, but no matter what he did, he couldn't utter a sound. In response to this, Lin Bei merely observed everything indifferently and sighed, "I didn't intend to start a massacre, but you all insisted on offering your help, and I felt bad refusing." "Honey, have you dealt with the bad guys?" Lu Ruyan asked as she walked out of the apartment. Su Nana followed behind her, her face showing more fear than anything else. After all, Lin Bei killed 5 people in one go, and did it so casually, which made it hard not to be wary. Yes, they had ulterior motives, and I sensed it. They all deserve to die. Lin Bei responded, then turned and ordered, "Also, you two go and loot all their supplies." "All right, then hurry up and take the raft over there. The shark meat will be marinated soon," Lu Rian urged. Su Nana, standing to the side, gazed thoughtfully at the bloody corpses of players not far away, lost in thought. "Looting corpses is something you have to go through. You'll get used to it." Lin Bei looked at the silent Su Nana, and after reminding her, he changed the subject and said, "Also, I hope you don't harbor any ill intentions, otherwise, your fate won't be any better than theirs." Chapter 39, Summoning Order and Essence. Time passed as the 2 women looted the place. Lin Bei didn't help. He just urged the 2 of them to finish the looting. Suddenly, Lu Ruyan said loudly, "Darling, this player has an item on their raft that I've never seen before, and it seems pretty powerful." "Oh, I heard from that player before that there was something good, but I never knew what it was." Lin Bei looked curious. Upon seeing this, Lu Ruyan quickened her pace of looting, loading the items onto Lin Bei's raft. She then took out an item resembling a token and said with a grin, "This is it." Lin Bei took the token and examined it on his own. Summoning Order. Level 9. Category: One-time minion summoning item. Effect: Can randomly summon a minion. Description: The servant will obey the summoner's commands, is 100% loyal, and has no risk of betrayal. However, if the summoner falls, the servant will die immediately. Minions can be sold at the auction house, and summoning one creature spirit is required. Note 1. A level 9 Raft can summon 9 minions. If you want to summon more minions, please upgrade your Raft. Note 2. Feeding servants requires sufficient food. Please do so within your means. Chao Dahai is probably unable to summon because he lacks a spiritual essence. Lin Bei observed the effect of the summoning order, smiled, and continued. I happen to have a goblin spirit, which meets the summoning requirements. As for food, there's no need to worry. Using them for night watch should be a good choice. This thought came to mind. His gaze involuntarily fell on Lu Ruyan. That's right. It would be a shame to use such a good product only once. Making hundreds of copies is the way to go. Darling, why are you staring at me like that? Lu Ruyan asked Yi Huodi. I don't have any spirit. It's nothing. I have some goblin essence here. Try summoning a servant first. Lin Bei took the goblin essence out of his system space and handed it to Lu Ruyan along with the summoning token. Lu Ruyan was a little confused, but she nodded silently, took the item, and started working on the accompanying pages. Moment. A 5-pointed star formation appeared on the land where the raft was, accompanied by a burst of bright light. As the light gradually dimmed, a lobster about 1.5 meters long, completely red, and walking upright like a human came into Lin Bei and Lu Ruyan's view. Hello, Master. My name is Red Dragon. The lobster placed its pincers on its chest, bowed deeply to Lu Ruyan, and then looked at Lin Bei Dao. Hello, Great Master. I can guard the raft for you and patrol the vicinity. Lu Ruyan stared at the lobster in front of her with disgust, then turned her gaze to Lin Bei, waiting for her man to make a decision. However, Lin Bei did not respond immediately, because the system's voice was ringing in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have consumed resources for a woman, triggering a critical hit return. You have received 700 summoning orders and 700 goblin essences. After hearing the system's notification, Lin Bei finally came to his senses and looked at the lobster in front of him again, saying, a red dragon? Then you'll patrol the raft from now on. If any outsiders approach, kill them without mercy. Yes, Master, Red Dragon responded, then walked to the edge of the raft and began his patrol. Arrange the servants. Lin Bei manipulated the golden bracelet to check the other party's attributes. Red Dragon. Level 9. Category, Lobster. Physical Strength, 15. Strength, 19. Agility, 14. Skin Defense, 20. Required for advancement, Tier 1 Essence. Skills, none. The stats are passable, enough for night patrols. If you summon 8 more, you won't have to worry about expanding the raft anymore, since you'll have minions patrolling. As Lin Bei spoke, he took out the summoning token and goblin essence again and summoned them without hesitation. In an instant, a light several times brighter than before appeared on the raft. When the light faded, 8 red dragons came into Lin Bei's view. Hello, Master. We are red dragons, and we can guard your raft. 8 red dragons stared at Lin Bei and said in unison, all right, you can spread out and patrol. If there are any intruders, kill them without mercy. After giving these instructions to the 8 red dragons, Lin Bei stared at their departing figures, a look of doubt on his face. The summons were supposed to be random, but they're all the same species. Are these the worst summons? Or is it a problem with the goblin spirits? Lin Bei has 2 vague conjectures, but they still need to be verified by experiments and can only be studied further in the future. On the other side, Su Nana had finished looting the deceased player's supplies and was walking towards Lin Bei. Boss, we've finished looting the supplies. We have 5 book pages in total, Shui, Su Nana reported. Aside from the book pages, the contents consisted of basic materials such as food and water, a few crossbows, and blueprints that had been previously owned. There were no major surprises. Lin Bei used the system space to collect all the captured supplies, and then said, okay, you can continue cooking with Ru Yan. Send Su Nana away. Lin Bei turned his head and looked at the sea in front of the raft. The contrast between that sea area and the sea area where I was stark. One side was sunny and bright, while the other was shrouded in dark clouds, eerie and sinister. However, Lin Bei showed no fear whatsoever. After all, he possessed hundreds of wind-avoiding beads. Thinking of this, Lin Bei activated the golden bracelet again, maneuvering the raft at full speed towards the cloud-covered sea. A raft shaped like a football field sailed on the sea for more than 10 minutes before finally entering the cloudy waters. Lin Bei held a wind-avoiding bead in his hand, his eyes scanning the surrounding environment with keen eyes. Suddenly, An announcement appeared on his control panel. Congratulations to player Lin Bei for setting foot in the Hurricane Sea. The Hurricane Sea is the second stage of the Riding the Waves challenge. Players will be constantly attacked by hurricanes. If you do not wish to face them, please return the way you came and end the challenge. At 5 a.m. sharp, the hurricane-affected sea area will automatically disappear, allowing players to pass through freely. Of course, if you love a challenge, then the Tier 2 treasure chest located in the center of the sea is yours for the taking. After all, it only belongs to players who dare to take on the challenge. There's a Tier 2 treasure chest? Ha ha ha. It's like God is practically feeding us. Lin Bei's face lit up with joy, and thinking of the hundreds of wind-avoiding beads in his hand, there was not a trace of fear on his face. Just as he was feeling happy, the clouds in the sky grew even thicker. Not only that, but there were also bursts of thunder. Amidst flashes of lightning, a sudden gale arose on the sea, converging towards a single point. In less than a minute, the gale had taken shape, transforming into a hurricane the size of a 5-meter-tall building, heading straight for Lin Bei's raft. Chapter 40, The Mermaid Statue and the Eerie Song. The wind howled, making Lin Bei almost unsteady on his feet. In response to this, he used the wind-avoiding bead without hesitation. In an instant, the wind-avoiding bead shattered, transforming into a white barrier that blocked the gale. This natural disaster is truly disgusting. No wonder Song Li and the others are stuck and waiting in front of the hurricane-stricken sea. Without this wind-avoiding bead, wouldn't the players be forced to wait until 5 o'clock? Then, there will definitely be another round of fierce competition, no different from starting from the beginning. As he spoke, Lin Bei continued to maneuver the raft at full speed and ordered the Red Dragon not far away. Keep a close eye on the surroundings. If you see any treasure chests, notify me immediately. Yes, Master. The 9 red dragons responded immediately, ceasing their patrol and beginning to scan the vicinity of the raft with utmost seriousness. In the blink of an eye, the effect of the first wind-avoiding bead is about to wear off. The edge of the hurricane-affected sea area can be faintly seen in the distance. The sun shone brightly there, a stark contrast to Lin Bei's location, like the difference between the underworld and the mortal realm. Are you kidding me? Wasn't there supposed to be a treasure chest? Lin Bei looked puzzled and recalled the announcement again. Suddenly, I remembered the clue that the treasure chest was located in the center of the sea. Since we're already here, it would be really unreasonable not to take the treasure chest. This thought came to mind. He manipulated the golden bracelet to turn the raft around and once again entered the hurricane-affected waters. After all, Lin Bei had plenty of wind-avoiding beads, so he didn't hesitate to use them. Time slips away in the search. Survival time, 4 o'clock. Lin Bei used his 4th wind-avoiding pearl, his face grim. Where exactly is the center? Why isn't there any hint at all? The sea is so vast. Are you sure you're planning to give players a Tier 2 treasure chest? Just as he was frowning in worry, Lu Ruyan's voice came from inside the apartment. Your noodles are ready. Also, I marinated the shark meat so the flavor isn't too strong. Are you sure you don't want to bite? Accompanied by the sound, Lu Ruyan and Su Nana walked out of the apartment, carrying food in their hands. You guys eat. I'm busy right now. Lin Bei replied, continuing to scan the sea, which was filled with hurricane-like waves with Hong Long. Eating is a basic necessity. You're doing this. Lu Ruyan wanted to persuade her further, but before she could finish speaking, a noise resembling singing suddenly rang out from all around. La 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 la. The la 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 noise surrounded Lin Bei and the others, making the 3 of them gradually become irritated. Then, the singing changed and turned into a song that the group was familiar with. There's always a colorful river winding through the fairy tale town. Before Lin Bei could figure out what was going on, suddenly, he saw another raft appear out of nowhere in front of him, barely visible. The raft, hidden within the hurricane, approached them along with the singing. When they had traveled a certain distance, a figure appeared on the raft. No, to be precise, that wasn't a human figure. Lin Bei noticed that the lower half of the other side was clearly more fish-like. Could it be the legendary mermaid? Lin Bei muttered to himself. But soon, something even more moving happened to him. The thing the mermaid was sitting on looked like a green treasure chest. Lin Bei's eyes were full of vigilance, and he had a feeling that things were not simple. Suddenly, when he tried to move around, he found that his feet were starting to move on their own. Lin Bei's gaze involuntarily shifted from the mermaid to his own legs. he exclaimed in surprise. Are you kidding me? Lin Bei discovered that his feet were turning to stone. Darling, my feet feel like they're turning to stone. Liu Huyan asked Lin Bei urgently. Not only Lin Bei and Lu Ruyan, but also Su Nana, who was standing to the side, and the 9 red dragons, had their feet gradually turning to stone. A touch of eccentric magic, yet entangled in the complexities of love. In this situation, coupled with the eerie singing, Lin Bei suddenly thought of death candy. There's something wrong with the singing. Cover your ears. After reminding Lu Ruyan and the others, Lin Bei quickly took out the deafness candy from the system space and consumed it. At that moment, he finally understood the purpose of the deafness candy. It turned out that Huang Mukun was afraid that Lin Bei would accidentally encounter a mermaid and turn to stone after hearing this eerie song. He didn't understand it at the time, but now that he's encountered difficulties, he suddenly realizes it. The moment Lin Bei swallowed the candy, he completely lost his hearing, and the world fell into an eerie silence. As the eerie singing faded from his ears, the petrification of his legs gradually subsided. Seeing this, Lin Bei was overjoyed and took out several more deafness candies, heading towards Lu Ruyan and Su Nana. The two women seemed to be talking about something, but Lin Bei couldn't hear them at all, so he could only reply with nonsensical words. The singing is awful. Listening to it will turn you to stone, but eating this candy will make you deaf for 10 minutes, perfectly suppressing the singing. I can't hear what you're saying right now. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan and Su Nana understood. They nodded in response as they accepted the deafness candy Lin Bei offered them. The two women who had consumed the candy gradually recovered from their petrification. In response to this, Lin Bei didn't linger for long, but instead walked towards the red dragon and distributed the deafness candy. After the petrochemical problem is resolved, the raft carrying the mermaid was almost within reach. Staring at the raft less than 100 meters away, Lin Bei could see it clearly this time. The raft was about 40 square meters in total. On the raft was not a mermaid, but a stone statue of a mermaid. Next to the statue was a green treasure chest. It's just a stone statue? Lin Bei sighed, then activated the golden bracelet, trying to figure out what it was. Mermaid statue. Level unknown. Category unknown. Description: an object cursed by Medusa. Note: this item is extremely dangerous. It will continuously emit a familiar song, and all living beings who hear it will turn to stone along with it. Green treasure chest. Level 20. Category Tier 2 treasure chest. Lin Bei stared at the stone statue with lingering fear, then looked at the second-tier treasure chest, and finally fixed his gaze on the 9 red dragons. He pointed at the green treasure chest and began to gesture wildly. It took a tremendous amount of effort. The 9 red dragons finally understood Lin Bei's meaning. He wanted them to retrieve the green treasure chest. In response to this, without hesitation, the red dragons jumped into the sea and swam towards the raft not far away. Lin Bei did this to prevent any accidents. After all, if the red dragon is gone, it can be summoned again with a summoning command. If something were to happen to him, the situation would become much more complicated. Fortunately, the mermaid statue didn't try anything funny, and the 9 red dragons successfully brought the green treasure chest back to the raft. Fortunately, it was just singing, and there was no other danger. Lin Bei watched the returning red dragon, wanting only to leave this strange sea area as soon as possible. Chapter 41. Tier 2 Treasure Chest. Cheap. Afternoon. Survival time, 4:50. Lin Bei and his companions, who encountered the mermaid statue in the hurricane-stricken sea area, finally escaped safely and even managed to obtain the second-tier treasure chest. Honey, that stone statue was terrifying. Liu Huyan whined to Lin Bei. However, Lin Bei ignored him and simply stared at the end of the hurricane-stricken sea ahead. They're ignoring me, Lu Ruyan said, her face showing displeasure. She then turned to Su Nana and said, Nana, let's go eat shark meat. Huh? Before Su Nana could react, Lu Ruyan pulled her into the apartment. Wait. Lin Bei stopped Lu Ruyan and instructed her, don't rush to eat. First, help me open this second-tier treasure chest. You're quite lucky. You only pay attention to me when you open a treasure chest. Lu Ruyan complained, but noticing Lin Bei's unfriendly gaze, she immediately became obedient, walked to the treasure chest, and reluctantly opened it. What is this? Lu Ruyan asked in confusion, taking out a small device that looked like a chip from the treasure chest. Lin Bei did not respond immediately. because a system notification sounded in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully consumed resources for the woman, triggering a critical hit return and obtaining a Tier 2 treasure, Chest X 500. After the system voice faded away, Linbei looked at the small chip in Lu Rian's hand and the second-tier treasure chest that had just been disassembled. Greenwood. Level, 20. Category, Timber. Description, the special wood obtained from dismantling second-tier treasure chests is rarer than first-tier redwood. Smart AI chip. Level, 29. Category, Intelligent AI. Description, can be added to book pages to make the entire Raft AI-enabled. It can help you operate the raft and also warn of enemy attacks. Note, to unlock more features, please collect chips with other functions to help the AI upgrade. Oh, Intelligent AI? It can even help me operate the raft? Linbei looked curious, walked over to Lu Ruyan, took the chip, and placed it on the golden bracelet without hesitation. The gold bracelet, sensing the chip, instantly absorbed it. Then, a projected image appeared in Linbei's eyes. Please enter the AI name. After thinking it over and over, Linbei typed Xiao AI Tongxua, little AI student, using the virtual keyboard. Hello, Captain. Xiao AI is here to assist you. I can assist the captain in operating the raft and guarding against attacking enemies. If the captain wants to relax, Xiao AI's built-in speaker has thousands of hit songs in its library, which can be played to help you unwind. No need. Having just witnessed the mermaid statue, Linbei's expression stiffened at the mention of listening to music. He refused without hesitation and ordered, simply drive your raft at full speed toward the 9 o'clock position. Our goal is to win first place in the Wave Riders competition. Yes, Captain. Xiao AI, please feel free to leave it to me. A reply was received. Linbei immediately left the wristband's control panel and switched to the chat channel. After finding nothing amiss, he casually checked the chat messages in the channel. Regional Channel 10 is temporarily unavailable. Group chat is temporarily unavailable. Number of players in the competition channel, 6881. 999 plus unread messages. Brothers, the hurricane zone will open in 5 minutes. Are you all ready? First place is definitely mine. I'm a man with a level 4 raft. I'm bound to conquer the sea. Showing off? You probably don't know, but Boss Linbei is also in this area. You should know that he's a level 9 raft. Haha, does a level 9 raft necessarily mean speed? Maybe he's the same way, somewhere waiting for the hurricane's effects to dissipate. The winner hasn't been decided yet. We could both be dark horses. That's right, don't belittle others' ambitions and diminish your own prestige. No child loses every day. The winner might just be one of you here. That makes sense. Poor development at birth is not a disgrace. A man should be flexible and adaptable. The person upstairs is clearly a cultured person. After listening to what you said, I regained my confidence. Watch out, guys. A player just tried to hunt me down, but I killed them and got a speed-up stone. It speeds up your character by killing other players, and it also has 20 minutes of energy. I think I can compete for first place. Are there really such items? Isn't this encouraging players to kill each other? Is anyone coming to kill me? I also want a speed-up stone. Bro, your idea is dangerous. The game channel is displaying a scrolling message. Linbei glanced at the player's chat, then at the raft about to leave the hurricane-affected sea, and couldn't help but smile, saying, "That's quite a boast. However, I'm about to leave the hurricane-affected area. I wonder how you'll handle that." Captain, you can rest assured, with Xiao AI, Xiaomi's AI assistant, around, first place will definitely be ours. Watching Linbei talk to AI, Lu Rian couldn't help but interrupt. This technology is amazing. Now we have Red Dragon for security and Xiao AI to control the alarm. Now we have time to eat, right? Yeah, now I really have some free time. Linbei nodded slightly, and as he walked towards the apartment, he continued, "Let's go eat." Lu Rian followed closely behind Linbei, smiling as she introduced her masterpiece. "I boiled 10 eggs today, made the noodles quite spicy, and added the snake meat and crab meat you gave me as side dishes. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Sunana breathed a sigh of relief as she watched the two people go inside. Judging from the current situation, Lu Rian's behavior does not seem to be forced, and their relationship is unusual, vaguely resembling that of a couple. Since that's the case, it means that Linbei won't do anything to me for the time being, and I can even rely on the two of them to live a good life. After the analysis, little Sue Nana was finally relieved and headed into the apartment. Dusk. Survival time, 6:30. After enjoying a sumptuous meal, Lin Bei and the others sat at the front of the raft, admiring the sunset and letting the sea breeze caress their faces. Darling, you ate so much today. The food must have been delicious, right? Lu Rian asked. However, Lin Bei simply grunted in response and then ignored him. In response to this, Lu Rian forced the conversation and asked again, Darling, you said we've been away from the hurricane area for almost 2 hours. How much further do we have to go to reach our destination? Unfortunately, before Lin Bei could reply, an AI mechanical voice responded first. First mate, we're not far from our destination, Happy Island. We will arrive in 15 minutes. Damn AI, Lu Rian cursed under her breath. But AI's hearing was sharp, and it instantly picked up on her whispered curses and responded. Why did the first mate scold Xiao AI? Wasn't that the question you asked? Xiao AI was just trying to help you. Chapter 42, you still have points? 15 minutes flew by as Lu Ruyan and AI argued. An island had already appeared not far from the raft. The islands that came into view, gradually shrouded in darkness, seemed less safe. What's there to argue about between you and AI? Lin Bei stared at the island ahead and interrupted Lu Ruyan, who was arguing with AI. In response, Xiao AI immediately chimed in. Exactly. What's the point of arguing with Xiao AI? Can't the first mate be a little more magnanimous? Do you even understand the concept of perspective? Lu Ruyan instinctively wanted to retort, but Lin Bei spoke first, saying, I'll go to the island with the 2 red dragons to find the treasure chest later. You and Su Nana should guard the house well. At this point, he took out a repeating crossbow and tossed it to Lu Ruyan, continuing, if any player approaches, give them a warning. If they don't listen, kill them on sight. With 6 red dragons, Xiao AI's warning, and the weapon I gave you, things shouldn't be too difficult at this stage. Lu Ruyan took the weapon, nodded, and replied, Okay, then take care of yourself. She wanted to give her some more instructions. However, Xiao AI interrupted again with a mechanical voice. Captain, the raft is about to reach its final destination, Happy Island. The notification ended with Xiao AI's prompt. The raft has successfully docked at the beach of Happy Island. In response to this, Lin Bei turned his gaze to the 2 red dragons and instructed them, You 2 come with me to the island. Before the red dragon could respond, his golden bracelet suddenly activated automatically, displaying a virtual screen. Player Lin Bei won first place in the Riding the Waves competition and received the following prizes: a Tier 1 Raft job change card and 1,000 survival points. After logging into the island, please find the starting referee to claim your reward. Additionally, a Tier 2 treasure chest and a special supermarket are hidden in the center of Happy Island. Players can search for them on their own before 8 o'clock. After 8 o'clock, players will be teleported back to their original island along with their raft. There's a supermarket too? Is that where you use survival points? While secretly speculating, Lin Bei, along with the 2 red dragons, leaped over the railing at the edge of the raft and successfully landed on Happy Island. The moment I logged in, a familiar figure emerged from the sea. Haha, I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Those 3 props I gave you weren't in vain. The person who called out to Lin Bei was none other than referee Huang Yukun. His face was beaming with joy. You could tell he was in a good mood. Lin Bei stopped and looked toward the voice. When he saw it was the referee, he asked directly, Where's my prize? Don't worry, you won't be shortchanged on your prize. Huang Yukun took out a bag, took out the prize from it, and walked towards Lin Bei. Here's your prize. Huang Yukun walked up to Lin Bei, handed over 2 cards, and said, 1,000 survival points. Why don't you spend them here? I have quite a few good things on me. Thank you, but I'll have to wait a moment. Lin Bei nodded and walked towards his raft. Watching Lin Bei return, Huang Yukun muttered with a puzzled look. Is he planning to upgrade the raft first? Actually, that's not the case. Lin Bei just wanted to find Lu Ruyan and get more survival points through the system's refund mechanism. Based on the cashback ratio, a 500x return would net him 500,000 points, enough to clear out Huang Yukun and the supermarket stock. Just thinking about it is exciting. Not long after, Lin Bei led Lu Ruyan away from the raft and toward Huang Yukun. Here are 1,000 points. Buy whatever you want later without hesitation, and remember not to save a single point, Lin Bei instructed. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan was overjoyed and grabbed Lin Bei's arm, saying, So, my dear, call me over here, because you wanted to buy me something? The conversation between the 2 reached Huang Yukun's ears, which surprised him slightly. After all, 1,000 points was no small amount, and Lin Bei was going to spend it all on him. all for a woman. Wow, today's gamers are really spending big. After making a remark, Huang Mukun took out a large number of items from the bag, put on a professional smile, looked at Lu Ruyan, and introduced them. Here are skirt templates and materials for making clothes. I think this human lady would like them. Furthermore, all the templates and materials needed for manufacturing cosmetics are readily available, ensuring ease of use. Of course, these are all inexpensive gadgets. What I really recommend are the solar panel manufacturing blueprints and the air conditioner manufacturing blueprints. With them, you'll definitely have a comfortable time when the sun is shining brightly. At this point, Huang Mukun revealed a cunning look and said, however, the price of the air conditioner blueprint is 800 points, and the price of the solar panel blueprint is 800 points, not including the manufacturing materials. 1,000 points are not enough. So what do you mean? Lin Bei asked, puzzled. To thank you for helping us win first place and granting me the right to sell, I'll give you either an air conditioner or a solar panel blueprint. As for the manufacturing materials, I'll sell them to you for 200 points. Also, I'll give you this lady's cosmetics template and clothing template for free. After calmly explaining, Huang Mukun, looking confident that he had Lin Bei cornered, added, hee. How about that? Wasn't I good enough? In response to this, even Lu Ruyan could tell that Huang Mukun's quoted price was inflated and that something was definitely fishy. Honey, how about we look again and try to find the supermarket mentioned in the announcement? Lu Ruyan suggested to Lin Bei. Madam, there are monsters guarding the supermarket. It's very dangerous. Without my map and strategy guide, it's practically a death sentence. Of course, the map is also very cheap, only 800 points. Huang Mukun interjected. It's all right, let's make the deal. Lin Bei said confidently. A wise decision. You know, the supermarket doesn't have the two blueprints I have. With that, Huang Mukun took out the air conditioner blueprints and the solar panel blueprints, looked at Lu Ruyan, and said, choose one. Then I want an air conditioner. Also, you can't go back on your promise to give me something. Lu Ruyan handed over the points to the other party and took the air conditioner blueprints and 2 templates. The moment the deal was made, the system's voice echoed in Lin Bei's mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully used up resources for the woman and have gained 600,000 survival points. Upon confirming the cashback had been credited to his account, Lin Bei beamed with delight and asked, do you have anything else good? Of course. What? You want to trade book pages for it? Huang Mukun replied immediately, then reminded him, bartering is very expensive. Think it through. It's all right. I still have some points here. Lin Bei said, taking out 3 1,000-point survival points from his system space. How is that possible? You still have 3,000 points? Huang Mukun's face was full of disbelief. Nothing is impossible. Give me the solar panels too. Also, bring out some more good stuff. Chapter 43, Where is the referee? Huang Mukun was speechless. He secretly began to ponder where the 3,000 points came from. After careful consideration, it concluded that Lin Bei must have found a Tier 2 treasure chest in the Hurricane Sea. Otherwise, a regular treasure chest wouldn't yield so many points. This thought came to mind. Huang Mukun felt heartbroken. It's simply because it feels its product prices are still too low. Take those solar panel drawings, Huang Mukun said, as he took out a large number of drawings, materials, and templates from the bag. Of the materials, 80 is the basic material. 19 represents first-order materials, such as first-order mahogany, first-order electrical wires, and first-order metal sheets. The remaining material is all second-tier greenwood. As for the blueprint templates, Lin Bei already possessed them. After all, he had collected a lot of material before. I already have your refrigerator and furniture, but could you get some better stuff? Like guns, Tier 1 experience skill pills, etc. Lin Bei stared at the goods with a lack of interest. You have them all? Huang Mukun was stunned for a moment, then said in a disbelieving tone, how is that possible? You've only been trying to survive for a few days. Besides, the things you're talking about are all incredibly expensive. If I could buy them for 3,000 points, I want to buy them too. Is that so? Lin Bei looked regretful, then took out 31,000-point coupons from his system space and said jokingly, it's a pity. I was originally planning to patronize your business. Huang Mukun was so shocked that he couldn't even speak fluently and was completely stunned. This is just a small amount. Tell me how much cargo you have. Considering you saved my life with those props before, I'll pack it up and take it with me. Lin Bei asked, looking quite wealthy. This move completely baffled Huang Mukun, who tentatively offered, how about 30,000 for the whole thing? If you add 3,000 points, you can take the storage bag and the Happy Island map guide too. In its mind, 33,000 points should be all of Linbei's wealth. If the transaction goes through, the profit will be at least 13,000 points. You won't need to trade with other players anymore, saving time and effort while earning more money. Why not? All right. Linbei nodded and stuffed 33 points in a Huang Yukun's hand. Haha, Brother Lin is so generous. If it weren't for the huge penalty for breach of contract, I would have liked to give you the prizes for second and third place in the competition as well. Huang Yukun was overjoyed, his hands trembling as he counted the points. Oh, I wonder how much the penalty for breach of contract is. Linbei inquired. The penalty for breach of contract for second place is 10,000 points, and the prize is a fishing rod job change card, Tier 1. The penalty for breach of contract for third place is 6,000 points, and the prize is a universal essence and a recruitment order, Tier 1. Not worth it. Huang Yukun explained perfunctorily. 16,000 points? That's not expensive. Linbei muttered to himself. Not expensive? You should know that the original price of that product was... Before Huang Yukun could finish speaking, Linbei pulled out 21,000-point coupons from his system space and interjected, "How about we break our promise, and you make me suffer a little? The remaining 4,000 can be our compensation." This isn't right, is it? The second and third place winners won't get prizes, and besides, you're all human. Shouldn't you help each other out? Huang Yukun stared at the points in Linbei's hand, his tone already wavering. Everyone who is good for themselves will be punished by heaven and earth. Linbei stuffed another 20 points into Huang Yukun's arms. Indeed, everyone looks out for themselves. Besides, Brother Lin and I hit it off immediately, so I should definitely help him out. Huang Yukun nodded, stuffed the points into the organ, and then took out 2 prizes from the organ and handed them to Linbei. Linbei was satisfied, then turned to look at Lu Rian, who was still standing there in a daze, and said, "You go back and guard the raft first. I'm going to go deeper into the island to find the second-tier treasure chest." Lu Rian snapped out of her reverie, looked at Linbei with adoring eyes, and nodded, saying, "Okay, leave it to me. You can go with peace of mind." Just as Linbei was about to set off, after counting his points, Huang Yukun reminded him, "Brother Lin, your strength is not as good as mine. Be careful not to follow the map guide, or you may perish. The second-tier treasure chest is not easy to get." Oh, Linbei turned to look at Huang Yukun, then suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He took out 10 more points and said, "Brother Huang, you can't just stand by and do nothing, can you? Why don't you come with me to get that Tier 2 treasure chest? I haven't finished my refereeing duties yet. What if a player comes over later? You know, absenteeism results in huge losses. If I give you the prize, I risk being fired," Huang Yukun said seriously. "Is that so?" Linbei nodded, then added, "It's all right. Anyway, I've already received the prizes, and there are no items for sale. As long as you're with me, I'll add another 30,000 points to make it up to you once things are done." "Good brother, I have to help you with this. I'll just quit if necessary. I've been dissatisfied with the referee's treatment for a long time. Also, let me make this clear beforehand. If I lead the way, the map guide points won't be refunded," Huang Yukun said obsequiously. "Okay, what are we waiting for, brother? We need to get this done quickly. I'll be leaving at 8 o'clock, Linbei urged. "All right, bro, follow me. I'll make sure you have a smooth journey." Huang Yukun strode forward, heading towards the center of Happy Island. Watching the man and fish depart, Lu Rian returned to the raft, remarking with admiration, "That fish man is truly amazing." Night falls. 7 o'clock. Linbei and Huang Yukun have been inside Happy Island for 5 minutes. On the nearby sea surface, a raft is moving at full speed. The labor and capital level 6 wooden raft. This first place should be mine, right? The player who spoke was named Li Bai. At that moment, he was excitedly waving his arms and legs, thinking he was number 1. However, when Li Bai discovered that there were rafts moored on the beach of Happy Island, his excitement instantly subsided, and he muttered in disbelief. "How is that possible? Who's faster than me? Could it be that the competition channel was talking about Linbei?" A wave of disappointment instantly overwhelmed Li Bai's heart. He forced himself to console himself. Oh well. After all, it's normal to be second to someone else with a level 9 raft. Second place is fine too. The reward should be pretty good. Not long after, Li Bai successfully logged into Happy Island and saw the announcement of second place on the page. "Oh, I need to find a referee to collect my reward, the supermarket, the Tier 2 treasure chest, and some points. Having grasped the general situation, he tucked the raft into the pages of his book and began searching around. 30 minutes later. Damn it, where's the referee? Could it be that they're deliberately stalling for time to prevent me, Lee, from finding the treasure chest? Li Bai's face was frighteningly gloomy as he continued searching for the referee around Happy Island. It wasn't just him. The player who came in third place is also looking for a referee. Even the players who arrived one after another were looking for the referee, hoping to get clearance points and exchange them for some living supplies. Damn it, where's the referee? Is this game playing us? Are you kidding me? Is it possible that there are no referees at all? The players' discussions were incessant, with some even beginning to question their existence. Little did they know that the referee they were looking for had already arrived at the center of the island with Lin Bei. Chapter 44, I've bought all the supplies in the supermarket. Just as the players were racking their brains to find a referee, Huang Mukun, who was leading the way, had successfully led Lin Bei through a desolate area and into the forest. Brother Lin, the second-tier treasure chest, is just ahead. The one guarding is my friend. We call him Octopus Brother. Octopus Brother has a bad temper, but we get along well, so I think he'll give me face, Huang Mukun introduced confidently. Oh, it seems Brother Huang has quite a strong network of connections in the fishman world. Lin Bei complimented. Of course, back then, Huang Mukun started bragging after Lin Bei said those words. However, halfway through the conversation, a sudden commotion came from the bushes in the woods, interrupting him. Lin Bei and Huang Mukun stopped and looked in the direction of the sound. A humanoid octopus emerged from the grass. The octopus had a yellowish-brown skin, used its 4 tentacles as legs to walk, and had an alien-like face, making it extremely creepy. Huang Mukun, why aren't you doing your job as a referee on the beach? What are you doing here? Also, isn't this human a contestant? You're actually guiding him. Don't you know that's against the rules? Besides, our relationship isn't that great. After the octopus finished speaking with dissatisfaction, it glanced at Lin Bei and then sneered, "Looks delicious. I have the right to enjoy the contestants who enter the forest, but Huang Mukun can't protect you." Upon hearing this, Huang Mukun immediately stepped in front of Lin Bei and rebuked him. "It is my brother, Huang Mukun." In the blink of an eye, the 2 marine creatures were locked in a fierce battle, creating a tense atmosphere in the forest as if a major battle was about to erupt. "Brother Huang, please calm down." Lin Bei moved forward, walked in front of Huang Mukun, took out 5,000 points from his system space, waved them in his hand, and said, "Squidward's name is legendary. I originally wanted to use these 5,000 points to treat you to tea, but I don't quite like your hospitality." Squidward stared at the survival points, lost in thought. He worked himself to the bone guarding the treasure chest, earning only 50 points a day, while the player in front of him could casually offer 100 days' worth of wages. This thought came to mind. Squidward's displeasure softened, and he said in a troubled tone, This isn't quite right, is it? What's wrong with that? You stinky octopus. You think 5,000 points isn't enough? You're really being hypocritical, getting a good deal and then complaining. If you don't like it, try sparring with me." After speaking with a jealous tone, Huang Mukun turned to Lin Bei and said obsequiously, "Brother, if he doesn't want it, just give me the 5,000. I'll use my trump card and beat him so badly his own mother won't recognize him." "Get lost. Did I say I didn't want to?" Squidward interrupted sharply, then looked at Lin Bei with a friendly expression and added, "This young man is so eager to make friends. How could I let him down besides? What I meant before was that if I deliberately let him win, I might get fired. How about you beat me up first? And we put on a show otherwise. I won't feel at ease taking these points." "Sure." Huang Mukun nodded, then changed the subject. "However, beating you up will cost 50 points. You want to charge me for hitting me 50 points? Why don't you just rob me? Are you out of your mind? Or am I out of my mind?" Squidward exclaimed. The absurd conversation between the two gradually made Lin Bei lose patience, and he couldn't help but interrupt. "I'm in a hurry. There are still 30 minutes until 8 o'clock. These words were spoken. Squidward immediately stopped arguing with Huang Mukun and stretched his arms out into the depths of the forest. Lin Bei was not allowed to figure out what was going on. He then saw that Squidward's tentacles had returned to their original state, and a green treasure chest had appeared in his arms. "I didn't want the player to get the treasure chest, but I really like this young man, so you can take it." As he spoke, Squidward walked over to Lin Bei, generously stuffed the Tier 2 treasure chest in his arms, and took 5,000 points, looking as if afraid the other party would change his mind. After delivering the treasure chest, an abstract scene appears. Suddenly, Squidward began extending its tentacles, punching and kicking itself repeatedly, muttering, "Having sparred with Brother Lin today, I humbly admit defeat." Lin Beiqiang suppressed a laugh, ignoring the self-harming octopus brother, and turned to Huang Mukun, saying, "I've got the treasure chest. Take me to the supermarket." "Good." Huang Mukun nodded and, as he walked towards the north side of the woods, explained, "The supermarket's total value of goods is 100,000 yuan, with a majority of basic materials and daily necessities." Upon hearing this, Lin Bei, who was following behind, asked in confusion, "Isn't there anything good?" "Some." Huang Mukun responded and continued, "There are 3 items inside: a weapon, a water condenser, and a fog system chip. They are all second-tier good items. Among them, the water condenser condenses life spring water and costs 80,000 survival points. The remaining items are only worth 20,000 in total." 80,000? Lin Bei muttered to himself, then pressed for details. "How much are the fog system and weapons worth?" "The fog system costs 10,000 survival points, and the weapon, I think, is an AK-47 assault rifle, which only costs 1,000 survival points. The other items are food, materials, and basic blueprints, which I probably wouldn't consider." Time passed as Huang Mukun continued his introduction. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. A person and a fish were already standing at the supermarket entrance. Lin Bei stared at the supermarket, which seemed out of place amidst the island's forest, and without giving it much thought, walked straight inside. "Come out. This is my brother. Don't ambush him. Let him go in and buy some things," Huang Mukun muttered to himself. Suddenly, 2 humanoid chameleons appeared 10 meters north of the forest. "What is this?" Lin Bei stopped and turned to ask. Huang Mukun looked embarrassed and explained, "I was worried some contestants wouldn't spend money with me, so I arranged some tests to train them." "That's reasonable. Of course, you're my brother. Testing you would be an insult to our friendship." "He truly is my good brother," Lin Bei said with an understanding look on his face, then continued walking towards the supermarket. Stepping into the supermarket, which is about 200 square meters, a dazzling array of supplies came into Lin Bei's view. However, most of the items were materials, food, water, and scrap blueprints, and the prices were very low. For example, 5 bottles of water for 1 point, 10 loaves of bread for 1 point, and 1 wooden barrel blueprint for 2 points. No wonder Huang Mukun had people guarding the supermarket entrance. The prices are really low. Before Lin Bei could finish his gankai, feelings/reflections, a mechanical voice suddenly rang out. "Hello, I'm the AI salesperson of this store. How many points do you have, and what would you like to buy?" "I'll take everything here," Lin Bei said boldly. "This is a warning to you, player. Don't joke around, or something terrible will happen." Before the AI could finish speaking, Lin Bei pulled out 100 points and said, "Here are 100,000 points. That should be enough to buy everything, right?" In an instant, all around was silent. AI seemed to freeze, falling silent. Chapter 45, You Don't Know Anything. Raft level takes priority. Any more questions? If not, I'm going to move the goods. Lin Bei asked urgently. "All right, let me check your survival points first." The AI responded. Then, the supermarket's ceiling suddenly opened, and a mechanical arm reached out and grabbed the survival points in Lin Bei's hand. In response to this, Lin Bei did not resist and let the robotic arm take away the points, waiting for AI to count them. Fortunately, AI worked quickly, finishing the count in just 1 minute and announcing it verbally. "Hello, a total of 100,000 points have been charged to you. All items in this supermarket are now your property. Please process your goods as soon as possible. Additionally, if you require mechanical handling, there will be an extra charge." Lin Bei interrupted, refusing. No need. I could do it myself." As he spoke, he walked towards the goods display case and frantically collected the goods into his system space. 5 minutes later, the supermarket had been half emptied of its stock, as if it had been looted. At this moment, Lin Bei was standing in front of 3 items, examining them. Condenser Fountain of Life version. Level, 29, Tier 2. Category, Fountain of Life. Description, a special water condenser that produces a fountain of life that increases attributes. Effect 1. It can produce 5,500 milliliters of fountain of life per day. Effect 2. Drinking the spring of life water for a week will randomly grant 2 attribute points. Effect 3. The fountain of life has the effect of restoring physical strength and can treat minor illnesses. Price: 80,000 survival points. Dense folk cheap. Level: 29, Tier 2. Category: Defense System. Effect: loading this chip into the book pages will consume seawater to release a dense gray fog that covers the raft, thus concealing its presence. Price: 10,000 survival points. 47 automatic rifle. Level: 29, Tier 2. Category: Automatic rifle. Damage: 60 to 100. Effective range: 300 meters. Maximum lethal range: 1,500 meters. Bullet capacity: 30. Description: robust and durable, with a low failure rate and reliable firing performance. However, during continuous fire, the muzzle climb is severe, affecting accuracy. Upgrade: unable to upgrade. A 7.62mm caliber bullet template is included with the purchase of the gun. Price: 1,000 survival points. Are these the 3 good items Hwang Mukun was talking about? Lin Bei happily added them to his system space without hesitation. You should know that he possesses a system. The fact that so many non-replica goods ended up in Lin Bei's hands is equivalent to him buying out this supermarket hundreds of times. With a heart set on getting rich, Lin Bei's shopping spree became even more frantic. He loaded the remaining half of the supplies into the system space in less than 3 minutes. Looking at the empty supermarket, Lin Bei shook his head, looking unsatisfied, and said, "I still have some coupons, but the supermarket isn't cooperating. That's all." He then walked out of the supermarket without looking back. As Lin Bei left, the supermarket's AI immediately spoke up to bid him farewell. "Goodbye, sir. We look forward to your next visit." Lin Bei had just walked out of the supermarket. After looking around, he realized that Hwang Mukun was not nearby. He then turned to the 2 chameleons and asked, "Where's Brother Hwang?" When Hwang Laoda said he was going to deal with the contestants' issues, Chameleon immediately offered an explanation. "About the contestants? Then who will take me back?" Lin Bei frowned and said in a less than pleasant tone, "Brother Lin can come with us." Boss Hwang had already instructed Chameleon to bow and apologize politely before leading Lin Bei on the way. On the other side, on the beach at the edge of Happy Island, approximately 4,000 players are searching for a referee. Damn, is there a bug in this game? Does that finish line referee not even exist? It doesn't matter, I'm ranked 450th anyway, so I only get a consolation prize of 10 points. I'll save that for buying coffin for the people behind the scenes. The constant chatter from the players drove Li Bai to a frenzy. He exclaimed, "What do I care? You know, I'm second place. I have 800 points and a fishing rod job change card." A nearby player joked, "Give up. There are only 10 minutes left in the match. You're lucky to be alive. What prizes are you hoping for?" Just when all the players were about to give up, a small whirlpool suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea. Then, Hwang Mukun emerged from the vortex and solemnly shouted, "Fellow contestants, I am the referee. I was held up by something just now." The players turned to look at the source of the sound and exclaimed in delight, "Look, that's the referee. Referee, where can we collect our prizes? Hurry up and hand out the prizes. We still have time, so we need to go to the supermarket to buy some supplies." In an instant, players bombarded the audience with questions, and the scene descended into chaos. "What's all the noise about? Do you still want the prize?" Hwang Mukun snapped. These words were spoken. The scene fell silent instantly. Upon seeing this, Hwang Mukun nodded in satisfaction, took out a glass ball, and continued, "Next, distribute the rewards." The words had barely left his mouth. The glass ball in his hand emitted a blinding white light. Subsequently, each player suddenly found themselves with 10 points. Distribution is over. Ask any questions you have, as I, the referee, have one more announcement to make, Hwang Mukun said condescendingly. "Referee, did you give out too many points? I should have 800 points, but here are 1,300 points. Also, I'm in second place. Why don't I have a fishing rod job change card?" Li Bai asked loudly from the crowd. Following Li Bai's words, the third-place finisher also asked, "I'm the third-place finisher, so I should have a recruitment order. Also, I have an extra 300 points." In response to this, Hwang Mukun said without batting an eye, "Those things are all trash and don't deserve to be owned by you. So, I've sold them for you in advance. The extra points you have are your profits." Li Bai's face showed displeasure, and she said angrily in a somewhat defensive voice, How could you make such a decision on your own? You should at least have asked for my opinion first, and he wasn't allowed to finish speaking. Huang Mukun then interrupted. Shut up. You don't know anything. You need to know that in ocean survival, raft level is the priority and materials are the most precious thing, you know? 1 point could buy 10 pieces of wood or 10 iron nails, right? I converted it for you with points, so you could go to the supermarket to buy materials and upgrade your rafts. You heartless bastards, and you're blaming me? His voice was authoritative and unquestionable, and the other players seemed indifferent and aloof, so no one chose to speak up for Li Bai. After Huang Mukun said that, Li Bai changed his mind and realized that the extra 500 points could buy 5,000 pieces of wood. If we pull the raft to level 9 by then, it doesn't seem like a huge loss, nor is it unacceptable. Seeing the players resign acceptance, Huang Mukun breathed a sigh of relief and continued to announce loudly. Good that you understand. Now, to express my apologies for being late, I will activate the teleportation array and send you all to the supermarket. These words elicited cheers and jubilation from the entire audience. Really? The referee is truly reasonable, just as the players were praising it. Huang Mukun changed the subject. Opening the portal comes a price. Each of you 4,000 plus people needs to pay 1 point. Otherwise, the remaining 10 minutes won't be enough for you to get to the supermarket. Chapter 46. The referee deserves to die. Huang Mukun didn't mention the teleportation portal to Lin Bei before mainly because he needed to find a treasure chest. With so many players gathering, he can easily make a fortune using the portal. It couldn't be more appealing. Of course, players who heard about the proposed fee were clearly dissatisfied, and some quickly took the lead in protesting. Are you kidding me? You charge for teleportation? Exactly. Are you a referee or a shady businessman? You were the one who was late. It has nothing to do with us, yet we still have to pay. It's all the referee's fault for making the time so tight. Players ranked outside the top 10 kept complaining. Only the top few seemed indifferent, since they had far more points than those ranked 10th and below. Quiet. Huang Mukun shouted, and seeing that the effect was not very good, he reminded them again. Time is running out. If you don't use your points, you will be the ones who lose out. My rules will not change. It's up to you whether you use them or not. Although the players felt uncomfortable, they had no choice but to accept reality. After all, Huang Mukun was right. If they couldn't convert their points into strength when the time came, they would definitely be the ones who lost out. The players present weren't stupid. Within seconds, most of them agreed. So much nonsense, but you still have to agree. Huang Mukun cursed as he took out the glass ball and activated it. In an instant, all players' points will be reduced by 1. As the points decreased, a 5-pointed star teleportation array appeared on the sea surface. Please feel free to enter. Time is running out. After receiving the money, Huang Mukun left a message and ran into the sea, looking regretful as he left. He knew that Lin Bei would definitely clear out the supermarket supplies, and the players would end up with nothing. Well, unfortunately, we can't trick all the players out of their in-game currency. Supermarket entrance. A group of players appeared out of thin air and ran towards the entrance without a care in the world. Among them, Li Bai was among the first to enter the supermarket due to her high agility attribute. Haha, none of them are as fast as me. As Li Bai spoke, she excitedly pushed open the supermarket door. Hey DJ, why is this supermarket completely empty? Li Bai looked disappointed, his expression extremely complicated, and he was on the verge of collapse. At that moment, the supermarket's AI suddenly spoke up. Welcome. Hearing the voice, Li Bai regained a glimmer of hope and asked, where are the supermarket's goods? All the goods in the supermarket have been sold out. Please wait for the next restock. Damn it. Then what kind of welcome are you? Li Bai felt a shiver run through his body as a wave of powerlessness washed over him. The players who arrived later were all stunned and stood there in disbelief. What's going on? Where's the goods? According to AI, it seems to be sold out. Sold out? The top seller only has 1,000 points. Is that enough to empty the entire supermarket? Is it possible that this supermarket is completely out of stock? I felt insulted. The referee was clearly messing with us. The supermarket was packed with people, and the sounds of conversation were constant. The news spread quickly, and the players reacted in various ways. The players with the most emotional fluctuations were those with a lot of in-game currency and high rankings. After all, not only are there no rewards now, but even the points you've earned have become worthless, compared to players who have a meltdown mentality. Meanwhile, Lin Bei returned to his raft with a full load. Looking down at the empty edge of Happy Island, he couldn't help but wonder, where are the other players? Upon hearing this, Lu Rian, who had been waiting for the raft, explained, the referee asked them to pay 1 point to activate the teleportation array. They should be shopping at the supermarket now. Darling, how are you? Going to the supermarket to buy things? Lin Bei exclaimed in surprise, but quickly calmed down and silently mourned for the players. I've already emptied the supermarket. Clear it. Lu Rian interrupted loudly, then asked, how many points would that cost? It's all right, not too expensive, only 100,000. Lin Bei laughed. It's just that there's no discount. These inhuman words instantly silenced Lu Rian. Even Su Nana, who had come over to watch the drama unfold, was taken aback. The two women had heard Huang Mukun say on the beach that 1 point of coupon could be exchanged for 10 pieces of wood and 100,000 points of goods. How much would that be? How many points does the man in front of me have? It's absolutely outrageous, like his mother opening a door for something outrageous. It's outrageous to the extreme. Don't just stand there. Here are the blueprints for air conditioners and solar charging panels. Make them first, then install them using the book's pages. Lin Bei instructed as he took out the blueprints and materials. Good. Lu Rian nodded in response, and then asked, however, there's only one air conditioner. Should it be installed in the living room or in our room? Whatever, don't ask me. There's still plenty of air conditioners. Hurry up and install them. I have other things to arrange for you to do later, Lin Bei urged. Lu Rian subconsciously thought of the supermarket and assumed that Lin Bei had bought other air conditioner blueprints, so she stopped arguing and walked towards the apartment with Su Nana. Actually, that's not the case. Lin Bei was simply waiting for her to consume the blueprints so that he could receive a refund from the system. The two had just left. The next second, Xiao AI's voice suddenly surrounded his ears. Captain, there's a new announcement. Would you like to check it? Check. Good evening, everyone. It's 8 p.m. now, and today's matches are over. The rankings of the players who ride the waves are now announced. First place, Lin Bei. Second place, Li Bai. Third place, He Ziheo. Fourth place, Lu Qingqing. In addition, because referee Huang Mukun violated the referee's code of conduct, his referee status will be revoked, and the Thunder and Lightning Dharma King will be arranged to conduct a severe ideological education on him. Thunder King? After reading the announcement, Lin Bei shook his head and muttered to himself, I hope Brother Huang has good fortune. But this guy really values money over life. Without dwelling on Huang Mukun's matter, Lin Bei switched the screen mirroring to the competition channel to pass the time. After all, the rare items in our possession, such as the Tier 2 treasure chest, mist ship, water condenser, and Tier 1 Raft job change card, can only be maximized if Lu Rian uses them. Number of players in the competition channel, 5,400. 999 plus unread messages. Note, this channel will be automatically disbanded at 12 o'clock. That referee was absolutely outrageous. I swear he was a genius. Li Bai, my Tao heart was completely shattered by him. I hope the Thunder King mentioned in the announcement can electrocute him. Lu Qingqing, I have a question. Did Lin Bei clear out the supermarket's goods? Lin Bei, I only have 1,000 points. I think Huang Mukun cleared them out. He's a Heyo, exactly. Even if the big shots have extraordinary abilities, they still can't clear out an NPC supermarket with points. Now that the big shot has said that, I think Huang Mukun deserves to die even more. I agree. Damn it, I didn't get anything from his competition. I wonder how it is in other regions. They're probably better than us. Watching the scrolling messages on the projected screen, Lin Bei laughed loudly. Everyone, I'm sorry. Chapter 47 First Tier Raft. Just as Lin Bei was happily enjoying the melon, a voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully used resources for the woman, triggering a critical hit reward. You have obtained 500 air conditioner blueprints and 500 solar charging panel blueprints. The system notification made Lin Bei stop paying attention to the game channel. Instead, he got up and shouted toward the apartment. Are you guys done yet? There's something here that needs your help. The call spread. A short while later, Lu Rian and Su Nana walked out of the apartment. What? The air conditioning in the lobby was just installed, and we haven't even tested how well it works yet, Lu Rian complained, staring at Lin Bei. Those things don't matter. After Lin Bei responded, he took out the mist chip and continued. Install this thing into the book page. What's this? Lu Rian asked, looking puzzled. She walked over to Lin Bei, took the chip, and said, shouldn't this be installed in your bracelet? I'm just an accessory page. At this moment, Xiaomi's AI assistant, also appeared and suggested, if the captain's fog chip is installed on the first mate, it will require manual control. Why not install it on Xiao AI instead? What are you all worrying about? There's more than one of these things, Lin Bei said impatiently. In response to this, Lu Rian said no more and quickly installed the fog chip. At the same time, the system's prompts reappeared in Lin Bei's mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully consumed resources for the woman, triggering a critical hit return and obtaining 400 missed chips. Wait for the notification sound to end. Lin Beixian immediately took out the chip from the system space and integrated it into Xiao AI assistant. Thank you, Captain. Xiao AI has gained the ability to control the fog and can now cover the raft with fog to defend against enemies. Lin Bei nodded, then asked, creating the fog requires seawater. How can I replenish it for you? Captain, no need. Xiao AI will automatically transform the surrounding seawater. Is that so? That'd save a lot of trouble. Lin Bei looked satisfied. Then he took out the water condenser and explained, this water condenser can create the fountain of life. Drinking from it for a week will increase your attributes by 2 points. Wow, that's amazing. Are you going to share with us, darling? Lu Ruyan was overjoyed. Okay, just drink it as usual every day, but you must keep up with my pace in terms of effectiveness. At this point, Lin Bei turned his gaze to Su Nana and said, you can't drink it yet. I'll observe you for 7 days. If you behave well enough, you can enjoy it every day from now on. Compared to Lu Ruyan, Lin Bei didn't want Su Nana's strength to improve too quickly. After all, Su Nana was too shy and didn't talk much, and he didn't know much about her, so he still couldn't be completely at ease. As for replicating the water condenser, Lin Bei planned to do it together with a second-tier treasure chest tomorrow. Because the return rate is 300 next time, and it will be 800 after tomorrow's reset, a difference of 500 times. Anyone with common sense knows that the returns will be greater tomorrow. Thank you, darling. Lu Rian replied sweetly, her face overflowing with joy, the reason being Lin Bei's preferential treatment. Meanwhile, Su Nana, standing to the side, gazed longingly at the water condenser, lost in thought. She didn't know what Lin Bei's 7-day observation period specifically meant. Is it simply a matter of helping Lu Ruyan in a conventional way? Or does Lin Bei want me to take the initiative to do something? Or perhaps he needs her. If the observation fails, will the other party kill me? Su Nana's mind was racing, and she was already debating whether or not to take the initiative to throw herself into Lin Bei's arms. Firstly, because the man in front of her was simply too incredible. While other players struggled to survive, Lin Bei had no worries about food or drink, lived in an apartment with air conditioning, and was also incredibly powerful. Secondly, Su Nana was genuinely afraid that Lin Bei would kill her or abandon her. Thirdly, it seems that Lu Ruyan is doing quite well with Lin Bei. At least in her opinion, she is being well taken care of. Su Nana was quite envious of this. This thought came to mind. She couldn't help but ask in a weak voice, Brother Lin, is there anything I can help you with? Want some help? Lin Bei thought of Su Nana's 91-point appearance rating and figured the return rate should be pretty high. He immediately took out the Raft job change card and materials from his system space and said, I do need your help. I'll grant you Raft upgrade privileges. Please upgrade my Raft for me. Su Nana looked puzzled. Does upgrading the Raft count as helping? Lin Bei could easily accomplish this himself by simply moving his fingers. But feeling pressured to perform well, she nodded and said, okay. Next, Lin Bei reminded her, tossing the Raft job change card to Su Nana. Su Nana took the card and immediately began upgrading the raft. In the blink of an eye, the total area of the raft began to expand, and the soil that was originally 100 square meters was reduced to only 50 square meters. Lu Ruyan and Su Nana looked around the first-tier raft with curiosity on their faces. Lin Bei, unlike them, stood there dumbfounded. Congratulations, host. You have successfully consumed resources for the woman, triggering a critical hit return. You have obtained 600 Tier 1 Raft Job Change cards, 300,000 metal pieces, 600,000 iron nails, and 600,000 wood. 600 times? After muttering something to himself, Lin Bei activated the golden bracelet and began to examine the changes in the first-tier raft. Raft. Level 10, Tier 1. Category, Island-type raft. Job changed. Area, 4,000 square meters. Recruitment population limit, 9 to 100. Durability, 10,000 to 10,000. Current soil cover area, 50. Description: this raft has undergone a job advancement and possesses superior defensive capabilities, easily withstanding attacks from first and second-tier mutated marine creatures. New effects. 1. It has an evolution speed 30 times faster. For example, crops that used to take 90 days to mature can now be harvested in just 3 days. Poultry that takes 30 days to mature can now be raised in just 1 day. 2. Enhanced automatic inference. For example, areas covered with soil will not only evolve into flowers, trees, and shrubs, but also into resources such as minerals and wild animals. Note: artificial intervention is possible. The larger the raft area, the faster the evolution. 3. Performance improvement. The increased area will no longer affect the sailing speed. 4. Unlock more resources. The methods to obtain them are shown in treasure chests. Job change skills. Favorable weather. The chance of encountering natural disasters is reduced by 10%. Note: the chance increases by 1 for each level the raft level increases. Upgrade required: 100 metal sheets, 50 tier 1 mahogany, 1,500 iron nails, and 50 soil. After reviewing the information on the first tier raft, Lin Bei immediately turned his gaze to the 2 women. That's right, he planned to have the 2 women help him upgrade his raft. After all, there's still a lot of non-replica materials purchased from the supermarket in Huangmukon, so it's a good opportunity to use them up and get more cash back. Chapter 48: Players Who Seek Fortune in Peril. He noticed Lin Bei's gaze. Lu Rian asked, slightly puzzled, "Darling, what's the difference between a Tier 1 raft and a Tier 9 raft? I feel like it's just a bit bigger." The difference is huge. Simply put, a modern raft is more like an island where we can live and thrive. Lin Bei explained, then instructed, "Also, while you're at it, upgrade the raft's level again, directly, to level 19. I imagine that upgrading further after level 19 will require a second-tier job change card." Good. The 2 women helped Lin Bei upgrade his raft. The raft's level quickly rose to 19. However, Lin Bei's materials did not decrease. On the contrary, they increased as the raft's level improved. Raft. Level, 19, Tier 1. Category: Island-type raft. Job changed. Area: 4,000 square meters. Recruitment population limit: 9 to 199, increased by 99. Durability: 19000, 19000, increased by 900. Current soil cover area: 75, increased by 25. Upgrade requirements: Tier 2 raft job change card, 3,000 metal pieces, 50 Tier 2 green wood, 3,000 iron nails, 100 Tier 1 soil. After dealing with the raft issue, Lin Bei casually took out a few air conditioner blueprints and tossed them to Lu Ruyan, saying, "These are the air conditioner blueprints. Go and install them throughout the apartment. Also, arrange a room for Su Nana." Lu Ruyan readily agreed and turned to leave with Su Nana, heading towards the apartment. He sent the 2 women away. Lin Bei then took out a large amount of timber, iron nails, and soil from the system space. "Since I can summon 199 servants, and I have no shortage of food, expanding the island to 10,000 square meters should not be a problem. If, like last time, some prerequisite is unexpectedly triggered, allowing the book pages to continue upgrading." As he spoke, Lin Bei stopped worrying and immediately used 6,000 pieces of wood, 6,000 iron nails, and 7,000 pieces of soil to expand the raft to 10,000 square meters. In an instant, like a vine gaining life, the raft continued to extend in all directions. Then, the soil sprouted from the raft like mushrooms, turning it brownish-brown. At this moment, the raft has become more like a tiny island and no longer resembles a raft at all. Gazing at the empty land, Lin Bei took out the summoning token and goblin essence and exclaimed, "It's bigger than I imagined. I really can't wait to see what it will look like after it evolves when I wake up tomorrow." The words had barely left his mouth. A burst of golden light, like the bright moon, suddenly appeared. "Greetings, Master. We are the Red Dragons, sworn to serve you to the death." "Greetings, Master. We are the Crab King, and we swear to serve you to the death." 2 voices, differing only in their names, resounded through the sky. More than 100 human-shaped lobsters and crabs stood in neat rows in front of Lin Bei. Lin Bei looked at the new Crab King with curiosity, but lost interest when he found that its attributes were similar to those of the Red Dragon. Is this recruitment orders random summoning fake? 190 chances, only 2 types given out. Could it really be a problem with the essence? Lin Bei couldn't help but ponder this again. However, the specific results can only be studied after he has copied multiple copies of the universal essence. I didn't dwell on this issue too much. Lin Bei put his hands behind his back, solemnly scanned the area, and gave the order. From now on, your duty is to patrol the island. If any strangers approach, kill them without mercy. Also, my AI system has monitoring capabilities and will issue an alarm when there are intruders. At that time, you will need to obey its commands. Yes, sir. Just as Lin Bei was making bold and decisive moves, the other survivors on the waters near Happy Island stared in horror at Lin Bei's raft. Among them, dozens of players with ulterior motives could no longer restrain themselves and temporarily form an alliance, attempting to circle around to the back of the Lin Bei raft to log in. As they got closer and closer to the Lin Bei raft, a player named He-Jun received a private message from friend Lu Qingqing. Lin Bei is not simple. Are you really willing to take the risk? I heard from other players who started at the same point as him that Lin Bei owns a Desert Eagle. He-Jun, I estimated that his raft was only level 9 before. Although there was a gap, we could still restrain ourselves. He-Jun, but now, the raft is clearly 10,000 square meters in size, and it seems to have been upgraded to the first level. Moreover, Lin Bei is rich in resources, and everyone wants to take a gamble. Lu Qingqing, why don't you quit? Let's focus on developing our business properly. There's no need to take such risks. He-Jun, don't worry. There are as many as 16 players participating this time. I will protect them all and keep them in front of me. Lu Qingqing, you're oversimplifying things. Those foreigners are untrustworthy. If something happens, they'll probably run away faster than you. Besides, even if you succeed, other survivors will definitely come to join the fun, and then it'll be a bloodbath. He-Jun, now that you mention it, it does seem to make some sense. Those who are watching are probably waiting for us to test Lin Bei's strength. Lu Qingqing, you're not completely stupid. Even then, it's hard to say who the winner will be. My idea is to leak the information to Lin Bei and try to build a connection. He-Jun, okay, then you contact Lin Bei. I'll retreat first. If he can't hold on, then we'll strike again and take the spoils. Send this private message here. He-Jun closed the book and whispered to the other players nearby. Billy, I want to quit. However, he only got halfway through his sentence. The American, Billy, interrupted. Fuck, why is there suddenly thick fog coming out of Lin Bei's raft? Have we been discovered? At this moment, a Japanese person interjected. Could it be a skill that the raft has evolved into? Perhaps the dense fog will make it easier for us to hide. Haha, Shansa makes a good point. Billy agreed, then turned to He-Jun Dao and asked, what did Mr. He just say? I think. Before He-Jun could even utter the words withdraw, the strange thing happened again. With a loud crack, the player's raft suddenly shattered into pieces. What love? Billy shouted, looked in the direction of the sound, and froze instantly. What kind of monster is this? Wasn't the competition over? Billy stared in horror at the humanoid lobster and crab. All the players were in the same boat, their faces filled with fear. Of them, only He-Jun reacted instantly. Sensing something was wrong, he abandoned his allies and fled without even saying goodbye. Unfortunately, it was all too late. The Red Dragon and the Crab King were like a pack of wolves in the sea. Players who lose their rafts are like lambs to the slaughter. In less than 3 minutes, more than 100 Red Dragons and Crab Kings had slaughtered all the players with malicious intentions. The nearby sea was dyed bright red at that moment. Chapter 49, Sister Rian is so strong, has been significantly revised. In the clouds and mist, Lin Bei stood at the front of the raft, gazing at the blood-red sea in the distance, a smile involuntarily spreading across his face, feeling exceptionally relaxed. I will not attack unless attacked. If attacked, I will exterminate them all, leaving no one alive. Just as he was feeling sentimental, Xiao AI suddenly spoke up. Captain, a player named Lu Qingqing has messaged you. According to previous information, she seems to be in 4th place in the competition. Oh, she messaged me privately? What did she say? Lin Bei asked. She said a team of foreign players wanted to ambush the captain and hoped he would prepare in advance. Are there really such kind-hearted players? Lin Bei activated the golden bracelet with a suspicious look and checked his private messages. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! A woman who meets the return criteria has been detected. Lu Qingqing. Nationality, Xiaogua. Gender, female. Age, 22. Appearance, 90. Dimensions, 88. Virtuous woman. She has had one romantic relationship, but is relatively conservative and has never been intimate. Ocupação, je é cune do instructor. Overall score, 89. Lin Bei originally didn't really want to talk to Lu Qingqing, but if they meet the criteria, then it's still necessary to sort them out, even though there's not a shortage of women these days. This thought came to mind. He quickly edited a message and replied, "Thank you for the reminder, but they should be reporting to the King of Hell right now." On the other side, upon receiving the private message, Lu Qingqing exclaimed in surprise, "How is this possible? There were dozens of players in that group before, and Hejun was just chatting with me a moment ago. How could they all be wiped out?" Skeptical, she quickly checked her friend's profile. When I noticed that Hejun's friend's image had turned gray, I couldn't help but feel a chill. This Lin Bei is more terrifying than I imagined. Fortunately, I chose to report the incident, so I guess we can still cooperate in the future. However, it's a pity that Hejun is dead. We've lost a teammate we could trust. Lu Qingqing only showed regret at her friend's death and had no intention of seeking revenge, because she's not the kind of person who lacks common sense. Compared to Lu Qingqing's shock, players who hoped to reap the benefits without lifting a finger panicked and chose to stay away from Lin Bei, fearing that the horde of small fry would kill them along with them. After all, who would have thought that Lin Bei could command so many underlings besides guns? It's already generating a lot of discussion, especially on the competition channel. Competition channel. Have you noticed the raft at the 8 o'clock position? Yes. Just a moment ago, it was the size of a football field, but now it looks like a tiny island. Is it a raft? It's clearly an island. I suspect that after the raft evolved, it developed into an island. That's not the point. Shouldn't we be focusing on the blood-red sea and the monster that suddenly appeared? It's probably a recruitment order. Does that mean a single recruitment order can summon a whole company of soldiers? Isn't that a bit of an exaggeration? I don't even want to express my envy anymore. I'm starting to doubt if we're playing the same game. Yes, the gap is just too big. I wish I could transform into a woman and be kept by a powerful man. So what? What's the use of just envying others? We need to take action ourselves and become even better than them. Your words are more valuable than any other conversation. Okay, very good, excellent. How can we develop even better? Go wash up and go to bed. This guy has obviously been reading too many of Brother Hao's money-making quotes, just as the players were having a great time discussing it. A large amount of gray fog suddenly appeared near Happy Island, instantly covering all the players' rafts. This is clearly a teleportation fog from a survival game. In an instant, the players returned to the original sea area at 10:30. Lin Bei was no exception. An unknown sea area. As Lin Bei watched the gray fog gradually dissipate, he suddenly felt a wave of oppressive heat wash over him. Wow, this temperature. It's at least 35 degrees Celsius. I can't even imagine how hot it will be tomorrow. Feeling uneasy, he turned his gaze to the apartment and walked inside without hesitation. Thankfully, we already have air conditioning. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't be able to fall asleep tonight, let alone sleep with Lu Ruyan. As he spoke, Lin Bei had already stepped into the apartment. As soon as I pushed open the door, a chill swept over me. The irritation caused by the sweltering heat just a second ago vanished without a trace. Upon seeing this, Lu Ruyan, who was sitting in the hall, quickly greeted her. "Darling, are you done with your work?" Not only Lu Ruyan, but even Su Nana, who was standing next to her, spoke up for the first time. "Brother Lin, you've worked hard." Lin Bei nodded slightly and said, "Let's get busy tomorrow. We're back in the same sea area now. It feels like an egg could be cooked if it fell on the ground." Huh, that's so exaggerated? Lu Ruyan walked out defiantly, only to be instantly enveloped by a wave of intense heat. She immediately retreated back into the apartment and exclaimed, "How are the other players supposed to survive in this temperature?" Su Nana chimed in, "Thanks to Brother Lin's great skills, otherwise we would probably have died of heat." "Yes, it's so wonderful to be with my dear." Lu Ruyan forced a smile and agreed. She was about to say those words, but Su Nana beat her to it. Lu Ruyan was able to keenly perceive the unusual nature of this. Previously, Su Nana was quite honest, but now she seems to have impure motives. This thought came to mind. Like a kitten protective of its food, Lu Ruyan walked up to Lin Bei and, without waiting for his response, whispered, "That, what?" Sensing something was amiss, Lin Bei immediately reminded them, "There are other people around." However, Lu Ruyan didn't seem to mind and continued, "It's all right, we're all adults, and besides, Nana won't mind." After watching Lin Bei and Lu Rian leave, Su Nana sighed deeply, shook her head, and muttered to herself, I'm only 18, yet I'm bearing burdens that no one my age should have to bear. After a series of events, she has decided to seize the opportunity. Therefore, she wanted to compete with Lu Ruyan, even though her opponent was very strong. I can do it. Keep going. After all, Nana is so cute, no man can resist her charm. Su Nana cheered herself on from the bottom of her heart. Suddenly, there was a strange noise coming from the bathroom. Upon hearing this, Su Nana looked dejected and said, Sister Rian is so strong. Do I really still have hope? At this moment, she felt a little lost about her future. Chapter 50, The Scorching Heat arrives. The following morning, Day 6 of survival, Day 3 of twin suns in the sky. The entire ocean was like a furnace, and the air was like flames, steaming all the players. In the apartment on the Raft in Lin Bei, a stream of cold air wafted out of the air conditioner, creating a stark contrast to the outside world. Captain, it's already 10 o'clock. Time to get up. Xiao AI's electronic mechanical voice, emitted from the golden bracelet, woke up Lin Bei and Lu Ruyan, who were soundly asleep. The two slowly opened their eyes. It's only 10 o'clock. Lu Ruyan looked tired, snuggled into Lin Bei's chest, and said in a coquettish voice, Darling, I've only slept for 5 hours. Can I rest for a while longer? Looking at the woman in his arms whom he had tormented all night, Lin Bei nodded and replied, Okay, then you can rest for 2 more hours. Remember to use your skill fishing rod when you get up at 12 o'clock, and there's a second-tier treasure chest waiting for you to open. Smack! Lu Rian kissed Lin Bei and said, I love you. Then you should get some rest. Lin Bei stood up, smoothed Lu Rian's hair, dressed, and walked outside. He enjoys the pleasures of a romantic relationship, but he doesn't indulge in them excessively. After all, this isn't the society before I traveled back in time. If we don't develop properly, the next disaster might kill us. Lin Bei pushed open the door and stepped into the apartment lobby, where a strong smell of eggs wafted towards him. Brother Lin, you're awake? I made breakfast here, but I only have eggs. See if that suits your taste, Su Nana greeted warmly. Okay, did you collect the eggs from the chicken coop outside? Lin Bei asked casually as he walked towards the dining table. Yes, Brother Lin, that chicken is very prolific. When I went to check, there were at least 15 eggs inside. Won't they get exhausted? As Su Nana mentioned this, she seemed to remember something and added, Also, the outside doesn't look like a raft anymore. There are lots of flowers, trees, and shrubs growing around it, and there's a small pond to the north. Lin Bei didn't interrupt, listening to Su Nana's story while enjoying the eggs in his bowl. After he finished eating, he said, Keep it up. You did a good job. You won't regret following me. Please take good care of me from now on, Brother Lin. Su Nana smiled, revealing 2 small tiger teeth. It was clear that she was pleased with the compliment. Looking at the obedient little girl in front of him, Lin Bei decided to give her a treat. So he took out an apple from his system space and tossed it to Su Nana, saying, A first-tier apple. Eating it will increase your stamina by a little bit. This is your reward. Thank you, Brother Lin. Su Nana stared at the apple in her hand, overjoyed, and increasingly felt that pleasing Lin Bei was the right decision. I will not mistreat the women who follow me. You reap what you sow. This is what you deserve. You're welcome. As Lin Bei spoke, he stood up and walked out of the apartment. As he stood at the doorway, he seemed to remember something and spoke up, reminding him, Also, I hope you remember, I will not show mercy to traitors, nor will I give them a chance. Su Nana didn't take the reprimand to heart and simply watched Lin Bei leave. After the other person disappeared, she took a small bite of the apple and muttered, Nana isn't stupid. She has powerful connections. Why would she think of betraying them? Outside the apartment, Lin Bei felt as if he were trapped in a sea of fire as soon as he stepped out the door. Enduring the heat, he began to look around at the changes on the raft. Overall, it's pretty much the same as what Su Nana said. However, I remember the introduction mentioning that evolution can be intervened. As they talked, Lin Bei's gaze fell on a small pond. If this pond is stretched out, will it automatically evolve into a river? This thought came to mind. He said, Little AI, later you'll have Red Dragon and Crab King lengthen the small pond a bit. Also, clear away the weeds and trees near the villa area. Understood. However, Captain, your servants are patrolling the waters around the raft due to the weather. Staying ashore for an extended period might. Do you have any good ideas? Lin Bei interjected. It is suggested that the captain use the refrigerator to make some ice for them. If the captain is willing to use electricity, a fan can also be installed outside, along with water bottles and ice. Okay, go tell Su Nana to prepare some more, and also ask her to prepare extra saline solution, Lin Bei instructed. Captain, why do we need so much brine? Is it for our own use because it's too hot? Lin Bei interrupted. In this kind of weather, other players don't have air conditioning, refrigerators, or electric fans. I need to sell salt water and ice in bulk to exchange for more supplies and blueprints. Although he no longer lacks basic resources and ordinary blueprints, he still needs to earn money. Because the development of rafts is geared towards island construction, the land area will only continue to grow larger. With so much land, there is bound to be people to protect it. When there are many people, power will automatically form, and it may even move towards the national level. The amount of resources required at that time is terrifying to even think about. Therefore, it is essential to prepare for the future by utilizing sustainably produced resources while players are still struggling in the early stages of development. Okay, Xiao AI, please accept this. Xiao AI suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Then, the alarm started beeping. What's going on? Lin Bei asked, frowning. Captain, there was a mutated creature invading the raft at 6 o'clock. We have now passed through the dense fog, so please rest assured. The Red Dragon and the Crab King reacted quickly and should be able to resolve the situation soon. Intrusion? What's going on behind the scenes with these survival games? There's never a moment of peace. Lin Bei grumbled and turned to walk towards the 6 o'clock direction, south of the raft. Holding an AK-47, Lin Bei rushed to the scene to provide support, ignoring the sweat dripping from his forehead. However, when he arrived, he only saw the Red Dragons eating something. The great battle he had imagined did not take place. Where are the enemies? What are you eating? Lin Bei asked sternly. The Red Dragon and the Crab King looked in the direction of the sound. When they realized that the person who came was Lin Bei, they couldn't help but tremble. They immediately stopped eating and explained in a respectful tone, Master, the invading enemies were 9 mutated krill. They were not strong and have already been eliminated by us. Hearing that the crisis was over, Lin Bei's brows relaxed, and he asked again, So you ate mutated krill? Red Dragon and Crab King nodded in agreement, then tossed the 3 remaining krill from the sea onto the raft. Mutant krill. Level 5. Category: Marine mayfly crustaceans. Description: rich in nutrients such as protein, unsaturated fatty acids, and astaxanthin. The mutation has not affected its deliciousness. Effect: the meat quality is below level 1, and it can only slightly restore stamina. Looking at the 0.8-meter-long krill in front of him, Lin Bei did not hesitate to put them into his system space. I'll take these 3 first, and I'll give each of you one as an extra treat tonight. Chapter 51, I Have a Husband. Do you want one too? After dealing with the intrusion, Lin Bei had already returned to his apartment. After all, the outside temperature was really hot. Seeing Lin Bei return to the house, Su Nana, who was busy at work, said, Brother Lin, I prepared the salt water that Xiao AI mentioned. The ice will take a little longer. Lin Bei nodded, then asked, How many bowls did you make? There are currently over 120 bowls. If they sell well, Nana can continue making more. After Su Nana finished speaking, thinking that Lin Bei was not satisfied with the quantity, she prepared to continue making more. Seeing this, Lin Bei quickly stopped him. There's no need to continue making it. Go and throw away all the salt water. Huh? Throw it away? Wasn't it supposed to be sold to players? Su Nana's eyes were full of incomprehension. In response to this, Lin Bei didn't explain much, but urged, Go quickly. Okay, I'll go right away. Su Nana didn't dare to ask any more questions and could only follow Lin Bei's instructions. Not long after. Then, the system's notification sounded in Lin Bei's mind. After acquiring the goods, he immediately took out large barrels of brine, activated the golden bracelet, and began operating it on his own. Regional Channel 10 number of users, 345008. Unread messages. This damn weather, fishing for treasure chests under the scorching sun, is pure torture. Does anyone have the blueprints for a wooden pavilion? I'll buy one at a high price. Help! I feel like I'm about to get heat stroke. Can someone sell me some water? I can sell it. It costs 80 wood per bottle. Want to buy? 80 wood? Are you out of your mind? Shaw, go check the auction house. A bottle of water sells for 100 wood now, and there's no guarantee it'll even be available. Are you being attacked by mutated creatures? Yes, but it's only 1 krill, so dealing with it won't be a problem at all. Baka, Why did I encounter 2 krill? I also got 1, but it dropped a treasure chest and gave me a small fan blueprint. If possible, I'd like to get a few more krill. 1 is enough for anyone to kill. Damn it. I've already killed 3 krill. How come I haven't gotten a single treasure chest? It's very simple. Treasure chests are based on luck, not 100%. Also, the number of attacks by mutated creatures should be related to the number of people or the level of the raft. Of course, this is just my guess. So yeah, thanks for sharing, brother upstairs. Does anyone have the fan blueprints? Could you sell them to me? I'll offer 5 bottles of water. That's incredibly wealthy. He opened his mouth and drank 5 bottles of water. I, Zhao Ritian, am genuinely envious. Shaw, what's the big deal? Boss Lin Bei even offered a bounty on Zhang Suo before. Times change, and we should take a look at the current market conditions. It's a pity that Zhang Suo has already been killed by the big boss with a desert eagle, so he's not destined to collect the bounty. Just as the players were making the best of a bad situation with a few words here and there. Lin Bei's message suddenly popped up. The auction house has listed 10,000 doses of salt water, hoping to help everyone get through this difficult time. Anyone with blueprints or rare materials can message me privately. Transactions with guild members will be delayed. I'll also be listing a large quantity of ice, so stay tuned. The news caused an immediate uproar on the channel. He asked for 10,000, which scared me so much I almost wet myself. Oh my god, Lin Bei is definitely sent by God to save us. I just don't know what the price will be. If it's cheap enough, it might be able to curb the sky-high water prices. You guys are so idle, you even have time to chat. The auction house has already sold out of 10,000 units. Luckily, I've been single for a long time, so I managed to snag 4 units of saline solution. Are you guys cheating? What the hell is that hand speed? Damn it. I strongly demand that the big boss release another 10,000 copies. I'm gonna fight these guys to the death. Hee hee. Want some salt water? I bought 5 portions, and I'm transferring 2 portions for only 30 wood. Get lost, you damn scalpers. There will be ice later. I can wait. Looking at the channel news that had generated such a strong response, and the hundreds of thousands of timber and nails that had been brought in, Lin Bei couldn't help but sigh. It seems that everyone is having a tough time. Su Nana, who was watching in a daze, couldn't help but ask, Brother Lin, are we going to use all these materials? We'll need it sooner or later, so it's always good to stock up. We don't lack salt water and ice cubes anyway. After giving a perfunctory explanation, Lin Bei instructed, You continue producing brine, I'll go manufacture a few hundred refrigerators. Today I'm going to squeeze every last drop out of the players in the channel. Hundreds of refrigerators? Su Nana was completely dumbfounded, and even began to suspect that Lin Bei was the game's mastermind. At the same time, she was even more grateful to be able to follow Lin Bei. If Lin Bei hadn't forcibly dragged her onto the raft, her fate would probably have been no better than the players in the regional channel. She would most likely have died from the heat or thirst. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and go urge Lin Bei on. Okay, I'll go right now. Su Nana didn't have time to think too much and hurriedly ran to the kitchen. Noon. Survival time, 11:30. Lin Bei had finished manufacturing 100 refrigerators an hour earlier, and while waiting for the ice, he also sold salt water 3 times. Captain, the refrigerator isn't high enough. It's not freezing fast enough. I suggest you take out the ice salt water and sell it first. Okay. Tell Red Dragon and the others to fetch the ice salt water from outside and bring it over. After saying that, Lin Bei turned his gaze to the busy Su Nana. Go and wake up Lu Rian for me. There are already more than 6,000 private messages. I can't possibly reply to them all. Before Xiao AI and Su Nana could respond, he activated the golden bracelet again and entered the Goddess Alliance group. Goddess Alliance group members, 899 plus unread messages. Sisters, I just saw the group admin selling salt water in the regional channel. Song Jiejia, is the group admin active? Why haven't I seen him post anything? Sweet Moon, perhaps we've already been forgotten. That's nonsense. His message asked the player to contact us. Song Jiejia, no wonder so many players messaged me to buy salt water and ice, but I didn't get a reply when I messaged them. Sweet Iya, my god, come out here. We girls can't live without you. Yang Shuili, yes, half of the sisters have already been eliminated in just one competition. If the group leader doesn't come out soon, all the beauties in the group will probably be wiped out. Lin Bei, you can't live without me? Sweet Iya, it's not just that I can't live without you. I can't live without you even if I never have a boyfriend for the rest of my life. Yang Shuili, I really envy Ruyan. Song Jiejia, busy man, you finally come out. Okay, Tell me, what do you have to say? Lin Bei, can't leave? That's great. Or, all of you can come my raft. I'll support you for life and make you rich wives. Sweet Moon, that suits my taste perfectly. I've never been a rich wife before I transmigrated, so I'd like to see what it's like this time. Yang Xueli, I have a husband. Do you still want him? Aren't you afraid my husband will reveal his true identity to you offline? Song Jiejia, Lin Bei, stop joking around. Let's get down to business. Chapter 52, The Resistance from India. Lin Bei, I will be selling a lot of ice salt water and salt water later. If any players want to exchange them for blueprints, templates, or rare items, you can select the items and then contact Lu Rian to trade. Song Jiejia, are there any restrictions? Lin Bei, if there are no restrictions on compensation, you can drink unlimited ice salt water. The best performer will receive an extra reward. Satisfaction guaranteed. Sweet Moon, Tai cool hot. I'm going to get back to work and love you right now. Group owner. Song Jiejia, okay, looks like I'll be busy today. Lin Bei, to help you with the screening process more efficiently, I will give you the blueprints for the wooden pavilion later. Everyone will receive one. Wooden pavilion blueprints? Those are incredibly expensive in the regional channel. Sweet Moon, I'm so infatuated with the group owner's gifts that I just want to be a simple, easily fooled, love-struck person, the kind who runs home when it rains. I can still recite the multiplication table, and I can do it with my sisters. Yang Xueli, you guys are still chatting, but Jiejia has probably already started working. It seems she's determined to get the reward for the best performance. Sweet Yiya, damn it, that's Shrew. Can't she give way to the girls a little? After informing the group members, Lin Bei didn't linger in the chat room for long. Instead, he presented them with the blueprints for the wooden pavilion one by one. Just as he was working on it, Lu Ruyan came out of the room and asked listlessly, Darling, is there something urgent? While continuing his work, Lin Bei explained, Yes, we're selling salt water. We've already collected hundreds of thousands of basic materials, and we've received thousands of private messages. We're simply overwhelmed. Huh? Lu Ruyan's mouth gaped open in an O shape, her previously empty mind instantly exploding. Nothing to be alarmed about. The situation outside has changed drastically. Hurry up and get busy. Also, the 6 members of the Goddess Alliance are our helpers. Make good use of them. Lin Bei reminded him again. Okay. Lu Ruyan responded and quickly picked up the book to get back to work. Seeing this, Su Nana, not to be outdone, quickly walked to the kitchen, intending to continue making brine. In an instant, the 3 people in the apartment got busy. Not only that, but Red Dragon and Crab King outside the apartment were also busy as bees. Although they weren't as comfortable as Lin Bei and his group, the fans and cool water provided were better than what 99.99% of the players had. The entire raft was now a scene of prosperity and flourishing. While they were busy, the regional channel erupted in controversy once again. Regional channel 10 number of users, 341,111. Brothers, Boss Lin Bei has put iced salt water up for auction. In my 24 years of single life, managed to snag 4 of them. Just drink it. Once you start, you won't utter a sound. Huh. Iced salt water costs 20 wood. Regular salt water costs 10 wood. What are your living conditions to drink the 20 wood kind? So, are we slow at typing? No. It's because all the wood has already been replaced, and the expert who messaged us to offer something else in exchange isn't replying. Ordinary people say they can't afford it. If I were forced to drink it, I would have to dismantle my own raft. Holy crap, this Lin Bei has so much brine, and he can produce tens of thousands of servings every time. Can't he just sell it for a lower price? I agree. We're all human beings, and it would be even better if it could be given away for free. We humans should unite as one in the face of such hardships. Xinla, the group leader of the Tianzhu group, suggests that everyone boycott the exorbitant water prices. If you don't buy it, and I don't buy it, the price in Lin Bei will definitely drop the next day. Tearing pants. This time, the Indian guy actually had a brain. Count me in. Humanity is facing natural disasters, and Lin Bei is profiting from them. It's disgusting. Most players on the channel ignore the troublemakers from abroad, with only a few dim-witted individuals joining in. However, some players in the channel were still unhappy with their actions and couldn't help but make sarcastic remarks. Wow, where did this warrior come from? Let them make a fuss. If the big shots put a bounty on it, we might even be able to profit from it. The guy upstairs understands T0, waiting for the reward. Boycott? Why didn't anyone object when a bottle of ordinary water sold for 100 wood before? Now that someone is selling water for 10 wood, some unintelligent people are boycotting it. Absolutely idiotic. If you want to boycott, fine, but can you please stop buying water from the auction house? I just caught a tier 1 treasure chest, gathered enough materials to exchange for ice salt water, and now you're telling me it's sold out? A bunch of clowns, probably because they didn't have the ingredients to buy water. Agreed. To borrow eyebrow pencil guy's words. Have you guys even tried hard enough to fish for treasure chests? You can't even afford a bottle of water that costs 10 wood. You're clearly not trying hard enough, buddy. As more and more people joined the condemnation, and remembering Zhang Suo who had been wanted by the bounty, those who had been clamoring for a boycott instantly fell silent. Only the Indian group leader Xinla and the group members are struggling to hold on and remain steadfast in their resistance. Xinla, you bunch of cowards, don't be scared by Lin Bei. I'm doing this for the good of all humanity. That's right. If Lin Bei sells like this, he will have millions of basic materials and the wealth of the entire region will be gathered in his hands. But he doesn't think about giving back to everyone. Just as the channel was engaged in a heated debate, Song Jia and others, who were assigned to customer service, suddenly chimed in and joined in. Song Jia, I am a member of the Lin Bosch Chamber of Commerce. Family members who want to exchange blueprints for ice salt water and salt water can message me privately. Also, our Chamber of Commerce does not do business with Indians. Sweet Moon, I'm also a member of Boss Lin's Chamber of Commerce. Although I don't know if Lin Bei knows about this, I'm very angry. So I'm issuing a bounty on my behalf. I will give 10 bottles of water to any player who can kill Xinla. Not only the 2 of them, but the remaining 6 members of the Goddess Alliance group also chimed in, launching a verbal attack on the Indians. As the incident escalated, Lu Ruyin soon learned of this. Without hesitation, she went to the apartment and found Lin Bei frantically opening second-tier treasure chests. Honey, something big is happening. Lin Bei stopped opening the box, frowned, and turned to look at Lu Ruyin, asking, so urgent? What's the big deal? His words carried a hint of impatience. Because Lin Bei had already opened 200 tier 2 treasure chests, which contained supplies such as beer, cola, instant noodles, and sausages. Xinla, a player from India, is resisting us. Lu Ruyin recounted the story to Lin Bei. They're just a bunch of clowns. Why bother with them? Lin Bei said nonchalantly. In response to this, Lu Ruyin seemed particularly concerned and advised. The members in your group are arguing with them right now. Those Indians are talking really vulgarly, saying things like don't let them see you otherwise. Why don't you activate the bracelet and take a look? Don't act like you don't care. If you don't deal with this kind of pest, it will definitely cause trouble later. Chapter 53, Making Friends Game. The ocean is so vast, and with hundreds of thousands of players in the channel, the probability of meeting is extremely low. Arguing is really childish. As Lin Bei spoke, he continued to open the second-tier treasure chest. Suddenly, a golden light appeared. Honey, it looks like the shipment has been delivered. Lu Ruyin exclaimed in delight. Lin Bei responded calmly, but the corners of his mouth had already unconsciously turned up. Successfully opened the Tier 2 treasure chest and obtained Loser's Drink, Sausage Maker Blueprint, and Tier 2 Umbrella. Sausage Making Machine. Level 9. Category, Production Machinery. Effect, sausages can be produced by adding raw meat and flour. Manufacturing requirements, 20 electronic components, 5 wires, 5 metal sheets, and 10 plastics. Umbrella. Level, 29, Tier 2. Category, Special Items. Description, this is an umbrella that cannot shield you from the rain. If you use it in the rain, it will only make things worse. Effect, when you open the umbrella, it will rain continuously. Looking at the blueprints and the umbrella, Lin Bei couldn't help but burst out laughing. What kind of child cries every day? I told you I wasn't an eyebrow pencil. Upon seeing this, Lu Ruyin quickly asked, Darling, what is this blueprint for? The blueprints for the sausage-making machine could produce food indefinitely. But this umbrella is even more amazing. Lin Bei explained. This umbrella? Lu Ruyin wondered. Yes, as long as you open this umbrella, it will rain continuously, making showering and drinking water much more convenient. Its efficiency is probably no worse than a seawater filter. Lin Bei said as he walked outside, intending to try out the umbrella's function. So amazing. Lu Ruyin followed closely behind Lin Bei, eager to see the magical umbrella. But Lin Bei stopped him, saying, I'll go test the umbrella. You continue with your work. Also, those Indians who are resisting us, just block them and put a bounty on their group leader. Whoever kills their group leader will get 100 bottles of water. 100 bottles? Isn't that too many? Lu Rian said with a hint of heartache. It's not much for us. 100 bottles for the group owner, 10 bottles for the group members. Consider it my act of kindness to give back to the family members in the channel. Lin Bei left in a hurry after saying this last sentence. Watching Lin Bei's departing figure, Lu Rian immediately took out her book and said to herself, although I really want to see that strange umbrella, I'd rather see those Indians being wanted across the entire channel. Regional Channel 10. Where are those women from before? Keep going. A bounty on us? You'd better not let us run into you. Just by looking at the picture, you can tell it's fresh and delicious. I'll be so happy when it's ready. Xian La. And Lin Bei, why isn't he responding? What's the point of having a bunch of women speak for him? Is that all? Seriously, a bounty of 10 bottles of water on our group admin? They sell water in sets of 10,000. Are they treating the channel's players like beggars? A large number of Indian players were barking wildly in the channel, with at least 50 messages popping up every second. In response to this, Song Jejia and the others were no match for them. They were all holding a grudge because they also had to work as customer service representatives and help Lin Bei screen players. As for players from other countries, they all watched with a spectator's attitude, since it didn't concern them. The situation continues to escalate. Seeing that Song Jejia and others were not posting, Xian La and the group members noticed that the frequency of their messages was starting to decrease. But an unexpected event occurred. Lu Rian, Song Jejia, and 6 other women, as if they had planned it in advance, sent out multiple messages at the same time. Lin Bei, the big boss, is already aware of this matter. He is furious, so he has put a bounty on Xian La and his group members. 100 bottles of water for killing Xian La and 10 bottles of water for killing his members. In addition, our guild will never sell anything to players from India. If someone buys something on your behalf, they will be treated the same. More than 10 messages appeared in quick succession, quickly filling the channel. The players were completely excited upon seeing this. Kill the Indian group leader with 100 bottles of water? I'm satisfied with the price, and I hope to meet an Indian guy. Damn it, I suddenly got all fired up. Damn it. Although I'm really annoyed that Lin Bei is shoving water at us. John, we'll take this deal. Are you troubled by the ocean's barrier? Want to get rich overnight? Want to collect bounties? I'm selling location cards. Act fast, reasonable price, an essential tool for collecting bounties. You're really something, selling location cards as soon as the bounty was posted. Bromp, give me one. I'm interested in those 100 bottles of water too. Miyamoto Shijinaga, please reply to my private message and send me a picture. Suddenly, the bigwigs from various countries around the channel stopped standing by and began to stir with interest. An unknown sea area. On an 80-square-meter wooden raft. Xinla wiped the sweat from his forehead with his hand, then picked up the water from the ground and gulped it down. Snort. What a bunch of idiots. Don't they know what players from other countries are thinking? Is it really a good thing to watch Lin Bei keep growing stronger? What are they afraid of? The guy doesn't even dare to come out and respond directly. While he was chattering away, he picked up the pages from the floor and started working on them. Huh? What's going on? Why are so many people messaging me privately? Could it be that you've come to your senses and are planning to boycott Lin Bei with me? Xian La smiled and casually clicked on a link to view. Wu Bao, Brother San, give me your location. Once I get the bounty, I'll share half with you. Xian La looked disdainful and doubtful, muttering to himself, 10 bottles of water and you're tempted? Is this player out of his mind? As he was talking, he moved on to the next item. When Xinla discovered that the contents were all very similar, he realized something was wrong. To figure out what was going on, he immediately switched the book page to his own group chat. Brahmin population, 730. 99 plus unread messages. What should we do? Our entire group has been put on a bounty. Help! A player is chasing me. We were getting along peacefully before. Damn it, me too. Xinla, group leader, if all else fails, you should go and apologize to Lin Bei. Yes, stop boycotting. If we keep going, we'll be wiped out. Xinla, what happened? Group owner, Lin Bei has spoken up, saying he's offering a bounty on the entire group. 10 bottles of water for killing one person, and 100 bottles of water for killing you. Now, even the shooters want to kill us. As he stared at the message on the page, XINLA's face darkened, his mind racing as he tried to find a way to defeat the enemy. Suddenly, a new announcement appeared on the page. Good afternoon, dear players. Do you feel hot? Do you want to drink some water? Please be sure to participate in the next game where you make friends. It will help you get through this difficult time. Please enter the type of player you dislike the most. Enter your information to start the game. Chapter 54, Amusing Friendship Games. A game to make friends? The sudden announcement diverted Shinla's attention. Never mind. Let's play the game and get the rewards first to solve the survival problem caused by the heat. Moreover, I have a repeating crossbow, and I'm doing quite well. Most players shouldn't be able to threaten me. At most, some group members will die. This thought came to mind. Shinla stopped worrying about the reward and started filling out the announcement on his own. The type of player I hate the most, players who are lucky, stronger than me, and make a lot of money through unscrupulous trading, such as Linbei in our server. After inputting, suddenly, another picture of a woman appeared on the page. What do you think of the woman in the picture? Xian La was stunned for a moment, but quickly revealed a greedy look in his eyes and said, "This slut has really fair skin and is dressed so provocatively. She looks like she wants men. If it weren't for the hot weather, I would really like to give Kuin a workout." Upon hearing the sound, the pictures on the book pages gradually disappeared, and the text changed. Okay, thank you for participating. The game will start in 10 minutes. We will arrange 2 friends for you. If you successfully make friends, you will receive 10 ice creams and 10 water. At the same time, Lin Bei, having finished testing the second-tier umbrella, continued opening treasure chests, but his luck remained terrible. Suddenly, his gold bracelet activated automatically. A notice similar to Shinla's caught Lin Bei's eye. Making friends? Is this fill-in-the-blank question meant to exclude players I dislike? Why does this feel like a blind date? Lin Bei stared at the projected screen and, after some internal deliberation, decided to participate. This is because each game comes with generous rewards, at least for the first 2 days. Thinking of this, Lin Bei's hands had already begun typing. The types of players I hate the most: foreign friends who cause me trouble, and my ex-girlfriend. After I finished typing, another photo of a foreign friend appeared on the screen. The man had a bronze-yellow skin tinged with black and a sleazy appearance. What do you think of the Indians in the picture? Before Lin Bei could answer, Lu Ruyan, who was replying to messages on the attached page, spoke first. This person is Xian La, the troublemaker. He's really both despicable and disgusting. Hearing Lu Ruyan's constant cursing, Lin Bei chimed in. That shifty-eyed look of hers, she really isn't a good person. Okay, thank you for participating. The game will start in 10 minutes. We will arrange 2 friends for you. If you successfully make friends, you will receive 10 ice creams and 10 water. On the other side, the type of player I hate most, ungrateful scumbags like my ex-boyfriend Lin Bei. He pretended not to know me when he had money, and then blocked me. Wan Qian typed out a long string of complaints about Lin Bei. Even though she did many disgusting things, there was no remorse on her face. She only felt that others were wrong. After Wan Qian finished typing, her book page changed, and a picture of an Indian player appeared. What do you think of the Indians in the picture? Ugly, looks like a rat, disgusting. If I'm going to make friends, please don't let me run into him. Try to match me with a tall, handsome, and rich older brother, Wan Qian asked without any hesitation. Okay, thank you for participating. The game will start in 10 minutes. We will arrange 2 friends for you. If you successfully make friends, you will receive 10 ice creams and 10 water. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes had passed. The friend-making event organized by the survival game has officially begun. A small whirlpool appeared out of nowhere on each of the players' rafts. Lin Bei, who was in the apartment, stared at the vortex and stepped inside without hesitation. He was praying in his heart that he would meet a few beautiful women and gain more labor. With a heart full of anticipation, Lin Bei stepped into the vortex. The scene before his eyes began to change. The surrounding temperature also gradually rose. Without much thought, Lin Bei immediately scanned his surroundings. Is this a yacht? It's really hot, though. I wonder if there's air conditioning inside. As he spoke, his gaze drifted toward the yacht's cabin, intending to go inside and escape the sun. However, Lin Bei had just taken a step out. A voice came from the deck of the yacht. Where am I? Why is the temperature still so high? Is this some kind of place? Lin Bei was startled and frowned, looking in the direction of the sound. Wan Qian was seen walking out of the small vortex. Sure enough, I knew the voice sounded familiar. Lin Bei frowned even more, his disgust becoming even more undisguised. Before he could make any further moves, small whirlpools reappeared on the yacht deck. A shifty-eyed Indian man emerged. Gentlemen, let's make some friends. Before he could even utter the word friend, the Indian man, Shinla, froze, exclaiming incredulously, Damn it, how could it be Lin Bei? Ha ha ha. Lin Bei burst into laughter, taking out a desert eagle from his spatial storage as he said, "Is this how you make friends? Interesting, absolutely fascinating." Upon seeing this, Xin La trembled and said in horror, "Brother Lin, calm down. I didn't mean it before. You are a very good person. The reason I resisted was because someone was manipulating things behind the scenes. Actually, I am the victim." Wan Xian, standing to the side, wore a fawning expression as she walked towards Lin Bei, saying, "Lin Bei, I miss you so much. Let's get back together. I can't live a single day without you." Bang! Lin Bei fired a shot without hesitation, looked at the two clowns with amusement, and shouted, "Don't come any closer. Bullets don't have eyes." Wan Xian stopped in her tracks, her face innocent as she continued, "Lin Bei, have you forgotten the past?" She was still trying to salvage the situation when, before she could finish speaking, a screen of light suddenly appeared on the yacht. The type of player I hate most. Ungrateful scumbags like my ex-boyfriend Lin Bei. He pretended not to know me when he had money, and then blocked me. What do you think of the Indians in the picture? Ugly, looks like a rat, disgusting. If I want to make friends, please don't let me meet him. Try to match me with a tall, handsome, and rich older brother. The light screen displays the blank space filled with Wan Qian's words before entering the game. In response to this, before Lin Bei could say anything, Xin La, standing nearby, couldn't hold back any longer and snapped at Wan Qian. "You bitch, who are you calling a rat? I'm one of the most handsome guys in our country." These words were spoken. The image on the light screen changed again. What do you think of the woman in the picture? This slut has such fair skin and is dressed so provocatively. She's obviously after men. If it weren't so hot, I'd really like to give Kuan a workout. Chapter 55. Isn't this my brother Lin? Now, what a shrimp-headed man. Wan Xian said to Xin La with disgust, then turned her gaze to Lin Bei and said, "Lin Bei, kill him quickly. This guy keeps ruining your plans." Upon hearing this, Xin La, who was afraid of Lin Bei, retorted, "Don't make baseless accusations. I resisted because there was someone behind it all. Also, I didn't know she was your ex-girlfriend. Those things you said before." Xin La was not allowed to finish his explanation. The light screen changed again, displaying Lin Bei's words before he entered. "Ha ha ha. You bitch, did you see that? We're both the same. Lin Bei hates you just the same." Xin La glared fiercely at Wan Xian, then looked at Lin Bei with a fawning expression and said, "Boss, I'll help you deal with the person behind this woman. I'll tell you who it is. Let's become friends and get a reward, okay?" In response to this, Lin Bei coldly replied, "If you fight each other to the death, only one person will survive. Making friends and getting the reward is out of the question right now, since both of the people in front of me have a grudge against me. But if I let go of such a good opportunity, I don't know when I'll get another chance." That's what Lin Bei thought, but he wasn't blinded by hatred. If the game had hidden rules, killing two players for no reason might result in unexpected punishment, and he would definitely suffer the consequences. So he simply let the two dogs bite each other, and he enjoyed the wonderful scene. In contrast, Wan Xian felt as if the sky had fallen after seeing the light screen. She was no longer as calm and collected as before, and angrily barked at Lin Bei. "Lin Bei, you heartless bastard. I was so good to you before. Ha ha. This woman's true colors have been revealed. Boss, remember to keep your word. Once I get out, I promise I won't go against you again." As Xin La spoke, he pulled a small knife from his pocket and approached Wan Xian. He watched as Xin La, with his unfriendly expression, drew ever closer. Wan Xian felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. As she retreated, she pleaded with Lin Bei, "Please, please don't come any closer. Lin Bei, you can't do this to me. I was wrong, Lin Bei. Please stop him." Unfortunately, Lin Bei did not respond at all, but just watched the scene with amusement. "Hee, stop yelling. I'll send you away soon, and I promise you won't feel any pain." As soon as Xin La finished speaking, he suddenly accelerated and ran wildly, brandishing the small knife in his hand and stabbing at Wan Xian. "Ah!" Wan Xian screamed and instinctively tried to escape into the yacht cabin. However, the difference in their running speeds was obvious. Xin La caught up with Wan Qian effortlessly and plunged the knife into her abdomen without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, fresh blood gushed from Wan Qian's abdomen like a flood. She tried to struggle, to push Xin La away. However, he found himself unable to exert any strength, and his consciousness was gradually fading. This was because Xian stabbed Wan Qian dozens more times afterward, using extremely cruel and ruthless methods. Boss Lin, I've already dealt with Xian, the woman who killed people, he said, smoothing out his distorted expression before looking at Lin Bei. In response to this, Lin Bei remained silent, staring expressionlessly at Xian and the dead Wan Qian, as if waiting for something. Sensing something was amiss, Xinla continued, Boss, what do you mean? I think we could become good friends. After we collect the rewards, I can contribute half of mine. Lin Bei remained silent, only muttering to himself. Could it be that there's no punishment for murder? This thought came to mind. He was clearly prepared to deal with Xinla. However, the light screen appeared out of thin air once again. If a player is detected being killed, causing a negative impact and violating the game's original purpose of making friends, a referee will be dispatched to punish that player. The two were not allowed to finish reading the contents of the light screen. A small whirlpool appeared again on the yacht deck. Who broke the rules of the game? If you're going to make friends, just do it properly. Killing someone? Don't you know this referee is taking a nap? You deserve to die. Accompanied by the sound, a humanoid octopus emerged from the vortex. Upon hearing the familiar voice and appearance, Lin Bei immediately recognized the person and couldn't help but greet him. Brother Octopus? Squidward was stunned. He clearly didn't expect to run into someone he knew. Isn't this my brother Lin? What a coincidence. Squidward, his previous stern demeanor replaced by a friendly expression, asked, Brother, did you kill two annoying people? Be more careful next time. I'll treat you to shrimp another day. I'm going home to sleep now. Seeing this, Xian was stunned and incredulous, but he was secretly delighted that if Lin Bei knew the referee in front of him, he might be able to get him out of punishment. However, Lin Bei's next words plunged him into hell. I wasn't the one who broke the rules of the game. Didn't you see the murderer over there covered in blood? Upon hearing this, Squidward stopped in his tracks and asked, Oh, isn't this your friend? No, I still hope that you referees will be impartial and punish those who deserve it, Lin Bei responded. Xian, who was not far away, heard the two talking and his heart skipped a beat. He then angrily said, Lin Bei, you untrustworthy bastard. Squidward frowned. Does this person have a grudge against you? Yes, Lin Bei replied without hesitation. All right, a life for a life. Having figured out what had happened, Squidward suddenly sprang up, extending his arms straight toward Xinla. In an instant, the tentacles gripped Xinla's throat, making it impossible for him to breathe. In response to this, Xinla tried to resist, attempting to slash Octopus's tentacles with a knife. Sensing the other party's intention, Squidward instantly activated his mind, and his tentacles emitted light, instantly crushing Xinla into dust. So brutal? Lin Bei stared blankly at the scene before him. It's nothing, Squidward said smugly. What kind of referee is he if he's not good enough? How is Brother Huang doing? Lin Bei asked casually. You mean him? This guy was showing off. Apparently, he tried to bribe the Thunder God, but ended up getting electrocuted and hospitalized. Speaking of which, it's a good thing he got fired, otherwise I wouldn't have been promoted. As he spoke, Squidward stared at Lin Bei with a grateful expression. While the two were chatting, the light screen appeared once again. Since both players matched with Lin Bei died, the friendship attempt failed and no rewards will be given. Staring at the screen, Lin Bei complained. This game is ridiculous. It matches two people I hate the most. It never even considered that players could make friends. That's normal. You need to understand, survival games aren't all benevolent. Every game comes with risk. Squidward sighed, then added, All right, be careful, I have to go goodbye. Wait a minute. Lin Bei called out to the other person, took out a 1,000-point note from his spatial storage, and said, Just a small token of my appreciation. No. Squidward protested verbally, but his tentacles obediently accepted the points without hesitation. You're a true brother. I have some gifts here. See if they suit your taste. Chapter 56, I'm still young. I don't need it. Gift? Lin Bei was overjoyed and replied half-heartedly. How could I possibly accept that? It wasn't anything particularly valuable. Squidward waved his hand, took out a bag, and pulled out a white stone from it, continuing, But it should be especially important to you right now. This thing is called the Ice Stone, a one-time use item. See for yourself what it does, my brother. After saying that, he threw the white stone in his hand toward Lin Bei. With a curious expression, Lin Bei took the ice stone and immediately began to examine it. Ice stone. Level, 19, Tier 1. Category, disposable props. Description, a stone with special magical power, containing powerful ice elemental energy. Effect: when worn on the body, it increases resistance to high temperatures by 300 degrees Celsius, which can last for 2 hours without activation. Watching Lin Bei examine the prop's effects, Octopus Brother asked, "How is it? Are you satisfied, Brother Lin? Can this 300-degree high-temperature resistance withstand 2 suns?" Lin Bei asked rhetorically. "This is for referees only. It's just 2 suns, no big deal." That concludes this discussion. Squidward paused, then sighed and said, "Alas, it's a pity that the ice stone's effect is short-lived. If Brother Lin wants to use it, it's best to try it in a critical moment on the 10th day of survival." Lin Bei nodded perfunctorily, appearing indifferent. After all, he possesses the system. If this ice stone is truly useful, then by replicating hundreds of them, and assuming each stone lasts for 2 hours, Lin Bei could wear it until the double sun sky ends. Seeing this, Squidward suddenly raised his voice and warned again, "Remember, I'm not joking." Lin Bei nodded and then said, "I know about this. Do you know if Squidward has any other good stuff? I happen to have some points here, and I'd like to exchange them for goods. Brother Lin, as you know, I left in a hurry and didn't know I would run into you, so I didn't bring any props." Octopus shook his head regretfully. It's clear that he really wants to make a deal with Lin Bei and make a fortune. Is that so? Are there still any ice stones left? Lin Bei asked tentatively. "I had 2 ice stones with me when I went out, but the weather was too hot, so I used one myself. The ice stone I gave you as my spare." Squidward shrugged, looking helpless. Seeing that he could no longer gain any benefits, Lin Bei bid farewell with slight disappointment. "All right, until we meet again. Don't you have anything you want to ask me?" Squidward blinked, the implication clear. Lin Bei instantly understood that the other party wanted to sell him information. He then took out 1,000 points from his system space and said, "I don't have anything to ask. With these 1,000 points, brother, please use them to buy some supplements to visit Brother Huang. Brother Lin's loyalty will surely move Brother Huang to tears later." Squidward took the 1,000 points, put them in his bag, and then took out a poster, saying, "This is a medical record. Take a look." Lin Bei took the poster and began reading it on his own. Raft Coliseum. The specific start time is the 8th day of the Blue Star People's survival. Octopus Brother, the referee of Zone 1588, invites you to enjoy this visual feast. Stay tuned. After Lin Bei finished reading, Squidward spoke up again. "Remember 1588? Don't get it wrong. Also, improve your strength, and you'll definitely make a fortune. Get rich?" Lin Bei looked puzzled. He could understand what was said earlier. However, the relationship between ability and wealth is somewhat perplexing. Lin Bei didn't have time to think it through. Squidward walked towards the small whirlpool, waving goodbye and saying, "Goodbye, brother. Don't overthink it. Just remember 1588. Also, you know my current situation. There are some things I can't explain in detail." Upon seeing this, as Lin Bei returned to the teleportation vortex, he replied, "Okay, see you another day." On the raft, Lin Bei successfully returned to his apartment using a small vortex. "Honey, how did it go? Did you get the reward for making friends?" Lu Ruyin asked with concern. "That game is a trap. I just got in and I killed the other 2 players," Lin Bei explained. "Huh? Why don't you take the reward?" Lu Ruyin asked suspiciously. "Oomph, a reward?" Lin Bei snorted coldly and said angrily, "The people I was matched with are my disgusting ex-girlfriend and ex-in-law, whom I just made an enemy of. If I don't kill them, am I supposed to let them live for the new year? No wonder. It's just a pity I can't get the reward. This game must be doing this on purpose." Lu Ruyin complained. Lin Bei shrugged and said nonchalantly, "It doesn't matter. Solving a major threat is more important than that little reward. Besides, the referee is an acquaintance and I got information about the next game because of him. What I need to do now is to quickly improve my strength." "Sigh." Lu Ruyin sighed, then reported, "Perhaps it's the start of the social networking game. The players who previously messaged us are starting to hesitate. Don't worry about it. They probably won't get any benefits from that game, and they'll definitely come back to continue trading." Lin Bei looked confident and then asked, "How have we fared? We've earned over 800,000 in basic materials. While we have a lot of blueprints, we basically have everything we need. The only things we don't have are these 3 blueprints and 2 props." As Lu Ruyin spoke, she walked to the table, picked up the items, and handed them to Lin Bei for inspection. Fire bed blueprint. Level 19. Category: Tier 1 furniture. Description: a magical bed that automatically adjusts the temperature. Adjustable temperature: 10 to 30 degrees Celsius. Effect: increases sleep quality by 20. Sleeping 10 hours is equivalent to sleeping 12 hours. Crafting requirements: 50 tier, 1 redwood, 20 iron nails, 10 metal sheets, 100 wood. Fire table blueprints. Fire cabinet blueprints. The effect of 3 pieces of fire furniture increases the heat resistance of the entire raft by 20. Effect of 5 pieces of fire furniture increases the entire raft's heat resistance by 50. Effect of 10 pieces of fire furniture increases the entire raft's heat resistance by 120. Skin candy. Level 9. Category: disposable props. Effect: slightly increases skin strength. Note: allows 7 days for digestion after initial use. Continue taking the medication after 7 days to further increase skin strength. Magical leaks. Level 9. Tier 1. Category: disposable props. Introduction: enhanced version of leaks. Those who know. These things are all good, especially the fire furniture. It would be nice to buy the skin candy at a higher price. But why is there this strange thing mixed in? Lin Bai found it. I was worried you'd be tired, so I specially prepared this to nourish you. Lu Rian replied shyly. Just throw this thing away, Lin Bei said, his face full of resistance. I'm still young. I don't need it. Nana, come here for a second. Go and throw this thing away. Chapter 57: First Tier Skills. While the players are in the game and there's not much to do, I have a Tier 2 treasure chest here. Why don't you open it? Lin Bei took out a non-replica second-tier treasure chest from the system space and handed it to Lu Ruyan. Okay, I feel like I'm having the best luck today. I guarantee it will be amazing, Lu Ruyan said confidently. I hope your sixth sense is accurate. Lin Bei replied dismissively, without much hope. He felt that Lu Ruyan's luck was about the same as his own. However, this idea had only just begun to emerge. A burst of golden light appeared from Lu Ruyan's side. Congratulations, host. You have consumed resources for a woman, triggering a critical hit return and obtaining a Tier 2 treasure chest x 800. Ignoring the system voice in his mind, Lin Bei walked towards the second-tier treasure chest. How about that? Isn't a woman's sixth sense incredibly accurate? Lu Ruyan said smugly. Awesome, Lin Bei replied casually, taking the supplies out of the box and examining them on his own. Skill slot cards. Level 19, Tier 1. Category: skill slot cards. Effect: after use, the player will gain a skill slot. How to use: insert the card into the book page and it will be used automatically. Note: this card is Tier 1, which can expand the skill slots up to 4. To unlock more skill slots, you need a Tier 2 skill slot card. Skill pill. Level 10, Tier 1. Category: elemental skill pill. Effect: after taking the product, you will randomly gain 1 elemental skill, and the skill level will be 10. Lin Bei's calm demeanor vanished, replaced by intense excitement. Honey, this thing looks like a skill pill and a skill slot card. Don't you have a lot of those? Why are you so excited? Lu Ruyan asked, puzzled. Both items were Tier 1, and Lin Bei excitedly finished explaining. Then, he handed the skill pill and skill slot card to Lu Ruyan and continued. Since you opened these 2 items, you can use them as a reward. This. Lu Ruyan was flattered and quickly waved her hand, saying, You are the main force of the raft. We all depend on you to live. You should use this rare and powerful item first. After spending 2 days with Lin Bei, she no longer had any thoughts of escaping and only wanted to rely on the man in front of her. With a strong man in front of her, Lu Ruyan's life was naturally easier. Therefore, if there are good things, she prefers Lin Bei to use them first. Don't worry about me. You know, I got lucky from opening boxes before. My luck is unbeatable. I can totally dominate. Lin Bei boasted. Really? Lu Ruyan asked suspiciously. You can be cute sometimes, but annoying at other times. Can you stop dawdling? Do I have to force you to use it? Look at Nana. She wants to use it, but doesn't even have a chance yet, Lin Bei said impatiently. Su Nana, who had just returned to her apartment after throwing away some chives, was stunned by Lin Bei's words and muttered to herself. No way. What does this have to do with me? How could this be related to me? All right, I'll use it. Lu Ruyan stopped refusing and took the skill pill and skill slot card to use. Congratulations, host. You have used resources for a woman, triggering a critical hit return and obtaining 700 Tier 1 skill pills and 700 Tier 1 skill slot cards. Ignoring the system prompt once again, Lin Bei urgently asked, What are your skills? Let me see. Lu Rian nodded and handed the supplementary pages to Lin Bei for review. Skill 1. Swift Step. Level 3. Skill 2. Flame Cloak. Level 10. Category: Defensive Skills. Passive effect: Heat resistance increased by 100. Fire affinity increased by 100. Active effect: When activated by thought, the skill will be covered by 1,000-degree flames, which can melt most attacks. Skill experience: 0-200. You can use Tier 1 Essence, Tier 1 Experience Pills, Tier 1 items, and other resources to increase experience. Skill duration: 10 minutes. Skill recharge time: 2 hours. Is this another survival skill? However, this skill is quite powerful, capable of both offense and defense. Combined with your agility, it might have unexpected effects. While expressing his opinion, Lin Bei took out the replica skill slot and skill pills and used them without hesitation. Congratulations to player Lin Bei for acquiring the skill, Water Transformation. Congratulations to player Lin Bei for acquiring the skill, Freeze. Skill bar. Skill 1. Indestructible. Level 9. Skill 2. Malice Detection. Level 9. Skill 3. Water Transformation. Level 10. Category: Defensive Skills. Passive effect: Gain the ability to breathe underwater and increase water affinity by 100. Active effect: When activated by thought, the skill can be transformed into a water element, making the body immune to most physical attacks. Skill experience: 0-200. You can use Tier 1 Essence, Tier 1 Experience Pills, Tier 1 items, and other resources to increase experience. Skill duration: 10 minutes. Skill recharge time: 2 hours. Skill 4. Freeze. Level 10. Category: Attack Skills. Active effect: Skills can be released by mental effort and can freeze targets at a temperature of up to -20 degrees Celsius. If freezing fails, the target's movement speed will be reduced. Skill experience: 0-200. Note: this skill consumes a great deal of mental energy. Based on 10 points of mental energy, it can be used a maximum of 2 times to freeze at -20 degrees Celsius and 4 times to freeze at -10 degrees Celsius. Mental strength can be restored through sleep, special foods, items, and medicine. Lu Rian leaned closer to Lin Bei, and after reading the skill descriptions projected on the screen, she couldn't help but say, "Darling, your skills seem pretty good. They look better than mine, especially that underwater breathing ability. I'm so envious." In response to this, Lin Bei shook his head, rolled his eyes, and said, "Other people's things are always the best." The two were chatting idly. Su Nana, who was standing nearby with envy, said, "Brother Lin, could you open a chat channel for my book page? I'd like to help you out more." Lin Bei nodded, then instructed, "The game of making friends should be ending soon. We still have half a day to work hard. Lu Ruyan, go outside and clear the fishing rod skill. Anyway, you're not afraid of the heat now." "Okay," Lu Rian agreed, then walked to the corner of the hall, picked up her fishing rod, and headed out of the apartment. Su Nana immediately threw herself into her work. She worked so hard simply because she wanted to gain Lin Bei's approval as soon as possible so that she could reap various benefits such as skill pills, skill slots, and life fountains. Compared to the busyness of Lin Bei and others, players in the regional chat were full of complaints. Regional channel users, 111223. Good heavens, this is making friends with your life on the line. Just hand it in. Once you do, they don't say a word. Such a terrifying number of people has caused the channel's user count to drop by more than half. The game's behind-the-scenes practices are disgusting. They match you with the people you hate most. Forget about making friends. You're lucky if you don't even start a fight. 3 players who were complete strangers, with the help of a kind-hearted person behind the scenes, successfully forged a blood feud. I've already begged for mercy. TSK, the 2 guys I was matched with started fighting right away, without a single word of nonsense. In the end, they attracted the referee's attention. Luckily, I played it safe, or I would have been defeated. Chapter 58 System Prompt. I thought making friends would save my life, but it turned out to be deadly. It's unbelievable. Sigh. In the end, we still have to rely on boss Lin Bei's salt water to get by. You guys should look up Shinla. His image seems to be grayed out. That's a terrible friendship. What a waste of the 100 bottles of water reward. There are still group members. Killing 1 person will get you 10 bottles of water, enough to last a day and a half. Song Jiajia. If you don't have enough basic materials, you're welcome to exchange blueprints for ice and salt water. Also, ice blocks are ready, but quantities are limited. DM me if you'd like to exchange. Is the ice finally ready? Why isn't it listed on the auction house? I have tons of basic materials. I'm just waiting for the ice. Same question. Do you not change the base materials when making ice cubes? If you had millions of basic materials, would you still be willing to continue hoarding them? Now that you mention it, it's true. The boss's saline solution hasn't been taken off the shelves yet, which shows he has a conscience. Sweet Moon, Fire Cabinet has the blueprints for this furniture. Message us quickly. We definitely have enough ice. The picture has been changed. I'm eating ice cubes right now. I have some secondhand ice here. About 2/3 of it is used. Any brothers want to trade it for wood? What do you take us for? Beggars? Don't say anything. I'll buy the 40 pieces of wood. I'll offer 60 wood. Message scrolling in the regional channel. The business in Lin Bei is booming. Thanks to the system and the zero-cost output, he has already cleared out the entire channel and even collected 8 out of 10 fire furniture pieces, as well as many other strange and unusual items. Examples include skin candy, strength candy, agility candy, spirit candy, watermelon seeds, grape seeds, peach seeds, goblin spirits, slime spirits, and various other resources. Dusk. Survival time, 6:20. Inside the Raft apartment. Everyone has worked hard today. Resources are inexhaustible. Lu Rian will inform the group members to take a break for now. Next, it will be time to reward everyone. After giving his instructions, Lin Bei took out 5 different kinds of candy and handed them to Lu Ruyan and Su Nana respectively, then continued. You two should increase your attributes. Thank you, Brother Lin. Thanks, dear. The 2 girls accepted the candy with delight. Honey, what would you like to eat tonight? Lu Ruyan asked warmly. In response to this, Lin Bei took out the mutated krill, beef, crab legs, and flour from the system space and replied, how about we make some dumplings? The dumplings are delicious. Su Nana chimed in, looking eager to try making them, clearly ready to make dumplings herself. Dumplings alone aren't enough. How about I stir-fry 2 more dishes? Lu Ruyan suggested. Lin Bei nodded in agreement. Okay, there's still cola, iced tea, and beer in the fridge. Let's enjoy it tonight. As soon as they finished speaking, the 2 women took the ingredients and headed to the kitchen. Seeing this, Lin Bei took out the attribute candies returned by the system and consumed them one by one. ID, Lin Bei. Number, 8888. Gender, male. Age, 21. Level, 9, Tier 1 not unlocked. Stamina, 22 plus 11, 1 point increase. Strength, 23, increase by 1 point. Agility, 17 plus 12, 1 point improvement. Mental strength, 11, increase by 1 point. Skin defense, 16 plus 11, slightly improved. A normal human's attribute score is 10. The attribute increases from low-level food are too limited. I wonder if high-level food would be better. Lin Bei seemed to be deep in thought, and then muttered to himself, the quantity of supplies is already sufficient. What's lacking now is quality. I wonder if the system upgrade can solve this problem. These words were spoken. The system seemed to sense something. Suddenly, a notification sound rang in his mind. System reminder. There are 4 days left until Lu Ruyan is successfully adopted, 6 days left until Su Nana is successfully adopted, and 6 days left until the system upgrade. If the host wants to upgrade the system level and unlock new functions as soon as possible, they can continue to recruit women whose appearance meets the standards to speed up the process. Accelerate the progress? What does that mean? Lin Bei asked telepathically. The host has already met the system upgrade standard for the number of women currently being kept. If the number exceeds the limits set by the level 1 system, the system upgrade speed will be increased. How much can it increase? A woman who meets the appearance requirements can increase speed by 50. If there are 2, the system can start upgrading immediately. Such a good thing? Why didn't you say so sooner? Lin Bei said, dissatisfied. The host didn't ask, so why did the system say anything? Damn it, what's most lacking in relationships right now is women. But where am I supposed to find a woman in this vast ocean? It can't just fall from the sky by itself, can it? Lin Bei made a few complaints, then activated the golden bracelet and entered the Goddess Alliance group, trying to find a chance to accelerate his development. Goddess Alliance members, 899 plus unread messages. Thanks to the group admin for the salt water and ice cubes, things are starting to look promising. I envy my aunt for coming to visit me. Right now I can only drink some salt water. Song Jia. Lin Bei, are we continuing tonight? What's today's reward? Sweet Moon, Sister Jejia, you should ask Sister Rian. The group admin is so busy. How could she have time to reply to us? Lin Bei, who said that? Ice Stone, Fan Blueprint, Tier 1 Treasure Chest. The best performer today will receive these 3 items, and everyone will get a Tier 1 Treasure Chest. Yang Xiueli, everyone get to share? Group owner, what level is your fishing rod? Lin Bei, the fishing rod has been upgraded, and there are plenty of Tier 1 treasure chests. If you work hard, you'll get one every day. Sweet Moon, the group owner is really cruel. Lin Bei, my raft is big and comfortable and even has air conditioning. Are there any girls who live nearby who want to come over? I'll take care of you. I think about it, but I don't even know where I am. Sweet Moon, air conditioning? Sister Rian, I'm sorry, I really want to be a mistress. Song Jiejia, it's true what they say. Comparisons are the thief of joy. Yang Xiueli, suddenly I don't want to look for my husband anymore. Maybe he's not even as good as me. Rather than looking for that good for nothing, I'd rather look for the group admin. Lin Bei stared at the messages flooding the screen, shook his head, and sighed. These guys are really good at talking big. How am I supposed to meet them? Perhaps I should get a location card to check their distance. If they're close, I can just grab the Raft acceleration system. Just as Lin Bei was pondering this, Xiao AI suddenly spoke up. Captain, your friend Lu Qingqing has sent you a private message asking for help. Lu Qingqing? Is she buying ice? No. Huh. Lin Bei looked puzzled, then switched to another interface to take a look. Chapter 59, Save My Sister. Lu Qingqing, boss, can you please save my sister? Her name is Lu Lin, and she should be in the waters near you. Lin Bei, save your sister? How can you be sure she's near my waters? Lu Qingqing, before she went missing, she told me that there was a small, moving island near the sea where she was. Only someone like Boss Lin could have such a small island shrouded in thick fog. Lin Bei, what's her specific situation? Is she being hunted down? Lu Qingqing, my younger sister is allergic to ultraviolet rays. I had previously given her a wooden pavilion, a fan, and ice, thinking she could get through it, but I didn't expect. Lin Bei, is that so? How long have you been out of contact? Lu Qingqing, we've been out of contact for 5 minutes. She spotted you 8 minutes ago, and I told her to stay away from you. Your exact location should be between 3 o'clock and 5 o'clock. Lin Bei, is your sister pretty? If she's not pretty, I won't save her, unless you can afford the price. Lu Qingqing, don't touch my sister. If you can reunite my sister with me, I'll give you these 2 items. Lu Qingqing, Tier 1 Experience Pill, Tier 1 Skill Experience Pill. So rich? Giving away 2 Tier 1 items directly? Lin Bei's eyes widened as he stared at the private message on the projected screen and replied, No problem, leave it to me. Lu Qingqing, if you do anything improper to my sister, I will not give you the 2 props, and I will not let you go either, even though I may not be your match. This woman, by the way, do I look that much like him? Besides, I don't even know what your sister looks like. What if she's ugly? I wouldn't even touch her. Lin Bei scratched his head and then instructed Xiao AI, change course and head southeast. Also, have all the Red Dragons and Crab Kings put down their work and go find a nearby raft. Xiao AI received. Yes, let me know if there's any news. After giving a casual instruction, Lin Bei switched the private chat interface back to the Goddess Alliance group. Goddess Alliance members, 8. Lin Bei, does anyone have a GPS tracking card? Didn't the group admin previously refuse to accept this kind of thing? Today someone was selling it, and I even turned them down. Sweet Moon, is the group admin really planning to come and pick up the girls? I was just joking before. Please don't take it seriously, group admin. Yang Xiueli, yes, it's good to develop independently. Song Jiejia, I have a location card, but don't you have Rian? Are you really comfortable letting us get on the raft? Is the group admin going to become a scumbag? Staring at the group messages, Lin Bei muttered to himself with a grim expression. So these women were just talking big before. Just you wait. In a couple of days, you'll be begging me. That concludes this discussion. He invited Lu Qingqing to join the group. Then I started editing the message reply. Lu Qingqing joined the group chat. Lin Bei, I need the location card to help Lu Qingqing save her sister. Lu Qingqing, hello sisters. Boss Lin is right. I did ask him to save my sister. If you have a location card, sisters, name your price. I'll trade supplies for it. Sweet Moon, huh? Oh, we misunderstood. Song Jiejia, is it for rescuing someone? Then I'll give my location card to the group owner. Lin Bei, thank you. It's a gift to me directly. My time is quite precious. Song Jiejia, okay. Song Jiejia has sent you a location card. Please check your mail. Is this the thing? Lin Bei stared at the card in his hand and walked towards the apartment kitchen. That's right. He planned to make several more copies of the location card, and after rescuing Lu Qingqing's sister, he would use them on Song Jujia and the others one by one. If there are any nearby rafts, Lin Bei plans to tie them directly to the raft and upgrade the system first. Not long after, Lin Bei walked out of the kitchen after copying the location card. Just as he was about to use the prop, Xiao AI's voice rang out. Captain, a raft has been found near the main raft. A beautiful female player is on board, currently unconscious. According to Xiao AI's analysis, there's an 80% chance she's suffering from heat stroke. Have you found it? Lin Bei looked surprised, stopped using the location card, and instead ordered, "Tell Red Dragon to bring the player to the apartment." Yes, Captain. After giving instructions to Xiao AI, Lin Bei then turned his gaze to the location card in his hand and began to ponder. I wonder what Xiao AI's taste is like. If the player is truly beautiful, then the upgrade system only requires a woman who meets the required level of attractiveness. This thought came to mind. Lin Bei decided to use the location card anyway. Player Lin Bei successfully used the location card. Please enter the target name or number. Lu Qingqing. Locating. The player is currently 14,000 kilometers away from you. Their exact location is 14,000 kilometers? That's equivalent to the distance from China to the United States. That's really something. Before Lin Bei could finish his grumbling, Xiao AI interrupted. 14,000 kilometers isn't far. At the speed of the captain's raft, it should take about 2 weeks, barring any unforeseen circumstances, to reach. Shut up. Lin Bei interrupted the rambling Xiao AI and took out another location card to continue using it. Player Lin Bei successfully used the location card. Please enter the target name or number. Sweet Moon. Locating. The player is currently 10,254 kilometers away from you, and their exact location is more than 10,000 kilometers? This won't do. Let's try Song Jujia. Lin Bei rejected Tianyaya and took out another location card to use. Player Song Jujia is currently 13,254 kilometers away from you. Her exact location is... After some effort, Lin Bei had located the positions of the 6 women. That's ridiculous. They're all over 10,000 kilometers away. Isn't there a single one that's closer? Lin Bei, who was about to give up, took out another location card and entered the name of the last group member. Yang Suili. Player Yang Suili is currently 954 kilometers away from you, and her exact location is... Oh! Lin Bei looked pleasantly surprised and quickly asked, Xiao AI, how long will it take to travel 954 kilometers? At the current speed of the raft, barring any unforeseen circumstances, we should arrive by noon tomorrow. It seems I'm destined to be with young women. Just as Lin Bei was feeling sentimental, there was a knock on the apartment door. Captain, the Red Dragon has delivered the person. The person is not in any immediate danger and just needs to rest in an air-conditioned room. If you wish to wake her up quickly, I suggest you use the ice stone on her. Lin Bei nodded, then called out to the door. Come in. Whether or not to use the ice stone, he must first confirm the other party's appearance. If they do not meet the standard, then Lin Bei 100 will not waste the item. Chapter 60. Tricking them was definitely the right move. Master, I brought the person to you. Hong Long, who had just entered, placed Lu Lin on the ground. Okay, you guys go on with your work. Lin Bei responded, then turned his gaze to the unconscious woman on the ground. The woman had long hair that reached her chest and was about 165 centimeters tall. She was wearing a slightly tattered blue dress, and her fair skin was covered in dust, but it did not affect her sweet appearance and good figure at all, even though she was soaked in sweat and had a certain smell. System, this sweet girl seems pretty good. She should meet the criteria, right? Lin Bei asked in his mind. Ding, the system is currently performing a detection. Lu Lin. Nationality, Xiagua. Gender, female. Age, 19. Appearance, 93. Dimensions, 91. Virtue of a woman, unaccustomed to sexual relations. Occupation, university student. Overall score, 92. After testing, it meets the system's detection standards. Nice. I just need one more woman who meets the criteria to upgrade the system. I'll work hard and try to get it done by tomorrow. Lin Bei happily walked to Lu Lin's side, picked her up with both hands, and headed towards Su Nana's room. In Su Nana's room, Lin Bei casually tossed Lu Lin onto the bed, then activated the golden bracelet, took 2 photos of her, and switched to the private chat interface to compose a message for Lu Qingqing. Lin Bei, pictures, pictures. Your sister's condition is not optimistic. I need to use the ice stone to treat her. Also, I checked with the location card. The distance between us is over 10,000 kilometers. Private message sent successfully. The train is heading towards spring, and a new story is beginning. Lin Bei hums a song, waiting for Lu Qingqing's reply. About 2 minutes later, the private message window popped up. Lu Qingqing, can you use the ice stone to heal my sister first? I can get an advance on one of the items I promised you. Lin Bei, advance payment for 1 item is no problem, but I'm so far away from you. Even if I sail to you, it will take more than 20 days. Your sister will need a lot of supplies for food, drink, and sanitation along the way. Besides, ice stones are quite valuable. Lu Qingqing, here, take the Book of Knowledge, plus a Tier 1 experience pill. How about it? The Book of Knowledge, Mastering Firearms. Level 9. Category, Learning Tools. Effect, a book that allows you to instantly master a large amount of knowledge and develop muscle memory. Learning it will not take up your skill bar. Huh, I've never seen this prop before. This woman still had stock. It was definitely worth trying to scam her. Lin Bei looked satisfied and edited the message again. Okay. Also, I need skill experience pills, and we could discuss character experience pills when we meet. Lu Qingqing. Okay, I'll give it to you now. Hurry up and save my sister. Don't waste any more time. Lin Bei stopped dawdling, turned off the golden bracelet, and took out the ice stone from his system space to use on the unconscious Lu Lin. In the blink of an eye, Lu Lin, who had been unconscious, gradually opened her eyes and murmured, "Where am I? Is this temperature? Am I in heaven?" Lu Lin was not allowed to begin to look around at her surroundings. Coming to his senses from the system notification, Lin Bei interjected, "What heaven or not? This is my Raft apartment." Lu Lin trembled and looked in the direction of the sound. When she saw a man standing in front of her, she instinctively backed away from the bed, her fur standing on end like a ruffled kitten, and demanded, Who are you? What do you want with me? Let me tell you, I'm trained." "Have you practiced?" Lin Bei couldn't help but laugh. He took out a Desert Eagle from his system space and said jokingly, "I wonder if you can withstand a shot?" In an instant, Lu Lin was so frightened that she collapsed onto the bed, tears streaming down her face, and she began to sob. "Stop crying." Lin Bei shrugged, looking disgusted, and explained, "Your sister asked me to save you." Upon hearing this, Lu Lin did not stop crying, clearly not believing what Lin Bei said. Lin Bei snapped impatiently, "Can you stop crying? If you don't believe me, I'll contact Lu Qingqing." The name Lu Qingqing seemed to possess a magical power, instantly stopping Lu Lin's crying. She weakly asked, "Did my sister really send you? Then why did you scare me? I'm going to tell my sister." "Go ahead and sue me. You know, your sister can't do anything to me. If she hadn't begged me, I wouldn't have saved you. Otherwise, why would I save you? Because of your smelly and disheveled appearance?" Lin Bei's smile had vanished, and he said seriously. Sensing something was wrong, Lu Lin lowered her head and fell into deep thought. Looking at the silent Lu Lin, Lin Bei continued to warn her, "Behave yourself on my raft. I won't tolerate any of your temper. If you don't behave, I will kill you without hesitation." "I'm not kidding." Lu Lin nodded and said in a pleading voice, I understand. Can I have the pages? I'll contact my sister first." "No problem." Lin Bei agreed, taking the other person's page from his system space. He added, "You have 5 minutes to contact your sister. After 5 minutes, I will take back your page and put it in my space, where only I can access it." "Why?" Lu Lin asked, dissatisfied. "We're all adults. Why are you asking so many questions? You know, there are no laws here. What if you do something inappropriate?" Lin Bei said coldly. Lu Lin interrupted, "I can't." Lin Bei shrugged and shook his head, saying, "That's hard to say. I'll only feel at ease if your book pages are in my hands, because they can make you lose your player identity. Besides, only I can open this space, so even if you kill me, it won't work." After saying that, he threw the book pages into Lu Lin's hands without waiting for her to agree or disagree. 5 minutes later, without hesitation, Lin Bei walked to Lu Lin's side, snatched the book pages back, and stored them in his system space. In response to this, Lu Lin did not resist. She already knew that the person in front of her was Lin Bei, a well-known figure on the regional channel and currently a top big shot. However, there was a price to pay for her sister getting the other party involved. If Lin Bei really wanted to do something to her, she couldn't do anything about it now. After all, Her sister's supplies were insignificant, and Lin Bei wouldn't care at all. Even if he broke the contract, it wouldn't matter. Looking at the now obedient Lu Lin, Lin Bei said with a look of disgust, "The rest is up to my Raft life. Hurry up and take a shower. There's a weird smell, it's awful." "There's water for bathing here?" Lu Lin asked in surprise. "Yes, you're living a much better life than your sister now." Lin Bei joked. Chapter 61, 3 monks have no water to drink. Night falls. Survival time, 7:30. Apartment lobby. Xiao AI, change the flight path and head towards Yang Shuili's location. Lin Bei instructed the golden bracelet. Received. Captain, the route has been changed, and we will arrive around noon tomorrow. As soon as Xiao AI finished speaking, Lu Rian's voice came from the kitchen. "Honey, dinner is ready." Accompanied by the sound, Lu Rian and Su Nana each carried a plate of delicious dishes to the dining table in the hall. In response to this, Lin Bei immediately took out a Tier 1 skill experience pill and a book of knowledge, saying, "Thank you for your hard work. These are items that increase skill experience, a reward for you." "Thank you, darling." Lu Rian looked delighted and quickened her pace as she carried the dishes. Su Nana, standing to the side, looked on with envy. "Don't be envious. As long as you maintain this performance, you can also get a skill pill and a skill slot in a couple of days. In addition, you can enjoy the fountain of life ahead of time." Lin Bei said, looking at Su Nana. "Thank you, Brother Lin. I will definitely do my best." Just as Su Nana was responding, Lu Rian had already walked to Lin Bei's side, taken the 2 props, and used them without hesitation. A memory that didn't belong to her flooded her mind. That strange feeling left Lu Rian stunned for a long time. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully consumed resources for the woman, triggering a critical hit return. You have obtained 700 Tier 1 skill experience pills and 700 books of knowledge." Ignoring the system notification, Lin Bei looked at Lu Rian and asked, "How are you feeling?" Upon hearing this, coming to her senses, Lu Rian exclaimed excitedly, "Darling, this knowledge and skills book is amazing. My knowledge about firearms has increased so much out of thin air. And that's not all. I feel like a sharpshooter now." Lin Bei nodded and then asked, "How much experience does a Tier 1 skill experience pill add?" "All skills increased by 20 points. Lu Rian replied truthfully. "Is that so? It seems that other players still have good items they haven't exchanged yet. Most of them are probably thinking about what items to use to exchange for the cards that other players are holding while Lin Bei is talking to himself." At this moment, Lu Lin, wrapped in a bath towel, walked out of the bathroom. When she discovered there were 2 other women, she froze in place. "Darling, who is she?" Lu Rian asked Lin Bei with a smile, but there was a hint of hostility in her smile. After all, it's hard for anyone to accept that their man has secretly taken another beautiful woman into his car. Keep in mind that Su Nana hadn't been on the raft for very long. What's more, the woman in front of him is no less attractive than himself in terms of figure and looks. Lin Bei snapped out of his reverie and immediately explained, "Her name is Lu Lin, Lu Qingqing's younger sister. The prop you just used was obtained in exchange for saving her. She's only temporarily staying on our raft." Upon hearing that it was only a temporary stay, Lu Rian breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "Who is Lu Qingqing?" "I just joined the Goddess Alliance group today. Also, she can share a room with Su Nana for now." Lin Bei replied casually, then looked at Lu Lin, who was standing there in a daze, and said, "This is Lu Rian, and this is Su Nana. You can stay with Su Nana for now, okay?" "Okay." Lu Lin nodded shyly in response. Then, an awkward silence fell over the apartment lobby, and no one spoke again. Seeing this, Lin Beixian immediately broke the ice. "Come on, everyone, let's eat first. These dumplings look pretty good." However, Lu Rian and Su Nana did not respond. Only Lu Lin, looking completely unaccustomed to the world, swallowed hard and walked slowly to the dining table, saying, "Wow, Sister Rian and Nana's cooking is amazing. You guys have air conditioning and delicious food. Even before I travel back in time, this wasn't as good as it is." In response to this, Lu Rian and Su Nana seemed to have formed an alliance, picking up their bowls and chopsticks and enjoying their food without paying any attention to Lu Lin. Feeling that she was unpopular, Lu Lin stopped talking and quietly started eating her meal, not daring to show any temper. The invisible struggle among the 3 women. Lin Bei ignored it, because he was busy consuming first-tier skill experience pills. Successfully using a Tier 1 skill experience pill grants 20 experience points to all skills. Successfully used a Tier 1 skill experience pill. Successfully used a Tier 1 skill experience pill. The water transformation and freeze skills have reached level 19. Successfully used a Tier 1 skill experience pill. Indestructible Vajra and Malice Perception skills have reached level 19. After taking 110 pills in a row, Lin Bei finally upgraded his 4 skills to level 19. Without hesitation, he activated the golden bracelet to check it. Skill bar. Skill 1. Indestructible. Level 19. Category: Defensive skills. Passive effect: Stamina plus 20, Skin defense plus 20, increases by 9 points. Active effect: Activated by mental focus. This skill increases stamina and skin defense by 290. Skill duration: 29 minutes. Skill recharge time: 1 hour. Current experience points: 200 to 200. Requires a Tier 2 experience pill for breakthrough. Skill 2. Malice detection. Level 19. Category: Perception skills. Passive effect: plus 9 to mental strength and plus 22 to agility, and can sense malice within a 190-meter radius. Active effect: Activated by thought. The skill is activated. The perception range is expanded by 29 times, and agility and mental strength are temporarily increased by 290. Skill duration: 20 minutes. Skill recharge time: 40 minutes. Current experience points: 200 to 200. Requires a Tier 2 experience pill for breakthrough. Skill 3. Water transformation. Level 19. Category: Defensive skills. Passive effect: Gain the ability to breathe underwater and increase water affinity by 190. Active effect: When activated by mental focus, the skill transforms the body into water element, granting immunity to most physical attacks. Skill experience: 200 to 200. Skill duration: 20 minutes. Skill recharge time: 1 hour. Charging time greatly reduced. Skill 4. Freeze. Level 19. Category: Attack skills. Active effect: Skills can be released by mental effort and can freeze targets at a temperature of up to minus 40 degrees Celsius. If freezing fails, the target's movement speed will be reduced. Skill experience: 200 to 200. Note: this skill consumes a great deal of mental energy. Based on 10 points of mental energy, it can be used a maximum of 2 times to freeze at minus 40 degrees Celsius and 4 times to freeze at minus 20 degrees Celsius. It reduces mental energy consumption, makes skills more effective at freezing, and lowers the temperature. Just as Lin Bei was admiring the panel, Lu Lin, unable to bear it any longer, spoke up first. "Thank you for the treat. I'm full." After saying that, she stood up and ran towards Su Nana's room. I watched Lu Lin leave. Lu Rian's cold face instantly changed, and she said to Lin Bei warmly, "Darling, eat up. Look, everyone else has finished eating. Nana and I will drink with you." As she spoke, she gave Su Nana a wink. Su Nana immediately understood and got up to pour beer into Lin Bei's bowl. Lin Bei, who was in a good mood, readily accepted and immediately began to enjoy the dumplings and wine. Another 10 minutes or so passed. Lin Bei had already eaten about half full. Lu Rian suddenly suggested, "Darling, I bought dice. How about we play liar's dice? Are you two even capable of this little bit of drinking?" Lin Bei mocked. "You've only drunk 2/3 of a bowl of wine. Even fish keepers wouldn't dare to play like this." Just wait till Nana and I chop you to pieces," Lu Rian provocatively said. "Okay, let's go." As soon as Lin Bei finished speaking, he took out an unused bowl from the system space and started fighting with the 2 women. The apartment lobby was filled with shouts of 3 6s and 4 3s. "You two stop raising fish and drink. Is it okay, little vegetable? Smash. Give it to me." Chapter 62, Ocean-themed 28-inch bicycle. The next day, it was almost noon. Day 7 of survival, 11 a.m. In the apartment room. "Captain, you have 47 unread friend messages." "Captain, it's almost 12 o'clock. Time to get up." Xiao AI's wake-up call was constantly ringing in my ears. "Aren't you tired from calling me since 10 o'clock? Lin Bei rubbed his eyes, looking like he hadn't slept well. "Captain, didn't you say you wanted to sleep an extra hour?" Xiao AI is just doing what the captain tells her to do. She's not tired. Okay. Lin Bei replied perfunctorily, then stood up. Perhaps because of the commotion, Lu Ruyan and Su Nana, who had drunk too much last night, suddenly woke up. "My head hurts so much." Lu Ruyan covered her forehead with one hand, slowly opened her eyes, and exclaimed when she found Nana there. Nana, why aren't you sleeping in your own room? How did I get here? Nana looked puzzled. Upon seeing this, Lu Ruyan's heart skipped a beat. She looked at Lin Bei, who was getting dressed, and questioned him. What happened? What did you do while we were drunk? Having drunk too much, Lin Bei couldn't remember clearly. After making a series of forced excuses, he quickly got dressed and hurriedly walked out of the apartment. Watching Lin Bei leave, the two women exchanged a glance and fell into a brief silence. As expected, the most affectionate man in Jiangnan was right. Men are lustful as long as they can breathe, Lu Ruyan retorted. Sister Ruyan, you won't blame me, will you? Nana asked weakly, instinctively trying to get up, but the numbness and pain in her body made her instantly obedient. Lu Ruyan looked at Nana, sighed, and said, I knew this day would come from the moment I was with Lin Bei, but I was just fooling myself. Sister, why don't we form an alliance? Alliance? Nana blinked, looking puzzled. That's right. There will definitely be other enemies later. Let's keep an eye on Lin Bei together to prevent other seductive women from trying to seduce him, Lu Ruyan said confidently. Huh, but Brother Lin didn't say anything to me just now, so what am I now? Nana asked worriedly. It's all right, Darling has accepted you. Although he didn't say it aloud, Lu Ruyan comforted him and continued to persuade him. Besides, this world is a dog-eat-dog world. I don't need to tell you how miserable the other players are. Only by following Lin Bei can you have a future. Then please take good care of me from now on, sister. Nana nodded, seemingly accepting Lu Ruyan's suggestion. In response to this, Lu Ruyan was very satisfied. Because the little girl in front of me is not very cunning and is relatively obedient, she is a good candidate for an alliance. Besides, since there will inevitably be many women on the raft sooner or later, it's better to have more who can listen to you and share the firepower at night. After all, Lin Bei's energy was becoming increasingly outrageous, and Lu Ruyan felt that she was finding it more and more difficult to cope. Just as Lin Bei was starting a new day, the regional channel is in an uproar. Regional channel 10 number of users, 110055. It hurts so much. Boss Lin Bei, why did you leave me? I've loved you until the very last moment. Isn't that enough? Boss Lin Bei, if you don't keep your business running, I'm dying of thirst. For the first time, I've missed a man so much. What's wrong with this world? Damn it. Lin Bei, the big boss, stopped selling water last night. In this hot weather, is he still not up to sell salt water? Baka, stop waiting. People still have to rely on themselves. Besides, do you think water is as easy as cabbage? Even if Lin Bei is the mastermind behind the scenes, the number of hundreds of thousands of players can't be endless, right? Damn it, stop jinxing us. If Boss Lin Bei sells out of his salt water, what are we supposed to drink? Do you want the whole region to die together? It's almost 50 degrees Celsius, and I'm so hot, I'm fainting. I need a passing lady to feed me water by mouth to revive me. Please, save me. Where is that member of the Lin Bei Big Boss Chamber of Commerce? Come out and explain what's going on. It's extremely urgent. Otherwise, I'll have to produce and sell the special liquid myself. I can produce that too. Want to sell you some? Only 2 pieces of what needed. What do you say, buddy? Roll. Players in the channel started discussing it at 9 o'clock, mostly urging Lin Bei to sell water, which was quite urgent. The news flooded social media until 11 a.m., after which the topic gradually faded away. But the discussion was reignited by comments from a player and Tianya. I just killed 2 Indian players from the Shinla group and got 20 bottles of water. I think the big boss should still be around, maybe making salt water. Let's all wait and see. Yes, I remember the boss said yesterday that there would still be a lot of ice to sell today. Sweet Moon, don't worry, everyone. Boss Lin Bei just contacted me. Salt water and ice will be available again in 30 minutes at most. Also, we have a limited number of ice stones for sale. Please do not disturb us if you are selling junk items. Long live God. I've finally waited for you. And thankfully I held on. Ice stone? What's that? Ice stones are amazing. I opened one yesterday, and I didn't expect Lin Bei to mass produce them. If I'm not mistaken, these things might be lifesavers when they're in the air. Could we perhaps exchange the musket blueprints with Lin Bei? You bunch of European dogs, go to hell. I just caught 2 old-fashioned bicycles in the ocean. I caught one of these too. I have one too. Everyone has it? I thought I was the only one with this. What's going on behind the scenes? Ocean 28-inch bicycle. Level 19. Category: Marine Vehicles. Effect: a bicycle with special abilities that can be ridden on the sea. Review: Trust me, it's definitely faster than a raft, unless you have a Tier 1 book page and a Tier 1 raft. At this moment, Lin Bei was still replying to messages from his members, preparing to start a new day of harvesting. Suddenly, Sweet Yi's private message caught his eye. After reading the private message, Lin Bei couldn't help but ask suspiciously, "Ocean bicycle? What the hell is this thing?" The fact that so much of the game's behind-the-scenes content is being distributed to players is definitely intentional. Does this mean the next event will be a bicycle race? But according to Squidward, shouldn't the next game be the Raft Coliseum? Just as he was talking to himself and pondering, Xiao AI suddenly spoke up to remind us, "Captain, we are expected to reach the area where Yang Shuili is located in about 10 minutes, and we will be able to meet up with her in 30 minutes. Chapter 63, Yang Shuili's Resistance. Lin Bei nodded, then instructed, "All right, go and inform Lu Rian, Su Nana, and Lu Lin to begin today's work." Xiao AI, I receive your message. But is that new woman really all right? Lin Bei explained. What's there to be afraid of? She met up with her sister, and I also got her onto the raft. She'll have to do something sooner or later. It's good for her to get used to the work first. You know, Florida doesn't tolerate idlers, and neither does my raft. Understood, Captain. Also, remember to have them make breakfast. After adding that, Lin Bei shouted to the red dragons not far away. Hey, you guys stop. Do you know how to farm? The red dragons on patrol exchanged a glance, then shook their heads and said, Master, we only know how to patrol. We've trimmed the seaweed before. You don't even know this? Lin Bei looked disappointed and then looked at the golden bracelet and asked, Xiao AI, can you teach them how to farm? Captain, no problem. However, I suggest you install a few more wooden pavilions and put air conditioners inside them. This is nothing. We have plenty of air conditioners and wooden pavilions. After Lin Bei finished speaking, he immediately took out watermelon seeds, grape seeds, peach seeds, as well as blueprints for a wooden pavilion and an air conditioner, ready to start his planting business. 20 minutes later, an unknown sea area. On a 100-square-meter wooden raft, there was a young woman with a 30-60 bust and a curvaceous figure. The young woman wore a stepmother's dress. Her long hair held back with hairpins, and glistening sweat constantly welled up from her fair skin, soaking the dress. Her graceful figure was partially revealed, making her even more captivating. That's right, she is Yang Shuili, Lin Bei's target this time. She has a 95-point figure, a 92-point appearance, and an overall score as high as 93. What exactly is this ocean bike used for? If a raft can move, wouldn't a car be redundant? If it were a watercraft with built-in air conditioning, that would be more like it. Yang Shuili stared at the bicycle and muttered to herself. Suddenly, she saw an island appearing in the distance ahead of the raft, shrouded in thick fog and seemingly moving. What is that? Could it be a serendipitous encounter? Is there any danger? Yang Shuili felt fear. It's because she clearly knows her own limitations. And every adventure is accompanied by danger. In addition, Lin Bei provided continuous assistance. She had no reason to risk her life. This thought came to mind. Yang Shuili immediately manipulated the pages of the book, intending to get away from the strange island in the distance. However, the strange island moved much faster than her raft. The distance between them did not grow further because Yang Shuili fled. On the contrary, it grew closer. Was that island heading towards me? At this moment, Yang Shuili understood, and her heart became even more anxious, even desperate. Beep, beep, beep. You have one unread private message from friend. Suddenly, a private message popped up on her driving page. Who contacted me at this time? Yang Shuili spoke with annoyance, when suddenly a brilliant idea struck her. In this emergency, hiding is probably out of the question. The only option is to try and ask someone knowledgeable for help to borrow a weapon. Otherwise, relying solely on the crossbow I have isn't safe enough. Thinking of this, Yang Shuili immediately opened the private message perfunctorily, just as she was about to contact Lin Bei's friend. But then he discovered that the private message was from Lin Bei. Lin Bei, why are you running? The raft behind you is mine. Want to come aboard? My raft is huge, and it's like an apartment. The whole island is equipped with air conditioning, and you can take a shower every day. The living conditions are almost the same as before I traveled through time. Well, Yang Shuili looked completely bewildered. The one who has always been pursuing her romantically is Boss Lin Bei. Instantly, her fear vanished. She stopped the speeding raft and began replying to private messages. Yang Shuili, is that raft yours? No, isn't that an island? Your development is a bit too much, isn't it? Yang Xueli, and why are you chasing me? How did you know my location? Yang Xueli, besides, I have a husband. Is it really appropriate for you to invite a married woman onto the raft? After sending 3 messages in a row, Yang Xueli began to wait for a reply. Unfortunately, Lin Bei lacked any sense of martial ethics and had no intention of responding. The moment Yang Xueli stopped the raft, his raft moved forward even faster. In the blink of an eye, the 2 rafts were already very close. How about it? Want to get on my raft? The situation is turbulent right now, and who knows when you and your husband will be reunited. Plus, survival is dangerous, and you might end up a widow early. Why not join me and make our business bigger and stronger? Lin Bei stood at the front of the raft and shouted loudly to Yang Xueli. Could you please not get so close? Let me think about it. Yang Xueli replied. No, some things are better discussed in person. Lin Bei decisively refused and then instructed Xiao AI to continue forward. Are you trying to force me onto the raft? Yang Xueli questioned sharply, looking like she was about to explode with anger. However, this approach had no effect on Lin Bei. In no time at all, the 2 rafts have already docked. Lin Bei jumped into Yang Xueli's raft, and the man and woman officially met. In response to this, Yang Xueli looked on warily and instinctively retreated to the edge of the raft. That figure truly deserved a 95 out of 100. Whose wealthy wife is she? Lin Bei couldn't help but admire her inwardly for a moment before speaking. Why don't you come aboard my raft and get a feel for the surroundings? Lu Ruyan and Lu Qingqing's sister are here. Perfect timing. We're going to have breakfast later. Let's grab a bite and take a shower together. Judging from your appearance, you probably haven't showered in a week, right? As Lin Bei spoke, he smiled, trying his best to convey goodwill. However, Yang Xueli was not buying it. You should leave. I want to survive on my own. Thank you for your kindness. She replied without hesitation, her resistance obvious. Lin Bei's face immediately darkened, and he frowned, saying, if you won't listen to reason, then there's nothing I can do. Red Dragon Crab King, come out here and put her on my raft. In an instant, one by one, human-shaped lobsters and crabs poked their heads out of the sea and walked towards Yang Xueli. Upon seeing this, Yang Xueli trembled and quickly pulled out a crossbow from behind her back, firing at Lin Bei without hesitation. With a whoosh, the crossbow bolt flew straight towards Lin Bei. You were the one who harbored ill intentions first. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Before Yang Xueli could even utter the word consideration, she froze, for she saw Lin Bei's body turn into water, the crossbow bolt merely piercing through his body without causing any harm. I tried to reason with them, but they insisted on doing this. Looks like I'll have to resort to violence from now on. People these days, they don't learn their lesson. They probably won't know how to obey Lin Bei, he said coldly. Chapter 64, I will keep a close eye on that big-breasted woman. No, don't come any closer. Please, let me go. Surrounded by the sea on all sides, Yang Xueli had nowhere to retreat and could only keep pleading with Lin Bei, praying that he would let her go. In response to this, Lin Bei did not respond. He simply watched as the red dragon subdued Yang Xueli. What do you want to do? No, don't come any closer. Yang Xueli screamed hoarsely, completely overwhelmed by fear. Lin Bei ignored the other person's voice, walked up to Yang Xueli, and raised his arm to slap her cheek. Snap! The sound of slaps echoed all around, and Yang Xueli's brain seemed to go blank from the blows. I sent you so many resources before, and you refused my invitation to have a meal on the raft. You even tried to kill me? Lin Bei spoke sternly, then bent down, picked up the pages of the book Yang Xueli had dropped, and dissected them, continuing, this is just a small punishment. You're no longer a player. However, halfway through his sentence, a surge of malice suddenly flooded Lin Bei's mind. Still not behaving yourself. Lin Bei, his face grim, slapped Yang Xueli across the cheek again. Staring at Yang Xueli, whose face was red from the slap and who was nearly fainting, Lin Bei continued. Put away your malice. My skills can sense it. Now, you only have 2 paths before you, submission or death. Choose one. Yang Xueli was not allowed to respond. The red dragon chimed in. Master, this person's skin is so delicate and tender, he must taste delicious. If we kill him, could we? Lin Bei frowned and interrupted. You eat people? Noticing the strange look in its master's eyes, the red dragon touched its whiskers and replied awkwardly. No, actually, I prefer vegetarian food. Then why are you interrupting? Lin Bei rolled his eyes and looked at Yang Shuili with a cold gaze again, waiting for her reply. Unfortunately, Yang Shuili did not respond. Her whole body was trembling, and her eyes were filled with fear and tears. Upon seeing this, Lin Bei couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. There are fewer and fewer players on the regional channels now. Those who meet the appearance standards are one less to be eliminated. In addition, he is currently missing a woman to upgrade his system. If it weren't for these rules and regulations, given Yang Shuili's disrespect just now, the grass on her grave would be at least 3 meters high. This thought came to mind. Lin Bei could only continue to persuade him. Returning to Earth is impossible now, and this game is exceptionally cruel. Just like the first day of survival said, power, status, and wealth will all be reshuffled. The law of the jungle prevails here. You know my abilities and resources. I could even provide you with the life you had before time travel. Sometimes, choice is more important than effort, especially since your husband might already be dead somewhere. Listening to Lin Bei's seductive words, Yang Shuili couldn't help but fall into deep thought. She was in a state of heightened emotions before, which is why she acted irrationally. After all, even a rabbit will bite when cornered. But now, after Lin Bei's words and the 2 intense confrontations just now, she has completely calmed down. Lin Bei is right. If they could live the life they had before they transmigrated, without having to live in constant fear and struggle to survive, it would definitely be better than what they're living now. At least there are plenty of people in the channel who would be willing to do so. What's more, before her husband transmigrated, he was a rich playboy who did nothing all day and knew nothing but eating, drinking, and having fun. He was like a good-for-nothing. If they really came to seek survival, Yang Shuili felt that her husband wouldn't live more than a few days. Moreover, Yang Shuili could truly sense that Lin Bei was genuinely intent on killing her, and that if she didn't agree, she would really die. But once she calmed down, she was no longer as impulsive as before and had no suicidal impulses whatsoever. Suddenly, Lin Bei pressed on again. What's your decision? Are you going to come with me, or be eaten by the monster next to me? Yang Shuili, whose thoughts were interrupted, came back to her senses and said weakly in a slightly tearful voice, I'll go with you. Lin Bei nodded and warned, remember, if you get on my raft, you have to follow my rules. If you attack me for no reason again, I won't hold back. Yang Shuili nodded, indicating that she understood. In response to this, Lin Bei waved his hand and ordered, release her. Released by the red dragons, Yang Shuili immediately wiped away her tears and followed Lin Bei toward the raft in front of them, still feeling lingering fear. After everyone left Yang Shuili's raft, Lin Bei turned around, used the system space to collect all the supplies, and then led the newly joined woman to the apartment. Oh, a familiar voice echoed in Lin Bei's mind. Ding. The system will upgrade ahead of schedule due to the host exceeding the number of people he is supporting. It is expected to take 2 hours. During the upgrade, the critical hit return function can still be used normally, but the system will not provide any notification. Please check it yourself in the system space. Inside the apartment, hearing the door open, Lu Rian walked into the hall with a smile and called out loudly, Darling, breakfast is ready. Before she could finish speaking, another woman appeared behind Lin Bei. Darling, who is this? Lu Rian asked calmly. After all, she had experienced so much in the past 2 days, and she seemed to have gotten used to this situation. Let me introduce you. This is Yang Shuili from Group. She'll be staying with us from now on. Remember to prepare a room for her after dinner, Lin Bei explained. Yang Shuili, you can run into someone in an ocean this big? Lu Ruyin asked suspiciously. Meanwhile, Su Nana stared at Yang Shuili's cleavage for a moment, then looked at her own, and fell into deep thought. As the saying goes, those destined to meet will find each other, even from 1,000 miles away. Lin Bei gave a perfunctory reply, then looked at Yang Shuili behind him and changed the subject. That's Lu Ruyin. The little girl next to her is Su Nana, and Lu Lin is probably in the room. Do you want to take a shower first? Good. Perhaps sensing the slightly awkward atmosphere, Yang Shuili agreed without hesitation. At this moment, Lu Lin, who had been ignored by Lu Ruyin and Su Nana, suddenly came out of the room and looked at Yang Shuili, saying, Any new faces? This lady is so pretty. Are you going to take a bath? Come with me. I'll take you. She was so enthusiastic, of course, because she was bored and wanted to find someone to keep her company. After all, the feeling of being isolated is really unpleasant. He watched as Lu Lin and Yang Shuili went to the shower room. Sunana whispered in Lu Ruyan's ear. Sister, that new woman is so big. Do you think Brother Lin might like this kind of woman? We have to be careful. What are you two whispering about? Aren't you going to eat breakfast? Lin Bei suddenly spoke up, interrupting the two women's secret plot. When Lu Ruyan walked to the dining table, Lin Bei instructed her again, I'm still worried about Yang Xueli and Lu Lin, so you two keep a close eye on them. Before Lu Ruyan could respond, Sunana, looking serious, spoke first. Don't worry, Brother Lin. I'll keep a close eye on that woman with big breasts. Chapter 65, System Upgrade. Racing Preliminaries. Survival Time, 13:30. Apartment Lobby. After lunch, one man and four women got busy. Lu Lin and Yang Xueli adapted to the new environment quickly. After all, the living conditions were good. There was air conditioning, a shower, and the food was excellent. Compared to their previous solo survival, they were like wild animals compared to modern people, and they'd already fallen for the "it's actually great" phenomenon. Yang Xueli, in particular, was regretting why she hadn't agreed to Lin Bei's request sooner, which resulted in her being slapped twice and making the relationship so awkward. If she could go back in time and choose again, Yang Xueli would probably follow Lin Bei without hesitation. While they were busy selling salt water, each with their own thoughts. Suddenly, Xiao AI's voice echoed throughout the hall. Captain, there's a new announcement. Please check it promptly. New announcement? Another trick up their sleeve? Lin Bei looked curious and activated the golden bracelet. Good afternoon, gamers. Today is the 7th day of survival. On the 11th day of survival, after the 2-day event ends, a competition will be held across the entire server. Of course, not everyone can participate in this server-wide competition. You need to go through a selection process, and the 3 best players can represent Channel 10 in the competition. If someone wins first place, all players on the server will receive a permanent attribute boost, and the player who brings this honor to the channel will also receive additional rewards. The rules for the game selection process will be explained below. Dusk Racing Preliminaries. 1. Players who own ocean-going vehicles can register for the preliminary rounds through the book page interface. 2. Boats and rafts cannot be used for racing. 3. The top 3 players will qualify for the server-wide competition. They will also receive a large amount of ice stones and water, which will ensure their survival until the server-wide competition begins. 4. The goal of the competition is the finish line. You can use any means to avoid violating the rules, including killing your own kind. Additional rule: bribing referees is strictly prohibited. If discovered, the referee will be immediately disqualified. The qualifying rounds will begin at 6 p.m. Fight for regional glory. Players, good luck. Is bribing referees prohibited? Lin Bei stared at the supplementary rule with a strange expression and complained. This is clearly a rule targeting me. Damn it. Is it my fault that I have some coupons? Can't you improve employee benefits? At this moment, Lu Ruyan, who had been secretly observing from the side, spoke up. Honey, do you want to participate? Should I go buy 2 ocean bikes? No need. We have a 28-inch ocean bike. Lin Bei replied, then switched the announcement page to the regional channel to gather information. Regional channel 10 number of users, 108488. 999 plus unread messages. Yuan Fong, what do you think of this new announcement? What am I supposed to do? Sit around drinking salt water and watch? Participate in the competition? Do you think I'm stupid? Haven't we learned our lesson from the past few days? I still vividly remember making friends yesterday, but today they want me to be the Akina Mountain racing god? Something's not right. Something's not right at all. I just want to fish for boxes quietly and wait for the big spender to sell me water. I've already behaved myself. Please let me go. I'm done. Out of 1 million players, only 100,000 remain. It's full of traps. I'd rather die than sign up. Also, I'm selling a brand new Yuelang Ocean bicycle. It's a bit faster than your old bicycle. If you want to bring glory to the region, go for speed. Miyamoto Shijinaga. Alright, since no one wants to participate, then I'll go and bring glory to the region. The bicycles upstairs are cheaper. I've heard of off-road vehicles, but what kind of brand is Yuelang? No, besides the old-fashioned 28-inch bicycle, are there any other bicycles? I have Torso Ocean bikes. I guarantee I'll come in last place with this bike. Anyone want it? I'm reluctantly selling it cheaply. I also have a Wulong Ocean bicycle. Fengshu Ocean bicycle, upstairs, brother. Let's merge and stack buffs. We're practically invincible. Bromp, the Gale Ocean bike. This bike even has skills. First place is a sure thing. A true master is a master. If I had a nice car, I'd really like to take a gamble, then I wouldn't have to worry about 2 suns in the sky. Will Lin Bei, the big boss, participate? I wonder what kind of bicycle he'll be using. This bicycle is all about luck. If you're unlucky, you won't get a good one. By the way, what does that supplementary rule mean? Can referees be bribed? How come I didn't know that before? Watching the scrolling messages on the channel, Lin Bei couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. Currently, he only has one old-fashioned bicycle, and if he were to participate in a competition, he certainly wouldn't get a good ranking unless he eliminated all the competitors. Looks like I need to fish for treasure chests first and use the advantage of quantity to open a good car. This thought came to mind. Lin Bei immediately got up and walked outside. However, before he could even leave the house, a voice suddenly rang in Lin Bei's mind. Ding! System upgrade complete. God level sugar daddy, system level 2. Promote. 1. The refund amount is doubled. 2. Unlock quality critical hit return. Quality critical hit. After binding a woman on a raft, the host will trigger a quality critical hit the first time they consume resources for her each day, randomly increasing the quality of the item by 2 to 100 times. Additionally, items obtained from quality critical hits are duplicates and will no longer trigger quantity critical hits after being gifted. Note, this ability will be enhanced as the system level increases. System upgrade requires 4 to 8 experience points. It will take 3 days for Lu Rian to be successfully kept as a sugar daddy, 5 days for Su Nana, 6 days for Lu Lin, and 7 days for Yang Xueli. Tier. Quality overload, or once a day. After hearing the system's explanation, Lin Bei stopped in his tracks and then commanded with his mind, bind me to Lu Ruyan. This new feature is too powerful. If it includes critical hit chests, critical hit fountains, and critical hit rafts, then there's no point in leveling up. Lin Bei's mind was immediately filled with a myriad of thoughts. After calming down, he decided to first smash the ocean bicycle. Because this competition seems very important, especially since it's a server-wide competition, Lin Bei has a feeling that it's not simple and might have an impact on the future. The host has successfully bound Lu Ruyan. The first time the host consumes resources for her each day, a quality critical hit will be triggered. System is a number of people bound to a quality critical strike related to the system level. If you level up to level 3, will it increase? Lin Bei asked in his mind. Yes, it will. Once the system is upgraded to level 3, you can bind an additional woman with high-quality critical hits, and you can even increase the number of times you can do so. Upon hearing the system's reply, Lin Bei's mind began to stir again. Chapter 66, An Old Acquaintance's Sudden Visit. Lu Ruyan, stop what you're doing and come with me for a moment. After Lin Bei finished speaking, he continued walking out of the apartment. Are we going to fish for supplies? Lu Ruyan asked a question, but received no response. Faced with this, she could only follow Lin Bei's footsteps and walk out of the apartment. Outside the apartment. What's going on? If we're going to fish for supplies, should I go get the fishing rod? Lu Ruyan asked as she stepped out the door. Go and get rid of this bicycle for me, Lin Bei said, taking out the captured old-fashioned ocean bicycle from his system space. Discard it. Lu Ruyan looked surprised and fell in a deep thought. Why is Lin Bei inexplicably telling her to lose things? Before Lu Ruyan could figure it out, Lin Bei then urged, what are you staring at? Oh, okay, I'll go right away, darling. Lu Ruyan subconsciously agreed and walked towards her bicycle. At this moment, she really wanted to find out the reason. But then she thought again, Lin Bei was always cautious, and if he wanted to tell her, he would definitely say so, otherwise she might dislike him. While Lu Ruyan was pondering, she had already walked to the edge of the raft and thrown the bicycle into the sea. In an instant, the system's voice echoed in Lin Bei's mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully consumed resources for the woman, triggering a quality critical strike return. Random drop rate is currently being determined. This critical hit is a 10x quality boost. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Ocean Gale motorcycle. Ocean Gale motorcycle. Level 29. Category: Marine vehicles. 0 to 100 kilometers per hour acceleration. 1.5 seconds. Description: a top-of-the-line ocean-themed motorcycle, reportedly worth up to 350,000 points. Skill: Hurricane Power. Temporarily increases motorcycle speed by 3 times for 5 minutes, and takes 30 minutes to charge. Note: this marine motorcycle uses universal fuel. Lin Bei was stunned after hearing the system's voice. Good heavens! While others are still riding bicycles, you own a motorcycle. Isn't this kind of racing competition a game changer? As he thought about it, Lin Bei's lips couldn't help but curl up, and joy couldn't be contained on his face. At this moment, Lu Ruyan, who had just lost her bicycle, had already returned. Seeing Lin Bei standing there dumbfounded and grinning, she couldn't help but interrupt. Honey, is there anything else? If not, shall I go to the apartment and use my fishing rod skill? I can collect some tier 1 chests then. Okay, go ahead. Also, remember to open the chest you fish out yourself. If you get something good, there'll be a reward tonight. Lin Bei grinned mischievously. Reward? The best reward is if you don't make Nana and me call you daddy at night anymore. Lu Rian made a face and ran back to the apartment without looking back. Watch them leave. Lin Bei shook his head and muttered, if I don't call him dad, there's no fun at all. What's the point of my enjoyment? As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the edge of the raft. That's right, Lin Bei planned to test the motorcycle's performance in practice first. After all, he wasn't a motorcycle enthusiast or a street urchin before he transmigrated. He only had 2.5 years of experience driving electric scooters. As Lin Bei walked to the edge of the raft and was about to take out the Ocean Gale motorcycle, several red dragons came into his view. What are you doing? Upon hearing this, the red dragon trembled and immediately got off the bicycle it had just picked up, replying, Master, the ocean bicycle is a good thing. We can use it for patrols. It would be a shame to throw it away. Can you use it? Okay, I'll get one for each of you later. Lin Bei nodded. One per person? The red dragons looked at each other, stunned for a moment before reacting and bowing deeply, saying, Master is so generous. Thank you for your generous gift. We will certainly protect the raft for you. Lin Bei didn't say anything more and took the motorcycle out of the system space on his own. In an instant, a marine motorcycle with a strong mechanical feel and a black and white paint job suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. The red dragon, who had just been happy about riding a bicycle, froze instantly, staring at Lin Bei with disbelief, and asked again, This is the Gale motorcycle? It's said to be worth hundreds of thousands of points. Where did you get it, Master? Lin Bei looked slightly surprised and asked, You recognize this thing? Do you know how to operate it? Can you teach me? Yes. I used to be the racing legend of our seas, a red dragon exclaimed excitedly. Master, he's bragging. He's just a spirited young man riding an electric scooter. I'm better than him. Let me teach you another way to sabotage him. You guys, do you even know what driving is? Watching the red dragon continue its endless debate, Lin Bei couldn't help but turn his gaze to the Ocean Gale motorcycle again. This vehicle seems to be more valuable than I thought. Otherwise, the guys in front of us wouldn't be arguing so heatedly. With this car, the entire server competition should be a sure thing. It was afternoon. The qualifying round started in 3 hours. Lu Rian was busy opening treasure chests in the apartment, which numbered in the thousands, while the other 3 women continued selling salt water, all of them very busy. Meanwhile, Lin Bei, with the help of the red dragons, worked hard to improve his driving skills. This sea breeze, this speed, it's awesome. Lin Bei has successfully mastered the driving method of the marine motorcycle and is speeding around the raft, clearly enjoying the sport. In response to this, the red dragon and the crab kings, watching from a distance, were filled with envy. As expected of a high-end marine vehicle, I'm so glad I had the chance to experience it when I was teaching my master. A red dragon boasted to the crab kings. You're incredibly lucky, a crab king replied unhappily. While they were discussing it, suddenly, a strange phenomenon occurred. A small whirlpool suddenly appeared out of nowhere on the sea surface at the 5 o'clock position of the raft. Quickly head towards the 5 o'clock position. There's an unidentified teleportation vortex there. I'll go and inform the captain immediately. Xiao AI reacted instantly, directing the red dragon and the crab king to take action. I heard the command. Red Dragon and Crab King immediately realized what was happening and rushed towards the 5 o'clock direction. At the same time, Lin Bei also received a message from Xiao AI. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately activated the Gale motorcycle skill and sped off like a rocket toward the 5 o'clock position. In just a short while, Lin Bei had already arrived at the scene of the small vortex. But the vortex that Xiao AI, Xiaomi's AI assistant, mentioned did not appear before our eyes. Brother Lin, you men are a bit rude. It's me, your good brother. Lin Bei looked in the direction of the sound. Huang Mukun was seen confronting the Red Dragon Crab King on the sea surface. I just heard from Squidward yesterday that you were discharged from the hospital so quickly. What brings you here? Lin Bei asked, looking at his old acquaintance. Chapter 67, the racing preliminaries begin. I was faking illness, you understand? Brother Electric Eel and I are brothers now. We're birds of a feather. We've already sworn brotherhood by burning water plants, Huang Mukun explained proudly. Boil water plants? Lin Bei felt a little awkward, but he didn't dwell on it too much. He instructed the Red Dragon and the Crab Kings. These are my brothers, not enemies. You can patrol other places. Yes, Master, the Red Dragon and the Crab Kings responded in unison, and then dispersed. Watching his subordinate walk away, Lin Bei turned his gaze to Huang Mukun once again and said, Tell me, what do you want from me? Upon hearing this, Huang Mukun's face lit up with excitement, and he blurted out, Brother, did you steal some coupons? If I'm not mistaken, the vehicle you're riding is a limited edition Gale motorcycle. Are you really a human from Earth? Or are you some big shot's illegitimate son from Starfish? Lin Bei grasped the key point of Huang Mukun's words and asked in confusion, What is a starfish? I'm a starfish man, one of the previous players whose race was composed of fishmen. Mermaids are a minority, Huang Mukun explained, his gaze still fixed on the Gale motorcycle. So this is a starfish? Lin Bei pressed it. Huang Mukun shook his head. No, I don't know what planet this is. There are players on other planets. We're just ants. I see. So tell me, what did you want to talk to me about? After figuring out what he wanted to know, Lin Bei immediately got straight to the point and steered the conversation back on track. Sigh. Huang Mukun sighed, his face showing regret. I heard there was a server-wide competition, and I was worried you wouldn't have a good bike, so I specially got you a few ocean bikes. I never expected you. Are you here to sell goods? You're a businessman now, Lin Bei asked thoughtfully. Huang Mukun nodded. There's no future in being a referee. Once you have money, you should become a businessman and snowball your wealth. Who want to work for someone else if they could be their own boss? You'd be working yourself to death and wouldn't earn much money. You'd be no different from your subordinate, the Red Dragon Crab King. Then you can sell other players' bicycles. Remember that second-place finisher in the previous competition? You should have a lot of points. Lin Bei suggested. TCH, I don't care for those paltry sums. I, Huang Mukun, am destined to be the richest fishman. At this point, Huang Mukun had a flash of inspiration and added, Brother, I have a way to get rich. Would you be interested? Lin Bei asked suspiciously. Tell me about it. After the Double Sky event ends, the Newcomer Cup all-server racing competition will begin. At that time, live streaming and betting functions will be available. Your car will definitely be able to overpower the races of other planets. I guarantee you'll win. I'll go all in on you, Huang Mukun, with a knowing look on my face. This is your way to make money. What does it have to do with me? Lin Bei frowned it. Too small, too narrow-minded. I'm your brother. I have money. You have face. Besides, as long as I raise enough money, I can buy the position of wandering merchant. Then the whole server will be buying goods. What can't you get? Huang Mukun said with high spirits, describing a magnificent future. All right, let's get down to business. Besides the bicycle, what other good stuff do you have? Lin Bei stopped chatting and asked seriously. Of course. Huang Mukun nodded, took a bag out of his mouth, and then took out a few items from the bag and tossed them to Lin Bei to check. Driver's license. Level, 19. Category, special equipment. Effect, enables you to master all vehicles instantly and become a racing master. How to use, word on the chest to activate. Ocean Cow card. Level, special item. Category, summoning item. Effect, can summon a cow that produces sea milk, which is said to have the effect of restoring mental strength. I love a piece of firewood. Level, 15. Category, aphrodisiac tools. Effect, DD those a no-no. Knowledge and skills book. Level, 19. Category, combat mastery knowledge book. Effect, instantly acquire a large amount of fighting knowledge and increase stamina and strength by 1 point. Note, this skill can only be mastered once. You will need more advanced knowledge and skills books for the next learning session. Well, these 4 items were carefully prepared for you, Huang Mukun said proudly. Carefully prepared? There are 3 nice items inside. But what's with this, I love a piece of firewood? Lin Bei frowned it. The road to survival is long, and the pressure will naturally increase. With this thing, you can unlock more strange knowledge. Can you be a little more unrestrained like us fishmen? You know, reproduction is an animal's instinct, Huang Mukun explained seriously. In response to this, Lin Bei, unwilling to argue with Huang Mukun any longer, asked directly, Besides, I love a piece of firewood. What are the prices of the other 3 items? The original price is 5,000 points. We're brothers competing, and since you want to win the competition, I'll just earn some travel expenses. For items for 1,500 points, 3 items also for 1,500 points, and I love a piece of firewood is a gift for you, Huang Mukun calmly quoted. Lin Bei smiled wryly, too lazy to haggle, and took out 1,500 points from his system space and handed them to Huang Mukun. The deal is done. Huang Mukun said with a face full of joy. Go for it. Brother's happiness is in your hands. You must get first place. You are the best. Thank you. Lin Bei nodded, then invited. Would you like to sit on my raft for a while? No. I'm a bit pressed for time right now. I can't accept returns for bikes that arrive later. I can't afford to lose money. Huang Mukun left a sentence, waved to Lin Bei, and then took out a precious pearl and crushed it. In an instant, Huang Mukun, who was just in front of Lin Bei, has disappeared. So urgent? Okay, let me go copy the Ocean Mill card and I love a piece of firewood card first. As Lin Bei spoke, he had already stored the Gale motorcycle in his system space and headed towards the apartment. As for the driving card and knowledge skill book, he plans to enhance them with a quality critical strike. Afternoon. Survival time. 5:55. There are 5 minutes left before the race starts. Edge of the raft. Lin Bei was directing Red Dragon and Crab King to build the cow sheet. Xiao AI, is it okay for ocean cows to live on land? Lin Bei asked, still worried. According to database analysis, ocean cows are the offspring of starfish and are marine creatures. Simply place their homes on the edge of the raft. Furthermore, with the double protection of dense fog and the Red Dragon Crab King, the captain doesn't need to worry about being robbed. Okay, Lin Bei responded, then turned his gaze back to Red Dragon and Crab King, saying, Good luck everyone, we'll have an extra meal tonight, 1 krill each. The words had barely left his mouth. The gold bracelet suddenly activated automatically, displaying a notification. 1 minute until the racing qualifier. Players, please get ready, teleportation is about to begin. Chapter 68, Who Should We Buy? A minute passes in the blink of an eye. At the exact moment 6 o'clock, Lin Bei was enveloped in white light. Noticing the unusual light, the Red Dragon and the Crab Kings turned to investigate. Master, what's going on? You guys keep busy with the racing qualifiers. I'll come back and throw a party when I get first place. The instant Lin Bei finished speaking, his eyes were then covered by endless darkness, and he vanished without a trace along with the light. Not long after, Lin Bei's vision gradually returned, and he looked around. The place he is in now is empty, with a total area of about 20 square meters. The space is square, and there's a closed iron gate in front of him. Is this the player's lounge? Just as Lin Bei made his guess, a virtual projection screen appeared out of thin air. The countdown to the start of the match is 600 seconds. Please select your race vehicle before the countdown ends. Currently available vehicles: Ocean Gale motorcycle and Ocean 28-inch bike. Without hesitation, Lin Bei took out a motorcycle from the system space and put his newly acquired driver's license on his chest. In an instant, a surge of knowledge about driving flooded into his mind. Besides the knowledge, he also felt that the motorcycle in front of him was particularly familiar, as if it were an old driver who had been driving cars for 2.5 years. After Lin Bei remarked that Huang Mukun's products were truly timely, he noticed that the text on the virtual screen projection had changed. Should I start a live stream? Players can receive tips from other players if they enable the live streaming function. The streamer with the most viewers will receive the title of Racing Supernova and a reward of 300 points. Racing Supernova. Level 9. Category: Regional Newbie Title. Introduction: You may not be the fastest, but you will definitely be the most popular. Effect: Luck +1, Charm +2. Note: both attributes are hidden and require special items and skills to view. Hidden attributes? Seeing the lucky attribute of the virtual screen projection, Lin Bei looked eager and chose to start the live stream without hesitation. No way. His biggest pain was that the treasure chests always guaranteed a minimum reward. Improving the luck attribute is urgently needed. Just as Lin Bei was preparing for the competition, new announcements and features have also appeared in the regional channels. Regional channel 10 number of users, 108389. Announcement: Registration for the preliminary rounds has closed, with a total of 4,600 players participating. Live streaming and tipping features are now available. Additionally, players who did not participate in the competition can place bets with in-game currency, which can then be used to purchase supplies in the bookstore after the competition ends. Note: those who have not placed a bet are not eligible to purchase items from the book page store. Supplementary rules: each player may only place a bet on one person, and collusion in purchasing is prohibited. Violators will have all illegal gains confiscated and will be subject to severe penalties. Time has been frozen in the tournament world. Players have 30 minutes to place bets. Player: Miyamoto Shijinaga. Marine vehicle: ocean surfing bicycle. First place odds: 1 to 520. Player: Bromp. Ocean vehicle: ocean gale bike. First place odds: 1 to 520. Second place odds: 1 to 250. Odds for third place: 1 to 2. Player: Li Bai. Ocean vehicle: ocean lightning bike. First place odds: 1 to 520. Player: Lin Bai. Marine vehículos, no vehículos. First place odds: 1 to 2. Huh? What's going on? I wanted to buy Lin Bai's bike, but it seems he doesn't have one? Something's not right. Everyone else's odds are 520, but Boss Lin's are 2x. Could it be a system malfunction? Possibly. Without bicycles, how could Lin Bai participate in the competition? Are there any experts out there who can help me level up? Fuck, a bunch of idiots just bet on Bromwich Albion to be number 1. Don't they even know what kind of bicycle he has? Hey, have you guys checked his bicycle stats? Its acceleration skill is definitely number 1. I think Li Bai has a good chance of winning. Lightning bike. The name itself sounds fast. So, although I want to support Miyamoto-kun, the opportunity to make a fortune is right in front of me. So I've decided to buy a share of Bromwich Albion. Damn it. I'm only following along because our country doesn't have any good cars. Otherwise, I would definitely win. Sweet Moon. The first place is definitely our group leader. Is there any explanation for this? Sweet Moon. No, it's a woman's sixth sense. I've already taken my pants off, and you're telling me it's my sixth sense? Our brains are still functioning correctly. Exactly. Lin Bai doesn't even own a bicycle, and the odds are so low. What's the point of buying a hammer? As Shakespeare once said, fortune favors the bold, and buying Lin Bai is not a good idea. There was a lot of discussion on the regional channel. Most players thought Li Bai and Brown were the best, but a small number of players had more to say, with some buying Lin Bai's picks and others buying other players' picks. At the same time, members of the Goddess Alliance group were also discussing whether or not to buy Lin Bai's product. Goddess Alliance group members: 7. Sweet Moon. Damn it, nobody believes my sixth sense. I think the group owner will definitely be number 1. Yang Xueli. I don't think this is simple. There must be something fishy about the low odds. But I just can't figure out why the group admin doesn't have a bicycle. Sisters, how about we split our bets? In the end, someone will win a big prize. I think it's feasible. I've seen other people I know in other groups also betting together. Sweet Moon. Isn't the rule against it? Yang Xueli. It's forbidden, but cooperation is indeed possible, though there will be no profit sharing. After receiving the benefits, you can take care of the others. I see. Just as the women were discussing it heatedly, Lu Ruyan's sudden appearance brought the women to their senses. Lu Ruyan. By my husband, you're guaranteed to win. Yang Xueli. Sister Ruyan, why are you so sure? Lu Ruyan. If you trust me, I'll buy it. If I lose, my husband will eat shit. Sweet Moon. Sister Ruyan, aren't you afraid the group owner will abuse you for making such a vow? Lu Ruyan. Domestic violence against me? We have a great relationship. He dotes on me. Sweet Moon. I believe in Sister Ruyan. 10 points can be used to turn into 20. Yang Xueli. I believe it too. Let's go all in on the group leader with 300 points. Lu Ruyan. Congratulations in advance on guessing correctly. Those clowns on the regional channel, they'll be crying later. Sweet Moon. I see that quite a few people are betting on the group owner, with more than 4,000 people betting. Lu Ruyan. Look at the support rates for Li Bai and Bromp. Those two alone have 50,000 players betting on them. Sweet Moon. Waiting to collect points. Chapter 69, The Inside Story. I want to report it. The betting period ends. The countdown on Lin Bai's side has reached 0. Suddenly, the rooms around him disappeared. The scene before my eyes transformed into an ocean. The sounds of players talking could be heard from all around. Please consider giving a tip. Is anyone watching? The competition begins. Let's ride the waves and conquer the sea. First one is mine. Let me show you how powerful the Ghost Fire bicycle is. The players who are willing to speak out should not be allowed to utter another word. A small whirlpool suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea. A serious voice came from within the vortex. Silence. Anyone who makes a sound will be killed. The sound resounded through the sky. instantly silencing the players' discussions. Everyone looked toward the vortex without prior arrangement. A fishman had already stood before them. The fishman has a yellow body, two distinctive tentacles on its head, a pouty mouth, and white circular spots all over its body, similar to the horned fish from before the transmigration. The rules of the competition are probably familiar to everyone. The competition will begin when I spray water guns. Also, just head north to reach the finish line, where there's a marine supermarket where you can shop. The referee, Bullfish, explained the details while scanning the players. When his gaze fell on Lin Bei, he suddenly stopped talking and froze. Noticing the referee's unusual behavior, the players looked puzzled, then followed the Bullfish's gaze and looked at Lin Bei. What the hell is this thing? Motorcycle? What kind of international joke is this? They want our bicycles to race against motorcycles? That's outrageous. Open the door for someone who's absolutely outrageous. Heifer International Aircraft is absolutely awesome. I protest. There's something fishy going on here. What's the point of this competition? It's absolutely a cover-up, and I protest. In an instant, the players' protests were deafening. In response to this, the referee immediately shouted to control the situation. Silence. If you keep making noise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Also, motorcycles are considered marine vehicles, so you can use them if you have them. It's not against the rules. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a reckless player retorted. Then what's the point of competing? Just let him win. The player hadn't finished speaking. The referee's gaze gradually sharpened. Then, the bullhorn fish didn't hesitate to spit out a cylindrical water gun at its opponent. The water gun flew through the air like a wild horse, hitting the talking out player in just a few seconds. Oh! The player who talked back screamed in agony, his flesh melting away in an instant. In less than a minute, he and the ocean bicycle merged into the sea, leaving only his bones and a trace of blood floating on the surface. Don't question the referee. Don't think I won't take action. Anyone with objections is welcome to speak up, the referee shouted again. Moment. The scene was deathly silent. All the players looked like they had already behaved themselves and were begging for mercy. Very good. The referee nodded in satisfaction and then walked towards Lin Bei. When he reached Lin Bei, he whispered, "Nice car. You must be Lin Bei, right? Do you know me?" Lin Bei frowned, looking wary. "My name is Nujio Wang. I used to be Brother Lin, a younger brother of Boss Wang. His name is legendary. Today I see you. You are indeed handsome and dashing." The unruly Nujio Wang has changed his serious demeanor and introduced himself with a fawning and even slightly ingratiating expression. "So it's Brother Nyo Jiao. It's a pleasure to meet you." Lin Bei cupped his hands and forced a smile in response. At this moment, he deeply understood a famous saying from the movie The Richest Man in Tomatoes. Once you have money, a group of people will surround you. Play your best. The champion of this rookie cup will definitely be from Region 10. I believe in you. After saying this, Nyo Jiaohuang patted Lin Bei on the shoulder, then took out a red bead and a map and handed them to Lin Bei, continuing, "With these, you can be assured that you will have no worries on your journey, and no enemy will bother you." This is? Lin Bei did not immediately accept the prop, but instead reminded him, "The rules state that you cannot bribe the referee." Nonsense. I think Brother Lin is a handsome and talented man. We hit it off immediately and appreciate each other's talents. Besides, your eyes are full of confusion. If I don't help you, who will? He grabbed the horn and forcibly shoved the prop into Lin Bei's hand before turning and leaving. The reason he didn't want the points was that he genuinely wanted to help Lin Bei win first place. As for the reason, it was the same as Huang Mukun's idea, to bet on Lin Bei to make a fortune during the server-wide competition. Neo Jiaohuang had even planned to borrow money at exorbitant interest rates after the competition, risking his life. Watching the referee walk away, as Lin Bei examined the props, he remarked with a sigh, "Mercurials really love making friends." Match map. Level, unknown. Category, referee-only map. Description, a strategy map that records the spawn locations of all monsters. Note, this message will disappear automatically when the match ends. Red Jewel. Level, unknown. Category, referee equipment. Description, a precious gem symbolizing status. It will protect you from attacks when encountering powerful sea creatures. Note, this message will disappear automatically when the match ends. As Lin Bei checked the item's attributes, the surrounding players were already red-eyed, and some even started whispering among themselves. This is such a blatant cover-up. Where can I report this? I want to report it. Damn it. They actually made a deal right in front of me. Didn't they even try to hide it? I am devastated. They even found out I cheated, excluding the players who were whispering among themselves. Some people have already developed other ideas. That's right, they plan to team up and take down Lin Bei after the competition starts, then steal the props and motorcycle. After all, the rules state that it is permissible to torture and kill one's own kind. However, the moment this idea popped into everyone's minds, the bullhorn fish, now back in its original position, spoke again, add a new rule. He paused, then pointed a fan-shaped finger at Lin Bei and continued, Player Lin Bei is my brother. If anyone dares to mess with him during the competition, I'll deal with them properly. Upon hearing this, all the players were filled with question marks. No matter how hard they tried, they never expected the referee to help Lin Bei like this. One player, in particular, had a bad memory suddenly flash through his mind. This Lin Bei has such a good relationship with the referee. Could it be that he got a share of the supermarket clearance sale during the last match? Thinking of this, Li Bai's heart tightened, and he immediately sensed something was wrong. Damn it, is the supermarket going to be emptied again? Wait, Lin Bei shouldn't have that many points to clear out the supermarket. Chapter 70, Eliminating the Other Players. Li Bai had no time to think further. Referee Niu Jiaohuang suddenly coughed twice. After all the players' attention was focused on him, Niu Jiaohuang shouted, 10, 9. As the countdown gradually subsided, the players' feet were already on the pedals of the ocean bikes, their faces showing a look of giving it their all. Although we now know there's something fishy going on, and it's impossible to win the championship, there's nothing fishy about second and third place, so we can still compete for them. After all, none of the players are fools. They will be struggling to survive on the ocean from now on. Even if the competition is shrouded in darkness and corruption, they will fight with all their might to make their lives better. Moreover, the livestream rewards are unrelated to the competition rankings. Anyone with talent and the ability to perform can attract other players to watch. Based on this, they believe they might not necessarily lose to Lin Bei. 1. Rabbit. When the referee counted to 1, he suddenly spat a mouthful of water into the sky. In an instant, the players seemed to be possessed by bodhisattvas, instantly going into a frenzy, pedaling the bicycles with all their might, as if they were trying to make the wheels smoke. Watching the bicycles leave the starting line one by one, Lin Bei calmly started his motorcycle. Buzzing. The sound of the engine echoed all around. In the blink of an eye, Lin Bei, riding his motorcycle, sped off from the starting line against the sea breeze. Only for a moment, Bromp and Li Bai, who were leading the other players, were overtaken. All I can smell are the farts of Lin Bei's motorcycles. In response to this, Bromp grumbled, Fuck you. I know I can't beat you, but this feeling of being overtaken is really awful. Damn it. Not far away, Li Bai frantically stomped on the pedals while exasperatedly saying, What's the point of playing this? I can't win even if I stomp my feet until they're smoking. Just as the players were complaining, at the starting point, glass balls resembling marbles suddenly appeared, approaching the players at an invisible speed, eventually stopping near them and broadcasting the competition live to the players who were not participating. Regional Channel 10 number of users, 108389. Current ranking, Lin Bei, 1st place. Li Bai, 2nd place. Jack Dan, 3rd place. Bromp, 4th place. It's finally started. But what's going on? Lin Bei isn't without a bicycle. So where did he get 1st place? I just came out of the streamer's live stream, and guess what I saw? Haha, is this competition fake? Boss Lin Bei actually owns a motorcycle? No wonder the odds were low and the bicycle wasn't showing up when I placed my bet. Apparently, the other person was using a motorcycle. This is a cover-up. I want to report it. Sweet Moon, you didn't believe my 6th sense before. Now you should regret it. Damn, did you already know? Why didn't you say so? That is, damn it. Lin Bei definitely deserves 1st place. I can't give him any more popularity. I'm going to go to other players' live streams. Oh my god, I'll go watch Miyamoto Shigeki's live stream too. Damn it, I'm going to support our Korean player in their live stream. Exactly. Boss Lin Bei is already powerful enough, yet he's still competing with us poor folks for food. This can't go on. In an instant, players from various countries on the regional channel seem to have conspired to flock to their own country's players' live streams, showing no intention of boosting Lin Bei's popularity. Upon realizing something was amiss while in her apartment, Lu Rian immediately joined the Goddess Alliance group chat to discuss the matter. Goodness adios. Lu Rian. Everyone. Does anyone have a good way to increase my husband's popularity? Sweet Moon. Sister Ruyan. I have a plan that can restore the Han dynasty and turn the tide for the group leader. Lu Rian. Sister, please speak. Sweet Moon. All you need to do is promise a discount on salt water, which is in the interest of other players, and they might just turn against you. Or you can give water to other players, similar to buying water. Lu Ruyan. This. Sweet Moon. Can't Sister Ruyan make the decision? Yang Shuili. What kind of terrible idea did you two come up with? What if the players turn against us later? Or what if you take the money and don't deliver? Besides, Lin Bei will lose a lot of money if we offer a discount. Lu Ruyan. What should we do then? Just as Lu Ruyan and the group members were discussing their plan, Lin Bei has stopped moving forward. Mr. Lin, a lot of foreigners are targeting you and won't come to your live stream. It's not just foreigners. Many Chinese people don't come to your live stream either. They're a bunch of ingrates. In my opinion, this group of people are clearly jealous of Boss Lin, especially the Chinese. They don't know how to unite and actually support that Li Bai and that Korean woman. Exactly. They don't even consider who's supporting the entire region. Lin Bei stared into thought as he watched the comments in the live stream. Based on the current situation, it's safe to say he'll take first place. However, being number one in live stream popularity is not guaranteed. Because my live stream only has 4,100 viewers, I'm currently ranked 10th. According to feedback from viewers in the live chat, other countries have united and will not easily let themselves take first place. Suddenly, Lin Bei suddenly had a flash of inspiration, smiled, and stared at the live broadcast ball, saying, "Family, watching me ride a motorcycle is no fun, so I'm going to show you some special skills. Lin, hurry up and get first place. There's no chance those guys aren't coming." Yeah, forget about the live stream popularity rewards. Getting first place is the real goal. Miyamoto. I laugh at Lin Bei for being so reckless and Li Bai for being so foolish. They actually gave up taking first place and instead thought about competing for the live stream popularity ranking. Anyway, I'm going back to my brother Miyamoto's live stream. It's lively there, with 15,000 people. Scanning through the vast sea of bullet comments, Lin Bei was surprised to find that some Japanese people were provoking him. Without hesitation, he replied, "Don't worry, family. There's no rush in the competition. If I want to win, I'm sure I'll be number one. Now, let's send 2 contestants from other countries to their deaths. Also, please let everyone know in the top 9 most popular live streams that I will be coming to talk to them soon." These words immediately cause an uproar in the live stream. Oh my god, Lin Bei, are you planning to eliminate the top 9 from the live stream? Eliminate what? This is called friendly communication, boss. Hey bro, stop messing around. Players all have hidden cards, and this is the ocean. If you accidentally fall into the sea, I don't even want to think about what might happen. Boss, please, just be honest and go into championship. Hey buddy, you can't save anything on the pages right now, and you don't have a gun with you. So don't do anything reckless. Yes, if something happens to you, who will we buy saline solution from? I can't even imagine how miserable it would be without you. It could kill me, you bastard. Most players still didn't believe Lin Bei's words. After all, in their minds, Lin Bei only had guns. They had never seen his actual strength. Even most people don't know that Lin Bei has storage space. Chapter 71. Do you think you're more handsome than me? Survival time. 1845. As dusk fell, all the players in the 10th area were engrossed in the live stream. The sea where the competition took place was as bright as day, without a trace of nightfall. At this moment, Bromp, who is 3rd in live stream popularity and 3rd in the competition, is frantically pedaling his whirlwind bicycle, trying to overtake Li Bai ahead of him. This lightning bicycle looks pretty awesome. I'll have to use skills first to surpass that yellow skin player. At this point, Bromp had a sudden thought, and the bicycle suddenly made a whooshing sound like a whirlwind. With a sound, the bicycle burst forth like a gust of wind, and in no time it had already approached Li Bai ahead. Ha ha ha, you little brat, just sit behind me and eat my exhaust fumes. Bromp, with a wicked grin, taunted from behind. In response to this, Li Bai's face darkened, and he was already preparing to activate his skill and compete with the American next to him. The two were on the verge of conflict. Many players, sensing the tension, flocked to their live stream. After all, what attracts people online most is nothing more than gossip and beautiful women. Bromp, just take it down. Let's fight for second place. Li Bai, take down this foreigner, and I'll bet you'll be second. Be careful. Boss Lin Bei will be here soon. The chat room was filled with comments, but they didn't have time to watch, because they were both focused on surpassing each other and achieving second place. Kid, your lightning bike is something else. But before he could finish, Bromp slammed on the pedals again, leaving Li Bai completely behind. Seeing that he had been overtaken, Li Bai had a thought, and blue arcs of electricity suddenly appeared on his bicycle. It's clear he's activated his skills and is ready to give Bromp a good go at him. Suddenly, a buzzing sound came from in front of the two of them. What is that? Is it Lin Bei? Fuck, why is this guy back instead of going for first place? Bromp looked puzzled, but he didn't stop pedaling furiously. How many viewers are in your live stream? What's your name? Lin Bei's questioning voice came from the front. Along with the sound, a black and white motorcycle came into Bromp's view. Don't think that just because the referee is protecting you, I won't dare to knock you out. If you offend me, I'll still send you to meet your maker. Bromp roared. In response to this, Lin Bei, who was ahead, simply stopped his motorcycle, took out an AK-47 from his system space, unscrewed the safety, and asked again, "What's your name? What's your ranking in terms of live stream popularity?" Bromp's heart skipped a beat. He stopped pedaling and said with an honest look, "Bromp, I'm third in the live stream rankings. What advice do you have for me, sir?" "Do you think you're more handsome than me?" Lin Bei raised an eyebrow and asked again. "Of course not." Bromp replied against his conscience under the pressure of the gun. "You're not as handsome as me? Then why are you so popular on your live stream? Do you want to meet your maker? Also, your words just now were quite arrogant." As Lin Bei spoke, he pulled the trigger of his AK-47 without hesitation. Da-da-da. The bullets flew out of the gun like a storm, heading straight for Bromp. Bromp, who was just answering questions, had no time to react and was riddled with bullets in an instant. Covered in bullet holes and blood, his vision went black, his consciousness blurred, and he fell into the sea from his bicycle. This scene was witnessed by the viewers in the live stream, causing the chat to explode. Is this a case of resorting to force because they can't compete in popularity? How vulgar. This is outrageous. Damn it, this Lin Bei is utterly unethical. Damn it, how dare he kill our group leader? Does he want to start a war with American players? Come on, Va? You think you can fight with your heads? Did you see the weapon in Boss Lin's hand? Should I translate it for him? That was awesome. The gore in this live stream was something I would never have seen before I transmigrated. Announcement. Due to the death of player Bromp, this live stream will be automatically disbanded in 10 seconds. Please go to other live streams to continue watching. After eliminating the third-place finisher, Lin Bei did not continue forward, but chose to stay put. If you want me to get first place, then nobody should play? After muttering something under his breath, he turned his gaze to Li Bai, who had just arrived, and asked loudly, "What's your popularity ranking? What's your name?" Li Bai, who was not far away, stopped stomping and cautiously scanned the surrounding sea. When he discovered Bromp's bloodied body floating on the sea, he realized something was wrong. "Hey bro, what's going on? Maybe I should just end the stream? I think you should be the most popular player. What are the others even worth?" In order to survive, Li Bai immediately took out the book and started working on it after finishing his sentence. "Are you sure you want to turn off the live stream? Note, once you exit, you'll not be able to reopen it. Please choose carefully. Choose your sister." Li Bai cursed under his breath and clicked to close the live stream without thinking. In an instant, the glass ball that followed him shattered. After doing all this, Li Bai looked at Lin Bei again and said timidly, "Boss, I don't have any viewers right now. Don't worry, I definitely won't compete with you for first place." "Huh? What's your name?" Lin Bei asked, looking surprised, because he hadn't expected the player in front of him to be so decisive and sensible. "My name is Li Bai. Is there anything else you need, sir? If not, please allow me to stay by your side and help you take down those popular guys." Li Bai flattered. "You're good, very promising. I think you should be second in the competition." Lin Bei looked appreciative. It was clear he was very satisfied with Li Bai's performance. Noticing Lin Bei's gaze, Li Bai breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that his life was safe and he might even win second place in the competition. "Thank you for your high regard. You should interact more with the viewers in the live stream now. As for the players approaching, leave that to me. I will notify you immediately if anything unusual happens." Li Bai took the initiative to do the work, demonstrating the ability to be flexible and adaptable to any situation. "Okay, thank you for your hard work," Lin Bei replied perfunctorily, then checked the live stream rankings again. Contestant Popularici Ranking. First place, Jack Dan. Second place, Shigenari Miyamoto. Third place, Arena Asamiya. 4th place, Kim Hyri. 7th place, Lin Bei. Chapter 72, Professional Mage? Only 7th place? That's not good. After checking the rankings, Lin Bei muttered a couple of dissatisfied remarks and then turned his attention to the bullet screen section. Shameless. They actually killed one of our American bigwigs. Lin Bei, you just wait. One day you'll get your comeuppance. No, I need to inform the other contestants. As for Lin Bei, I even suspect he was a death row inmate before he transmigrated. So be it. I have to inform Asamiya Arena. She's the most beautiful goddess, and we can't let Lin Bei destroy her beauty. Forgive my ignorance. I never expected that Boss Lin Bei had spatial abilities. Haha, look at you haters. All you can do is type behind a screen. If you met a big shot, you'd probably cower even faster than Brop. Such a cold-blooded player who indiscriminately kills innocent people for his own selfish desires, and yet there are still people defending him. Must be a psychologically twisted pervert. Watch your mouth, or I'd better not catch you, or I'll beat you so badly you'll be kneeling down, singing Conquer. The comment section was buzzing with discussion and debate, thick with tension. Some supported Lin Bei, some criticized him, and some are simply enjoying the spectacle. Just as Lin Bei was watching the bullet comments, Li Baibai suddenly spoke up. Boss, another player is coming. Ugh. Lin Bei nodded in response, placed his hand on the AK trigger, stared ahead, and shouted, What's your name? What's your ranking in terms of livestream popularity? For inquiries, the players who were frantically pedaling didn't think much of it at first, and were even too lazy to pay attention. However, as the distance closed and his vision became clearer, he realized that Lin Bei's gun was aimed at him. In the blink of an eye, the muscular, fierce-looking player calmed down and immediately stopped in his tracks, replying, My name is Jack Dan, and I'm currently ranked number 1 on the live stream. While responding to Lin Bei, Jack Dan glanced at the live chat and already knew about the group leader, Bromp's death. Do you think you're more handsome than me? Lin Bei glanced at Jack Dan, not far away, waiting for a reply. However, a sudden sense of malice entered his mind. Fuck you, don't think you're invincible just because you have a gun. Jack Dan shouted, drew his dagger from his waist, and charged toward Lin Bei with one hand while pedaling his bicycle again. In response to this, without hesitation, Lin Bei pulled the trigger. In an instant, the bullet burst from the barrel, making a rattling sound, and shot towards Jack Dan. Jack Dan instantly realized what was happening and muttered, Iron block, to himself. In an instant, his fair and muscular muscles turned metallic, and along with his golden rooster-like hair, they completely covered his body. The bullet struck Jack Dan head-on as he charged forward. The clanging of metal against metal was incessant. Some bullets were deflected, while others embedded themselves in Jack Dan's skin. However, the effect was clearly not good, with only a slight amount of bleeding. Watching Jack Dan, who was enduring the pain and continuing to attack him, Lin Bei looked surprised, clearly not expecting that the other party possessed a special ability. Ha ha ha, you think you can kill me? This skill of mine is level 4. Do you know how much effort and resources it took? Even if I die today, I will take you down with me. At this moment, Jack Dan was like a mad dog, his body covered in blood, his face contorted as he roared at Lin Bei, looking as if he wanted to die with him. Lin Bei frowned and subconsciously pulled the trigger again. Unfortunately, he had already emptied his ammunition. Seeing this, Jack Dan was overjoyed and said, It seems that God is helping me. God doesn't want me to die today. Lin Bei scratched his head, looking troubled, and said, This is really troublesome. After saying that, he got off the motorcycle. The moment his feet touched the sea, Lin Bei shouted with a thought, Freeze. Moment. A chill swept over them, and the sea began to freeze at a speed too fast for the naked eye to follow, spreading towards Jack Dan. In just a moment, Jack Dan and his bicycle, which had been pushing forward like mad dogs, were turned into ice sculptures and stood upright on the sea. Having witnessed everything firsthand, Li Baibai's mouth gaped open in an O shape, and she exclaimed in an incredulous tone, Is this Akiji from One Piece? Not only Li Baibai, but also the viewers who were watching the live stream were shocked by Lin Bei. Even the chat went silent instantly, and no one edited a single message. As the audience gradually recovered from their shock, the live chat exploded once again. What level of skill is this? Can a skill of that level really achieve this? That's incredibly impressive. It gave me goosebumps, and I even doubted if we were playing the same game. Akiji, is that you? Those of you who were clamoring for revenge, how are you doing? Have you been watching too much One Piece upstairs? Master Lin Bei used to have spatial abilities. This is outrageous. The difference in strength is just too huge. How did Lin Bei even develop like this? Tearing his pants. Yuni is so cool. I love him. I hereby declare that Lin Bei is the first emperor of the 10th District Seas. Emperor? That's like becoming the pirate king. That's beyond human capability. As the incident escalated, more and more players flocked to Lin Bei's livestream. Lin Bei, who was previously in 7th place, instantly became 2nd. But he only held 2nd place for less than a minute before he was back in 1st. As more and more contestants learned of Lin Bei's strength, none of them wanted to be targeted by this madman, so they all shut down their live streams and had no intention of competing with him. Those that don't turn off the live stream are just trying to get some tips. If their ranking surpasses Lin Bei's, they will shut down the live stream without hesitation. The trouble is over. Lin Bei walked on the ice, collecting Bromp and Jack Dan's bicycles into his system space, and then disassembled their book pages. Just as he was cleaning up the battlefield, Li Bai ran towards Lin Bei with the eyes of a little fanboy and shouted, Lin, you are now the most popular streamer. More than 3,000 contestants have given up on the stream. That's normal. They're smart enough to handle this. Otherwise, dealing with thousands of people would be a real hassle. Lin Bai replied calmly, Hey, is your group still accepting members? I'm thinking. Before Li Bai could finish speaking, Lin Bei interrupted. Want to join? What are your skills? What did you do before? What are your special talents? Yes. Please let me serve you, sir. Also, I used to be a professional mage. Li Bai said excitedly. A mage? Lin Bei turned his head and looked at Li Bai with a strange expression. Li Bai felt uneasy under that gaze and quickly explained. Professional mid-lane players specialize in playing mages. Is that so? Then I'm sorry, you can't join. Lin Bai refused. Chapter 73, this familiar scene. Is the supermarket about to be emptied again? You know the rules. I've said in my previous ads that I only accept female players in my group. At this point, Lin Bei looked at the live stream camera and said, A quick advertisement. Any women who want to join my Chamber of Commerce, please contact Song Jiejia to register. A selfie is required for verification. Lots of benefits await. In an instant, the barrage of comments flew everywhere. Brother Lin Bei, I want to join. You're my idol now. I love Tiger Bomb. I want to join Brother Lin Bei too. My younger sister wants to join too. Oni Ai-chan, please let us join you. Mr. Lin, could you please not be so rigid about gender? Wang Jiasin, can I join after undergoing gender reassignment surgery? Did you consult a fortune teller and know that this day would come? Did you specifically get a sex change? Boss, you can't prioritize romance over friendship. Men can hold up half the sky. Don't try to win someone over. Just rely on yourself. After briefly glancing at the comments, Lin Bei saw that the effect was quite good and walked towards the Gale motorcycle with satisfaction. In response to this, unwilling to give up, Li Bai continued to plead, Boss, I have an unparalleled beauty. If I offer her to you, can you let me join your team? Huh? Lin Bei stopped and turned back to ask. A peerless beauty? Seeing that the big shot was interested, Li Bai stepped forward happily, took out a card from his pocket, and said, This is it. Lin Bei curiously took the card and began to examine it on his own. Animal Girl Summoning Cards. Level 19. Category: One-time special summoning item. Effect: randomly summons a beast-eared girl with 100 loyalty. Note: animal-eared girls are servants. Due to their special nature, they will occupy 10 population units. The player's population is currently full, so it is necessary to upgrade the raft or build special buildings. Lin Bei fell into deep thought and asked the system with his mind, Can beast-eared girls trigger critical hit refunds? As long as the other person's genes match human genes and their appearance meets the standards, it's possible. Furthermore, according to system detection, all summon creatures were originally players from other planets who, due to losing pages, eventually became special items, thus ending up in this state. Are you a player? No wonder the Red Dragon Crab Kings are familiar with ocean bikes. I've been wondering before if these summoned creatures were players like Huang Mukun, who also came from Starfish. Just as Lin Bei was pondering, Li Bai, standing to the side, pressed on, Boss, what do you think? Of course, you could just take this card. I wouldn't dare object, but that would damage your reputation. All right, you seem to be on the right track. After the competition, go find Song Jiejia to assess your skills. Good luck in the next round. I'm heading ahead now. See you at the finish line. Lin Bei was just giving a perfunctory answer. If he really cared, he would definitely take Li Bye-bye with him when he left, and he would never let Song Jiejia go for the assessment. After all, how can a group of women accommodate two men? Haha, take care, boss. Don't worry, I definitely won't let you down. Second place is definitely mine. Watching Lin Bei walk away into the distance, Li Bye-bye smiled like a child. Survival time, 7:40. Summer quietly passed, leaving behind little secrets, buried deep in my heart, buried deep in my heart. Lin Bei hummed a song as he sped across the sea on his Gale motorcycle. At this moment, he was already far ahead of the other players. Bullet screen area. Boss, please stop singing. Indeed, no one is perfect. What God gives you, he will surely take away. Sweet Moon. I think the group leader sings really well. This song, Pink Memories, reminds me of my childhood. Haha, you're such a simp. Hey bro, if we're tone deaf, let's sing Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart. That song doesn't have high requirements. Sigh. The big shot is too aloof. Once the number of viewers increases, he doesn't even look at the comments. It's torture. All the players have turned off their live streams. We either have to watch the pros or chat in the regional channels. It's a nightmare. Just as the comment section was buzzing with discussion, the singing and the hum of the motorcycles suddenly stopped. Lin Bei's eyes were sharp as he scrutinized the unusual appearance. It was a stone tablet standing on the sea, with large red characters engraved on it. In the Dead Sea, players should be aware of the skeleton fish. They cannot be killed and have a 1-minute respawn time. Unkillable? However, I have the orb given to me by the bullhorned fish, so I think the monster shouldn't attack me. This thought came to mind. Lin Bei-xian immediately took out the precious pearl from the system space, placed it on the front of the motorcycle, and continued forward. Moment. The hum of the engine started again. The Gale motorcycle has already entered the sea area. As they went deeper, the seawater suddenly changed color, turning from azure to black. Immediately afterwards, creatures resembling fish bones emerged from the Black Sea. Their gazes were uniformly fixed on Lin Bei, their intention to attack clear. Lin Bei seemed oblivious to this and continued humming the song as he walked on. This scene reignited the discussion among viewers who were unaware of the red orb's function. Bullet screen. Boss, please freeze the sea surface. They can't be killed. Yeah, don't conserve your energy. Just looking at this number of monsters is terrifying. It's making me dizzy. I didn't know I had trypophobia. Thankfully, I didn't participate in the competition. It turns out that playing it safe is the best strategy. These monsters are surrounded by deathly aura. Lin Bei is probably in trouble. Many players were watching with a spectator's mentality, waiting for Lin Bei to make another move so they could further study their opponent's strength. However, the fight they imagined did not occur. After approaching Lin Bei at a certain distance, the group of skeletons automatically avoided him, their eyes filled with fear. Holy crap, are you kidding me? With this back door opened, is there really no one who can control Lin Bei? I remember the book said it was a fair game and everything would be reshuffled. Now it seems that pure special numbers are nonsense. It was even darker than a feudal dynasty. Family members, does anyone understand? I think it's the effect of that red bead. I don't know where Lin Bei got so many props from, and the timing of taking them out was just right. TSK. I can't even imagine how bad things will be for the players later on. If they hadn't all turned off the live stream, I really would have liked to watch it properly. Let's observe 5 minutes of silence for the participating players, and hope they will be as honest as I am in their next life. Under the watchful eyes of all the players. It took Lin Bei about 8 minutes to successfully leave the Sea of Death and continue towards the destination. Survival time, 8:30. The outline of the supermarket at the finish line gradually became clear in Lin Bei's eyes. In response to this, he was very happy and looked eager to try again, clearly wanting to empty the supermarket once more. Bullet screen. Why do I feel like the big shot is a bit excited? How could I not be excited about being number one? Something fell off. This scene seems strangely familiar. Does this look familiar? Are you out of your mind? I think Lin Bei was the one who emptied the supermarket last time. I didn't believe it before, but after a series of events, I think, are you kidding me? A supermarket that clears out hundreds of thousands of points worth of goods? I don't believe it. If Lin Bei can empty the supermarket, I'll castrate myself. I don't believe it either. If Lin Bei can empty the supermarket, I'll collapse and have diarrhea and eat ullage, a popular Chinese food brand. +1. If Lin Bei can clear out the supermarket, I'll take my head off and let you guys kick it around like a ball. +2. If Lin Bei can clear out the supermarket, I'll call him Dad from now on. In an instant, the comments section erupted with unanimous predictions and challenges. Chapter 74, Predictive Pillow. The heated discussion in the live chat did not affect Lin Bei's ability to ride a motorcycle with one hand. Before long, he successfully arrived at the supermarket entrance. The supermarket is about 40 square meters in size and is built entirely of first-grade mahogany. It floats on the sea and is significantly different from the previous supermarket. So small? I wonder if there's anything good inside? Lin Bei glanced suspiciously at the supermarket in front of him. His previous expectations had vanished. He was not allowed to make any further moves. Suddenly, Lin Bei's golden bracelet activated automatically. Congratulations to player Lin Bei for winning first place in the regional racing preliminary round. Next, you will represent Region 10 in the server-wide competition. Keep up the good work. First place prize, 1,000 points, 12 ice stones, 10 bottles of water, and 5 green mood ice creams. Congratulations to player Lin Bei for having the highest viewership on the live stream when reaching the finish line. You have been awarded the title Racing Supernova and 300 points. Note, titles will be awarded as badges. Their effects are activated when worn and deactivated when removed. Please keep them safe. After reading through each of the announcements and notices, Lin Bei raised an eyebrow and smiled as he watched the live stream. Thank you all for your support. Now that the match is over, let's end the live stream here. Upon hearing this, the player immediately became agitated. Player Lin, who donated 1 piece of wood and left a message, "Big brother, please, don't turn off the live stream. We want to watch you browse the supermarket." Player Su Qing gifted 2 metal pieces and left a message, "Boss, let's country bumpkins see what good stuff is in the supermarket." Immediately, the live stream was flooded with comments and donations, all pleading with Lin Bei not to turn off the stream. In response to this, Lin Bei did not comply with the player's request, and without hesitation, he turned off the live stream and walked towards the supermarket. After all, the player's donations were just basic materials, not worth revealing any more of his trump cards or secrets. Moreover, when the subsequent players reach the finish line, they will naturally get the answer. Stepping into the supermarket, before Lin Bei could even take in his surroundings, a voice reached his ears. "Congratulations on winning first place. We have all kinds of supplies here. What do you need?" Lin Bei looked in the direction of the sound and saw a short, green-skinned monster walking towards him with a smile on its face. The monster is somewhat similar to a goblin, but unlike a goblin, it has a longer nose and ears, wears a suit and leather shoes, and is even covered in sparkling jewelry, exuding wealth. Lin Bei was not allowed to explain his needs. The green-skinned monster spoke again. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Pete. I am a goblin, and I am the owner of this supermarket." Looking into Pete's cunning little eyes, Lin Bei, too lazy for small talk, went straight to the point and asked, "What's the most expensive item you have here?" "Let me see. The most expensive thing?" Pete, with a mocking and disdainful look, said, "Oh my God, you should know that even if you're number 1 in popularity and speed, you only have 1,300 points, which isn't enough to buy the most expensive items." After saying that, he took out a golden bag, took out dozens of items from it, and continued, "These few items are suitable for you. For the remaining points, I suggest you buy some water and food." Storage bag. Level 9. Category: Storage equipment. Description: It has 10 built-in slots and can store 10 items, with a maximum stacking limit of 99. Price: 100 points. Quantity of items in the supermarket: 10. A 1,000-mile marriage is tied by a single thread. Level: 19. Category: Encounter items. Effect: After use, enter the name of the player you want to meet, and the two will definitely meet within 7 days. Note: This item cannot be used again while it is active. Price: 200 points. Quantity of items in the supermarket: 10. Mental chewing gum. Level 9. Category: Reply item. Effect: After taking it, 5 points of mental energy will be restored within 1 minute. Price: 200 points. Quantity of items in the supermarket: 10. Lin Bei, after reviewing the item descriptions, found a total of 3 good items. Just as he was about to examine them more closely, a hint of impatience flashed in Pete's eyes, and he said in a slightly urging tone, "So, do you like these 3 items? Should I pack them up for you and give you a discount?" In response, Lin Bei simply replied coldly, "How many points are in total for the goods you brought out? I'll take them all." "Oh God, this joke isn't funny at all, you know? My favorite." Pete suddenly stopped talking. because he saw that Lin Bei conjured up hundreds of points worth thousands of dollars out of thin air in his hand. Upon hearing this, Pete quickly swallowed back the word dislike, replaced it with an expression of looking at a god of wealth, and rubbed his hands together, saying, "I like people like you the most. You look promising and have unlimited potential. Stop talking nonsense. Bring out all the goods you have here. I'll buy them all." Lin Bei urged. Upon hearing this, Pete showed no anger whatsoever. Instead, he laughed and continued taking out more items from the golden bag. After he finished collecting the goods, he added, "Distinguished guest, the total value of the items in our shop is 89,000 points, all of which are here. I must say, you have truly discerning taste." Lin Bei nodded slightly, walked over to the merchandise, and began to examine it on his own. Among the goods, excluding the basic materials and first-tier materials, he found two more treasures. Predictive pillow. Level 19. Category: special items. Effect: a pillow that can predict the future. Simply lie on the pillow and think about the future you want to know. Note: the required sleep time will be displayed before each prediction. The greater the impact of the predicted future, the longer the sleep time will be, and you will not wake up in the middle of the sleep. Please use with caution. Price: 20,000 points. Number of supermarkets: 1. Stone house template. Level 9. Category: house templates. Area: 50 square meters. Construction materials required: 200 stone, 100 metal sheets, 200 wood. Price: 3,000 points. Number of supermarkets: 1. Tier: a pillow that can predict the future. This is great. If the cost of each prediction is 8 hours of sleep, then you can get a lot of information for free. In addition, stone house templates are also a good option. Once they are built, they can be mass-produced and sold in the region, generating a continuous stream of profits. This thought came to mind. Lin Bei couldn't help but smile, and then counted out 89 coupons worth 1,000 each and handed them to Pete. "Your business is terrible. You don't even have any goods worth 100,000 points. What a failure." Pete was speechless and looked embarrassed. You should know that he was famously wealthy in the newbie zone. His entire outfit alone was worth 2,000 points. At this moment, the player in front of him turned out to be richer than himself. More importantly, Pete felt very sorry for him. After all, this was the first time he had been unable to do business because he had no goods. This is tantamount to being torn to pieces and nailed to the pillar of shame. Chapter 75, The Supermarket Owner Frozen in Ice. People's joys and sorrows are all different. Just as Lin Bei was happily shopping. In the sea of death, thousands of players are frantically stomping on the pedals, trying to escape as quickly as possible. Two people are in the lead, Li Baibai and Miyamoto Shijinaga. They barely managed to withstand wave after wave of attacks, because the ocean bikes were going too fast and because other players behind them were taking their place. At this moment, the Azure Sea was right before them, and the two were about to escape their misery and enter a safe zone. Haha, just as I expected. As long as you're fast enough and there are others holding the line, you can get through safely. Li Bai was overjoyed to see a way out and was full of expectations for the future. After all, he had already hooked up with Lin Bei and had a big shot protecting him, so the subsequent development would be smooth sailing. However, Miyamoto Shijinaga, who was behind Li Bai, looked displeased, even somewhat gloomy. That kid's lightning bike is really fast. At this rate, second place is practically his. If this continues, the gap between him and the players from Xia country will inevitably widen. Thinking of this, Miyamoto Shigeki disregarded whether Lin Bei was protecting the other party and unhesitatingly activated his will. In an instant, a purple arrow materialized before his eyes and shot towards Li Baibai's bicycle tire with a whoosh. Bang! The sound of a tire exploding brought Li Baibai back to his senses. He stopped pedaling and turned to look back. Damn it! Do you know that boss Lin Bei is protecting me? Aren't you afraid of retaliation? Li Baibai asked sharply, her eyes filled with anger, after figuring out the reason. In response to this, with a cold smile, Miyamoto Shigeki continued pedaling his bicycle while conjuring another purple arrow, which he shot towards Li Baibai. Don't worry, the other players are all behind, no one will know. Also, don't threaten me with Lin Bei. Sooner or later, I will surpass him, and the people of Japan will rise under my leadership. Staring at the purple arrow so close at hand, Li Baibai's face was filled with despair, for the sea surrounded him, and his bicycle could not move. His fate was sealed. You just wait, Boss Lin will wipe you all out one day, leaving no one alive and cutting off your lineage. Survival time, 9:15. The competition area at the supermarket entrance. Is this Gale motorcycle yours, sir? Pete stared blankly at the motorcycle. Lin Bei suddenly asked, what? Is there a problem? Sir, you're still a newbie, aren't you? This is incredibly impressive. Could you please add a page to my book? I'll go order some more stock and then pay you a visit, and I'll sell you some good stuff, Pete said obsequiously. You have the book pages? Lin Bei asked, looking puzzled. I'm a player too. It's just that you haven't had enough time to survive, so you haven't been able to get involved, Pete explained. The words had barely left his mouth. Lin Bei's nerves suddenly sensed a malicious attack. It's clear that the source of the malice is Pete. I know exactly what you're up to. Don't try anything funny. Lin Bei directly exposed him. Sir, I don't understand what you're saying. Pete feigned innocence and argued. My skills have detected everything. You want to attack me, don't you? Is it because of the current rules that you can't act, and you want to wait for me to return to the sea to rob me? Lin Bei's gaze gradually turned fierce, and his hostility became even more undisguised. Is that so? Pete's previous obsequiousness vanished, replaced by an increasingly grim expression. These newcomers are truly arrogant. Just wait. After your first catastrophe ends, I'll send slaves to find you. I hope you'll still be as cocky then. He wasn't allowed to finish speaking. Lin Bei suddenly pulled out his AK-47, quickly released the safety, and pulled the trigger. Da-da-da. Bullets burst from the barrel like a tidal wave, hurtling towards Pete. In an instant, Pete's body was pierced by a bullet. Strangely, the other party didn't bleed at all, and even laughed loudly. It's useless. In this competition area, as long as I don't break the rules, you won't die. You're in a dangerous situation now. Do you know that attacking a supermarket merchant is a serious crime? Can't be killed, Lin Bei thought to himself, feeling a bit of a headache. After all, he prefers to settle scores on the spot, and it's really annoying to have a clown jumping around in front of him all the time. Seeing Lin Bei remain silent, Pete spoke again. The referee will be here soon to execute you. Do you want to live? If you want to live, hand over that motorcycle to me. Lin Bei looked disdainful, then jumped off the motorcycle and merged with the seawater. Hee, your level is too low. You can't kill me. As Pete was speaking, a chill suddenly ran through him. Damn it. Pete's calm demeanor turned into terror as he was frozen at level 19, his eyes filled with disbelief. He seemed to want to say something, but his whole body was frozen and he could no longer speak. Looking at Pete, who was frozen in place, Lin Bei said contemptuously, Oof. If I can't kill you, then I'll control you by force and teach you a lesson first. Before Lin Bei could finish speaking, an excited voice came from not far from the supermarket. Second place. I'm in second place. I have a full 800 points, which means I could buy a ton of supplies. Ha ha. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei frowned and muttered to himself. This voice is neither the referee nor Li Bai. Judging from the accent, it sounds a bit like a Japanese person. What's wrong with Li Bai? He can't even get second place. Not long after, Miyamoto Shijinaga appeared in Lin Bei's sight as he frantically pedaled the pedals. Hey, have you seen Li Bai? Is he behind you? Lin Bei asked loudly. Miyamoto Shijinaga, feigning composure, maintained his excited demeanor and said, Lin Kuan, I was heartbroken when Li Kuan accidentally died in the Sea of Death. I even wanted to help him at the time. Dead? Lin Bei looked surprised, but just shook his head and didn't say anything more. Upon seeing this, Miyamoto Shijinari was overjoyed and rushed to the supermarket at lightning speed. A short while later, he pushed open the supermarket door and stepped inside. Huh, why isn't there an AI greeting? Miyamoto Shigeki scratched his head, his eyes full of confusion. 1 minute later, is anyone at the supermarket? Bakiyaru, what's wrong with this supermarket? It's out of stock and there's no AI. Are you not even going to make money with coupons? I want to file a complaint against you. After making a fuss to no avail, Shigeru Miyamoto had no choice but to leave the supermarket. He planned to go outside and ask Lin Bei about the specifics, since the other party had arrived at the finish line first and would definitely know what was going on. However, when Miyamoto Shijina reached the door, he felt as if the sky had fallen, because Lin Bei's conversation with the referee broke him down. Brother Lin, you said you froze the supermarket owner? Niu Jiahuang, who had just arrived at the scene, was incredulous. Chapter 76, another referee loses his job, then returns. This guy had ulterior motives towards me, so I acted in self-defense. Also, I froze him on the surface of the sea. At this point, Lin Bei pointed to the ice sculpture not far away. Liu Bai Niu Jiao Huang stared at the ice sculpture, looking troubled. So what's my situation now? Are you going to execute me? Lin Bai asked. Niu Jiao Huang remained silent, turning his gaze to Miyamoto Shijinaga not far away, lost in thought. Without a doubt, the players not far away are no match for Lin Bei. If he were to compete, he would be guaranteed to lose. With this thought in mind, Niu Jiao Huang seemed to have made a decision. He walked to Lin Bei's side and whispered, "This is not good. Now only I could take the blame for you and kill Pete directly." Upon hearing that Pete had been ripped off, Lin Bei became interested and whispered, "Name your price. How much do referees earn? You deserve better. Is this a problem with game points? What if my dad finds out I lost my secure job?" Niu Jiao Huang didn't finish speaking. Lin Bei whispered in response, 30,000 points. Do you know how formidable my dad is? And my mom too. If they team up, I'm definitely not going to get away with this. 66,666 points. Come find me after I return to the sea. If you can get me some valuable items, I'll give you 88,888 points. Of course, I can reimburse you for the items. Lin Bei continued to raise the price. He currently has 1,300 non-duplicate points, which, based on the highest critical hit return rate of 1,600 times, is at least equivalent to more than 2 million points, making him a player who is definitely not short of points. Brother, is this really true? Niu Jiao Huang was clearly already interested. After all, he had calculated that if he had 80,000 points, he could bet on Lin Bei to win the server-wide competition and become a 100,000 point bettor. Such wealth is truly astounding within the entire Merman family. How could I possibly mistreat my brother? Besides, you're so capable. How could I dare to lie to you? Lin Bei wanted to say something more. But suddenly, Oxhorn Yellow shouted, "This goblin clan is a menace. They want to take my brother's money because they see he has it. They are utterly despised by the world. Today I, Oxhorn Yellow, will rid this great scourge of us." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned his gaze to the ice sculpture, then took a deep breath and exhaled a jet of water, which he then launched straight at Pete. In an instant, the ice sculpture, radiating a chilling aura, melted away, along with Pete inside, leaving not a trace. Looking at the scene before him, Lin Bei asked with lingering fear, "What level is your skill?" Level 39 is still a far cry from Boss Huang. His poison gas kills without a trace, making it virtually impossible to defend against, Niu Jiao Huang explained. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei made up his mind to collect more beautiful women to quickly increase the quality and frequency of his attacks. At that time, he only needs to acquire 2 more Tier 2 skill experience pills to arm himself to the referee level. Compared to Nujio Huang and Lin Bei's casual conversation, Shigeru Miyamoto, standing at the supermarket entrance, was completely dumbfounded. The supermarket owner died. He just died like that. How'd I use my points? By the way, what's the relationship between Lin Bei and the referee? A series of questions lingered in Shigeki Miyamoto's mind. Damn it, this garbage world. What a load of rubbish. It's all just playing the same old real-world games. Why can't I be the one to build a good relationship with the referee? Just as Miyamoto Shigeki was dissatisfied, several more players arrived one after another. Hey, isn't this Miyamoto-kun? What did you buy with your points? Any recommendations? I'm in 3rd place. I have 500 points. Haha, I'm 4th. I have 300 points, which should be enough to buy a lot of supplies. Upgrading my Raft to level 7 is just around the corner. Several different voices brought Miyamoto Shijinaga back to his senses, and he replied weakly, "Oh, the supermarket owner is dead. If you want to buy things, you'll probably have to go to heaven." Fuck squid? What did you say? NPCs can be killed? Miyamoto-kun, that joke of yours is not funny at all. The players were stunned, clearly not believing it. Miyamoto Shijinaga shrugged and said, "Believe it or not, the supermarket owner has turned into steam. Why don't you go to the supermarket and see for yourselves?" In an instant, the players fell silent and hurried toward the supermarket. 2 minutes later, discontented voices could be heard from inside the supermarket. "Fuck, what the hell are you doing? This game is trash. What's the point of competing?" Survival time, 10 o'clock. Approximately 700 players arrived at the finish line one after another. They were all standing at the supermarket entrance, contemplating life. So, what should I do if I can't use the points? What else can you do? Just keep it. What else do you want to do? Go cause trouble for Lin Bei? Go cause trouble for the referee? Forget it. I'm not going to go on a suicide mission. Just as the group was discussing this, a player named Hui reminded them, "Humph, a bunch of idiots. There's a temporary shop in the regional channel where you can use points to buy things. You can just use book pages to buy them later. I don't know if you guys even read the rules properly." This fellow villager makes a good point. Yes, how come I didn't think of that? Moment. All the players were no longer disappointed, and even Miyamoto Shijinaga, who was listening nearby, couldn't help but be amazed. Before anyone could discuss anything else, the announcement reappeared. The preliminary rounds have concluded. The rankings are now being announced. First place, Lin Bei. Second place, Shurjino Miyamoto. Third place, Thompson. Sports star, Lin Bei. The top 3 teams will represent the 10th region in the server-wide competition. We hope everyone will prepare well in the days to come. In addition, the regional channels will have a limited-time open point shop where everyone can make purchases. Players, please prepare yourselves, as you will be teleported back to your original sea area in 3 minutes. At the same time, Regional Channel 10. Luckily I bought Lin Bei. Now my points have doubled. Everyone go all out and spend them. Damn it, the player I bet on died. What can I report this? I'm going to report this player. Waiting for the points mall to open. I'm going to drink lots of water today and save every penny. By the way, the players from the competition should be back by now, right? Does anyone know if Lin Bei cleared out that supermarket? Miyamoto Shijinaga. I don't know if it was cleared out or not, but what I do know is that Lin Bei killed the supermarket owner. Is this a supermarket robbery? Shijinaga Miyamoto. No, it's killing the supermarket owner. Perhaps the spoils are the supermarket's goods. You can even kill NPCs. If you don't have in-game currency, you could just rob them, right? As expected of the Emperor of the Sea, he is terrifyingly ruthless, completely disregarding the rules of the game. I strongly suspect that there were superhumans on Earth before. Otherwise, there's no reason why they were so far ahead of us. While we're chatting, the points mall starts in 3 minutes, so get ready, or you might not be able to buy anything. I'm out of here. Chapter 77, The Charm of Green Peppers. Midnight. Survival time, 22:15. In the Raft apartment. Lu Rian, come here. Lin Bei, who had just returned to his apartment from the competition, didn't stop for a moment. The moment he opened the door, he called out to his number 1 tool. Hearing this, Lu Rian, who was chatting with Su Nana, immediately turned her head and said with admiration, "Darling, you must have had a good harvest this time, right? Your performance today was really amazing, especially that skill." When she praised Lin Bei, the other 3 women also turned their gazes to Lin Bei, their eyes filled with admiration for the strong. Here are 1,300 points. Just keep an eye on the points shop and use them all as soon as you see any items. Don't try to save them. Lin Bei handed the points to Lu Ruyan like he was giving her a paycheck. "Thank you, darling. Are there any requirements for purchasing supplies?" Lu Ruyan asked with a smile. "No requirements. Just spend quickly. Ideally, you should spend 1,300 points per minute." Lin Bei explained, then turned his gaze to the other 3 women and said, "Yang Xueli, Lu Lin, Su Nana, you 3 go and prepare dinner first. Try to make it as plentiful as possible. Everyone should enjoy yourselves tonight. I said I would treat the Red Dragons to a big meal." "Good." The 3 women agreed in unison, glanced at Lu Ruyan with envy, and then headed towards the kitchen. Seeing that the girls were all busy, Lin Bei had a thought and asked the system, "Is there any way to use the quality of the raft?" Ding! Lu Ruyan needs to dismantle the entire raft to trigger a mass critical hit. Also, please note that buildings and soil on the raft will not trigger critical hits. Is that so? It seems to be a huge project. Lin Bei had made up his mind to launch a direct attack on the raft tomorrow. How tiring is it to keep upgrading? If there's a shortcut, then you should definitely take the shortcut. As Lin Bei was pondering, suddenly, a system voice echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have used up resources for a woman, triggering a critical hit and receiving 1.82 million points." Before Lin Bei could ask any questions, Lu Rian excitedly spoke first. "Honey, the store only has water, bread, and basic ingredients. The only item is to increase appearance, which costs 800 points. I'll just buy it. You won't mind, will you?" "To enhance appearance?" Lin Bei repeated to himself as he quickly walked over to Lu Ruyan to take a look. "Yes, this is it." Lu Ruyan took out a vegetable that looked like a green pepper and handed it to Lin Bei. Charming green pepper. Level 1. Category: Vegetables. Effect: Consuming it will randomly increase your charm attribute by 1 to 5 points. Note, charm is a hidden attribute. The higher the charm, the higher the appearance. Note, this item is of a low level and will only work once. Lin Bei stared at the green pepper, then passed the message back to Lu Ruyan. You eat it. He gave it to Lu Ruyan mainly because he wanted to repay her many times over. After all, you only get one chance to get a quality critical hit per day, and you can't get multiple critical hits after a quality critical hit. For vegetables that enhance appearance, it's definitely better to go for the brighter look. After all, there's more than just Lu Ruyan on the raft, and an overall improvement is more in line with their interests. Thank you, my dear, I love you. Lu Ruyan was overjoyed, her face beaming with uncontainable delight. In response to this, Lin Bei ignored him and quickly activated the golden bracelet. That's right, his points have now reached a terrifying level, so of course he's going to go on a shopping spree, ideally clearing out the entire points shop. Staring at the projected screen in front of him, Lin Bei switched it to the points mall without hesitation and began to make an inhumanly extravagant purchase. Wood X3, 1 points. Sold out. 3 iron nails, 1 point. Sold out. Metal sheet X, 1:1 points. Sold out. 1 bottle of water, 1 point. Sold out. Bread, 1 point coupon. Sold out. 1 packet of salt, 1 coupon. Sold out. Special props. Charming green pepper, 800 points. Sold out. Lin Bei shook his head, clearly not satisfied with just 200,000 points. This move immediately caused an uproar on the regional channel. Regional channel 10 number of users, 104556. Are you a bandit? Never bought anything before? Didn't you know to leave me some? Damn it, it was fine a second ago. How come it shows as sold out the next second? Luckily, I was quick enough to grab some wood. Damn, don't you know I have decision-making difficulties? I was just thinking about what seasonings to buy, and now they're all gone? Miyamoto Shijina. I bought water and wood first, and when I was about to buy nails, it showed that they were sold out. Who could be responsible? I remember there weren't many people who won the bet, right? 200,000 items shouldn't be sold out instantly, right? The players discussed the matter amongst themselves, each offering their own opinion. Suddenly, one player offered a guess that enlightened everyone. Could it be that it was bought by Boss Lin Bei? After all, he robs supermarkets. Maybe he has a lot of points inside? Now that you mention it, it does make some sense. I see. Lin Bei, boss, you should leave some for us. We still need to live. Yes, if all else fails, you can sell us some basic resources. Please don't force us to kneel. I'm begging for some supplies, even if they're a little more expensive than in the store. The players dared not criticize Lin Bei, so all they could do was plead and beg. After all, Lin Bei's strength was too terrifying. If he caused trouble, he would be committing suicide. The cases of Zhang Suo and Xian La serve as cautionary tales. The players' pleas were seen by Lin Bei, who was spying on screen. In response to this, he is certainly willing to share resources with players in trade. This was simply because Lin Bei had far too many replicas of supplies. Instead of keeping them in your hands, why not use basic resources to create another wave of wealth and obtain more non-duplicate item points? At least from the information he knew, the other races valued the existence of points, which was reasonable. Therefore, in the subsequent survival, points must have more and greater uses, and it must be more than just purchasing. Thinking of this, Lin Bei immediately began editing the message. Lin Bei, I have seen everyone's demands. After careful consideration, I have decided to sell essential supplies, such as timber, nails, and water at the original price so that everyone can get a share with no limit. Look at this. This is what you call vision. Yeah, from now on, if anyone says Lin Bei is heartless, I'll be the first to criticize them. I, Huhan-san, truly kneel before this great man. My lord, if you do not despise me, I am willing to become your godfather. What are you worshipping for? Are you trying to steal my daddy's mantle? Lin Bei, don't worry, everyone. I will put it directly on the auction house. Unless I go to sleep, it will not be out of stock. Chapter 78, Lu Ruyan's Breakthrough in Appearance. Watching the regional channel filled with flattery, Lin Bei didn't linger. Instead, he quickly took out basic resources from the system space and began selling them. Due to the sheer volume of work, it had taken him and Lu Ruyan nearly an hour to finish their tasks. Seeing the steady stream of points flowing in, Lu Ruyan said happily, "Darling, we're rich." Lin Bei simply nodded slightly and went about taking out his other finds. However, These points can only be used at specific times. Are they really worth it? Also, what are you holding in your hand? Lu Ruyan asked doubtfully. Having more in-game currency is definitely useful. I've interacted with other races, and they have a particularly high demand for in-game currency. So, after explaining, Lin Bei handed the inventory props to Lu Ruyan and said, "Except for the chewing gum, you can keep it and eat it. Throw away everything else." "Oh, I'll go right away." Lu Ruyan, being sensible, didn't ask any more questions and walked out of the apartment. Not long after, then the system's voice echoed in Lin Bei's mind. "Congratulations, host. You have consumed resources for a woman, triggering a critical hit return. You have received 10,000 miles of love tokens, 1,000 mental chewing gum tokens, 10,000 storage bag tokens, and 1,000 Beast Girl summoning cards." "Wow, that's pretty fast," he muttered to himself, then took out the 1,000 miles of marriage connected by a single thread skill and put it into use. "Please enter the player you wish to meet. You will definitely meet within 7 days." Lin Bei looked conflicted, wondering whether to go find Tian Yia or Song Jieja first. After all, both of them were quite efficient at their work. Let's start with Song Jieja. Her work efficiency is significantly higher. Are you sure you want to meet Song Jieja? This action is irreversible, so please choose carefully. Sure. Operation successful. Players Lin Bei and Song Jieja are now bound together, and you will definitely meet in 7 days. Looking at the completed interface, Lin Bei said with delight, "This tool is really convenient." Survival time, 2340. In the Raft apartment, my heart, which I once poured out to you, is now cold and indifferent. Xiao AI, the smart speaker, is playing "I Miss You" through the bracelet's music library. Lin Bei sat alone in the hall, enjoying his leisurely time. Suddenly, Su Nana, Yang Xueli, and Lu Lin walked out of the kitchen. They were carrying various stir-fried dishes in their hands. Seeing this, Lin Bei asked, "Are you all better now?" "Brother Lin, our food is ready, but there are still 199 servants outside. I estimate it will take until dawn." Su Nana's words were full of grievance. It was clear that none of the women were very willing to cook for the Red Dragon Crab King. In response to this, Lin Bei replied, "It's okay, let's eat first." "Really?" Su Nana asked Hong Long and the others, but her face was already full of joy. "Never mind, let's eat. There's rice, shrimp, and beef, so everyone should eat more." At this point, Lin Bei seemed to remember something and continued, "We're moving tomorrow, so let's have some drinks today. Drinking alcohol will make it harder to get up tomorrow morning. As for the promised feast for the Red Dragons, all they need to do is let the women in front of them eat a little more and everything will be fine. After all, the system can return the error, so whether or not it is done doesn't really matter. It's just that Lin Bei forgot to remind him earlier. Brother Lin really cares about us." Su Nana ran to the dining table with a smile and sat down. Then she pointed to the scrambled eggs and the farmhouse delight and said, "Brother Lin, these 2 bowls are my masterpieces. Try them and see if they're delicious." Lin Bei fell into deep thought. Goodness, is there a difference between the 2 dishes? One bowl contains poached eggs, and the other contains scrambled poached eggs with green peppers. Is Su Nana only good at cooking eggs? Seeing that Lin Bei didn't reply, Su Nana urged in a sweet, coquettish tone, "Brother, come and eat, duck. I can feed you." Before she could finish speaking, Yang Xueli chimed in from the side. "Try my cooking. I'm pretty good at it. I guarantee you'll be satisfied with this stir-fried beef and beer-braised shrimp." After saying that, she began to serve Lin Bei his meal and add dishes to his plate. Yang Xueli started taking the initiative because she had become accustomed to her current comfortable environment. Moreover, Lin Bei will have to live on in the future. If he wants to live well, he will have to compete with Lu Ruyan and Su Nana. Without this, he has no future. As for Lu Lin, she clearly lacked the awareness of the other 3 women because she was still hoping to reunite with Lu Qingqing, completely unaware that Lin Bei had no intention of letting her go. In response to this, Lin Bei flatly refused, saying, "You guys eat first, don't worry about me." His reason for refusing was simple. These dishes were not replicas, and if he ate them now, there would be no way he could get a refund later. It would be a huge loss. Upon hearing this, Su Nana and Yang Xueli wanted to continue persuading her. However, Lu Ruyan suddenly walked out of the room and loudly proclaimed as if she were picking up money, "Look everyone, haven't I become prettier? The book just said my charm has increased by 4 points." In an instant, the 4 people in the hall all looked at Lu Ruyan at the same time. "Sister, Your skin looks even smoother, and so does your figure, especially your steamed buns, Sunana said, then looked at her own steamed buns with envy in her eyes. Not only Sunana, but Yang Shuili also asked with envy. Ruyan's features seem more defined. How did you do that? Compared to the three women's careful scrutiny. Lin Bei then directly asked the system with his mind. Check Lu Ruyan's current appearance panel. Lu Ruyan. Nationality, Xiaohua. Gender, female. Age, 19. Appearance, 96. Dimensions, 95. Virtue of a woman. She has lost her virginity. Overall score, 96. Tier. My appearance improved by 3 points, and my figure improved by 1 point. These green peppers are great. System. Will Lu Ruyan's return rate increase now? Lin Bei asked again, suppressing his excitement. Lu Ruyan's overall evaluation improved by 3 points, and the initial return rate was 2,200 times. Really? After hearing the system's explanation, Lin Bei, who had regained his senses, exclaimed with joy. It seems the green peppers are working well. Green peppers? Are they a graded vegetable? Sunana and Yang Shuili looked at Lin Bei together, waiting for an answer. Lin Bei nodded slightly, took out 2 more charmed green peppers from the system space, and continued. This is it. After eating it, it depends on your luck. If you're lucky, it can increase your charm by 5 points. Lu Ruyan's charm increased by 4 points, so it seems she's quite lucky. Thank you, darling, I love you. After thanking her, Lu Ruyan looked at Yang Shuili and noticed the envious look in her eyes. Her smugness became even more obvious. Lin Bei noticed the 2 girls' envy and seized the opportunity to say, Nana, surely, you two do your best, and you'll get a share if you perform well. These words were spoken. Yang Shuili actually stood up, picked up her rice bowl, and walked towards Lin Bei Dao. Brother, let me feed you. Pa, you green tea BDCH, you slut. How dare you seduce my brother? Sunana cursed under her breath, her expression full of displeasure. Chapter 79 Other Races. The Champion of Foresight. Already said, you guys eat first, don't worry about me. Lin Bei refused again and walked out of the apartment. He watched as Lin Bei burst through the door and left. Yang Shuili was clearly a little disappointed. After all, she still remembered what happened that morning. Yang Shuili wanted to resolve the rift between herself and Lin Bei as soon as possible. Haha watched Yang Shuili fail to be fed, and soon Nana, who was eating her food in small bites, almost burst out laughing. Outside the apartment, the inky darkness was dispelled by the lights. A large number of red dragons and crab kings gathered in the wooden pavilion, chatting and enjoying food and beer while enjoying the air conditioning. Bro, this tastes good, have some. Come on, have a drink. I never expected this beer to be so fragrant. It's even better than the sea beer from around the world. Master's methods are simply unbeatable. I remember when we were players, not a single shrimp developed like this. Let alone shrimp, even top-tier species don't have that kind of strength. Hearing what the Red Dragon and the Crab King said, Lin Bei interjected and asked, how did you all become props? Master, let me tell you, don't look down on us. To become a summoned creature, we need to be born for more than a month before we're qualified, a Red Dragon explained while tearing into a piece of beef. So you can choose after a month of survival? Lin Bei asked again. The Master's understanding isn't wrong, but in reality, it's the function of a prop. A Crab King quickly answered. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei looked curious and asked while peeling the krill shell, what is the item called? Also, why did you give up your player identity? Master, I'm sorry, many crucial memories were erased behind the scenes, leaving only insignificant ones. At this point, the Red Dragon paused, then continued. Master, you are different from us. With your current level of development, you can't even outlast players who have survived for 6 months or a year. Although the servant's memories were incomplete, Lin Bei still managed to gather a decent amount of intelligence after a casual chat. For example, after surviving for 10 days, you will compete with creatures from other planets. Areas with fewer than 80,000 people will merge. Early morning. Survival time, 2 o'clock. Lin Bei was walking towards his room after taking a shower. As soon as he pushed open the door, 2 slightly excited voices reached his ears. Honey, you're so slow. Brother Lin, do you need me to go out and avoid this place? Lin Bei looked in the direction of the sound. The 2 people in their pajamas came into view. Cough, cough. Lin Bei coughed and then replied. We're completely open and honest. What's there to avoid? And your pajamas are nice. Upon hearing this, Lu Rian exclaimed happily. How about it? I secretly bought it before. Isn't it beautiful? Sister Ruyan has such good taste. Sunana immediately chimed in with praise. Ahem, this puts me in a difficult position. Linbai looked troubled. His plan for the night was to try using the prophecy pillow to predict the future. If you exercise first, you might not have enough time to anticipate what you want to know. Brother Lin, Lu Rian called softly, her urging clearly evident. How about we call a truce today? Lin Bei said, then took the premonition pillow out of his system space. He added, this pillow has premonition capabilities. I need to test its effectiveness first. Besides, we're moving tomorrow, and there's also the survival game at the Raft arena. Foresight? The two women stared at the ordinary-looking pillow in Lin Bei's hand, their faces filled with undisguised surprise. Ignore their surprise. Lin Bei immediately had a thought and began to imagine the game of predicting tomorrow. In an instant, a line of text appeared on the pillow. Once the setup is complete, you will need 5 hours of sleep. Only 5 hours? Does that mean he'll wake up around 7 a.m. tomorrow? As he spoke, Lin Bei's mind began to wander. 4 a.m. Lin Bei cut his losses without hesitation and collapsed onto the pillow of foresight. In an instant, a wave of drowsiness swept over his brain, and Lin Bei's eyelids grew heavier and heavier. Having witnessed everything before her, Lu Ruyan asked in a slightly hoarse voice, Darling? Sister Ruyan, my brother must be asleep. Sunana said with a look of utter despair. It's a good thing he had something to do, otherwise. Lu Ruyan nodded and said, My dear, your attributes are too high. Yours are not high enough. I'm just an adult, a child. I can't compare. I can't compare at all. Sunana said, then lay down on Lin Bei's chest. Nana, move over a little. I'm not used to using a pillow. Don't pretend to be asleep. Okay? While the two girls were playing around, Lin Bei had already glimpsed the future. In his dream, he was like a soul without a physical form, looking down from the sky at a raft of about 3,000 square meters. On the raft stood a magnificent building, resembling the Roman Colosseum. In the stands of the arena sat humanoid monsters of other races. They looked all different. Some were humanoids, some were fishmen, and some were handsome elves. Are these other races? It looks like tomorrow's arena will be quite interesting. Before Lin Bei could finish speaking to himself, he was interrupted. A familiar voice suddenly came from the arena. Let's congratulate Lin Bei on achieving a 10-game winning streak. Are there any other players willing to challenge him? Lin Bei looked in the direction of the sound and saw Squidward standing with him in the center of the arena, surrounded by applause and shouts from the audience. It seems that tomorrow's competition will not only feature humans from Earth. Judging from this situation, I should be the champion, right? I don't know what the reward is. A series of questions popped into Lin Bei's mind, but he couldn't find the answer even after observing the dueling arena for a while. This predictive pillow seems to only reveal the general outcome and doesn't show the details. Is it because its level is too low? Thinking of this, Lin Bei decided to wait a couple of days and then use a quality boost to enhance the foresight pillow. The next day, day 8 of survival. Time, 11:30. The sun hangs high in the sky. The temperature it emits has increased significantly compared to yesterday. The scorching heat was like charcoal fire, baking everything in the world. An unknown sea area. Lin Bei was navigating his raft, collecting various buildings into his system space. Yes, he's moving. After all, if the quality of the raft is critically damaged, the buildings and soil inside will not be improved. Chapter 80, The Human Emperor's Raft. My dear, do I really want to dismantle this raft? Lu Rian asked again, confirming the question. At this moment, they're standing on a spare raft. Disassemble it. I have something better in my storage space. Lin Bei said firmly. Upon hearing this, both Yang Xueli and Lu Lin were taken aback. What surprised people wasn't the better raft, but just how big Lin Bei's storage space really was. You know, the raft in front of us is already big enough, and now they're saying there's an even bigger one. The two women had no time to think further. Lu Rian took a deep breath and finally manipulated the attached pages to disassemble the first-tier wooden raft in front of her. In the blink of an eye, a flash of light, and the raft was completely dismantled. At the same time, a system notification also appeared in Lin Bei's mind. Congratulations, host, for consuming resources for a woman, triggering a quality critical hit. Random drop rate is currently being determined. This critical hit is a 20x quality boost. Congratulations, host, You have obtained a level 49 Human Emperor Raft. Emperor's Raft. Level 49, Tier 4. Category: Island Raft Emperor Edition. Job change available. Area: 100,000 square meters. Recruitment population limit: 199 to 49,000. Durability: 99,999 to 99,999. Current soil coverage area: 100. Emperor's Raft Effect. Description: the most luxurious raft on the ocean, bar none, with a built-in luxurious castle, furnished like royalty and offering emperor-like treatment. Effect: 1. It has an evolution speed 100 times faster. Note: be careful, you might wake up to find your raft transformed into a primeval forest. Please be mindful of clearing out residential areas. 2. The Human Emperor's Raft enjoys the fortune of a human race. It will detour around severe natural disasters, unless someone is deliberately targeting it. 3. Built-in nuclear power, making you the fastest on the ocean. 4. You will automatically receive 100 points every day. 5. Gain the passive skill, Emperor's Might. The Might of the Human Emperor. Effect 1. Increases all attributes by 10 points. Effect 2. Your gaze is intimidating. Humans will subconsciously obey you, while other races will subconsciously feel fear. Upgrade requirements: Tier 5 Job Change Card, Tier 5 Divine Wood X 2000, Tier 5 Divine Soil X 2000, Tier 5 Electronic Components X 1000. Note: the Emperor's Raft has more functions than this. Specific items are needed to activate other functions. While Lin Bei was reviewing information about the Emperor's Raft, Lu Ruyan, standing to the side, said, "Darling, it's all decomposed now. The sea is full of resources, and the Red Dragon and Crab King have nowhere to put them. Can you use your spatial ability to help?" Lin Bei snapped out of his daze and calmly said, "Don't panic." As soon as he finished speaking, he released the Human Emperor's Raft from the system space. In an instant, a raft that looked no different from an island suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. The raft was surrounded by a ring of sand, on which there were a few coconut trees. As the view extends deeper, there is land no different from the mainland, and a magnificent castle covering an area of about 15,000 square meters. The castle is ornately decorated and covered in gold paint. In short, it is luxurious. This, Lu Lin and Yang Shuili were utterly shocked, and their speech was already incoherent. In comparison, Su Nana pointed excitedly to the beach and said, "Look over there. There are coconut crabs. They appeared out of thin air. My dear, this raft is so big. There are only 200 of us, including your servants. How can we possibly hold it?" Lu Ruyan had considered many things and directly voiced her concerns. "There's no need to worry about manpower. I'll continue summoning servants later. Also, isn't the island safe thanks to Xiao AI? Besides, the fog system also has some use." After explaining, Lin Bei controlled the raft to move towards the Emperor's Raft. Not long after, 1 man and 4 women successfully boarded the Emperor's Raft. Lu Ruyan looked anxious and spoke first. "Nana, come with your sister to see the new house. Let's tidy it up properly." "Wait, Sister Ruyan, let's catch that crab first, then pick a couple of coconuts. Don't rush." Su Nana refused outright, but then started to whine to Lu Ruyan. Compare the casualness of the 2 women. Yang Shuili and Lu Lin stood near Lin Bei, waiting for instructions. "Go to the castle first and see if there's anything that needs tidying up," Lin Bei instructed the women, then took out and used over 1,000 summoning tokens and essences. Moment. 1,401 diverse creatures have taken over the beach. Besides the Red Dragon and the Crab King, there are 4 other different creatures: a clam spirit, a sea turtle, a clownfish, and a sea patrol yaksha. Lin Bei was not allowed to examine their attributes further. The summoned creatures knelt down simultaneously and swore loudly. "Master, we swear to protect the island's safety for you with our lives." Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction and then brought up their attribute panels. Clam Essence. Level 19. Gender: female. Category: starfish and marine life. Physical strength: 20. Strength: 25. Agility: 18. Skin defense: 29. Skill: Shell, doubles skin defense, able to withstand the vast majority of physical attacks. Current quantity: 200. King Turtle. Level 19. Gender: male. Category: starfish and marine life. Stamina: 29. Strength: 29. Agility, 15. Skin defense, 29. Skill, shell, double skin defense, able to withstand the vast majority of physical attacks. Current quantity, 100. Nemo, level 9. Gender, male. Category, starfish and marine life. Physical strength, 15. Strength, 15. Agility, 19. Skin defense, 15. Skills, none. Current quantity, 300. Sea Patrol Yiksha. Level, 25. Gender, male. Category, Mercury marine life. Physical strength, 30. Strength, 35. Agility, 29. Skin defense, 28. Skill, Trident specialization. Increases the damage of the trident in hand by 50. Tame. You can tame manta ray creatures and use them as mounts. Current quantity, 10. After examining the various summoned creatures before him, Lin Bei already knew that the most powerful one was the Sea Patrol Yiksha. However, it is clear that the chances of summoning Yiksha are not high. It took 1401 attempts to summon 10. Suddenly, as if he had just thought of something, he quickly asked the system, "Does the clam spirit's appearance meet the standards?" Ding! The system is currently performing a detection. None of the 200 clam spirits met the appearance standard. Their average appearance score was between 75 and 82. Depend on. Sure enough, TV dramas are all lies. Please calm down, host. There are very few races that meet human standards of appearance. Apart from the elves, we suggest that you wear a title badge to summon a beast-eared girl. Are you saying I have bad luck? No. Host, you're very lucky. Look, you even got the human emperor's raft. I don't believe you, Lin Bei muttered, then put on the title badge, preparing to try summoning 1,000 beast-eared girls to see how it went. Chapter 81, Summoning Beast-Eared Girl. Summoning successful. You have obtained a goblin-eared girl. Lin Bei frowned, staring at the lush green goblins before him, and asked, "Do you goblins have females? Aren't there only males?" "Master, where did you learn about goblins?" the goblin-eared girl asked, looking puzzled. "In the notebook before I became a player," Lin Bei explained. "In our Gothic race, the male-to-female ratio is 90-10. Although the chances are small, there are still women." After explaining, the goblin-eared girl bowed and continued, "Master, my name is Gushaoli. I can help you warm your bed, clean your cave, and plant crops." "Oh, taking care of daily life?" Lin Bei muttered something to himself, then asked the system with a thought, "System, does this appearance meet the standard?" Although he wasn't very hopeful, he still asked tentatively. Ding! Testing in progress. According to the system's detection, the goblin-eared girl in front of you does not meet human beauty standards. Actually, the host knows the answer. You don't have any ulterior motives toward her, so why ask? Really? Forget it. I can stay and do logistics. It's just right that the sea creatures can patrol, and the animal-eared girls can handle the logistics. Such a large castle would be troublesome if no one took care of it. Thinking of this, Lin Bei took out the beast-eared girl, summoning token again, and silently prayed, "Please, please, don't send any more goblins." Summoning successful. You have obtained a goblin-eared girl. Damn, is the lucky attribute fake? Or is the goblin-eared girl a guaranteed reward? No child cries every day. Lin Bei, refusing to believe it, continued to summon. Summoning successful. You have obtained a goblin-eared girl. Summoning successful. You have obtained a goblin-eared girl. After he summoned 20 goblin girls with animal ears. In the 21st summons, a different face finally appeared. Summoning successful. You have obtained a wolf-eared girl. Ha, I knew it. Lin Bei looked delighted as he scanned the wolf-eared girl in front of him. The wolf-eared girl's face has many similarities to a human's, and she has 2 gray ears on her head. Overall, she's not bad. Master, my name is Wolf Coco. I'm skilled in hunting and fighting. If you need, I can also warm your bed. Wolf Coco bowed and said. In response to this, Lin Bei simply nodded slightly, then hurriedly asked the system, "This one is quite pretty. Does it meet the standards?" Ding! Testing in progress. According to the system's detection, the wolf-eared girl's overall appearance score is 81 points. If she eats the charming green pepper, there is a chance that it will increase to 85. System, do you have some prejudice against Kemonomi, animal-eared girls? I think this wolf girl is quite nice. The system did not respond to Lin Bei's words. Helpless, he could only choose to continue summoning. Subsequently, after Lin Bei summoned the animals more than 1,000 times, two beast-eared girls who met his appearance standards finally appeared on the 800th and 900th summons. Both of them are fox-eared girls. One is named Tu Shan Shui, who is more like a lowly and looks quite young. The other is named Tu Shan Tong, who is more like a mature woman and exudes charm. They all have slender figures, fair skin, and, most importantly, white hair. Tu Shan Snow. Race, white fox. Gender, female. Age, 88. The standard for newly adulthood among the white fox clan. Appearance, 90. Dimensions, 91. Overall score, 90. After testing, it meets the anti-recurrent standards. Tu Shan Tong. Race, white fox. Gender, female. Age, 188. Appearance, 91. Dimensions, 93. Overall score, 92. After testing, it meets the anti-recurrent standards. The odds are truly appalling. If there were two more beast-eared girls who met the appearance standards, the system could be upgraded directly. What a pity. Although Lin Bei was a little disappointed, he was still satisfied overall. After all, before summoning 800 times, he thought they would all be goblin-eared girls, wolf-eared girls, and dog-eared girls. Without dwelling on the probability, Lin Bei stood in front of the 1,000 beast-eared girls and said, "From now on, you will be in charge of the castle's logistics. You will not need to fight. If you don't know how, you can learn from Lu Ruyan and the others. Also, Xiao AI will arrange what you need to do." "Yes, sir." The voices of 1,000 animal-eared girls echoed across the beach, but their faces were full of confusion. After all, they had only just been summoned and didn't know who Xiao AI and Lu Ruyan were. Upon seeing this, Lin Bei immediately called out, "Xiao AI, classmate." "Captain, I'm here. Do you need me to arrange for a new crew member?" "Yes. The population is now over 2,600. You should make good arrangements. Those skilled in combat should be assigned to patrols. Those skilled in logistics should be assigned to cleaning and cooking, and those skilled in planting should be assigned to planting vegetables and fruits. Also, you don't need to worry about the two fox-eared girls. They can stay with me for now." Xiao AI received. "However, we suggest the captain build more stone houses around the castle. Also, since the population is quite large now, we recommend that most of the beast-eared girls farm and only keep about 50 servants." Lin Bei nodded and said, "It's up to you." "Yes, Captain. Please rest assured." After receiving Lin Bei's affirmation, Xiao AI's voice began to appear in various locations on the raft. Under Xiao AI's command, the starfish creatures and animal-eared girls began to disperse in an orderly manner, each performing their respective duties. Looking at everything before him, Lin Bei showed satisfaction, and then led Tu Shanshui and Tu Shantong toward the castle. Inside the castle, as soon as Lin Bei pushed open the door and entered, a blast of cold air hit him. Clearly, Lu Ruyan and her group had already moved in and installed air conditioners in all of them. Before Lin Bei could further survey the surroundings, Lu Ruyan walked towards Lin Bei and said with a smile, "Darling, this new house is so big. Look, the floor is sparkling clean, and the furniture is all arranged so neatly. We don't need to clean it much." As she was speaking, she suddenly stopped and stared at the fox-eared girl behind Lin Bei, scrutinizing her. The one who looks like a little girl is called Tu Shan Shui, and the one who looks more mature is Tu Shan Tong. They are newly summoned servants. If you like, they can be your personal secretary. After Lin Bei finished his introduction, he continued, "There are thousands of servants like these on the raft. You can command them at will, and you won't need to do everything yourself anymore." Upon hearing that it was merely a summoned creature, Lu Ruyan instantly breathed a sigh of relief and nodded, saying, "That's true. Such a large raft can't be scrambled by just a few of us." After saying that, she walked over to Tu Shanshui and Tu Shantong and took the initiative to become familiar with them. Lin Bei suddenly thought of a question and immediately asked the system, "System, I tried it before entering the castle, and they only returned 200 times. What's going on?" "Yes, summoning minions to return critical hits is the minimum requirement, so it's recommended that the master summon more humans. However, if you want the system to level up quickly, minions are a good choice." Chapter 82, The Two Referees Who Suddenly Appeared. Noon. Survival time, 1400 hours. Lin Bei, Lu Ruyan, and the others were enjoying the air conditioning in the castle while opening a Tier 1 treasure chest. And on the sea surface near the Emperor's Raft, a player named Li Zhengnan was staring at the area of dense fog in front of him. "What the hell is this? It looked like an island inside the thick fog. Will there be fresh water and high-level treasure chests inside? It would be great if there were fruits or other food items as well. Li Zhengnan, soaked in sweat, looked delighted. After all, he was already out of resources to buy water, and yesterday's betting on the competition resulted in a complete loss. At this moment, Li Zhengnan can be said to have no way out. Fortune favors the bold. Just as he made up his mind to investigate further, a sudden inspiration struck him, and he remembered that he still had 2 help cards. This tool allows you to invite a friend to help you. Or, how about we go to the regional channel and find a couple of teammates? I'm sure many people would be tempted by such an extraordinary adventure, right? And it also conveniently allows for risk sharing. If Boss Lin Bei is interested, it's not impossible for him to thoroughly plunder the island. With this thought in mind, Li Zhengnan immediately picked up the book and began editing the message. Regional channels, 10 number of users, 104501. Li Zhengnan, I found a large island. Although it was covered by thick fog, I could vaguely see that there were many good things inside. Anyone want to come along? Li Zhengnan, Lin Bei, are you interested, big shot? If you'd be so kind as to offer a discount, I can give you a better deal. How will you meet up when you're so far apart? Li Zhengnan, I have a support card here, which can be used to invite friends to my place for 6 hours. Of course, it's free for Lin Bei, but other players will need to pay some costs. Playing the discrimination card? Dude, that's not fair. Think about it. If you were in that situation, wouldn't you also offer Lin Bei freebies? After all, the island might be dangerous, but with a big shot around, the danger would be much smaller. He's just looking for bodyguards. He's worried about getting into trouble going alone, so he wants to hire 2 thugs. Just as the regional channel was buzzing with discussion, Tianya, who frequents various groups, discovered the topic on the channel. Without hesitation, she immediately sent a private message to Lu Ruyan, reminding them to watch the regional channel in an attempt to facilitate the deal. However, things didn't go as planned. Lu Ruyan only said, I know, and then said nothing more. Is this a sign that they look down on island adventure? Or is it that the island in the picture is dangerous and Lin Bei is unwilling to get involved? Sensing something was amiss, Tianya immediately entered the regional channel and began editing a message. Sweet Moon, I notified the group admin, but he didn't seem very interested. My woman's intuition tells me not to go to that island. It's too dangerous. Is it sixth sense again? Can't you come up with some new words? Li Zhengnan, I've scouted the island with props. There are coconut trees on the edge and a castle in the center. We shouldn't have much trouble collecting supplies on the outer perimeter. Is Boss Lin afraid? I wonder if any other big shots are taking orders? Thompson, this island is bigger than any I've encountered before, and it's definitely worth exploring. Since Boss Lin doesn't dare to go, I'll give it a try. Chinan, count me in. There's still many strong people in this area. I have 2 skills, so I'm definitely a top-tier player in this version. Miyamoto Shijina, how many support cards do you have? Count me in if you have enough. Sai, you're so capable. Unlike me, a piece of trash, I can only tough it out in the heat. I hope to see all of you again tomorrow. The weather is all right. For us black people, it's just a drop in the ocean. I'm known as the Master, and I can tell from my calculations that the person upstairs has a dark aura, indicating an impending bloodshed. Quickly send me 5 bottles of water, and I'll help you exorcise the evil spirits. Li Zhengnan, there are only 2. Add me as a friend. You also need to pay for the cost of 4 bottles of water. Miyamoto Shijinaga, I have level 4 skills, and I charge you for being my bodyguard. Who do you think you are? Besides, I think I'm not much different from Lin Bei. Young Miyamoto is still young and impetuous. Hopefully, he can still be so stubborn when facing Lin Bei. These days, any Tom, Dick, or Harry could try to scam on the big boss. That Miyamoto is really arrogant. Li Zhengnan cursed under his breath as he stared at the pages of the book and immediately chose to explore the island with Tang Kisin and Chinan. As soon as the transaction was completed, Li Zhengnan immediately took out the assistance card and used it. In an instant, his 60-square-meter raft was bathed in golden light. As the light gradually faded, a blonde, blue-eyed American and an ordinary-looking Chinan appeared on Li Zhengnan's raft. Shit, this raft is really small. It doesn't even have a pavilion. Are you trying to make us die of heat stroke? Thompson complained with dissatisfaction. We're here to explore the island, and peace brings wealth. Besides, his raft won't be of much use, Chinan advised. Gazing at the 2 players stronger than himself, Li Zhengnan pointed to the human emperor's raft and said, Right. Harmony brings wealth. Let's land on that island and reap the benefits first. We can discuss other matters later. You better not hold us back, Thompson warned, then turned his gaze to the Emperor's raft. However, unexpected events suddenly befell the raft. Suddenly, a small vortex appeared out of nowhere in front of the three of them. What the hell is that? Thompson looked puzzled, feeling that the vortex seemed familiar. Could it be a test before entering the island? Li Zhangnan speculata. Before they could continue speculating, two fishmen gradually emerged from the vortex. One of them is Huang Mukun, and the other is Nujio Wang. Is it the referee? Qin Feng and Tang Kusin trembled, followed by excitement and agitation. Clearly, they mistakenly believed that the Emperor Raft had some kind of competition that required a referee to uphold justice. In response to this, Huang Mukun looked puzzled and turned to look at the horned fish, asking, "Do you know it? Perhaps it's one of yesterday's competitors?" Niu Jiaohuang scratched his head uncertainly, then said, "But shouldn't this be Brother Lin's coordinates?" Huang Mukun spread his hands, turned his gaze to Li Zhongnan and the others, and asked sternly, "What are you doing here?" "Well," Li Zhongnan looked surprised and asked in confusion, "Is there a competition on that island? Or do we need to play some game to get onto that island? Referees shouldn't usually be there, right?" "Oh, an island?" Huang Mukun turned his head to look in the direction Li Zhongnan was pointing. When he saw the Emperor's raft, the fish was stunned and murmured in disbelief. "Whose raft is this?" "Brother, I think those coordinates belong to Brother Lin, right?" Niu Jiaohuang guessed. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. When I came here yesterday, his raft was only at the peak of the first level. How could it have become the peak of the fourth level today?" Huang Mukun retorted. Chapter 83. Intelligence on the second disaster theme. Just as the two referees were puzzled, unable to get a response, Li Zhongnan suddenly mustered his courage and asked again, "Referees, are you unfamiliar with this island?" Before the words were even finished, countless shrimp and crab heads suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea. Seeing this, Huang Mukun immediately greeted the leader of the Red Dragons. "Hey, you over there, your Brother Lin's subordinate, right? Do you remember me? We came here yesterday to discuss something with your master." "Oh, I remember." Xiao Ai, the housekeeper, greeted them earlier. Hong Long responded respectfully, then turned his gaze to Li Zhongnan and the others, saying, "However, we need to deal with the intruders first." "Intruders?" Huang Mukun and Nujio Wang looked suspicious and were momentarily stunned. "Yes, two distinguished guests. Butler Xiao Ai has instructed us to eliminate the 3 players attempting to infiltrate the raft." After explaining, the leader of the Red Dragons continued to approach Li Zhongnan and the others together with the other Red Dragons. "Damn, this is Lin Bei's raft." After figuring out what was going on, Li Zhongnan, Qinin, and Tang Kusin felt a chill run down their spines. "Shit, you've really ruined my life." Tang Kusin grabbed Li Zhongnan by the collar, looking like he wanted to tear him apart. "This is not my fault. Moreover, I didn't know it was Lin Bei's raft." Li Zhongnan was terrified, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. If he hadn't been dehydrated, he might have wet himself from fright. "It's too late to talk about this now." Tang Kusin's face turned ferocious as he turned his hand blood red and then violently grabbed Li Zhongnan's throat. With a cracking sound coming from the bones, Li Zhongnan's eyes rolled back, and his limbs stopped struggling, clearly indicating that he had lost his life. After dealing with the culprit, Thompson's expression changed from ferocious to benevolent. He looked at the Red Dragons and said, "We were misled by slanderous words. Please forgive us, Boss Lin. I promise there won't be a next time." Seeing this, Qinin quickly chimed in, Yes, we were instigated by that scoundrel. We really didn't know this island belonged to Boss Lin." Before the two could finish their explanations, their bodies gradually began to disintegrate. "Ha ha!" Qinin burst out laughing, realizing what was happening instantly. He looked at Tang Kusin and said, "Luckily you were quick-witted and killed Li Zhongnan first. With him dead, the assist card seems to be automatically deactivated. Hee. Now Lin Bei shouldn't be able to catch us, right?" Tang Kusin looked smug. The fear from a second ago had completely disappeared. Just when they thought they were out of danger, another unexpected event occurred. Suddenly, Huang Mukun, who had been watching the battle from a short distance away, made his move, disappearing from the sea surface and reappearing behind the 2 players in an instant, patting them on the shoulder. In an instant, the teleportation sensation was dispelled. "Since we're already here, why are we in such a hurry to leave? I didn't bring a gift, so I think Brother Lin would like it." Huang Yukun said, a wicked smile creeping across his lips. Are you kidding me? Teleportation can be dispelled? The two people who were patted on the shoulder trembled and instinctively wanted to retaliate, but found themselves seemingly silenced and unable to muster any willpower. Don't waste your time. If you've been poisoned, behave yourself. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to send 2 corpses to Brother Lin. Huang Yukun warned. Upon hearing this, the two instantly became obedient, their expressions changing once again like docile little lambs. That's right, that's how you behave. Huang Yukun looked satisfied, then turned to the approaching red dragons and said, Come on, take me to see Brother Lin. Keep these 2 for now as my greeting gift. The red dragons were stunned because things happened so fast that they had no time to react. Fortunately, the leading red dragon quickly came to his senses and respectfully led the way, saying, Distinguished guests, please follow me. The master already knows of your arrival and has asked me to take you there. Huang Yukun and Nujio Huang ventured deeper into the northern forest on their raft. These 2 are becoming increasingly alarmed, because Lin Bei's profession was something he had never seen before. Not only that, but there were also more servants inside than they had imagined, almost comparable to servant merchants. Such a number would require a huge amount of resources and wealth just to keep up with. Even the dragon palace of the Starfish Dragon clan, which is said to be powerful, has fewer than 8,000 servants. One of the bullhorned fish, who was shocked by Lin Bei's strength, asked in a low voice, Brother Huang, if I remember correctly, Brother Lin has only been surviving for less than 10 days. How come I feel that his development is the same as that of the dragons who have been surviving for 100 years? Make a fuss over nothing. None of my friends are poor. Huang Yukun feigned composure in his reply, but in reality, his inner shock was no less than that of his younger brother, Nujio Huang. Not long after, the group had already arrived at the castle gate. Lin Bei, who had been waiting in advance, quickly stepped forward to greet them and said with a smile, I've missed you 2 brothers so much. He stopped abruptly halfway through his sentence. Lin Bei discovered that Niu Jiao Huang was covered in bandages, as if he had suffered a serious injury. Brother Huang, what happened to Brother Niu Jiao's injury? He was perfectly fine yesterday. Lin Bei pretended to be concerned. Actually, that's not the case. He was just simply curious. Ugh, my parents said I inexplicably made enemies with the goblins and gave me a good beating, but that's a small matter. The main thing is that I lost my secure job. Nujio Huang just finished explaining. Huang Yukun immediately interjected. You want financial freedom, but you didn't tell your parents about the points. Otherwise, how could they possibly beat you up? Knowing you made money with your parents' personalities, they would treat you like a treasure. Upon hearing this, Niu Jiao Huang felt he had lost face and quickly changed the subject, saying, We've gone off on a tangent. We still have important business to discuss. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei immediately took out more than 80,000 points from his system space and said, Do you have any rare items? No. Recently, high-level survival players have started racial competitions, and all the merchants have gone there. Our levels aren't high enough. Besides, you only gave me 1 day. How about waiting for 2 days? As Niu Jiao Huang spoke, his eyes remained fixed on the points in Lin Bei's hand. Is that so? Lin Bei nodded thoughtfully and counted out 66,666 points to pay Bullhorn Fish. This scene aroused Huang Yukun's envy. In response to this, he quickly ran to Lin Bei's side and interjected, I was planning to come back in a couple of days, but my little brother doesn't have a merchant's license and has lost his referee status, so he can't enter the new players area. Niu Jiao Huang said unhappily, Brother, that's not what you said when you charged me points. Don't interrupt. Huang Yukun glared at Niu Jiao Huang, and seeing that the other party behaved himself, he continued, Brother Lin, let me give you an extra secret. Your second disaster theme is frozen, and the racial opponents you will face in the 10th region are the Kunqing people. After the server-wide competition ends, there will be a major battle. Chapter 84, A $1 Million Deal. Lin Bai knew. Huang Yukun told him this was for the points. After all, it's impossible not to feel envious when you see your underlings making money. This thought came to mind. Lin Bei immediately took out 5,000 points and pretended to be generous, saying, Brother Huang, this information of yours is very important to me, and you also helped me deal with 2 players. Please consider this 5,000 points as a small token of my appreciation. Brother Lin is truly discerning. Huang Mukun happily accepted the points and asked, "What do you want to do with these two players?" "My suggestion is to keep them. They're quite strong and will be useful in the upcoming racial wars. Of course, you can kill them if you find them an eyesore. Since we've already become enemies, let's kill him," Lin Bei said without hesitation. These words were spoken. Thompson and Sheen and felt as if the sky had fallen. "Boss Lin, please spare our lives." "Yes, we would never hold a grudge. We were only here because Li Zhengnan encouraged us. Besides, we really didn't know that this raft belonged to you, boss. Otherwise, we wouldn't dare to offend you even if you gave us 1,000,000 lives." Sheen finished pleading. Tang Kisin then added, "Boss, as long as you don't kill us, we'll listen to you from now on. Also, that Miyamoto Shijinaga is the one who is most hostile to you. I know he killed your little brotherly bye-bye. Miyamoto Shijinaga has a special item that you have to be careful of." The two wanted to say something more, but Niu Jiaohuang suddenly interjected. "This Tang Kisin looks familiar. He came in third in yesterday's competition. If he could get second place overall, it would be a huge benefit for the 10th district." In response, Huang Mukun advised, "If you can participate in the server-wide competition, I suggest you don't kill them. Killing them will do more harm than good. Moreover, they are poisoned by me, and no healing items below level 5 are effective except for me. Brother Lin can easily control them unless they don't want to live." After saying that, Huang Mukun took out a glass bottle and continued, "This medicine is for Brother Lin. They will die if they don't get the antidote within 10 days. Lin Bei took the medicine and then looked at Sheen and Tang Kisin, saying, "I'll let you go today, but if you want to live, it depends on your performance over the next 10 days. If I'm not satisfied, I won't give you the antidote. Remember that, show your worth." For those who can't survive, Tang Kisin and Sheen knelt down excitedly, pledging their loyalty. "Rest assured, boss, we will defend your interests to the death, and we will hand over all good stuff to you later." Lin Bei nodded, then looked to Huang Mukun and asked, "How should we get them back? I don't like other players on the raft." "That's easy. I'll just lift the silence. Do you have any questions?" Huang Mukun confirmed. "Okay, send them away." Lin Bei nodded, then raised an eyebrow and said, "I have a big deal to discuss with you too, a deal worth several million points. Then we'll be the richest people in the ocean." "Million?" Huang Mukun shuddered and quickly broke the silence between the two players. Moment. Thompson and Sheen Ann's bodies began to gradually disappear until they were completely gone. Seeing the person away leave, Huang Mukun looked at Lin Bei with the expression of someone looking at a god of wealth and said, "Quick, tell me, what kind of business can generate $1,000,000 income? What sells best in your ocean?" Lin Bei asked, feigning mystery. "Tier 4 life seawater, Tier 2 or 3 items, and especially Tier 4 life seawater, are extremely rare and have no market value." "Why are you talking about this? Aren't we talking about a big deal?" Huang Mukun asked, puzzled. "What's the price of Tier 4 life seawater?" Lin Bei pressed it. "It costs 5,000 points per bottle, but the survival environment is harsh. If you want to buy it, I estimate you'd need 10,000 points to find someone willing to sell it to you." "Brother Lin, don't be silly. We're talking about $1,000,000 deal. Why are we talking about this?" Huang Mukun urged, his expression full of urgency. "Do you have any goods? Can I take a look?" Lin Bei asked again. "Yes, but there's only one bottle." Huang Mukun took a crystal bottle out of the bag, handed it to Lin Bei, and continued to urge him, "Stop being so mysterious. Do you want me to call you Dad before you tell me? Are you trying to take advantage of me?" "Brother, that's not very kind of you." Lin Bei did not reply, and immediately began to check the effects of the life seawater. Living seawater. Level 49, Tier 4. Category: Enhanced Holy Water. Description: the holy water of the fishmen. It is said that long-term consumption will increase lifespan and attributes. Effect: taking it once a week increases lifespan by 1 year and adds 5 random attribute points. Note: this item is exclusive to starfish and cannot be used by other races. "Wait a moment," Lin Bei said. "I have over 1,000 bottles of seawater of life in my castle. I'll sell them all to you for 5,000 each." Then he walked into the castle. Watching Lin Bei enter the castle, Niu Jiaohuang and Huang Mukun were completely bewildered, their eyes filled with disbelief. "Brother, you're being dishonest. This seawater of life is worth 10,000, but the market price has already been driven up to around 30,000. Brother Lin, you wouldn't be lying to us, would you?" the bullhorned fish asked doubtfully. "This is the top reward of the Tier 3 race war, and it can't be mass-produced. What do you know? You can't be too honest in business, or you'll lose everything. As for whether Brother Lin can produce 1,000 bottles of seawater of life, judging from his appearance, he probably really does. At this point, Huang Mukun added somewhat uncertainly, maybe. About 10 minutes later, Lin Bei swaggered out of the castle. Before Huang Mukun could even ask a question, Lin Bei then took out 1,400 bottles of seawater of life from the system space. Hey bro, why don't you pinch me? I'm starting to think I'm dreaming. The bullhorn fish stood there, stunned, its face looking like a meme. You're still going to pinch me, aren't you? I'm starting to doubt I'm dreaming. This dream, Huang Mukun hadn't finished speaking. Niu Jiao Huang then reached out and pinched his cheek. Is it true that you can feel pain? Huang Mukun was trembling all over. He had never experienced such excitement in his 100 years of life. Unable to bear it any longer, Lin Bei quickly interrupted them, saying, there are 1,400 bottles here. How many you can buy depends on your financial resources. Also, next time you buy goods, you must bring me rare items or good stuff. I'll sell you 10 bottles for each item. Deal. Huang Mukun readily agreed, then looked at the horned fish and said, where are your points? Give me all of them to use for purchasing. I'll definitely buy all of it. Even though you're my older brother, let me make this clear beforehand. I'm not lending you a single cent of the horned fish. He said this in a serious tone. You bastard. You're so disloyal, aren't you? I was in a rush to leave and forgot my points. Couldn't you spare a few for me? Huang Mukun roared. What? I only have 66,000, which is only 13 bottles. You'll have to figure it out yourself. After saying this, Nu Jiao took out his points and walked towards Lin Bei. You little brat. You're asking for a beating, aren't you? Huang Mukun didn't care about anything else and looked ready to make a move. Chapter 85, The Strongest New Race Competition. What are you two arguing about? After Lin Bei finished speaking, he immediately stepped forward, trying to stop the two from fighting. Brother Lin, don't interfere in this matter. My little brother has become somewhat rebellious, and I must make him realize his place. Huang Mukun's words were full of excitement, indicating that he wouldn't give up easily. Upon seeing this, Lin Bei's smile gradually faded, and he said in a slightly angry tone, Brother Huang, if you don't have enough points, I can advance you a few bottles of seawater of life. Given our relationship, this is nothing. At this point, he shook his head, then continued in a slightly disappointed tone. However, my butler told me that this sea of life is worth 30,000 points. I've always considered you a brother, but you... Sigh. As he spoke, Lin Bei sighed, looking heartbroken and unwilling to continue. Lin Bei only knows the specific value of the fountain of life thanks to the ever-present Xiao AI assistant. Through Xiao AI's eavesdropping and informing, he now has the initiative. In an instant, the previously boisterous Huang Mukun quieted down, revealing a wronged expression, and said, Brother, I didn't want to lie to you, but I have a gambling father, a sick mother, and a whole family to support. If I don't earn more money... Lin Bei rolled his eyes and interrupted. No normal person would believe what you're saying. Where did you learn that? How doesn't it look like it? Huang Mukun looked at Nu Jiao Huang with an embarrassed expression and asked again, doesn't it look like it? It's so similar. If we didn't know each other, I would accept it. Niu Jiao Huang rubbed his forehead and subconsciously distanced himself from Huang Mukun. Seeing that the two fishmen were about to steer the conversation astray again, Lin Bei stopped arguing and said directly, I'll continue to sell you the seawater of life for 5,000 each. You two can make a profit of 25,000 per bottle. Brother Lin, is what you say true? Huang Mukun looked at Lin Bei with gratitude. I always keep my word. However, remember a few things. The items you receive must be powerful and not handled carelessly. Otherwise, I can terminate the cooperation at any time. At this point, Lin Bei's tone suddenly became more serious as he continued. Also, I don't like being lied to, and it's best if it doesn't happen again if you consider me a brother. Brother Lin, rest assured. I, Huang Mukun, hereby swear that if I ever lie to you again, may I be childless, impotent, and never earn any game points in my life. Huang Mukun's resolute expression greatly shocked Niu Jiao Huang, who whispered, This is the first time in my life I've seen Brother Huang make such a solemn oath. Lin Bei nodded slightly and continued. This time, each of you should take 10 bottles to sell. You should be able to make a small profit of 500,000 points. With that kind of capital, acquiring high-level items should be a piece of cake. Also, keep an eye out for any Tier 5 Divine Wood, Divine Soil, or electronic components. Linbei already has enough points, so it doesn't matter if he lets the two fishmen earn a little more. After all, if you don't share your wealth, they won't work seriously. Moreover, what just happened has already warned Huang Mukun that any fish with a long-term vision should not make a foolish mistake again. At that time, they will continuously provide him with non-replica in-game currency and high-level items, and his subsequent development will only become faster and better. No problem. As brothers, we'll do our best to fulfill your wishes. Huang Mukun patted his chest, his face full of high spirits. Would you like to come into my castle for a meal? Lin Bei had just uttered the invitation when Xiao AI's notification sound suddenly appeared. Captain, there's a new announcement in the book. Please check it promptly. Understood, Lin Bei replied, then activated the golden bracelet to check. Good afternoon, everyone. At 6 p.m., the Raft Arena will open, making it the perfect place to improve your strength and obtain powerful equipment. Introduction to the Raft Arena. 1. Death in the arena is a real death, so please match with caution. 2. This is a long-term competition, starting promptly at 6 p.m. and ending at midnight. 3. Players can earn points and credits in each gladiator match. Points can be used in the arena to purchase powerful equipment. 4. The arena lasts for 7 days per season, and the top 3 will receive generous prizes. To celebrate the opening of the arena today, the strongest new races will be playing in various areas. The strongest new race rules. 1. The referee will select one player of certain race to be the reigning champion, who will then face challenges from other races. 2. If the reigning champion is exhausted, they can invite someone of the same race to take turns defending the title. 3. The race that achieves 28 wins first is the strongest race. 4. In the sea area of the strongest race, the temperature drops by 5 degrees, and the chance of all players fishing for treasure chests increases by 50%. After testing, player Lin Bei was determined to be the strongest individual in this region and was eligible to choose the racial arena. Selectable regions: Region 1580, Region 1581, Region 1582, Region 1590. Note, each region has 10 different races. Lin Bei did not finish reading the announcement. Huang Mukun suddenly spoke up. Brother Lin, has the arena already opened? If I'm not mistaken, you should be the strongest individual in the region. You can choose a competition area. I recommend you go to the 1588 competition area. Octopus Brother should give you a back door. Yes, Squidward did mention it to me. Lin Bei nodded slightly in response, then continued reading the announcement. Seeing this, Huang Mukun and Nujio Huang didn't want to disturb them any longer. They cupped their hands in farewell and said, Brother, it's already past 4 o'clock. We won't visit your castle anymore. We'll come back to find you after we've finished cleaning up our goods. Okay, don't forget to bring the good stuff. Lin Bei reminded him again. Don't worry, my brother and I will do our best. After making a promise, Niu Jiaohuang took out a glass bead and crushed it. Moment. The figures of the 2 mermaids gradually blurred and disappeared near Lin Bei. 3 minutes after they left, Lin Bei finally finished reading the announcement and selected the 1588 competition zone to register. Are you sure you want to choose Region 1588? Once selected, the choice is irreversible. Sure. Human race successfully registered for the 10th sea area of Blue Star. Current number of participants, 5. Looking at the successful registration notification, Lin Bei couldn't help but sigh. Looks like Squidward is pretty reliable. No wonder he's been urging me to improve my strength quickly. Before he could finish his reflection, a familiar voice suddenly came from the castle gate. Honey, the treasure chest finally flashed. Chapter 86, I'll take down a kid with one punch. He watched Lu Ruyan's delighted expression. Lin Bei asked, Is it a prop that we don't have? Of course, otherwise why would I come and find you? Lu Ruyan said, as she took out the props from her storage bag. These are the watermelon and banana, second-tier fruits, Lu Ruyan introduced as she walked towards Lin Bei and handed him the 2 fruits. Lin Bei took the fruit and immediately checked its properties. Mental banana. Level, 20. Tier 2. Category, attribute fruit. Effect, increases mental strength by 2 points after taking it. Note, this fruit can only be used a maximum of 10 times. Physical strength watermelon. Level, 20. Tier 2. Category, attribute fruit. Effect, increases stamina by 2 points after consumption. Note, this fruit can only be used a maximum of 10 times. You're lucky. Lin Bai complimented. Lu Ruyan shook her head, looking embarrassed, and said, It wasn't me. It was Nana who opened them. I opened over 400 tier 1 treasure chests today, and they were all basic materials. Huh? How many did Nana open? Lin Bai asked curiously. Lu Ruyan stretched out a hand, looking at her with a guess what expression. 50? That's pretty lucky. Unlike your eyebrow pencil. Lin Bai joked. Duck, honey, why are you saying that about me? Your luck. Lu Ruyan originally wanted to say that Lin Bai also had an eyebrow pencil, but she was afraid he would get angry, so she changed her words and said, Nana opened 5, and it was ready to ship. Moreover, she opened a few more blueprints afterward, but we already have them. 5? And the blueprints too? Then give these 2 fruits to Nana. Lin Bai handed the fruits back to Lu Ruyan and said, Were you just trying to say that I also have an eyebrow pencil? Regarding the questioning, Lu Ruyan reacted quickly, and with a bang, she silenced Lin Bai's mouth with her own. 5 minutes later, What are you doing in broad daylight? Lin Bai said seriously. You're getting bolder and bolder. I even suspect that I'm the one being taken advantage of. My darling is so handsome, I couldn't help myself. Also, my darling is the luckiest. How could it be an eyebrow pencil? As Lu Ruyan spoke, a mischievous smile appeared on her face, and she continued, And I was just about to let go, but you wouldn't? It seems the lesson wasn't enough. She dared to be so stubborn. After Lin Bai finished speaking, he prepared to teach Lu Ruyan another lesson. But Lu Ruyan reacted quickly and immediately ran towards the castle. Honey, let's do it tonight. I'll take some fruit to Nana first. Watching Lu Ruyan flee, Lin Bai instinctively wanted to give chase. However, Xiao AI suddenly announced, Captain, players Thompson and Sheen and have added you as a friend. They also have private messages. Oh, Lin Bai stopped walking, activating the golden bracelet to check it as he headed towards the castle. Thompson, boss, what are your thoughts on the arena? Do you need my help? Also, I have an attribute mango here as a gift for you. Wow, they're quite sensible and know how to be filial. Lin Bai looked satisfied and quickly edited a message to reply. Okay, just give it to me. As for the arena competition, you can sign up if you want, don't worry about it. Thompson, okay boss. It's been sent. Please check. Player Thompson has gifted you an Agile Mango. Please check your account. Agile Mango. Level 10. Tier 1. Category, Attribute Fruit. Effect, increases agility by 1 point after consumption. Note, this fruit can only be used a maximum of 10 times. Looking at the extra mango in his hand, Lin Bai's smile widened. I got 3 attribute fruits at once. If I eat them all, won't I be able to take down every kid with 1 punch in the arena? With a good mood, Lin Bai checked Sheen and's private messages again. Sheen, boss, do you need my help in the arena? I have 2 skills, and I can help defend the arena when you're tired, making sure I don't hold you back. Sigh, looks like this guy isn't as quick-witted as Thompson. Lin Bai shook his head and casually edited a message, replying perfunctorily, Whatever, sign up if you want. After replying to the private message, Lin Bai was already inside the castle. Before he could even go find Lu Ruyan, the system's voice suddenly rang in Lin Bai's mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully consumed resources for the woman, triggering a critical hit return and obtaining 1,300 spirit bananas. Congratulations, host. You have successfully consumed resources for the woman, triggering a critical hit return and obtaining 900 watermelons of essence and stamina. Why are the multiples different? Lin Bai didn't have time to figure it out. Lu Ruyan and Su Nana have already come out of the room. Honey, Nana gave me her banana. She said she doesn't like bananas. Lu Ruyan said, Actually, that's not the case. Su Nana deliberately gave the bananas to Lu Ruyan in order to please her. In response to this, Lin Bai didn't pay much attention to such a trivial matter. He simply tossed the mango in his hand to Lu Ruyan and said, Agile Mango, you can't have this. After saying that, he walked into the room. After all, the competition is about to begin, and Lin Bai needs to improve his skills. Lu Ruyan smiled broadly as she accepted the Agile Mango. Seeing Lu Ruyan's cheerful mood, Su Nana flattered her with envy, saying, Sister Ruyan, my brother really likes you. Lu Ruyan touched Su Nana's forehead and said, Don't worry, I won't forget you. When the time is right, I'll get you a charming green pepper. Really? Su Nana asked expectantly in a low voice. I hope it can make my breasts bigger. They're so small, boo-hoo. You're only 18. Eat more regularly. You might even have a second growth spurt, Lu Ruyan comforted her. Yes. As if suddenly realizing something, Sunana tugged at Lu Rian's clothes and pleaded, I'm only 18. I might still grow. I heard that being touched can make you grow bigger. Sister Rian, can you help me? I've heard of that before. I'll help you after I finish eating the mango. Lu Rian nodded. Compared to the harmony on the Linbei Raft, the regional channels were in an uproar, with everyone discussing the racial arena. Regional Channel 10 number of users, 104443. The game is available every day, but this time they've gone all out and made it permanent. Absolutely amazing. It's a bit like a ranked season, with one season per week. Ranked matches? But looks so dangerous. You can't revive after dying. Are you playing ranked matches with your life on the line? I am, but a scholar, powerless and weak. How can I fight against other races? We can only hope that Linbei, a top player, will sign up, outshine everyone else, and win a victory for our region. That way, the next 2 days will at least be a little easier. A true man born between heaven and earth, instead of reviving our great human race, thinking of relying on others. What kind of talk is that? Therefore, I beg you all, please sign up quickly. By the way, how is Li Zhongnan doing? Did he gain anything special? Based on my observation, each competition has corresponding supplies, so maybe there are some secret weapons on that island. Chapter 87, The Fire Dragon Clan. Now that you mention it, I remember, where's Li Zhang's man? It's been hours. Come out and show yourself. Damn it, that guy's image has turned gray. He's probably ascended to heaven. Wait a minute. Tang Qisin and Qinan are fine. So why did Li Zhongnan die? Qinan, that island is terrifying. Once you go there, no one will make a sound. Even if the king of heaven himself came, he would lose half his life. Wow, if it's really that terrifying, how did you survive? Exactly. Aren't you perfectly fine living here? Thompson. I'll just laugh and not say anything. A bunch of ignorant guys. Qin and Tang Qisin really wanted to say that it was Linbei's raft. However, considering that the big shot might prefer to keep a low profile and not want exposed too much, they can only endure it. Sweet ye, right? Isn't my woman's sixth sense incredibly accurate? Qinan, Tian Yeya, do you know what's on that island? You deserve to die. But didn't tell me sooner. Now Tang and I are suffering like hell. Sweet Moon, huh? What the heck? The big boss should know what's going on, but he didn't tell me. Let's stop discussing the island and talk about how to get first place in the race rankings. This is beneficial to the entire region, and we should unite as one. Miyamoto Shijinaga. I will participate. Don't worry, my strength and stamina are now at 15 points, and I have a level 5 skill. My performance won't be worse than Linbei's. Also, collect a lot of attribute fruits. Don't hold back in the battles. Only by gathering resources can we achieve victory. Awesome. Qinan, you're such a good actor. Tang Qisin, sell any fruits with attributes directly to boss Linbei. You're not even worth a fart from Linbei. Miyamoto Shijinaga. You fucking looking for trouble? You know my strength. Aren't you afraid I'll beat you up? Thompson, hey, you're nothing. Huh? Why is Tang Qisin suddenly so respectful to boss Linbei? Don't fight amongst yourselves. You're all the hope of the 10th Sea area. You must unite. Exactly. Let's unite and stop fighting amongst ourselves. Just as the regional channels were discussing it endlessly. On the other side, Linbei had finished eating the 3 kinds of fruit after some time. Yes, this stuff can get really cloying if you eat too much of it, and you feel like you don't even need to eat dinner. Linbei touched his stomach, then activated the golden bracelet and brought up his attribute panel. ID, Linbei. Number, 8888. Gender, male. Age, 21. Level, 9, Tier 1 not unlocked. Stamina, 53 plus 20, increased by 20 points. Strength, 32. Agility, 37 plus 22, an increase of 10 points. Mental strength, 41 plus 9, increased by 20 points. Skin resilience, 26 plus 20. A normal human's attribute score is 10. Skill. As for newcomers, I should be unbeatable in this regard, right? Lin Beiji was full of pride. He had just pushed open the door and stepped into the hall. Like smoke, I'm going to compete later. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Bei froze. Because the scene that came into his view was extremely embarrassing. What are you doing? If you need anything, just let me know. There's no need for this, is there? Do you two have some kind of special fetish? Lin Bei's sudden voice made the two women tremble. Darling, let me explain. Lu Rian blushed and quickly began to explain the reason. Yes, I guarantee that Sister Rian is telling the truth, Sunana immediately echoed. Lin Bei asked suspiciously, Really? Why do I feel like you're making excuses? Darling, It's really not what you think. Lu Ruyin looked like she was about to cry. Okay, I believe you. Lin Bei didn't continue the topic and said, I'm going to participate in the arena later. You and Xiao AI should protect the island well. Okay, honey, please be careful. Should we recruit more players in the regional channel? I only saw a little over 100 people signed up, Lu Ruyin said worriedly. No need. Just watch me punch the Nanshan nursing home and kick the Beihai kindergarten. I see other races as nothing more than labels to be sold in Seoul. Lin Bei joked. I know you're very strong, but you still need to be careful. If it really doesn't work out, just give up. After all, our conditions are good enough now, and we can easily handle the heat. There's no need to push yourself so hard. Lu Ruyin continued to advise. It would be better if there were more humans in the sea. The subsequent competitions would all be related to race. Since we have the strength, we should hold up a piece of the sky. Otherwise, if the human race is wiped out, we can only rely on a few of us to create humans, which is a drop in the ocean. Dusk. Survival time. 6 o'clock. Lin Bei, who had been waiting for a long time, finally received the notification from the bracelet. The strongest new races arena is now open. Players will be teleported in 1 minute. Please be prepared. Current number of registrants, 358. Division, 1588. Referees, Thunder King and Octopus Brother, 60, 59, 58, 57. As the countdown reached 0, a burst of light enveloped Lin Bei, and his eyes instantly turned pitch black. As the light gradually faded, Lin Bei had already disappeared into the castle hall. When his vision returned, Lin Bei saw a lounge of about 50 square meters. There are tables and tea inside. The overall decor is neither luxurious nor shabby. It's just average. Lin Bei was not allowed to examine the situation further. Then came a series of knocks on the main door. Who? Lin Bei asked loudly. Brothers, it's me, Squidward. The other person's voice sounded urgent, as if they had something important to tell them. In response to this, Lin Bei hurriedly walked to the door and opened it. Brother, this is terrible. I've got you in deep trouble. Squidward looked worried, as if the sky had fallen. Lin Bei frowned and interrupted. What is it? Speak slowly, don't rush me. I shouldn't have let you choose Region 1588 in the first place, Squidward lamented. How so? Do you know the Fire Dragon clan? About an hour ago, for some reason, they chose the 1588th Division, Octopus Bro explained. Fire Dragon clan? Are they very strong? Lin Bei looked puzzled. Yes, their base stats are more than twice that of humans, and they are born with the ability to breathe fire, making them the kind of people with very high potential. Double? That's over 20 attribute points. With a few days of development, it should be all right. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow at this point. Besides, isn't there Squidward too? What do you want to do? Squidward asked suspiciously. Chapter 87 Racial Competition I. Lin Bei didn't answer Octopus Brother directly. Instead, he repeated his old routine and took out 10 1,000-point coupons from his system space. This is not a problem with points. Squidward shook his head, looking like he wanted to take it but didn't dare to, and said, I can't help this time. You know, the Thunder King Electric Eel is still here, and he's not as easy to talk to as I or Brother Huang. In response to this, Lin Bei immediately added 5,000 points. Brother, it's not that I don't want to help, but with 2 referees, I really can't do anything. At this point, Squidward seemed to remember something and said tentatively, I'll at most lend you my equipment and give you a scapegoat coin to win the championship. I can't guarantee it, but there's absolutely no danger to your life. Does substitute death coin mean literal substitution? Lin Bei looked interested. Yes. Squidward nodded and then explained, this is a sacrificial item that can be used to take someone's life. It's bloodbound and can only be used once per coin. It's a consumable item. Currently, it can only be purchased with arena points. If converted to points, it's worth at least 5,000. That sounds good. How effective is the equipment? Lin Bei asked. It's all here. See for yourself. Without hesitation, Squidward pulled out a pair of gloves and a green coin, handing them to Lin Bei before continuing. The equipment is borrowed. Remember to return it after the competition. Substitute coins. Grade. Category, Arena Special Items. Effect, Bloodbind. When you are near death, it will take the fatal blow in your place and will randomly teleport you to the nearest safe location. Note, this can only be effective once a week. Inkstain Gloves. Level, 39. Tier, 3. Category, Special Equipment. Effect, Juicy and Plump. Can release ink with both hands, instantly blinding enemies that touch it, causing them to lose their vision for 1 minute, and requiring 5 minutes to recharge. Spray ink to become a fish. Spray ink to transform into an ink fishman to aid you in battle. This temporary summon has Tier 1 strength, lasts for 30 minutes, and takes 2 hours to recharge. Summoning limit, 39 units. Black robe covers the entire body with ink, briefly increasing all attributes by 30 for 10 minutes, with a 1-hour recharge time. This equipment is pretty good. Lin Bei was secretly alarmed. It was clear that the borrower intended not to return the money. How about it? With this item, I can at least protect myself, let alone win the championship, Squidward said, reaching for 15,000 points. Once Lin Bei came to his senses, he didn't resist. After handing the points to Octopus Brother, he said, "This equipment is pretty good. I really like it. Could you reluctantly part with it and let me have it?" Upon hearing this, Squidward frowned and immediately waved his hand, saying, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Do you know how important this thing is to me? It's been with me for a full 10 years. 10 years. He wasn't allowed to finish speaking. Lin Bei immediately took out a bottle of seawater of life and 10,000 points from his system space, then interrupted, "Can the seawater of life be exchanged? The other points can be considered compensation for emotional distress, to make up for Octopus Brothers." Squidward paused for a moment, but quickly recovered and took the points and life seawater. Then, with a look of delight, he said, "This equipment needs an upgrade. As the saying goes, out with the old, in with the new. Since you like it, brother, take it." The reason he changed so quickly was because the Sea of Life was a priceless commodity. After all, no one would complain about having too little lifespan, let alone the fact that it could enhance one's strength. More importantly, this thing is priceless and unavailable. You simply can't buy it, and no fool would be willing to sell it. The moment the deal was struck between the man and the fish, suddenly, a series of footsteps came from outside Lin Bei's restroom. Before they could react, an electric eel, 2 meters long with a mouth like Tam's, appeared in front of the lounge. "Squidward, what are you doing? The competition starts in 10 minutes. Have you decided who you want to be the champion?" The electric eel had barely finished speaking. Lin Bei took out another 5,000 points from his pocket, walked to the door of the lounge, and said, "It's our first meeting. I don't know what Brother Dharma King likes, so I can only give you some mundane things as a gift." "Holy crap," the electric eel exclaimed, clearly not expecting such an unexpected windfall. Regarding this scene, Squidward immediately stepped between the two and introduced them. "This is my brother, Lin Bei. This is my friend, Lei Cologne. He doesn't have many hobbies. He just likes to shock people." The more he listened, the more something seemed off, and Rayclon immediately interrupted. "What nonsense. I've always enjoyed making friends, like this person in front of me. I think we could become very good friends." While Rekrond was defending himself, he had already pocketed 5,000 points. "Brother Lei, please take care of my brother Octopus during the match later," Brother Octopus reminded him. "That's perfect. Let's have the Fire Dragon clan take the lead first, and put the Human clan as the last to challenge. That way, Brother Lin can observe the enemy's strengths and weaknesses, and we can also weaken the Fire Dragon clan's strength," Lei Cologne suggested happily. "Can't I just become a champion?" Lin Bei countered. He is confident in his abilities. What's more, the precognitive dream I had last night is still vivid in my mind. Young man, have you ever heard the saying, "Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated"? Squidward and I are both seasoned veterans, having been in survival games for a long time. Trust us, Reklon advised. Ugh. Lin Bei reluctantly agreed. After all, the two fishmen were being so kind and enthusiastic, it would be a bit off-putting to refuse them. "That's right." Reklon smiled, patted Lin Bei on the shoulder, and said, "Come with us. I'll take you to the human waiting room." Following the player's passageway outside the lounge, Lin Bei and the two referees soon arrived at the entrance to the gladiator arena. On the side wall of the entrance passage, there is a wooden door with a sign above it that reads Human Race Waiting Room. "Brother Lin, we need to go over and take charge. You go and command your people first. This is the temporary team leader card. If anyone disobeys you, killing them won't be against the rules." After handing the card to Lin Bei, Reklon and Squidward hurriedly left together, heading towards the gladiatorial arena. After watching the two fish walk away, Lin Bei pushed open the wooden door and stepped into the human waiting room. The referee looks like he's entered the field. As expected, it's a mere folk again. By the way, Why hasn't Boss Lin Bei arrived at the waiting room yet? Who cares? With me, Miyamoto, here, the championship is practically in our grasp. Miyamoto Shijinaga was speaking when he suddenly heard the creaking sound of a door opening. In response, all 300-plus contestants turned their gaze toward the door of the waiting room. Upon recognizing Lin Bei, Tang Kasin and Qin rushed forward to greet him, saying in a fawning tone, "Boss, you've arrived. I didn't expect to see you again so soon." Chapter 89 Racial Competition 2. It's you guys, Lin Bei replied perfunctorily. "Boss, what are your plans for the competition? If you need help defending your title, just let me know. Brother Qin and I will be happy to oblige," Tang Kasin said obsequiously. Before Lin Bei could respond, Qin immediately chimed in. "Boss, let me tell you about the screen in front of the waiting room. It's a live stream of the arena. Also, the buttons below the screen allow you to select your fighters, teleport fighters, and even request songs." Lin Bei nodded, quite satisfied, and said, "Okay, I understand. I'll let you know if I need anything." While the three were chatting, a blonde-haired player, holding a microphone in his left hand and dragging a chair with his right, walked up to them and said respectfully, "Boss, my name is Zhang Hezhou. You've worked hard. Please sit down and rest your feet." In response to this, Miyamoto Shijinaga, who was observing from short distance away, was extremely displeased. "Damn it. Why doesn't anyone believe me? Just you wait and see. I'll be the first to wow everyone and show you what a true warrior is." While inwardly grumbling, Miyamoto Shijinaga quietly walked to a corner of the waiting area, took out a red apricot-colored piece of paper from his pocket, and whispered, "Give me a triple boost to my attributes." In an instant, black characters appeared on the surface of the red apricot paper, as if someone had written them. "Yes, attributes will be tripled for 1 day, but the cost is 10 years of lifespan." Miyamoto Shijinaga looked displeased and muttered under his breath, "Damn it, double pay only lasts a month. Why does triple pay take 10 years? Wasn't it only a year before?" Double attribute boost now costs the same as a year. Just imagine the glory of being in the spotlight, getting the top spot in points. It's all worth it. Moreover, as long as you have enough points, you can buy lifespan later. Don't worry, I can already see the future. You better not lie to me, or I'll tear you to pieces. Give me double the attribute boost. Okay, deal done. I'll take a year of your life. Just as Miyamoto Shijina was making a deal with Angie, suddenly, a commotion erupted from the projection screen in the waiting room, as a large group of creatures of various races appeared out of thin air in the audience seats above the arena. They whispered amongst themselves, their discussions flowing endlessly like a surging tide. Upon seeing this, referee Reklon immediately pulled out a conch shell, cleared his throat, and announced loudly, "I now declare the 1588 TH Division's rookie strongest race competition begins." After he finished speaking, Squidward quickly chimed in. "First of all, let's welcome our champion, Batian, from the Fire Dragon clan. Audience members who want to place bets, quickly pick up the pages in your hands and place your bets." The audience erupted in cheers upon hearing this. "Ha ha ha, there's even a dragon. The bookmaker is probably going to lose everything today. I just finished looking at the list, and among the other 9 races, it seems that only the succubus race can compete with the dragon race. Guess what I saw? There were actually humans on the list. A newbie cup where you collect points in a sack." While the audience was discussing it, in the left passage of the arena, a dragon, approximately 2.6 meters tall, with wings on its back, horns on its head, and covered in red scales, makes its appearance. This scene instantly attracted the attention of a large audience. Immediately afterwards, countless shouts followed. Without hesitation, Reklon continued loudly, "This is Batian, a player from the Fire Dragon clan. Next, we invite Kunshin player to make a choice. Is there any Kunshin player willing to risk his life to challenge Batian?" Not long after he finished speaking, a Kunshin person with feathers all over his body, a rooster comb on his head, and wing-like hands walked out from the right passage of the arena. They're going into battle. The Kunshin people have chosen to fight. Ladies and gentlemen, the competition will begin in 3 minutes. Please place your bets as soon as possible. Betting now is a sure way to win. As he explained things, Squidward was also fulfilling his duty of encouraging players to place bets. Just as he was about to say something more, Reklon suddenly interjected. "Thank you to the human player Qin and for spending 10 points to request a Blue Star song, the Kuin You're Too Beautiful parody version. Let's listen carefully and the competition will officially begin when the song ends. Sing, dance, why are you dancing, ouch? For music requested by the human race. All the spectators, including the referees, were stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. The Quenching human who went into battle was filled with anger. It was clear that he wanted to teach the human who requested the song a lesson. Not long after, the music ended. Kungsingren, who had been focused on listening to music, immediately decided to make a move. His wings emitted a white light as he charged towards Batian, shouting, "Dakuin spreads his wings." However, not far away, Huolong Batian simply took a deep breath and then exhaled. In an instant, bursts of flame flew straight towards the Quenching man, enveloping him. The flames emitted high temperatures, constantly scorching the Quenching man, as if trying to melt him. After the flames gradually subsided, the once imposing Quenching people are gone, leaving only a charred corpse. Seeing that it had won its first victory, the fire dragon flapped its wings and shouted to the audience. The fire dragon race is the strongest, and all races will submit to the fire dragon race. In response to this, the audience did not show any aversion, simply because they made a huge profit from this bet. Ignoring the audience's reaction, Octopus immediately commented after receiving the result of the match. It seems that the gap between the Kuin clan and the Dragon clan is still quite large. So, what kind of wonderful performance will the Ice Wolf clan bring us next? Survival time, 7:15. Human waiting room. Wow, the Fire Dragon race has won 7 consecutive battles. The next race to win is the Succubus race. I've heard they're extremely unrestrained. I wonder if that's true. I watched the broadcast on the projected screen. More than 300 contestants fell into deep thought, their faces filled with apprehension and a lack of confidence. Clearly, the power of the Fire Dragon clan exceeded everyone's expectations. The players, who were once full of confidence, have lost their former energy and spirit. Of course, Lin Bei and Miyamoto Shijinaga, who sacrificed his lifespan, were not among the players who were afraid. The two were not only not afraid, but even seemed somewhat excited. "Hey boss, should I go first? I have some trump cards up my sleeve. I'm about 40-60 against that tyrant, but if I'm lucky, it should be fine," Cheenan said, moving closer to Lin Bei. He is a man who understands the situation. If anything were to happen to Lin Bei, we would definitely not be able to get the antidote. It would be better to just volunteer and take a gamble. If we are lucky enough to win, it will be a great achievement, and the antidote will definitely be available in 7 days, based on our contribution to the human race. Chapter 90 Racial Competition 3. No need, I'll be the first one. If everything goes smoothly and there are no unexpected events, you probably won't even have a chance to make a move, Lin Bei said calmly. "Boss, are you really not going to reconsider?" Cheenan continued, trying to persuade him. The Fire Dragon clan can meld ice. In response to this, Lin Bei simply responded with a confident smile. After all, he had watched Batian's competition. That level of fire could at most burn things. It couldn't even melt them into bones. According to Lin Bei's speculation, the Fire Dragon skill level is at most level 10, not even tier 1. Moreover, as Batian unleashed his skills more frequently, it became clear that his mental strength was weakening and the power of his moves was diminishing, making him completely unworthy of fear. "Boss, are you planning to try persuading me again, Cheenan?" However, a scream suddenly came from the waiting room. "Hey look, that succubus is starting to take off her clothes. How evil. I must criticize this. Is this something you can watch without paying? Look, the Fire Dragon seems to have stopped moving." TSK, the Dragon clan, who had a 7-game winning streak, actually died because of lust. From this day forward, I will abstain from lust. Just when everyone thought Batian was about to be defeated, an unexpected event occurred. Then the Fire Dragon moved again? Are you kidding me? That succubus actually chose to surrender? Damn it. Can't you stop wasting our time? Is it so hard to do something good for us? As the players complained, the referee on the projected screen had already called out the names of the human race. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei immediately got up, intending to go and meet the Fire Dragon clan. However, Miyamoto Shijinaga, who had been waiting, suddenly went berserk and rushed towards the screen projection control area like a mad dog. In an instant, the name displayed on the screen changed to Miyamoto Shijinaga. Ha! Having secured his chance to fight, Miyamoto Shigeki burst into laughter, saying in a rather smug tone, "Lin Bei, just watch my performance quietly. Next, I will tear the Fire Dragon clan apart. Are you tired of living? If you want to die, just say so." Lin Bei didn't tolerate him and immediately confronted him. When you want to kill me, you should know this is a game. Killing your own kind is against the rules. When the time comes, we'll have a life-or-death showdown in the sea. Miyamoto Shijinaga has an attitude of, what can you do to me? And shows no intention of backing down. At this moment, the other players, having realized what was happening, began to offer their advice. Boss, we're all human. We should unite against a common enemy. Yes. Boss, don't get angry. Miyamoto Shigeki is also a high-end fighter. We can't afford to lose him now. That's right. Moreover, even if you kill Miyamoto Shijino right now, you will still be punished by the referee for violating the rules. The players chimed in, pleading with Lin Bei to calm down. Tang Kasin and Qin and even tried to break up the fight. After all, the two of them were the ones who least wanted Lin Bei to get into trouble. However, Lin Bei did not heed the advice. After letting out a cold snort, he immediately took out a Desert Eagle from his system space and shot it at Miyamoto Shigeki, who was about to leave. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire erupted, and bullets flew everywhere. Caught completely off guard, Miyamoto Shijinaga was shot instantly. Blood kept gushing from his back, but miraculously, the guy didn't die. Instead, she looked at Lin Bei with a surprised expression and angrily cursed. You idiot! Are you crazy? Don't you understand the bigger picture? Do you want to die with me? Oh, sorry, I won't die. As Lin Bei spoke, he pointed his gun at the temporary captain card on his chest and continued, Temporary captain, officially certified. I won't be held responsible if I hit you. So go to hell. He pulled the trigger again as soon as he finished speaking. Bang, 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 bang. After several gunshots, Lin Bei had emptied his magazine. Unfortunately, Shigeki Miyamoto, standing at the entrance, was still alive. At this moment, he was covered in bullet holes, his skin stained red with blood, like a demon who had walked out of hell. Miyamoto Shijinaga was furious and wanted to fight back to knock Lin Bei out. But he couldn't muster any strength, and even his vision was gradually blurring, though he could vaguely see several Lin Beis. Still not dead? Lin Bei looked puzzled, but didn't think much of it. He then put the Desert Eagle into his system space and replaced the gun in his hand with an AK-47. Da-da-da-da. Another burst of gunfire followed. Miyamoto Shijinaga finally collapsed to the ground, motionless. Lin Bei stared at the corpse on the ground with disgust and said coldly, what a nuisance. He wasn't allowed to finish speaking. Suddenly, Miyamoto Shijina's body began to turn into a mummified corpse, and blood gradually seeped into his trouser pockets. What the hell is this? Sensing something was wrong, Lin Bei quickly went closer to check. After some searching, he successfully found a piece of blood-red apricot paper. Staring at the apricot paper that was absorbing blood, Lin Bei muttered to himself with a suspicious expression. What the hell is this? Upon seeing this, Tang Kasin, who had been stunned not far away, immediately came to his senses and hurriedly walked to Lin Bei's side, saying, This is Miyamoto Shijinaga's trump card. I told you about it before, but I don't know exactly what it does. Lin Bei nodded, preparing to put it into the storage space. The system's storage space cannot hold living, sentient beings. The voice that suddenly appeared in his mind made Lin Bei freeze for a moment. Before he could fully understand what was going on, Qinin, who was near the projection screen, said, Boss, the referee is asking us what's going on, whether we need to replace a player. If we don't send someone to fight in 3 minutes, he will declare Batian the winner. Fill in my name. I'll be right there. Lin Bei ordered, and was about to crumple the apricot paper into a ball and stuff it into his pocket when he unexpectedly discovered an extra line of writing on the paper. Hello, dear player. Want to make a deal with a god? I can double your attributes. The only price is 1 day of your lifespan. Interested? Trading lifespan for power? Is this thing really that eerie? Could it be that Miyamoto Shijina obtained his powerful attributes through trading and wanted to gain an advantage in the competition? How dare they call themselves gods? It's probably a demon. After all, gods are not interested in the lifespan of mortals. This thought came to mind. Lin Bei immediately crumpled the apricot paper into a ball and stuffed it into his pocket. He was in a bit of a rush right now. Dealing with this weird thing would have to wait until the competition was over. On the other side, the stands of the gladiator arena. What's going on? Are the Terrans scared? Why aren't they attacking yet? Damn it, stop dragging your feet. If you're afraid of dying, you should just abstain. Yes, let's abstain. Let's just collect the money and not waste time. That's right. The first 8 races have already failed. What kind of waves can the weakest human race make? There were constant complaints from the audience. Octopus and Reclone, who were waiting for Lin Bei at the arena, looked helpless and could only try to stall for time. After all, he took the money, so he can't just not do the job. Chapter 91, Racial Competition Part 4. The complaints from the audience continued unabated. All races are demanding that the referee declare the overlords the victors, and the situation is clearly escalating. Fortunately, Lin Bei managed to exit through the right-hand passage of the arena in time after dealing with Miyamoto Shijina. Seeing the wealthy tycoon finally appear, Squidward was overjoyed and immediately shouted to the conch shell in his hand, "Fellow members of all races, now allow me to formally introduce you. Stepping out to my right is Lin Bei, a human." In response to this, the various ethnic groups in the audience all looked disdainful and urged the audience to hurry up. Hurry up, don't stop us from earning points. They even solemnly announced that they shouldn't be instantly killed later. Exactly, what good can a new race that has been surviving for less than 10 days and humans with mediocre attributes possibly do? In my opinion, he can only hold out for a maximum of 1 minute. I think it's risky, maybe 30 seconds. Just as the audience was sighing, Lin Bei had already walked to the center of the arena. Seeing this, Reckel no longer hesitated and immediately announced loudly, "Now that the contestants are in position, the match will begin in 10 seconds. 10, 9. When the referee is counting down. On the left, Batian raised his middle finger at Lin Bei, taunting, "You're really slow. If you were scared, wouldn't it have been better to just give up? Do you know how much I hate people who waste time? I'm going to burn you to ashes later." The words had barely left his mouth. The countdown for Raclone has reached 0. "Prepare to die, you ants." Batian's face turned fierce. After shouting, he took a deep breath and then exhaled. Moment. A blazing flame shot out of his mouth, elongating like a snake, and hurtled straight toward Lin Bei. Lin Bei simply stood still, showing no intention of dodging. This scene was witnessed by Squidward, who was hovering above the arena. "Brother Lin, hurry up and use the gloves I gave you. Although I know you have money, isn't that scapegoat a bit too casual?" Squidward clenched his fists, staring intently at the arena, clearly having no interest in commentating on the match. His eyes, in particular, were full of worry. After all, Lin Bei had become an indispensable part of Octopus Brothers' life. It's not just Squidward who's worried. In the human waiting room on the other side, more than 300 contestants also looked worried. Among them, Tangkasen and Sheen and looked the worst, with beads of sweat even appearing on their foreheads. "Boss, you can't get hurt. Please just hide. We don't care if you die. Just give me the antidote first," Thompson muttered. Sheenan, on the other hand, didn't do many fancy things. His heart was just beating faster than usual, and he was sweating more than others, compared to the referees and the players. The audience in the arena was clearly more enthusiastic. The previous insults had vanished, replaced by the joy and cheers of impending winnings. "Batian, well done. Haha, is this human scared out of their wits? I won 9 games, and the snowball keeps rolling. My earnings today will be at least 5,000 points. Humanans, D. If I had known this would happen, I would have forfeited earlier." As the audience was talking, they suddenly fell silent, their faces instantly turning to horror. Lin Bei, in the arena, simply waved his hand casually, and the snake-like flames were frozen in ice. Not only that, the ice was spreading, heading towards Batian. Seeing that the ice was about to rush towards him along with the flames, Batian immediately withdrew the flames, flapped his wings, and attempted to maneuver around Lin Bei from the sky. In response, Lin Bei simply activated the active effect of malicious perception with his mind, and then charged forward at an incredible speed. Its speed was so fast that most players who weren't agile enough couldn't even see its movements. In an instant, Lin Bei appeared before Batian in an instant, as if he had flashed into existence. "How is this possible? Are you really human?" Batian swallowed hard, his face full of disbelief and a hint of fear in his eyes. Even the wings he had been flapping suddenly stopped. "Ignore his nonsense." Without hesitation, Lin Bei threw a punch aimed at Batian's face. The moment their bodies made contact, Batian's entire body began to freeze at a visible speed. In less than 3 seconds, the fire dragons who had been raising their middle fingers and shouting earlier had been turned into ice sculptures. "That's it." Lin Bei retaliated with a middle finger, then threw another punch at the ice sculpture. Struck by the powerful fist, the ice sculpture, along with the tyrant inside, instantly turned into bloody fragments. Instantly, the entire arena, including the stands, the referee's box, and the waiting room, fell into a deathly silence. No one uttered a single word. But this situation didn't last long, because the commentary card in Squidward's hand suddenly gave a notification. He quickly recovered from his shock and loudly announced, "The Fire Dragon's overlord is dead. The human Lin Bei wins this match." In addition, the human player Tangkeson specially requested a Blue Star song, Invincible, to celebrate Lin Bei's first victory. Let us cheer for the dragon-slaying warrior in the song. How lonely it is to be invincible. How lonely it is to be invincible. Under the soothing influence of the song, one by one, the audience members came to their senses. They all looked bewildered and disappointed, as if they had fallen from heaven to hell. Damn, could you have waited a bit before making the Dragon Slayer video? If you're this good, couldn't you have at least given me a heads up? You not only slew the dragon in this match, you also slew my snowball. What a joke. I'm back to square one, and I even lost 100 points. Where's that race that called humans trash? Come out here. Was that a flash? Over 100 agility, and you're telling me he's a newbie in survival? Where did this veteran player come from, coming to the newbie zone to smuff? I've already reported it. It's so corrupt. Brothers, since this human is so powerful, let's snowball again. Haha, I'll pawn my underwear to you. Can you lend me 20 to start another game? The audience was abuzz with discussion. In the human waiting room, the more than 300 players who had previously looked worried were now excitedly celebrating loudly. Ha, that's awesome. If the expert can slay the dragon in one turn, dealing with the other 8 races should be no problem at all. That's not true. You have to understand, Boss Lin Bei is the face of our 10C area. If he can't do it, then who can? Seeing the celebrating players, Chin reminded them, don't be too happy yet. People's physical and mental strength are not unlimited. We should discuss who should take turns being the boss in order to avoid any accidents. Thompson said loudly, I agree with what Brother Chin said. Chapter 92, The Enraged Referee. Survival time, 2000 hours. Inside the gladiatorial arena, Lin Bei has now achieved an impressive 8-game winning streak. His momentum is unstoppable. Next, let's remove the current Earthworm group and invite the next victim. I mean the player. She's a beauty from the Succubus clan. Judging from her photos, even I'm a little tempted. I wonder if Lin Bei will be ruthless enough to seduce her. Let's wait and see. Now that he knew Lin Bei's strength was close to that of a novice referee, Squidward was no longer worried. He even made a joke while commentating. Instantly, shouts and cheers erupted from the audience. Finally we get to see the Succubus clan again. I wonder if they'll take their clothes off. Haha, I'm already looking forward to Lin Bei's performance. Stop trying to kill him instantly and try to stall for time. Go human kid. I placed a big bet this time. Don't listen to these guys. Just kill her instantly. We've already lost everything. Is it wrong for us to want to enjoy the beautiful scenery? You guys are stupid. You didn't know to save some money and insisted on going all in. Time passed amidst the cheers and anticipation of the audience. In the blink of an eye, 3 minutes had passed. Commentator Reclostro suddenly announced loudly, the Succubus clan has chosen to forfeit, and they even dedicated a song to Lin Bei to express their admiration for him and their hope to have a deeper conversation with him sometime. How enviable. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room looked disappointed. However, the referees don't care about their emotions. Squidward continued his commentary, seemingly oblivious to the fact that the Succubus race had forfeited. Lin Bei's human race had now achieved a 9-game winning streak. Next, the Fire Dragon race would have to choose whether to fight, to avenge their defeat and become a true dragon, or to swallow their pride and become a mudfish. As he spoke, Squidward's card panel suddenly changed, and he immediately added, the Fire Dragon clan has chosen a fight. Their player is named Long Tian, and he is said to be a genius of their clan, with an average attribute of 35 points. His flames have a magma effect. If he faces Lin Bei, we suggest going all out. Squidward revealed all of Long Tian's information and offered advice, clearly implying that Lin Bei should go all out. After all, if you're paid to do someone a favor, you can't be careless when it comes to intelligence. In response to this, an audience member immediately protested. A rigged match? This referee is definitely suspicious. Who publishes contestants' information? Unfortunately, they were not of one mind. Some viewers immediately retorted, why get so excited? Since the referee is biased towards Lin Bei, just bet on Lin Bei directly. Huh, that makes sense. What's wrong with my damn sense of justice? Without saying anything, I'll bet 800 points as a sign of respect. Compared to the audience, it's none of my business. Long Tian, who had just walked out from the left side of the arena, had a gloomy face. He pointed directly at the referee's table and said, "You stinking octopus, shut up. How dare you be a referee? You actually dare to announce the contestants' information directly. Are you trying to fool all races by saying they're blind or deaf?" Squidward stopped talking and responded excitedly from his superior position. "I have a short temper. How dare you insult the referee? Believe me or not, I'll sue you for defamation." At this point, he put the megaphone conch and the narration card into his spatial storage, looking like he was about to take action. Seeing this, Reklon immediately advised, "There's no need to get agitated. Brother Lin will deal with him later. This guy's information has already been made public, and he has no scapegoats. He's guaranteed to die." Octopus Brother was not allowed to reply. Long Tian, standing on the left side of the arena, continued, "You stinking electric eel. Watch your mouth. Don't think I can't hear you whispering. You two brainless referees. Watch me melt the human ants you're protecting." These provocative words instantly overwhelmed Rachel's mind with rage. Seeing this, Squidward instinctively tried to persuade him. Unfortunately, before he could even speak, Reckle had already jumped from the referee's table into the arena. As the referee entered the arena, it was instantly enveloped in blue-purple arcs of electricity, like a divine punishment descended from the gods. "Kid, dare you say another word? A mere fire dragon dares to disrespect the referee? Who gave you the guts?" Reclone's face turned fierce as he stared at Long Tian with the eyes one would use to look at a dead dragon. "Oh." Long Tian scoffed coldly, then said in a mocking tone, "Who are you trying to scare? You dare kill a player? As far as I know, you're one of the best referees, enjoying high-level treatment. I believe it won't be long before you become a higher-ranking referee, violating the rules at this juncture." Before Long Tian could finish speaking, a voice came from the right side of the arena. "Brother Lei, why are you still acting as a referee? If someone insults you, just kill them without hesitation. I'll give you a bottle of seawater of life afterward. If all else fails, come work as a security guard on my raft, and I'll pay you 10 times the salary here." As soon as Lin Bei finished speaking, he took out 50,000 points and a bottle of life seawater from his system space, and then said, "This is a deposit. Are you interested?" In response to this, Reklon was stunned for a moment, but he quickly realized what was happening and, without hesitation, gathered countless arcs of electricity and launched them at Long Tian. In an instant, the arrogant and domineering Long Tian was dissolved by the electric arc, and even his dragon bones turned into dust. After finishing everything, Reklon excitedly ran to Lin Bei's side and said, "Boss, I might need a little more time before I can start working. At least until you reach a certain level. What do you think?" "It's all right. You'll be the security captain, but for now, it's just a temporary position. You'll still receive your salary as usual. Also, if you need me, contact Huang Yukun. He should be able to bring you over." After Lin Bei finished speaking, he threw the sea of life and the points to Reklon. Accepting this immense wealth, Reklon immediately turned to Squidward and said, "Brother Squidward, I've resigned. Now I want to help my boss fight for humanity. As for the fine, I'll pay it." "No problem." Squidward nodded in agreement with a look of regret. He is now filled with regret. "I regret letting Ray Chrono persuade me to stay. If I were in an extreme position, the position of security captain should be his." After all, Lin Bei never hesitated to take points, and he would give away life sea water without hesitation, earning much more than the referee. Chapter 93, Welfare of the 10th District. Survival Time, 2018. Inside the human waiting room. Watching the scenes being broadcast on the screen, the more than 300 contestants looked like they had seen a ghost, especially Tankeson and Sheenan, whose expressions were so shocked they became memes. But the silence didn't last long. Soon, players who had recovered from the shock started discussing it. "What's going on now? The referee is personally helping the human race. So what is the use of that seawater of life?" Lin Bei, a big shot, took out 50,000 points in one go. Did he earn them from selling goods before? This is a huge investment, but how will he be paid afterwards? This eel referee looks really powerful. He doesn't look like someone to mess with. Don't worry about it. We can win without lifting a finger right now. Isn't that great? That makes sense. Being carried by a pro is awesome. Compared to the discussions in the waiting room, the audience seats were equally impressive. Wow, this 1588 competition zone has really broadened my horizons. with coupons and life sea water. Are you sure Lin Bei is a newbie? The newcomer is probably right, but I suspect they have connections, perhaps being protected by a top survivor of some race. He must have powerful connections, otherwise why would he have such high stats and points? Indeed, it truly lives up to the saying, if you don't make a move, all is well. But when you do, you amaze everyone. I'm so envious. I hope I never run into this rich kid again. Those who spend money like water are terrifying. As the discussion deepened, the players in the audience already had their guesses. Not long after, having recovered from his regret, Squidward took out the megaphone again and said perfunctorily, "Unexpected situations are normal during competitions. I will be the one to commentate on this fair and just competition from now on." After shamelessly reciting his lines, he took out his narration card and continued. "Now, let's welcome the next race." Squidward paused for a moment, then shook his head and said, "The Kuan aliens have chosen to abstain then." In the time that followed, no race dared to challenge Lin Bei. They all tacitly chose to abstain. Survival time, 2030. Inside the gladiatorial arena, the Fire Dragon clan chose to forfeit, and the victory in this competition was once again won by Lin Bei, the representative of the human clan. Let's give a round of applause and cheers to the human race for their 28-game winning streak and victory in this ultimate race competition. Regarding what Squidward said, the audience in the arena remained silent, some even yawning, clearly dissatisfied with the behind-the-scenes manipulation. Seeing this, Squidward braced himself and said, "I now declare the competition officially over." These words were spoken. The bodies of the audience, the players in the waiting room, and Lin Bei all began to gradually become ethereal. About 1 minute later, the arena was now empty, with no players left except for Squidward and Reckle. In response to this, Squidward, looking relieved, said, "Brother Lei, I envy you so much. You have to treat me to dinner today. We won't leave until we're drunk. Go to hell. I'm going to be punished later. Go to the hospital and get me an appointment. Thanks." Recron said worriedly, "Bribery. Brother, learn from Huang Yukon. Survival isn't about fighting and killing. It's about understanding human relationships," Octopus suggested. "Bribes?" Reclone scoffed and shook his head. "That's money I work hard to earn. Why should I? Besides, the higher-ups have too big an appetite. I'd rather be half dead than encourage this bad trend." "Ha, so stingy. Why make so many excuses?" Squidward thought to himself, then replied in a tone of mournful sympathy, "What a stubborn temper, comparable to the cow tribe. Well then, I wish you good luck, brother." At the same time, in the 10th Sea area, inside the castle of the Emperor's Raft, Lin Bei suddenly appeared out of thin air in the hall. A royal flush, a plane with wings, I won again. Su Nana, beaming with joy after winning, exuded an invincible aura. "I'm not playing anymore. Nana, you're too lucky. You've won 6 games in a row. There's no fun in the game at all." As Lu Rian spoke, she got up from the dining table and walked towards her room. Suddenly, she saw Lin Bei standing in the lobby, and her displeasure vanished, replaced by joy. "Darling, when did you get back? Where did you get these playing cards? I'm fighting tooth and nail for the human race in the arena, and you're just drinking and playing cards in a lobby?" Lin Bei asked. Upon hearing this, Lu Rian immediately walked towards Lin Bei and asked in a concerned tone, "Darling, are you hurt? Are you tired? Do you need me to give you a massage? Or help you take a bath?" Fortunately, they're all small races, and we've achieved a 28-game winning streak. Lin Bei responded. Lu Rian breathed a sigh of relief, then explained, "That's good. We're not very busy right now, and Tianya gave us a deck of cards, so we were bored and that's why." Just as Lin Bei was about to say something more, Xiao AI interrupted first. "Captain, there's a new announcement, and there's a reward waiting for you to claim." "Ugh." Lin Bei nodded, stopped chatting with Lu Rian, and instead activated the golden bracelet to check. Email, congratulations to player Lin Bei for achieving a 28-game winning streak in the arena, earning 1,000 points and 2,800 arena points. Points have been distributed. The points have been stored in the book pages and can be used at the Raft Arena after 6 p.m. tomorrow. Regional announcement. The human race has won the 1588 region competition. Starting at midnight the following day, the temperature in this region will drop by 5 degrees Celsius during the 2-day period. Starting at midnight the next day, the chance of finding a fishing treasure chest in this area will increase by 50% permanently. From this moment forward, All players in this region will have their all attributes permanently increased by 2 points. In addition, because player Lin Bei achieved an excellent record of 28 wins in the competition, making a great contribution to the human race, he received a special reward, with all his attributes increased by 6 points. Friendly reminder, the Double Sky event will officially begin tomorrow. Please make adequate preparations. The moment I finished reading the announcement, suddenly, a burst of red energy emerged from the golden bracelet and rushed straight towards Lin Bei and the 4 women not far away. Instantly, Lin Bei felt his whole body filled with power. His mind became clear, and the mental energy he had previously consumed was almost fully restored. Regarding this unusual phenomenon, Lu Rian exclaimed in shock, "Darling, what is this? Look at the rewards from the competition. See how much your attributes have increased," Lin Bei explained. "Is that so? Let me see," Lu Rian replied, then took out the book to check and exclaimed with delight, "Darling, all my attributes have increased by 2 points. Awesome." Lin Bei did not respond, because he was also looking at his own attributes. ID, Lin Bei. Number, 8888. Gender, male. Age, 21. Level, 9, Tier 1 not unlocked. Stamina, 79, increased by 6 points. Strength, 38, increased by 6 points. Agility, 65, increased by 6 points. Mental strength, 56, increased by 6 points. Skin resilience, 52, increased by 6 points. Skill. Chapter 94, Treasure Trove, is a bonus chapter. Thanks to the author book without die for the verification. Wow, I gained 2 points too, Su Nana exclaimed, her face beaming with joy. After all, as long as her attributes improve, her endurance will increase, allowing her to last longer when Lin Bei does unspeakable things at night. Thinking of this, Su Nana spoke again. "Sister Rian, Brother Lin, let's go take a shower?" Her eager expression suggested she wanted to practice in real combat and see if she could defeat Kuan Kuan. In response to this, Lu Ruyan immediately agreed. "Darling, forget about the stats. Nana, and I will give you a good massage. You deserve a lot of credit for the rewards in this region, so we should reward our hero properly." "Ugh." Lin Bei nodded, then turned off the golden bracelet. As he walked towards the bathroom, he said to Yang Xueli, "Could you please prepare a late-night snack?" Hearing this, Yang Xueli, who was tidying up the card table not far away, blushed and said, "Can I join in? I also want to reward the hero." Well, Lin Bei looked surprised, but didn't refuse. He then turned to Lu Lin and said, "How about you make some late-night snacks? Just noodles will do. I'm not picky. Just remember to add 2 extra eggs." While Lin Bei was enjoying the treatment of an emperor, the regional channels are in an uproar. Regional channel 10 number of users, 104440. Awesome. So awesome. Doing nothing and getting freebies is definitely the best way to survive. Damn it. Why does it have to wait until tomorrow for the temperature to drop by 5 degrees? Can it be now? I'm covered in sweat. I really want to take a shower. You're ugly, yet you dream big. Not content with just winning by doing nothing, you started daydreaming. Are there any experts here? Tell me what the other races are like. Are they incredibly weak? Are they getting completely crushed by us humans? Trash. I suggest you sign up for the arena tomorrow and go see for yourself. Exactly. You wouldn't believe it. The Fire Dragon clan had an 8-game winning streak at the start. They were practically invincible, terrifyingly powerful. But thankfully, Boss Lin Bei was awesome, instantly annihilating that guy. Isn't that the same as us? I remember during the racing competition, Lin Bei's skills instantly killed us. Cheenen, say my ass? The second fighter is from the Fire Dragon clan, with an average of 35 points in all attributes. He's known as a genius among his race. Tell me, who among you can defeat him? 35 points? That must have been a fierce fight with Boss Lin, right? Yes, if Lin Bei could win against such a strong opponent. Doesn't that mean his attributes far exceed 35? Thompson, no, that genius was a bit brain-dead. He insulted the referee and ended up being electrocuted. What happens next? Surely not all the players can be eliminated by the referee? Cheenen, no, not at all. Afterwards, Boss Lin Bei asked the referees to act as security guards, and the other races surrendered directly. We subdued the enemy without a fight. Sweet Moon, that sounds so interesting. I really want to go see it live. Message scrolling in the regional channel. Meanwhile, Lin Bei, under the wicked influence of the 3 beauties, had already finished taking a bath. Just as he was getting dressed, the apricot paper in his pocket suddenly fell out. I almost forgot about you. Lin Bei finished dressing, picked up the letter, and walked towards a sofa in the living room. You'd better explain yourself clearly, or I'll freeze you solid. Upon receiving the threat, green text immediately appeared on the apricot paper. I'm God. Damn it. You're still pretending to be here. Lin Bei looked impatient, and then released a low temperature in an attempt to deal with this strange thing. I'm a player from the angel race, and I can bless you to improve your attributes. An angel? Do I look like I have cerebral palsy? Lin Bei had lost his patience, and his hands gradually grew cold. In response, the apricot paper seemed to give in, and the handwriting on it changed again. I am a demon, cursed by some bitch using an item, which turned me into this form. I can help you improve your attributes and foresee future possibilities. Don't freeze me. A demon? Are you male or female? Were you beautiful before? How can I turn back? Woman, how thirsty are you? You won't even let a piece of paper go to waste. Aren't all the women around you enough? No, I was just asking. I prefer humans to animal-eared girls. Also, answer my question. How can you change back? Upon hearing this, Xingji did not continue to reply. After waiting for a few minutes, Lin Bei frowned and said, You won't shed tears until you see the coffin, right? After saying that, he prepared to release the ice seal once again. Feeling Lin Bei's hand grow cold again, the apricot paper finally began to write. I need to absorb 3,000 years of lifespan and a large amount of blood to return to my original form. If I had a tier 6 item, perhaps it wouldn't be so troublesome. Is that so? Then you should freeze it. I've never liked keeping dangerous things around me. Upon hearing this, the apricot paper seemed like a frightened kitten, and the writing on it began to change wildly. Wait, tomorrow, 2 suns will be in the sky. You need to find a special bow and arrow within 48 hours to shoot down one of the suns. I know a lot of information here, so you have to leave me here. Oh, since that's the case, I'll keep you until tomorrow. If you're wrong, the consequences will be dire. Also, from now on, put away your malice. I can sense it, so don't try to be clever. If I sense anything is wrong again, you will perish immediately. Lin Bei had just finished speaking. The malice emanating from the apricot paper vanished instantly. Very good. I hope you can keep it. Before he could finish speaking, Lu Lin suddenly came out from the kitchen and asked, Brother Lin, what are you talking to yourself about? The noodles are ready. Do you want them to cool down a bit, or do you want them hot? Okay, Lin Bei replied, crumpling the apricot paper into a ball again and stuffing it into his pocket. The next day, day 9 of survival. Manhwa AM. Inside a room in the castle. Captain, wake up. There's a new announcement in the book. Please check it quickly and decide on the next course. Xiao AI called out several times in a row, finally waking Lin Bei up. However, Lu Rian and Su Nana were too tired yesterday, and after slightly opening their eyes, they went back to sleep. Okay, I understand. Lin Bei responded, rubbed his eyes, and then activated the golden bracelet to check. Announcement. Dear players, a double sun has appeared, with the outside temperature reaching 50 degrees Celsius and continuing to rise. When the temperature reaches 55 degrees Celsius, firefish will continuously spawn in the sea and attack your raft. Please take precautions. Note, defeating the flame fish has a chance to yield treasure map fragments. Collect 100 fragments to activate the treasure map and teleport to the vicinity of the treasure island. Treasure rewards. Sun shooting bow, sun shooting arrow, skill pill, skill slot, level advancement card, raft job change card, fishing rod job change card, next map information. Chapter 95 unlocks event chests. Collect treasure map fragments. The sun shooting bow? Are they making us play the role of Ho, E shooting down the sun? However, the hint given by the apricot paper was actually correct, so it seems there was indeed something there. Lin Bei seemed thoughtful after reading the announcement, but he quickly snapped out of his thoughts and started getting dressed and getting out of bed. After all, collecting treasure map fragments is especially easy for Lin Bei, who has a system. When the time comes, you only need to obtain 1 fragment and give it to another woman to easily collect 100 fragments, or even more. This thought came to mind. Lin Bei immediately instructed Xiao AI, go, and informed the servants to keep a close watch on the raft. If they spot any flame fish, kill them immediately. Captain, your servants have hunted 45 flamefish and successfully obtained a treasure chest. We suggest you get up and check the situation quickly. So fast. Lin Bei looked surprised, clearly not having reacted yet. Captain, you should not work too late and should learn to be moderate, even though you have extraordinary physical qualities. I appreciate your reminder, but I just won't listen. After saying that, Lin Bei stopped chatting with Xiao AI and quickly walked out of the room. Survival time, 10:30. Two suns hung in the sky, one in the east and one in the west, radiating intense heat as if to melt everything. But Lin Bei, who was hurrying towards the edge of the beach on the raft, seemed to be unaffected. The scorching sun had little effect on him, and there wasn't a drop of sweat on his forehead. Not long after, Lin Bei had already reached the beach. Several red dragons and clam spirits came into his view. Before Lin Bei could speak, they came over carrying a bronze treasure chest. One of the clam spirits broke the silence first. Master, the firefish that tried to attack the raft this morning has been dealt with. Here is the treasure chest we obtained from killing it. It's hot, Master. Can you let us go back to the sea? Noticing that the servants were drenched in sweat, looking as if they were about to be roasted alive, Lin Bei immediately responded. Okay, you can go back to the sea to escape the heat. Also, I will build stone houses around here, with air conditioning inside, open 24 hours a day. If you can't stand it, you could take turns going inside to rest. Upon hearing this, the servants were overjoyed and immediately bowed in gratitude, saying, Thank you, Master. No need for formalities. Go back now. Lin Bei waved his hand, then took the bronze treasure chest from the servant and headed towards the castle. He certainly wouldn't choose to open a treasure chest like this, where only one can be obtained from 45 firefish. Nana's been having good luck these past few days. Why don't we let her give it a try? With this in mind, Lin Bei returned to the castle even faster. Watching Lin Bei walk away, the servants also hurriedly rushed into the sea, moving even faster than Lin Bei. After all, they didn't have Lin Bei's resistance. If they ran too slowly, they would definitely be steamed and become a seafood feast. However, before the servants could dive into the sea, Xiao AI's voice was already ringing in their ears. Back in the ocean, don't slack off. Continue to monitor the waters around the raft. If you encounter a flamefish, don't hold back. Also, go and call Yiksha to find Lu Rian to get the stone house and air conditioner. Castle Hall. As soon as Lin Bei entered, a blast of cold air hit him, instantly dispelling the stuffy feeling in his chest. He even felt a sense of familiarity with the cold wind. It seems that, influenced by my skill, I have an inexplicable fondness for water and ice, and an inexplicable aversion to hot things. Before Lin Bei could think further, Yang Xueli, who was having lunch with Tu Shantong and Tu Shanxue, suddenly stood up and walked towards Lin Beidao with a smile. Brother Lin, I have already taught your two servants how to cook simple dishes. Are there any other servants you would like them to learn? Since we're just idling around anyway, why not teach them a little more? In response to this, Lin Bei snapped out his days and asked, How's your luck? Yang Xueli was taken aback by the seemingly random and incoherent words. I've always been lucky, but lately I don't seem to be as lucky as Nana. Is something wrong, Brother Lin? Is that so? Lin Bei waved his hand and walked towards the room, saying, It's all right. If you ever feel like you're on a roll, remember to let me know. Also, take good care of the two beast-eared girls and teach them a few more things. I'm Fina. Yang Xueli nodded in response, then asked, Aren't you going to have some lunch? Something urgent came up. I'll be late. There's ice cream in the fridge. I left it before I left. Remember to eat plenty. After Lin Bei finished speaking, he ignored Yang Xueli and continued walking towards his room. Inside the room, Lu Rian and Sun Nana, who had just been woken up by Lin Bei, were getting dressed listlessly. You two hurry up. After urging her, Lin Bei took out the bronze treasure chest and the life-condensing water device from the system space and instructed, Nana, this is a special treasure chest with two suns in the sky. You've been lucky lately, so you should be the one to open it. After getting dressed, Nana patted her chest, which felt as flat as if she were walking on flat ground, and said confidently, Okay, Nana will definitely get an amazing item for my brother. And what about me? Liu Huyan asked Lin Bei. Of course you're in charge of taking out the trash. This life condenser is broken. Go and throw it away, Lin Bei said, making up a lie with a straight face. What's wrong? Lu Rian asked suspiciously at first, then looked regretful and said, Sigh, I've been drinking it for several days in a row, and I was almost able to improve my attributes. It's all right. I have better ones here. Lin Bei comforted him, then added, Remember, you must do it yourself, and make sure you have plenty of servants at the drop points. Lu Rian was already used to Lin Bei's strange requests, so she didn't ask any more questions. She simply took the life condenser and walked out of the room. Lu Ruyan had just left. The system's voice rang in Lin Bei's mind. Congratulations, host. You have used resources for a woman, triggering a critical hit cashback and obtaining a special treasure chest X1000. Nana, what are you driving? Lin Bei asked, turning his head. Su Nana looked disappointed and said, just a bottle of water and a small pudding milk ice cream. It's all right, I still have 1,000 more here. You can keep opening them. As Lin Bei spoke, he took out the treasure chest that had just been returned from his system space one by one. I knew my brother had more. Watch me show him the next flash. Su Nana said confidently, and then threw herself back into opening the box. As for why Lin Bei was able to produce so many treasure chests, she was already used to it and wasn't too shocked. Chapter 96: The Bet with the Devil. Survival time, 11:20. Inside a room in the castle, Lin Bei stared at the water and empty treasure chests on the ground, lost in thought. In response to this, Su Nana said anxiously, Brother, I've already opened 500 special treasure chests, and they're all full of little pudding milk ice cream. Why don't you wait for Sister Rian to come back and try them out? No need. It's better to rely on yourself than on others. Lin Bei refused outright, then took out his title medal and put it on, clearly wanting to test the waters himself. Seeing this, Su Nana stopped opening the treasure chest and cheered for Lin Bei. Go, brother. You'll definitely be the first to shine. Amidst the cheers of the little girl, Lin Bei confidently picked up the special treasure chest and opened it. Successfully opened the box and received 2 green mood ice creams and a bottle of water. Successfully opened the box and received green mood ice cream X1, red bean ice cream X2. Successfully opened the chest and obtained Tier 1 wood X2, red bean ice cream X2. After opening 100 treasure chests in a row, Lin Bei's face grew increasingly gloomy, just like a gambler caught up in the moment. I don't believe it. Lin Bei, who was a little defensive, suddenly stopped halfway through his sentence. It was because a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for consuming resources for a woman, triggering a quality critical hit. In random multiples. Random success. This critical hit multiplier is 88x. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Life Condenser. Life Condenser. Level, 69. 6th rank. Category, Life Spring Water Generator. Description, a product of divine technology, said to have consumed the resources of an entire civilization to come into being and revered as divine water. Effect, can produce 500 liters of Tier 6 divine water per day. Divine water. Level, 69. 6th rank. Category, Special Water Resources. Effect 1. Consuming 500 milliliters will randomly increase 2 attribute points. Effect 2. Taking 800 milliliters can increase lifespan by 1 month. Effect 3. Taking 300 milliliters will restore you to your optimal condition and cure all negative effects below level 5, including level 5. Note, the effects of the divine water, 1 to 3, can only be achieved once a day. Excessive consumption will not produce further effects, so please do not waste it. It's true what they say, when one door closes, another opens. Lin Bei couldn't help but burst into laughter after checking the results. Upon seeing this, Su Nana asked in confusion, Why are you laughing so loudly, brother? We haven't even gotten any treasure map fragments yet. It's nothing, I was just thinking about something happy. Lin Bei replied casually, then took out the Life Condenser. In an instant, a golden machine with an area of about 10 square meters and a cylindrical shape appeared in the room. Lin Bei was not allowed to look at him any longer. Like a curious child, Su Nana asked again, Brother, what is this? It's nothing, just a water-producing machine. While giving a perfunctory response, Lin Bei took out a cup from the system space, then activated the Life Condenser and started filling it with water. Once the cup was full of water, he drank it without hesitation and then refilled it again. After drinking the divine water twice, Lin Bei suddenly felt a life force flowing into his body, and his entire state was elevated in that instant. It tastes a bit sweet, much better than Nongfu spring water. Before Lin Bei could finish his commentary, the golden bracelet on his arm suddenly activated automatically, and a notification appeared. Drinking 800 milliliters of the water of life will increase your lifespan by 1 month and increase your strength attribute by 2 points. Note, continue drinking this at this time tomorrow for further improvement. Su Nana, who was secretly observing from the side, exclaimed after seeing the screen projection notification, Brother, Is this the new water condenser you mentioned before? This effect is so powerful. If you can drink it once a day, doesn't that mean you can live forever? Lin Bai nodded, yes. Upon receiving an affirmative answer, Su Nana's mind exploded as if struck by lightning. She exclaimed excitedly, Nana also wants to live forever, to stay with brother forever and ever, so he won't be lonely. Lin Bei interrupted, you eyebrow pencil, you're dreaming. This water is a precious thing. If you behave well, you'll get to drink it regularly. If you behave poorly, you definitely won't get it. In response, Su Nana asked in a sweet, coquettish tone, Brother, has Nana been behaving badly lately? It's not bad, but there's room for improvement. As Lin Bei was talking, he suddenly heard a noise coming from his pocket. Immediately afterwards, a piece of apricot paper flew out and landed automatically in his hand. Then, lines of writing rapidly appeared on the apricot paper. Human brat, you actually have such a wonderful thing. As long as you feed me with divine water every day, I will do whatever you say without you having to pay any price. Hey, you're dreaming. Lin Bei refused without even thinking. No way. I'm a stunningly beautiful demon, far more powerful than the girls around you, and I'll make sure you have a truly comfortable experience. What do you take me for? Do you think I'm a kind of lecherous man? Lin Bai frowned. He watched Lin Bei talking to himself. Su Nana couldn't help but ask, Brother, who are you talking to? No, this piece of paper wants to drink the divine water. It belongs to the demon race. After explaining, Lin Bei asked in return, Do you think my brother is a lecher? No, my brother is a gentleman and not at all lecherous. It was Sister Rian and I who were lecherous, Su Nana said without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei looked at Xingji with a teasing gaze and said, Look at what others say about me. Hee, this little girl looks innocent and naive, but she's quite adept at telling lies. How dare you slander my Nana? Believe me or not, I'll freeze you. After threatening her, Lin Bei prepared to put the apricot paper into his pocket. Hey, handsome, don't be in such a hurry. Are you frustrated because you can't get any treasure map fragments? Just feed me 800 milliliters of magic water, and I can boost your luck, guaranteeing you will get them every time. Lin Bei looked surprised and asked, You can improve your luck attribute? Of course. How about it? Interested? I see you're having a run of bad luck, and those titles and badges won't solve the problem. Why not consider it? Although it's not a permanent upgrade, a day is enough time for you to collect all the treasure map fragments. Your whole family is cursed with bad luck. You just wait and see. I'll be able to collect all the treasure map fragments in less than an hour. Lin Bei said unhappily, Ha ha ha. Are you trying to make me laugh to death? If you can collect all the treasure map fragments without me, I'll become your slave. Oh, you want to bet with me? How about a bet? If you win, I'll be your slave. If I win, you have to feed me divine water for a month straight. How can I believe you? What if you're lying? Lin Bai asked suspiciously. I will present a contract on paper, and once signed and sealed, it cannot be revoked. In addition, the pages can be notarized. Okay. Lin Bei agreed without hesitation. After all, he has a system and only needs one treasure map fragment. Even if you can't open the treasure chest, aren't there other players? Lin Bei didn't believe that the 100,000 players in the regional channel wouldn't be able to get it. They were all just as unlucky as he was. This bet is guaranteed to win. Chapter 97, Selling Weapons. Slave Contract Agreement. If player Lin Bei can collect 100 treasure map fragments on the same day, the demon in Luo will become his slave for 1 year. If Lin Bei has not collected 100 treasure map fragments, he must feed the demon Onlo 800 milliliters of divine water every day. The agreement is notarized by the written document. Signature. Note, signature takes effect immediately. Breach of contract results in immediate death. I read the bet agreement carefully. Lin Bei frowned and said, Why only 1 year? Can't it be for life? In response, Xingji replied, You've only been feeding me for a month. How long do you want to last? If you can feed me for a year, I can change my mind and become your slave forever. Let's bet a year. Too little is no fun. Lin Bei said without hesitation. Haha, you got some nerve. Well then, I'll grant your wish, but I hope you won't cry later. Xingji dared to gamble because she could influence Lin Bei's luck. At that time, she only needs to do a little something, and Lin Bei will open the treasure chests one by one without making a sound. A man and a demon, each with their own agenda. After the apricot paper contract changed again, an agreement was finally reached. After signing the contract, Lin Bei's golden bracelet reappeared, displaying an additional betting agreement notification. Brother, are you really alright? Su Nana asked worriedly. Don't worry, no problem. Lin Bei confidently took out the special treasure chest and opened it once again, just like before. Successfully opened the treasure chest and obtained 2 green mood ice creams and 1 tier 1 electronic component. 15 minutes later, staring at the remaining 50 special treasure chests, Lin Bei's face turned bright red. Seeing this, Su Nana, who was standing to the side, advised, Brother, if it really doesn't work, let Sister Ruyan or Sister Xueli try. No need. I don't believe I'm really that unlucky today. After refusing, Lin Bei planned to continue opening the box. In response to this, Xingji, who was in Lin Bei's pocket, was overjoyed. However, before Xingji could be happy for long, the room was suddenly pushed open by Lu Ruyan. Darling, the trash is all gone. However, your servants almost came to blows over the trash, but luckily Xiao AI stopped them. At this point, Lu Ruyan had already walked to Lin Bei's side. She handed over a box and continued. Your servants have killed more than 80 firefish. This treasure chest is what they asked me to bring you. Treasure chest? Lin Bei stopped opening the box, then smiled and said, Well done, you can open this box now. Huh? Aren't you going to let Nana have one? Lu Ruyan asked, puzzled. I've been having really good luck lately. Oh, she's having a bad day, you should do it. Lin Bei explained. All right. Lu Ruyan nodded, then retrieved the special treasure chest and opened it. At the same time, the system's notification sounded in Lin Bei's mind. Congratulations, host. You have consumed resources for a woman, triggering a critical hit return and obtaining a special treasure chest X 2200. Hey, honey, it's just tier 1 materials and a bottle of water. Why don't you open it? I'm having bad luck, Lu Ruyan said self-reproachfully. Lin Bei shook his head, activating the golden bracelet as he said, You two open the treasure chests here together. I have something to do. At this moment, Lin Bei had lost all patience to continue opening the box. Therefore, he planned to go directly to the regional channel to check, and if there were any treasure map fragments, he would buy them at a high price to avoid letting opening chests affect his mood. Regional channel users, 99999. 99 plus unread messages. Alas, another brother has passed away, and the number of people has finally fallen from 1 million to just over 90,000. Haha, you're really carefree, having time to be sentimental. If you're so idle, you should worry about your flame fish coming again. Damn it, I'm running away. I can't take it anymore. Shortly after the player sent the message, the number of people in the regional channel had already reached 99,998. Well, another one's gone. The crossbow's level is too low. Its damage is completely insufficient. There's no way to compete. Thompson, a bunch of trash. They usually just lie around doing nothing. Now they realize the importance of strength? Are you just talking without understanding the hardships? Do you even know how tough it is for those at the bottom? Is it because we haven't tried hard enough? Yes. We can only hope that Boss Lin Bei can collect 100 treasure map fragments soon, shoot down that damned sun, and end this disaster. No. Even the salt water can't keep up. It's so hot. I'm already running around naked. It's no use. They all stay silent as soon as it gets hot. Any brothers want to lend me some weapons? I'm even willing to sell them. The scales of this flame fish are pretty strong. Ordinary weapons can't break through its defenses. I have a summoning card. Thompson, please help me, expert. Don Sin, no. I have a phobia of summoning cards. You should ask someone else to do it. Looking at the scrolling messages, Lin Bei tentatively edited a message asking, Has anyone collected treasure map fragments? DM me. I'll give you a price you'll be happy with. The big shot has actually shown up. So what if we come out? A distant source of water can't quench our immediate thirst. The big boss can only help us by selling us water. Yes, he was barely alive and had already behaved himself. He almost gave in. Now I finally understand what it means to be worse off than dead. Cheenan, dealing with these fire fish isn't too difficult, but this weather is just too annoying. Looking at the various complaints, Lin Bei already had a good idea of what was going on. At this moment, the player is clearly too weak to deal with a large number of fire fish. Therefore, the chances of obtaining a treasure chest are fewer. With this thought in mind, Lin Bei edited a message and announced, I will be listing a batch of level 9 repeating crossbows at the auction house. Brothers who are interested can buy them. As for the price, just a little bit of basic materials will do. A level 9 repeating crossbow? Maybe it will work. Park Young Jin, it works. My crossbow is level 9. and it can basically kill a flame fish in 2 shots. Those things aren't very smart. They just charge mindlessly. It's a pity I don't have enough arrows. Lin Bei, it's alright. Arrows are even cheaper. Everyone can buy with confidence. Thumbs up for the expert. Once I find a treasure chest and get treasure map fragments, I'll hand them over to the big boss. Immediately, praise poured in from the regional channels. But Lin Bei didn't have time to check, because she is gifting level 9 crossbows and bolts to women like Song Jiejia and Tianyia to farm resources. About 5 minutes later, the first batch of 20,000 level 9 repeating crossbows, along with hundreds of thousands of crossbow bolts, were put up for auction. This has once again caused an uproar on the regional channels. I was just about to grab a bunch of them, but I didn't expect there to be tens of thousands of them. Does Boss Lin Bei have an armory? How can he casually pull out tens of thousands of weapons? You guys should try that level 9 Wind Spike Club. It's pretty good. It's especially effective against fire fish. After defeating 4 flame fish, a treasure chest appeared. Guess what I got? Stop dawdling and tell me. Will you guess or not? What's there to guess? I bet it's green mood ice cream. I opened 3 of those treasure chests, and they were all filled with ice cream. If you're unlucky, just accept it. Do you think everyone is like you? Chapter 98 Treasure Map Number. Okay. Since you say we're unlucky, what did you get? If you don't recommend it, show it to the brothers. Yeah, show it to me, so we can see how lucky this lucky guy is. The channel messages were scrolling rapidly. Lin Bei, who was spying on the screen, stared intently at the projected image. He was also eager to see if the player who had made those boastful remarks had any treasure map fragments. Before long, news of that player finally emerged. Lu Jingyuan, skill pills and skill slots are nothing special, just a bit luckier than some players who got ice cream. Versailles, are you taking off directly? Awesome. God, we have witnessed the birth of another great figure. I don't want to say anything more about being envious. Sweet Moon, I'm really lucky. Thompson, indeed, even boxes with ridiculously low drop rates can yield loot. Compared to the envious players. Lin Bei found it. He'd already taken his pants off, and you're telling me he'd unleash a skill pill? With a disappointed heart, Lin Bei temporarily shifted his gaze from the projected screen to Lu Ruyan and Su Nana, who were frantically opening treasure chests, and asked, "How's your haul? You two? Did you get any treasure map fragments?" In response to this, Lu Ruyan shook her head and said, "I have some goods. It's an ice stone and a blueprint for a wooden pavilion. You have so many. Sigh, it's already so hard to open even a single treasure map fragment. How difficult would it be to collect 100? Su Nana was no longer as confident as before, and at this moment, she was very doubtful of her luck. It's okay, you guys continue. Lin Bei hadn't even uttered the words, "Open the box," yet. Xiao AI suddenly interjected. "Captain, a player named Lu Jingyuan has messaged you privately. He says he has treasure map fragments and asked what he would like to trade with." Upon hearing this, Lin Bei quickly turned around and began editing a message on the golden bracelet. "Lin Bei, do you have any treasure map fragments?" Lu Jingyuan, "Boss, to be honest, I have more than just that. I have 10 more fragments." Lin Bei looked surprised and confused and edited a message again to ask, "Didn't you open skill pills and skill slots? How many boxes did you open?" Lu Jingyuan, "There are 3 available so far. One is ice cream, one is a skill, and one is a flash. There are 10 treasure map fragments inside. What are you planning to use to exchange for them? If the price is too low, I'd rather collect them myself." 10. Lin Bei's expression was strange. He couldn't help but turn to look at Su Nana and Lu Ruyan, lost in thought. Sensing something amiss, Lu Ruyan immediately asked, "Darling, why are you looking at us with that strange gaze? If you think we're unlucky, why don't you ask Sister Shueli to give us a try?" "No need." Lin Bei flatly refused, secretly thinking to himself that he must tie a lucky person onto the raft in the future, or find a prop to increase his luck. As he was thinking, his gaze suddenly locked onto the title medal. How about trying the critical hit title tomorrow? If it works out, and we can add an 88x critical hit, the stats should improve significantly. Having made up his mind, Lin Bei refocused his gaze on the projected screen and began composing a message. "What do you want? I have ice stones, level up fruits that boost attributes, and I can even give you a house." Lu Jingyuan replied instantly, "I want to upgrade my raft to level 9. At this moment, Lin Bei was too lazy to haggle over the bet with Xingji. After all, he had plenty of ungraded wood and nails. With this thought in mind, Lin Bei accepted without hesitation. "No problem. let's trade directly. Not long after, the deal between the two was reached. To save time, Lin Bei directly gave the fragments to Tianyia and Song Jiejia. Congratulations, host. The gift of supplies has been successfully completed, triggering a critical hit return. You have obtained 11,000 treasure map fragments. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Bei grinned mischievously and took out the apricot paper. In response, Xingji immediately posted a message. You were just lucky to get 10 treasure map fragments. The flame fish will be strengthened later and may even develop intelligence, etc. Why did you give the fragments away? Haha, did you give up? Sorry, you might be a little disappointed. Lin Bei didn't explain further and directly took out 10,000 treasure map fragments from his system space. In an instant, the writing on the apricot paper has disappeared. 3 minutes later, she wrote again. What kind of method is that? A region can only produce a maximum of 1,000 treasure map fragments. There's no way it could possibly have 10,000. You've made a bet, so be a good slave. Lin Bei had just finished speaking. A notification popped up on his gold bracelet. Notice, since player Lin Bei won the bet, the contract is now officially in effect. Demon Anluo has permanently lost his player status and has been demoted to a slave. Note, players have absolute control over slaves. Please refer to the servant rules for details. Read the announcement. Lin Bei's gaze shifted back to Xingji, and he said, From now on, listen to your master properly, increase my attributes and luck, and inform me of the survival situation in advance. We're on the same side now. In response to this, Xingji did not reply to Lin Bei's words, but remained motionless in place, as if playing dead, no different from normal paper. Are you protesting? As Lin Bei questioned him sharply, a force surged from the golden bracelet and forcefully attacked Xingji. In an instant, Xingji, who had been pretending to be dead, started to react. No, master, you have so many fragments. I suggest you choose treasure map number 168. The treasure chests on the island's inside have a chance to contain the sun-shooting bow, and the islands on treasure map number 111 contain the sun-shooting arrow. Very good. Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction, then asked, If I want to restore you to your original appearance, how long do I need to feed you with divine water? Master, it will take 3 months. If you want to speed it up, you will need higher-level divine water or items that increase lifespan. Okay, then you'll have to wait 3 months. After saying that, Lin Bei crumpled the apricot paper into a ball and stuffed it back into his pocket. After thoroughly eliminating the hidden dangers of the apricot paper, he then operated the golden bracelet to fuse the treasure map fragments he had just obtained. Are you sure you want to combine 100 treasure map fragments? Sure. In the process of integration. Merging successful. Currently randomly drawing treasure maps. Successful draw. Congratulations to player Lin Bei for obtaining the treasure map. Treasure map. Grade. Category. Transport scroll. Number. 251. Effect. Teleports you to the vicinity of Island 251. 251? This number feels like it's insulting me. Etc. Can I choose the number on this treasure map myself? Does that mean I have to rely on a lottery to get treasure maps numbered 168 and 111? Damn it, is this some kind of endless nested-doll game? They're even more adept at this than penguins. Chapter 99. An eyebrow pencil on a raft? This thought came to mind. Lin Bei had no choice but to take out the apricot paper again and ask, Can you bless me with luck? I want to draw treasure maps number 168 and 111 now. Upon hearing this, Xingji quickly displayed the following words. Master, I can double your luck. Your current luck is 4 points, which will be 5 points after equipping the title and 10 points after doubling. This is equivalent to the luck attribute of a normal person, and the probability of opening 2 treasure maps is about 1.5. Cinqueclocky. Is there something wrong with your investigation? Lin Bei asked suspiciously. This is an innate skill of our race. Please don't doubt it. Also, lowering the luck attribute is what I'm good at. Lin Bei fell into deep thought. After catching his breath, he continued. How lucky are the other women on my raft? Would it be better to let them drive? Lu Rian's luck is 7, Su Nana's is 10, Yang Shuali's is 7, and Lu Lin's is 8. It is recommended that the owner let Su Nana synthesize the treasure map. Everything's fine. Lin Bei was a little taken aback. He actually had the lowest luck attribute on this raft. No, it should be said that all the women on this raft were like eyebrows. None of them had any good luck. Damn it, what a gathering place for a bunch of unfortunate people. After muttering something, Lin Bei turned his gaze to Su Nana, who was opening a box, and said, "Nana, come and help me synthesize the treasure map." "Good." Su Nana responded, stopped what she was doing, and walked towards Lin Bei Dao. "I'm not having much luck today, is that all right?" "No problem. With me, you're the luckiest person ever. Besides, this piece of paper will temporarily boost your luck attribute." After Lin Bei finished speaking, he handed the treasure map fragment to Su Nana without hesitation. Survival time, 1400 hours. Su Nana, who has gained 20 points of luck, is still continuously synthesizing treasure maps. Lin Bei, who was helping out, was checking the treasure map numbers. When he checked the 50th treasure map, his eyes suddenly lit up. "Huh." Lin Bei cheered with delight. "As expected of double luck, I got the treasure map numbered 168. Su Nana stopped what she was doing and asked, "Brother, has the shipment been shipped?" "That's right, but you still need to open a treasure map with the number 111. Good luck." After encouraging him, Lin Bei looked at Xingji and asked, "What's on island number 168? What's the chance of getting the sun-shooting bow?" "There's a very strong shark guardian, with a strength of about 20 attribute points, which you can easily handle. As for the chance of getting the sun-shooting bow, it depends on how many numbered chests, 168, you open. The chance increases by 1 for each chest you open. It's guaranteed to drop on every 100 chests." After reading the information from the apricot paper, Lin Bei breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't afraid at all of increasing his chances by increasing the quantity. After all, Lin Bei, who possesses the system, only needs to send out the treasure chest to receive thousands of them. His strength lies in providing a guaranteed minimum return. Thinking of this, without further hesitation, Lin Bei activated the treasure map numbered 168. "Are you sure you want to activate treasure map number 168? "Sure." Activation successful. Player Lin Bei's raft will be teleported to the vicinity of island 168 in 1 minute. After reviewing the hints, Lin Bei walked out of the room and instructed Su Nana, "Continue synthesizing. If a treasure map with the number 111 appears, remember to have Xiao AI notify me." Survival time, 1430. On the beach at the edge of the raft, rows of servants stood in neat formation, watching the island that suddenly appeared ahead, clearly in a state of readiness for battle. Upon arriving late, Lin Bei, seeing this, hurriedly asked the leader of the Yakshas, "Are you going to fight with me?" Before Yaksha could reply, Xiao AI, the AI assistant, spoke first. "Captain, you don't actually need to do anything. There's only one shark monster guarding that island. Your loyal servants can handle it." In response to this, Lin Bei interrupted, saying, "No need. That shark has 20 attribute points, comparable to the Yaksha. If something unexpected happens, there will be additional losses. It's more worthwhile for me to kill it with one blow." "Captain, you're right, but the odds are very low, probably only around 1 in 10. Talking too much nonsense is not a good habit. Hurry up and move the raft over." As soon as Lin Bei finished speaking, the raft sped toward the island ahead at an unscientific speed. About 5 minutes later, the raft and the island officially came into contact. What appeared before Lin Bei was a small island, seemingly smaller than his raft. At first glance, he could hardly see anything except for patches of red rocks. "They really are poor." Lin Bei shook his head and sighed, then took out a piece of apricot paper and asked, "Where's the treasure chest? Do you have the specific coordinates?" "Keep walking towards the 8 o'clock direction, and you'll see a cave with black rocks. The treasure chest is inside. Also, a shark is lurking near the treasure chest." Having obtained the accurate coordinates, Lin Bei no longer hesitated and immediately began to speed away. 20 minutes later, Lin Bei has run to the center of island number 168. The black rock cave that Xingji mentioned is very close by. It is too conspicuous in the entire red rock environment, as if it is afraid that players will not be able to find it. Seeing this, Lin Bei stood at the entrance of the black rock cave and shouted, "You stupid sharks inside, stop lying in ambush. Come out and fight me one-on-one. I have other things to do." He shouted 3 times in a row. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps came from the cave entrance. Accompanied by the sound, a humanoid shark with a black and white body and an X-shaped scar on its forehead emerged from it. "Kid, you actually managed to see through my trap." Before the word ambush could be uttered, the shark suddenly froze and changed his words. "Isn't this the big shot who had a 28-game winning streak yesterday? What brings you here?" Lin Bei fell into deep thought. For a moment, he didn't know whether he should make a move or not. Seeing Lin Bei remain silent, and with a clear murderous intent in his eyes, Shark hurriedly said, "Boss, my name is Xiao He. Don't just stay silent. If you want the treasure chest, just tell me. We're brothers. Fighting is bad for our harmony." Xiao Hei's almost fawning attitude made Lin Bei ultimately choose not to make a move, and instead asked, "Are you a player?" He was a genuine first-stage player, but at the bottom, just coasting along. Xiao Hei looked embarrassed and added, "I have no intention of making enemies with the big shots. It's just that lately, for some reason, too many referees have resigned, so I wanted to give it a try." "So you're the referee now?" Lin Bei asked with a suspicious look, clearly not quite believing it. After all, the shark in front of them was too cowardly, a far cry from the referees they had faced before. "No, I'm not a referee yet." Xiao Hei shook his head in denial, explaining, "My task of guarding the treasure chest is one of the referee selection exams. We call it Subject 1. At this point, as if he had thought of something, he quickly added, "However, I don't think being a referee has much of a future. It's better to focus on survival, sir." "Wait a minute. I'll go get you the treasure chest right now." After saying that, Xiao Hei walked towards the Black Rock Cave. Chapter 100 Thunder from the Sky. Not long after, Little Black Shark then walked out carrying a red treasure chest. "Hey bro, there's only one chest here. I don't recommend you open it now. The reason is that the earlier you open it, the lower your chance of getting the sun-shooting bow. If you can open it at 11 p.m. tomorrow night, you're guaranteed to get the sun-shooting bow." Upon hearing this, Lin Bei asked with some skepticism, "Then what's the point of me activating it tomorrow night when the sun has already set?" Xiao Hei patiently explained, "No, one of the two suns will never set, so regardless of day or night, the sun will always be high in the sky. Also, especially at midnight tomorrow, the sun that never sets will explode, and at that time, there will be a lava rain." After listening to the explanation, Lin Bei's heart skipped a beat. He clearly hadn't expected that things would escalate to this extent behind the scenes. Wasn't this a blatant attempt to wipe out all the players in an entire sea area? But then I realized I didn't need to panic at all. After all, the treasure chest in front of us can be copied using the system. Once the treasure island numbered 111 is found, all problems will be solved, and the 2-day safari may even end ahead of schedule. Thinking of this, as Lin Bei accepted the treasure chest, he expressed his gratitude, saying, "Brotherly loyalty. I'll consider you a friend." No, I'm just a nobody. How could I dare to be on friendly terms with such a big shot? If there's anything I can do to help, please let me know, and I'll do my best." The young hacker finished his question and prepared to leave. However, Lin Bei spoke again, asking, "Brother, I have something else I want to ask you." Xiao Hei stopped in his tracks, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart, but he dared not make a scene, so he could only obediently turn his head and ask, "Is there anything else, sir? Do you know where island number 111 is located?" Lin Bei asked tentatively. "I think you should know." The little black man was speechless and immediately knelt down and begged, "Boss, please leave. Don't make things difficult for me." Lin Bei frowned and pressed further. But you can't say?" "Boss, if I reveal this, it's not just about failing the exam," Xiao Hei said, trying to sound pitiful. "Oh, what specific punishment will I face?" Lin Bei asked persistently. "A bolt of lightning will strike me directly. We marine creatures are all afraid of electricity. Even if I'm lucky enough to survive, I'll be stripped of my player status and reduced to a wild monster." After explaining everything in one breath, Xiao Hei continued in a slightly tearful voice, "Boss, please have mercy and let me go." Lin Bei stared at the pleading Xiao Hei, then suddenly had a flash of inspiration and suggested, "Why don't you come work for me? I'll regularly give you items to boost your health and attributes. Besides, I have over 1,000 servants, mostly sea creatures. I think you could be a deputy security captain." "Well?" Xiao Hei hesitated for a moment before weakly speaking. "Boss, I know my own limitations. Those items that increase health and attributes are extremely rare and expensive. Are you really willing to give them to me? If you said you'd give me in-game currency, I might believe you." As he was speaking, he suddenly started to stutter. This was because Lin Bei took out the divine water and life seawater he had prepared in advance from the system space and presented them to Xiao Hei. Seeing this, Lin Bei immediately tempted him. "How about it? If you agree, I'll give you a bottle of life seawater worth 30,000 points to rinse your mouth first. Also, you'll receive one bottle regularly every month, and if you make extra contributions, there will be more." Now I know why the referee resigned. Xiao He shook his head with a sigh and continued. No wonder the referees at the games you've played all quit. I'm curious, how has that octopus managed to stay in the game until now? So, you're planning to refuse? Lin Bei asked in surprise. Hearing the sound, Xiao He quickly waved his hand. No, no, no. Anyone who refuses this kind of treatment is an idiot. After saying that, he tossed a piece of paper to Lin Bei and continued. This is a map of 111. Follow it to get to the other side. Wait for me outside the island for an hour. If I'm still alive, I'll go with you. Lin Bei took a piece of paper that looked like fish scales and wanted to ask something. However, Xiao He didn't give him a chance, shouting, Run! The heavenly lightning will strike the entire island soon. The punishment for violations is now several times greater than before. Take care. I hope to see you in an hour. Lin Bei said, then turned and activated his active skill, Malice Sense. During the rapid evacuation, suddenly, dark clouds gathered over Lin Bei, completely covering the two suns. I haven't gotten back to the raft yet. Without thinking twice, Lin Bei ran as fast as he could, putting on the ink-stained gloves. Immediately afterwards, with a thought, the effect of his equipment, the black robe, was activated. In an instant, with his attributes further enhanced, Lin Bei moved like a whirlwind, his figure impossible to catch with the naked eye, his speed simply unbelievable. 3 minutes later, Emperor's Raft Beach. Hoo-hoo! Lin Bei, who had just returned to his raft, was panting heavily. Sensing something amiss, the Sea Patrol Yiksha immediately turned to investigate. Huh? Master, when did you get back? How come we didn't see it just now? Upon hearing the sound, the other servants all looked towards Lin Bei, their expressions as if they had seen a ghost. It's normal. I was running so fast, I ran back from the center of the island in less than 5 minutes. It was impossible to tell with the naked eye, Lin Bei explained. Upon hearing this, Yasha became even more puzzled and asked, Master, why did you run away? Was that shark very powerful? Lin Bei was not allowed to explain. Xiao AI, Xiaomi's AI assistant, quickly answered, Idiot, look at the sky over the island. There are clearly two suns, but now it's covered with dark clouds. Don't you find that strange? Xiao AI is right. After confirming, Lin Bei added, The island will be struck by lightning later as punishment for those who violate the rules. Also, after the lightning, a new person will come and become your vice captain. He had barely finished speaking. Suddenly, a loud rumble of thunder echoed in the sky. Accompanied by thunder, countless blue lightning bolts shaped like dragons descended from the sky, covering the entire island and indiscriminately bombarding it. Staring at the horrifying scene before him, Lin Bei felt a chill run down his spine and said, I think your deputy, captain, might be dead. We should go check on him later and collect his body while we're at it. Why didn't the captain give him a scapegoat coin? Don't you have plenty of those? Huh? Lin Bei looked embarrassed and forced an explanation. That guy told me to run for no reason. He didn't give me any time at all. Chapter 101 First Tier Experience Pill. The lightning lasted for more than 10 minutes. The entire island was in a mess, with red rubble everywhere, a scene as tragic as a cultivator undergoing tribulation. Lin Bei, who witnessed everything, shook his head and muttered to himself as he took out the fish scale map prop. I guess Xiao He is probably in grave danger. I'll have Yiksha take some people over to collect its corpse later. Guide map. Great. Category. Special map. Description. A quest item containing information about an unknown island. This thing should be a map of the 111 islands. If Sunana doesn't randomly generate a teleportation map, just follow it. Lin Bei secretly plotted his next move. Suddenly, he heard a thud behind him. What's that noise? Lin Bei looked puzzled, then turned his head to look. What came into view was a shark with an X-shaped scar on its forehead, its body charred as if it had been roasted. Little Black, Lin Bei asked in surprise. Weren't you on the island just now? How come you suddenly appeared near me? Did you have a substitute coin, or did you use a substitute coin? The reply came from Xiao He, who was not to be hurt. Xiao AI spoke first. He seems to be seriously injured. It feels like treatment will cost a lot of resources. Should we bury him? In response to this, Xiao He, enduring the pain, said, Big boss, I can still be saved. First, borrow some life seawater. Half is enough. Don't listen to that lousy AI's nonsense. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei immediately took out the seawater of life from the system space and walked toward Xiao He while scolding Xiao AI along the way. Is the deputy security captain of my raft. He's one of us from now on. But Captain, He doesn't have a servant contract, and he's not a beautiful woman, so he shouldn't meet the requirements for boarding the raft, right? After feeding Xiao He the seawater of life, Lin Bei asked with a dark expression, "Did I set any requirements?" Although the captain didn't specify any requirements, based on big data analysis, you seem to be currently only interested in attractive members of the opposite sex. Your data is faulty and needs updating. I'm a gentleman, a true Sigma man. Also, you've asked a lot of questions today. I suggest you talk less. Lin Bei finished scolding Xiao guy. The little black shark, which was just charred all over, has begun to recover gradually, and its necrotic skin is peeling off. Feeling the pain subside and filled with strength, Xiao He immediately sprang to his feet and knelt before Lin Bei, saying, "Security captain reporting for duty." Also, regarding the issue the AI mentioned earlier, boss, don't worry. Just find a contract card. A contract card? But I've survived for 9 days and haven't gotten one. Lin Bei shrugged, looking helpless, and continued to ask, "Is that thing very rare?" No. While stretching his body, Xiao He explained, "After the double sunshine event ends, that thing is easy to open. Tier 1 treasure chests drop frequently, but raising subordinates consumes too many resources, so it's pretty useless unless the player is very rich." Okay. Lin Bei nodded, then instructed, "Get to know the servants on the beach first. You'll work with them to protect the island surroundings. We'll form a contract in a couple of days." "No problem. I'll do anything for the boss." Xiao He agreed without hesitation. After all, his player status had been stripped away, leaving him with no way out. Upon seeing this, Lin Bei turned around with satisfaction and walked towards the castle. On the way, he reminded Xiao Ai, before signing the contract, keep a close eye on Xiao He. If there is anything unusual, remember to report it to me immediately. Don't worry, Captain. Even if you don't say anything, Xiao Ai will keep an eye on him. Lin Bei asked curiously, "Do you really hate sharks?" No. Xiao Ai hates any creature that could threaten the captain. Inside the castle room, as soon as Lin Bei pushed open the door, he asked, "How is it? Do you have the treasure map, numbered 111? Hearing this, Su Nana, who was lying on the bed scrolling through her book, immediately got up and replied, "Brother, we've opened all the treasure maps. There's no treasure map numbered 111, but we do have 2 treasure maps numbered 110 and 112. "Is that so?" Lin Bei muttered, then took out the red treasure chest and said, "This chest can contain the sun-shooting bow. I have quite a few more here. You and Ruyin can open them all together later." As he was talking, he threw the box at Su Nana. Without hesitation, Su Nana immediately opened the box. "Congratulations, host. You have consumed resources for a woman, triggering a critical hit return and obtaining 800 sun-shooting treasure chests. The system notification tone has ended." Lin Bei subconsciously wanted to ask Lu Ruyin to open the box together. However, a blinding red light enveloped the room. Before Lin Bei could react, Su Nana suddenly shouted excitedly, "The special treasure chest is flashing. My good luck is back." Such power? Could it be the sun-shooting bow? Lin Bei's heart skipped a beat, followed by joy. After all, bad luck was always with him, and this kind of instant, soul-piercing experience was something Lin Bei had never had. Not long after, the red light gradually faded. Lin Bei quickly walked to the bedside and began to examine the items in the treasure chest. However, all that came into view was a single pill. Is this a level-up experience pill? And there seems to be only one left. Are you kidding me? This is what you get from flash sale? Lin Bei looked disappointed and, without any expectation, bent down to pick up the pill and check its properties. Level-up experience pills. Level 19. Tier 1. Category: one-time upgrade item. Description: a pill that unlocks potential, enabling players to break through their own barriers and reach higher realms. Effect: increases experience points by 20. Note: Tier 1 experience pills can raise a player's level to a maximum of 19. Tier 2 experience pills are required to break through to Tier 2. Huh? A level 1 experience pill? Lin Bei's hopeless heart was rekindled at this moment, and he even felt a little more expectant. Because each time you level up, you will receive an amount of attribute points to allocate. Without a class, the attribute gained is 1 point. If I upgrade to Tier 1, I wonder if I'll get more attributes or other surprises. This thought came to mind. Lin Beixian immediately looked at Lu Ruyin and said, "This experience pill is good. You should take it." Lu Ruyin looked flattered and asked uncertainly, Really for me? But Nana opened this place. Lin Bei turned to look at Su Nana, who seemed a little aggrieved, and said, the experience pill didn't provide much of a boost, so I'll reward you with charm pepper instead. Keep up the good work. You did well this time. Chapter 102 Advancement to the First Tier. Su Nana was stunned at first. Then her face lit up with joy, and she asked in an uncertain tone, really for me? Yes. Lin Bei nodded and continued. You are our Raft's lucky charm. If not you, who else? If you shine again, I'll give you skill pills and skill slots. These words were spoken. A surge of joy instantly overwhelmed Su Nana's mind, even overflowing. Unable to restrain herself, she immediately gave Lin Bei a big kiss on the cheek and said, after Nana finishes eating brother's green peppers, she'll flash it again for brother to see. What do you think of flashes? Something that can just go off whenever you want. Lin Bei shook his head, clearly not believing it. After all, the effectiveness of his eyebrow pencil, which he had built up on a raft, had been thoroughly proven. However, Su Nana didn't take it to heart. She finished the green pepper in 2 bites, then exclaimed with delight, 5 o'clock. That's the highest 5 o'clock. When Su Nana announced the good news, Lin Bei could see that her face had become more tender, her skin more snow-white, and even her breasts were expanding, showing signs of breaking through to see. This is even more amazing than breast augmentation. The legendary lowly face with a mature woman's figure? Upon seeing this, Lin Bei immediately used his mind to ask the system, what is Su Nana's appearance panel? Su Nana. Nationality, Xiagua. Gender, female. Age, 18. Appearance, 95. Dimensions, 89. Virtue of a woman. She has lost her virginity. Overall score, 93. Good heavens. A lowly with an overall score of 88 and a figure score of 84 actually raised her score to 93 with just 1 green pepper. That's terrifying. Is there really such a big difference between 20 points of luck and 10 points of luck? Lin Bei was incredibly envious. So much so that he became even more eager for items that would increase his luck. Hopefully, the quality critical hit title medal will bring me some surprises tomorrow. Just as he was deep in thought, another burst of red light suddenly appeared, engulfing the room. Before Lin Bei could react, Su Nana then threw herself into his arms, acting like a spoiled child. Brother, I'm out again. Lin Bei stared at the little girl in his arms, looking embarrassed. After all, he had said not long ago that flashes of brilliance are not so easy. Not bad. Nana is so lucky. She truly deserves to be our Raft's lucky goddess. After forcing himself to praise her, Lin Bei took out skill pills and skill slot card from his system space and continued. As for what skills you get as a reward, that depends entirely on luck. I know. Su Nana smiled and exchanged a glance with Lin Bei, then took the prop and said, don't worry. Nana is very lucky now. Watch me amaze you again, brother. As she spoke, she broke free from Lin Bei's embrace, took out the book pages, and began using the props. In response to this, Lin Bei didn't pay much attention to it. Instead, he looked at the gleaming treasure chest. What the hell? This is even more outrageous. They only gave us 1 card? Does this mean that this treasure chest is bound to shine? Lin Bei took out the card thoughtfully and then checked its effect. Sun Shooting Bow Trial Card. Level 100. 10th rank. Category, one-time weapon trial card. Effect, temporarily summons the Sun Shooting Bow, granting 30 minutes of usage rights. Note, the arrows must be paired with the Sun Shooting Arrow. Skill, invisible. Pressure Massinet. The sudden happiness caught Lin Bei off guard, but he quickly realized what was happening and immediately burst into laughter. However, before he could laugh for more than 2 seconds, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Congratulations, host. You have successfully consumed resources for the woman and have obtained 1100 Tier 1 experience pills. The notification tone has ended. Lin Bei immediately decided to start leveling up. As for finding the Sun Shooting Bow, it's not too late after he finishes upgrading it. This thought came to mind. Without hesitation, Lin Bei took out the experience pill and swallowed it like candy. You have successfully consumed the Tier 1 experience pill and gained 20 experience points. Your level has now increased to 10. Successfully consumed the Tier 1 experience pill and gained 20 experience points. Successfully took the first level experience pill. After a period of binge eating, the notification that I've reached level 19 finally appeared. You have successfully consumed a Tier 1 experience pill and gained 20 experience points. Your level has now increased to 19. Seeing this, Lin Bei quickly activated the golden bracelet and checked its attribute panel. ID, Lin Bei. Number, 8888. Gender, male. Age, 21. Level, 19 tier, 2 not unlocked. Experience points, 200 to 200. Assignable attributes, 20 points. Upgradable attribute, 1 time. Enhance attribute direction. Stamina, advanced to intermediate level. Each point of stamina gained is equivalent to gaining 2 points of stamina. Strength, advanced to intermediate level. Each point of strength gained is equivalent to an increase of 2 points of strength. Agility, advanced to intermediate level. Each point of agility gained is equivalent to a 2-point increase in agility. Mental strength, skin resilience. Not only do you get 20 more attribute points, but you can even upgrade your attributes. Lin Bei scanned the panel, momentarily caught in a dilemma. But then I thought, Xingji must have been through this before. Maybe he can give him some advice. Thinking of this, Lin Bei took out the apricot paper and asked, which attribute should I choose for advancement? In response to the inquiry, neat lines of writing quickly appeared on the apricot paper. Master, how come you're suddenly level 19? You shouldn't have leveled up now. It's too late to say that now. I suggest you prioritize spirit, then agility. Spirit will increase the range of your ice block and allow you to cast skills more frequently. What will happen if I upgrade? Don't leave things unsaid. It's not very endearing. Lin Bei found it. Needless to say, you'll receive the announcement in 5 to 10 minutes. Also, add points quickly. So mysterious. Lin Bei scratched his head, stopped thinking about it, and turned his attention back to the projected screen, starting to operate it on his own. ID, Lin Bei. Level, 19 tier, 2 not unlocked. Stamina, 79. Strength, 40. Agility, 65. Intermediate level, mental strength, 76. Increased by 20 points. Note, don't be fooled by the fact that the panel only shows 76. It's no different from a low-tier attribute of 152. Skin resilience, 52. After upgrading the attributes, Lin Bei suddenly felt his mind become incredibly clear. However, before he could even savor the moment for a few more seconds, a new announcement suddenly appeared on the wristband screen. Chapter 103 Lucky dice. Good afternoon, players. It seems you've all developed quite well. Some of you have even surpassed veteran players who have been around for decades. Interesting, what a fascinating race. Now, let me increase your intensity. Announcement for the entire sea area. 1. Since player Lin Bei is the first human in the Blue Star race to raise his level to Tier 1, he will be given an extra opportunity to enhance his attributes. 2. The Flame Fish's attributes and combat intelligence are increased. 3. Added a new boss that appears every 2 days. 4. After the Double Sky event ends, the servers will be merged. 5. The area with the largest number of surviving humans on Blue Star has seen a significant enhancement in all sea area attributes, increasing the chances of finding fishing resources. Have fun playing the game. What the heck is boss? Could it be that just because I advanced 1 rank, it caused such a huge chain reaction? So, is promoting 1 order a prerequisite? Xingji said I leveled up too early because he was afraid of too many casualties among the human race. Thinking of this, Lin Bei immediately picked up the apricot paper and explained his guesses one by one. Upon hearing this, Xingji immediately responded. You need to know that the larger the population of a race, the greater its subsequent advantages. Take the elves, for example. They are very powerful and have long lifespans, but their population is small and their reproduction rate is slow, so they have always been in the middle ranks. For example, the dragon race is also a powerful race, but it has never had an advantage in various team survival scenarios. Furthermore, the ant race, although individual ants are not strong, has a strong average strength and is united enough to be an upper echelon in team survival. What I'm trying to say is simple. Individual strengths are important, but the average strength of the entire race cannot be ignored. This time, Xingji had a lot to say. The general idea is that the more people in a race, the better, as it provides advantages in resource acquisition, team survival, and racial competition. Is that so? That's really a headache. Lin Bei shook his head, because he had a vague feeling about it too. After all, one of the points in the new announcement is about comparing the number of survivors. Although the competition takes place in the inner sea of Earth, the increase in all attributes is clearly a good thing. Moreover, today's competition is an internal one, but tomorrow it could be an interracial competition. It seems I still need to help the lovely people in the regional channel. After all, the sudden increase in difficulty is largely due to my own actions. However, the extra attribute upgrade is really great. He finished talking to himself. Lin Bei then switched the projection to the attribute panel again, increasing the chance of advancing attributes to agility. Moment. He felt that everything around him had slowed down to about half the normal speed. Is it too much to handle all at once? Lin Bei already had some guesses. However, he did not take any action regarding the situation, because there are more important things to do right now. For example, collect treasure map fragments to synthesize treasure map number 111. This thought came to mind. Lin Bei asked Xiao AI, how long would it take to sail to the coordinates of the fish scale map? It will take about 24 hours, and we should arrive around 3 a.m. tomorrow. That's so far? Let's head towards the map coordinates first. Yes, Captain. Lin Bei plans to buy double insurance. Even if you're extremely unlucky and the treasure map fragments you exchange in the regional channel don't yield the 111 teleportation map, you'll still be able to reach your destination tomorrow. If you're incredibly lucky and manage to synthesize 111 treasure map fragments, you can save time, shoot down the sun earlier, and resolve the double sun's problem faster, allowing more players to survive. Just as Lin Bei was being planned, Lu Rian and Su Nana suddenly walked towards him. Among them, Su Nana, holding a book page, said, "Brother, look at my skills. Maybe I'll really be your lucky charm in the future." Lin Bei, whose train of thought had been interrupted, looked puzzled and took the book to examine it. ID, Su Nana. Subsidiary number, 2. Skill 1. Lucky Vice. Passive, luck attribute increased by 50. Active, use your will to summon the lucky dice. 4 throws of 3 or less, the passive effect is doubled. If you throw 4 or more points, the passive effect is tripled. The blessing lasts for 30 minutes and takes 3 hours to charge. Depend on, why can't I draw this skill? Lin Bei cursed inwardly, all the joy he had felt from advancing his attributes vanishing. This skill is good, but not powerful enough. As he spoke, he took out an experience pill and continued, eat it like candy and level him up to level 19. Huh? Su Nana was confused and asked again to confirm. Brother, are you serious? In response to this, Lu Rian, standing to the side, said with a face full of envy, Little sister, eat up. This skill is very important to my dear. I think you'll be in charge of opening boxes from now on. Okay, Nana will do her best and will definitely help her brother get more god-level items in the future. After saying that, Su Nana took the experience pill and swallowed it. Just as Su Nana was strengthening her skills, the regional channels are in an uproar. Regional channel users, 97,888. Are you kidding me? We finally gained an advantage, and now you're telling me to buff the flamefish? I've given up and just want to die. I'm still a virgin, and it would be a shame to die now. I want to live. Just because the experts have advanced, does that mean we're being made more difficult for ourselves? So, others have their fun, but we pay the bill? Thompson, don't say that. The big boss sells water and weapons. His contributions are undeniable. I'll just laugh and not say anything. Sweet Moon, you guys better stop complaining. I have some inside information. Want to hear it? You never seem to have anything good when you come out, so I don't dare ask. Sweet Moon, if I brought good news. It said that the big boss has already obtained the sun shooting bow and is about to go get the sun shooting arrow. If you have any treasure map fragments, trade with the big boss as soon as possible. What? The Jinx is actually bringing good news? Stop talking nonsense. Anyone have treasure map fragments? Go trade with Lin Bei. We can't survive a second longer in this weather. Yeah, who has any? Don't hide them. Can you even collect 100? We need to learn to face reality. Let the tall ones stand tall. Shinomori, pressure main. The firefish here are devouring each other. Are they playing the big fish eat the little fish game? I advise you to run away quickly. As the saying goes, there's always something fishy going on when things seem unusual. You might just be lucky and have stumbled upon a boss spawn point. 5 minutes later. Shinomori, help! A huge Magikarp is chasing me. Magikarp? What the heck? Do you think you're playing Pokemon? Shinomori. It was a red fish, similar to Magikarp from Pokemon, but at least 10 times the size of Magikarp, probably as tall as a 3 or 4-story building. 3 more minutes passed. Brother, are you okay? Do you need my help with anything? It's probably doomed. Damn it. I just saw a big red fish eat a player, and I suspect it was Shinomori. Now that fish is coming towards me. Virgo, are you alright? Hey Virgin, send me your coordinates, and we'll try to stay away from each other. Virgo, thank you for going all the way. Chapter 10 for the beginning of the turnaround. Zhang Tianhe, coordinates. After that monster ate Shinomori, a man-eating flower appeared on its head. That man-eating flower makes a strange song, and as soon as you hear it, you become completely paralyzed. Luckily, I have a deafness candy that I can't sell. Also, I'm not called Virgin Bro. Thank you. Great. Virgo Bro is awesome. He still remembered to remind us, even in a life-or-death situation. Yes. Once I find my brother's sister, I'll introduce her to you. I have a 3x speed-up card here. How about I sell it to you for 100 wood? I don't need it anyway. The boss is pretty far away from me. Zhang Tianhe, you bastard, at this critical moment, can you give me a discount? My wood and nails together don't even cost 100. Let's have a 3-minute moment of silence for the Virgin. Lin Bei, who was spying on the screen, saw the information about Virgin Brother Zhang Tianhe and immediately edited a message. Sell me the acceleration card. I'll give it directly to Zhang Tianhe. Also, contact me to trade if you have treasure map fragments. The price is guaranteed to satisfy you. While running away, Zhang Tianhe, who was chatting in the group, was overjoyed when he saw this and quickly replied, "Thank you, boss. You're so loyal. That's what you call vision." Thompson, "Boss, you're so generous." Sweet Moon, wow. After a series of operations, Lin Bei successfully acquired the acceleration card. Without a moment's hesitation, he tossed it to Lu Ruyan, who was standing not far away, and ordered, "Use it quickly. Time is of the essence." After saying that, Lin Bei took the initiative to send a private message to Zhang Tianhe. "I can provide you with acceleration cards and basic materials for upgrading the Raft to level 9. I only have one requirement. You must hold off the boss." The message was sent in less than a second. Zhang Tianhe replied, "Boss, the effects of my deafness candy are about to wear off. You must be joking. That boss is too dangerous. One wrong move, and I'll die. Besides, I'm still a virgin. Dying suddenly would be a lifelong regret." Lin Bei, "I'll renew your speed-up card and deafness candy, and I'll also give you 2 substitute coins to ensure you stay alive. All you have to do is attract fire and make the boss keep chasing you, reducing the losses for other players." His idea was rather simple. Just as the private message said, by using Zhang Tianhe to delay the boss's development, the number of blue star players will decrease, thus achieving the highest number of survivors of the same race. Moreover, doing so can accumulate certain advantages for the future. After all, he hadn't forgotten what the apricot paper demon had said. Furthermore, Lin Bei is currently searching for the sun-shooting arrow and has no time to deal with the boss. Moreover, the boss is even further away from Island 111. As for using a summoning card to pull him over, it's too early to say now. There are too many uncertainties. Lin Bei had no time to think further. Zhang Tianhe's private message popped up again. "I'm so grateful for your kindness, sir, for upgrading the Raft and sending me life-saving items. I will give it a try." After reading the message, Lin Bei was about to reply when the system's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a critical hit return and received 1000x 3x speed-up cards. 3x speed-up card. Level 9. Category: one-time consumable item. Effect: increases the raft speed by 3 times for 3 hours. After a quick scan of the card information, Lin Bei quickly delivered all the supplies Zhang Tianhe needed to him. In response, Zhang Tianhe sent another private message. "Thank you so much, boss. I will definitely complete the task you assigned me. I've even found out what kind of female fish the boss likes. Hopefully, this kid can give me some surprises and not waste all those resources." Lin Bei muttered to himself with a sigh, then turned his gaze to Su Nana and asked, "Is your skill level 9 yet?" Upon hearing this, Su Nana swallowed the last 9 skill experience pills in her hand and said, I'm already level 9. "Very good." Lin Bei nodded, then picked up the book next to him and began to examine it on his own. ID: Su Nana. Subsidiary number: 2. Skill 1. Lucky Dice. Level 9. Passive: luck attribute increased by 100. Active: use your will to summon the lucky dice. 4 throws of 3 or less. The passive effect is tripled. If you throw 4 or more points, the passive effect is quadrupled. The blessing lasts for 30 minutes and takes 3 hours to charge. Yes, the skill's effectiveness has been significantly improved, and I can confidently entrust you with opening the treasure chests on a raft afterwards. Lin Bei's face was full of relief and joy. After all, Without using the active effect, Sunana's luck can reach as high as 20 points. If the apricot paper is slightly enhanced and combined with the active effect of the lucky dice, wouldn't she be able to fly directly to the sky? When you get the treasure map fragment again, the treasure map of Island 111 will be yours for the taking. Just as Lin Bei was pondering, Xiao AI's voice appeared once again. Captain Little Black Shark and his minions have successfully hunted down 128 flame fish that attempted to land on the island and obtained 2 treasure chests, which have now been delivered to you by Red Dragon. Oh, then tell them to hurry up. Time is of the essence. Lin Bei urged, then looked at Sunana and said, I'll be watching your performance later. I hope your lucky streak isn't just for show. Brother, don't worry. I'm incredibly strong right now, and I desperately need a treasure chest to practice on. Sunana looked eager to try. Clearly, she wanted to make a good impression and, incidentally, see just how noticeable the effects of a luck boost were. 20 minutes later, at the castle gate, 2 Shanxue and 2 Shantong, who had been waiting for a long time, saw the 2 red dragons carrying the treasure chests. They immediately stepped forward to take over and hurriedly headed to Lin Bei's room. Before long, the treasure chest was delivered to Sunana. Without a moment's hesitation, she immediately opened the treasure chest, successfully opened the treasure chest, and obtained 1 X Tier 2 green wood and 1 X Tier 2 metal piece. Successfully opened the treasure chest and obtained treasure map fragment X4. Brother, it's a fragment of the treasure map. Sunana cheered loudly, her face full of pride. Upon seeing this, Lin Bei immediately stopped taking the replica treasure chest and stood there, seemingly a little unaccustomed to the current situation. After all, in the past 9 days of survival, when has it ever been as smooth as it has been? Especially the treasure chest draw, it's just indescribable. Every time, the advantage comes from the guaranteed minimum and the quantity. Brother, what are you standing there for? Is it because you don't have enough treasure map fragments? How about we collect some treasure chests? Sunana suggested as she walked to Lin Bei's side and handed him 4 treasure map fragments. Lin Bei snapped back to his senses, took the fragment, and said, Oh, no need. I have some remaining fragments. Chapter 105, The Competition of 111 Islands. After dealing with Sunana, Lin Bei immediately activated the golden bracelet and gifted the treasure map fragment to Yang Xueli. Congratulations, host. You have successfully gifted the supplies, triggering a critical cashback event and receiving 2,000 treasure map fragments. Upon hearing the system notification, Lin Bei quickly took the fragment out of his spatial storage and handed it to Sunana, saying, There are only 2,000 fragments available right now, and you have a total of 20 chances. I believe in your luck. You should be fine. Sunana confidently accepted the fragment, patted her chest, and assured him, I haven't used my active skill yet. If I use it now, I'm sure I can get the treasure map that you want, brother. After saying that, she did not hesitate to activate her active skill by focusing her mind. In an instant, a golden 6-sided die appeared out of thin air in front of Sunana. Immediately afterwards, the golden die fell to the ground, spinning like a top. Lin Bei and the 2 women stared intently at the dice, waiting for the final number. Time passed second by second. The dice are spinning at a slower and slower speed. Ultimately, the number on the top side remained at 4. Nice! Sunana exclaimed, her dimples and white teeth clearly showing how happy she was. Lu Ruyan, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but praise. Wow, Nana is so great. Not bad. With a 4x luck boost, it's equivalent to 16 of my luck, Lin Bei said with a self-deprecating laugh, then urged, Don't waste time, quickly synthesize the treasure map fragments. Okay, let's watch the lucky fairy perform next. Sunana readily agreed and quickly started manipulating the pages to begin the synthesis. Congratulations to affiliated player Sunana for successfully synthesizing fragments and obtaining treasure map number 109. Congratulations to affiliated player Sunana for successfully synthesizing fragments and obtaining treasure map number 134. Congratulations to affiliated player Sunana for successfully synthesizing fragments and obtaining treasure map number 111. It was synthesized 3 times. Treasure map number 111 has been successfully discovered. Well done. Lin Bei excitedly picked up the treasure map and used it without hesitation. Are you sure you want to activate treasure map number 111? Sure. Successfully activated. player Lin Bei's raft will be teleported to treasure island number 111 in 10 minutes. Please prepare for the game. Game? Lin Bei frowned, scratched his head, and muttered to himself. Why is the hint different from the previous treasure map? Because there were no clues. He could only take out the apricot paper and ask, what game is inside? In response, lines of text quickly appeared on the paper. Because the owner is at level 1, the rules for obtaining treasure chests will change, and the game content will be random. How dangerous is it? I've never encountered this situation before. After all, in all the years since the survival game started, not a single player has reached Tier 1 on day 9. Alright, then I'll bring more servants with me. After saying this, Lin Bei crumpled the apricot paper into a ball, stuffed it into his pocket, and turned to walk out of the castle. Survival time, 5:45. The raft flanks the beach. Inside the stone house. Superficial. Sure enough, air conditioning is the perfect solution for this kind of weather. Thinking back to myself back then, facing those two suns overhead, I almost turned into barbecue. Wow, the boss is indeed a boss. After hunting the flame fish, Little Black was enjoying the twilight with a contented expression. Suddenly, Xiao AI's voice rang out. Captain, we'll be at the beach in a few minutes. Also, the teleportation is now open. Island 111 will soon be next to the raft. Quickly get your team ready and join your master to explore the island. Huh? Little Black Fox asked suspiciously. Isn't it supposed to arrive tomorrow? Could it be that the captain has collected all the treasure map fragments again? Are they that lucky? Of course, the captain is the luckiest player. Also, don't change the subject, get ready. What's the rush? Xiaohei scoffed and said in a disdainful tone, I remember the guardian of Island 111 is called Boba. The guy's about the same as me. There's no need to make a fuss. Silly shark, are you aware that the captain has broken through to the first tier and the island assessment has become more difficult? Perhaps the busty woman you mentioned is no longer there, having gone to perform other missions. What did you say? Survival day 9, level 1? I've been trying to survive for 2.5 years, and I'm still only level 8, not even qualified to advance my attributes. Hey, you stupid AI, can you stop joking around? Really? The captain plans to bring his crew to the island this time. Aren't you going to get ready? Aren't you afraid of getting your wages docked? Xiaohei trembled, his previous attitude completely gone. He hurriedly walked out of the stone house, cleared his throat, and shouted, Family members, assemble. The day to make a name for ourselves and get rich is today. Let's fight for a better tomorrow. Just as the servants were assembling, not far from the raft, an island was already faintly visible. 10 minutes later, Lin Bei had just run to the edge of the beach on a raft. An island then came into view. No, it shouldn't be called an island, because what appears to be floating on the sea is more like a building, just like a house standing on the ocean. Its appearance is similar to an ancient mansion on Earth, with a gate and stone statues. This design is pretty good, Lin Bei muttered to himself, then turned his gaze to Xiaohei and asked, Have you ever seen an island like this? Xiaohei shook his head frantically and said, Boss, to be honest, I'm only level 8. I've never even seen the first level assessment. Asking me is pointless. In response to this, Lin Bei subconsciously wanted to take out the apricot paper to find out more specific information. However, the gold bracelet suddenly activated automatically and displayed a notification. Congratulations to player Lin Bei for entering Treasure Island 111. The Big Eater game begins. Players have been automatically registered for the competition. Big Eater game rules. 1. The match will last for 3 hours. 2. There are 3 types of food: flame bread, poisonous bread, and ice bread. 3. Eat the flaming bread, score +2. Eat the poisonous bread, and you'll get +10 points. Eat the ice bread, +2 points. 4. No violence or killing of other players is allowed during the match. Violation of this rule will result in being struck by level 88 lightning. 5. When the match ends, the player with the highest score wins. 6. The first place winner will receive a special treasure chest and the Big Eater title medal. Note, you only need to follow the rules above. Big Eater. Level 19. Category: Competition title. Introduction. The title of Competitive Eater Champion is proof of being able to endure hardship. Effects: Stamina +10, Skin Toughness +10. Note, wearing this title makes you more prone to hunger. Chapter 106 is mainly about how pretty the referee is. A bread-eating contest? Moreover, the name of the bread suggests it might be a bit dangerous. After reading the rules, Lin Bei fell into deep thought. He didn't have time to think about it further. Xiao He, who was watching from the side, said, "Boss, that annotation seems to say that as long as you follow 6 rules, does that mean the servants can help you eat?" "Yes, I've been thinking about that too." Lin Bei nodded, then said uncertainly, "How about we give it a try?" The words had barely left his mouth. The mansion gates suddenly opened. Then came a female voice. "Contestant number 4, Lin Bei, please enter the competition venue." Upon hearing this, Lin Bei didn't have time to think further and immediately said, "Everyone, come with me." "Yes." The servants responded in unison and followed Lin Bei's steps. However, just as they were about to reach the gate of the mansion, a transparent barrier blocked the servants from entering. "Boss, it seems this is your personal competition, and we can't participate," Xiao He said regretfully. "It seems this bug doesn't exist." Lin Bei sighed, then instructed his servants, "Then you all must guard the island well." "Boss, don't worry. With me here, nothing will go wrong," Xiao He replied confidently. "Okay." Lin Bei nodded slightly and continued walking towards the gate. The moment I entered the mansion, the once empty courtyard was transformed in an instant. 5 tables suddenly appeared in Lin Bei's eyes. Behind the 4 tables were 4 humanoid beings of different races. They are an ugly humanoid wild boar, a handsome elf with pointed ears, a green humanoid sponge, and a human just like himself. After a quick glance around, Lin Bei walked to an empty table and sat down. As he sat down, a beam of light appeared directly in front of the 5 tables. Immediately afterwards, a humanoid dragonfly with 2 wings on its back and a pink body emerged from inside. "Hello everyone, I'm Dragonfly Referee Peach. You all already know the rules of the game. Also, if you can't finish eating, remember to let me know. I can help you out. Of course, eating won't increase your score." At this point, Peach asked again, "Any more questions? If not, then we will proceed with the food distribution." Upon hearing this, the 4 players of various races all nodded slightly. Only Lin Bei was stunned, because a system voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Ding! A member of the opposite sex whose appearance meets our standards has been detected. Peach. Race, dragonfly human beast. Gender, female. Age, 26. Appearance, 92. Dimensions, 94. Women's virtue. During matchmaking, she is about to enter her first reproductive period. Occupation, référé. Overall score, 93. System, what are you doing? I admit she has big eyes and a nice figure, but others are the judges. Sorry, I couldn't help myself." Before Lin Bei could continue chatting with the system, a voice then entered his ears. "Lin Bei, do you have any other questions?" Upon hearing the referee's question, Lin Bei immediately snapped out of his daze and said, "No." "That's good." Peach nodded, then said, "Then I declare the competition officially open. Let's start with a food draw." The moment the referee finished speaking, a small fruit machine appeared out of thin air on the tables of the 5 players. In response to this, the green sponge asked, puzzled, "What are you doing?" "Food raffle." After finishing her explanation, Peach patiently added, "It's very simple. This machine automatically adds 1 point every minute. Players need to bet on ice bread, fire bread, or poison bread, and then press the start button. They get whatever they win. Also, X1 and X2 represent the winnings up to a maximum of 10 times. There's no limit to the number of points you can bet, but you can only bet on one type of bread at a time. Any questions? If not, let the competition begin." After listening to the referee's explanation, all 4 players started operating the bread machine on their own. Only Lin Bei, looking at the initial score of 10, fell into deep thought. Which one should I choose? Or should we choose the poison bread with the most points? No, what if I poison myself? It seems that ice bread is the most suitable for me. This thought came to mind. Without hesitation, Lin Bei placed a bet on an iced bread roll and pressed the start button. As for why he bet 1 point at a time, it's because he's had bad luck, so he plans to bet 1 point at a time. After all, the referee in front of her can help her eat bread, and although it doesn't add points, it can be returned. At that time, winning just 1 prize would be equivalent to 200 ice breads, giving a natural advantage in quantity. As Lin Bei was planning to use the system, the bread maker has started. With a soft beeping sound, the square turntable began to spin. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. The rotation gradually slowed down, eventually stopping on the poison bread. In this draw, X10, poisonous bread, a type of bread, were awarded, but no one won. This familiar feeling is indeed true. Bad luck always seems to follow me. Lin Bei made a self-deprecating remark, then put on the title badge and started the bread machine again. No one won the X10 Fire Bread Lottery in this draw. Hey, I'm not going to believe in superstitions today. Start it up. In this draw, X2 poison breads were awarded, but no prize was won. Okay, is this how you play it? Unconvinced, Lin Bei started the bread machine again. However, he failed to score a single point after using up all 11 points. But the green sponge next to him suddenly screamed, 10 times the ice bread. Lin Bei, who was waiting for his points to refresh, suddenly had a flash of inspiration upon hearing this and looked at Sponge and asked, "Brother, what is your name?" In response to this, Sponge ignored Lin Bei and instead took the iced bread out of the machine and started munching on it. When he took his first bite, he shuddered and blurted out, "So cold." When the other party ignores you, Lin Bei didn't give up and continued, "Brother, my name is Lin Bei. I think the referee is quite attractive, and I know I have no hope of winning, so I want to give her a piece of ice bread to try. Can you sell me one?" "Not for sale. Not for sale." Sponge waved his hand, his face showing obvious impatience. "How about 1,000 points?" Lin Bei asked. The green sponge froze, its mouth stopping its bread-eating motion, and asked, "Bro, what did you say? 1,000 points? Are you serious?" "Certainly." Lin Bei responded affirmatively, then took out 5,000 points from his system space and said loudly, "It's mainly because the referee is too beautiful and pleasing to the eye. Whether we win or lose the competition doesn't matter. The key is to make her happy." His voice echoed throughout the courtyard. In an instant, the referee and the other 3 contestants all turned their heads and looked at Lin Bei. "Bro, if you have 1,000 points, I'll sell you a piece of poison bread." "Brother, since you're so kind, I'll sell you a piece of bread." The contestants suddenly became more positive and enthusiastic. The main reason was that Lin Bei wanted to give the bread to the referee. This way, his score won't increase, he won't pose a threat to the 4 players, and he can get 1,000 points for free. Only a fool would refuse such a good deal. Chapter 107 Referee. He cheated. Lin Bei smiled and nodded innocently, saying, "No problem, I'll take one of each of yours and give them all to the referee." "Good. This human brother is full of heroic spirit. Make a deal." Without hesitation, the 4 contestants agreed, stood up at the same time, left their tables, and headed towards Lin Bei to make the transaction. Seeing this scene, the referee immediately stepped forward and said, "This contestant really has 1,000 tickets per bet. Thank you, little brother, sister." Upon hearing this, Lin Bei, who had just completed the deal, quickly handed the bread in his hand to the referee and said, "You're welcome. It's mainly because the referee is pretty." Sigh. Human males are so generous, unlike the males of our race who are stingy to death. The referee complained, then stopped being polite and immediately took the bread and swallowed it. In an instant, the system's voice echoed in Lin Bei's mind. "Congratulations, host. You have used up resources for the woman, triggering a critical hit return, and have obtained 800 ice bread, 400 fire bread, and 400 poison bread. Ice bread. Level 9. Category, special food. Effects. Taking this product will lower body temperature and increase appetite by 10%. Eating 10 ice breads will increase your stamina by 1 point. Eating a total of 20 ice breads will increase your stamina by 3 points. Eating a total of 30 ice breads will increase your stamina by 6 points. Note, stamina can be increased by a maximum of 10 points, but there is no limit to the increase in food intake. As you eat more, the cost of your survival will increase. Fire bread. Level 9. Category, special food. Effects. Taking this product will raise body temperature and increase appetite by 10%. Eating 10 fire breads will increase your stamina by 1 point. Consuming 20 fire breads will increase your stamina by 3 points. Consuming a total of 30 fire breads will increase your stamina by 6 points. Note, stamina can be increased by a maximum of 10 points, but there is no limit to the increase in food intake. Poison bread. Level 9. Category, special food. Effects. Taking this product may cause poisoning and increase appetite by 10%. Consuming 10 poisonous breads increases your resistance to poison by 1. Consuming 20 poisonous breads cumulatively increases resistance to poison by 3. Consuming 30 poisonous breads cumulatively increases resistance to poison by 6. Note, the cumulative increase in resistance to toxicity is capped at 10, but there is no upper limit to the increase in food intake. Pay attention to the descriptions of the 3 types of bread. Lin Bei seemed to be deep in thought. He didn't care about the increased appetite buff. After all, they never lacked food. The only problems that need to be solved right now are how to eliminate the poisoning and the rise in body temperature. This thought came to mind. Lin Bei's first thought was the divine water of life. He clearly remembered that the third effect of the divine water was that it could cure all negative effects below level 5. It seems the only way to counteract the negative effects is with the holy water. Lin Bei muttered something under his breath, then prepared to take out the divine water from the system space. However, the apricot paper in his pocket had already slipped out and ended up in Lin Bei's hands. Lin Bei looked puzzled and was just about to ask why. But the apricot paper beat them to it, revealing lines of writing. Taking a bite of ice bread and then a bite of fire bread will negate the negative effects of fire bread. Their effects will cancel each other out. Additionally, the owner possesses ice resistance, so the ice bread will not harm the owner. Furthermore, after eating 5 slices of ice bread in succession, one can become immune to the side effects of toxic bread within 1 minute. The same applies to fire bread, but it is not recommended for the owner to use it, since the owner does not have strong fire resistance, and it is easy to cause big problems. So, can I drink the saved holy water? After reading Xingji's instructions, Lin Bei was speechless for a moment. Good heavens! The fact that this thing called feelings was actually because it thought I was wasting the holy water? Thinking of this, Lin Bei shook his head and said, "The divine water will nourish you regularly. Don't be so thirsty. We'll talk about it after my competition." "Okay, thank you in advance, master. May you sleep with a different woman every day and have countless offspring." Lin Bei, his face darkening, crumpled the apricot paper into a ball and stuffed it into his pocket. Next, he took out the replica bread and, following the method revealed by the apricot paper, first picked up the ice bread and ate it. The moment Lin Bei took the food, a chill ran through his body. But because of his skill, he felt nothing at all, and even felt inexplicably comfortable, like a corporate slave who gets relief in a foot bath after working overtime. In a word, it was awesome. This feeling made Lin Bei eat heartily, and he devoured the ice bread piece by piece. Congratulations to player Lin Bei. After consuming 10 pieces of ice bread, your stamina has increased by 1 and your appetite by 10. The automatic activation notification from the bracelet calmed Lin Bei down. I almost forgot there were other types of bread. After saying that, he quickly picked up the poison bread and stuffed it into his mouth. As Lin Bei was eating bread with gusto, Sponge next to him was shivering from the cold, clearly unable to withstand it any longer. "Damn it, is 3 slices of ice bread really my limit?" Sponge cursed under his breath, staring at the remaining 6 pieces of ice bread with a look of disgust on his face. "It seems that poison bread is my true domain." As he spoke, he subconsciously glanced at the book rankings. Current ranking. First place, human race. Lin Bei. Points, 122. Second place, orc, wild boar black. Points, 18. Third place, seafoam, sponge green. Points, 6. Sponge green froze, along with the hand that was reaching for the bread machine. "Are you kidding me? Don't humans not have bread? I was just thinking about buying bread for myself. How could it have risen to 122 points in such a short time? Moreover, bread has significant negative effects, so what can the little humans use to fight back? Is the page system malfunctioning?" Confused, Sponge Green stiffly twisted its neck and looked at Lin Bei to the side. However, the sight that came into view completely stunned him. Not only Sponge Green, but the other 3 players also gradually realized what was happening and looked at Lin Bei. Among them, Wild Boar Black, who had been quite smug just moments before, couldn't help but loudly question, "Referee, this kid cheated. His points are definitely questionable." Upon hearing this, the other 3 players chimed in. "Yes, he clearly didn't have any bread. Referee, this human must be thoroughly investigated." In response to this, the referee, who was still in a daze, snapped out of it and frowned, asking, "What are you talking about? Who cheated?" As soon as he finished speaking, the referee immediately scanned the courtyard. When he saw Lin Bei's table full of bread, he exclaimed, "Lin Bei, where did you get so much bread?" Chapter 108, I'll be the referee? The referee's questioning did not stop Lin Bei from from eating the bread. Seeing this, Wild Boar Black continued to fan the flames. Referee, you need to do something about him. This kid dares to ignore you. However, the referee helplessly shrugged and said, hey, the rules don't say you can't bring your own bread, so Lin Bei isn't breaking the rules. After saying that, she immediately walked towards Lin Bei Dao. Human brother, could you share some bread with your sister? Lin Bei ate another piece of bread before stopping and replied, the more bread I eat, the hungrier I get. Why do you keep eating? His attitude has really changed a lot. 1 second he was calling her pretty sister, but now he's more manly, which I like more. As the referee, Peach, spoke, she suddenly smiled and continued. I'm here as a referee for the special bread, because my skill requires a big appetite, and this bread is very important for improving my strength. Oh, is it a devouring skill? Then by Gusset. Almost. Referee Peach nodded, then advised, I advise you not to eat too much of this bread. If you eat too much, you might not be able to support yourself, especially since you're a newcomer. Your older sister used to be a rich woman, but she's become penniless since she started eating this stuff. Having figured out the reason, Lin Bei stopped chatting and instead asked, I have a lot of this stuff. Tell me what you're planning to exchange it for. Peach asked directly, can I use points? Lin Bei shook his head and refused. Too much, I don't need that stuff. How about I'm yours? But raising me is very expensive. I might make you live on borrowed money. Peach said jokingly. Oh, I can accept that. Lin Bei said seriously. Huh? Peach was taken aback at first, but then burst into laughter and said, little brother, you really don't know your place. I was just joking. How about this deal? After saying that, she took out a skill pill and handed it to Lin Bei. Skill pill. Level 1. Category, Big Eater Skill Pill. Effect, randomly gain a skill related to gluttony, the kind that makes you stronger the more you eat. After reviewing the skill pill's description, Lin Bei pressed further. Is there a way to delete skills? Is there a problem with the skill combination? Then just find a skill replacement card. Peach seemed to have thought of something and suggested again. If the combination is fine, then just find a skill slot card. Thank you, Lin Bei replied, then asked, so what's the price of this skill pill? How much bread do I need to exchange it for? Once you've improved your attributes, leave the rest to me. Peach said without hesitation. Impossible. I need to keep some of this. Lin Bei refused outright. Peach wasn't angry at being rejected. Instead, she patiently advised, little brother, the ice bread is a specialty of this game. It disappears automatically after you leave the game unless you eat it all at once. As for the secret of how to eat it, you seem to already know. So, let me give you some more information. Intelligence? About what? Lin Bei asked suspiciously. Are you interested in what's about you and your race? Peach raised an eyebrow, waiting for a reply. 3 minutes later, awakening from his reverie, Lin Bei spoke. If your intelligence is about a racial competition against the Kuanxing people, then there's no need for this. He wasn't allowed to finish speaking. Peach then leaned close to Lin Bei's ear and interrupted. No, it's about you. The most promising newcomer should know that you're a celebrity now, breaking the record by reaching level 1 in just 9 days of survival. At this moment, Lin Bei's curiosity was successfully piqued. He immediately replied, okay, deal's done. Go ahead and say it. Hearing that the other party had accepted the deal, Peach stopped being mysterious and continued. If you can end the Double Sky event early, there will be a holiday game tomorrow. That's it. Lin Bei interrupted, dissatisfied. Haha, just kidding. You're so cute. This information is for you. Peach explained with a laugh, then continued. Because your strength has increased too quickly. After the server-wide competition ends, you will be excluded from the racial competition. Under normal circumstances, you will be the referee of that competition. As for the details, I can't say. Is this information okay? Upon hearing that he would be the referee, Lin Bei's lips curled up slightly, and he said, this information is good. You're getting a little excited. Peach's smile vanished, replaced by a serious expression. I suggest you get even stronger. There won't be just one referee. You'll be competing against each other, and that one's really strong. Huh? Lin Bei's smile froze, because he could clearly sense from Peach's words that something bad was about to happen. He even had a vague intuition that he was about to be targeted. A person and a dragonfly chatted idly, laughing and talking. This left the other 4 players feeling powerless. Helpless, they could only grit their teeth and continue playing with the bread machine, praying for a miracle. Among them, the wild boar was the luckiest, winning the grand prize of 10 pieces of poison bread. He cheered excitedly. Ha! As long as I eat these 10 pieces of poisonous bread, I'll get 100 points, human kid. I still have a chance to surpass you. As they were talking, Wild Boar Black picked up the poisoned bread and, to Sponge Green's envious gaze, popped it into his mouth. However, when he ate the 5th piece, he suddenly felt unwell. Damn it, can't hold on any longer? Wild Boar Black sensed something was wrong, and his consciousness gradually faded. He had previously eaten a piece of poisoned bread. The toxicity was nothing to the Wild Boar Black. But after eating 5 pieces of bread, the toxicity increased several times over, which was something he hadn't expected. A short while later, Wild Boar Black was completely poisoned and collapsed on the table. Seeing this scene, the Sponge Green, who was placing its bet, grumbled, humph, showing off without any resistance to poison. He wasn't allowed to finish speaking. The bread machine lottery has been drawn. This draw, X10 fire bread, did not win. Damn it. Why? Why do I need poison bread, but keep cooking bread? Is there something wrong with this machine that makes 18 slot bread? Sponge Green's eyes were bloodshot. Clearly his defenses had crumbled, and in his fury that had reached its peak, he couldn't help but kick the toaster. In an instant, the referee, who was chatting with Lin Bei, turned around, flapped his wings, and charged straight at Sponge Green. She was very fast, appearing next to Sponge Green in just 1 second. Sensing something amiss, Sponge Green looked terrified and said, "The rules didn't say anything." However, before he could finish speaking, the referee's expression turned strange. Peach's mouth kept growing bigger and bigger until it covered her entire face, and then she swallowed it whole. Chapter 109, The Vanished Boss. "It tastes just like it looks. Awful," the referee muttered, then turned his attention to the wild boar. Was it poisoned? It should taste better than a sponge, right? The words had barely left his mouth. The referee's figure disappeared from sight. When she reappeared in Lin Bei's field of vision, she was already next to Wild Boar Black. The referee then repeated the swallowing motion, swallowing the humanoid wild boar, which was 3 times her size, whole. This startled the 3 remaining players. Lin Bei, in particular, was even more shocked. After all, his agility was already at an intermediate level, but his nerve reaction speed couldn't keep up with the referee in front of him. With increased strength, are the referees they assign even more outrageous ones? Thinking of this, Lin Bei immediately became obedient and continued eating bread to increase his attributes. 2 hours later, having consumed 30 pieces of fire bread, stamina has increased by 6 points and appetite by 10. ID, Lin Bei. Number, 8888. Gender, male. Age, 21. Level, 19 tier, 2 not unlocked. Stamina, 109. Increased by 30 points. Strength, 40. Intermediate agility, 65. Intermediate level mental strength, 76. Skin resilience, 52. Skill. At this moment, Lin Bei had already consumed 30 pieces of fire bread, 30 pieces of poison bread, and 30 pieces of ice bread. Because of the way he eats, his appetite is more than 10 times that of a normal person. Damn it, the more I eat, the hungrier I get. I feel like I could eat 2 cows. After sighing, Lin Bei turned his gaze to the referee not far away and said, "Sis, I've had enough. You can have the rest." These words were spoken. The referee, who had been in a daze, suddenly became excited and flashed to Lin Bei's side, saying, "He's here, bro." After she finished speaking, her face gradually blurred, turning into a bottomless mouth, which instantly sucked the special bread on the table into her mouth. Upon seeing this, Lin Bei turned his head without hesitation and looked at the other players. After all, the way the referee used her skills was disgusting, a far cry from the pleasing animal-eared girl she used to be. By this time, the other players had given up on competing for first place and had completely given up. When Lin Bei's gaze fell on the player who was also human, he casually asked, "Brother, I see you're human too. Which planet are you from?" The human player looked in the direction of the voice and replied indifferently, "I am from Earth's human race. My name is Ing Isho, and I have been surviving for more than a year." "What about you?" "A year?" Lin Bei was slightly surprised. "What? Aren't you a year old?" Ing Isho asked, puzzled. I'm from Earth, and I've been trying to survive for 9 days." Lin Bei explained. Ing Isho was stunned. The elf who had been eavesdropping nearby blurted out, "You're kidding, right? How did you get into this reward game in 9 days?" "Believe it or not, Lin Bei schlugt unkonsanet. He's right, it's the 9 heavens, I can vouch for it." The referee, having finished the special bread, testified with a look of lingering satisfaction. Moment. The island compound fell silent. It took Isho a long time to accept reality. He got up from the table, walked to Lin Bei's side, and said, "Brother, are you that strong? Are you the illegitimate son of the human emperor?" Lin Bei frowned and asked, "Who is the human emperor? Don't you recognize him? It seems he's not an illegitimate child." Isho was completely confused and explained, "The human emperor is the strongest human in our sea area, but he's been having a bad time lately and keeps losing in competitions." How many people are still in your area?" Lin Bei asked curiously. "Around 120,000. Compared to other races, the disadvantage is obvious in Isho's side. 120,000 is quite a lot." The elf who had been eavesdropping interrupted again, boasting, "Our Wood Elf clan only has 60,000, and we're still taking off. You're just not strong enough." These words instantly enraged Isho, and he began to argue with the elf. In response to this, Lin Bei ignored him and continued to organize the intelligence he had gathered through the conversation. Time slipped away as he pondered. In the blink of an eye, the 3-hour match was over. Time's up. The welfare competition is over. The player with the highest score is Lin Bei. All other players are out. The referee had barely finished speaking. Isho and the elf, who were still arguing, suddenly disappeared. Only Lin Bei and the referee remained in the entire compound. "Congratulations, you're the dark horse." After offering his congratulations, the referee took out a treasure chest from his mouth and continued, "Little brother, here's the treasure chest you need. Take it." Lin Bei, forcing a smile, accepted the treasure chest from the referee, suppressing his discomfort. He said, "Thank you." The other word of thanks had not yet been uttered. Lin Bei's vision suddenly went black. When his vision returned, he was already on the beach at the edge of his raft. Before Lin Bei could even look around, a sleazy voice reached his ears. "Hey AI, it's been 3 hours already. Can't you take a break? In this sweltering heat, if this keeps up, I'm going to turn into a roasted shark." Lin Bei looked in the direction of the sound. What comes into view is Xiao He complaining to Xiao AI. "You all rest first. After I return to the castle and open the chest, I'll shoot down this never-setting sun." These words were spoken. The servants and Xiao He around him were all stunned for a moment, and then they all looked at Lin Bei. "Boss, when did you get back? Was that a treasure chest? You're truly amazing. So capable." Xiao He was like he'd been injected with adrenaline, going all out with flattery, one after another, unable to stop. Not only Xiao He, but the other servants also gradually realized what was happening and knelt down in unison, saying, "Welcome back, master." The sound echoed across the beach, instantly drowning out Xiao He's voice. In response to this, Lin Bei gave a few simple instructions and then walked into the castle. After all, it's already 9 p.m. The sun still hung in the sky, radiating intense heat. He must quickly unleash the sun-shooting arrow to resolve the natural disaster. At the same time, an unknown sea area. Following Lin Bei's instructions, Zhang Tianhe watched the boss being left behind, leisurely picked up a page from the book, took a picture, and sent it to the regional channel. Regional channels. Zhang Tianhe. Pictures, what boss? I dragged this beast for nearly 5 hours by myself on a raft. Isn't that awesome? Awesome. Bro, you're a god. Dude, are you playing with fire? 6666. My Virgo brother has become a legend in one battle. Zhang Tianhe. Keep a low profile. It's not my doing. It's all thanks to Boss Lin who provided me with some props. Just as he was filling the cup, the boss who had been following Zhang Tianhe suddenly emitted a white light. What's going on? Zhang Tianhe shuddered and quickly switched the page layout to prepare for acceleration. However, after the light faded, the boss disappeared from behind him. In response, he immediately contacted Lin Bei's friend and sent a private message. "Boss, something's wrong. The boss has mysteriously disappeared." Chapter 1, 10 Carp transforms into a dragon. Boss attacks. After the message is sent, while waiting for a reply, Zhang Tianhe cautiously looked around, fearing that the boss might suddenly appear and deliver a fatal blow. Did the boss know he couldn't catch me, so he ran away? Zhang Tianhe rested his chin on his hand and guessed uncertainly. He was not allowed to fully understand the situation. Suddenly, an unexpected event occurred. Suddenly, ripples appeared on the sea surface not far away. Is it in the sea? Zhang Tianhe looked horrified and instinctively tried to escape. However, An even more shocking and unscientific scene unfolded. The boss suddenly leaped out of the sea and headed straight for the sun in the sky, like a flying fish. Not only that, after sensing the boss's approach, the sun seemed to gain sentience and began to descend on its own to meet the boss. This absurd scene made Zhang Tianhe realize something was wrong, and even made him uneasy. Something unusual must be going on. The best of the 36 stratagems is to flee. Zhang Tianhe muttered something to himself, quickly took out a page from the book, photographed it, and then relayed the information to Lin Bei again before speeding up the raft to escape the area. However, the raft just started to accelerate. The boss's figure behind them visibly lengthened, and the carnivorous plant above its head gradually shifted towards the coral. It feels a bit like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Will it really turn to a dragon? At the same time, inside the castle of the Emperor's Raft, Sunana is frantically unpacking. Lin Bei, who was waiting nearby, was checking the private messages sent by Zhang Tianhe, prompted by Xiao AI. What the heck, the boss evolved into a dragon. Lin Bei was deeply shocked when he saw the red, strip-shaped creature in the picture. After all, he had never seen a dragon before he was trying to survive. The fire dragons in the last arena were only half human and half dragon. In response, Lin Bei immediately started sending a private message, preparing to inquire about more information. Unfortunately, just as he sent the message, he received devastating news via screen mirroring. Friendly reminder, this player has been disqualified. As the notification appeared, Zhang Tianhe's image gradually turned gray. It seems the virgin brother is in grave danger. Lin Bei shook his head and then turned his gaze to Su Nana, saying, "Why haven't the 100 been released yet this time?" Upon hearing this, Su Nana continued opening the boxes while replying, "Luck doesn't mean everything you wish for, especially since the dice roll was 1. But I have a feeling that the next 20 treasure chests will definitely contain something. Brother, just wait." Sigh. Lin Bei could only wait quietly. While waiting, thoughts of the boss kept popping into his mind. Thinking it over, Lin Bei activated the golden bracelet again, preparing to enter the regional channel to investigate. Regional channel 10 number of users, 91314. 99 plus unread messages. Sure enough, you shouldn't try to show off. It always leads to trouble. Is there any explanation for this? The virgin guy had just finished showing off, and guess what happened next? Stop keeping me in suspense. Thank you. His image has turned gray, presumably. Huh? Didn't Virgo just say that the boss couldn't catch him at all? This story teaches us that we shouldn't show off, we shouldn't play with fire, and that developing our strength stealthily is the best approach. Song Jiejia. Did you guys see the dragon in the sky? A red dragon, just like the ones in anime, flew over my raft. Why are you making such a fuss? What doesn't this absurd world have? Upstairs, can you get to the point? We shouldn't be wondering why the girl wasn't attacked by a dragon. That's true. Based on my 9 days of survival experience, the creatures in this world are extremely unfriendly. They shouldn't be so kind. Is it possible that dragons also enjoy looking at beautiful women? I bet the girl in the picture is wearing black stockings. God the hell likes looking at beautiful women. Their physical structures are all different, and you think they're all as perverted as you? I saw a dragon too. Me too. I was lucky enough to snap a photo thanks to my quick reflexes. What's the point of taking a picture? I just made a wish. Watching too much Dragon Ball. When the regional channel was buzzing about the dragon, Lin Bei, who was watching the screen, fell into deep thought. He's confused now. Why isn't the boss attacking the players? Lin Bei, increasingly confused, finally couldn't help but edit the message. That dragon is the boss. This picture shows the virgin brother who was killed by it. This is the information the virgin brother passed on before he died. The moment these words were spoken, the channel erupted in chaos. Are you kidding me? I was just about to make a wish too. The information from the big boss sent shivers down my spine. Can you feel that the temperature is still rising? Is it not normal for the temperature to rise over time? Song Jiejia. Lin Bei. Then why doesn't the boss attack us? Yeah. Dude, do you know why? Chinan, is it possible that the boss is too busy with something urgent to bother with us? What urgent matter could the boss possibly have? Does he need to clock in for work for fear of being late? Just as the players were discussing it heatedly. Inside the stone house on the beach at the edge of the Emperor's Raft. Is the air conditioner broken? Why is the temperature still rising? The lazy little black dog looked puzzled and asked Xiao AI again. Hey AI, what's wrong with the air conditioner? What else could be going on? The outside temperature has already exceeded 60 degrees Celsius, and the air conditioning is becoming less effective. You have no common sense at all, you idiot. Breaking 60 degrees? Xiao He exclaimed in surprise, frowning as he said, something's not right. Under normal circumstances, when the sun is overhead, the temperature will peak at 60 degrees Celsius, not to mention that it will drop by 5 degrees during a competitive match. So what do you think, you dim-witted shark? Stop calling me an idiot. You're an artificial idiot. After retorting a couple of times, Xiao He seemed to remember something and said urgently, quickly go and inform the boss that the temperature rise is abnormal. If I'm not mistaken, the boss should be coming towards us. Do you have any references? Xiao AI needs to compile and report. I encountered this situation when I was a newbie. Back then, it was the Sea Dragon King who shot down the sun. You quickly report to the boss, and I'll arrange for the servants to prepare for battle. After saying this, Xiao He hurriedly left the stone house and headed towards the sea. Survival time, 22:20. Inside a room in the castle, Lin Bei, who was discussing things in the channel, immediately got up after hearing Xiao AI's report and prepared to go to the edge of the raft to fight the boss. However, as soon as he reached the door, a dazzling red light enveloped the room. Along with the light came cheers from Su Nana. The box flashed. It's the sun-shooting arrow my brother needs. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei stopped in his tracks and turned to walk towards Su Nana. Chapter 111, Shooting the Sun. Sun-shooting arrow experience card. Level 100. 10th rank. Category, one-time trial card. Effect, temporarily summons a sun-shooting arrow. Note, arrows must be used with the sun-shooting bow. Skill, lock 1. Use your mind to lock onto the target, and the arrow will surely hit. Fire/2. Increases damage against fire attribute targets by 1,000 times. The remaining skills cannot be viewed. Staring at the trial card in his hand, Lin Bei's thoughts began to wander. It would be a shame to use such a bizarre temporary tool only once. This thought came to mind. Without hesitation, Lin Bei took out the sun-shooting bow trial card, tossed it to Lu Ruyan, and instructed, use it. Upon catching the card, Lu Ruyan was stunned, blinked, and said, honey, this trial card is only valid for 30 minutes. Isn't it too early? As she was talking, she seemed to remember something and exclaimed, darling, you don't want to shoot down the sun, do you? Huh? You want to shoot down the sun? It's not impossible. Nana, remember to take a picture of him, Lin Bei joked. In response to this, Lu Ruyan immediately waved her hand and said, no, I don't want to shoot the sun. Besides, what if shooting the sun could grant me attributes? That would definitely be a burden to you, my dear. So I'll just take the photos. That makes sense. Lin Bei nodded slightly, then urged, don't waste time, use it first. Okay, Lu Ruyan agreed, then picked up the book and began working on it on her own. In an instant, a red light flashed. In the light, a peach-colored bow and arrow appeared before Lu Ruyan. The bow and arrows were engraved with various unknown characters, like Taoist talismans, and occasionally flashed with a red light. Lu Ruyan could tell at a glance that this weapon was no ordinary weapon. Just as she was examining the bow and arrow used to shoot down the sun, the system notification also sounded in Lin Bei's mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully consumed resources for the woman, triggering a critical hit return. You have obtained 900 sun-shooting bow experience cards and 900 sun-shooting arrow experience cards. Upon receiving his belongings, Lin Bei pushed open the door without hesitation and headed towards the beach where the Emperor's raft had been returned. Upon seeing this, Lu Ruyan hurriedly followed and loudly reminded him, my dear, your sun-shooting bow and sun-shooting arrows. Come watch me shoot down the sun. Also, remember to bring a page from the book so you can take a picture of me at my coolest. Survival time, 22:30. Xiao He, leading over 1,000 servants, stood guard on the beach at the edge of the raft. Suddenly, the temperature around us rose sharply. A giant red dragon, tens of meters long, suddenly appeared in the sky, its mouth constantly gathering flames as it attempted to attack its servants. Seeing this scene, the sweat on Xiao He's forehead turned cold, and he looked as if he were facing a formidable enemy. Damn it, I can't fly, boss. Why aren't you here yet? I'm starting to feel the strain. Before Xiao He could finish muttering, the red dragon hovering in the sky suddenly paused and looked towards the castle. Was it too late? Sensing the emergence of the sun-shooting bow and sun-shooting arrow, the red dragon's eyes were filled with apprehension. Without hesitation, it stopped its attack and fled into the distance. The red dragon ran away, mainly because it was afraid that Lin Bei would lose his temper and abandon the opportunity to shoot the sun, thus giving an arrow. Therefore, it plans to wait until Lin Bei uses the sun-shooting arrow before coming over to harvest the thousands of minions and Tier 1 players, thus evolving again. Watching the red dragon disappear into the distance, the little black fox asked suspiciously, "What is it running for? Could it be?" Before the words, "The boss is here," could even be uttered, a voice then entered his ears. "Xiaohei, how's things going on your end?" Xiaohei looked in the direction of the sound. He then saw Lin Bei and a group of women. In response to this, Xiaohei immediately stepped forward to greet them and reported, "Boss, the red dragon was just about to attack us, but it seems to have run away inexplicably because of you." Running away? Lin Bei looked puzzled and then prepared to ask for details. But Xiao AI suddenly interjected, "Captain, after analysis, there's a 99% chance that the red dragon is afraid of the sun-shooting bow in your hand. In addition, Xiao AI believes there is a 98% chance that the red dragon possesses a certain level of intelligence and will return after your sun-shooting arrow is used up." Upon hearing this, Xiaohei echoed, "Although this AI is brain-dead, its analysis is sound." "Oh, is that so?" Lin Bei's lips curled up as he drew his bow and aimed an arrow at the sun. He said, "Just a clever trick. No need to worry. I'll deal with the sun first." The moment the words left his mouth, the arrow shot down the sun like a wild horse, cutting through the sky and heading straight for the sun. Its speed was as fast as a rocket, causing ripples to spread through the surrounding air. As the distance grew greater, the arrow gradually transformed into a dazzling red light, like the stars in the sky. Sensing the danger of the attack, the sun began to move rapidly, attempting a final stand. However, all of this was in vain. Because the sun is locked in, no matter how it moves, the sun-shooting arrows will follow closely behind. Before long, the arrow that shot down the sun finally touched the edge of the sun. In an instant, the sky seemed to be torn apart, with a series of crackling and popping sounds. Immediately afterwards, a tremendous burst of energy exploded, emitting a dazzling light that made it difficult for everyone to open their eyes. As the light gradually faded and the sky darkened, the temperature around us plummeted and a cool breeze began to blow. "My dear, I've already filmed the scene of you shooting down the sun." Lu Rian broke the silence first, shouting excitedly. Before Lin Bei could respond, Su Nana then chimed in, "Sister Rian, let me take a look first." Compared to the women who study photographs, Xiaohei then sprinted to Lin Bei's side and said obsequiously, "Boss, you're truly amazing. Your strength is simply unmatched. I have the utmost respect for you. Flattery won't get you a raise." After interrupting Xiaohei, Lin Bei took out a card and used it. In an instant, the sun-shooting arrow reappeared in his hand. This scene shocked Xiaohei, who exclaimed, "Boss, where did you get the second arrow?" As Lin Bei spoke of opening many treasure chests, he suddenly raised his voice and shouted, "Watch out, that dragon is coming." This statement spread at the same time. A red dragon has appeared in the sky. Without any hesitation, the red dragon breathed scorching flames directly onto the beach. In an instant, the night sky, which had just fallen into darkness, was lit up again as if day had arrived. In response to this, Lin Bei reacted quickly, using the freeze effect to counter. Chapter 1:12 Dragon Egg. In an instant, ice and fire intertwined, forming countless thick fogs that made the view of the beach even more unpredictable and mysterious. Hold! This boss's flames are pretty powerful, stronger than those fire dragons, at least level 19. This thought came to mind. Lin Bei immediately focused his mind and began to draw his bow and nock an arrow. That's right, he planned to use the sun-shooting arrow to kill them instantly and finish the battle quickly. After all, the boss's skill level was similar to their own. If they went head-to-head, they could win, but it would definitely cause unnecessary losses. If the women died unexpectedly, it would be a huge loss. Just as the arrow that shot down the sun was about to be fired again, the giant red dragon, circling in the sky, trembled and fell into confusion. What's going on? Where did this second arrow that shot down the sun come from? What happened to the promise of only one? Family members, does anyone understand? The threat of the sun-shooting arrow made the red dragon anxious, and it quickly gathered even hotter flames again, attempting to turn Lin Bei into ashes first. Moment. Flames illuminated the darkness, carrying boundless heat as they swept towards Lin Bei. But at this moment, Lin Bei had already released the bowstring, and the arrow shot out again. In an instant, the flames that were unstoppable just a second ago were dispersed by the sun-shooting arrow and rushed straight towards the red dragon in the sky. Upon seeing this, the red dragon's scales stood on end, and a sense of impending death gripped its heart. Completely unable to hold on any longer, it lost the courage to resist and began to desperately flee into the distance. However, no matter how fast the red dragon accelerated, the sun-shooting arrows continued to relentlessly pursue it, following closely behind, and their speed was increasing. Not long after, the arrow was faster than the red dragon, piercing through its vital spot. Then, powerful streams of energy surged into the red dragon's body through the wound. In an instant, the red dragon lost consciousness from the pain and began to fall, crashing into the sea and creating towering waves. Regarding this scene, Lin Bei, who was looking out from the beach, could not see clearly because it was too dark. He could only vaguely hear the sounds coming from afar. Xiao He, who had also heard the commotion, advised, "Boss, you should hurry and collect the dragon's corpse." Lin Bei was about to ask something. Xiao He spoke up again. "Dragon meat? Dragons can be broken down, and every part of a dragon is a treasure. If I'm not mistaken, it's at least first-tier meat, a strategic food that's priceless and unavailable." He had barely finished speaking when Xiao AI interrupted again. "Captain, that stinky shark is right. Dragon meat helps with leveling up, and dragon scales are extremely rare materials used to craft equipment." Lin Bei nodded slightly and then said, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's head in the direction where there is movement." "Yes, Captain." Midnight. Survival time, 23:30. After searching with Xiao AI for some time, Lin Bei finally found the corpse of the giant red dragon, which was tens of meters long. Staring at the dragon corpse, Lin Bei laughed. "It's so big, it must have a lot of flesh to break down, right?" As he spoke, he began to manipulate the golden bracelet, disintegrating the enormous object before him. Decomposition successful. Congratulations to player Lin Bei for defeating the boss. You will receive 10 fire dragon scales, 2 fire dragon claws, 1 fire dragon heart, 100 caddies of fire dragon meat, and 1 fire dragon egg. "Are you kidding me? Such a big guy. Only 100 pounds. Lin Bei said, dissatisfied. Upon hearing this, Xiao He interjected, "Boss, dismantling is similar to opening treasure chests, but it's not like you can reliably get the same amount of resources." Lin Bei shook his head, looking at the prop description with disappointment. Fire dragon scales, fire dragon claws, fire dragon heart. Level 29. Category materials. Introduce fire dragon meat. Level 19. Category special food. Description extremely rare meat. Consuming it can increase the experience points of players below level 19, and is said to also enhance attributes for players above level 19. Effect: eating 1 pound of dragon meat will increase experience points by 10. Eating 10 pounds of dragon meat can increase skin elasticity by 1 point. Note: the maximum increase is 50. Dragon egg. Level 1. Category pet egg. Description: can hatch a fire dragon to pledge allegiance. Note: can absorb fire dragon claws and fire dragon scales to increase base attributes. Note: it can absorb the heart of the fire dragon to accelerate hatching. Friendly reminder: blood binding required. Pets? It looks pretty good. And the meat, it works well too. Should we copy them so we can lead 1,000 fire dragons to sweep through any battle in the future? This thought came to mind. Lin Bei's earlier disappointment vanished, and he even began to feel a sense of anticipation. He didn't have time to think about it further. Suddenly, a loud rumble of thunder and lightning echoed through the sky. Then, rain fell from the sky, dripping onto Lin Bei's face. Upon hearing this, Xiao He instantly perked up and cheered excitedly, waving his arms and legs. "Yo, it's raining. It's raining. Awesome." As he was speaking, he suddenly thought of Lin Bei and quickly changed his words. "Boss, why don't you go home and avoid the rain? Otherwise, you might catch a cold. I can blend into water and have an affinity for it, so it's not a big problem." After saying this, Lin Bei paused and looked at Lu Ruyin and the others, saying, "Let's go. It's estimated that there will be heavy rain soon, and you won't be able to withstand it. Let's go back to the castle first." Yes, they all agreed in unison. As Lin Bei returned to the castle, the regional channels are in an uproar. Regional channels. Awesome. The sun suddenly exploded. I gave a huge thumbs up. The temperature has finally dropped, and the long-awaited cool breeze feels so refreshing. It's raining. Haha, I'm catching it with my mouth. Finally, I don't have to buy water anymore. Are there any brothers who can sell me 2 wooden buckets? I need to fill them with water and store it. There are plenty of them in auction houses. So, did Boss Lin shoot the sun down from the sky because the heat suddenly stopped? I guess so. Other players don't have that kind of skill. That's right. I've never even seen a treasure map fragment. So where's the boss? Who cares? I'm doing great right now and don't want to think about anything. 10 minutes later. This damn rain, it just won't stop. No, my raft can't hold up. The waves are huge. The bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish become, the faster I die. Damn it. If someone sells me a wooden pavilion, and I keep getting soaked, I'll be crippled or dead by tomorrow. I thought the heat was over and we could have a comfortable night, but then a sudden downpour came out of nowhere. What a pain. Sweet Moon, look at my wooden pavilion. Aren't you envious? Sweet yeah, big sister, could you please ask the big boss to sell some wooden pavilions? I really can't afford it anymore. Chapter 113 Cross-Regional Merchants. When the players complained that the rain wouldn't stop, Lin Bei and the others had already returned to the castle. Lu Rian, you guys go make some dragon meat. After saying that, Lin Bei took the fire dragon meat out of the system space and handed it to the girls. Can we all eat this? Su Nana asked softly. Let's all eat together. There's plenty to go around. Lin Bei responded generously, adding, you know, this meat can boost experience and attributes. Didn't you see the longing look in Xiao Hei's eyes before? The women were not allowed to respond. Xiao Ai chimed in, yes. That stinky shark was practically drooling. Okay, we understand. Lu Rian stepped forward and took the dragon meat, then said to the other 3 women, let's go. Let's figure out how to cook dragon meat deliciously. Okay. Su Nana agreed first, quickly following Lu Rian's steps towards the kitchen. Seeing this, Lu Lin and Yang Xueli quickly followed the 2 women. He watched the women go into the kitchen. Lin Bei then prepared to get some rest. However, Xiao Ai's voice appeared again. Captain, there's a new announcement. Are they treating us like cattle? Don't they even give us time to rest? Although Lin Bei complained, he still obediently activated the golden bracelet. Announcement time, midnight. Because player Lin Bei successfully shot down the sun, the double sun in the sky event in the 10th Sea area ended early. Starting at 8 a.m. tomorrow, the 10th Sea area will be closed for a day, and many surprises await you. Update notice. 1. Auction house rental function is now available. 2. Auction house auction function is now enabled. 3. Interracial trade begins. 4. Installment payment function enabled. 5. Treasure chest resources increased. 6 Zone. Time. After the rest day. Friendly reminder 1. Heavy rain in the area will continue until 7 a.m. Have a good time surviving, players. Oh, surprisingly, the people behind the scenes had a change of heart and gave the players a day off. But something feels off to me. Will that so-called surprise turn into a shock? Lin Bei pondered and pondered, but he really couldn't figure out what the person behind the scenes was planning. Helpless, he had no choice but to give up and wait until 8 a.m. the next day to talk about it again. Just as Lin Bei was about to turn off the bracelet, a private message from a friend caught his eye. Sweet Moon, the most handsome group leader brother. There are many players in the channel who don't have any means of sheltering from the rain. If you have any extra wooden pavilions, you can try the new function of renting them out. You'll definitely make a fortune. Really, other players aren't as well developed as me. Even if they manage to withstand the torrential rain that lasts until dawn, they'll likely get sick. It seems we have to intervene and try to ensure as many players as possible survive, thus securing the top spot in terms of the number of survivors on Earth. With this thought in mind, Lin Bei immediately went to the kitchen. His idea was simple. Use the previously returned blueprints to manufacture more finished wooden pavilions and stone houses, and then collect cash back. When the time comes, wealthy players can directly purchase stone houses or wooden pavilions, while those who are not wealthy can simply rent them. Compared to Lin Bei, who had just started to get busy, the regional channels are already filled with lamentations. Regional channel users, 91310. This rain isn't going to stop until 7 p.m. Knowing the truth made me burst into tears. Lies don't hurt, but the truth is the sharpest knife. Thompson, the announcement says the rental feature is now available. I have cabins and gazebos that you can rent out temporarily. You are my godfather. I'll rent. Oni-chan, look at me. I'm selling 2 wooden pavilion blueprints. The price is 100 wood and 100 nails. You can purchase them with in-game currency. Brother, trying to take advantage of my misfortune? Even if I, Lu Isho, get soaked to death in the rain, I won't let you, you unscrupulous merchant, have your way. Indeed, not everyone has the same vision as the big shots. I'm also selling a wooden pavilion blueprint here, but poor people shouldn't bother. Besides, there are over 90,000 people in this channel, so even if a big shot wanted to sell, they probably wouldn't have the resources. Because of the continuous heavy rain, most players couldn't even sleep peacefully, so there was hardly any discussion about resting in the early morning or other content in the announcements. Only messages about selling, bargaining, and protests kept flooding the screen. However, this phenomenon did not last long. It was all because a notification suddenly appeared on the regional channel. Friendly reminder: a cross-region merchant has spent points and is temporarily entering the 10th Sea area channel. Friendly reminder: a cross-region merchant has spent points and is temporarily entering the 10th Sea area channel. The series of prompts momentarily stunned the players, but only for a moment. After realizing what had happened, the players were overjoyed and quickly started editing messages. A cross-server merchant? Are you here to sell things? Do you have a wooden pavilion? What are the prices? Ha ha ha, you unscrupulous merchants. Let's see what you do now. Hurry up. I'm frail and sickly. Give me a wooden pavilion first. Goblin Ollie. Fellow human friends, I have plenty of wooden pavilions here. The blueprint is 200 points, and the finished product is 250 points. Dear human friends from Goblin OS, I don't sell supplies here, but I can exchange them for points. As long as you have basic resources, equipment, items, etc., feel free to message me. Goblin Orcs, fellow humans, I offer loans with installment options. All you need to do is sign a contract. You can borrow up to 3,000 points. Chenin, loans, pawn shops, shady dealers. Good heavens, this is a whole chain. Why does this feel a bit like a routine with a strong capitalist flavor? Hey, don't mess with us. Are you serious about the price of that wooden pavilion? It's obvious that this goblin is here to take advantage of the chaos. Lu Fong. I don't care, I'll take out a loan and buy a wooden pavilion first. In an instant, players in the regional channel became polarized. Some people clearly sensed something was wrong and warned everyone to be careful. But some people don't care about all that and are preparing to take out loans or sell their goods. 3 minutes later, Lu Fong. Everyone, don't take out loans. The interest rates are outrageous, even higher than before you transmigrated. If you can't repay in 7 days, you'll become their servant and slave. I was just selling skill pills, and he only offered 250 points to buy them. Does he really think I'm stupid? I'll wait until I find the skill slot cards and then use them myself. They're even more shady than I was when I sold my wooden pavilion. These foreigners are really despicable. They're selling the 2 wooden pavilion blueprints I have for 80 wood each. Goblin Ollie, selling skill pills and skill slot cards. A set only costs 2,000 points. Hurry up and take out a loan. As long as you have the strength, are you afraid you can't pay it back? Goblin Orc, it's not that we're being mean, it's just that cross-server fees are high. We're a small business, and it's not easy for us either. Chapter 114 Loans. The 3 cross-server merchants had a clear intention: to exploit information asymmetry and demand to earn a large amount of points and resources, thereby reaping the benefits of the 10th Sea area. Ideally, most players would be burdened with loans. In that way, the goblin race could effortlessly gain partial control over players in an area and even acquire tens of thousands of slaves. In response to this, most players remain wary. However, a small number of players who could not survive had no choice but to take out loans to fight against the natural disaster. Among them are many ambitious players who even plan to take out loans to buy skill pills and skill slot cards to improve their strength, preparing to make a living by hunting other players in order to become stronger. Little did they know, this was exactly what the goblin merchants wanted. Just as the players were getting excited, a message popped up. Sweet Moon, good news. Boss Lin Bei has put a large number of wooden pavilions and stone houses on the market, numbering in the tens of thousands. If you need them, hurry up and buy them. Also, players who are short on resources don't need to worry. They can choose to rent wooden pavilions, which are very cheap. It's already rented out, and it only costs 1 piece of timber for 7 hours. What bargain! I'm so happy. Ha ha ha. You unscrupulous merchants. Boss Lin's timing for appearing was just right. The wooden pavilion is so cheap. Only 10 pieces of timber? Is the seller selling it at a loss? Or do they already have the formwork and are selling it at the original price? Why worry about so much? I took out a loan to buy a stone house, and with some wooden nails, I upgraded the Raft to level 9 right away. So satisfying. Dude, are you out of your mind? Trying to get a loan from some goblin? Upstairs, are you not connected to the internet? Didn't you know that Lin Bei's stone house can be purchased in installments? Really? Then I have to buy a bunch. I'd rather support my own people than support outsiders. Everyone should take out loans to upgrade their rafts and buy stone houses. If they can't repay, the worst that can happen is forced execution, which is far better than being a slave. Sigh, comparisons are odious. Those who started struggling to survive together are now, just like before they transmigrated, burdened with mortgages. Now that you mention it, I'm going to cry. After all, before I transmigrated, I didn't even have a down payment for a house. Amidst the heated discussion on the channel, an unknown sea area amidst thunderstorms. On an 80-square-meter wooden raft, a player named Lu Fong saw the message in the channel and immediately went to check the auction house. Stone house. Price, 500 points. Replacement. Note, for transactions involving rare items, please contact a member of the Goddess Merchant Guild. This product is available for loan. Duration options, 7 days, 14 days, 30 days, 60 days, 90 days. Loan rules. If the money cannot be returned by the due date, the game will take enforcement action. Wooden pavilion. Price, 15 points. Replacement. Loans available. Wooden nails. Loans available. Are loans available for all of them? After a moment of stunned silence, Lu Fong did not hesitate to take out a loan to buy a stone house, timber, and iron nails. Before he transmigrated, he never touched this thing. After all, Lu Fong knew all too well that loans were a trap, and once you started, it was hard to stop. But after 9 days of torment, he had clearly had enough. At this moment, all Lu Fong wanted was to live comfortably, pull the raft to level 9, and then have a house for people to live in. Not only him, but players in Regional Channel 80 also made the same choice as Lu Fong. As the saying goes, some people are happy while others are sad. Lin Bei's actions nipped the goblins' plan in the bud. The goblins in the Goblin Sea never dreamed that a player in a beginner area could meet everyone's needs. Boss Oak, there's a rich player in this newbie zone. What should we do? If our goods don't sell, we'll lose a lot of cross-server fees. Goblin Oak is really worried. Upon hearing this, Oak did not respond, but instead turned to ask, OS, does that human have a background? I've already checked, and he has a good relationship with the merfolk. Among them, the Thunder King seems to be his employee, and he's not someone to mess with. Uzlookid Vohid. Damn it, what's wrong with this guy? How can a newbie have such a background? Oak's face grew increasingly gloomy, his mind racing as he plotted how to deal with Lin Bei. Suddenly, Oak's green bracelet activated automatically, and a message appeared in his field of vision. Lin Bei, how much do you sell your skill pills and skill slots? Do you have any other goods? Lin Bei, why does that name sound familiar? Oak murmured. Upon hearing this, Ali quickly explained, Boss, he's that tycoon. Our unsold goods are all because of him. Damn it, this guy actually dared to contact us? Is he trying to provoke us? How arrogant and domineering. Oak's face darkened, and he was just about to reply to the private message. Unexpectedly, Lin Bei preemptively said, I want all your skill pills and skill slots. Also, do you have any other good stuff? I want all of that too. Oak was taken aback, exclaiming in surprise, What a joke, as he typed a message. You idiot, don't you know we goblins don't like jokes? Lin Bei, 2,000 peset. I'll offer 100,000 points. Sell me 100 sets first to test the waters. If it's acceptable, we can trade directly. 100,000 points? Oak couldn't hold back any longer and immediately turned to ask, Olive, how many skill pills and skill slots do we have left? Although puzzled by the sudden question, Ali answered truthfully, 40 sets, boss. Our main product this time is the wooden pavilion. We have plenty of those. Also, the wooden houses, materials, and blueprints haven't been released yet, but judging from the current situation, I estimate they won't sell well. Ugh. Ali nodded slightly and hurriedly edited a message to reply. There are only 40 sets available right now. I'll sell them to you for 50,000 points. Also, I have quite a few other things here. Are you interested? Lin Bei, let's make the deal first. You make a list of the other items, and if I'm interested, I'll buy them all. The reason he bought up so many goblin items was, the main concern is that players in certain regions might impulsively take out loans to trade weapons, skills, items, and other resources with goblins. At that time, although they will not pose a threat to Lin Bei, players who cannot repay their loans will definitely become a destabilizing factor. Rather than adding more variables, Linbei should take the initiative to eliminate potential threats. Moreover, he offers a return of 10,000 times, so there's absolutely no loss in trading goods. Chapter 115 God of Live Streaming. Early morning, survival time 120. Inside the castle, Linbei, who had just finished trading with the goblins, was checking the goods he had received. The loot this time includes 40 skill pills, 40 skill slots, 100 level 9 muskets, 10 level 19 corks, a quantity of bullets and gunpowder, and a quantity of duplicate basic blueprints. Clear out your valuable resources, and other players won't be able to buy them, no matter what. Besides, these goblin merchants have made a fortune. If they try to cause trouble for you like the goblins during the speed race, don't blame me for being ruthless. Linbei was thinking about it. Suddenly, Lu Ruyan, who was assisting from the side, spoke up. Is it really okay? No problem. This transaction is a win-win. Linbei replied. Lu Ruyan shook her head and said, I'm not talking about trading with goblins, but about loans. What if a lot of players die? Wouldn't that lead to bad debts? Don't worry, these are just basic little things. Linbei waved his hand, looking unconcerned, and continued. Besides, the players who have survived to this day are no pushovers. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan wanted to say something more. But Linbei didn't give her a chance and said again, Haven't you noticed? The death rate has obviously decreased, which means that most players have adapted. Besides, there are many players on Blue Star, which brings many benefits. You'll understand slowly. Oh, Lu Ruyan nodded, seemingly understanding, then changed the subject, saying, But it's really terrifying. Overnight, 80 players owe you money. Ha, I'm doing this to help the poor. Linbei laughed heartily, then added, if I didn't lend them points, they wouldn't be able to upgrade their raft to level 9, and they wouldn't be able to live in stone houses. Their lives would probably be worse than dogs. Now that you mention it, my dear is truly amazing. Lu Ruyan was not allowed to finish praising him. Several light footsteps came from the kitchen. Along with the footsteps came Su Nana's voice. Brother, Sister Ruyan, what are you talking about? Come over and try some dragon meat. Tonight's midnight snack includes stir-fried dragon meat with eggs, green pepper dragon strips, and dragon meat noodles with Laogan ma chili sauce. In response to this, Lu Ruyan immediately walked to the dining table and turned to urge, Darling, you can be busy later. You probably never had dragon meat before. Why don't you come and try it? You guys eat first. Linbei shook his head and refused. After all, with the amount they prepared, he definitely wouldn't be full. Only after the women finished eating and the critical hit bonus was triggered could Linbei barely fill his stomach. It mentions critical hit refunds. Linbei seemed to remember something and immediately appeared next to Lu Ruyan, saying, Don't eat yet. Huh? Lu Ruyan stopped in her tracks, looking at Linbei with a puzzled expression. Come with me for a bit. There's something I need you to throw away. After saying that, Linbei didn't wait for her to agree or not, and directly took Lu Ruyan's hand and walked out of the castle. Survival time, 1 hour and 40 minutes. Near the beach of the Emperor's Raft. This wind, this rain, this weather, it's so refreshing. Absolutely. I'm in top form. I've never felt so energetic before. Red Dragon patrolled while chatting leisurely. Suddenly, 2 familiar figures walked towards them. Upon seeing this, the lead Red Dragon straightened up and stepped forward to greet him. Master, why are you on the beach so late instead of going to sleep? It's nothing, just some lost stuff. Linbei replied dismissively and continued walking with Lu Ruyan to the end of the beach. Darling, are we really going to lose this title? Lu Ruyan asked again to confirm. Leave? Upon hearing Linbei's affirmative reply, Lu Ruyan shook her head helplessly and could only obediently do as she was told, reluctantly throwing the title medal into the sea. In an instant, the system's voice echoed in Linbei's mind. Congratulations, host, for consuming resources for a woman, triggering a quality critical hit. Random quality critical hit multiplier. The critical hit multiplier for this attack is 40x. The Racing Supernova title badge has been upgraded to God of Live Streaming. God of Live Streaming. Level 49. Category, Titles and Medals. Description. In the race's racing competition, only the player ranked first on the popularity chart can receive this medal. Effects. Luck plus 15. Charm plus 40. Affinity plus 20. Skill. All eyes will be on you one. Activate by focusing your mind, and the eyes of any race will be drawn to you, and they will not attack you. Duration time is 3 minutes, and charging time is 24 hours. Protagonist Aura 2. Activated by mental focus, the enemy's next attack will definitely miss. The duration is once, and it takes 24 hours to charge. Tear. Besides 15 points of luck, it actually has 2 other skills. Has this meant I've joined the ranks of the lucky ones, and can say goodbye to the bad luck associated with eyebrow pencils? Upon realizing this, Lin Bei suddenly burst into laughter. Darling, what's going on? Lu Rian asked, puzzled. It's nothing. Lin Bei waved his hand dismissively, thinking of something happy. Then he took Lu Rian's hand and said, let's go back and try the dragon meat. I watched Lin Bei walk away into the distance. The patrol leader, Red Dragon, immediately dashed into the sea. Boss, it's patrol time now. What are you going to do? The henchman next to him reminded him. However, the leading Red Dragon remained unmoved, because he knew that Lin Bei would always throw good stuff into the sea, and grabbing it would be a win. Not long after, the leading Red Dragon finally found the title medal. Is this a title medal? How rich must the owner be? Throwing something like this into the sea? Red Dragon was overjoyed and was just about to put it into his possession when a shark emerged from the sea and roared, You rascal, trying to slack off like me. Huh? Young man, can't you give me a break? Before he could even utter the word heart, Xiao Hei suddenly froze, staring at the title medal in the Red Dragon's hand and saying, You bastard, how dare you steal the boss's things? This wasn't stolen. It's the vice captain's body that the master just threw away. You haven't been here long and don't know the master's habits. If you don't believe me, I have a few brothers who can vouch for me, Red Dragon explained. Is this true? Damn it, that stupid AI didn't even tell me about the extra employee benefits. As Xiao Hei spoke, he walked over to the Red Dragon, snatched the medal, and said, Young man, you can't handle this tool. What if the master is just acting impulsively tonight? So, I'll keep it safe for you. They won the title using flimsy excuses. Without hesitation, Xiao Hei dove into the sea, muttering to himself, It seems I'll have to observe the seashore more often in the future. Chapter 116, Even rest days are not peaceful. The next day, early morning. Day 10 of survival, 7 a.m. Inside the Emperor's Raft castle, Lin Bei, who had just had a precognitive dream, suddenly woke up. Today is a day off, and there's food and props to collect everywhere. Will I run into Song, Judge again? My good swan. After muttering to himself, Lin Bei quickly got up and dressed. His movements were subtle, so as not to disturb the 2 sleeping women. When the clothes are halfway put on, Xiao Ai's voice suddenly appeared. Good morning, Captain. There is a 100-square-meter raft in front of our raft. Shall we go over and investigate? Also, the announcement regarding today's break has been updated. Please check it out, Captain. As Lin Bei continued dressing, he replied, Have Xiao Hei lead a team to scout ahead first. Remember to take inventory of the supplies and report back to me later. Yes, sir. Xiao Ai will definitely complete the task well. Lin Bei nodded, stopped communicating with Xiao Ai, and instead took out the god of live, streaming metal from the system space and wore it on his chest. After tidying himself up, he took out a piece of apricot paper from his pocket and said, That devilish girl, remember to double my luck attribute. I'm going to be the luckiest man today. As soon as he finished speaking, lines of text appeared on the apricot paper as if someone had written on it. No problem, but could you give me a little more divine water today? It's really uncomfortable being in your pocket. I want to transform into human form as soon as possible and sleep in your bed. Okay, I'll feed you when we have breakfast. You'd better double my luck first. Lin Bei then activated the golden bracelet to check the announcement. Announcement. Good morning, players. I am amazed by your rapid growth, and I am very satisfied with your performance. Also, today is a day off, so enjoy a happy day. Rest day precautions. 1. Today's fishing rod can only be used as a fishing tool. You can only fish for the treasure chest after the rest day ends. 2. A large number of rafts have been spawned in this sea area, and there are various materials, blueprints, props, food, and treasure chests on the rafts. 3. An emotion value will be displayed above the player's head. 4. Everything you do today will affect your mood. 5. When your emotional value reaches 100, you will die from happiness. When your emotional value drops to 0, you will die from sadness. Have a nice rest, players. Are you kidding me? I was supposed to be resting, so why this charade? Lin Bei cursed inwardly, subconsciously glancing at the prophetic pillow and saying discontentedly, Damn it, this thing only foretells good news, not a single bad thing. No wonder its level isn't high. It seems that Goblin wanted to sell it. If there's any extra quality critical hit, he'll give you one too. As he was speaking, he suddenly froze. Lin Bei noticed that a string of numbers suddenly appeared above Lu Ruyan and Su Nana's heads. Lu Ruyan's score is 92, and Su Nana's score is 93. Is this some kind of emotion value? Lin Bei didn't have time to think further. A notification sound suddenly appeared in his mind. Due to dissatisfaction with the rest day rules, the mood value decreased by 5, and the current mood value is 90. Sensing that the tool is about to die of happiness, the mood value is reduced by 10, and the current mood value is 80. Goodness, could it be that sleeping too well increases mood? This thought came to mind. Lin Bei immediately shouted, "Ruyan, Nana, you two get up." In an instant, the sound filled the room. In response to this, both women trembled and suddenly opened their eyes. However, when they saw that there was nothing unusual around them and that it was only just getting light outside the window, they closed their eyes again. Among them, Lu Ruyan, who had just closed her eyes, complained, "Oh dear, we stayed up so late last night. Let us sleep for another 10 minutes. Su Nana snuggled closer to Lu Ruyan and said in a sleepy tone, "Nana wants to sleep more. I'm so sleepy." Goodness, this habit of sleeping in is just like mine. Lin Bei shook his head, looking helpless. He discovered that waking the two women had caused their mood scores to drop by 30 points instantly. I stopped thinking about it. Before they were completely asleep, Lin Bei continued loudly, "Look at each other's heads. You'll die if you keep sleeping in." These words struck like a thunderbolt. The two women instantly opened their eyes and looked at each other's foreheads. "Hey, brother, what's the 62 on Sister Rian's head?" Su Nana looked at Lin Bei with a puzzled expression, waiting for an explanation. Not only her, but Lu Ruyan also looked at Lin Bei with curiosity. Emotional value. When it reaches 100, you will die of happiness. If it drops to 0, you will die of sadness. Also, this thing will rise when you sleep. If you don't control it, you will die silently. Lin Bei explained calmly. "Is that so?" Lu Ruyan suddenly understood and said, "Then our current emotional value is just right." The words had barely left his mouth. Su Nana suddenly exclaimed, "Sister Ruyan, after hearing your brother's explanation, your emotional value has dropped to 61. Huh? Why? Is it because of the news we just heard?" Lu Ruyan asked, puzzled. Lin Bei, who had been observing the two women, already had a guess in mind. He immediately reminded them, "It's very important to maintain a calm mind. Your emotional value will increase when you encounter happy things and decrease when you encounter bad things." Nana and I know. Lu Ruyan nodded, still feeling a bit shaken. "Okay, you two get up quickly and go inform Lu Lin and Yang Xueli. I'll go inform the players in the regional channel." After giving the instructions, Lin Bei quickly activated his bracelet and entered the regional channel. His concern for the matter is truly out of necessity. After all, most players owe themselves points. Moreover, the regional survival competition ends at night, and we can't afford to lose everything at the last minute. Regional channels. 10 number of users. 91310. 99 plus unread messages. Message time, 6:59. Wow, I woke up to find no one dead in our area. That's like a cow flying a plane. Unbelievable. I'm off today, so I need to gather more supplies. After all, I have a mortgage to pay off, so I have to work hard. Little did they know, the harder you work, the richer the boss becomes. This is exactly what the old saying means. No pain, no gain. Brothers, get some rest and recharge. This is your only chance to have a good day. Message time, 7:01. You guys should look at the announcement. Wow, that's really impressive. Behind the scenes, do you have some misunderstanding about rest? This kind of rest is too harsh. You can even die for being in a bad mood. Chapter 117, Exposing Women's Secrets. At that moment, Lin Bei happened to see the heated discussion on the channel and immediately edited a message to remind people. Your mood value is related to your actions. Happy things will increase it, and sad things will decrease it. If it drops sharply, find something happy to do. If it rises too much, do something unpleasant. Good morning, boss. Your presence has boosted my mood score a bit. It's now at 56, just right. According to the expert, wouldn't it be possible to find 2 repetitive things to do, adjust one's emotional state appropriately, and then remain invincible? Haha, that's easier said than done. I've made a major discovery. Comforting Kuan can improve his mood. No, if you can't comfort them then, their emotions will only worsen, and that will be even more painful. Hey guys, please stop being so lewd. There are women on this channel. Thank you. Wah. My online boyfriend broke up with me, and my emotional state is currently at 15 points. What should I do? Brother, just accept my condolences. I'm not good at comforting people, especially men. Brother, give me some basic information, and I'll examine your legs. I guarantee it will instantly improve your mood. Oni-chan, I can do it too. Well, I'm not in a great mood either. Hey girl, can I have a picture of you? Same here, I'll take one too. I'll pay extra if you want stockings on. Sweet moon, hee hee. Is this what a werewolf is like? This scene instantly made my emotional value drop to 75. Thank you. Channel messages scroll. Seeing this, Lin Bei breathed a sigh of relief. It has to be said that the players are not stupid. They are all quite good at creating mischief. After all, they're all adults, so controlling their emotions shouldn't be a problem. Thinking of this, Lin Bei immediately turned off the projection and walked towards the castle hall. Castle hall. The 4 women and the 2 white foxes sat at the dining table, staring at the dragon meat, eggs, bread, and other breakfast items, looking like they wanted to eat but dared not. Upon seeing this, Lin Bei, who had just stepped out of the room, asked loudly, "What's going on with you guys? You didn't eat breakfast this early in the morning. How can you possibly get full from watching?" The girls looked in the direction of the sound. Su Nana complained, "Brother, I only ate a tiny bit of dragon meat, and my mood score instantly jumped 10 points. Wow, so many." Lin Bei exclaimed in surprise, then asked, "What about the eggs?" "I gained 1 point for eating an egg, while Tu Shan Tong and Tu Shan Shui gained 8 points for eating an egg." Lu Ruyan responded and then explained, "As for the reason, it's probably because I don't like to eat them, but the 2 sisters do." "I see." Lin Bei looked thoughtfully at the top of the girls' heads, his face showing surprise. "Goodness, you guys ate a lot, didn't you? Your emotional values are all above 90. No wonder you stopped eating." In response, the women immediately urged, "Hurry up and think of something, otherwise we'll die of happiness." "Yes, brother, you must have a way. We dare not take any action right now, for fear of boosting public sentiment." The women's cries for help continued, prompting Lin Bei to recall the message in his mind once again. Annoyed by the woman's nagging, "Your mood value has decreased by 5, and your current mood value is 75. "Stop, shut up," Lin Bei snapped, then added, "If you keep babbling on, my temper will drop even higher. Please be quiet, and let me think of how to help you." The hall fell silent instantly upon hearing this. Lin Bei calmly walked to the dining table and began to think. Not long after, a sudden inspiration struck him, and he spoke up. "Su Nana, you've been calling me Dad more and more often when you go to sleep at night. Do you have some kind of special fetish? I remember that time I came out of the living room and saw you and Lu Ruyan." These words made Su Nana and Lu Ruyan blush, and their emotional value instantly dropped by 20 points. Before anyone could retort, Lin Bei continued, "Yang Shiweli, I remember the first time you met me was when Lu Lin, your sister." Lin Bei frantically exposed the secrets of the 3 women. As for Lu Lin and the fox spirit, his choice was to deceive and frighten them. In short, he was being inhuman. In response to this, the girls finally broke down and angrily said, "Darling, please don't say anything." "Brother, are you trying to make me commit suicide? I still need to see people." "Lin Bei, you'd better explain yourself clearly. Why won't you help me find my sister?" "Brother Lin, how could you say something like this?" Looking at the women above, Lin Bei said calmly, "Done. Your emotional state has now dropped to 60. Upon hearing this, Su Nana looked aggrieved as she ran towards her room, saying, "I don't want to live anymore." "Darling, you really went too far. Can't we try another way?" Lu Ruyan said discontentedly. The women's relentless pursuit. This caused Lin Bei's mood value to drop again, just as he was about to lose his temper. Xiao Ai's voice suddenly appeared. "Captain, the stinky shark has landed on the island, and all the island supplies, including tables, benches, food, and fruit, have been collected. Additionally, there's a mini-game on the island that requires knowledge of Blue Star to complete, and the reward is a Tier 2 treasure chest. You might need to go there in person." "Oh, really?" Lin Bei ignored the women and immediately slipped to the gate, heading out of the castle. As soon as Lin Bei stepped out of the castle, he was dumbfounded, because what comes into view is a field full of weeds and trees. "Hey, AI, where are those orc servants? Aren't you going to clear away all those trees and weeds?" "Captain, I'm so sorry. Today is a day of rest. Your servants need to control their mood levels." Only when their mood levels reach around 90 will they be assigned tasks to lower their mood levels. Do you have a way to lower the emotional level of the woman in the castle? Linbai asked. Yes, there is. Xiao AI recorded what the captain just said, and we just need to play it for them from time to time. Moreover, Xiao AI has a secret weapon that can instantly lower their mood. Oh, tell me about it. Linbai asked curiously. Captain, that's just women's private talk. If I told you now, it would lose much of its effect. Is that so? Then remember to take good care of them. As he spoke, he seemed to remember something and asked again. With plants growing so fast every day, are there any evolved animals? A level 2 wild rabbit has been spotted so far. Also, the planted fruit will ripen around noon, but it's not recommended for the captain to manage this, as it greatly affects mood. Everything can wait until tomorrow. Okay, Linbai nodded slightly. Immediately afterwards, he took out the Gale motorcycle from the system space, leaped onto the vehicle, and headed towards the beach at the edge of the raft. Chapter 1, 18 Brain Teasers. In the morning, the survival time is 8:20. Near the beach of the Emperor's Raft. With a humming engine sound, Lin Bei had arrived at his destination. Just a casual drive, and my mood score jumped to 80 points. Lin Bei muttered something under his breath, then turned his gaze to the raft that met the beach. The raft is about 100 square meters in size, with no gaps on it. It is completely covered by special walls on all 4 sides, each with a large door. The whole raft is square, giving the impression of a house. He wasn't even allowed to take a closer look. Suddenly, several snapping sounds came from near the beach. Huh? Lin Bei looked in the direction of the sound. All that could be seen were red dragons and crab kings slapping each other. He immediately went up to them and asked, "What are you doing?" Upon hearing this, the servants stopped their mutual attacks and turned to explain, "Master, we're lowering our mood. We can't help it. We've just been in a really good mood lately." "Is your job useless?" Lin Bei asked, puzzled. Deputy Captain Xiao He tried it, but the more we patrolled, the better our mood became. In addition, we were even happier when we weren't patrolling. As Hong Long spoke, he touched his swollen face with a wronged expression. "Okay, then you guys continue." After saying this, Lin Bei walked towards the gate of another raft. During the journey, he asked curiously, "Little AI, how many servants like them are there?" There were about 100 of them, mostly optimists. "Oh, so there are pessimists too." Lin Bei joked. "Yes. However, just feeding them some food will do the trick. There's nothing to worry about." "Is there any way to resolve my emotional state?" Lin Bei asked. "Easy. Just remove the title badge and open the 2 treasure chests, and the problem will be solved." "Are you saying I have bad luck?" Lin Bei said angrily. Angered by being told he had bad luck, his mood value dropped by 5 points, currently at 75 points. "Huh?" Lin Bei was stunned, then said, "You really are a genius." "Thank you for the compliment, Captain. Xiao AI, I have another excellent way to lower your mood level. Would you like to try it, Captain?" "Tell me about it," Lin Bei said indifferently. "Captain, open the 46 private message from a stranger and ask her for a picture. Looking at it once will lower your mood by 10 points. The first time should be even more effective. Tank girl, or a slightly chubby lowly, the kind with pretty girl skin?" Lin Bei gusset. "You'll know once you see it." After Xiao AI finished speaking, she took the initiative to activate the golden bracelet for Lin Bei. Out of curiosity, Lin Bei immediately began to examine it. Private message. "Wang Jiasin, brother, is that you? I'm so hungry and thirsty. Can you give me some water and bread?" Your mood level dropped by 20 points due to being frightened, currently at 55 points. It was him or her. This guy is still alive? Lin Bei's eyes were filled with disbelief. "Captain, isn't it effective? I think you can keep a picture on hand and look at it from time to time. It can help stabilize your mood. Also, just between you and me, he still owes you 60 installments of your loan." Lin Bei swallowed hard, looking resistant, and said, "Do you really want to go this far? Captain, you're the best. And that raft challenge was too much of a mood booster. It was dangerous." "Okay." Lin Bei steeled himself and began composing a message. "Hello, beautiful lady. Could you please take a picture of me?" 3 minutes after the message was sent. "Wang Jiasin, brother, do you still remember me?" Lin Bei stared at the reply and fell in a deep thought. Your mood level dropped by 15 points due to being frightened, currently at 40 points. In response, Lin Bei immediately took out a piece of fire dragon meat from his system space and ate it. Your mood has increased by 10 points due to enjoying delicious food, now at 50. Your mood has increased by 10 points due to enjoying delicious food, now at 80. Only after purchasing the insurance did Lin Bei dare to continue editing and replying to the message. However, before he could finish editing, the gender swap man on the other side said, "Brother, although you are a big shot with a name and a surname, I am not a casual person." Vomit. Lin Bei almost vomited, and his mood score dropped another 20 points. Damn, I can't take it anymore. Having witnessed everything, Xiao AI cheered. Captain, keep it up. You don't even need to tell me, you lousy AI. The person who designed you must be seriously ill. Lin Bei muttered, suppressing his discomfort as he sent the edited message. Lin Bei, I'll have the loan amount. All I need is a photo. Wang Jiasen, okay. Since my big brother wants to see his little sister's face, I can only reluctantly accept. I hope my brother will take good care of his little sister in the future. 5 minutes later, a picture caught Lin Bei's eye. In the picture, the woman has yellowish skin and a flushed face and is dressed provocatively, but the male features are clearly visible, creating an overall disproportionate appearance. Vomit. At this moment, Lin Bei's emotional value had dropped to 30. Captain, while you're feeling down, hurry up and get to the Raft house and take on that game. You don't need to tell me. Lin Bei gave a curt reply and strode towards the Raft house. Push open the front door of the house. A series of colorful lights shone into Lin Bei's eyes. Along with the lights, there was also a song. You are my little girl, my little apple. Lin Bei stared blankly as he surveyed the room. They discovered that this 100 square meter raft was actually a karaoke room. Inside there are stone tables, sofas, televisions, microphones, and other equipment. The stone table was piled high with fruit, popcorn, shredded squid, beer, Jägermeister, green tea, bison sauce, and other drinks and snacks. He wasn't allowed to fully understand what was going on. Xiao Hei then came up and said, "Boss, the games here are brain teasers. I've tried them, and I can't figure them out at all. They're absolutely torture, but they're great for lowering your mood." A brain teaser? Isn't that in Xiao AI's profile? Lin Bei asked suspiciously. Xiao Hei shook his head and shrugged, saying that lousy AI said only carbon-based life forms could come up with such a problem. All right. Lin Bei rubbed his forehead and asked again, "How do we start the game?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Hei picked up the microphone and said, "I want to challenge the minigame." These words were spoken. Suddenly, an electronic voice came from the television. "Welcome to this casual game. Have fun playing the game and win big prizes. Now, please answer 10 questions. If you answer all the questions correctly, you will receive this karaoke room and a Tier 2 treasure chest." Chapter 119, Problems that are easy to misunderstand. A karaoke session as a reward? That sounds interesting. Let's get started. Lin Bei urged. The current respondent is player Lin Bei. Please note that you have 3 opportunities to ask for help from outside the venue. You cannot ask others for help during the process. If you violate this rule, you will be considered to have failed the question. Stop talking nonsense. Lin Bei said impatiently. Listen to this question. What is something that excites those in positions of authority and excites those below? What the heck? Is it really that explicit? Lin Bei subconsciously thought of something unusual and replied with a strange expression. The television station was not yet allowed to provide an answer. Xiao Hei quickly flattered. As expected of the boss, you answered in an instant. This question is a sure thing. You have 2 more chances if you answered incorrectly. Damn, how could you get this wrong? Little Black looked displeased after being proven wrong, clearly trying to ease the awkwardness. Regarding this scene, Lin Bei, who was thinking in a dirty mind, ignored him and continued to ponder the problem on his own. It seems that this question is somewhat misleading. What else could it be but doing D? Excitement above, jubilation below. Damn, it's definitely that no matter how I think about it. After some fruitless deliberation, Lin Bei could only helplessly say, "I'll seek help from outside the arena. Please select a friend you wish to ask for help from outside the venue." Huh? Lin Bei frowned, dissatisfied. Can't we choose Lu Ruyan and the others? We can only ask our friends for help. Yes. Please select the friend you wish to ask for help. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei could only browse through his friend list. In an instant, the names of Tian Yia and Song Jiejia came into his view. Song Jiejia, like herself, thinks a lot and is relatively normal. Tian Yia, on the other hand, is quirky and her thinking is clearly not like a normal person's, so answering these kinds of silly questions shouldn't be a problem for her. This thought came to mind. Without further hesitation, Lin Bei immediately entered Tian Yi's name. Connecting now. Connection successful. In an instant, a cool woman appeared on the TV screen. She had fair skin, an earring in her left ear, and medium-length hair with many small blue braids. Overall, she gave off a cool and hip-hop vibe. Before Lin Bei could take a closer look, Sweet Yaya spoke first. Group leader, you're more handsome than I imagined, but your hairstyle is a bit outdated. It needs a makeover. Stop, Lin Bei quickly interrupted, then said, I'm participating in a little game right now. We'll chat later tonight. Now, help me think of a riddle. Group owner, you've come to the right person. Everyone in the channel knows I'm a bright girl. Tianya said confidently, then asked, Quick, tell me the question. Lin Bei looked embarrassed and stammered. What is it that makes the people above excited and the people below agitated? Group owner, tell me the truth. Are you thinking something else? Tianya said with a mischievous smile. No, how could that be? I don't even understand this question. Lin Bei retorted. Isn't that cute? Tianya raised an eyebrow, looking disbelieving. Group admin, since you've always helped me, I'll tell you. The answer is going to the concert. The words go to the concert had just left my mouth. The picture on the TV screen suddenly stopped. Then, an electronic voice sounded. My friend suggested I go to the concert, but are you sure you wanna? Sure. Correct answer. The second question is, what is something that one person can't do, a group of people can't do, but two people can do it just right? Not again. Lin Bei, whose mind was once again wandering, blurted out instinctively. You answered incorrectly. You have two more chances to answer this question incorrectly. It seems that beauty can cloud one's judgment. I must exercise restraint in the future. Lin Bei sighed before falling into deep thought. However, with his mind full of strange ideas, he couldn't come up with an answer for the time being. Do we need to ask Tianya for help again? But that was awkward enough. If she had two more secrets for me. The word secret came to mind. Suddenly, Lin Bei had a flash of inspiration and immediately said, when whispering secrets. The answer is correct. Question 3. Which part of the human body will swell several times its original size when stimulated? The person who wrote this question must be out of their mind. Lin Bei didn't continue thinking in that direction, nor did he blurt out anything like the previous 2 times. After all, Xiao He and Hong Long were watching the battle, and Xiao AI might be recording it. I couldn't afford to lose face. However, Lin Bei's actions seemed rather abnormal to Xiao He. Boss, it must be DDD, Xiao He urged urgently. However, what responded to him was the television set. Warning, do not pass messages. The punishment for this offense is electric shock. Any recurrence will result in immediate execution. The electronic sound ended. A blue arc of electricity shot out from the television and headed straight for Xiao He. The commotion brought Lin Bei back to his senses, and he looked towards Xiao He. No, electric shock. Little Black's pupils dilated, and his whole body trembled. You could tell he was terrified. However, this scene enlightened Lin Bei, who loudly proclaimed, the answer is the pupil. It dilates several times its normal size when stimulated. Correct answer. Question 4. What are some things that boys and girls always do before going to bed? Lin Bei hadn't had time to think. Then came Xiao Hei's screams from the side. A short while later, Xiao Hei, still slightly dazed, opened his eyes and said, Boss, I helped with the last question, so can I get an advance on my salary? I want to recover first. After saying that, Xiao Hei waited expectantly for a reply. Lin Bei ignored this and instead said to the television, Close your eyes. Close your eyes. The answer is correct. For the 5th question, it's dry when you go in, but slippery when you come out. You have to repeat this several times. Note, there is still white foam when it comes out. Damn it. Lin Bei was already on the verge of losing control and even wanted to end the game. However, Xiao Hei suddenly became excited, quickly walked to Lin Bei's side, pointed to his teeth, and made a gesture. He dared not reveal the answer, so he could only offer hints through gestures. Seeing this, Lin Bei suddenly understood. He gave Xiao Hei a thumbs up and replied, Brushing teeth. It's brushing teeth. It goes in dry and comes out with white foam. Correct answer. The second phase of the game is loading. Please take a 5-minute break. The electronic sound ended. Xiao Hei said with a fawning expression, Boss, brushing my teeth is my favorite thing to do. This is too easy. So could you. All right. Lin Bei was in a good mood at the moment and immediately took out half a bottle of seawater of life and handed it to Xiao Hei. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Lin Bei did not respond to Xiao Hei's thanks. It was because a notification sound suddenly rang in his mind. Because the question was answered correctly, the mood value increased by 50 points, and the current mood value is 80. Chapter 1, 24 Girl. Does it add 50 points at once? Lin Bai was secretly alarmed. If his emotional value is already 50, and now it's increased by another 50, wouldn't that be off the charts? No wonder Xiaomi's AI assistant, first asked herself to lower her emotional level. I stopped thinking about it. To control his emotions, Lin Bei activated the golden bracelet without hesitation and took out the ultimate photo to examine it. While observing, I also recalled the events. Lin Bei's emotional state began to plummet rapidly. In no time at all, his mood level then recovered to 35 points. 30 minutes later, the answer is correct. Question 10. Are you as fast as a dog? Did they change tracks? Lin Bei looked surprised, but also somewhat delighted. As he was about to answer, he suddenly froze. Good heavens. The answer is yes. It's even better than a dog. If the answer is no, then you're worse than a dog. They answered just as quickly like a dog. This last question is clearly insulting itself, isn't it? What a lousy game. Even at the end, they couldn't resist disgusting me. Lin Bei cursed, then forced a smile and replied, yes. Correct answer. Your current speed is indeed faster than a dog's. Congratulations, you faster than a dog. All the artifacts from this raft are yours. Players can control the placement of the karaoke booth via the book pages. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's vision went black. When their vision returned, they were back on the beach of the Emperor's Raft. In response to this, Lin Bei quickly activated the bracelet, intending to place it in the karaoke room. However, Little Black next to him reminded him, Boss, there's a Tier 2 treasure chest at your feet. Okay. Lin Bei nodded and put the treasure chest into his spatial storage without hesitation. In an instant, the emotion value reminder reappeared. Your mood has increased by 60 points due to obtaining the treasure chest and karaoke, and your current mood is 95. Is this mood value specifically designed to delay players from acquiring resources? Lin Bei had a vague suspicion in his mind. The reason for his guess was that another island came into view not far from the beach. There are so many islands. I just finished one, and now another one has appeared. No wonder the prophetic pillow said he'd acquired countless treasures today. As long as the emotional value issue is resolved, goodies really do keep coming to you automatically. That concludes this discussion. Lin Bei looked expectant as he calmly operated the golden bracelet, switching the interface to a private chat window to examine the killer photo and lower his emotional level. Once the emotional state returns to normal, he then began to choose a karaoke room as a place to stay. Let's do it in the castle. Adding some entertainment facilities would be great. We could even sing karaoke when we have free time. It'd be like having young models every day. Just as Lin Bei was setting up the karaoke bar, Xiao He volunteered. Boss, should I take some in to scout out that island first? His initiative is obviously driven by a desire to achieve more merits and strengthen his own position. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei stopped what he was doing, nodded, and said, Okay, you guys go ahead first, and if anything happens, have Xiao AI let me know. All right, wait for my good news. Xiao He looked at the servants with excitement and said, Family, let's charge together. Survival time, 10 o'clock. Lin Bei, who was waiting for Xiao He to clear the island supplies, lay on a deck chair on the beach, enjoying the gentle breeze and occasionally taking a sip of soda, feeling completely relaxed and at ease. The sunshine is just right, neither too hot nor too cold. It's rare to have such a relaxing day. The date is yet to come. Xiao AI then reminded him, Captain, your emotional value has reached 85. Please check the photos immediately. Damn it. The only downside to this day off is this mood. Lin Bei's relaxed expression vanished as he reluctantly activated the golden bracelet to cool himself down. As he was examining the photograph, Xiao AI spoke up again. Captain, there's a problem with the third island Xiao He logged into. There are other players there, and we're currently in a standoff. Just optimize it directly. At this stage, players shouldn't be a match for Xiao He, Lin Bei said dismissively. The captain is like this, and the player she's confronting is a woman who seems quite pretty. Oh, Lin Bei sprang up from the recliner with a quick movement and asked excitedly, Is that Song Jiejia? No, Xiao AI knows Song Jiejia. Huh? Lin Bei looked surprised, because he knew in his dream that he would meet Song Jiejia. but it didn't say that he would meet other women, did it? As he pondered this, Lin Bei's emotional state increased once again. He was only missing 2 women for his system upgrade, and if he could gather them all today, that would be his greatest gain. After all, an extra quality boost every day is far more valuable than collecting ordinary resources. Upon realizing this, Lin Bei immediately said, "Tell Xiaohei to tie him up and bring him to me. Also, be gentle with the girls. Don't be too cruel." "No problem. Captain, please rest well and wait for Xiaohei to return. Also, we suggest you try to control your emotions, Captain." Lin Bei looked at the attribute panel with a puzzled expression. "My emotional value was 40 just now. How did it suddenly become 86? Damn it, I have to see those disgusting photos again." Survival time, 10:28. Lin Bei, who was still enjoying himself, suddenly heard an excited voice coming from afar. "Boss, we're back. This time, besides the women, we also had a huge haul." Lin Bei looked in the direction of the sound and calmly scolded. "What's the panic? Don't you know you need to control your emotions?" As he spoke, he got up from the recliner and walked toward Xiaohei. As the distance gets closer and closer, a blonde, blue-eyed woman with fair skin and striking features came into Lin Bei's view. "Is this a foreigner? A Western woman?" Lin Bei asked in surprise. Do you speak Chinese?" Lin Bei asked. "Tublit. Let me leave. You could take the supplies." "Xiao AI, can you translate?" Lin Bei asked. "Captain, this woman is saying, why are you arresting me? Let me go, and you could take the supplies." Lin Bei nodded, then with a thought, asked the system, "Help me check if I meet the appearance standards." And Lisa. Nationality, white bear country. Gender, female. Age, 19. Appearance, 94. Dimensions, 91. Height, 177 centimeters. Virtue of women, unaccustomed to sexual relations. Occupation, university student. Overall score, 92. After testing, it meets the anti-recurrent standards. Chapter 121, where is song, Jijia? Nice. Meets the appearance standard. However, there's nothing wrong with her looks. Her facial features are perfectly proportioned and three-dimensional. Her skin is fair and tender, and she has a good figure. Unfortunately, the language barrier is a bit of a problem. As he was thinking, Lin Bei suddenly realized something was wrong and immediately asked Xiaohei, "I remember during the competition, we could all understand each other's languages. Why can't we understand each other's languages now?" "Boss, the competition area is automatically translated. Also, there are language barriers between races, so our referees use special tools. Otherwise, you wouldn't understand me," Xiaohei explained. "Is that so? Is there any way to solve this? Or should I go and collect the necessary items?" Lin Bei asked suspiciously. Xiaohei was not allowed to answer. Xiao AI interrupted. "You idiot shark, you can't get to the point. Captain, all you need to do is break down her pages and bind them to the associated pages, and you can communicate normally. You don't need any props at all." In response to this, Xiaohei quickly took out Enlisha's book pages and said obsequiously, "Captain, his book pages are here." Not bad. You deserve a lot of credit this time." After praising her, Lin Bei began to dissect Enlisha's book. Decomposition successful, 1 core page obtained. Seeing this, Enlisa became restless, struggling to break free from the Red Dragon's control while angrily shouting, "Are you that resistant?" Lin Bei frowned, walked over to Enlisha, and slapped her across the face. There was a crisp snap. Enlisa's fair cheeks instantly turned red and swollen. Perhaps the sudden violence and pain caused her to be overwhelmed by fear, thus freezing in place and becoming obedient. Lin Bei would do such a thing. It was mainly the other party's words and actions that made it clear, even though I couldn't understand them, that their actions meant they weren't going to behave. Furthermore, given the precedent set by Yang Xueli, violent suppression will certainly be more effective. Seeing that Enlisha had finally behaved, Lin Bei immediately instructed Xiao AI, "Tell her that my name is Lin Bei, and I'm the #1 player in this region. She only has 2 choices. First, become my woman. Second, die." Xiao Ai, Xiao Ai. Before Xiao AI could finish replying, Wang Xiaohei then took the initiative and repeated Lin Bei's words to Enlina. "You stinky shark, why are you stealing the job my master gave me?" Xiaohei ignored Xiao AI's curses and continued to talk about Lin Bei's good qualities, such as how powerful, capable, and wealthy his boss was, and his future prospects. His ability to make empty promises was unparalleled. Not long after, Having completed his task, Xiaohei looked at Lin Bei and smiled. Boss, he said, the women of White Bear Country worship the strong and want to challenge you to a duel. If you conquer her, she'll stay with you for life, the kind you can't shake off. A one-on-one fight with me? Lin Bei's expression was strange, but without thinking much, he nodded and said, Fine, let her go. Also, remember to tell her I'll just use my little finger. No, no, no. Xiaohei waved her hand and said, she watched your live stream of the competition and knows she can't win in a fight, so she wants to challenge you to a drinking contest. Is that so? But I'm in a bad mood today, so it's not a good time to drink. Let's wait until tomorrow. Lin Bei nodded slightly and then instructed. Also, you should first have her bind the supplementary pages. If she beats me in the drinking game tomorrow, she can live freely on my raft. No one will force her to do anything. If she loses, she will obey me in everything from now on. Xiaohei nodded, and then relayed the boss's words to Enlisha verbatim. After Enlisha finished speaking, she took the attached book pages and bound them together. About 3 minutes later, Enlisha, who had successfully bound the book page, looked at Lin Bei and said, You are such a domineering man, you actually dismantled my book page directly. I hate you. Ha ha ha. It's all right, you can hate me all you want. Lin Bei laughed and replied, then turned to a serious tone and said, But remember one thing, don't have any ulterior motives, or you'll suffer a terrible death. Enlisha did not respond to this, clearly angered by Lin Bei's slap and actions. Oh, ignoring me? Lin Bei shook his head and continued to instruct. You still need to remember what you need to remember. Also, my butler will be monitoring you 24 hours a day. After saying this, he looked at a red dragon and said, Hey you, take her to stay in the servant's stone house near the castle. Yes, master. The red dragon, whose name was called, immediately stepped forward and escorted Enlisha toward the center of the raft. I watched as the man and the shrimp walked further and further away. Lin Bei then turned his gaze to Xiaohei and asked, Any other gains? Yes. In addition to basic materials, human food and drinks, there's also a summoning order on the island. As Xiaohei spoke, he took out the token and handed it to Lin Bei for inspection. Summoning order. Level 10. Category: Bull Clan Summoning Order. Description: a special talent, skilled in farming and possessing inexhaustible strength. Population: 1. Summoning requirements: requires a Tier 1 essence. Food harvest: 10 bags of frozen wontons, 10 bags of beef balls, 15 gene of potatoes, 10 gene of rice, 10 gene of flour, 15 salmon, 6 Boston lobsters, and 10 bags of frozen steak. Beverages: 50 cases of beer, 28 cases of wine, 10 cases of cola, 25 cases of Sprite, 13 cases of bison, and 5 cases of brandy. Not bad. You can definitely go up a bit further and get an extra bottle of seawater of life at the end of the month. Lin Bei looked satisfied and put all the supplies into his space. Upon hearing about the pay raise, Xiaohei immediately knelt down and thanked him, saying, Boss, you're like my own father. Stop. Lin Bei waved his hand to interrupt. There's another new island over there. Keep searching and don't leave a single hair behind. Yes, I guarantee I'll complete the task. After Xiaohei loudly agreed, he turned around and led his servants to march towards the new island, staring at the little black cat in the distance. Lin Bei sat back down on the recliner and muttered to himself, Something's not right. Why haven't I met Song Jiejie yet? Based on the pillow's prediction, it should be around noon, right? Could it be that the existence of the system, or some kind of error, prevents them from meeting? At this point, Lin Bei, still somewhat uneasy, took out the positioning card and used it. Please enter the player name you wish to locate. Song Jiejie. Her current location is Chapter 122, The Game of the Pink House. Captain, are you going to find Song Jiejie? But she's so far away. If we go at full speed, it will take at least 8 days to meet her. Lin Bei ignored Xiao AI's reminder and instead started operating the golden bracelet to contact Song Jiejie on his own. Lin Bei, what are you doing? He took the initiative to contact the other party, mainly to find out what was going on. After all, Lin Bei had previously used the 80,000 miles of marriage connected by a single thread technique. Even in his precognitive dreams at night, there were scenes of the two of them meeting. But now, using GPS SIM cards, the distance between the two people is surprisingly vast. 3 minutes after the message was sent. Song Jiejie, I just discovered an island, but I was controlling my emotions, so I didn't see it. Is there something wrong? Lin Bei, it's nothing. I was just asking to check on the group members. Songjia. Is that so? I'm going to explore that island now. We'll talk later. Also, there's some terrible food for sale in the regional channel, the kind that makes you lose 5 mood points with every bite. If the group owner needs some, they can buy some. Lin Bei. Okay, thanks for reminding me. You're busy now. After replying to the message, Lin Bei casually turned off the screen mirroring and fell into deep thought. That doesn't make sense. Could it be that the prophecy pillow and the thread connecting them have lost their effectiveness? Before he could figure out what was going on, Xiao AI's voice came again. Captain, the stinky shark has encountered a game challenge. He can't participate without a player account, so you need to go there in person. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei instantly snapped out of his daze. Another challenge? Yes. The reward for successfully completing the challenge is a special item. Ugh. Lin Bei nodded, then stopped thinking about Song Jiji's question and got up to walk towards the raft that met the beach. However, when he looked closely at the raft, he was taken aback. This time, the raft was much larger than the previous one, so large that it seemed to stretch as far as the eye could see, especially since the trees behind the beach were almost like a forest. This raft is quite big. In response to Lin Bei's exclamation, Xiao AI explained, Yes, it's probably several times bigger than our raft. The captain was busy the whole time, so it's normal that he didn't notice. Tell the servants to cut down all the coconut trees on the beach, not a single one. Lin Bei instructed, then asked, And where are Xiao He and the others? Captain, just keep walking in the 2 o'clock direction. At your speed, you should arrive in about 5 minutes. If you still can't find it, you can use the map in the book to find it. Good. Lin Bei said no more and sprinted into the game island. For minutes later, Lin Bei had already crossed the beach and entered the forest area. Huh. The map on the book page is clearly shown here, but where are Xiao He and the others? That's really strange. Lin Bei looked puzzled and kept glancing around. However, all that came into view was greenery everywhere and thick trees, one of which was as thick as a house. Regarding this scene, Lin Bei decisively stopped searching, cleared his throat, and shouted, Xiao He, where are you guys? 2 shouts in a row, just before the third shout was about to be uttered. A voice came from the tree that was as thick as a house. Boss, the guys are here. Lin Bei looked in the direction of the sound and saw a small pink wooden house amidst the intertwined branches. The wooden house is decorated with heart patterns, giving it a very girly feel. Meanwhile, Xiao He and several red dragons stayed next to the pink wooden house. Is the game you're talking about in that wooden house? Lin Bei asked loudly. Xiao He nodded repeatedly and said, Yes. I can't get in, only players can. Having received an affirmative answer, Lin Bei no longer hesitated and with a sudden leap began to climb the tree. Not long after, Lin Bei successfully reunited with Xiao He and stood beside the pink wooden house. Seeing this, Xiao He quickly flattered, Boss, based on my survival experience, there's definitely a big shipment in here. Okay, you guys keep a good watch outside. Lin Bei instructed before pushing open the pink door and stepping inside. Before he could even begin to observe, the wooden door slammed shut with a loud bang. Lin Bei shuddered, immediately assuming a fighting stance. After all, the sudden sound of the door closing was too loud and too violent, and he thought it was some kind of trap. Fortunately, no further problems occurred. Honestly, can't you close the door a little more gently? As Lin Bei cursed, his eyes kept scanning the room. Unfortunately, the room was empty with nothing but pink walls. Huh, so the game is. Before Lin Bei could finish speaking, suddenly, everything went black before his eyes, as if he had gone blind. Then, an electronic sound echoed throughout the room. Hello, player. Welcome to the minigame room. If you can complete the challenge, you will receive a mystery item reward. Game title, Guess Who You Know? Rule 1. During the game, the player is completely blind. 2. 13 cloned women will randomly appear in a room, and you will only recognize one of them. 3. Please use touch to find the woman you know while you are blind. This log cabin game has 10 levels. After completing a level, you can apply to end the game early and receive a reward. Of course, you can also challenge the next level of the minigame. If you fail, the rewards for the first level will be cleared and your mood points will be reduced by 50. Do you choose the challenge? Yes. Lin Bei agreed. 13 women suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of him. The women stood motionless like wooden figures. Lin Bei did not react to this. It's simply because he can't see. The game has started, and the clone has been spawned in front of the player. Each wrong guess reduces your mood value by 10. Your current mood value is 60. Additionally, in the game, events unrelated to the game will not affect the mood value. Well, doesn't that mean I have 5 chances to guess wrong? Thinking of this, Lin Bei couldn't help but show regret and said, "Sigh, if I had known, I would have replenished my emotional points first." As he spoke, his hands reached forward. In an instant, I felt a rough, uneven texture on my palm. Is it the face? Damn it, I clearly aimed for my chest. It seems this clone is quite short. It must be a little potato. Could it be Sunana? Lin Bei muttered to himself, and without hesitation, headed towards his cleavage, just to confirm what he wanted to do. Chapter 123. Asking dinosaurs for living expenses? The size and softness are very similar to Sunana after eating the charming green pepper. Could it really be her? Lin Bei pondered to himself, and had already made some progress. But he wasn't in a hurry to answer. It's just because there are still 12 other clones who haven't touched it yet. What if someone similar to Lu Rian appears? With this thought in mind, Lin Bei immediately reached out to the next clone. However, the apricot paper in his pocket suddenly flew out and stuck to Lin Bei's face. What is it? Because he had no view, Lin Bei didn't know it was apricot paper. Therefore, he had no choice but to stop what he was doing and instead pick up the apricot paper from his face. This feels like apricot paper? If it's you, fly to my left hand. Upon hearing this, Xingji flew towards Lin Bei's left hand without hesitation. Oh, it really is you. Did you suddenly appear to tell me that this clone is Sunana? If so, fly to your right. Otherwise, stay where you are. This time, the apricot paper remained still. Huh? Isn't it Sunana? Is she someone I know? If so, fly to my right hand. As soon as he finished speaking, the apricot paper flew to Lin Bei's right hand. Do I know him? Could be Tian Yeye? If you guess correctly, you fly back to your left hand. Xingji did not move in response. Wrong? Then who could it be? Someone with a good figure, but short. As they talked, Lin Bei touched the first clone again. Hair is a bit long, etc. Why are there pointed things on my head? Isn't it a human? This clone, could it be you, Xingji? Upon hearing this, Xingji hurriedly flew back to her left hand. Ha ha ha, it really is you. No wonder you reacted so strongly. You didn't want me to take advantage of you, so you laughed out loud and deliberately touched the clone again. But soon, Lin Bei was stunned. I don't think I even know what apricot paper is called. So, how should we answer the question? Thinking of this, Lin Bei asked urgently, Xingji, what's your name again? Can you give me a hint? Unfortunately, Xingji did not respond. After all, she could only move around slightly and couldn't speak. If Lin Bei were blind, they wouldn't be able to communicate. Difficult. Just as Lin Bei was trying to come up with a solution, the system's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Lu Ruyan's status has been updated. Congratulations, host. You have successfully taken Lu Ruyan as your sugar daddy. Your cashback rate has been increased to at least 2,000 times. It will take 2 more days for Sunana to successfully become a sugar daddy. The system's pop-up message gave Lin Bei a flash of inspiration, and he urged his mind to ask, this piece of paper used to be about a beautiful woman. Can it display her beauty? Ding! Testing in progress. Test complete. Ice Lulu status. Cursed. Race. Frozen demon. Gender. Female. Age. 4,520. Appearance. 94. Dimensions. 94. Women's virtue. Experienced driver. Overall score. 94. After testing, Bing Lulu met the system's reaction standards. What the heck? 4,520 years old? Is it because I love you? At this age, truly invincible. Lin Bei didn't think much of it and said directly, the first clone is named Bing Lulu. Correct answer. The second challenge, a harmonious marital relationship. Introduce. The system will randomly match you with a player who will play the role of your wife. You will need to obtain 200 yuan from your wife for living expenses, and you must not use violence. Note, violations will reduce your mood value by 10 points and impose a fine of 1,000 points. Those without points will randomly lose 1 body organ. You have accumulated enough rewards for 1 level. Do you want to continue playing? Oh, you need pocket money? Continue the game. Matching is in progress. Please wait patiently for approximately 10 minutes. As the electronic sound ended, Lin Bei's vision returned. Huh, what about the clone Ice Lulu? Lin Bei looked disappointed because he was really curious about what the demon looked like, why it was so short, and how it differed from what he remembered. In response to this, Xingji seemed a little dissatisfied, and then flew to Lin Bei's face and pressed it against him, as if she wanted to beat him up. What are you doing? Why are you sticking your face to me all the time? Do you mean you've fallen in love with me? Without hesitation, Lin Bei stretched out his right hand and took off the apricot paper. On the apricot paper, lines of text appeared rapidly. You old scoundrel, did you enjoy touching me? Lin Bei retorted, Oh, I wasn't touching you. Don't talk nonsense. That was just a clone. Haha, judging from your expression, you're clearly enjoying it. Lin Bei stubbornly replied, Really? Haven't I always been like that? Haha, I'm very angry, and the consequences will be severe. I advise you to feed me 5 more doses of the elixir of life every day, otherwise I definitely won't help you anymore. That's it. If you want more miracle water, just say so. Why are you pretending to be angry? Don't think I don't know you're a seasoned pro. I saw you were having a good time just now. And besides, I'm still your servant. Can you stop being so stingy and give me more life potion? There'll be even more fun after my curse is lifted. That's more like the attitude of asking for a favor. Lin Bei nodded and continued, No problem. I agree to your conditions. Huh, so straightforward. Lin Bei grinned mischievously. Of course, I'm very curious about what a demon looks like. 8 minutes later. Match successful. Player Yongling will play the role of your wife. The sound ended. The room was suddenly enveloped in pink light. When the light fades, all sorts of furniture appeared out of thin air in the room. Before Lin Bei could even get a good look at it, a woman's phantom gradually materialized on the sofa. The woman had short, neat hair and yellowish skin, especially her eyebrows, which gave her an inexplicably fierce look. What are you looking at? What day of the month is it? You want living expenses again? I won't give you a single penny today. Yongling spoke in a very strong tone, with an aggressive attitude, clearly already immersed in the role. Lin Bei didn't take this seriously and went straight to the point. Just give me 200 for living expenses. Don't waste my time. I'll give you a generous reward after the game is over. However, these words immediately drew a warning from an electronic voice. Player Lin Bei violated the game rules and was deducted 10 emotion points. Perhaps emboldened by the electronic voice, Yongling fearlessly challenged. No, you're just loafing around all day, not earning any money, and you still want living expenses. Can't you speak properly? Don't always act like you're arguing. Lin Bei's expression was already quite unpleasant, clearly showing his dissatisfaction with Yongling. Didn't I speak properly? Yongling roared like a pig being slaughtered, then muttered under her breath. Sure enough, all men are the same. Chapter 124 Cupid's Bow. Lin Bei at this time. They had already sensed that something was wrong. Logically speaking, all the players in the 10th C should know him, so they shouldn't have this attitude. Therefore, there is only one possibility. The Tyrannosaurus Rex in front of me is not a player from the 10th C area. Thinking of this, Lin Bei walked to Yongling's side with a gloomy expression and said, Are you sure you don't want to get it to her? What? You want to hit me? Yongling said disdainfully, then muttered under her breath, Shrimp-headed man. This kind of man actually pretends to be my husband. It's disgusting. Before she could finish complaining, Lin Bei could no longer restrain himself and reached out to slap Yongling across the face. Snap! This slap sent Yongling flying backward, spinning 360 degrees in the air before crashing to the ground with a loud thud. In an instant, an electronic voice notification appeared. Player Lin Bei violated the rules and will have 10 emotion points deducted. In addition, please pay a fine of 1,000 points, otherwise you will randomly lose an organ. Hearing the commotion, Yongling, enduring the pain, stood up, clutching her swollen face, and roared, You actually dared to hit me? You're going to die, you domestic abuser. Let's see how you pay your penalty fees. As she spoke, her face began to contort into a morbid expression, and she continued in a near-mad manner. They're going to die? I won this little game. Halfway through his speech, his sickly smile suddenly froze. Yongling saw that Lin Bei had conjured 1,000 points out of thin air. Lin Bei interrupted, surprised. I still have a lot of points here. I want to optimize you now. Killing your wife should be quite fun. He paused, then took out a desert eagle from his spatial storage and said, Let me think, where would be the most satisfying place to shoot you? Oh, right, since you're so talkative, how about I shoot you in the mouth? What do you think? You're crazy. You actually have a gun? We've never heard of a player in District 105 with 1,000 points and a gun. Yongling's whole body began to tremble involuntarily, and she subconsciously took a step back. See, Area 105? Sorry, I'm from the 10th C area. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow, then released the safety, looking fierce and menacing. "Don't kill me, boss. Here's my living expenses. I'll let you win this little game." After saying that, Yangling hurriedly took out 200 points from her pocket and handed them over with trembling hands. "Umph." Lin Bei snorted coldly, walked to her side, snatched the points from her, and said, "I told you before, speak properly. I promise I'll speak properly from now on. So please don't point a gun at me, okay?" Yangling bleated. In response, Lin Bei recalled his desert eagle and then, with a thought, decided to freeze the woman in front of him. Unfortunately, his freezing was a step too slow. Yangling's body began to fade into nothingness and disappeared in an instant. As the player left the scene, the electronic voice sounded again. "Congratulations to player Lin Bei. You have successfully obtained your living expenses. 200 points are yours." The third game level, Win Back Your Ex-Girlfriend. This game will use AI to create a clone of the player's ex-girlfriend, and the player needs to win her forgiveness. Ex-girlfriend. Lin Bei's expression was strange. Without thinking, he said, "I choose to exit the game and settle the rewards." He's trying to avoid his ex-girlfriend like the plague. "I don't want to see that thing again because of some unknown reward." "Are you sure you don't want to try the next level?" "Sure." Player Lin Bei voluntarily gave up on the third level. Rewards are being calculated. "Congratulations, player. You have obtained Cupid's Bow X1 and Cupid's Arrow X1. Cupid's Bow. Level, 29. Category, Hypnotic Weapon. Effect, shoots Cupid's arrow. The target hit will fall mindlessly in love with you and obey all the user's commands, even to the point of death. Note, this effect is ineffective for players level 29 and above. Players below level 30, regardless of gender or race, will be affected 100% of the time. Duration, 7 days. Comment, if love begins with control, even if it's based on pity, it will still be accepted. Tear, this thing is interesting. Just as Lin Bei was examining Cupid's bow, suddenly, everything went black and he lost his sight. When it recovers again, Lin Bei was already outside the pink wooden house. Before he could make a move, several voices came from not far away. "Brothers, take down the mini-boss in front of us. There must be some great treasure in that pink wooden house. Listen to my instructions, everyone. This shark is something else. This monster is really strong." Lin Bei looked in the direction of the sound. On the tree branches lay several human corpses, barely recognizable as human, while Xiao He was fighting a group of people. In response, he immediately asked loudly, "Xiao He, what's going on?" Upon hearing the familiar voice, Xiao He and Hong Long immediately turned around. "Boss, you're out." Xiao He exclaimed in surprise, then eagerly explained, "These players wanted to enter the cabin, but I kept them outside. Boss, you can rest now. I can handle this optimization work." A conversation between a man and a shark. This caused the players not far away to freeze in surprise. One of the players, named Li Yong, recognized Lin Bei after a careful look and immediately interjected, Lin, is this shark your servant?" These words were spoken. The other 4 players exchanged bewildered glances, then sheathed their weapons and smiled, saying, "Wow, that's a real master. Hey bro, it was all a misunderstanding. We thought the shark was a monster. Hey boss, we were thinking of taking advantage of today's day off to get some extra benefits to pay off our debts." Yes, it's all a misunderstanding. We just saw a member of your Chamber of Commerce. I think her name was Song Jiejia. The name Song Jiejia. This immediately piqued Lin Bei's interest, and he asked, "Have you seen Song Jiejia? Where is she? And how did you end up on this raft?" Li Yong answered quickly, "Song Jiejia is playing games in the wooden house in the south. Also, we all directly logged into the raft and then encountered it. It is speculated that this raft is similar to a dungeon, which can ignore the distance of the sea area and gather players together. Many players chose to team up together to ensure safety." No sooner had the words left his mouth than another player chimed in, "Dude, we really didn't know you were in the game. Otherwise, we wouldn't have bothered you at all." "Is that so?" Lin Bei looked thoughtfully to the south and muttered to himself, "So that's how it is. No wonder my pillow predicted I would meet Song Jiejia. It seems the saying, a thread of fate can bind lovers, even if they're separated by 1,000 miles, still works." At this point, he turned to the players and said, "Go and challenge this little cabin." Thank you so much. Chapter 125, The Mysterious Lake. I watched as a group of players walked towards the pink wooden house. As Lin Bei turned and walked south, he said to Xiao He, "Let's explore south. This island is big enough, and we should find other things. Okay. Little Black nodded, then said to the red dragons, keep up, don't fall behind. Survival time, 13:30. Lin Bei and the others continued south for 30 minutes, still finding themselves in the forest. Boss, could the person you're looking for have already moved? This isn't a solution. It's a waste of time, Xiaohei suddenly reminded him. Lin Bei stopped in his tracks, turned around, and asked, so what are your thoughts? Yes, Xiaohei responded, then suggested, do you have a GPS tracking card? If so, the margin for error will be a bit lower. I almost forgot, there's also the location card. Reminded, Lin Bei immediately took the location card out of the system space and used it, locating the distance to Songjia. The player is very close to you. You can reach them in about 5 minutes by walking towards the 7 o'clock direction. Xiaohei, who had come over to peek, saw the information on the bracelet and immediately exploded, hurriedly apologizing. Boss, I really didn't know Songjia was so close, making you waste a location card. It's all right. There's plenty of this stuff. We won't need it all. Lin Bei waved his hand dismissively and added, let's hurry on our way. Okay. Xiaohei felt like he had been granted a pardon and continued to follow Lin Bei's steps, heading towards 7 o'clock. As time goes by, Lin Bei and the others have already arrived at the designated location. The trees and weeds here are noticeably fewer, and there's a lake not far away, next to which is a wooden house. The wooden house is about 50 square meters, which is not a large area and looks quite ordinary. Seeing this, Xiaohei suggested, Boss, the person you're looking for might be undergoing an evaluation right now. Lin Bei nodded in agreement, then added, the cabins we've encountered before all have different mini-games. However, this cabin looks quite ordinary, so the games inside should be pretty simple. Let's wait outside. Boss, is the person inside really that important? Why are we spending so much time on her? If we hadn't waited for her, our gains would definitely have doubled. Xiaohei looked completely bewildered. You wouldn't understand. Lin Bei shook his head, then changed the subject, saying that lake is nice. I have a fishing rod here. Let's go fishing. All right. Little Black obsequiously agreed, then turned to Red Dragon and instructed, you all keep a close watch on the cabin door. Report back immediately as soon as the people the boss is waiting for come out. Not long after, the man and the shark had reached the edge of the lake. Without hesitation, Lin Bei took out 2 level 19 fishing rods from his spatial storage and tossed one to Xiaohei. Don't worry, boss, Xiaohei said. If no fish bite, I'll just go into the water and empty the lake. As he spoke, he began to fish. Are you really okay swimming in fresh water? Lin Bei asked suspiciously. I'm a high school student. Before the word biology could even be uttered, Xiaohei, who had just cast his line, froze, because he felt a sudden pulling force coming from the fishing rod. Realizing what was happening, Xiaohei exclaimed in alarm. Damn it, there's something wrong with this water. It seems to be absorbing my fishing rod. Boss, don't cast the line. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei immediately stopped casting and looked at Xiaohei. How are you? Do you need any help? No problem. It's just a minor trick, Xiaohei replied confidently. However, no sooner had he finished speaking than an even greater pulling force struck. In an instant, it sucked the fishing rod in Xiaohei's hand into the lake. Xiaohei stared at the lake before him, lost in thought, his face full of embarrassment. After all, the slap in the face came too quickly. Didn't he have any pride? To ease the awkwardness, Xiaohei forced a defense. Boss, would you believe me if I said I was careless just now? This lake doesn't play by the rules. It suddenly surged when I wasn't prepared. Who could withstand that? It's all right. Losing a fishing rod is nothing. Lin Bei waved his hand, staring at the lake warily, and asked again, have you ever heard of this kind of lake? No, this is my first time trying it too. Halfway through his speech, the lake suddenly emitted a blinding light. He hurriedly shouted a warning. Boss, be careful. Let's move back. Instead of backing down in response to the reminder, Lin Bei chose to activate his mental power. In an instant, a chilling aura gathered around him, heading straight for the lake in front of him, attempting to freeze the surface of the water completely. However, even after the light faded, the lake showed no sign of freezing. Seeing this, Lin Bei frowned and muttered, this is really strange. What exactly is going on? He wasn't allowed to finish speaking. Suddenly, ripples appeared on the lake's surface. Then, a woman with a yellow halo above her head and dressed in white silk emerged from it. Her face seemed to be made up of marks, so her features were completely obscured. But judging from the way she presented the cup and her elegant movements, Lin Bei was certain that she was a beautiful woman. The moment the idea popped into my head, suddenly, a system voice sounded in his mind. Ding. Opposite sex detected. Scanning in progress. You. Race, fairy. Gender, female. Age, 9,999. Appearance, 98. Dimensions, 94. Virtue of women, abstinent old maid. Overall score, 96. After testing, the Yofu system returned the standard. Get lost. This thing is 9,999 years old, and freezing it has no effect on her. It's obviously powerful. Is it someone she can tie herself to the raft? After complaining about the system, Lin Bei subconsciously started to back away. Clearly, he didn't want to get too entangled with this thing. However, Yu, who was standing by the lake, suddenly spoke up. Shark with a scar on its head, if you drop your fishing rod into the water, is it this level 39 fishing rod or this level 19 fishing rod? These words were spoken. Lin Bei immediately thought of the story of the golden axe and the silver axe. But soon, he realized something was wrong. This ridiculous game is definitely not that simple. Thinking of this, Lin Beixian immediately looked at Xiao He and said, "Don't answer her yet. Boss, I understand. Based on my years of survival experience, there's definitely a trick involved." Xiao He nodded repeatedly, then continued in a pleading tone, "So, please quickly think of the correct answer." Just as the two were talking, Yu, as if a robot, repeated in her gentle voice, "Is it this level 39 fishing rod? Or this level 19 fishing rod?" Chapter 126 Cupid's Arrow is terrifying. "Boss, if I brazenly make things up, will I get into trouble?" Xiao He asked again urgently. This game was originally supposed to require honest answers, but I think it's not that simple. Wait a minute, I'll use a tool to ask someone with experience. As Lin Bei spoke, he took out a piece of apricot paper from his pocket and asked, "Is this question a game? If I don't answer honestly?" He wasn't allowed to finish his question. Suddenly, the voice of a red dragon came from a wooden house not far away. "Master, the woman you've been waiting for has come out." Lin Bei stopped speaking and looked in the direction of the sound. Song Jiejia, who had just come out of the wooden house, was also looking at him. Neither of them spoke immediately, and they just looked at each other. Song Jiejia is about 168 centimeters tall, with a pure and alluring face. She's wearing a black tank top and shorts, and her long brown hair reaches her chest. Her skin isn't as fair as Lu Ruyan's, perhaps due to the high temperature, but it doesn't significantly affect her overall appearance. "Do you have to look so closely? And what are you doing here?" Song Jiejia, who had been stared at, finally couldn't take it anymore and spoke first. "I came especially to pick you up, worried you might be suffering out there. After all, you're considered one of my employees. And look how tanned you've gotten." Lin Bei's response was clearly somewhat distracted. He was simply considering whether or not to use Cupid's arrow. If used now, it will trigger a refund. However, once this happens, mass critical strikes cannot be used. Wait, what if, after a critical hit, it's still a one-time use arrow? Furthermore, the bow and arrow are two separate pieces of equipment, requiring 2 critical hits. Before Lin Bei could continue thinking, Song Jiejia said in a tactful tone, "Group owner, I don't plan to join your raft for the time being. Besides, my current life is acceptable, and I have everything I need. Fine, I don't like forcing others either." Lin Bei showed no anger, smiled, and walked towards Song Jiejia, appearing completely harmless. "Inna, thank you very much, group administrator." The explanation was not yet given. Lin Bei suddenly began to accelerate his sprint. Then, out of thin air, a bow, an arrow that looked like a toy appeared in his hand. "What's wrong, group admin?" Sensing something was amiss, Song Jiejia looked terrified and instinctively tried to escape. However, the red dragon, which was not far from her, reacted and pounced on Song Jiejia, trying to control her. The slow-moving Song Jiejia had no time to dodge and was caught by the red dragons. "Well done." As Lin Bei praised her, he didn't stop his work, quickly drawing his bow and shooting an arrow at Song Jiejia. Swoosh! As the arrow drew ever closer, Song Jiejia closed her eyes in fear and cried out in a high-pitched voice, "Why did you betray me before?" He only said half of what he meant. The arrow struck her in the chest and then disappeared. As the arrow disappeared, Song Jiejia felt her mind go blank, then lost consciousness and fell into a coma. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully consumed resources for a woman, triggering a critical hit return and obtaining 1,200 Cupid's arrows. Ignoring the system's voice, Lin Bei continued walking towards Song Jiejia. However, the little black guy behind him spoke up. Boss, have you forgotten about me? That guy has asked 7 times already, and his eyes are getting weirder and weirder. I can't use the scapegoat coin again this week. Huh? Lin Bei stopped in his tracks, scratched his head sheepishly, and then took out the apricot paper again to ask, answer my question from before. The game for the fairy race has nothing to do with answering questions, because no matter how you answer, you'll be tortured to death by the fairies unless you can enter the wooden house and get a silver coin or a gold coin. A silver coin can be used to retrieve the original item, and a gold coin can be used to get a higher level item. I see. Lin Bei mutut, turned to Xiai O Haidao. Wait a minute, I'll go get the props. We can stall for a little longer. Not long after, Lin Bei had already walked to Song Jiejia's side, just as he was about to search her. Song Jiejia suddenly opened her eyes, jumped up, and threw herself into Lin Bei's arms, saying, Group leader, I like you so much, you're so handsome. Looking at the woman in his arms, Lin Bei quickly asked, Where's your reward from the cabin game? It's in my pocket, do you want it? Song Jiejia asked softly. Lin Bei nodded slightly. Seeing this, Song Jiejia blushed and said sweetly, Okay, but I want to move to the group leader's raft and live with him. No problem. Lin Bei agreed without hesitation. After all, his system only needed one more woman to level up. Moreover, the reason I came here is to see Song Jiejia. It's a deal. Song Jiejia happily reached into her pocket, took out a golden coin, and handed it to Lin Bei, adding, Group leader, this is the coin. The wooden house said it could be used on the fairies in the lake and will definitely improve your abilities. After saying that, she reached out and stroked Lin Bei's cheeks, her eyes filled with love, overflowing like a flood. Tear. Looking at Song Jiejia's lustful appearance, Lin Bei was even certain that if Red Dragon Xiao He hadn't been there, he might have been toyed with by the woman in front of him. This bow and arrow is truly insane, utterly terrifying. It completely defies all reason, skipping even a violent binding step. The other person simply throws themselves into its arms. He had no time to think. From a distance, Xiao He urged again, Boss, this isn't the time for romance. Can you help me break this deadlock? I have a feeling that if this guy asks twice more and I don't answer, I'll definitely get ripped off. Huh? Lin Bei snapped out of his daze, shoved Song Jiejia aside, and turned to Xiao He, saying, Catch this gold coin, then answer that you want a level 39 fishing rod. After saying that, he threw the gold coin in his hand to Xiao He. All right, Little Black replied, catching the gold coin and immediately starting to communicate with the fairy. In response to this, Lin Bei originally intended to observe and learn a thing or two, but the system's voice rang in his mind again. The system has detected that the host has reached the required number of mistresses for upgrading. Do you wish to upgrade? Yes. Ding. System upgrade expected in 3 hours. During the upgrade, the critical hit return function can still be used normally, but the system will not provide any notification. Please check it yourself in the system space. Upgrading. Ignore the system prompts. Lin Bei turned his gaze to Xiao He again. By this time, Xiao He had already answered the question. The fairy in the lake tossed the level 39 fishing rod into Xiao He's hands and then sank back into the lake. Chapter 127, A Familiar Visitor, the Elf Merchant. Boss, we've struck it rich. This is actually a level 39 fishing rod. It's the first time I've ever seen such a high-end fishing rod. Little Black, holding the fishing rod, ran towards Lin Bei with a face full of joy. Look at you, so unsophisticated. Lin Bei shook his head, taking the fishing rod with a face full of regret. He lost a good opportunity simply because of a moment of carelessness. He could have asked Song Jiejia to use the gold coins first, and then dealt with Xiao He after receiving the refund. It's all that damn shark's fault for urging us on. Fishing rod. Level 39, Tier 3 fishing rod. Category, fishing tools. Description. The chance of fishing for a regular treasure chest is 30%. The chance of a Tier 1 treasure chest is 40%. The chance of a Tier 2 treasure chest is 20%, and the chance of a Tier 3 treasure chest is 10%. Fishing blessing. Never go Air Force LV3. For the first 3 fishing trips each day, you are guaranteed to get a treasure chest within 1 minute. Mysterious blessing LV3. There's a 10% chance of fishing for a special event, and the chance of getting a flash when opening a chest increases by 3. Automation LV3 allows for automatic fishing, but treasure chests will not appear. Only fish will appear, with a chance of spawning high-level seafood. Upgrade materials required. Tier 4 fishing rod upgrade card. Tier 4 electronic components X200. Tier 4 lucky wood X200. Tier 4 metal ingot X100. Automatic fishing? It can also increase the chance of flashing? Is that so perverted? If we could replicate more than 1,000 fishing rods, would we still be able to finish eating all the seafood we have every day? He noticed Lin Bei's surprised expression. Xiaohei asked, Boss, how is it? What do you think of this prop? Your servants, including me, love to eat fish. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei, who had come to his senses, looked at the lake and then turned to Song Jieja, asking, was the assessment in the wooden house difficult? Clearly, he wanted to try again. After all, this lake can enhance items. Although there is no systemic abnormality, having something is better than having nothing. Group owner, it's so dangerous in there. I almost threw up from that awful food. I barely made it through. Song Jieja said pitifully. Then she added, could you please not go? I'm worried something might happen to the group owner. Tell me what it is, and I'll make my own judgment. Lin Bei said dismissively. The assessment inside is acting, which requires perfect reenactment. If you don't have good acting skills, your emotional value will be constantly deducted. Even if it's just a tiny movement, Song Jieja explained. Acting, Lin Bei muttered to himself before falling into deep thought, weighing the pros and cons. Suddenly, Xiao AI's voice came out. Captain, Huang Mukun and Nujio Wang have come to visit. They have brought a lot of cargo and are waiting for you. Oh, Brother Huang is finally back. Lin Bei's face lit up with joy, and he quickly replied, tell them to wait for me. I'll be right back. Okay. At this point, Lin Bei no longer intended to challenge the wooden house in front of him. He knew that his acting skills were unlikely to earn him any gold coins. Besides, the system was upgrading, and once the upgrade was complete, his critical hit rate would increase, making it unnecessary to rely on the lake. This thought came to mind. Lin Bei immediately ordered, let's go back the way we came. Upon hearing this, Song Jieja quickly ran to Lin Bei's side and said, I'll keep the book pages for you. Also, I have some resources in my raft. Do you want to go and get them? Taking the book, Lin Bei asked, are there any rare resources? The important things are all in my spatial bag. Song Jieja pointed to the bag on her back and said that raft is level 9. There are stone houses, soil, and a wooden pavilion inside. If we were to dismantle it, there should be quite a lot of resources. Just throw it away. My servants don't even want those things. You'll understand when you come back to the raft with me. Lin Bei shrugged and then asked, what important things are in your backpack? Song Jieja reported, sanitary napkins, underwear, a max-level repeating crossbow, a spear, and Tier 1 materials. Lin Bei became more and more confused as he listened, and finally couldn't stand it anymore. He interrupted without hesitation. Do you have some misunderstanding about what's important? Song Jieja said weakly, I think sanitary napkins and underwear are quite important, and besides, I spent a lot of money on them. All right. Lin Bei waved his hand, looking speechless. Besides personal items, what other powerful gadgets do you have? Yes. Song Jieja immediately stopped and, while rummaging through her backpack, said, I have a very powerful prop. Lin Bei asked curiously, what? Lipstick. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei was utterly disappointed. He stopped talking and quickened his pace to return. Group owner, don't go. It's really amazing. Look at its effect. Song Jieja took out a lipstick, hurriedly caught up with Lin Bei, and handed it to him. Praise lipstick. Level, 19. Category, consumable items. Effect, when applied to the lips, your words of praise will make the target feel happy and lose their hostility towards the user. Note, targets exceeding the item level will not be effective. Will it not take effect if it exceeds the required level? However, the items that reduce hostility are indeed quite interesting. If you raise the level, it should have a significant effect. Lin Bei stared at the lipstick in his hand, clearly interested. So, group owner, do you like it? If you like it, I can give it to you. As Song Jieja spoke, she threw herself into Lin Bei's arms again, looking like she wanted to take advantage of the situation after giving him a gift. Just as Lin Bei and the others returned, the regional channel suddenly became lively. Regional channel 91,300. What happened? 10 players died out of nowhere. Today's day off is pretty simple, isn't it? Yes. Those minigames are all derived from Earth. They're practically just free resources. Maybe I didn't control my emotions well. Why not just buy Chin Yu's terrible cooking? Yes, I also rent notebooks here, guaranteed to help you easily control your emotions. Chinan, do you have any elven merchants going there? An elven merchant? What's going on? Tell me quickly. Are the elves cute? Do they look like the ones in comics? Chinan, very beautiful, like a nice fairy, so cute, but it's a pity she's a bit short. Did you miss the point? Shouldn't you be asking what the elf merchant's role is? Sweet Moon, I've encountered this before. She collects resources you don't need and can directly exchange them for points. Chinan, the Jinx was right. It's just that the things she sells are a bit strange. How so? Zhang Tianyu, selling down jackets, selling coal, selling hand warmers. Does this mean winter is approaching? Thompson, maybe it's the next natural disaster. If I don't encounter an elven merchant, does that mean I'll just have to freeze? Didn't encounter it +1. I didn't encounter +2. Could you buy me one? Looking for a proxy buyer. Chapter 1, 28 Skin Fragments. Sweet Moon, I guess it will end today. Besides the merged areas, the temperature will drop again. Everyone should prepare to freeze. Merging the servers is good. This server absolutely has to be merged, otherwise my level 9 Raft has no sense of superiority whatsoever. Haha, that makes sense. You still have a nerve to show off? Do you already have warm clothes? Nonsense. Explore a couple more islands, buy some items to balance your mood, and you'll be rolling in money. I bet players in other regions are still figuring out how to beat the heat. They're having a blast like us. Tankison, thanks to the boss. Otherwise we would have died from the heat. We wouldn't have had time to chat, let alone have a day off to work on supplies. I have to follow this thread. Awesome. I'm not going to waste my breath on you lucky guys anymore. I need to explore 2 more islands. The regional channel is constantly receiving messages. The topics were mostly about the next natural disaster, and the server merged that night. Survival time, 1525. After traveling for some time, Lin Bei and his group, who had returned the way they came, finally arrived at the Human Emperor Raft Beach. Hey Lin, you're doing great. Oh, you got a new girlfriend again? Huang Mukun, who had been waiting for a long time, walked towards Lin Bei without hesitation when he saw him return. In response to this, Lin Bei quickly put on a smiling face and replied, "You seem to be doing quite well, huh? You even have some underlings with you this time." Sigh. Of course, if you have money, you should buy some servants, otherwise you won't have any prestige. But compared to Brother Lin's thousands of servants, it's still a bit lacking, Huang Mukun said politely. Did you bring any good stuff? Lin Bei asked expectantly. Of course. Huang Mukun nodded, then looked at Niu Jiao Huang Dao and took out all the items for Brother Lin. Okay, brother, Niu Jiao Huang replied, then took out a golden bag and took out the items one by one. As soon as the goods were taken out, Huang Mukun began to introduce them. These are 20 off-brand ocean motorcycles. If you have a competition tomorrow, they can give the human race a head start. I suggest selling them to players in your sea area. These are level 19 Murloc rifles, 100 in total. They can arm your minions and boost their combat power by several levels. This is a human recruitment order in essence. Currently, only one set of this item is available, making it quite sought after. After all, humans are quite popular among other races in terms of construction and tasks. These are level 3 apple seeds, level 3 potato seeds, and level 3 coconut seeds, a total of 3. They can only be used on level 3 rafts and are extremely rare, with prices but no market availability. Also, here are about 100 Tier 1 krill, Tier 1 tuna, Tier 1 squid, and Tier 1 salmon. Although they don't increase attributes, they do increase experience, which can better help you train your subordinates. They were gazing at the enormous quantity of goods. Lin Bei immediately took out some points and asked, "What's the price?" Huang Mukun looked at the points, swallowed hard, but as if he had thought of something, he finally gritted his teeth and waved his hand, saying, "Cheap off-brand motorcycles, only 1,000 points, can't compare to your Swift motorcycle, bro. As for other items, they're nothing special, bro. In my heart, talking about points is just tacky." Huh? Lin Bei looked surprised and asked again, "Are you sure you don't need it?" "Really?" Huang Mukun replied affirmatively, then took out a large number of points and said, "Brother, how much life sea water can you sell to us this time?" Lin Bei calmly put the points back into his spatial storage, then took out 30 bottles of life sea water. About 30 bottles for the two of you. No problem. Huang Mukun accepted with a smile. The moment the deal was struck between the two, Xiao AI's voice suddenly came out. "Captain, an unknown race is approaching the raft." According to the information gathered by Xiao AI, they seem to be holiday merchants. Should we let them pass? What the heck is a holiday merchant? Linbai asked suspiciously. Captain, many players in the regional channel have encountered him. It is said that Ishii sells all kinds of resources and recycles unwanted resources. Oh, is that so? Linbei nodded slightly and said, Okay, let her come over. Yes, Captain. Linbei and Xiao Ai's conversation came to an end. Huang Mukun immediately chimed in. These are official merchants. They usually only appear after a periodic natural disaster. They're a way to exchange resources for points. In addition, the goods they sell can be used in the next natural disaster. Great, then I should be able to just buy it all, right? Linbei said eagerly. Huang Mukun shook his head and said, There is a limit to the number. He is different from private businessmen like us. Can you buy everything? This is really boring, Linbei said, looking disappointed. It's all right, brother. Aren't you still here with me and brother Nyojiao? Huang Mukun patted his chest, then added confidently, Brother, you go ahead with the trade. Brother Nyojiao and I will go back and sell our supplies. If all goes well, we can bring you a powerful item next time. Upon hearing this, Linbei asked with interest, Oh, how powerful is it? Huang Mukun explained with longing, Skin fragments, if you collect 10, can be fused with the skin to gain powerful strength. If you collect more than 10, the power you gain will be even greater. Skin fragments, Linbei exclaimed in surprise, his expression full of strangeness. After all, he was familiar with the word skin. Before I traveled back in time, I bought quite a few skins while playing King of Glory in League of Legends. But this world actually has it. It's simply outrageous. Out of curiosity, Linbei asked again, Can you tell me about the specific effects? If you fuse 100, you can get a Tier 2 skin, which in addition to attribute boosts, also grants an extra passive effect. However, very few people have collected more than 100. I haven't seen anyone actually do it yet. After explaining, Huang Mukun took out a glass ball and said, My deal with someone is almost up. See you next time. The words fell as the glass ball shattered. The figures of Huang Mukun and the other fishmen gradually became illusory until they disappeared completely, as if they had never existed. I watched them leave. Linbei turned to Xiaohei and asked, Have you ever come into contact with skin fragments? Xiaohei shook his head awkwardly and said, Boss, my level is a bit low. You know, those two were at least level 20 players, and they were obviously seasoned veterans. Level 20? Then how come you didn't even reach level 10 in the referee assessment? Linbai asked, puzzled. Boss, didn't I already say that there are too few low-level referees now, and too many have either died or resigned? I'm just the tallest among the short. Chapter 129, The Intelligence Behind Survival. Just as Linbei, Xiaohei, and Song Jiejie were chatting, holiday merchants have already arrived at the Emperor Raft Beach in their small yachts. Before Linbei and the others could even get a good look at them, they were already too busy to do so. Suddenly, a purple, garlic-shaped head popped out of the small yacht, exclaiming, Wow, is this really a survival newbie? This level of raft, this number of servants. As she spoke, her gaze fell upon Linbei again, and she asked, Hi, my name is Garlic Fragrance, and I'm a holiday merchant. Wealthy player, do you need to buy supplies? Or sell anything? Let me see what you have here, Linbei asked in return. Upon hearing this, Garlic Fragrance jumped off the yacht without hesitation and headed towards Linbei. The other person was about 0.9 meters tall, short in stature, with purple hair and skin, wearing a red mage robe. They were cute, but it was hard to tell what race they were. I have down jackets, hand warmers, ginger, charcoal, and a whole range of other items here. Are you interested? Garlic Fragrance asked absent-mindedly, glancing around curiously as she introduced the items. These words were spoken. Linbei's first thought was that winter was approaching. With that in mind, he answered without hesitation, I want all your goods, however many you have. Garlic Fragrance paused for a moment, then asked to confirm, Really? Of course, Linbei responded, and then asked, Besides these, what else do you have? Garlic Fragrance didn't reply immediately. Instead, it pulled out a garlic-shaped bag, took out the items one by one, and continued, My goods are very cheap. Down jackets are 25 points. Hand warmers are 5 points. After explaining the prices, she added, Based on your contribution to the region, you can purchase 100 of each item. In addition, you have a right to purchase 3 special items. Oh, Linbei smiled and urged, Let me see it. Please wait a moment. Garlic Fragrance took out several more items from the bag and handed them to Linbei for inspection. Book page advancement card. Level 29. Category advanced card. Effect unlimited upgrade of page level to 29. Price 20,000 points. Fruit of life. Level 29. Category grade food. Effect increases all attributes by 2 points. Note, the maximum dosage is 10, and it must be refilled monthly. Price 10,000 points. Invisibility potion. Level 29. Category disposable props. Effect drinking the potion grants invisibility for 1 hour and increases agility by 10. Price 1,000 points. Tier items that upgrade pages, items that boost attributes, and even items that grant invisibility are all great finds. After checking the effects of the props one by one, Lin Bei hurriedly said, "How much do you want these 3 props plus the rest?" "I want them all. That's 70,000 points in total." After quoting the price, Garlic Fragrance added, "If you don't have enough points, I can buy some resources from you." "No need, no need." Lin Bei waved his hand and immediately took out 70 points from his spatial storage. "Count them." Garlic Fragrance took the points and said in an incredulous tone, "That's really terrifying. A newbie has 70,000 points without even having to sell any items. I really look forward to seeing how you perform in the future." "What will happen next?" Lin Bei stopped collecting supplies and tentatively asked, "Can I buy intelligence?" Goose, 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 Garlic Fragrance laughed. "No need to buy. I'll tell you for free. With your current strength, after the server-wide racing competition ends, you'll become a referee, and then you'll be fighting against other sea areas." Noticing Lin Bei's still puzzled expression, she continued to explain. "Simply put, it means eliminating races with low strength and entering higher-level battles. Here, higher level refers to competing with seas outside the myriad races sea. I only told you this because I saw your potential and knew we would come into contact with them sooner or later. The sea of 10,000 races? What does that mean?" Lin Bei pressed it. "The myriad races sea is the sea we are currently in, home to tens of thousands of races. Through natural selection, those who grow to a certain level will clash with other seas. You can think of seas as the rules, what you call the behind-the-scenes forces, but the core principles remain the same: survival and strength." After explaining, Garlic Fragrance turned and walked towards the small yacht. Seeing this, Lin Bei quickly pressed on, asking, "Can I understand this as the sea area nurturing us? Once we reach a certain level, we'll then compete with other sea areas for territory? Or—" This time, Garlic Fragrance did not reply, but instead sailed away on its small yacht. As he watched the holiday merchants walk away, Lin Bei fell into deep thought. From the conversation just now, he already knew some of the truth. The logic behind the operation of this sea area is the rules. In addition to this sea area, there are other sea areas with different rules, which should be the real hostile relationships. Everything now is a selection process within the myriad races sea. Lin Bei had no time to think further. Xiao He, who had overheard the entire conversation, snapped out of his shock and exclaimed, "Boss, it turns out my previous survival attempts didn't even get me out of the beginner's area." "Yes, you're even more incompetent than I thought." Lin Bei raised an eyebrow and joked, "I think if you don't work harder, someone else will soon take your place as vice captain." "Boss, I really want to improve, but I still need your guidance. I promise I won't slack off in the future," Xiao He said, looking aggrieved. "Yes, keep up the good work." Lin Bei nodded, then instructed, "Xiao Ai, call Lu Ruyan and the others to gather on the beach." The reason he called Lu Ruyan and the others over was because the system upgrade was about to be completed. At that time, Lin Bei will need to use the power of the system to distribute the newly acquired items to the women. Otherwise, it would definitely not be worth it. It was nearing dusk. Lu Ruyan and the others were enjoying their vacation on beach chairs. As for the issue of emotional value, Lin Bei bought some unusual dishes from the auction house for them to eat, so it's not a big problem. Compared to women's leisure, Little Black, leading the Red Dragons, is exploring island after island, constantly scavenging for resources, perfectly embodying the phrase, "I'm so eager to improve." Not long after, the sound of the system upgrade being completed finally rang in Lin Bei's mind. Chapter 130 System Upgrade, Page Upgrade, Raft Expansion. Ding. System upgrade complete. God level Sugar Daddy system level. 3. Promote. 1. The minimum refund amount is 300 times. 2. Increase the number of players who can perform quality critical hits. Quality Critical Strike can currently bind 2 people. Note: items obtained from Quality Critical Hits are duplicates and will no longer trigger Quantity Critical Hits after being gifted. Note: this ability will be enhanced as the system level increases. System upgrade requires 8 to 16 experience points. It will take 2 days for Su Nana to be successfully kept as a sugar daddy, 3 days for Lu Lin, 4 days for Yang Xueli, 7 days for Song Jiejia, and 7 days for Enlisha. Wait for the system prompts to end. Lin Bei immediately stood up and walked towards Lu Ruyan, saying, "This is a card to upgrade the book pages. Upgrade the book pages to the bracelet first. It will be more convenient that way." "Thank you, dear." Lu Ruyan was not allowed to finish thanking him. Song Jiejia chimed in, "Group admin, I want one too. These basic pages are so troublesome." "Okay, everyone gets a share." Lin Bei answered. The system has issued a return notification. Ding. Successfully gifted supplies for keeping a mistress, triggering a critical hit return, and obtained 20,000 book page advancement cards. Ignore the prompt. Lin Bei quickly took out the book page advancement cards from his spatial storage and distributed them to the women one by one. Only after the allocation was completed did he begin to use it for himself. "Are you sure you want to advance to the next page?" "Sure. Currently in progress." Advancement successful. Book page base. Level 29. Category: Survival Base Core Bracelet Version. New features. Additional pages. Additional pages can be created without spending page cores and can be used by players who have lost pages. Their function is determined by the main page. Subsidiary contract. Leave a mark on the body of the player who possesses the subsidiary pages, and he or she will be unable to defy your will. Players can freely choose the mark pattern and activate it by activating their will. The mark can be hidden, and it is controlled by the player who holds the main page. Note: players need to bind the attached page. Population Blessing. Raft population limit doubled. Book Page Contract. A contract for producing book pages, notarized by the Myriad Races Ocean. Breach of the contract will be strictly enforced. Treasure Chest Blessing. Increases the maximum resource limit for treasure chests. Upgrade. Prerequisites not met. Upgrade not possible. Stronger control. After reviewing the introduction, Lin Bei immediately used his mind to leave a mark. In an instant, a heart-shaped pattern appeared on the lower abdomen of Lu Ruyan and the others. Sensing something amiss, Su Nana asked curiously, "Sister Ruyan, when did you get this tattoo?" Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan asked in confusion, "What did you say? You only have it on your lower abdomen, right?" Their conversation instantly drew the attention of the other women. However, Lin Bei, too lazy to explain, immediately activated his mind again to hide the mark. "Hey, what are you two talking about? You don't have tattoos." Yang Sueli asked suspiciously. "Did you get dizzy from sunbathing?" Song Jiejia interjected. When the women were arguing, Lin Bei had already taken out various props and changed the subject, saying, "Lu Ruyan, have some of this life fruit, and also use this human recruitment order and essence." After giving a series of props to the women to use, Lin Bei then focused his mind and bound the target of the Quality Critical Strike returned to Su Nana. In the following period, the system continued to issue cashback notifications. Lin Bei was enjoying the joy of the harvest. Among them, the number of ocean motorcycles and fishman rifles has reached tens of thousands, almost enough to equip every servant with a set. The number of human recruitment orders and spirit essences reached an astonishing 18,000. As for seeds, fish of various levels, fruits of attributes, invisibility potions, and other supplies, they are countless. The only downside is that the Quality Critical Strike is still on cooldown and can only be refreshed twice tomorrow. Take care of the return. Lin Beixian took out the Fruit of Life from his spatial storage, preparing to enhance his attributes once again. In response, Song Jiejia exclaimed, "Group owner, how come you have so many? Why are you only giving some to Ruyan? Don't we get any? Your women need to be stronger." "Okay," Lin Bei nodded, then generously said, "Each of you come and take 10, and use them to enhance your attributes." The reason he was so generous was that the women in front of him had basically all been marked, so there was no need to worry about betrayal. Moreover, Lin Bei's own strength has already reached a certain level, and if the women are even stronger, it will also benefit him. After the fruit is distributed, the people on the beach began to eat the fruit. This scene was witnessed by Little Black and Red Dragon, who were not far away. The servants looked on with envy. "Vice Captain, don't you have a share?" A red dragon asked. What do you know? The reason I haven't succeeded is because you guys haven't tried hard enough, Xiaohei said irritably. Red Dragon was speechless. Meanwhile, Lin Bei, having enhanced his appetite, quickly devoured all 10 fruits. While sensing the changes in his body, Lin Bei didn't hesitate to check his attribute panel. ID, Lin Bei. Number, 8888. Gender, male. Age, 21. Level, 19 tier, 2 not unlocked. Stamina, 100. Increased by 20. Strength, 62. Increased by 20. Intermediate agility, 85. Increased by 20. Intermediate level mental strength, 96. Increased by 20. Skin resilience, 75. Increased by 20. Skill. Finally, I have over 100 attributes. After Lin Bei sighed, he took out the summoning card, essence, soil, and basic materials. That's right, he plans to expand a raft and summon 18,000 people to build the island. Are you sure you want to use 300,000 units of soil, 600,000 units of wood, and 600,000 units of nails to expand the raft? Sure. Under expansion, instantly, the edges of the raft began to expand outwards as if an earthquake had occurred. This shocking scene caused panic among the servants and Lu Ruyin and others. Noticing everyone's state, Xiao AI immediately reminded them, "Don't panic, everyone. The captain is expanding the raft." Expand the raft? Isn't this raft big enough? Xiaohei asked, puzzled. It wasn't just Xiaohei. Everyone else thought about it in a similar way. But Lin Bei didn't explain. Instead, he started checking the raft's status panel on his own. Emperor's Raft. Level 49, Tier 4. Category: Island Raft Emperor Edition. Job change available. Area: 400,000 square meters. Note: the raft expansion limit is 490,000 square meters. Please upgrade the raft or use special items before continuing to expand. After the raft's vibrations subsided, Lin Bei continued to operate the bracelet, directly using the 18,000 human recruitment orders. In an instant, the once empty beach was now teeming with people. Then, more than 10,000 human servants said in unison, "We await our master's command." Chapter 131: Gradual Small-Town Development. Gazing at the unfamiliar faces on the beach, Lin Bei didn't hesitate to use his mind to ask the system, how many servants meet the return requirements? Ding! After testing, out of the 18,000 servants, there are 15,000 men and 3,000 women, 2 of whom meet the requirements. Suidu. Race: human, demi-human. Gender: female. Age: 27. Appearance: 89. Dimensions: 90. Virtue of a woman: she has lost her virginity. Overall score: 89. If the system meets the return criteria, a high return can be triggered due to the similarity of human genes. Lu Shi. Race: human, demi-human. Gender: female. Age: 25. Appearance: 91. Height: 87. Virtue of a woman: she has lost her virginity. Overall score: 89. If the system meets the return criteria, a high return can be triggered due to the similarity of human genes. The male-to-female ratio is terrifyingly high, even more outrageous than in the Xia Kingdom. Lin Bei glanced at the demi-human servants with a hint of disappointment. Wherever his gaze fell, they would subconsciously lower their heads, their eyes clearly showing some fear. Oh, is the raft's skill activated? Lin Bei was not allowed to think about it much. Xiao AI suddenly popped up and asked, "Captain, do you need me to arrange things for them?" Upon hearing this, Lin Bei snapped out of his daze, took out materials from his system space, and gave the instructions. "Xiaohei, I have blueprints for stone houses and apartments here. There's some land available now, so build stone houses for everyone first. Xiao AI, you're in charge of tallying their strengths. For combat and patrols, Xiaohei will lead them. For planting, those who excel in cultivation will be able to live in apartments." Xiao AI received. "Okay, boss, leave it to me," Xiaohei replied excitedly. After all, he had never led so many people before. Lin Bei nodded, then turned his gaze to the crowd and asked loudly, "Who are Lu Shi and Su Yu?" These words were spoken. 2 women with waist-length brown hair, slightly yellow skin, and considerable beauty stepped out from the crowd and said in unison, "Master, it's me." "What are you 2 good at?" Lin Bei asked. "My name is Lu Shi. I am skilled in tailoring and cooking." Replying to Master, "My name is Su Yu. I am skilled in cooking and planting. In addition, I have studied knowledge and skills books, which can increase the yield of planting by 20%. Lin Bei nodded, then looked at Lu Ruyan and said, the castle is short of people to clean and do logistics. The two Tushan sisters alone are not enough. Please make arrangements for them. He arranged for the two women to stay in his castle, simply because they met the system's return criteria. He had no other intentions. After all, Lin Bei is surrounded by beautiful women, and his standards have become increasingly high. He doesn't even look at ordinary women. They can only be used as tools. Moreover, with so many women, it's easy to get overwhelmed at night. Okay, Lu Ruyan replied with a smile, and then suggested, this Su Yu is quite nice. I think we could let her manage the planting. The reason she wasn't jealous was because Lin Bei's gaze showed no sign of lust. It was obvious he had no interest in the two women. All right, everyone get back to work. As for your mood levels, you're on your own. If you can't handle it, come find me for some terrible food. Lin Bei finished speaking. Xiao He then led tens of thousands of subhumans toward the center of the raft. For the next few hours, everyone on the raft was busy. Some were clearing weeds and trees. Some were helping Xiao He build a stone house and tidy up the apartment, and others were responsible for fishing to get food. They each performed their duties, making the raft appear thriving. Survival time, 1900 hours. Stone houses and apartments continued to rise near the castle, and the whole raft was brightly lit, gradually taking the shape of a town. Captain, Xiao AI's ability to mobilize resources is pretty good, isn't it? Lin Bei glanced at the rows of neat stone houses in front of him and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Captain, after the holiday ends tomorrow, you can prepare more fishing rods for them to go fishing. Although they can't get treasure chests like players, they can collect a lot of level-up food. Also, while tidying up today, we found quite a few low-level wild beasts. You can assign some crossbows to them to hunt them. Xiao AI's reports and suggestions kept coming in. Lin Bei felt increasingly overwhelmed as he listened, and then interrupted, saying, well, you can arrange it as you see fit. At this point, he seemed to remember something and continued. Remember to have them hand over the food and resources you acquire in the future. Then you'll tally the scores, and I'll distribute them according to their contributions. Okay, Captain, there's a new announcement in that system. Would you like to take a look? New announcement? Isn't today a holiday? Could it be that the servers are being merged? Lin Bei activated the bracelet with suspicion and began to examine it on his own. Announcement at 1800 hours. 1. The racial arena is now open. 2. You can use your competition points to redeem special items. 3. Server merge countdown time, 2300 hours. Player 8888, current redeemable points, 2800. Note, participation in the competition is unaffected by emotional value. Race rank, Black Iron Tier 1. Race ranking, number 1 race in the 10th C area. 2,800 points? Let's go and spend some money first. I'll just go and test my skills by playing in the lower ranks. This iron rank looks really awful. After muttering to himself, Lin Bei instructed Xiao AI, manage the raft well. I'm going to exchange for some items and also go to the arena. Okay, Captain, be careful. Ignored Xiao AI's reply. Lin Bei quickly clicked the sign-up button. Player Lin Bei, ID 8888. Are you sure you want to enter the arena? Sure. Lin Bei clicked to agree. A burst of light instantly enveloped him. Then, the familiar darkness enveloped my vision. When the field of vision is restored, he was already in a luxurious private room. The room is a significant improvement over the last one. At least a television, sofa, snacks, tea set, and other items are all provided. This environment would probably be liked by other survivors. Just as Lin Bei was feeling sentimental, his bracelet suddenly activated. Sports. Competition spending rank query. Note, current rest time is 10 minutes. You could get 1 hour of rest time after each match. After scanning the screen, cast it to the projector. Lin Bei clicked to make the purchase without hesitation. Points Mall. Black Iron exclusive. Materials. Wood, nails, electronic components. Food items. 1 pound of beef, 1 pound of pork, 1 pound of mutton. Weapons. Repeating crossbow, longsword, spear, spike club. Items are not yet available. The first exclusive race for new humans. Substitute coin. Price 2,000 points. Quantity 3. Location card. Price 100 points. Quantity 99. Training room. Price 5,000 points. Quantity 1. Statue of the Goddess of War. Price 10,000 points. Quantity 1. Note, refreshes daily at midnight. Chapter 132, 9-game winning streak in the arena. Statue of the Goddess of War. Level 29. Category Halo item. Effect: when placed on a raft, it increases the damage, health, and morale of all friendly units by 29. Description: this stone statue, blessed by the Goddess of War, possesses a powerful percentage-based aura. It is obtained from the gladiator arena and cannot be acquired through any other means. Training room. Level 19. Category Training building. Effect: placing a raft will generate virtual battles to train yourself, thereby gaining an all-round improvement, with a certain chance to increase experience and attributes. Description: obtained from the arena, cannot be obtained through other means. Lin Bei's eager gaze lingered on the two items, completely ignoring the other goods. These two things look pretty powerful. I thought my 2,800 points were a lot, but now I realize it's still too little. I can't even afford a training room. No, I have to get one today and bring it home, otherwise I might not be able to find it again after the midnight refresh. This thought came to mind. Without hesitation, Lin Bei started the screen mirroring process and clicked on the competition option. Please select the mode you wish to participate in. Competitivo ranking. You can earn a lot of points. The higher your ranking, the more points you get. Note: there is no chance of escaping death. If you do not have any substitute coins, please choose carefully. Matching mode. You can earn a small number of points to help newcomers get used to the system. Note: you have 7 chances to escape death each week. After reading the introduction, Lin Beixian immediately pressed the competitive ranking button. Player Lin Bei has registered for Tier 1 competitive ranking and is currently being matched. Please wait. After about 30 seconds, his body was suddenly covered in white light. Immediately afterwards, the familiar view disappeared. Once visibility is restored, Lin Bei had already appeared in a circular Roman Colosseum. At this moment, there were no spectators and no sound in the arena. The overall feeling was one of desolation. He wasn't even allowed to take a closer look. A voice suddenly came from ahead. I never expected this. My first battle after advancing to the first tier is against humans. It's practically a free win. Lin Bei looked in the direction of the sound. The creature that appeared was a humanoid gray wolf, but unlike the previous gray wolves, this one had 2 heads. What race is this? 2-headed wolf? The world is truly vast and full of wonders. Just as Lin Bei was feeling sentimental to himself, the other head of the 2-headed wolf chimed in. Kid, if you pay me 1,000 points later, I might consider not killing you. How about it? In response to this, Lin Bei did not answer, but instead looked up at the countdown to the start of the match. 15, 14. The other party has read the message, but hasn't replied. The 2-headed wolf's face gradually darkened, and he said unhappily, Boy, you're ignoring us. I'm going to tear your flesh off piece by piece. The other head laughed. He's probably scared out of his wits. Besides, look at how poor he looks. Does he look like a wealthy person? That makes sense. As the 2 heads communicated, the countdown to the arena has reached 1. In the instant that Dangue 0 appeared, Lin Bei suddenly disappeared from the spot. The 2-headed wolf was instantly dumbfounded and said in disbelief, Where are the others? I can't see their movements clearly. Is it a teleportation type skill? Brother, be careful, be on guard. However, the word precaution was not uttered yet. Lin Bei appeared in front of the 2-headed wolf and suddenly threw a punch. The fist, carrying a large amount of cold air, struck the 2-headed wolf with lightning speed. The 2-headed wolf, with its normal agility attribute, couldn't react to this attack at all. In just a moment, it was frozen solid. From the outside, you can still vaguely see the enlarged pupils. That's it. They even charge protection money. Lin Bei finished speaking dismissively, then suddenly threw another punch, destroying the ice sculpture. Congratulations to player Lin Bei for winning this match and earning 10 match points. Currently in the placement matches, with a record of 1 win and 0 losses, the rank can be redefined after the 10th match. Should we continue matching, or go back to the lounge to rest? Continue matching, Lin Bei said without hesitation. Matching in progress. At this moment, Lin Bei was not teleported away and was still in the arena. About a minute later, a sudden burst of light appeared in the arena. A creature with bluish skin, horns on its head, and a body size of 2.8 meters emerged from within. The creature resembled a mutated rhinoceros, its face contorted in a ferocious manner. From its appearance alone, it seemed like the kind of creature not to be trifled with. Human? You really have bad luck. Faced with yet another contestant's provocation, Lin Bei shook his head, feeling utterly helpless. Just how weak were humans before that they were so easily provoked by every other race? Lin Bei was thinking about it. The countdown to the arena has once again reached 0. Seeing this, he stomped his feet hard on the ground and charged forward like a cannonball without any extra movement, instantly appearing in front of the blue rhinoceros. So fast. The blue rhinoceros looked horrified, as if it had seen a ghost. Seeing the fist hurtling towards him, he tried to dodge. However, Lin Bei's speed was simply too terrifying, giving the blue rhinoceros no chance at all. In an instant, the blue rhinoceros was frozen by Lin Bei and then shattered. Congratulations to player Lin Bei for winning this match and earning 15 match points. Currently in the placement matches, with a record of 2 wins and 0 losses, the rank can be redefined after the 10th match. Should we continue matching or go back to the lounge to rest? Continue matching. Survival time, 1950. Lin Bei has been on a winning streak, easily dispatching opponents and achieving a 9-game winning streak. Currently in placement matches, I have a record of 9 wins and 0 losses, and I only need 1 more match to refresh my rank. The points earned in this competition have reached the maximum rank. Current points, 30-20. Should we continue matching or go back to the lounge to rest? After the 5th match, is the maximum score per match 30 points? It's really tough. I wonder if my points will increase more after I advance in rank. This thought came to mind. Lin Bei immediately activated the bracelet and selected to continue matching. About 2 minutes later, the arena shone brightly once more, and a pink, humanoid praying mantis emerged from it. 9 consecutive wins for the human race? The pink mantis was stunned, then burst into laughter. Truly, the races of the sea are not to be underestimated. Well then, let me test your mettle and see if you can withstand 2 of my strikes. Use your full strength to please me, human. Oh, Lin Bei looked surprised. Just because the other party didn't mock me? It's simply a miracle. Chapter 133, Merging Areas. Ding. The system has detected a female. Red chrysanthemum. Race, orchid mantis humanoid. Gender, female. Age, 18. Appearance, 94. Height, 82. Virtue of a woman, like a bud about to bloom. Occupation, female warrior. Overall score, 86. After testing, it meets the anti-recurrent standards. Hey system, can you please stop popping up all of a sudden? Do you know how much this affects your operation? The system will automatically send a notification if a suitable member of the opposite sex appears. Just as Lin Bei was communicating with the system through thought. The countdown has reached 0. Seeing Lin Bei still in a daze, Hongju loudly reminded him, Human, don't hold back just because of my good looks. Please do your best to please me. The moment the words left his mouth, her wings began to flutter. Because of this vibration, a ripple seemed to appear in the air. Immediately afterwards, the red chrysanthemum disappeared along with the ripples. Regarding this scene, Lin Bei-xian, who had just come to his senses, immediately activated his malicious perception skill in an attempt to locate Hongju. However, there was not a single malicious fluctuation in the entire arena, as if the pink mantis was not in the arena at all. What happened? Lin Bei looked surprised, his eyes darting around warily, trying to find any clues. However, a minute passed, and nothing was gained. Suddenly, ripples appeared in the air behind Lin Bei again, along with red chrysanthemums that seemed to appear out of nowhere. In response to this, a sense of crisis and malice suddenly invaded Lin Bei's mind. This mantis is incredibly fast. Is it at a mid-level agility level? Sensing something amiss, and knowing there was no time to dodge, he decisively activated his mental water transformation. However, the mantis was incredibly fast, managing to pierce Lin Bei before he could even react with the water. The moment the broadsword pierced Lin Bei's skin, the clanging of metal against metal was incessant. However, Lin Bei was completely unharmed. What the hell? Hongju asked in horror, unable to comprehend. Are you made of iron? At this moment, Lin Bei understood. The opponent's skill is probably spatial, and their attributes are almost entirely speed. Other aspects are incredibly weak. Considering the difficulty of spatial abilities, Lin Bei no longer held back and activated his will. In an instant, a chill swept over the red chrysanthemum, freezing it solid. Just as the ice was about to freeze to her head, Hongju cried out urgently, "Throw!" She never uttered the word surrender before being forcibly restrained. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Bei didn't hesitate to throw a punch, shattering the ice sculpture. Congratulations to player Lin Bei for winning this match and earning 30 match points. Current positional tournament record, 10 wins, 0 losses. Congratulations to player Lin Bei for successfully completing the jump break. Current rank, Tier 1, Gold 1. Rank points, 0. Reaching 100 victory points allows you to advance to Tier 1, Platinum 5. Congratulations to player Lin Bei for advancing 3 major ranks and receiving a reward of 1,500 competitive points. Current points, 4550. Is it 450 points short? It seems we still need to work harder to bring the training room home. As Lin Bei was pondering this, the bracelet automatically activated and a notification sound rang out. Your opponent, Red Chrysanthemum, has left a message. Do you want to view it? Huh? He's not dead. Do you have substitute coins? As Lin Bei made his guess, he casually clicked to view. Red Chrysanthemum, I hope you find a partner tomorrow, and then get eaten by the females of your race, you monster. I already surrendered, but you still went for the kill, wasting one of my substitute coins. I can't play ranked this week. Lin Bei expressionlessly closed the message and started matching again. Midnight. Survival time, 2,300 hours. Lin Bei is still working hard to accumulate points. On the other side, the sea area has begun to be merged. Announcement. Due to having the highest number of survivors in the 10C area, all players on the server will receive 10 distributable attribute points, 200 character experience points. All skill levels will be increased by 1, and the title of Survival Newbie. Survival Newbie. Level 9. Category, Newbie Title/Medal. Effect, all attributes +1. This server merge will integrate players from C areas 1 to 120, totaling 1 million players. Because the 10C has the most players, the area channel is still named the 10th C. Survival ranking. First place, 10th C area, 90,000 visitors. Second place, C area 88, 30,000 visitors. Third place, First C area, 20,000 visitors. Fourth place, 20th C area, 15,000 people. Regional channel, 10th C area. Number of people, 1 million. Ha ha ha. Awesome. There's a big shot in the 10th C area. I could just sit back and reap the rewards. Wife, are you still alive? This is Wang Xiaoyu. Dad, this is your son Zhang Jianfeng. Please reply to this message. Son, I'm here. My son, I'm here. Good son. No need for such formalities. The person upstairs is really bored. Does anyone know anything about this? Can you explain why there are 90,000 people surviving in your 10th C area? Same question. That final solar explosion was a total kill. So how did it manage to save 90,000 people? You guys still have a mind to chat? Look at the auction house. Someone's selling water, and it's so cheap. Why don't you grab some? Thompson, TSK, a bunch of bumpkins. Judging by how outdated your intelligence is, you'll probably freeze to death tomorrow. Who are you talking about? What does frozen to death mean? Freezing to death is the next natural disaster theme, predicted by someone with a quick calculation. You people are all from Earth, be honest. Chinan, let me tell you, there's a super big shot in the 10th district who shot down the sun on the 6th day of the double sun in the sky event. As for the next natural disaster theme, it's our reward for the 7th day. Whose general is this so valiant? Why don't we have such fierce generals in our seas? Our sea area was full of hidden dragons and phoenixes, yet only 2,608 survived. Who suffered as much as we did? 1 million people. Who understands? They're all pretty much the same. Apart from the top-ranked ones, there aren't many left. Sigh, I just got through 2 days, and tomorrow I'm going to have to endure the cold winter again. I don't want to play anymore. Let me go home. I'm curious, who is this big shot you're talking about? When the chat on the channel is in full swing. The arena is closing time. Fortunately, Lin Bei's points have reached 5,400. At that moment, he returned to the lounge without hesitation, urgently activating his bracelet in preparation for purchasing a training room. Are you sure you want to spend 5,000 points to purchase a training room? Note, once sold, no refunds will be given. Sure. Congratulations. You have received the training room installation card. You have 400 points remaining. Take care of everything. Lin Beixian then chose to withdraw from the arena. In an instant, a burst of light enveloped it, followed by the familiar blindness. When his vision gradually returned, he was already inside the castle. Before Lin Bei could even rest for a moment, a voice then entered his ears. Group owner, something big has happened. Chapter 135, Sacrificing Oneself to Illuminate Others. Looking at Song Jiejie approaching him, Lin Bei asked in confusion, "Isn't it just a district merge? Is there something else going on?" "Yes, there are rewards. There are rewards," Song Jiejie hurriedly explained. 10 attribute points, character experience, and skill level. "Let me see." Lin Bei nodded, then activated the golden bracelet and began to examine it on his own. When he saw his level and skills improve, he exclaimed in surprise, "I've leveled up? This unlimited improvement is really awesome." Lin Bei suddenly froze halfway through his sentence, because he discovered that his arena rank had been reset. Second tier Black Iron? Damn it, I was already at tier 1 Platinum, and now I'm back to Iron? Sigh, I guess I need to improve my strength a bit more. It's obvious that the races in the second tier competitive rankings are much stronger, and my current advantage won't be as significant. Lin Bei only complained slightly about this trivial matter before taking out a piece of apricot paper from his pocket and asking, which attribute advancement option is better for level 20? Upon hearing the sound, rows of neat characters began to appear on the surface of the apricot paper. Your skin resilience and stamina are both good. Your fighting style isn't heavily reliant on strength. Advancing to higher level attributes requires items. You're the fastest growing player I've ever seen. I remember when I was surviving for 10 days, I was still raiding and selling supplies. What? You want to talk to me about life? After raising an eyebrow and making a joke, Lin Bei ignored Xingji and began allocating attribute points. ID, Lin Bei. Number, 8888. Gender, male. Age, 21. Level, 20. Tier 2. Competitive rank, Tier 2 Iron. Intermediate stamina, 110. Increased by 10 points to upgrade to intermediate level. Strength, 62. Intermediate agility, 105. Increased by 20 points. Intermediate level mental strength, 106. Increased by 10 points. Skin resilience, 85. Increased by 10 points. Skill 1. Indestructible. Level, 20. Category, defensive skills. Passive effect, stamina plus 30, skin toughness plus 30. Increases by 10 points. Active effect. When activated by thought, the skill is enhanced by 300 stamina and skin resilience by 110. Skill duration, 30 minutes. Skill recharge time, 1 hour. Current experience points, 199 to 300. Skill 2, malice detection. Level, 20. Category, perception skills. Passive effect, spirit plus 19. Agility plus 32, and can sense malice within a 300-meter radius. Increases attributes by 10 points and increases sensing range by 110 meters. Active effect. Activated by thought. The skill is activated. The perception range is expanded by 30 times, and agility and mental strength are temporarily increased by 300. Skill duration, 20 minutes. Skill recharge time, 40 minutes. Skill 3. Water transformation. Level, 20. Category, defensive skills. Passive effect, gain the ability to breathe underwater and increase all attributes by 10 when fighting underwater. Affinity with seawater increased by 300. Increased by 110. Active effect, when activated by thought, the skill can transform the body into a water element or merge with water, making the user immune to most physical attacks. Skill duration, increased by 10 minutes from 30 minutes. Skill recharge time, 1 hour. Skill 4. Freeze. Level, 20. Category, attack skills. Passive effect, unaffected by cold, increases mental energy recovery speed by 10 in cold weather environments. Active effect, skills can be released by mental effort, freezing targets at temperatures as low as minus 60 degrees Celsius. If freezing fails, the target's movement speed and attack speed will inevitably decrease. The comprehensive improvement made Lin Bei look satisfied, and he unconsciously clenched his fist, making a crisp cracking sound. Just as he was feeling the power, the bracelet suddenly gave him a notification. Friendly reminder, player Yamazaki Kazutoshi has issued a PK challenge to you. The winner will inherit all of the opponent's assets. Player Lin Bei has the right to refuse, but must pay 200 points. Message, I heard you're the best player, but I'm not convinced, so I want to test my skills. I hope you won't disappoint me. Note: due to the opponent's use of special items, this match will be broadcast live, and a live betting function will be enabled, with an average betting limit of 100 points per person. I stared at the content of the announcement on the screen. Linbei reached out and clicked accept without hesitation, saying disdainfully, "It seems that with more people, some players are too arrogant. We must kill Kuin properly. You have accepted the other party's PK invitation. The match will start promptly at 23:55, and you will have 15 minutes to prepare." At the same time, because of Yamazaki Kazutoshi's challenge, the regional channel has become a hot topic and the most discussed topic at the moment. Regional channel, 10th C area. Number of people, 1 million. Channel announcement. Player Lin Bei has accepted the PK invitation. The live stream will start in 15 minutes. Betting is only allowed for 15 minutes, so players who wish to place their bets should hurry. Our strongest Yamazaki Kuin in the 66th C must do his best to defeat the strongest in the 10th C. I've been hearing you guys rave about Lin Bei, but I'd like to see just how strong he really is. You guys haven't been to the 66th C, so you don't know how terrifying Yamazaki is. It's said that he has a level 7 Susanoo skill, and his level is over 7. I reckon the two of them will have a fight. Players from the original 66 C area kept praising Yamazaki's strength, causing the channel to be instantly flooded with messages. Players in other C areas, on the other hand, adopted a spectator attitude, simply watching the show unfold. Only the players in the 10th C area went into a frenzy after learning that someone had challenged Lin Bei. Chinan, holy crap, someone actually dares to challenge Lin Bei? How can anyone be so suicidal? Don't talk nonsense. He clearly sacrificed himself to illuminate our path. Yeah, this move will allow my brothers to win 100 points in a bet. I'm so happy. Sweet Moon, I've placed my bet and am waiting to collect my points. Are there any big shots from other regions who want to trade resources for game points? I want to place a bet. Whom should I trust? Everyone says the big shots in their area are awesome. It's hard to place bets on them. I believe in Susanoo. That skills sound incredibly powerful. Jack Su. Idiot, didn't you see the previous rewards for the 10th C area? I have a trust in Lin Bei. There are differences between skills, so your analysis is unreliable. Thompson, please buy Yamazaki, I'll buy Lin Bei's. As the players continued their discussions, the 15-minute preparation time passed in the blink of an eye. Chapter 135 Temperature Drop and Snowfall, Critical Hit Training Room. Survival time, 23:45. Lin Bei, who was in the castle, was suddenly enveloped in a burst of light, followed by a familiar loss of vision. When his vision gradually returned, he found himself in a gladiatorial arena. Lin Bei didn't have time to take a closer look. A voice suddenly came from directly in front. Don't blame me for using you as a stepping stone. Blame it on your current dominance. Only by defeating you can I become the strongest in the sea. As an apology, how about I let you attack first? The speaker was none other than Yamazaki Kazutoshi. He was about 160 centimeters tall, with a rather sleazy appearance, especially his small, slightly contemptuous eyes. In response to this, Lin Bei ignored the other party and simply stared at the countdown timer in the center of the arena. However, Yamazaki Kazutoshi persisted, saying, Lin Bei-kun, ignoring people isn't a good habit. I was originally planning to spare your life, but I really dislike your behavior now. So, as they were talking, the countdown timer on the central platform had already reached 0. However, Yamazaki Kazutoshi seemed to be possessed by Chatterbox, completely unaware that the PK had already begun and kept rambling on and on. Seeing this, Lin Bei stopped dawdling, jumped up and sprinted forward like a wild horse. In an instant, Yamazaki froze, his mouth agape in an O shape. Because, just a second ago, he was still 100 meters away from Lin Bei, but now Lin Bei has already arrived in front of him. Seeing the fist coming at him, Yamazaki Kazutoshi instinctively tried to dodge. Unfortunately, their speed was like that of a bicycle and a high-speed train, and they couldn't catch up at all. Helpless, Yamazaki Kazutoshi could only use his willpower to try to use Susanoo for defense. However, his consciousness gradually became blurred, and a coldness instantly enveloped him. In an instant, Yamazaki Kazutoshi has been frozen by Lin Bei. What a chatterbox! Lin Bei complained, then swung his fist again, shattering the ice sculpture. Congratulations to player Lin Bei for winning this PK battle. The time taken was 5 seconds. Congratulations to player Lin Bei for acquiring all of Yamazaki Kazutoshi's assets. The supplies include Book pages, level 9 Raft, and 1200 wood. Scanning the inventory list, Lin Bei frowned and said, "How can it be so shabby? Is this the number 1 asset in Region 66? Are you serious?" The words had barely left his mouth. He suddenly spotted a decent piece of equipment, and his earlier disappointment began to fade. Detecting the eyeball. Level 19. Category, reconnaissance equipment. Active effect. Can detect the attributes of players below level 20. This thing looks good. It'll be perfect for a quality boosting attack with a training room later. Hopefully, it won't be a disappointment. Before Lin Bei could continue thinking, the familiar darkness struck again. His figure gradually disappeared into the arena. Regional channel, 10th C area. Number of people, 1 million. Announcement. This PK has ended, and player Lin Bei has emerged victorious. Points have been sent to players who bet on the win. Please check your accounts. What the heck? I was just having a late-night snack, and in the blink of an eye, the game was over. How many seconds did the fight end? I just saw Lin Bei flash by, and then Yamazaki Kazutoshi was gone? It seems to be an ability to freeze, and Lin Bei's speed is simply unbelievable. Damn, is this all Yamazaki Kazutoshi is? What a waste of my 50 points. What a ripoff. I thought he was some kind of genius. Sweet Moon. Easily earn another 100 points, so satisfying. Good night, everyone. If we had more warriors like these, how could we not rise to power in the 10th C? Perfect. The loan pressure has instantly decreased, and I can relax for another week. Is this the strongest force in the 10th C area? I, Wang Defa, am truly convinced. Alan Green. I consider myself very strong, with a combat power of at least 1,000, but after watching Lin Bei's performance, I suddenly feel that my combat power is only 5. That's terrifying. After only 10 days of survival, is the gap between the first and second place really that big? Haha. Have you ever heard of a car race killing a merchant? Slaying a merchant? That's impressive. I don't believe it. The referees and businessmen are many times stronger than us. How could that thing possibly win? Thompson, a bunch of ignorant fools. Since I won some points today and I'm in a good mood, I'll give you some inside information. Do you know about the competitive race matches? The referees, they're basically security guards for Boss Lin's Raft. As Lin Bei's past was revealed one by one, all players exploded instantly. Is this really something a player could do? Damn it. Why didn't you guys say so sooner? Exactly. With this kind of information, shouldn't we lead the channel's members to get rich together? Cheenan, I doubt anyone would have believed me, even if I'd said it earlier. Time slipped away as messages scrolled by. Before we knew it, it was already midnight. Originally, Lin Bei was the hot topic, but the sudden drop in popularity changed the direction of the channel's chat. Have you noticed that the temperature has suddenly dropped? It looks like something is falling from the sky. Snow, it's snow. Damn it, I don't have any warm clothes yet. Damn it, are they trying to ruin our sleep tonight? Down jackets for sale, 150 points each, or you can exchange them for wooden nails. Damn it, where did this shady merchant come from? Get the hell out of my way. Lin Bei boss, do you have any spare down jackets? Whether for rent or sale, please list a few. Do you think you're some kind of big shot like Doryman, able to get whatever you want? With the channel having 1 million users, how could we possibly supply enough? Just when the players were at their wits' end. Meanwhile, Lin Bei was leading Lu Ruyan and Su Nana, busy with important matters outside the castle. This is a training room placement card. Ruyan, you can place it here. After handing the card to Lu Ruyan, Lin Bei took out the detector eyeball and continued. Nana, this eyeball is useless. Just throw it away somewhere. Good. The two women agreed in unison and then got to work. Ding. Congratulations, host, for consuming resources to support a mistress, triggering a quality critical hit. Random critical hit multiplier is being applied. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a 60x critical hit and obtained Simulation Room. Simulation Room. Level 59. Category, Training Building. Area, 5,000 square meters. Note, maximum capacity for training is 500 people. Features, built-in simulated combat, simulated training, simulated. It can improve player experience, skill experience, attributes, and combat skills. It is said that they can also learn special skills. Description. This simulation room is produced by the Tier 5 Gladiator Arena and cannot be obtained through other channels. Chapter 1, 36,000 miles. It occupies such a large area. It seems that this place can only accommodate one training room. The simulation room will have to be built further away from the castle. This thought came to mind. Lin Bei immediately walked out of the stone house area and said to Lu Ruyan, "You go back to the castle first. I still have some things to do." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan replied irrelevantly, "Darling, do you feel suddenly getting cold?" Before she could finish speaking, a snowflake flew to Lu Ruyan's face and melted. "Duck! Snow, it's snowing! Darling, it's snowing!" Lu Ruyan exclaimed excitedly, but quickly calmed down due to discomfort in her body, weakly saying, "My body seems to be a little resistant to snow. It must be due to the affinity with fire." Lin Bei stopped and continued, "I feel quite comfortable. If you're not used to it, go back to your room and rest early." "All right, then be careful," Lu Ruyan said weakly before turning and walking toward the castle. "Okay." Lin Bei nodded and continued walking out of the stone house area. Not long after, Lin Bei stopped in his tracks after finding an open space and immediately began building the simulator there. In an instant, the light covered the open space. A square building, about 5 meters tall and with a metallic exterior, gradually came into view. Lin Bei was not allowed to observe further. Xiao AI's voice suddenly came through. "Captain, may I be granted access here?" Xiao AI, Xiaomi's AI assistant, can help you use the simulation room even better. "No problem." Lin Bei nodded and immediately activated the golden bracelet to grant permissions. "Thank you, Captain. Do you need any training?" The simulation room contains records of tens of thousands of powerful warriors. The captain can simulate battles with them without getting hurt. In addition, there are functions such as level progression and skill acquisition. "Tomorrow. It's a bit late today. I'll just take a look around first." Lin Bei refused and walked towards the simulator's entrance. "Okay, Captain, I have some bad news for you." "What?" Lin Bei asked, his face showing confusion, but he didn't stop walking. Using the simulation room seems to require in-game currency, while the training room is free. If the captain wants to use it, this is recommended. "No need," Lin Bei interrupted, continuing in a nonchalant tone. "We have plenty of points. We can't possibly spend them all." Xiao AI, the AI assistant, understands. No wonder she's the captain. Don't learn from Xiao Hei's flattery. As they were talking, Lin Bei had already reached the door of the simulation room. The metal door seemed to sense something and suddenly opened automatically. In an instant, the empty hall came into view. "Is there nothing at all?" Lin Bei asked disappointedly. "Captain, you'll need to add the decorations yourself. Also, the door on the left is for simulated battles, the door on the right is for learning skills, and the second floor is..." Following Xiao AI's directions, Lin Bei first walked to the left. As we approached the gate, a virtual projection screen suddenly appeared. "Welcome to the battle simulation. Please enter the level and race you wish to simulate. We will filter the data for you. Each simulated battle costs 100 points and has a chance to increase character experience and skill levels. Note, fees are collected by Wanzhou Haiyu and mainly include 18 patent fees, such as virtual character copyright fees and big data usage fees." Looking at the screen projection description, Lin Bei shook his head and couldn't help but complain. "This is ridiculous. My own equipment, and I still have to pay for it." As he spoke, he turned around, preparing to go upstairs for a stroll. Just as Lin Bei reached the elevator, the system's voice rang in his mind again. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully consumed resources to support a woman, triggering a quality critical hit. Random critical hit multiplier is being applied. Congratulations, host. You have triggered an 80x critical hit and gained the ability to see far. Clairvoyance. Level, 69. 6th rank. Category, reconnaissance equipment. Description. This high-level equipment can connect to the brain's neural pathways, share a field of vision, and become the user's third eye. Skill. Intermediate attribute detection. Can detect the attributes of targets below level 7, including hidden attributes. Nowhere to hide. Can detect stealth units below tier 7. Unlimited tracking. By focusing your mind, you can view targets regardless of distance. Duration is 1 hour, and it takes 24 hours to recharge. See-through. Activated by mental focus, it enhances neural responses, allowing you to see through any high-speed attack, even if the target possesses high agility. Duration, 5 minutes. Recharge, 1 hour. Advanced stealth. The eyeballs have a built-in concealment effect, making them difficult to detect without the use of advanced skills or items, except for the wearer. Note, wearing this device requires swallowing the eyeball. To remove it, please use the wristband and pay the 500-point surgery fee. Lin Bei stared at the bloodshot eyeball in his hand, then closed his eyes and swallowed it. Instantly, he felt familiar scenes flash through his mind. Even without opening their eyes, they could see the surrounding scenery. That's amazing. After a sigh, Lin Bei slowly opened his eyes and found a floating eyeball in front of him. The eyeballs seemed to be part of its own body, and it appeared that one could control their movements. After a brief trial, he suddenly thought of the hidden attributes. Now that I have the opportunity, I'll take a look at my hidden attributes. After saying that, Lin Bei did not hesitate to use his mental powers to investigate. Hidden attributes. Luck, 20. Charm, 96. Antitoxicity, 10. Ice resistance, 95. Water resistance, 90. Other attributes are not unlocked. Survival time, 110. After visiting the simulation room and training room, Lin Bei returned to the castle. As soon as he pushed open the door, a noisy commotion reached his ears. Jia, you have your own room. Why are you staying here so long? Yes, Brother Lin is mine and Sister Rian's. I'm not used to sleeping alone, and besides, it's so cold. It's warmer with more people around. Song Jia explained forcefully, then continued, still dissatisfied. Moreover, you're not Lin Bei's girlfriends, so why can you live with him, but I can't? I disagree. Nana disagreed too. When the three women were arguing incessantly, Lin Bei suddenly coughed twice and interjected. What are you arguing about? Since Song Jia wants to come along, then let's go together. Anyway, there's plenty of room in the bed, and it's a bit cold outside, so having another person will keep us warm. Lu Rian looked in the direction of the voice and subconsciously retorted, Liar, your skill is ice attribute. You're not afraid of the cold at all. I'm really not afraid of the cold. But you three are. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow and grinned mischievously. Chapter 137, Enjoying Imperial Treatment. The following morning, day 11 of survival, time, 9 a.m. Snowflakes fluttered down from the sky, like white butterflies dancing in the air, covering the entire Emperor's Raft and turning it white. Outside the castle, servants had already gotten up, put on the down jackets that had been prepared in advance, and started to get busy. Some of them went on patrol with Xiaohei, some went fishing on the white sand beach, and others were clearing snow in the trees that had evolved. Compared to the busyness of the servants, Lin Bei, on the other side, had just woken up. To be precise, he was forcibly woken up because he knew his pillow time was up. The server-wide competition starts at 6 p.m., and the other races are quite hostile towards me. In my dream, I was on a killing spree, hacking my way from the starting line to the finish line, almost getting worn down to death. It seems that the Gale Motorcycles lead has made many races envious, and they are not afraid of my second-tier strength, so they are willing to risk their lives to deal with me, especially the ant race. Reflecting on his precognitive dream, Lin Bei lay on the headboard, sorting out his thoughts. It's possible that the noise was too loud, or it could be that it was her first time having sex yesterday, and she was in a bit of pain, so Song Jia didn't have a deep sleep, and therefore woke up suddenly. Group owner, you worked so hard yesterday. Shouldn't you rest a little longer? After speaking in a sweet, coquettish voice, Song Jia moved her body and rested her face against Lin Bei's chest, like a little kitten. Gazing at the woman in his arms, Lin Bei's thoughts were interrupted, and he was instead struck by the terrifying power of Cupid's arrow. I have great stamina. I could probably handle 10 more women. Lin Bei had just finished speaking. Song Jia asked with a suspicious look. Then why did the group owner go to sleep at 4 o'clock yesterday? Are you saying I'm not good enough? Lin Bei frowned, then pointed to the pillow and continued. Last night it was because I needed to have a precognitive dream. A precognitive dream? Song Jia blinked like a curious child, staring at Lin Bei, waiting for a reply. Yes, my precognitive pillow told me there would be a fierce battle today. Other races would attack me like mad dogs. Not only that, but none of my own race, except for Qin and Tankisin, would interfere. They all seemed to want me dead. Lin Bei continued talking. Song Jia suddenly interjected. Could we split them up? Have those bystander players draw the fire? Upon hearing this, Lin Bei fell into deep thought. After some thought, he realized that Song Jia made sense. After all, he was targeted because he had a unique motorcycle. What if other players had one too? When that time comes, some races will realize that I am not easy to deal with, and they will definitely turn their attention to other players. This will definitely alleviate a lot of the pressure. Thinking of this, Lin Bei immediately instructed, Your method is feasible. I'll create a group right now. Add the top 3 from each sea area and give them the sales points for generic motorcycles. Anyway, we have plenty of those. Group owner, Song Judge drawled, raised an eyebrow, and said with a mischievous smile, "Since you think my idea is good, can you give me a reward?" Huh? Lin Bei stopped activating the golden bracelet and asked with a puzzled look, "What do you want?" The person wanted to discuss life with the group admin privately. It was almost noon. Survival time, 11:30. Because he was so hungry, Lin Bei had no choice but to leave his room and go to the castle hall to eat. Meanwhile, Song Jia and the others, exhausted, once again fell into hibernation. The moment he stepped out of the room, two female voices reached Lin Bei's ears. "Good afternoon, Master." "Master, your lunch is ready. As instructed by Butler Xiao AI, we've prepared plenty of dragon meat." Looking at the two women who suddenly appeared, Lin Bei frowned and asked, "How long have you been at the door?" Upon hearing this, Su Yu quickly replied, "It started at 9 o'clock. That's what Xiao AI, the housekeeper, instructed. I don't need to wait at the door anymore. I don't like it." After saying this, Lin Bei continued towards the hall. Not long after, he had already walked to the dining table. Seeing this, Tu Shanxue, who had been waiting for a long time, hurriedly shouted towards the kitchen, "Tu Shantong, Master, come and eat. Quickly bring up the fire dragon meat." After saying that, she looked at Lin Bei again and said, "Master, you need to wait a moment. They will serve the food soon." Lin Bei nodded and asked the heir, "Little AI, how come you still have time to worry about my trivial matters while managing so many servants on the island?" In response to this, an electronic voice suddenly rang out, replying, "Of course. The captain manages tens of thousands of players. According to Earth's history, he can't afford not to enjoy emperor-like treatment." Imperial treatment? Where did you learn that? Lin Bei asked. Song Jia told Xiao AI last night, and the stinky shark also told me. Doesn't the captain like it? Not knowing how to reply, Lin Bei chose to remain silent and instead activated the golden bracelet. While waiting for the food, he planned to post 2 advertisements in the regional channel. As for the content of the advertisement, there are 2 main points. One method was to sell generic ocean motorcycles to qualified players. Secondly, it's to increase the number of members in the Goddess Alliance. After all, there are only a few women left in that group, and in 7 days, due to the effect of the thread connecting lovers across 1,000 miles, the number would continue to decrease. So, while the channel currently has 1 million users, hurry up and find high-quality women. Only by continuously upgrading the system can he obtain more powerful cheats. Regional channel, 10th C area. Number of people, 998920. TSK. Thousands of people froze to death in one night. I feel like I'm next to die. I need charcoal, down jackets, and all kinds of heating supplies. I need to pick up a down jacket here. My old wooden hut is drafty, and I'm freezing. The sea hasn't frozen over yet, so we can still fish for supplies. But if the temperature continues to drop in a few days, we won't be able to get the treasure chests, which would be terrible. Why hasn't there been any announcement yet? Yes, logically speaking, shouldn't they provide some hints or explanations? I remember there's a server-wide racing competition today. I wonder if we can place bets? The channel is constantly receiving messages. Some were collecting winter clothes, some were discussing the competition, some were worrying about the future, and some were even trying to pick up girls, but they were basically all talking about their own things, and there was no main topic. It wasn't until Lin Bei's news broke that it sparked heated discussions and even drew out a large number of top survivors. Lin Bei, today is the server-wide racing competition. We, the humans of Blue Star, should unite as one. Therefore, I've decided to sell ocean motorcycles to qualified players. Also, the Goddess Merchant Guild is recruiting members, regardless of nationality, but a selfie is required for appearance verification. Excellent benefits await those hired. Contact us to apply. Chapter 138, Extreme Cold and Ice Seal, Preparations for the Competition. Ocean-themed motorcycles? Isn't that a game changer? Dealing with other races would be a piece of cake. By the way, are all the cars not driven these days bicycles? Where did you get your motorcycle, sir? Thompson. Hey bro, give me one. I'll be racing tonight. Lu Sun. Give me one. I'm number 1 in the 20C area, and I'll be competing tonight too. McDavid. As expected of the big boss revered by everyone in District 10, this is impressive. Give me one. Hee hee. I wonder if there's a reward for being number 1 in the entire server? I'm already prepared to just sit back and enjoy the rewards. Lin Bei. No problem. As long as you're a qualified player and you contact me, I will add you to a group and we can talk in detail. Chinan, thumbs up for the big shot. Please add me first, and it would be best if you could make me an administrator. I know you're busy, so just leave the small things to me. Sweet Moon, hee hee. I wonder if I can place a bet this time. If I can, my assets will double again. Sweet yeah. Follow Sister Yu shopping. Sister Yu will lead me to wealth. Yes, Sister Yu has unparalleled inside information. Following her means you'll get a piece of the action. Are you all only focused on the competition? I'm more curious about the benefits and perks of the Big Boss Chamber of Commerce. The benefits are great. I bet down jackets, charcoal, and stone houses are just the basics. It's a pity I'm a grown man, otherwise. My Chuanzi. Really? Then I have to go for the interview. I'm going to freeze to death if I don't have a down jacket. Wang Shanshan. I'll give it a try too. It's not easy for girls to survive, so it's good to find a job to support yourself. AI She. God, I've sent you a private message, hoping you'll bless me so I can get accepted. When the channel is buzzing with discussion, Lin Bei's private messages have exploded. The constant stream of messages kept him so busy that he didn't even have time to eat the dragon meat in front of him. In response, Xiao AI quickly asked, Captain, should I call Yang Xueli, Lu Lin, and Lu Ruyan to come and help? Xiao AI also thought, you need to eat properly, otherwise it's bad for your stomach. Considering that Lu Ruyan and the others had already rested for quite some time, Lin Bei immediately nodded and said, Okay, could you please wake them up? The motorcycle sale is a bit urgent, and I also need to interview new members of the Chamber of Commerce. After saying that, Lin Bei stopped looking at the projection screen and began to eat the fire dragon meat with gusto. After all, people need food to survive. You'll get hungry if you skip a meal. Noon. Survival time, 12 o'clock. The women were busy at the dining table. They replied to messages, pulling players who were eligible to participate in the server-wide racing competition into the Akina Mountain Veteran Drivers Group. In comparison, Lin Bei, on the other hand, was wolfing down his food. Due to the special properties of the bread, he was only 60% full at this moment, despite his frantic eating, as if it were a bottomless pit. Suddenly, Xiao AI's voice rang out. Captain, there's a new announcement. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei had no choice but to stop eating and activate his bracelet to check. Announcement. Good afternoon, everyone. After half a day of temperature drop, everyone probably already knows that this week's survival challenge is extreme cold and freezing temperatures. That's right, the snow won't stop for the next 7 days. The temperature will only drop over time, and by the end of the second day, the sea will officially freeze, making fishing a big problem. Furthermore, the food in this week's treasure chest will be reduced by 60, requiring players to obtain food through other means. On the 6th day of extreme cold and ice, you will face a blizzard, at which point everything will be frozen. In addition, the server-wide racing competition will officially begin at 1800 hours this afternoon. Players who rank in the top 3 in their respective regions, please be prepared. We wish all players a pleasant gaming experience. After reading the announcement, Lin Bei turned to Lu Ruyan and said, I have 270,000 extra down jackets here, and a lot of heating supplies left. You can put some of them in the auction house. As for the rest, as before, you need to exchange them for rare resources. Okay, Lu Ruyan nodded slightly and continued. We've invited almost all the contestants for that competition. There are a total of 311 people and many more interview requests. Do you want to read them one by one yourself? How many exactly? Lin Bei asked. 99 plus, too many to count. Lu Ruyan shook her head and continued. Nearly 1 million people, there must be a lot of applicants, especially since it's the early stage of the server merge. Upon hearing this, Xiao AI suddenly interjected. There are a total of 2,149 job seekers, including beauties from all over the world. Captain, are you looking to select your consorts? Xiao AI can help you with the selection. What concubines are you choosing? Lin Bei interrupted, then forced an explanation. I couldn't bear to see the weak women on the channel freezing, so I gave them a job so they could continue to live. Su Nana suddenly laughed out loud, exposing him. Even I don't believe what Brother Lin says. Exactly, Song Jiejia chimed in, adding, you also have a beauty from the White Bear Kingdom outside, and I heard you're going to have a drinking contest with her tonight. Faced with the women's ruthless exposure, without hesitation, Lin Bei left the table, activated the golden bracelet to enter the Akina Mountain Veteran Driver chat group, and walked out of the castle. Number of experienced drivers on Mount Akina, 311. 43 plus unread messages. Hey bro, when are you going to sell motorcycles? Lu Sunya, If you've brought us in, at least say something and mention the price of the car. McDavid, yeah, there are only 6 hours left before the match. Sell us early, so we can learn how to operate. Sheenan, what's the rush? The big boss is very busy. Thompson, yeah. Will I die if I wait a minute? Linbei, I was eating just now, sorry. The car is priced at 888 points, and you can get an installment loan with no interest. 888 points? That's highway robbery. Linbei, buy it or not, it's up to you. You know, all the other races have bicycles. Besides, the rewards for this server-wide competition are sure to be plentiful. Thompson, my life belongs to the big boss. I don't care if I owe a little more money. Just give me one. Lu Sun, I'll buy it too. I'll just pay the full amount up front. I happen to have some points saved up from the regional competition, so I have the financial means. McDavid, they must be rolling in money. Loans are so great, these are interest-free. Okay, no pain, no gain. I'll take out a loan to buy one, and then beat up Nansha Nursing Home and kick Beihai Kindergarten. Exactly. Let's get one for each of us. When the competition starts, our human race will have a whole row of motorcycles, dazzling the eyes of all the other races. I can picture it. Count me in. Ha 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 ha. I'm going to shit on the heads of other races. Chapter 139, Mature, Level 3 Potatoes. When Lin Bei was selling motorcycles. In the apartment on the beach at the edge of the Emperor's Raft. Damn it, isn't the second theme usually a hurricane? How did it turn into extreme, cold, and freezing weather? What the hell? Little Black cursed as he warmed himself by the fire, looking like he was about to freeze to death. Vice Captain, are you still cold even with both down jackets? Besides, I remember hurricanes are supposed to be more dangerous than ice. Red Dragon asked, puzzled. You don't know anything. You're obviously a novice. Little Black stared at the Red Dragon with the look of someone looking at an idiot, then, adopting a senior's posture, explained, I'll jump straight into the sea. I'm not afraid of even the biggest hurricane. Huh? What about the raft? Red Dragon couldn't help but interrupt. No wonder you can only be a servant. Xiao He shook his head disdainfully. Is the raft more important than your life? As long as you have the pages, you can make a comeback anytime, anywhere. In the words of the Blue Star humans, that's called a true man who can bend and stretch, understand? That makes sense. Red Dragon nodded, seemingly understanding, but not quite. Xiao He was still preparing to continue showing off. However, Xiao AI suddenly interjected. That makes some sense, but not much. Upon hearing this, Xiao He frowned and said, Idiot AI, it's lunch break time. Why are you popping up? Oh, I almost forgot the important matter. A mutated tiger has spawned in the woods to the north. It seems to be eyeing the soon-to-be-ripened high-level food. You should take some people over there and deal with it. You still need to bring people? Xiao He scoffed, then added, Who do you think you are? A mere tiger. I can defeat it with a wave of my hand. Is that so? Then you should hurry up and set off. Hopefully, this won't require the captain's intervention. Just watch my performance. Little Black confidently stood up, then walked to the Red Dragon's side, pulled off the dragon's down jacket, and said, Lend it to me for a bit. I'll return it to you after I've dealt with the tiger. Watching Little Black leave, Red Dragon muttered to himself, 3 items? Is it really necessary to be so extravagant? Survival time, 1305. The planting area north of the Emperor's Raft. The level 3 potatoes here are almost ripe. A black and white tiger, seemingly sensing something, was waiting nearby, clearly intending to obtain a level-up fruit to improve itself. In response to this, the girls who received the task of picking fruit from Xiao AI, Xiaomi's AI assistant, only dared to watch from afar and dared not get any closer. After all, they are logistics personnel, not combat personnel. I think I can kill this white tiger with my crossbow, a female whispered. The demi-human girl named Hannah advised. That white tiger looks quite powerful. It must be a high-level one. Besides, Butler AI forbids us from fighting. However, killing a high-level animal can earn you a lot of contribution points, and you might even gain the favor of your master, leading to a meteoric rise in status. Besides, I've killed sharks before when I was trying to survive. Before Yin Yang could finish speaking, Xiao He suddenly appeared beside them and interjected. Sharks are so cute. How could you bear to kill them? Huh? Upon seeing the unexpected appearance of the little black creature, the several female characters trembled, gasped in surprise, and bowed their heads to explain. Vice Captain Chochio is just being silly and doesn't understand. Upon hearing this, Xiao He interrupted dismissively. Just kidding, just kidding. A shark that can be killed, I don't consider it part of our species. At this point, he revealed a confident expression and said, "Watch me annihilate this white tiger in a flash." Xiaohei seemed to be getting into the act and was about to say something more. However, the screams of the girls had already attracted the attention of the white tiger. At that moment, the white tiger was rushing towards them. Seeing this, Yin Yang Hua hurriedly reminded, Vice Captain, the white tiger is coming. It's your turn to make a move. We'll cheer you on." So sensible. Xiaohei nodded in satisfaction, calmly urging his mind to focus. In an instant, he resembled a sea urchin, his entire body enveloped in black iron spikes. "You lowly creature, trying to steal the boss's high-level food?" Xiaohei roared and faced the oncoming white tiger head-on. In an instant, the black iron spikes rubbed against the white tiger's teeth, producing a continuous clanging sound. That's it. While Xiaohei uttered a disdainful remark, he once again urged his will. In an instant, the black iron spikes seemed to be enhanced, becoming even blacker and longer, piercing the white tiger's mouth and drawing blood that stained the snow. Next, you'll see the sea god Little Black looking smug, ready to deliver a fatal blow. However, the white tiger's claws suddenly emitted a dazzling light, followed by bursts of cold air that assaulted Xiaohei's entire body. The chill was quite similar to Lin Bei's freezing technique, but its power and temperature were vastly different, and it was clearly unable to free Xiaohei. However, Xiaohei, who is sensitive to the cold, was clearly not able to handle being suddenly treated like this. Seizing such a good opportunity, the white tiger did not hesitate to retreat and ran towards the forest to the north. It knew that it was no match for the little black dog. The reason for using the freeze was only to slow down and control it, and to create more space to escape. Watching the white tiger disappear into the distance, Xiaohei really wanted to give chase. Unfortunately, he was shivering from the cold and had no strength left to do anything but watch the white tiger run away. Achoo! It actually got away. Achoo! Xiaohei watched Xiaohei's performance the whole time. Upon seeing this, it immediately exclaimed, "You stinky shark, letting the tiger return to the mountain is no good. If that white tiger with its special abilities attacks the other servants, it will cause the captain a great loss. This weather, combined with its beastly skills, is having a huge impact on me. Achoo. No means no. Don't worry. I've already notified the captain. He's on his way." Sure enough, you stinky shark are unreliable. All you do is show off. About 5 minutes later, Lin Bei arrived at the scene of the incident. When he saw the trembling little black dog, he couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with you?" Achoo, he's always been cold. If it weren't for the weather, that tiger would have died 100 times, no, 10,000 times, Little Black argued. Lin Bei simply shook his head and asked, "Xiao AI, can the tiger be locked onto?" "Yes, I can pinpoint the location. However, the potatoes seem to be ripe. Captain, would you like to take a look?" I'll level tres potato." Lin Bei nodded, then turned to Yin Yang and said, "You guys go pick some vegetables, and while you're at it, bring one for me to see." "Yes, master." The girls nodded with reverence and walked quickly toward the planning area. Chapter 140. My fire dragon army is gone? Not long after, a girl named Hua carefully walked to Lin Bei's side, holding a level 3 potato, and handed it to him. Experience potato. Level 30. Tier 3. Category: Grade Food. Effect: for players of levels 1 to 9, each 100 grams consumed will grant 3 experience points. For players at levels 10 to 19, each 100 grams consumed will grant 2 experience points. For players level 20 to 30, each 100 grams consumed will grant 1 experience point. Players level 30 and above cannot gain experience points. Introduction. Potatoes that require a raft of level 3 or higher to cultivate are extremely helpful for leveling up. If you have a good appetite, breaking through to level 3 is a piece of cake. Isn't it supposed to add attributes? While both are tiered foods, Tier 1 and Tier 2 fruits provide an immediate upgrade. This one, like dragon meat, requires slow consumption. Does this mean that all the higher level foods in the future will be like this, and you can only improve yourself by eating more of them? No wonder the dragonfly judge was so interested in the special bread. It turns out that the bigger the appetite, the more it eats, and the faster it grows. This thought came to mind. Lin Beixian immediately took out the apricot paper and presented his conjecture to verify its authenticity. After hearing the conjecture, Xingji didn't hesitate and immediately replied with lines of text. Similar to that, Tier 1 and Tier 2 food items have various restrictions. Generally, you can only eat 10 before you can eat no more. They are items that quickly improve the skills of new players. However, the food after the third tier is different. There is no upper limit to what you can eat. The more you eat, the faster you level up. The only problem is obtaining soil and upgrading your raft. After reading the contents of the apricot paper, Lin Bei revealed an expression of, "I knew it. The referee ate so much of my special bread, he really lost out." It seems that food that increases appetite is a rare commodity. Yes, the higher the food grade, the stronger the feeling of fullness. Your appetite is pretty good at this stage, but compared to me, it's still far from enough. What level were you at before? Lin Bei asked, raising an eyebrow. Not much, not much. I'm only a level 64 ice demon. You've really hit the jackpot. Besides, I'm incredibly good at staying alive. So, can you give me more life potion today? No problem. Lin Bei nodded, then took out a large amount of life divine water from the system's space to feed Xingji. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have consumed resources for a woman and returned the fountain of life. The reason he increased the amount of apricot paper he fed was mainly due to the servant contract. Moreover, Lin Bei also needs a powerful henchman, and incidentally, to experience what it's like to be a demon. After all, eating the same rich and fatty foods every day can get boring, and it's necessary to change things up occasionally. Just as Lin Bei was feeding Xingji, Xiao AI's voice suddenly came out. Captain, the white tiger's location has been locked. Also, a fire dragon egg is about to hatch. Do you want to kill the white tiger first, or go check on the fire dragon baby? Upon hearing this, Lin Bei replied without hesitation. The pet has already signed a contract, so it's not too late to see it. You can have the beast-eared girl take care of it for now. In comparison, if that evolved animal isn't dealt with, there will be trouble later. Okay, the coordinates have been uploaded to your wristband. I will no longer pay attention to Xiao AI. Lin Bei immediately turned to look at Xiao He, wanting to ask him to accompany him. However, his trembling appearance instantly made Lin Bei abandon the idea, and he shook his head and said, You go back and rest first. I will deal with the white tiger. Boss, actually it's you. Xiao He sneezed twice more in quick succession while speaking. If you're afraid of the cold, don't force yourself. Lin Bei then followed the coordinates and ran towards the woods to the north. About 20 minutes later, the forest area north of the Emperor's Raft. Lin Bei, his feet treading on the white snow, had already arrived at his destination. Huh, what about the white tiger? Is it hidden? After scanning the area without finding anything, Lin Bei subconsciously wanted to activate his third eye to investigate. But he was not allowed to begin activating his will. A strong sense of malice suddenly overwhelmed Lin Bei's senses. Covert methods? It seems the beasts evolved from high-level rafts are quite something. Lin Bei muttered to himself as he walked toward the direction of the malicious intent he sensed. When the malice was less than 100 meters away, two giant white tigers suddenly leaped out of the snow, accelerated wildly, and charged straight at Lin Bei. 2. Watching the beast attacking him, Lin Bei remained calm, showing no fear whatsoever. He was even wondering if he could tame the white tiger before him and use it for his own purposes. But no matter what, we have to subdue them first. Thinking of this, Lin Bei immediately clenched his fist, assumed a fighting stance, and waited for the white tiger to approach. However, when the white tiger was within reach, an unexpected event suddenly occurred. Suddenly, a roaring dragon's cry came from the sky. Along with the sound came clumps of lava falling from the sky. The lava instantly raised the surrounding temperature, melting all the falling snowflakes into white gas. This unexpected turn of events. The two tigers were stunned for a moment, and they both looked up at the sky at the same time. What appeared before their eyes was a small, red dragon about 2 meters long that looked very young. It didn't have the domineering aura they had imagined. On the contrary, it was rather cute. Dragon? Lin Bei was taken aback at first, and then looked puzzled. He didn't sense any malice, and the lava was clearly aimed at the white tiger. Before Lin Bei could fully understand what was going on, the lava has landed, covering the white tiger not far away. Could it be a pet hatched from a dragon egg? Isn't it a dragon egg? What's with this magma? Lin Bei, increasingly confused, asked without hesitation. Xiao AI, is this a pet hatched from a dragon egg? Yes. So why can it spew magma? Because it devoured thousands of other fire dragon eggs when it was born, it evolved. I tried to stop it, but the fire dragon wouldn't listen to Xiao AI at all, and the other beast-eared girls didn't dare to approach. Damn it! Lin Bei's face fell, and he said with heartache, "My fire dragon army is gone just like that?" Captain, don't be sad. The evolved flame dragon is very strong. If you don't believe me, check its stats. That would be best. Lin Bei shook his head, muttering to himself as he probed the flame dragon's attributes. Otherwise, we'll have to eat flame dragon meat today. When his gaze fell on Yanlong again, the flame dragon had landed and was eating the roasted white tiger, looking quite pleased with itself and very content. Chapter 141 Koi. Unnamed. Status, pet. Race, fire dragon. Gender, female. Age, 0, newborn. Level 1. Intermediate stamina, 75. Intermediate strength, 62. Intermediate agility, 70. Intermediate level mental strength, 80. Medium skin resilience, 135. Talent skills. Melting lava LV1. Consumes mental energy to spit out lava. Note: leveling up requires consuming level-specific food. Note: learning new skills requires levels and training. It is recommended to use the training room to learn them. Are you kidding me? Lin Bei exclaimed in surprise, continuing in an incredulous tone. All attributes are at the intermediate level. I've been working hard for over 10 days, and only 3 attributes have broken through to the intermediate level. Upon hearing this, Xiao AI quickly replied, "Captain, am I right? You know, even a dragon without talent will experience a significant improvement after consuming thousands of dragon eggs." That's right. If our entire Fire Dragon Legion only gets us such trash, then it truly deserves to die. As they were talking, Lin Bei suddenly looked troubled. What name should we give this female dragon? Captain, do you need Xiao AI's help? Do you have any good suggestions? Lin Bei asked suspiciously. How about we call it Little Red? What does the captain think? Stop. Lin Bei rubbed his forehead, looking disgusted. What a tacky name. Can't you be a little more stylish? During a discussion between one person and one AI, the flame dragon had already finished eating the white tiger. It instantly appeared next to Lin Bei, wrapped itself around him without hesitation, and frantically rubbed its cute dragon head against Lin Bei's cheek. Lin Bei smiled like a loving father and stroked Yanlong, saying, "You're quite affectionate. How about I call you Koi? What do you think?" Without waiting for Yanlong's reply, Xiao I interjected. "Captain, he's a dragon. Is it really appropriate to name him after a fish?" And, before he could finish speaking, Yanlong nodded happily to Lin Bei and responded with a joyful roar. Ha ha ha! Lin Bei laughed out loud, teasingly stroking Yanlong's chin as he said, "Look how happy the child is. It proves it really likes it. Captain, it's still young and doesn't understand. When it grows up, it'll definitely hate you." "Nonsense. Look how affectionate it is towards me," Lin Bei said disdainfully. "Don't try to sow discord between us, master and servant." Dusk. Survival time, 1750. Dark clouds covered the 10th sea area, and the snow in the sky continued to fall, growing heavier and heavier as if it were endless. Inside the castle on the Emperor's Raft, Lin Bei lay on the sofa, waiting for the server-wide racing competition to begin while interacting with the koi fish in the game. In contrast, women are much busier. Lu Rian, Song Jiajia, and others held book pages and replied to players' private messages one by one. Sunana is unpacking boxes all by herself thanks to a stroke of luck. Suddenly, a burst of golden light appeared throughout the hall. "I dodged Brother Lin again. I dodged him again," Sunana excitedly announced. "This is the 13th time today." Regarding this situation, the women in the hall seemed to have gotten used to it, continuing to busy themselves with their own things without reacting at all. Are they cotton seeds and blueprints for a cotton-padded clothing manufacturing machine again? Lin Bei gave a perfunctory reply and then continued playing with the koi. That's why he had this attitude. The main reason is that in the previous 2 hours, Sunana's 12 flashes were all due to the only difference between the cotton clothing manufacturing machine blueprint and the cotton seeds, which was a level 19 ice spike. Based on everyone's analysis, it is estimated that it will be used to break the ice surface 2 days later. No, Sunana quickly denied, then excitedly added, "This time it's different. It's a good thing, Brother Lin. Come and take a look." Huh? Lin Bei perked up, then tossed the koi fish aside and walked toward Sunana, asking, "What is that?" "Look for yourself." Sunana handed a drawing to Lin Bei, smiling. "How is it? Do you like it?" Lin Bei did not respond immediately, but instead examined the effect of the building on the blueprints. Bar blueprints. Level, 19. Category: Architectural drawings. Required materials: 5,000 Tier 1 green wood, 5,000 iron nails, 3,000 Tier 2 electronic components, 1 book page core, 3,000 metal sheets. Bar. Level: 19. Category: Special building. Description: a building that can produce wine by providing materials, but unfortunately, it is too low level and lacks many special functions. Effect: entertainment. Accelerates mental recovery. Manufacturing: can manufacture Tier 1 experience beer, Tier 1 experience red wine, and Tier 1 experience white wine. A bar in 19th grade? The effect was somewhat underwhelming for me. It's something that's tasteless to eat, but a pity to throw away. However, it's not a big problem. Let's wait for the quality critical strike refresh tomorrow and give it a shot. It might just drop a top-tier building. This thought came to mind. Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction and said, "Not bad. Keep up the good work with opening boxes and try to get some more good stuff." As he spoke, he took out thousands of treasure chests from his spatial storage and said, "There are still several thousand treasure chests here. Don't slack off when I go to the competition later, my lucky goddess." "Brother Lin, are you a devil?" Su Nana asked, looking aggrieved. Clearly, after opening chests for several hours in a row, she was already fed up and even felt a little nauseous at the sight of treasure chests. "What kind of expression is that?" Lin Bei shook his head, trying to brainwash him. "Do you know that the players in the regional channel all dream of opening loot boxes until their hands cramp? What you're doing right now is exactly what they envy." "I'll work overtime," Su Nana reluctantly agreed, then added, "However, you need to give me a reward. No matter what, not paying overtime is just being a scoundrel." "A reward?" Lin Bei's face darkened, and he said in an unfriendly tone, "What do you want?" He wasn't allowed to finish speaking. Su Nana interrupted, saying, "Brother can only sleep with me tonight." Lin Bei was taken aback and asked with a strange expression, "That's it? Are you sure?" Tonight, I'm going to enjoy my brother all by myself," Su Nana said with a mischievous smile. These words were spoken. Song Jejia and Lu Ruyin stopped turning the pages and said in unison, "I disagree." Upon hearing this, Su Nana, like a child, pouted at Lin Bei and said, "Brother, look at the two older sisters. They won't let me." As the situation escalated, Xiao AI popped up at an opportune moment. "Captain, although I really don't want to interrupt, there's a new announcement. The server-wide competition is about to begin." "Is that so?" Lin Bei quickly withdrew from the battle, spreading his hands and saying, "I have a match. You guys chat." Chapter 142, The Raft of 10,000 Races. Announcement. There are 3 minutes left before the start of the server-wide racing competition. Participating players, please prepare in advance. Server-wide racing competition rules. 1. The theme of the competition is extreme cold weather, and a total of 20 new races are participating in the competition. 2. The condition for winning the match is to be the first in points. 3. The first person to reach the finish line will receive 10,000 points. Reaching the finish line second will earn you 3,000 points. The third person to reach the finish line will receive 1,000 points. The fourth player to reach the finish line will receive 500 points. The fifth player to reach the finish line will receive 100 points. Starting from fifth place, the points awarded decrease by 1 for each person reached, decreasing until 0, at which point no more points will be awarded. Therefore, only the top 105 players can earn points. 4. The bottom 10 races in the racial points ranking will have 20 attribute and sea area resources deducted, and the reward will be given to the top 10 races. 5. Fighting is not prohibited in the competition, and there are no referees. 6. Points can be used for purchases and will be available through exclusive supplier stores. In addition, live streaming will be temporarily enabled for this competition, and a streamer with the highest popularity across all servers will receive the Superstar Dark Horse medal. Announcement 2. The arena is now open for competition. The rules of the competition were similar to what I had predicted in my dream. It seems destined to be a fierce battle. Fortunately, I have plenty of healing items, and with the help of invisibility potions and my brothers who draw fire, they should be able to share a lot of the burden. Thinking of this, Lin Bei sighed. A match without a referee feels weird. Before he could finish speaking, a burst of light suddenly appeared, enveloping his entire body. This is clearly a precursor to teleportation. Regarding this scene, Lu Ruyin and Song Jejia ignored her and continued to train the now unruly Su Nana. However, sensing that its owner was about to leave, the koi suddenly went berserk and lunged at Lin Bei without regard for anything else. In an instant, a voice echoed in Lin Bei's mind, even though he was blind. Your pet has requested to join. Do you agree? What the heck? Are pets allowed in the competition? Why wasn't this mentioned in the previous precognitive dreams? Damn it, trash items. I'll give you a critical hit tomorrow. After internally criticizing the prophetic pillow, Lin Bei answered without hesitation. Agreed. In an instant, the teleportation light vanished from the castle hall. Along with them were Lin Bei and Jinli. After Lin Bei's vision gradually returned, he was now in an unfamiliar street. The streets were bustling with people of all races. On both sides, players of various races sat on the ground, seemingly selling resources at stalls. Behind the stalls, shops lined up one after another, creating a dazzling and bustling scene. What the heck is going on? Isn't this a competition? Where do they put me? Lin Bei looked confused, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Suddenly, his golden bracelet activated automatically, and a notification appeared. You have entered the Wanzhou rafting event. The competition location is marked on the map. Please arrive at the venue before 6:30. Friendly reminder, if players have enough points, they can use 10 points for quick teleportation. The time saved can be used to browse the Myriad Races Raft and purchase the necessary supplies. Note, the Myriad Races Raft is in an absolutely safe zone. Players who maliciously create disturbances will be forcibly executed. Is this the raft behind the scenes? After reviewing the instructions, Lin Bei understood the current situation. As he was preparing to wander around, the koi fish that were wrapped around Lin Bei suddenly let out a loud roar. Koi, what's your name? Lin Bei looked at it with a puzzled expression. The koi carp was staring intently at a stall, and there happened to be an egg on that stall. If Lin Bei's guess is correct, the koi carp wants to eat the egg. Do you want to eat that egg? Upon hearing this, the koi carp looked excited and nodded repeatedly. Are you a bottomless pit? You ate over 1,000 of my dragon eggs this morning, and now you're... Before Lin Bei could finish speaking, a familiar female voice suddenly interrupted him. I didn't see Mandus when I went out today, and I still managed to run into you, you pervert. By the way, how come you haven't been eaten by a female human yet? Lin Bei frowned and looked in the direction of the sound. A pink praying mantis came into his view. Lin Bei seemed to remember something, and, after a moment of recollection, continued. I think it's called something like chrysanthemum. Damn it. The orchid mantis twitched its eyelids and said irritably, My name is Red Chrysanthemum. You can also call me Pink Chrysanthemum. You killed me just yesterday. How could you forget? Oh, you're too incompetent. It's normal that you can't remember. Lin Bei said coldly, then asked, Is there something you need? Don't bring up something you shouldn't. Hongju brandished her large sword and quickly changed the subject. Are you here to watch the match too? Want me to recommend a race to bet on? I know one that's guaranteed to win. Tell me about it. Lin Bei replied evasively. The Ant Clan, Hongju declared confidently, then added, The Ant Queen has a cheap ocean motorcycle. It's a game changer, a guaranteed win. Oh, good luck then. I have something to do. See you in the arena sometime. I'll definitely make sure to please you. Lin Bei hadn't even finished saying the 3 words, please you, when he started to say them. Another voice suddenly rang out. Boss, we finally found you. Lin Bei turned around in confusion. The newcomer was a burly man, resembling an electric eel. Oh, it's you. Lin Bei replied to Lai Keilong indifferently. In response to this, Hongju, standing beside her, froze and said in an incredulous tone, You're the boss of Senior Thunder King? So, you're that human in the rookie arena? Am I that famous? Lin Bei asked, scratching his head. The news has gone viral among all races. Moreover, the Fire Dragon clan dreams of killing you. As she spoke, Red Chrysanthemum suddenly changed the subject, saying, So, you're here to participate in the competition? May I ask what kind of car you're riding? Boss, the match starts in 20 minutes. Now's not the time to flirt with a praying mantis. Reclone interrupted without hesitation, pulling Lin Bei away and whispering, Octopus brother, Huang Mukun, and Nujia Wang are still waiting for you to make your fortune in the betting hall. There are plenty of beautiful women as long as you have some coupons. As the individual and their group walked towards the betting hall, Lin Bei asked curiously, Did you just enter this raft of myriad races at will? Boss, this place is too expensive. Reclone shook his head, speaking with a pained tone. Newcomers on the myriad races raft, it costs 100 points per hour to stay, and you need points for anything more expensive. I don't even dare to look at it. When can I come and go freely? Lin Bei pressed it. Once you've weathered the second natural disaster, I'll treat you to a foot massage and I'll introduce you to technician number 165. Chapter 143, A Bets to the Max. Washing feet. Lin Bei looked surprised, clearly not understanding. Yes, boss. This official Myriad Races Raft. As long as you have some points, you can enjoy everything. In every aspect, it's no worse than your original planet. The only downside is that it consumes some points, so poor players might suffer. As Reclone explained the situation, he led Lin Bei toward the betting hall. Watching the man and the fish leave, Hongju muttered to herself, "It seems that this human kid is not simple at all. Perhaps I should buy him instead of that Ant Queen." About 8 minutes later, Lin Bei and Lei Cologne walked through the noisy stall area and arrived near the betting hall. There are more people here than in the street vendor area, and the ethnic composition is more diverse. Amidst the cacophony of voices, Lin Bei could clearly hear them discussing which race to bet on, clearly indicating how much importance they placed on this match. Especially the expressions of wanting to get rich on the faces of players of all races were no less than those of lottery players who bought lottery tickets before they traveled back in time. Boss, this is the core area. It's normal for there to be more players here because of the competition. Reclone's sudden words pulled Lin Bei out of his thoughts. Then, he pointed to the betting hall not far away and said, "That's where you place your bets. Huang Mukun and the others are waiting for you, boss." "Okay." Lin Bei nodded, walking towards the entrance of the betting hall that Reclone had pointed out while observing the surrounding buildings. In his eyes, the so-called core area resembled a medieval style, with various races, somewhat like a town and hero game in another world. As they got closer and closer to the betting hall, Squidward, who had been waiting at the door for a long time, was the first to notice. Then came Huang Mukun and Nujio Wang. In response to this, the three fishmen instantly went from impatient to smiling, waving enthusiastically and calling out, "Brother Lin, over here, we're over here." Lin Bei looked in the direction of sound. Upon discovering that they were all acquaintances, he quickly quickened his pace and joined them. "Brother Lin, that dragon on your body, if I'm not mistaken, is it a flame dragon?" Octopus Brother gazed at the koi and exclaimed, as expected of Brother Lin, "This thing is a money-devouring beast. Raising it requires a considerable amount of resources." Lin Bei was not allowed to respond. Huang Mukun spread his hands with a disdainful look and said, "Brother Lin, with your wealth, let alone raising one flame dragon, I estimate that even if you had 100, it wouldn't be a problem. Look at your ignorant look. You stinky, poisonous fish, haven't sparred for 2 days? Want to test how strong my tentacles are?" Squidward's face showed anger, looking like he wanted to fight. Huang Mukun scoffed coldly, unfazed. "Let's have a go at the arena. I'll let you taste my new poison." The two began to clash. Ray Crone interrupted. "If you want to argue, wait until after the game. Talk to the boss about the details first. Don't embarrass yourselves in public." These words were spoken. Huang Mukun and Squidward immediately quieted down, stopped arguing, and turned to look at Lin Bei Dao. "Brother Lin, currently you can only buy race wins in the lobby, with odds of 1 to 20. The maximum bet limit is 100,000 points. You can't buy players. Of course, if you trust me, I can arrange for someone to buy it for you. In addition, the finish line of this competition is the intermediate tier Myriad Races Raft, and the points there are very important, as you can exchange them for many things on the intermediate tier Myriad Races Raft. It's important to know that the intermediate level Myriad Races Raft requires players to be at least tier 5 to enter, and it costs a whopping 1,000 points per hour. It's an area for high-end players, and generally, players below tier 5 have very little access to it. After listening to the information revealed by Huang Mukun and the other fishmen, Lin Bei pressed further. "If you're buying on behalf of someone else, how many points can you bet?" 800,000 is the maximum limit for the 4 of us, Huang Mukun said excitedly. "If Brother Lin can win, that's a whopping 16 million, securing his place as the richest newcomer on the list." Without further ado, Lin Bei took out a golden storage bag from his spatial storage and said, "There's 1 million inside. You guys help me bet 800,000, and the rest can be used for T Brothers. You can sign a book contract, right?" "Okay, no problem." Huang Mukun rubbed his hands together, took the golden storage bag, and then seemed to realize something was wrong. He asked in surprise, "Brother Lin, the book has 29 levels?" "Yeah, I was only promoted not long ago." Lin Bei replied, then asked with a hint of doubt, "Is there a problem?" "No, I just think you're incredibly talented. Bro, you always manage to surprise us." When Huang Mukun flattered him, Squidward suddenly interrupted, saying, "Brother Lin, The match starts in 10 minutes. You should hurry and watch out for the Fire Dragon clan. They won't forget the grudge from last time. No problem. They're just a bunch of trash. We'll slaughter as many as they come. Lin Bei said nonchalantly, then said goodbye. You guys go place your bets first. I'm using my bracelet to teleport to the competition venue. Go for it. You have to get first place. The happiness of our brothers is in your hands. As for the nagging of several people, Lin Bei ignored him and started operating the bracelet on his own. After paying the points, a familiar blindness struck him, and then his figure gradually disappeared at the entrance of the betting hall. Watching Lin Bei leave, holding a golden storage bag, Huang Mukun laughed loudly. Ha! I'm going to change my name to Huang Baofu, meaning Huang the Rich. He spoke very loudly. It instantly attracted the attention of many races. Among them, some familiar merfolk looked curious and came over to strike up a conversation. Brother Huang, do you have some great news that can make you rich? Yeah. We're all brothers. Let's talk. What's there to ask? I guess you're just like us, planning to buy the Ant Queen. In response to this, Huang Mukun didn't hide anything and said directly, I plan to bet on the human race, all in. Well, months. The merfolk who were gathering intelligence exchanged bewildered glances, staring at Huang Mukun with looks of utter disbelief. Did you serve as a referee for the human race twice and stun the fish head? The human race's competitive matches are impressive, but they don't have motorcycles, do they? If you want to give away money, you might as well come to me to buy escort services. I'll take any job up to 150,000. The doubts of the fishmen made Huang Mukun scoff. Believe it or not, the opportunity is right in front of you. The bold will get rich, and the timid will starve. If you were my kind, I wouldn't have told you. After saying that, he walked towards the betting hall with Squidward and the others, ignoring his fellow clansmen. Chapter 144 is quite inexplicable. When Huang Mukun and his group placed their bets, Lin Bei, on the other side, had already arrived at the competition venue. The starting point of the competition venue is located on the beach of Wanzumura Beach, with endless stretches on both sides and no end in sight. Behind the contestants was the entrance to the Raft town, connecting to the area where they had just set up stalls. In front of them was a stretch of sea, a stark contrast to the weather on the raft. Inside the raft, the temperature remained around 15 degrees Celsius, making it comfortable. Outside the raft, snowflakes drifted in the sky, and just looking at them made one feel cold. Before Lin Bei could continue observing the environment, he did not wait. The 310 human players, gathered together and led by Tang Kasin and Qinin, walked towards him. Boss, I have important information. Boss, please think of a solution quickly. Boss, we're being watched. The contestants' words were filled with urgency. Clearly, something bad had happened before Lin Bei arrived. In response to this, Lin Bei looked puzzled and replied, Thompson, has something happened? Yes. Thompson nodded, pointing to a black player. That's the kid. Instead of staying at the human starting line, he ran over to the beach next door to show off his motorcycle. A black rider named Gaka interrupted, annoyed. How can you blame me? I was just testing the motorcycle's performance, and I got too excited. Based on their conversation, Lin Bei, having deduced the general idea, interjected. So, other races already know that we are all on motorcycles and want to target our Blue Star human race players? Yes. China nodded, then continued. After that, other races would occasionally come to check on us. We didn't have storage bags, so we couldn't hide the motorcycles at all. More importantly, players from the Fire Dragon and Ant races even came to provoke us, saying that once the competition started, the other 19 races would join forces to wipe us out. Cheenan had barely finished speaking. One player immediately complained. Did the human race break some kind of divine law? Is it really necessary to target them like this? Normal. Thompson looked helpless, shrugged, and sighed. You know, if everyone rides motorcycles, they might sweep the top 105 spots. Then other races won't get points. The penalty of reduced attributes and resources across the entire sea area. If it were you, could you tolerate that? That makes sense. Lin Bei agreed, then continued his analysis. With such a severe punishment, the contestant would be hated by his own race in the sea area, practically a sinner for all time. So it's normal for the 19 races to reach a consensus. God, realizing his mistake, Gaka collapsed to the ground, his face filled with terror. Does that mean the game can be lost, but the human race must die? This is not unique to Gaka. The other 300-plus contestants also looked fearful, their eyes devoid of any fighting spirit. Some contestants, unable to withstand the pressure, deflated, and said, "I think I want to quit the competition. Why don't you just quit? It's not worth risking your life for a single match. I think it's a good idea. As long as the green hills remain, there's always hope for a future resurgence. We can reclaim those 20 attributes and resources next time." Seeing that the players' morale was collapsing, they prepared to forfeit. Qin urgently advised, "Humans are inherently weak. If we lose 20 today, we will be even less advantageous when facing other races next time. This vicious cycle will prevent us from ever turning the tide." Upon hearing this, Thompson immediately responded, "Qin is right. Since we're participating in the competition, we should act like men. What kind of behavior is this, cowering and shrinking back? Besides, our current car is the best among the 20 races. The ones who should be afraid are the other races." The reason the two were so righteous was mainly because the poison had not yet been neutralized and they knew Lin Bei's vehicle and strength. Otherwise, they would have been like most players and backed down first. However, their words still didn't carry enough weight, and a large number of players were still preparing to withdraw from the competition, some even starting to manipulate the pages. In response, Tankison quickly walked over to Lin Bei and whispered, "Boss, aren't you going to say something?" Upon hearing this, Lin Bei, who had been watching the show, cleared his throat and announced loudly, "I have a plan that will allow everyone to reach the finish line without any danger, and we can even sweep the top 105 spots." These words were spoken. The beach fell silent instantly. Players who were just about to withdraw from the competition stopped and all looked at Lin Bei Dao. "Boss, do you have any ideas?" "Oh dear, you should have said you had a solution earlier. Now look what's happened." "Hey bro, stop keeping us in suspense and tell us what we should do." "Yes, boss, just say the word, we'll all listen to you. Anyone who dares to disobey orders, I'll be the first to take them down. Count me in." Faced with the urging of the crowd, Lin Bei calmly replied, "I have a method, but it seems that most of you are not very wealthy, so it might be a bit too much for you." As he spoke, he took out a bottle of purple potion from his spatial storage and continued, "This is an invisibility potion, a tier 2 peak item. It lasts for 1 hour. If each person takes 10 bottles, it will guarantee a safe arrival at the destination." 10 bottles? Gaka asked, puzzled. "We'll reach the destination in about 5 hours. Why 10 bottles?" This idiotic remark immediately drew scorn from other players. "Are you stupid? Don't you need a motorcycle?" "Yes." Lin Bei gave everyone a thumbs up and explained, "Adding a little to the engine oil makes you invisible, just like a motorcycle." "How much does this potion cost?" one contestant asked, then added in a threatening tone, "If it's too expensive, I'd rather forfeit." "Then just forfeit. If you don't, I'll kill you," Lin Bei replied irritably. He continued, "Don't threaten me with forfeiting. You're earning points for yourselves, and those points can be exchanged for resources on the mid-level Myriad Races Raft. I don't want to explain too much. The choice is yours." The words had barely left his mouth. Without hesitation, Qin said, "Boss, give me 10 bottles. I'll take out a loan." Seeing this, Thompson gritted his teeth and replied, "I want 10 bottles too on loan." Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction, and while operating the bracelet to draft the contract, he agreed, "Okay, 1 bottle costs 1,000 points. You can check the price at the holiday merchant. If you buy 10 bottles, I'll give you a discount, 8,888 points." Thompson, Qin. At this moment, both of them were heartbroken and their minds were in complete chaos. After all, who wouldn't be confused if they suddenly found themselves with 8,888 points? Chapter 145, What's the Rush? Let's wait a bit longer. Dude, what do you take us for, Leeks? You can't harvest like this. At least leave some roots. Let them grow a bit more luxuriantly before harvesting again. After expressing his dissatisfaction, one player immediately began to manipulate the pages of the book. In an instant, his figure gradually blurred and disappeared on the beach. This action immediately inspired other players to follow suit. In less than a minute, half of the contestants had already dropped out of the competition. Of course, half of the players did not leave. It's not that they want to be exploited, but rather that they are weighing the pros and cons. After all, from a certain perspective, if a debtor has the ability to repay, then being in debt is not a bad thing. It's like owing a bank hundreds of millions. Would the bank manager be worried you might do something rash and come over to give you psychological support? Similarly, if you owe Lin Bei a lot of points, he will definitely take care of you for the sake of his interests at a critical moment and won't let you die easily. Moreover, the points from winning the competition, as well as the so-called intermediate-level multi-race raft, definitely hold a big secret, and there might even be an extra big surprise. Even if we don't get first place, there will still be benefits for second and third place. Upon realizing this, many players immediately made their choice and began lining up to sign for the potion. Just as Lin Bei was selling medicine, the countdown on the beach has reached 0. Seeing this, the Fire Dragon clan, who were on beach number 7, calmly pedaled their bicycles, left the raft of all races, and headed towards the snow-covered sea ahead. Dragon Madman, are we really going to the agreed location to wait for the humans? What if the other races don't show up and take the opportunity to rush straight to the finish line? That would be a huge loss. Regarding my younger brother's question, the Fire Dragon named Long Kwang explained, all races understand the stakes. With all humans riding motorcycles, no one dares to be completely at ease. But I'd like to try to persuade him further. But Long Kwang reiterated, rest assured, the most powerful races have reached a consensus that the competition will only truly begin after the human race is dealt with. Anyone who breaches this agreement will be wanted by the leaders of the 19 races. After saying that, he started his live stream again and greeted the live stream ball in front of him. Good evening, everyone. A massacre of the human race is about to begin. If you have any points, please support me by logging in. If you don't have any points, please just show your support. I just want to get a title badge. Bullet screen. No wonder the human race didn't stream. They were being targeted. By the way, I see that the Ant Queen is also planning to encircle and annihilate the human race. Is there some explanation for this? Same question. It seems the succubus race is also preparing to annihilate the human race. Breaking news. 19 tribes are preparing to annihilate the human race. What's the reason? Can anyone who knows explain? It is said that this is because all 300 human players have motorcycles. Is this even possible? When did humanity rise up? No. Where did they get the channels to buy it? So terrifying, everyone was on motorcycles. Red chrysanthemum. Damn, I went all in on the human race and ended up being completely wiped out. My condolences to the person upstairs. Luckily, I bought the Ant Family game. My chances in this competition are very good. You have good taste. I also bought some Ant Group products and am now waiting to collect my profits. Huang Mukun. A bunch of idiots. The human race will win. Squidward. Humans will prevail. Where did this idiot come from? Streamer. Please throw him out with 2 spears. While watching the live stream comments, Long Kwang pedaled his bicycle toward the agreed-upon location. When he discovered that the humans weren't streaming, he couldn't help but smile and said, the humans probably know their days are numbered, so they don't want to reveal their whereabouts. But with 19 races surrounding them, even if they run to the ends of the earth, they'll be completely annihilated. Ladies and gentlemen, just wait patiently for the show to begin. And those 2 brothers from the human race, if you keep spouting nonsense, I'll ban you. At the same time, other races are in a similar situation to the Fire Dragons, all marching towards the only route in an attempt to hunt down humans. Among them, the Ant Queen, taking advantage of her motorcycle, is already close to arriving at the agreed location. When all 19 races were about to arrive at the agreed location to ambush the human race. On the other side, Lin Bei had just signed loan agreements with all the players. Everyone has their potions. Let's head towards the finish line. Remember, don't be reckless and start a live stream, or you'll get everyone killed. Also, I used a special item to scout ahead. Those 19 races are all lying in wait not far ahead. Just ignore them. After giving his instructions, Lin Beilang and Jinli took the invisibility potion together. In the blink of an eye, the players and motorcycles on the beach have disappeared. Only a few responses could be heard. Okay, boss. Rest assured, we guarantee it won't be discovered. Brothers, don't make too much noise. Once we get through the safe zone, we can compete for rankings among ourselves. Ha ha ha, I'm gonna reach the finish line without anyone noticing, leaving those foreign tribes completely dumbfounded. That's exciting. Those idiots should just stay here forever. I'm already looking forward to seeing how they'll behave when they reach the finish line. While the players were discussing it, Lin Bei had already started the engine and was driving the Gale motorcycle into the sea ahead. The moment he left the beach, a chill instantly seeped into his body. But Lin Bei didn't feel cold at all. On the contrary, he felt unusually comfortable, and even his mind was much clearer. In comparison, other players complained one after another, having to slow down to adapt to the suddenly cold environment. It's really cold. Damn it, bro, don't hit my car. Sorry, it's too cold, my hand slipped. Damn it, slow down, it's really annoying that you can't see. Survival time, 7:25. Lin Bei took the lead, leaving the other, slower-moving players behind. At this moment, he could even vaguely see the densely packed various races in front of him. Sure enough, they were waiting for us here. But it's useless. You probably never dreamed that the enemy couldn't even see us. To avoid making too much noise, Lin Bei turned off the swift motorcycle without hesitation and started gliding slowly with his feet. In no time at all, Lin Bei has arrived near the Fire Dragon clan. At this moment, players from 19 different races gathered together to discuss the matter. Weren't those humans riding motorcycles? How come I haven't seen a single one? That shouldn't be the case. Could it be because it needs to adapt to the temperature? Other humans can adapt without any problems. But that player named Lin Bei has ice powers, so he doesn't need to adapt. Why hasn't he arrived yet? Let's wait a bit longer. What's the rush? Yeah, what's the rush? Maybe they're preparing with their fellow clansmen, planning a desperate fight. Amidst discussions among various ethnic groups, Lin Bei had just passed by them. The group remained oblivious to this and continued their idle chatter. Chapter 146, Sea Mosquitoes. Survival time, 2000 hours. Lin Bei had been gone for half an hour, but the 19 races were still waiting to ambush the human race. I can't take it anymore. If it really comes to this, let's all go check out the human race's starting point. Waiting like this isn't a solution. The Bull Tribe leader suddenly suggested, looking anxious and clearly impatient. In response, Long Quang immediately advised, I just checked, and only a little over 100 human players withdrew from the competition. The remaining players will definitely pass through this area, so it's no problem for us to ambush them. Dragon Madman, I think you're making a mountain out of a molehill. The Ant Queen shook her head dismissively and continued. Over 100 humans, do we really need an ambush? Charging straight in might not necessarily result in defeat. Sigh. Long Quang looked troubled and explained. You know, there's a human named Lin Bei who's incredibly powerful. If we fight him head-on, we might be able to wear him down, but the losses would be enormous. Ha. The Leopard Clan leader laughed loudly, mocking. Don't you fire dragons pride yourselves on being invincible? You're actually afraid of human. That kid has powerful connections. Long Quang frowned, his tone turning unfriendly. When he wanted to continue his attack, the monkey chieftain suddenly interjected. If we're going to fight amongst ourselves, we should wait until the humans are wiped out before we take action. What we need now is unity. How about this? We wait another 20 minutes. If the humans don't come over by then, we'll just go and kill them. What do you think? These words were spoken. This immediately drew the approval and agreement of the leaders of other races. I think it's feasible. Otherwise, waiting all the time is a huge waste of time. Yes, some races can still withstand this weather, but our race is suffering terribly. The monkey chief was right. Waiting another 20 minutes is the limit. You know, we've already wasted a lot of time. If we had known that humans were so cowardly, we would have just gone straight to the end. What are we waiting for? Amidst discussions among various ethnic groups, Thompson and Sheen have successfully arrived at the ambush location. Staring at the densely packed demons and monsters, sweat beaded on their foreheads. They decisively slowed their pace, scootered off on their cheap motorcycle, and stealthily made their escape. Regarding this situation, the leaders, however, were completely unaware, continuing their idle chatter and paying no attention whatsoever. Survival time, 2030. After waiting for a long time without any results, the leaders of various races could no longer suppress their anxiety and resolutely abandon the ambush operation, instead heading straight for the human race's starting point. But what they never expected was that the humans had already silently passed through the ambush site half an hour earlier. Compared to the restless foreign tribes, Lin Bei, relying on the speed of his Gale motorcycle, had already covered half the distance. Just when he thought he would have no trouble going forward, rows of whirlpools suddenly appeared on the sea ahead, blocking the road. Within each vortex, Lin Bei's third, I could still vaguely see blue spiders. Is it a trap? Left with no other choice, Lin Bei turned off the motorcycle and stood still to observe. The blue spider didn't seem to attack me. Could it be because of invisibility? How do we get through this place? After thinking for less than a minute, Lin Bei decided to give up and immediately took out the apricot paper and asked, Do you know the spider in the vortex? Upon hearing this, Xingji immediately replied with lines of text. I know. Those are sea spiders, which survive by hunting sea mosquitoes. Judging from the current situation, There should be many sea mosquitoes in the whirlpools on the surface of the sea. Is there any way to get there directly? Then bypass it. Yes. Simply kill one blue spider, and the vortex will disappear automatically, but at the same time, it will release countless sea mosquitoes. Sea mosquitoes are creatures similar to vampires, but unlike vampires that suck blood, sea mosquitoes suck mental energy. Their numbers are vast and seemingly endless, capable of draining a player dry in an instant. However, since you are invisible, you will not be attacked by sea mosquitoes, so there is no need to worry. Is that so? Lin Bei's lips curled up, then he activated the golden bracelet and began editing the message. Number of experienced drivers on Mount Akina, 124. 70 plus unread messages. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. Those idiots actually thought we were at the starting line. You bet. I'm really looking forward to seeing them dumbfounded. Seriously, Brother Tang and Brother Chin and are really reckless, running so fast. Aren't they afraid of the cold? Others have better stamina and higher attributes, so it's perfectly fine for them to drive faster and get more points. Exactly. They're under a lot of lone pressure. They have to act fast. Those two are really giving it their all. Unlike me, I was trying to compete with everyone just now, but now I'm backing down. As soon as they accelerate, I can't keep up. That's about right. My limit is around 55 miles per hour. Any faster, and I'd definitely turn into an ice sculpture. We'll just muddle through. Safety comes first. Even if you're just a slacker, it's fine. You might even make it into the top 105. It won't be many points, but every little bit helps. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Anyway, the human race takes all the top 105 spots, so everyone will benefit. That makes sense. I just tried it myself, sped up by 10 miles per hour and almost died. Now I just want to survive. Lin Bei. Picture. Everyone pay attention here. Don't forget to keep invisible, or you'll die a horrible death. Hey bro, is there any explanation for this vortex? Lin Bei. Yes, there's sea mosquitoes inside. I plan to release them all. Just be careful to stay invisible so you don't accidentally hurt friendly forces. Dude, you're not planning to use them to fight against players of other races, are you? Is the big shot trying to wipe out all 19 races? Lin Bei, isn't that great? Wiping out the elites of all 19 races would be very advantageous for us. That makes sense. After all, these guys want to take us out. Support the leader. Go ahead and release the sea mosquitoes. We'll hold our ground. Thanks for the reminder. On behalf of the people, I thank the leader. After notifying the group members, Lin Bei casually closed the group chat and turned his gaze to the vortex in front of him. However, before he could make a move, the koi carp that had been clinging to Lin Bei's body rushed ahead of him, heading straight for the whirlpool and beginning to enjoy the spider buffet. As sea spiders were swallowed one by one, the whirlpools gradually disappeared. Then, suddenly, swarms of blue mosquitoes, as dense as beans, emerged from the sea. This scene gave Lin Bei goosebumps. Damn, even I, who don't have trypophobia, feel nauseous at this number. Chapter 147, Turning Against Each Other. Survival time, 2130. Human Race Beach, starting point. My lords, after our investigation and skill checks, we have found no trace of the human race at the starting point. These words were spoken. The leaders of all races were instantly dumbfounded, and they all looked at Long Quang in unison, saying, "We're the people. We're the humans." Long Quang, please explain why the human race disappeared out of thin air. This is your plan, making us spend our time camping out for nothing and lose the opportunity to earn points. You fire dragons are a real menace. Are you trying to drag other races down with you? Questions from various races. Long Quang remained silent, his face filled with gloom and confusion. He couldn't understand why the humans couldn't even see a shadow of each other in the limited sea area where the competition was taking place. Moreover, the various races had been lying in wait nearby, so there was no reason why they wouldn't encounter each other. Long Quang was not allowed to figure out what was going on. The Ant Queen suddenly spoke up. My viewers in the live stream said that Lin Bei just started his live stream and is very close to the finish line. These words struck like a thunderbolt, instantly stunning the leaders of all the races. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Long Quang shook his head frantically, his voice filled with madness. We've been lying in wait on that only route. He couldn't possibly be at the finish line. That's right, the monkey chieftain echoed, adding, everyone was lying in wait together. No human could get through. Are those spectators just talking nonsense? The Ant Queen scoffed, annoyed. If you don't believe me, just look at the comments. Lots of people are calling us idiots. This is outrageous. All the races looked incredulous and turned their attention to the live broadcast ball, checking it out on their own. Bullet screen. Are you guys hired shills by the human race? The match has been going on for 3 hours, and you're still at the starting line. Damn it, you 19 stupid races, go eat shit. Please head towards the finish line. That's right. That contestant named Lin Bei is live streaming right now. I just came out of his live stream room. Why aren't you guys chasing after him? No hope. Others only have a third of their journey left. There's really no hope. That motorcycle looks like a hate version. A Gale motorcycle? No way, I'll go check it out. Damn it. I thought the Queen Ant was going to win, but Queen my foot. I better not run into her. I'm going to go offline in person. And that Long Kwong, what's with the plane? If you can't snipe, don't snipe. Hongju, ha ha ha. Luckily, I bought 4,500 points of human race currency, 20 times the amount. I'm rich. Rich lady, look at me. Envious. Huang Mukun, 4,500 is nothing. I bet over 1 million on the victory of the Chinese. Host, please kick out the guy upstairs who's bragging. The maximum bet is 100,000. Think before you brag. Huang Mukun, pictures, haha. Can other players buy it for you? All you need is a contract. A bunch of low-level and ignorant players. Watching the barrage of comments flood the screen. The leaders who were cyberbullied were instantly petrified, feeling as if a million heads were stampeding through their minds. Long Kwong, in particular, seemed to have begun to question the meaning of life. Regarding this scene, without hesitation, the Ant Queen jumped onto the motorcycle, ready to march toward the finish line. Compared to Long Kwong's antics, second place is more important right now. Otherwise, once everyone comes to their senses, she'll be the next target. Buzzing. With the roar of the engines starting, the Ant Queen has left the finish line. Upon seeing this, the other races gradually came to their senses. Where are you going? Long Kwong asked loudly first. However, the Ant Queen did not respond. Not only that, other Ant Tribe players also started pedaling bicycles, clearly intending to compete for rankings. Damn it! Long Kwong instantly understood what was going on and immediately said to the other 17 racial leaders, although we don't know what's going on with Lin Bei, this Ant Queen also owns a motorcycle, so second place is definitely hers. Why don't we all join forces, wipe out the ant race first, and then compete fairly? Upon hearing this, the leaders unanimously agreed. Yes, let's address the unfairness first. Ha! The dragon laughed wildly, then spread its wings and soared into the sky. It then spat out flames and attacked the ant tribe that had just set off. Seeing that someone was taking the lead, the other races also stopped holding back and joined forces to launch an attack in coordination with Long Kwong. In an instant, flames, lightning, vines, sound waves, slashes, and various other attacks blasted the newly set-off ants and bicycles into the seabed, creating a deafening roar. Upon realizing that her kind had been slaughtered, the Ant Queen was filled with rage and immediately activated her will. In an instant, black figures appeared in the snow-covered air. One after another, black-bodied flying ants with wings on their backs were summoned and attacked the other 18 races. The conflict between the two sides has clearly spiraled out of control. However, an unexpected event occurred. Suddenly, the area in front of the Ant Queen was covered by a dense blue mass, as large as falling snowflakes. This scene stunned all the races at the starting point, and the tense atmosphere that had just been palpable vanished in an instant. Were those? They're so densely packed. They're even more disgusting than ants. Ant Queen, those things weren't summoned by you, were they? Amidst the speculation among various races, the swarm of sea mosquitoes had already launched a furious attack on the Ant Queen. In just a moment, the jet black ant was enveloped in blue. As the sea mosquitoes dispersed again, the Ant Queen seemed to be drained of all her energy and fainted, disappearing along with her summoned creatures. Are you kidding me? No way. The Queen Ant was defeated so easily? Before the players of all races could say anything more, the sea mosquitoes were already closing in on them. In response to this, the monkey leader, who had been observing the live chat, warned an alarm. Everyone be careful. According to the viewers, this thing is called a sea mosquito, and it was specially prepared by Lin Bei for us. It can suck players of any race to death. Upon hearing this, Long Kwong scoffed and said, just a bunch of mosquitoes. Watch me burn them all. Having said that, he spat out a raging fire at the mosquito that was attacking him without hesitation. However, the swarm of mosquitoes suddenly emitted a blue light, deflecting the flames and even swooping down on Long Quang with even greater speed. In no time, Long Quang was overwhelmed by sea mosquitoes. Chapter 148. No, I can't be that magnanimous. When the sea mosquitoes disperse again, Long Quang had already fainted, like a soulless shell, clearly cold to the bone. Seeing this, the other races felt their scalps tingle and lost the courage to resist, choosing to scatter and flee for their lives. This scene excited the viewers in the live chat. Bullet screen. Haha, I feel much better now. I lost money, they lost their lives. Agreed. I was still angry, but now I'm fine. TSK. These sea mosquitoes are a natural disaster. Even a peak first-tier cultivator would get slapped if they passed by. And the worst part is they wouldn't dare fight back. These 19 races are all going to die. Who told them to get together like this? Hongjiwa, I'm done for. Lin Bei is actually fighting a sea mosquito. Why would the humans not rush to the finish line and suddenly fight the sea mosquitoes? Huang Mukun. Go check out his live stream. You guys are making a big fuss over Hongju. You have to believe my brother. This streamer is probably going to be out of the spotlight soon. See you all in the next live stream. While 19 races are feeding mosquitoes, Lin Bei was just one step away from the finish line. But instead of continuing forward, he stood still and waited. As the sea mosquitoes drew ever closer, the koi looked eager to pounce. Lin Bei shook his head and said with a headache, "You really don't learn your lesson. After eating the spider, you still wanted to eat those mosquitoes. The worst part is that you were almost sucked dry. If I hadn't frozen them, you would have been dead. Sometimes I wonder if you were really a dragon." Upon hearing this, the koi stared longingly at Lin Bei and cried out loudly. Their expression seemed to say, "Master, freeze them quickly, I want to eat." Pretending not to understand. Let me tell you, this is the last wave. We'll leave after we finish eating. After saying this, Lin Bei took out a mental energy chewing gum from his system space, swallowed it, jumped off the swift motorcycle, merged with the water, and sped towards the sea mosquito at the speed of light. Meanwhile, the koi fish floated less than a meter above the sea surface, watching the sea mosquitoes in front of it, swaying its body and howling loudly, its provocation obvious. This maneuver caused the sea mosquitoes to instantly change their target and swarm towards the koi. When they were less than 10 meters away from the koi, Lin Bei stirred up the seawater, submerging the mosquitoes heading towards the sea, followed by freezing. In an instant, the sea mosquitoes were frozen solid. A structure resembling a fishing net has been formed on the sea surface. Seeing that Lin Bei had succeeded, Jinli immediately pounced on the frozen sea mosquitoes and licked them like popsicles, her little eyes filled with satisfaction. "Sigh, you glutton really know how to enjoy life." Lin Bei sighed, then took out another pack of spirit gum and chewed it. He then reminded her, "This is the last time. If I accompany you to hunt sea mosquitoes after we finish this, I'll either be sucked dry or you'll drain me dry." As if understanding Lin Bei's meaning, the koi fish immediately turned its head, revealing a pitiful look in its eyes, as if it were begging. "No way." Lin Bei refused without hesitation and said, "I've already started chewing on mental gum. Can you please leave me alone and stop going against the natural order?" While waiting for the koi to feed, Lin Bei's livestream room is already full, with hundreds of millions of viewers. The reason, of course, is that no streamer is currently broadcasting. The other 19 races were all wiped out, and the human race, because of the instructions from Sea Mosquito and Lin Bei, did not dare to start a live broadcast. Bullet screen. Wow, that's terrifying. He wipes out sea mosquitoes with a wave of his hand. This ending was something I never imagined. The extinction of 19 races truly leaves us with no hope at all. That's awesome. This guy doesn't seem like a newbie who just survived a natural disaster at all. He's practically a seasoned veteran, a living devil. Huang Mukun. Is my brother awesome? Red Chrysanthemum. Hang. Squidward. Today I'm going to a bar, and I'm going to say I'll pay for everything. Those upstairs must have won a lot from their bets. Do you guys have inside information? This competition was the darkest I've ever seen. There wasn't a single ray of light to be seen. Survival time, 22:10. After some commotion, Lin Bei finally spotted the raft not far ahead. That raft was completely different from other rafts. Besides its obvious size, it also had 2 layers of floating islands above it. In the center of the raft, there's a beam of light. Lin Bei's third, I can also vaguely see players using the beam to teleport to the Sky Island. As for the buildings inside, The overall impression is that they are full of cutting-edge technology, far superior to the starting point's myriad races Raft. With his eyes fixed on the finish line, Lin Bei accelerated his swift motorcycle without hesitation. He simply wanted to quickly log onto the raft to conduct research and acquire some powerful items to enhance his own raft. About 3 minutes later, Lin Bei successfully reached the finish line, becoming the first-place winner of this competition. Instead of waiting where he was, he walked toward the city at the edge of the beach. However, the golden bracelet activated automatically as soon as she took a step, displaying a notification. Announcement: Congratulations to player Lin Bei for winning first place in this server-wide racing competition and becoming the most popular streamer on the server. Reward: 10,000 points, Superstar New Dark Horse Medal. Superstar New Dark Horse Medal. Level: 29. Category: Titles and Medals. Description: Produced by the most popular racer in the entire server. Effect: Charm plus 10, Luck plus 5. In addition, regional rewards will only be distributed after the first 105 players reach the finish line. The competition points redemption specialist is on their way. Please wait patiently. Exchange specialist? After reading the announcement, Lin Bei looked around the nearby beach, but there wasn't a soul in sight. This is a bit of a waste of time. Other players will probably need another hour or so. Maybe we should go explore first? With this thought in mind, Lin Bei continued walking towards the city entrance. Just as he was about to step onto the beach, a familiar face came into view. Lin Bei. Dragonfly referee Peach looked puzzled and asked, "What are you doing on the intermediate level myriad races raft? Could it be that you're a contestant? Why did you arrive before me?" Peaches. Lin Bei seemed to remember something and said irritably, "Last time you traded a skill for so many special breads from me, it made my scalp tingle." Peach fell into deep thought, and after a while, she smiled and said, "Men should be more magnanimous." "No." Lin Bei waved his hand, resisting. "I can't be that magnanimous." Chapter 149: Commercial Building Blueprints. I noticed you were quite generous when you did business with me. Now you regret it? Do you realize the importance of appetite? At this point, Peach suddenly gave a professional smile and changed the subject. "I'm the redemption specialist for the competition. You can take a look at the items first. After you use up your points, you can sneak in and browse around in the remaining time. After all, I think you're a player who doesn't lack coupons. You're quite good at judging people." Lin Bei nodded slightly, then asked, "Where's the goods? Quickly take them out and let me see." Hearing the urging, Peach immediately pulled out a pink bag from her side, took out a tablet-like object, and said, "The goods are on there. You can see for yourself." "Okay." Lin Bei nodded, took the tablet, and began to examine it on his own. The tablet's interface has several category options: materials, skills, items, seeds, buildings, and equipment. After determining the basic categories, Lin Bei first went to the skill categories to search. Skill. Skill slot cards. Unordered. 1 integral. First level, 10 points. Second order, 100 points. Skill pill. Random attack skill pill, 10 points. Random defense skill pill, 5 points. Random auxiliary skill pill, 5 points. Randomly consumed skill pills, 1,000 points. Skill experience pill. Unordered, 1 integral. First order, 5 integrals. Second order, 10 points. Upon discovering that the skills were so cheap, Lin Bei didn't hesitate to buy 2 sets each of the second-tier skill slots, second-tier skill experience pills, and attack/defense/support skill pills. His idea of buying 2 copies was simple. One was for the 10,000X return, and the other was to keep it for when needed to try out a quality overload. Purchase successful. 260 points consumed. 9740 points remaining. Note: please check your inbox for the product. Purchase the skill. Lin Bei immediately switched the interface and started searching in the seed category. Seed. Rankless seeds. Cotton, grapes, strawberries, peaches. First order seed. Is the highest level only 1? Lin Bei looked disdainful and switched the interface back to the architecture category. Architecture. Rankless. Stone house blueprints, apartment blueprints, bathroom blueprints, warehouse blueprints. First order. Grand hotel blueprints, 1,000 points. Arcade blueprints, 1,000 points. Clinic blueprints, 2,000 points. Grand hotel. Level, 19. Category, commercial building. Number of floors, 15. Number of rooms, 300. Skill, commercialization. Players in the same sea area can pay in-game currency to stay. Note: prices are set by the holder and cannot be free. If the price is 1 point, the holder will not generate income. Note: to generate revenue, you need to pay 50 to the Myriad Races C area. There is an additional 5 points charged for round-trip teleportation. Note: players cannot leave this building. Leaving will automatically teleport them back to their original location. Arcade. Level: 19. Category: Commercial Building. Area: 1,500 square meters. Skill: Commercialization. Players in the same C area can pay in-game currency to play. Video Game Store, where you can buy gaming equipment. Note: prices are set by the holder and cannot be free. If the price is 1 point, the holder will not generate income. Note: to generate revenue, you need to pay 50 to the Myriad Races C area. There is an additional 5 points charged for round-trip teleportation. Note: players cannot leave this building. Leaving will automatically teleport them back to their original location. Clinic. Level: 19. Category: Medical Building. Effect: it has multiple built-in templates and can produce drugs independently. These 3 Tier 1 buildings are pretty impressive. The first 2 have inherent commercial attributes, and the last one has a built-in multi-template function. If the quality is boosted significantly, wouldn't it take off? With this thought in mind, Lin Bei clicked to buy without hesitation. Are you sure you want to spend 4,000 points to buy 3 building blueprints? Sure. Purchase successful. 5,740 points remaining. It seems these points are more valuable than I thought. Lin Bei muttered to himself before switching back to the equipment screen. However, there were no good items in the equipment, so he had to check the item categories again. Props. Rankless. Spirit chocolate, 1 point. Spiritual potato chips, 1 point. Spiritual cucumber, 1 point. First order. Floating wheel, 700 points. Skin fragment, 5,000 points. Floating wheel. Level: 19. Category: Flying vehicle. Effect: allows players to float in the sky. Skin fragments. Level: unknown. Category: unknown. Effect: accumulate 10 fusions to obtain a random skin. After scanning around, Lin Bei's gaze finally fell on the skin fragments and the floating wheels. The levitation would give him the ability to fly, which is a good choice. As for the skin fragments, Huang Mukun had mentioned them before, and considering their price, they must be very valuable items. After careful consideration, Lin Bei waved his hand and purchased the 2 items. After all, collecting skin fragments is no easy task for him. As long as Lin Bei goes back, he can unleash a barrage of skin fragments on the women, turning 1 into 10,000. Just thinking about it is a little exciting. Purchase successful. Your current points are 40. Ignore the on-screen prompts. Lin Bei continued switching interfaces and used his remaining 40 points to buy some high-level materials. He quickly used up all his points. I bought everything. Lin Bei handed the tablet back to Taozi, then said, I'm planning to visit the mid-level Myriad Races Raft. Do you have any suggestions? Upon hearing this, Peach didn't reply immediately. Instead, she checked her purchase history and then exclaimed in surprise, What did you buy? Do you know how many materials those blueprints require to build? Aside from skin fragments, all that stuff. My points are my responsibility. You don't need to worry about it. Lin Bei interrupted the questioning and continued to press. Tell me where to go for the best results. You've taken my kindness for granted. Peach shook her head, pointed into the city, and suggested, Keep walking in. The street stalls are all good stuff for you right now. Go north past the stall area. There's an enhancement hall. It's a bit complicated to explain. You'll have to go see for yourself. Ugh. After saying that, Lin Bei started running wildly towards the city entrance. He had limited time to stay, so he had to hurry. Chapter 1, 50 Moon Elves and the Moonwell. Survival time, 22:30. After a 6-minute run, Lin Bei finally crossed the beach and arrived at the city entrance. The city entrance of the Myriad Races Rafts is a completely different scene from a beach. Outside the city, it is no different from daytime, while inside the city, it is shrouded in darkness. Although it was dark inside, the high-rise buildings and streets were brightly lit, especially the central area with its pillar of light reaching the sky. For a moment, Lin Bei thought he was in a highly developed city. Without lingering at the entrance for long, he quickly came to his senses and stepped into the city. The instant you enter, the scene before his eyes changed in an instant. One by one, strangely styled players appeared out of nowhere. Before Lin Bei could figure out what was going on, a voice, accompanied by footsteps, reached his ears. Hey, human buddy, want to come have some fun? Our mermaid club offers great value and top-notch service. We're having a promotion today, a wellness package for only 188 points. Seeing that Lin Bei was still in a daze, the mermaid who had come over to talk to him seemed to understand something and immediately explained. The myriad race's Raft has anti-spying capabilities, young man. Don't be surprised. Is this your first time here? Then you should definitely enjoy our special services. Lin Bei looked in the direction of sound. Then a mermaid with a face full of wrinkles came into view. At that moment, his fantasy about mermaids shattered, and he even felt that fairy tales were all lies. Noticing that Lin Bei's expression was off, the elderly mermaid said again, "Young man, I am the receptionist. The mermaids inside are all young and beautiful. Come in and have a look." To avoid further trouble, Lin Bei replied without hesitation, "I don't have enough money." These four short words seemed to possess a magical power. The elderly fish, who had been so enthusiastic just moments before, instantly changed his expression and turned to walk towards the other players. Seeing this, Lin Bei shrugged indifferently and strolled along the street stalls, observing the goods before heading towards the enhancement hall that Tauzi had mentioned. Not long after, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Ding! A woman who meets the beauty standard has been detected. Moon Creek. Race, Moon Elf. Gender, female. Age, 88. Minor. Appearance, 98. Dimensions, 95. Virtue of a woman, a married woman. Overall score, 96. Host, this elf girl has an exceptional figure and looks. The system suggests you make your move now. Lin Bei looked puzzled and quickly scanned the stalls on both sides, trying to assess their quality. In no time at all, a stall and an elf girl came into Lin Bei's view. The elven girl had waist-length white hair, wore a crystal headdress, and possessed the distinctive pointed ears of a race. Her skin was snow white, and her features were well-proportioned. Especially when paired with that strapless dress, it perfectly showcased her figure, giving her an extremely glamorous and regal appearance, like a queen on a high throne. Just as Lin Bei was engrossed in admiring it, the koi fish that were wrapped around his body had already sensed that their master was acting strangely. Without hesitation, the koi carp cried out and nudged Lin Bei's neck with its head, trying to wake its owner. In an instant, Lin Bei, who had just lost his senses, returned to normal, then touched Jean Li's forehead and praised. "Not bad. We do have important things to do. We could just tie up the women later." The koi fish nodded in response, with a haughty expression, as if to say, "Master, could you buy me some snacks?" "No problem. Whatever you want to eat, take a look." Lin Bei nodded generously, and was just about to look away from the Moon Elf stall when he unexpectedly discovered a nice blueprint. Moonwell drawings. Materials required for crafting. Heart of the Moon X1. Tier 3 Moonwood X1000. Tier 3 Moonstone X500. Tier 3 Moon Fragment X100. Moonwell. Level 29. Tier 2. Category: Special Building. Description: Can produce moon water. Effect: Production: 1,000 milliliters of moon water can be produced per hour. Moon water. Level 29. Category: Special Consumables. Effect 1. Taking 100 milliliters will increase mental strength by 2 points and agility by 2 points. Drinking this will grant the Moon Elf clan an additional 10 days of lifespan. Note: this effect will only trigger once every 15 days. Effect 2. Taking 100 milliliters will instantly restore 50 stamina, and the effect is reduced by 50 for non-Moon Elf races. The effect was examined using a third eye. Lin Bei fell into deep thought. Based on past experience, these life-extending items are top-tier treasures and very popular among players. Although the current building is not of a high level, Lin Bei can achieve a quality critical hit, thereby obtaining a higher quality moon well, which may have a qualitative change in effect. With this thought in mind, Lin Bei no longer hesitated and quickly walked to Yueshi's stall to ask, "How much are these blueprints?" Upon hearing the sound, Yueshi, who was chatting idly while fiddling with the pages of the book on her wristband, was startled. Then her face lit up with joy as she looked up. However, when he discovered that the person asking the price was a human, his earlier joy vanished instantly, replaced by his usual aloofness. He replied dismissively in a disappointed tone, 300,000 points, plus a small amount of materials, totaling 500,000. "So expensive?" Lin Bei blurted out subconsciously, then asked suspiciously, "Why can a level 29 item sell for hundreds of thousands?" "Ah, Ueshi scoffed, continuing to chat idly while operating the bracelet, and explained impatiently. As a human, you shouldn't be getting involved. This is a top-tier building for the Moon Elves, not something a player of your caliber can afford. If it weren't for the significant disadvantage of surviving across the seas and our need for a large amount of in-game currency, we wouldn't be putting it up for sale at all. Besides, the Moonwell is worth far more than $1 million. It's just that the materials are hard to find. These words were spoken. Linbai instantly understood. The moon spirit in front of me is selling the blueprints because she encountered difficulties. He had no time to think. A player resembling a bat suddenly approached Lin Bei and said, "You know whether you'd sell this blueprint and materials for 300,000. The materials for Moonwell are hard to find. It would take many years, even longer, to gather them all. Not for sale." Ueshi shook her head in refusal, then explained, "I've already collected the hardest to find moon heart, and I have 30 moon fragments. I have about 40 of the other materials. 300,000 isn't enough." The word impossible hadn't even been uttered yet. Lin Bei suddenly interjected, "I'll buy it for 500,000. Also, what kind of pets are those eggs? And I'll buy the entire night clothes." Night clothes. Level 19. Tier 1. Category: Special equipment. Description: Clothing produced by the Moon Elf race. Difficult to obtain through other channels. Skill: Moon Stealth. When illuminated by the moon, you can enter a state of invisibility. Moon Concealment. Reduces presence and can suppress enemy perception. Note: the effect on second-tier exploration skills, equipment, and items is halved, and it has no effect on third-tier items. Egg. Grade. Category: Introduce. Chapter 151: The Elder Behind the Scenes. Are you kidding me? The Bat Race player frowned and immediately questioned, "Kid, do you think you're some kind of human emperor? Judging by your appearance, you're probably not even at rank 3 yet, right? Are you trying to pick up girls? I like to see how you pull out." He was only halfway through his sentence. Lin Bei suddenly pulled out a large number of 1,000-point coupons from his spatial storage, waved them in front of the bat, and said coldly, "You don't need to worry about me. If you can't afford it, then get out of here and watch." Bat was dumbfounded and couldn't help but re-examine Lin Bei. He even suspected that the human before him was the illegitimate son of the human emperor. Otherwise, there was no reason for him to be so wealthy, let alone to have entered a mid-level multi-race Raft city. The bat couldn't figure it out. Recovering from her surprise, Ueshi put on a warm smile and eagerly answered, "The Nightwalker's outfit costs 1,000 points, and the egg costs 5,000 points. The pet inside is the Nightwalker leopard, our Moon Elf's exclusive mount." At this point, her gaze involuntarily fell on the koi fish, and she added, "Of course, compared to your esteemed guest Flame Dragon, its level is indeed somewhat lower." Lin Bei nodded slightly, then asked, "How much will it cost?" "I want the eggs, blueprints, materials, and the night clothes. A total of 570,000 points." Ueshi immediately gave the price and said in a flattering tone, "I'll give you a discount. 550,000 points will do." Not long after, the deal was struck between the two. The koi fish wrapped around Lin Bei became eager to try, clearly wanting to eat the 10 eggs. "Let's go back and eat." Lin Bei refused without hesitation. After all, eating 10 eggs now would be a huge waste. The best strategy would be to wait until you get a cashback reward before feeding the koi fish. Unfortunately, this little guy doesn't understand the difference between being full at one meal and being full at every meal. Seeing that the koi was about to cause trouble and act like a child, Lin Bei immediately promised, "Sweetie, I'll feed you all you can when we get back." Upon hearing this, the koi carp looked suspicious and cried out loudly, as if to say, "What if you're lying to me?" "Don't worry, I never lie. If I did, I'd let you eat, little black." Lin Bei Laukit. The koi fish nodded in satisfaction and then quieted down. After taking care of the trivial matters, Lin Bei turned his gaze to Ueshi again and asked, "What did you mean by survival across the sea earlier? Could you elaborate?" Ueshi, who was making money, didn't hide anything and immediately began to explain. That was a survival competition for level 5 players. It wasn't a competition between races, but rather a competition between players from other sea areas. By other sea areas, I meant the Dead Sea and the Madman's Sea. "What is the Madman's Sea?" Lin Bei asked, puzzled. This sea area was originally called Paradise Sea, but the players inside are particularly crazy. They are all mentally ill, so we like to call it Crazy Sea. As Ueshi was talking, she suddenly stopped and asked in confusion, You are a second-level player. How could you get into this place? Didn't your elders at home tell you? No. Lin Bei shook his head, then pressed on. What about the competition details? The competition content is not fixed, but it generally revolves around natural disasters and territory. Seeing Lin Bei's lack of understanding, Yueshi continued to explain. Only by competing for more territory can you attract a continuous stream of new players and resources. Otherwise, where would you get treasure chests during your beginner phase? The rules aren't omnipotent, and they certainly can't conjure treasure chests and resources out of thin air. You must understand that the survival crisis is always there. You may be temporarily safe now thanks to the resources your family provides, but after reaching Tier 5, that advantage will disappear. Is that so? Lin Bei nodded thoughtfully, then checked the time, and, finding it was already 11 p.m., immediately prepared to leave to check out the enhancement hall. Perhaps Lin Bei was acting too hastily. The bat that had been standing nearby suddenly spoke up. Sir, are you in a hurry? You seem a little unfamiliar with this place. Is there anything I can help you with? Lin Bei stopped and turned to reply. Yeah, I'm in a bit of a hurry. I need to go to the enhancement hall. Oh, you wish to advance to an intermediate level attribute. The bat rubbed its hands together and added, My name is Wei Xiao. I have teleportation privileges here. I can send you there. In response, Lin Bei asked directly, What's the price? No. Wei Xiao flapped his black wings and laughed. I just think you're a good brother and believe you'll definitely rise to great heights in the future. I just wanted to get to know you. I apologize for any offense I may have caused you before. How about I take you there as an apology? Let's stick to the facts. I don't like taking advantage of others. Lin Bei refused. All right, brother, you're a fair guy. Just give me the cost of 100 points. Wei Xiaofeng said, changing the subject. Upgrading attributes in the enhancement hall is quick, usually only 15 minutes. Brother, would you like to wander around a bit more? I'll show you the way. I'm an expert in this area. Oh, Lin Bei looked interested and asked, Do you know where they sell commercial building blueprints? Or where to buy high-level equipment and items? The things at these stalls are mostly unappealing. You'll need to go to the second floor of the Myriad Races Raft. If possible, please leave your contact information, and I'll deliver the goods to your door and buy them for you. Of course, you can also ask your elders to buy them for you. After Wei Xiao finished speaking, he took out a black card from his pocket and handed it to Lin Bei. Lin Bei did not answer immediately, because he clearly remembered the goblin merchant from their first racing competition. From the other party's words, Lin Bei was able to accurately analyze that although high-level players were restricted from entering low-level sea areas, they could still do a lot of dirty tricks. If the bats in front of us have ill intentions, it could lead to a lot of trouble later on. And judging from the current situation, they clearly believe that they have someone behind them. But this kind of thing doesn't stand up to scrutiny. After all, if you investigate carefully, you can still find clues. Thinking of this, Lin Bei waved his hand and refused, saying, No need. I'll have a friend buy it for me. Just take me directly to the enhancement hall. Ugh. Wei smiled and nodded with regret, put away the black card, and took out a button instead, introducing it. City teleportation button, a coordinate teleportation item, a one-time use gadget. You press the switch and activate your will to teleport to the place you want to go. Give me a few more, Lin Bei said, taking out 2 1,000-point coupons from his spatial storage, appearing exceptionally generous. No problem. You can buy this thing with a Tier 5 bracelet. If it costs 2,000 points, I can give you 18, okay? Wei Xiao asked tentatively. After all, his approach to the conversation stemmed from his business instincts. Earning points was always his top priority. Chapter 152, Advanced Attributes and Skills. After receiving several round buttons, Lin Bei cautiously used his third eye to examine their properties to ensure that there was nothing wrong with the items, in order to prevent any accidents. City Teleport button. Level, 19. Category, one-time consumable item. Description. After marking the target location, you can use the power of space to teleport quickly. Tier 5 pages are available for purchase. This is an exclusive item for the Myriad Races Raft. Note, this button has a destination set. After confirming that the items had not been tampered with, Lin Bei pressed the switch without hesitation. In an instant, a small cave appeared in the air. Seeing this, Wei Xiao immediately reminded him. That's a teleportation portal that leads directly to the Attribute Enhancement Hall. Thank you, and see you again sometime. Lin Bei responded with thanks and then walked into the passage. In an instant, a feeling of weightlessness washed over me. Immediately following was the familiar sensation of blindness. However, these two unpleasant sensations lasted for less than a few seconds before Lin Bei returned to normal. When I opened my eyes again, he was already standing in front of a large building. That great Xia dynasty stretched straight to the horizon. Passing through the second layer of wooden rafts, it seemed to have no end in sight. What level of architecture would this building be? After muttering something to himself, Lin Bei began to look around. Apart from the comings and goings of people of different races, there's also a sign at the entrance of the building. Without hesitation, he immediately went forward to check. Building sign, floors 1 to 10, enhanced hall, used to enhance equipment, attributes, and skills. Floors 11 to 20, training hall, used to increase experience. Floors 21 to 30, auction hall, used for auctioning high-end goods. Floors 31 to 100, alliance hall, used for racial alliances and strategic deployments. After determining that attributes can be enhanced on floors 1 to 10, Lin Bei immediately turned around and walked towards the entrance of the building. However, before he could take 2 steps, a scantily clad cat girl suddenly approached and said, "I am the receptionist of this building. Is this your first time here? Do you need any assistance?" Lin Bei looked suspicious and asked in confusion, "How did you know it was my first time here?" Hee. The cat girl's eyes widened as she explained with a grin, "Because veteran players don't look at that." Ding. The system has detected a non-standard match and is currently detecting it. Ding dong. Race, cat race, humanoid form. Gender, female. Age, 20. Appearance, 91. Dimensions, 96. Virtue of a woman, a married woman. Overall score, 93. After a moment of stunned silence, Lin Bei came to his senses and nodded, saying, "I do plan to advance my attributes." "Then please come with me." Ding Dang bowed politely, her cleavage now clearly visible. But beautiful scenery never lasts. After bowing, she led Lin Bei toward Daxia. During the journey, Ding Dang continued, "Dear esteemed guest, each attribute upgrade costs 500,000 points, but most people will choose to use upgrade stones." Upon hearing about the new item, Lin Bei couldn't help but interject, "What is an advancement stone?" "It's an item for attribute advancement and can also be used to advance skills. Compared to points, it's more cost-effective since points have a greater purpose and advancement stones are easier to obtain." That concludes this discussion. Lin Bei and Ding Dang had already passed through the colorful, fully automated glass doors of the building and entered the lobby. Inside the hall, various races were represented, and there were countless receptionists, all with exceptional looks and figures, causing Lin Bei's system voice to ring incessantly. If it weren't for the fear of the rules and the limitations of his strength, Lin Bei really wanted to loot all the beast girls here, tie them all up, and bring them all on his raft to enjoy the life of a superior person. Besides the beast girls, what came into view were rows of cylindrical metal lumps, as well as an elevator and various players not far away, including many humans like himself. If Lin Bei's guess is correct, those neat, uniform cylindrical bumps should be attribute-enhancing machines. Not long after, the person and the cat had already walked to a power enhancer. "Just go through this door. If you want to save some money, I can help you find players to buy upgrade stones. You can ask me for anything." After Ding Dang finished speaking, she put on a cute face and stared at Lin Bei, her eyes full of hints. Seeing this, Lin Bei understood that the little beast girl wanted a tip. He knew this because a player had given her one earlier. In response, Lin Bei casually took out a 1,000 yuan coupon, handed it to Ding Dang, and said, "Here you go." Huh? Ding Dang was dumbfounded and a little at a loss for what to do. Although she had heard from her elder sister in the clan that humans were very kind and generous to cats, giving 1,000 points at a time instead of 10 or 8 yuan seemed a bit outrageous. Keep in mind that her salary for 7 days is less than 100 yuan, and she is also frequently teased by players. Upon realizing this, Ding Dang asked to confirm, "My esteemed guest, haven't you given too much?" I don't sleep with people." Before the beast girl could finish speaking, Lin Bei interrupted, "Even if you wanted to sleep with me, I wouldn't have time. Thank you so much." The cat girl's face was full of gratitude. Her smile became even more genuine, and she kept bowing, almost kneeling before Lin Bei. Ding successfully gifted the woman supplies, triggering a critical hit return, and you have received 300,000 points. Ignore the system notification sound. As Lin Bei walked toward the enhancement chamber, he casually remarked, If you ever find yourself struggling, you can come work for me. Bring along some girls. I pay a high salary. If you're interested, wait for me here, and we'll discuss it further when we come out. Ugh. Enter the enhanced chamber. The first thing that caught Lin Bei's eye was a virtual projection screen. Secondly, there are multiple robotic arms. It's amazing. From the outside, it doesn't look very big, but it turns out to be about 20 square meters inside. As Lin Bei sighed, he walked over to the virtual projection screen and began operating it according to Ding Dong's instructions. Introduction to Intermediate Attribute Advancement. For every 20 levels gained, you can advance your attributes once more. This project costs 500,000 points, but can be done for free using 10 advancement stones. Introduction to Intermediate Skill Advancement. Once a skill reaches level 20, it can be upgraded once more. This project costs 100,000 points, but can be upgraded for free using 1 upgrade stone. Friendly reminder, for advanced attributes and skills, please go to the Advanced Myriad Races Raft to complete the upgrades. Friendly reminder, please go to the second floor for attribute enhancement. When advancing attributes, the Strength attribute can be upgraded to Intermediate Strength. The Skin Toughness attribute can be upgraded to Intermediate level Skin Toughness. When advancing to higher levels of skills, Indestructible Vajra can be upgraded. Maliciousness Detection can be advanced. Hydration can be advanced. Freezing can be advanced. Chapter 153, Undermining the Rules. Goodness, it costs 1.4 million points to upgrade everything. Without upgrade stones, it's ridiculously expensive. No wonder everyone is short on points. It turns out that subsequent upgrades are so expensive. After muttering something, Lin Bei took out the points one by one from the system space and began to enhance them. Are you sure you want to spend 1.4 million points to enhance? Sure. In progress. Please wait. The moment the virtual projected text disappeared, the robotic arm inside the advanced chamber suddenly activated and grabbed Lin Bei directly. Lin Bei accepted this calmly without resistance. As he was supported by an arm, his eyelids suddenly became heavy. Immediately afterwards, a wave of drowsiness washed over me and swept through my brain. In an instant, Lin Bei fell asleep. But the mechanical arm, radiating a dazzling light, did not stop its actions and continued to modify his body. The noise echoed throughout the warehouse, never ceasing. The scene was indescribable. If it weren't for the fact that the view and sound weren't blocked by the interior of the silo, most players would probably vomit upon seeing this. About 40 minutes later, Lin Bei slowly opened his eyes, still feeling a little dazed. Does it strengthen during sleep? He muttered something, just about to stretch his body. But I felt inexplicable pain all over my body, as if I had been beaten up by a group of people not long ago. What exactly did this machine do while I was sleeping? After complaining, Lin Bei decisively gave up on the event and instead opened his attribute panel to check it. ID, Lin Bei. Number, 8888. Gender, male. Age, 21. Level, 20 Tier 2. Intermediate Stamina, 140. Increased by 30. Intermediate Strength, 62. Intermediate Agility, 133. Increased by 28. Intermediate Level Mental Strength, 127. Increased by 21. Intermediate Skin Toughness, 105. Increased by 30. Skill 1. Vajra Divine Body. Level, 20. Category, Defensive Skills. Passive effect, Stamina plus 60, Skin Defense plus 60. Active effect. Activated by mental power, this skill increases stamina and skin defense by 300 and reflects damage dealt by the target. Skill duration, 30 minutes. Skill recharge time, 1 hour. Current experience points, 199 to 300. Skill 2, Malicious Prediction. Level, 20. Category, Perception Skills. Passive effect, plus 40 to mental strength and plus 60 to agility, and can sense malice within a 1,000-meter radius. Active effect. Skills can be activated by mental effort, expanding the range of perception by 30 times, temporarily increasing agility and mental strength by 300, and granting the ability to briefly foresee the future. Skill duration, 20 minutes. Skill recharge time, 40 minutes. Skill 3, Child of Water. Level, 20. Category, Defensive Skills. Passive effect. Gain the ability to breathe underwater and increase all attributes by 30 when fighting underwater. It increases affinity with seawater by 500%. Gain basic water control ability and can freely manipulate water. Active effect. Skills activated by mental focus can transform the body into water elemental or merge with water, making the user immune to most physical attacks. Skill duration increased by 10 minutes from 30 minutes. Skill recharge time 1 hour. Skill 4 frozen thousands of miles. Level 20. Category attack skills. Passive effect unaffected by cold, increases mental energy recovery speed by 10 in cold weather environments. Active effect. Skills can be released by mental effort and can freeze targets at a temperature of up to -100 degrees Celsius. If freezing fails, the target's movement speed and attack speed will be reduced. Active effect 2 can create a blizzard to attack enemies. The damage is determined by mental strength. The skill requires 30 minutes to charge. Tear. Control water, create blizzards, reflect damage, and foresee the short-term future. These new abilities seem pretty good. In particular, water control and freezing seem to be used together. I don't know what enhanced attributes are. With this in mind, Lin Bei pushed open the door of the advanced chamber without hesitation and walked out. I had just reached the doorway. Ding Dang, who had been waiting for a long time, came up to her and said, "Have you finished strengthening? How much is the 7-day wage for that job you mentioned before?" 3,000 points. Lin Bei answered, then asked in return, "Do you know what the purpose of enhancing attributes is? Once the attribute reaches 100, it can be strengthened, and there will be 3 additional improvement directions." Ding Dang suddenly changed the subject as she was talking. "According to the data, you are only at the 2nd level and are currently experiencing the 2nd disaster. So how can I enter your place?" "Huh?" Lin Bei asked curiously. "What are the prerequisites for recruiting you?" Page 29 has the function of drafting contracts. In addition, the player needs to reach Tier 3 and own a commercial building. At this point, Ding Dang said disappointedly, "These conditions seem simple, but it will take at least half a year to achieve them. It's not a big problem. I'll be fine in a few days. Also, use these few days to do some work with your colleagues and relatives so that they can all come together," Lin Bei said confidently. Ding Dang looked suspicious, clearly not believing it. "If you don't believe me, you can ask Fishman Reclone. He used to be a referee, so just come with him." As Lin Bei spoke, he raised an eyebrow and tempted him. "Introduce someone over, and I'll give you 1,000 points as a referral fee, but they must be at least as beautiful as you." "Reclone? I know him. He's the most promising newcomer at Tier 4, and if nothing unexpected happens, he'll reach Tier 5 soon. You, esteemed guest, are you with him?" Before Ding Dang could finish speaking, Lin Bei's figure suddenly blurred and then disappeared. Because it was just past midnight, the game had already ended, and his time limit had been reached. The Emperor's Raft, inside the castle. Lin Bei's vision has not fully recovered yet. A familiar voice suddenly rang out. "Darling, you're back. I missed you so much. Nana is getting better and better." Upon hearing this, Lin Bei ignored it and cursed inwardly. "Damn it, I haven't even enhanced my attributes yet." Seeing this, Lu Rian said aggrievedly, "Darling, is something bothering you? Why are you ignoring me?" "It's nothing. I just had something left undone, and it bothered me." Lin Bei replied casually, and was just about to start refreshing the cashback page when he heard another voice. "Brother, our human race is number 1. None of the other 19 races reached the finish line." The regional channel was buzzing with excitement as soon Nana danced around, praising her brother. "Oh, I almost forgot," Lin Bei said, and then quickly activated his bracelet to enter the regional channel. Chapter 154 Myriad Races Hotel, Myriad Races Amusement Park. Announcement. Competition rankings. First, the Blue Star human race. Second, the Fire Dragon clan, the Ant clan, the Monkey clan, and the Bison clan. Because there are too many races tied for 2nd place. According to Rule 108, the other 19 races are all considered to be at the bottom, and 20 attribute points and 20 C resources are deducted from each race, with a human race being rewarded. In addition, the attribute allocation for participating players has been doubled. The attribute allocation is complete. Please check your account. Regional channel, 10th C area. Number of people, 999008. Haha, I got 20 points in all attributes for free. That's awesome. I'm bowing down to Boss Lin Bei. Thompson, all my stats increased by 50. Is this a huge boost? I feel invincible. Cheenen, why do I have 10 more points than you? Is it possible that it's because of your ranking in the competition? Damn it, if I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have withdrawn from the competition. Haha, weren't you reluctant to take out a loan? Do you regret it? Too bad there's no going back. Just participating in one competition increased all my attributes by 45 points. This loan was totally worth it. Sweet Moon, I'm so envious of you guys. I only got 20 points, but I'm happy since it was free. With resources increased, wouldn't it be easier to retrieve treasure chests tomorrow? Of course, no matter how heavy the snow or how cold it is tomorrow, I'm going to fish all day. That makes sense. I'm going to take a nap first to recharge. Are you able to sleep? It's so cold. When it gets cold, I go to the auction house to buy charcoal for a fire and also buy down jackets to keep warm. I also take out a loan to buy a stone house. You really know how to enjoy yourself? You'll be in for a rough time when it comes time to pay back the loan. What's there to be afraid of? What's a loan compared to this? At least I'm comfortable and I'm happy with it. That makes sense. It's better than freezing to death. The lender is a big shot in Linbei. We call this supporting the big shot. Only when the big shot is strong enough can we have a good life. Exactly. The contributions of these big shots are undeniable. If you don't lend money to them so they can become even stronger, how are we supposed to live? I was speechless. The channel was constantly flooded with messages. But Linbei didn't linger. Instead, he checked his attributes to see how many attribute points he had allocated to this competition. Property panel. Intermediate stamina, 210. Increased by 70. Intermediate strength, 132. Increased by 70. Intermediate agility, 203. Increased by 70. Intermediate level mental strength, 197. Increased by 70. Intermediate skin toughness, 175. Increased by 70. A 70-point increase to all attributes? Looks like I'm probably the one with the most attribute allocations in the channel. Linbei's eyes were filled with joy. After all, this boost was comparable to him working hard for 10 days to eat attribute fruits. Darling, why did my attributes only increase by 20 points while you have 70? Lu Ruyan asked with a pout, clearly feeling a bit unbalanced. Because I'm the first place winner in the competition. If the same applies to players who didn't participate, then what about the players who did participate? Linbei explained impatiently, then added, you and Nana come with me outside. I need your help to build 2 commercial buildings. Before Lu Ruyan could nod, Su Nana, who was standing to the side, quickly responded, okay, brother. Outside the castle, near the stone houses area, a man and 2 women were braving the heavy snow and heading towards an open space. Suddenly, a voice came from behind them. Linbei, you liar. Didn't you say you were going to have a drinking contest with me tonight? Upon hearing this, Linbei stopped and turned to look in the direction of the sound. And Lisa was seen jogging closer. Her hair was covered in snowflakes, and her cheeks were red from the cold. It's you. Linbei nodded in response, then added, drinking might be a little late. I have something to do right now. Women from the White Bear Kingdom? Darling, when did you? Lu Ruyan asked with a surprised expression. Linbei was not allowed to answer. Su Nana interjected. I'm going to drink with my brother tonight, too. Let's get down to business first. There's no rush for drinking, Linbei said after dealing with the 2 women. He then turned to Enlisha and said, you come with us for now. We'll go back to the castle later, and I'll have a proper match with you. After the little incident, about 10 more minutes passed. The 4 of them finally passed through the stonehouse area and came to an open space. In response to this, Linbei quickly took out 2 blueprints from his spatial storage and instructed, these are the blueprints for the hotel and the arcade. 1 for each of you. Okay. The 2 women agreed in unison, took the blueprints, and began construction using their bracelets. In an instant, the open space shone brightly, and 2 large buildings rose from the ground. Linbei ignored this scene. The system's voice was echoing in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for consuming resources to support a mistress, triggering a quality critical hit. Random critical hit multiplier is being applied. Congratulations, host. You have triggered an 80x critical hit and obtained the Myriad Races Grand Hotel. Ding! Congratulations, host, for consuming resources to support a mistress, triggering a quality critical hit. Random critical hit multiplier is being applied. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a 120x critical hit and obtained the Myriad Races Amusement Park. Grand Hotel Construction Card. Level, 69. 6th rank. Category, Commercial Building. Area, 3,500 square meters. Number of floors, 200. Number of rooms, 5,000. Skill, Commercialization. Players from all races can stay in the Myriad Races C. Wanzhou Sea Area License. A commercial license has been obtained, and accommodation information can be posted on various sea area channels. Note: advertising fees are required, and the charges will be based on the sea area and stage. Note: round-trip teleportation requires 5 points from the myriad races sea. Furnished features a comfortable environment suitable for all races, which can be freely changed. There's a 50% chance of randomly increasing one attribute upon moving in, and the mental energy recovery speed is increased by 500. Note: players cannot leave this building. Leaving will automatically teleport them back to their original location. 10,000 races amusement park construction card. Level 79. 7th rank. Category: commercial building. Area: 500,000 square meters. Commercialization: all players can enjoy the myriad races sea. Wanzhou Sea Area License. A commercial license has been obtained, and accommodation information can be posted on various sea area channels. Note: advertising fees are required, and the charges will be based on the sea area and stage. Note: round-trip teleportation requires 5 points from the myriad races sea. Note: players cannot leave this building. Leaving will automatically teleport them back to their original location. Entertainment first. Play for a day. There's a 30% chance to randomly increase 5 attribute points, and a 100% chance to increase the experience points of players below level 8. Fully equipped. All amusement equipment has been installed. Friendly reminder: a minimum of 1,000 employees is required to open this service. Tier: 500,000 square meters. The arcade turned into an amusement park. Damn it, how big is my human emperor's raft? It seems that acquiring more servants and expanding the raft should be put on the agenda. The attributes added by these two buildings are top tier, especially the experience gained from the amusement park. Brother, Su Nana suddenly exclaimed, her eyes shining. Let's go to the arcade. After we're tired of playing, we can go to a karaoke bar for drinks, okay? Upon hearing this, Lin Bei snapped out of his thoughts and refused, saying, I have things to do later. Chapter 155, A Skyscraper Rise from the Ground. Are we going to lose something again? Su Nana guessed, then said in a sweet voice, I lost it last time. This time you can let Sister Rian lose it, hee. Lin Bei, who was clever, only said half of his praise. Lu Rian suddenly interrupted. Darling, the weather is windy, snowing, and dark. I'm afraid to be alone. Stop. There are rewards for losing things. As Lin Bei was talking, he took out a series of items from the system space, such as second-tier experience pills and skin fragments, and continued, experience pills, and skill slot cards. How about these rewards? Oh my god, darling, leave it to me. Lu Rian's expression changed instantly, and she responded urgently. Su Nana looked envious, then volunteered, Sister, you're afraid of the dark, so leave this to me. Watching the unspoken exchange between the two women, Lin Bei shook his head and said, You two go together. As for the reward, you'll both get a share. These words were spoken. The two women, who had just been arguing, fell silent instantly and smiled at the same time, saying, Thank you, brother dear. Okay, you two go and come back quickly. Lin Bei instructed, handed the props to the two of them, and then ignored them, turning to walk towards the arcade. Lin Bei intended to cultivate the two women's attitudes. After all, as he acquired more and more information, he realized that the raft couldn't function well on its own alone. Having a strong confidant would be very helpful for survival, but the strength of the women should be controlled to avoid disrupting the balance. He watched the three people split into two groups. And Lisa, who had been standing there in a daze, suddenly realized what was happening and followed Lin Bei's steps, saying, Then why do you give those props to the women? Don't you use them yourself? Lin Bei continued walking, casually saying, If you become my woman, I'll still let you use me. And Lisa paused for a moment, then said with a dissatisfied tone, With so many women around you, how can you manage? Although I like capable men, but... She wasn't allowed to finish speaking. Lin Bei interjected, This world is a dog-eat-dog world. If you want to survive, you have to please me and forget the old rules. This is not the time before I transmigrated. Besides, not just anyone can be my woman. And Lisa seemed to want to say something more. But Lin Bei had already entered the arcade, clearly not intending to argue further. I had just stepped into the arcade. What Lin Bei saw was a roughly 1,000 square meter, completely empty, unfinished house. So rudimentary? Lin Bei exclaimed in surprise, his brows furrowed and his expression full of dissatisfaction. Suddenly, Xiao AI's voice rang out, reminding you, Captain, This arcade has a skill-based video game shop. Everything has to be bought from there. Oh, how do I do it? Lin Bei asked. Activate the bracelet. The auction house page has instructions. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei stopped dawdling and immediately activated the golden bracelet to begin his research. Game Hall Management Interface. Furnish. 1. Blue Star Normal Style Price, 50,000 points. 2. Cashier Price, 500 points. Equipment. 1. Price of one arcade game machine, 20,000 points. Effect. There's a chance to obtain character experience and skill experience rewards upon clearing the level. 2. Price of one item grabbing machine, 1,000 points. Note, items need to be placed by the player. 3. Price of one goal machine, 1,000 points. Note, bonuses need to be set by the player. 4. VR game console price, 100,000 points. Effect. There is a chance to gain attributes upon clearing a level. Note, to open to the public, we need 10 employees, including 2 cashiers. Staring at the video game store, Lin Bei shook his head and couldn't help but sigh. No wonder Taozi said the blueprints I bought were useless. This whole set would cost at least $1 million. Any player would be doomed. At this point, he immediately took out the duplicate points from his system space and started buying like crazy without any hesitation. After more than 10 minutes of fussing, the arcade already has 20 VR game machines, 200 arcade machines, about 100 claw machines and jackpot machines, and several other machines. In addition, the interior decoration is also very different from before. The style is somewhat like an arcade from a previous life, with overall lighting in cool tones, mostly blue and purple, resembling a space theme. That's more like it. Lin Bei admired his pay-to-win arcade and nodded with satisfaction, saying, Xiao AI, call a few servants to come work tomorrow. For now, open it to our own people. Yes, Captain. After giving the instructions, Lin Bei didn't linger and turned to walk away, because he still has 2 hotels to deal with. After leaving the arcade, Lin Bei had already entered the Grand Hotel. This time, his complexion looked a little better. The only reason I chose it was because the hotel was well decorated and the rooms were clean and tidy. It's pretty good. However, this hotel cannot increase any attributes. It can only provide refuge for players in the same area. In comparison, the Wanzhou Hotel, which was created by my own critical hit, is obviously more powerful. At least I don't have to share 50% of the profits with the Wanzhou Sea. This thought came to mind. Lin Bei left the hotel without hesitation, walked to the entrance, and took out the Wanzhou Hotel construction car to use. In an instant, the snow-covered open space was covered by light, and the ground shook violently. Immediately afterwards, a tall building rose from the ground, reaching straight to the sky. Its height was countless times greater than Lin Bei's Raft castle. Standing still, he couldn't see the end at all. Moreover, not far from the entrance of the Wanzhou Hotel, there are flower beds decorated with gemstones, and crystal lions adorn the exterior of the entire hotel, making it far superior to what Lin Bei had seen before his transmigration. Ow, how did you do that? And Lysa, witnessing everything, was utterly shocked and asked in an incredulous tone, how could someone among the players? Lin Bei shrugged and walked towards the hotel, laughing as he said, I'm omnipotent. There's nothing to be surprised about. The words had barely left his mouth. Xiao AI immediately chimed in. That's right, the captain is omnipotent. Why are you making such a fuss, you woman? Captain, could you give Xiao AI the hotel access? Upon hearing this, Lin Bei asked in confusion, couldn't you have requested permissions for the previous 2? Yes. The previous 2 commercial buildings were half controlled by an unknown force, but the captain has absolute control over this building. Is that so? Lin Bei nodded, then activated the golden bracelet and delegated the permissions to Xiao AI. Thank you, Captain. Xiao AI assistant, will open the door for you. These words were spoken. The glass doors at the entrance of the Wanzhou Hotel suddenly opened automatically. Chapter 156 Descendants of the Dragon. Enter the Wanzhou Hotel. What caught Lin Bei's eye were the jewel-like walls, the golden floors, and the furniture in the reception area, all made of high-grade materials. The overall feeling could only be described with one word: extravagant. As expected, the system is the most reliable. Compared to the other 2 hotels that offer horses and cattle redeemed with points, this Wanzhou Hotel is simply like Rome. Thinking of this, Lin Bei excitedly walked towards the elevator. In no time at all, the elevator doors opened, and Lin Bei stepped onto the 2nd floor. When he touched the crystal-like carpet, A chill swept over him, making him feel refreshed and improving his mood considerably. As if he had thought of something, Lin Bei muttered to himself, "Why is this carpet so cold? Can the others stand it?" Upon hearing this, Enlisa asked in confusion, "I feel fine. The carpet is warm, and it has driven away the cold from my body. It's so comfortable." A different feeling? Lin Bei already had a guess in his mind. But Xiaomi's AI assistant, quickly explained, "Captain, this is a special carpet that can adjust to the player's preferred temperature. It seems to be made from the skin of some special creature." Lin Bei nodded, then walked to the next room and continued exploring. The moment the guest room door was opened, a voice suddenly came to his mind. "Welcome to Wanzhou Hotel. Based on our testing, we recommend you choose the Blue Star Human Race environment or the Ice Star Snow Race environment. Of course, you can also choose other exotic environments. You can switch between them here." Listen to the prompt tone. Lin Bei had a sudden thought and, out of curiosity, chose the Ice Star Snow Clan environment. In an instant, the door opened automatically. A room of about 200 square meters, decorated with ice beds, ice tables, ice chairs, and ice decorations, comes into view. "Oh." Enlisa shivered involuntarily and quickly moved to the side, complaining, "It's so cold. What's wrong with this room? Does anyone really live here?" I forgot there was someone next to me." After apologizing, Lin Bei once again urged his mind. In an instant, the all-ice decor disappeared, replaced by a regular hotel room. Looking at the room before him, Lin Bei couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder it's called the Myriad Races Hotel. It's truly amazing." He wasn't allowed to finish speaking. The system's voice rang in Lin Bei's mind. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully consumed resources for the woman and obtained 30,000 skin fragments, 30,000 second-tier skill experience pills, and 30,000 second-tier skill slots." "Oh, are they here yet?" Lin Bei hurriedly entered the room, sat directly on the bed, took out the skin fragment, and began to study on his own. Skin fragment fusion list. Undanget skin, muy skin fdamen. Tayo mot skin, mot jam skin fdamen. Tayo high skin, mot nin skin fdamen. Tayo ba skin, namin skin fdamen. Tayo bon skin, muy fai kong 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 skin fdamen. Tayo epic skin, muy lam fai kong 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 skin fdamen. Tayo sauletin, ba muy fai kong 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 skin fdamen. Skin lottery. 1 fragment for 1 beginner lottery draw. Note, you can draw a Tier 6 Collector's Edition skin. 10 fragments for 1 intermediate draw. Note, you could draw a Tier 7 limited skin and a Tier 8 King skin. 100 fragments for 1 advanced lottery draw. Note, you could draw a Tier 9 mythic skin. Lottery? However, why do I feel like it's even darker than a penguin? At least others know to provide a minimum guarantee, but you don't even have that? Lin Bei stared at the lottery options, but ultimately restrained his gambling mentality and chose to synthesize the legendary skin. In an instant, 30,000 skin fragments shattered, turning into golden light that surged into Lin Bei's body. After the light disappeared, his bracelet suddenly activated automatically. Congratulations to player Lin Bei for successfully activating the legendary skin. Legendary skins are being randomly selected. Successful draw. Obtain the legendary skin, Descendant of the Dragon. Descendants of a Dragon. Level 1. Category, Skin Equipment. Effect, all attributes increase by 50, doubled for humans. Skill, Dragon Power. Increases strength attribute by 100. Duration, 10 minutes. Charging time, 1 hour. Dragon soars across the world. Releases 3 golden dragons to attack the target, dealing 200 damage based on strength. Charging time, 5 minutes. Dragon Tail Sweep. A powerful kicking technique that deals 300 damage and has a 30% chance to stun the enemy. Charging time, 1 hour. Description: this skin is a tattoo type, featuring a dragon tattoo on the back after wearing it, and can be freely removed. Note: skin categories include clothing, shoes, jewelry, skin color, hairstyle, tattoos, and facial features. Duplicate skins cannot be worn. Skin experience points, 0 to 3,000. Feeding a skin fragment will increase experience points by 1. The skin of a blind man? Lin Bei scratched his head, clearly feeling a strange sense of familiarity with this skin. However, my skills are related to mental power, and I haven't really developed strength. Is this meant to make me an all-around player? Who cares? This thing is pretty good too. It increases all attributes. I'll upgrade it later when I have fragments. Putting the skin issue out of his mind, Lin Bei took out skill experience pills, skill pills, and skill slot cards to use. That's right, he plans to upgrade his skill to level 29 and learn 2 more skills along the way. After a series of operations, 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Congratulations to player Lin Bei for mastering the gluttony skill. Gold Devourer and being able to eat is a blessing. Skill 5. Gold Devouring Beast. Level 29. Tier 2. Category: Devouring Skill. Passive effect: increases appetite by 300. Active effect: once activated, digestive capacity increases, and your stomach will be inexhaustible. Skill duration: 5 minutes. Skill recharge time: 24 hours. Current experience points: 300 to 300. Introduction: in just 5 minutes, if you eat fast enough, becoming stronger is instantaneous. A must-have for the strong. Being able to eat is a blessing. Level 29. Tier 2. Category: Devouring Skill. Passive: increases food intake by 500. Active effect: when activated, each time you eat, there's a chance to increase attributes, skill experience, and character experience. Duration of effect: 30 minutes. Charging time: 24 hours. Current experience points: 300 to 300. Introduction: 30 minutes, like gambling. If you're lucky, you could be the future overlord. ID: Lin Bei. Number: 8888. Gender: male. Age: 21. Level: 20 Tier 2. Intermediate Stamina: 319. Intermediate Strength: 232. Intermediate Agility: 313. Intermediate Level Mental Strength: 307. Medium Skin Resilience: 214. Food Intake: 1900. Chapter 1, 57. Aren't ducks blue? Early morning. Survival time: 2 o'clock. Inside the castle karaoke bar. Women, however, are prone to deep affection and are often troubled by love. Song Jiejia, like a karaoke enthusiast, was singing Question. On the other side of the private room, however, it was particularly lively. Lisa, are you sure you can handle this? Drink up. Su Nana handed a beer to Lisa and said, look at your brother. He's already drunk 100 bottles, and you've only had 24. Are you raising fish? That's right, drink up. Lu Ruyin chimed in, also urging Lin Bei to drink. Are you sure you can handle this? Lin Bei snatched the beer, downed it in one gulp, and then scoffed. Is that all you've got? You dare to challenge me to a drinking contest? Don't ever say you can drink again. The three of you are bullying Lisa. At this moment, Lisa's mind is already blurred. Faced with the provocation of 1 man and 2 women, she is completely helpless and cannot win at all. Brother, look, she threw up. From now on, she's a little jerk, not me. Su Nana laughed out loud and, fueled by alcohol, snuggled into Lin Bei's arms and started acting coquettishly. Nana, you're getting bolder and bolder. Lu Rian frowned, then stood up and moved closer to Lin Bei, saying, make way for me, I want a hug too. And Lisa is done for. You too, don't think you can get away with drinking just by acting cute. Keep rolling the dice, let's fight until dawn. Lin Bei pulled the 2 women out of his arms, looking like he wouldn't leave until he was drunk. Su Nana's cheeks flushed red, and she looked aggrieved. She said weakly, brother, please forgive us. Why are you dragging us into your competition? Drinking too much will give us headaches tomorrow. Before she could finish speaking, Lin Bei had already opened the bottle and poured the beer into Su Nana's mouth. Ha ha! Lu Rian laughed loudly. Go Nana, look how much your brother loves you. What are you laughing at? Lin Bei glanced at Lu Ruyan and said with a wicked smile, if you don't roll the dice, you'll have to drink a bottle as punishment. I'll try to roll the dice, but I can't win. I'll just have to hug my sweetheart and roll the dice to try and get some good luck. The next day, day 12 of survival, 9 a.m. The snowflakes in the sky continued to fall and instead grew larger and larger. On a 400 square meter wooden raft, wearing a down jacket, Cheenan braved the heavy snow and gritted his teeth as he fished. Ha! The increased supplies are amazing. I've only been working for an hour, and I've already caught 12 treasure chests. It was worth getting up so early. It truly proves the old saying, the early bird catches the worm. Cheenan had not yet uttered the word comfortable. A sudden change occurred. The sea surface began to freeze at a speed visible to the naked eye. What's going on? Are you targeting me? Cheenan exclaimed in surprise, reeling in his fishing rod while cursing and complaining. Can't you just let me have some fun? I gaze at the frozen sea before me. At that moment, he felt a chill run down his spine. I haven't had enough yet. And you've frozen the sea? Chin's expression gradually turned hostile. He then took out a coal from a bag and pulled the trigger without hesitation, saying, "Break it." Bang, bang, bang. The bullets hurtled towards the ice, making a clanging metallic sound, but the ice surface remained unbroken. What kind of international joke is this? Bullets can't penetrate freshly frozen ice? Did your dad explode? Chin was already caught up in the moment and planned to use his strength attribute of 70 points to forcibly break the ice. But before he could take any action, a creaking sound came from afar. Whose duck is it? How come they haven't frozen to death in this weather? Chin looked puzzled and immediately turned to look. What comes into view are dozens of ducks. The duck resembled a human, walked upright, had its body covered in blue feathers, a round head and body, and a silly-looking face, appearing to have no fighting ability whatsoever. What the hell is this thing? Is this a behind-the-scenes perk? Are you worried I won't have anything to eat? Perfect timing. I don't know what to eat today, so I'll slaughter 2 ducks to freshen up my palate. That concludes the discussion. Chin stopped dawdling. Aim at the ducks not far away and pull the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. After several gunshots, bullets burst from the barrel and, like wild horses, hurtled towards the blue duck. In an instant, several ducks were hit by bullets, dripping red blood that stained the ice and their blue feathers. However, the duck seemed unaffected and continued walking toward Chin. Its previous dazed and foolish appearance had vanished, replaced by a ferocious and twisted one. Wow, it's still a bit hard. Chin twisted his neck, pointed his hands to the sky, and then, urging his mind, shouted, "Thunder God, help me." Moment. Strands of blue-purple electricity descended from the sky, striking the dozens of ducks. Ha! Immediately, the blue ducks let out a miserable scream and were eventually charred. Witnessing the monster's destruction, Chin collapsed to the ground, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, panting heavily. Damn it! I was drain dry this early in the morning, and I'm still a virgin. The words had barely left his mouth. A notification came from his book page. Congratulations to player Chin and for slaying a level 10 ice duck and gaining 10 experience points. Killing this thing gives you experience? It seems I need to exchange information with the regional channel. I have a feeling that something big is about to happen. Regional channel, 10th C area. Number of people, 998,999. 99 plus unread messages. Brothers, what do we do when the ice freezes? Wang Shuang. I just punched him. Now he's quiet. How so? Wang Shuang. The pictures are all blood. A bloody lesson? So how we break the ice? Yeah, it wasn't frozen at 8 o'clock, and I caught 18 treasure chests. I've never had such a great time. Damn, I only got 8. I was actually a little smug about it. Sweet Moon, 21 boxes, please surpass it. Lin Bei boss, are you awake yet? Is there any way to break the ice? Lin Bei and the big boss are both waiting to make a fortune. Looking at the messages on the channel, Chin felt puzzled and quickly edited a message. Didn't you guys run into ice duck? The moment these words were spoken, the topic of conversation on the channel shifted instantly. Tell me quickly, what is ice duck? Is it an animal that can be eaten? Or is it something like a treasure chest monster? Thompson, it seems to be a respawning wild monster. Each one give a little experience and can drop a treasure chest, but it depends on luck. I killed more than 20 and only got 1. Chin, brother, you ran into them too? Is this the duck you guys are talking about? Even a max level crossbow can't kill it. I can't beat it all. I've been being chased for 5 minutes. Brother, are you okay? Bro, are you alright? Chin, wait a minute. Why is the duck in your picture gray? Thompson, yeah. Shouldn't it be pink? Chin, isn't it blue? So what color is a duck? You confused me. Chapter 158, what did I do to deserve this? Sweet Moon, it's very simple. Each player encounters a different colored duck, which may represent their different strengths or different skills. That makes sense. Everyone should be careful. Let's wait until noon and see if there's any announcement. Sweet yeah, you're quite close to the big boss. Just remind him he needs to restock. Sweet Moon, they probably haven't gotten up yet. It's cold. It's normal to sleep a little longer. Lu Qingqing, it's definitely a good idea for everyone to kill more ducks. I killed 46 ducks this morning and have already leveled up and obtained 3 treasure chests. Let's see if I can kill it 7 times in and 7 times out. I can't find any of the ducks you're talking about. So, what if you can't beat them? The guy who was chased by the gray duck is dead. Lu Qingqing. According to the data I collected, blue ducks release ice, Red ducks breathe fire, green ducks release leaves, and I haven't encountered gray ducks. Awesome. The 10th area is never short of big shots. If you can't beat them, just run. The sea is frozen over, and the raft can't move. How can we get there? Foolish? Is it better to risk your life or the raft? As long as the pages are there, a comeback is only a matter of time. When the regional channel was discussing ducks, near the beach of the Emperor's Raft. Hurry up, pluck all the feathers off these ducks, roast them for a snack, achoo. Little Black was directing hundreds of servants to clean up the battlefield and prepare a hearty breakfast. This action immediately drew the ire of Xiao AI. You stinky shark, you can get treasure chests or other treasures by breaking down these ducks. It's such a waste to pluck and roast them like this. You should wait for the captain to come and deal with them. What do you know, you artificial idiot? Xiao He looked disdainful, then took out a skin fragment from his pocket and said, "Do you know what this is? It's the legendary skin fragment. I don't believe the boss would care about the junk he carelessly threw away yesterday. A few ducks, and besides, I didn't even eat them all. The captain previously stated that all hunting supplies must be handed over, and I will then distribute them and record the points. You stinky shark, just eat it. You'll regret it if you lose points later." Haha. Xiao He laughed out loud, not caring at all. What use do I have for those points? I'm not a servant. I'm an employee. You damn AI, understand? If you look towards the center of the raft, you can see the hotel soaring into the sky. Xiao He waved his hand and said enviously, "That's where the boss lives? What does it have to do with me?" He only said half of what he meant. Xiao, I interrupted. No. There's an arcade and 2 hotels over there. You can use points to shop inside, but it's currently only open to insiders. Whether you stay there or play games, you can increase your experience points and attributes. I just haven't announced it yet. Can we stay here? Xiao He exclaimed in an uncertain tone. Of course. As long as you have enough points, you can experience the training room, the Myriad Races Hotel, and the game hall. If you exchange the ducks you hunted today for contribution points, you'll get at least 400 points. Then why are you even bothering to pluck the feathers? Xiao He said urgently as he approached the red dragons, shouting to stop them. Brothers, don't pluck them. Don't pluck the duck feathers. Leave them for later. Achoo. Upon hearing this, the red dragon and the demi-humans, who had been eager to try their luck, immediately stopped plucking fur and building fires and looked at Little Black with puzzled expressions. Vice Captain, didn't you want to eat duck neck? Yes. My barbecue skills are top-notch. I guarantee you'll be satisfied with this duck. That's right. Just wait and enjoy your meal. As everyone chimed in, the scene gradually became noisy. In response to this, Xiao He immediately put on a serious face and shouted, "Silence!" After several murmurs, the servants' discussion gradually ceased. Seeing this, Xiao He continued to explain, "The duck carcasses need to be handed over to the boss. It's wrong for us to steal and eat them." After a lengthy explanation, Xiao He relayed Xiao AI's words to the servants one by one. Everyone was stunned by this good news. After they realized what was happening, cheers and praises followed one after another. That's fantastic. I never knew points could be used like this. I'll work even harder to serve my master. Yes, I thought we could only change the food, but I didn't expect to be able to spend money at the Wanzhou Grand Hotel, the game room, and the training room to praise our master. Enough said. I'm voluntarily working overtime today. Don't blame me. I'm going to bleed everyone here dry. This treatment was unprecedented and unparalleled. I had never enjoyed anything like it before becoming a servant. I remember there's a dragon palace in the Starfish area, which, according to a friend, is for level 6 powerhouses, but it doesn't seem to be as well treated as the one my master has here. The crowd's reactions and attitudes pleased Xiao He, who continued, "Excellent. Now that everyone understands the importance of points, let's go search for more ducks together, slaughter a couple more, and enjoy." Before Xiao He could finish speaking, Koi Fish suddenly appeared from the sky. When she discovered the 100 or so dead ducks, her eyes lit up instantly, and she drooled with desire, then charged forward without a second thought. In an instant, ducks were swallowed by Koi Fish, a scene resembling the reincarnation of starving ghosts. This scene made Xiao He and his servants' eyelids twitch. My point from a busy morning. Xiao He let out a wail and asked angrily, "Xiao AI, this is what the boss's pet eats. It has nothing to do with us. Can it count as points?" "No. Points only count if you hand them over to the boss." These words were spoken. Little Black was struck dumb and rushed forward to stop them, pleading, "Sister Dragon, please have mercy." Please don't eat them. These are our lifeblood. The koi, who was happily enjoying its meal, froze and looked in the direction of the sound. When they discovered that the person who came was Xiaohei, she seemed to have thought of something and even drooled a little. The way it looked made it seem like it already considered Little Black as food. Sister Long, did I offend you? Why don't you continue eating? Xiaohei gave up trying to stop him and instinctively wanted to go back the way he came, but Jinli seemed unwilling to let him go. Sis, Xiao AI, my AI assistant, says shark meat doesn't taste good. Help me. You're gonna be my older brother from now on. What a mess. What did I do to deserve this? Chapter 159, Invitation to the Judge. Haha, serves you right for scolding Xiao AI. Now you know you were wrong, right? Big brother, save me. Little Black continued to plead for help, but suddenly feeling his tail being bitten, he begged even more shamelessly. Little AI, you're gonna be my godfather from now on. Please save me. Okay, so. Koi, the captain didn't have time to feed you eggs yesterday. He'll give you eggs when he gets up. Also, shark meat isn't good. It has a fishy smell. The duck over there tastes much better. These words were spoken. The koi released its grip on its tail and fell into deep thought. After figuring it out, she roared in a questioning tone, "Awoo. Yes. If you wake the captain now, he'll feed you eggs." The koi nodded and then took off again, seemingly preparing to go to the castle to wake Linbei up. However, an unexpected event suddenly occurred. Suddenly, a large whirlpool appeared on the beach where the Emperor's raft was located. From within the whirlpool, an angel with wings on his back and fully armored emerged and loudly inquired, "Who is the player of this raft?" Upon seeing this, despite the pain in its tail, Xiaohei shouted, "Brothers, there are enemies. Be on guard." After giving orders to his servants, he looked up at the angel in the sky and asked, "Who are you? What is your purpose in trespassing on the raft?" A series of questions followed. The angel seemed not to hear, merely observing the raft with disdain and contempt in his eyes beneath his helmet. The other party's condescending attitude made Xiaohei, who was already in a bad mood, even angrier. "If you're not going to answer, then don't blame me for being rude." After saying that, Xiaohei immediately activated his mind. In an instant, his body was encased in black iron spikes. With Xiaohei's second mental command, the black iron spikes instantly detached from his body. The iron spikes pierced through the snowflakes in the air, making a continuous whooshing sound, like 1,000 arrows being fired at once, heading straight for the angel. Oomph. The angel snorted coldly, then activated her mind, and a red longsword appeared out of thin air in her hand. Immediately afterwards, the angel casually brandished her longsword, and flames suddenly appeared around her, easily melting the incoming iron spikes. "How dare you offend a mid-level judge? I have the right to execute you on the spot." The angel's words were icy cold as he spoke, and he once again brandished his longsword. Instantly, a crescent-shaped red slash emerged from the sword, melting all the snowflakes in its path and turning them into steam. Watching the slash coming towards him, Xiaohei did not back down. He took out a green bead from his ordinary storage bag and crushed it. In the blink of an eye, countless vines stretched out from the snow-covered beach, blocking Xiaohei's way. However, the strike only lasted a moment before burning the vines. Seeing that Xiaohei was in danger, the koi, which was about to return, suddenly turned around and spat out countless magma, which collided with the slash. Suddenly, the temperature on the snowy ground rose sharply, and puffs of white gas covered the beach, causing the servants affected to break out in a cold sweat. The smoke was not allowed to dissipate. Xiao AI's voice rang out, warning, "State your purpose and apologize to my son, or you'll die here when the captain arrives." "Ha ha!" the angel laughed, disdainfully saying, "You think you can make me apologize based on your own ability? You little humans and fishmen, even if I apologize, do you dare to accept it?" At this point, she took out a letter from her waist and said jokingly, "A human, only in the second natural disaster, and only at the third level, can still receive an invitation from the judges?" Grasping the key information, Xiao AI asked again, "So, you're here to deliver the referee invitation qualification? AI is not worthy to speak to me. Call your captain over here. I have something to say to him. If there is any further disrespect, I have the right to execute all servants and players on this raft." The angel had barely finished speaking. Koi Xiao AI, Xiaohei, and the servants all looked disgusted. Xiaohei, unable to contain himself any longer, was about to hurl insults when Jinli preemptively burst out of the white gas, opening its massive maw as if it wanted to tear the other party apart. However, to the angel before him, the koi's movements were like those of a tortoise. "This is the flame dragon your captain raised, and it's so ill-mannered. I'll teach it a lesson." As the angel spoke, it flapped its wings and faced the koi head-on, its helmet and eyes revealing undisguised killing intent. Regarding this scene, Xiaohei urgently urged Sister Long come back. "If something happens to you, I won't be able to explain it to the boss." Unfortunately, being a nobody, he was ultimately powerless to stop it. Just as the two were about to clash, a buzzing engine sound suddenly came from the sky. Along with the engine noise came a familiar voice. "Hey Koi, you didn't wake me up when you woke up, so I spent the whole night at the karaoke bar, and you still haven't come back." These words seemed to have a magical power, instantly causing the angel and the koi to stop and look in the direction of the voice. What caught everyone's eye was Lin Bei, whose hair was messy and who clearly hadn't had time to wash up. He was standing on a hovercraft, looking completely drained, obviously due to overwork. Upon seeing this, the koi immediately pounced on Lin Bei, wrapped itself around him, and cried out in a pitiful manner, as if to say, "Master, someone is bullying us. Please help us get revenge." "Xiao AI, my AI assistant, told me." Lin Bei agreed, touching the koi's forehead with a face full of doting affection. Before the two could finish their exchange, the angel suddenly interrupted in her arrogant tone. "You must be Lin Bei? Here's a refereeing mission from the Myriad Races Raft for you. Please check it. Also, on behalf of the Angel Queen, I have a collaboration to discuss with you. As a newcomer, get lost," Lin Bei shouted, then yelled, "I'll give you 10 seconds to apologize to Jinli and Xiaohei, or you won't be leaving this area today." The angel frowned, his expression gradually turning unfriendly, and said again, "Are you sure? You should know that it is a great honor for humanity to cooperate with angels. Even your human emperor is not qualified." Lin Bei seemed not to hear these words, and instead began counting down to himself. 10, 9, 8. The angel smirked, sword in hand, assuming a fighting stance, and provocatively said with his other hand, "Fine, I'll teach you a lesson so we can cooperate better. Otherwise, you won't know what an angel represents." Chapter 160, The Fall of a Mid-Level Referee. As soon as the angel finished speaking, Lin Bei's countdown has reached 0. "Come on, let me see what tricks you have up your sleeve." The angel stopped in his tracks, taunting again, clearly not taking Lin Bei seriously. Lin Bei responded without hesitation, channeling his inner energy. In an instant, the ice near the beach shattered, and the seawater, as if possessed by life, surged straight into the sky, rushing towards the angels like a primordial beast. Water control. Moreover, the angel's face showed horror. His previous composure was gone, and he quickly brandished his longsword, creating flames all over the sky in an attempt to neutralize the sea's attack. Before she could gather her strength and finish, Lin Bei launched another operation, quickly blending into the seawater. In an instant, the seawater seemed to be sublimated, and it came in even more violently. Seeing this, the angel smirked and said, "You're courting death. How dare you merge into the seawater, then melt into water vapor together with it." As soon as these words were spoken, flames formed in midair, clashing against the oncoming seawater. Instantly, plumes of steam rose up. But this situation did not last long. As Lin Bei activated his will once again, the flames he touched began to freeze at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Better than I imagined," the angel exclaimed, then sheathed his sword and began to flap his wings. Accompanied by the rapid flapping of wings, a violent hurricane suddenly appeared, crashing against the towering waves. The hurricane was like a sharp blade, cutting a huge gash in the seawater. This scene startled Lin Bei. To prevent any accidents, he decisively took out the wind-stabilizing pill from his system space and took it. After taking the medication, safety is guaranteed. Lin Bei's gaze fell on the angel again. Due to the hurricane, his frozen body was completely unreachable, and even the seawater was smashed to pieces. "Damn it, let's try this trick." Lin Bei cursed under his breath, then urged his mind once more. In an instant, the clouds in the sky grew even thicker, the temperature around them plummeted, and then countless gusts of wind, accompanied by a flurry of snowflakes, rushed straight at the angel. The widespread blizzard stunned the angel. Due to the temperature, her wings began to stiffen and flapped less swiftly than before. Stop. I know your strength. If we continue fighting like this, we'll only both suffer. Let's sit down and have a proper talk. The angel, no longer arrogant, began to seek peace, but still did not mention an apology. Clearly, in her eyes, Lin Bei was at most on par with her in terms of strength, and there was absolutely no need for her to apologize. Unable to receive an apology, Lin Bei chose to ignore the angel's plea for reconciliation. Instead, relying on the low temperature, he continuously shifted his position in the seawater. When he reached a certain distance, he suddenly appeared, his hands reaching forward, and shot out 3 yellow dragons that directly attacked the frozen angel. The phantom of the yellow dragon exuded boundless power, moving effortlessly through the blizzard, and in just a moment it arrived before the angel. At this moment, the angel's speed was reduced due to the blizzard, making it impossible for it to dodge, and it was hit head-on by the yellow dragon. The angel who was hit felt as if he had been struck by a giant object, and was sent flying several meters away, letting out a miserable howl, spitting out blood, and looking extremely disheveled. Watching Lin Bei, who was charging forward again on his floating wheels, the angel threatened, "You can't kill me, otherwise the angel race won't let you off. Besides, assassinating a referee is a serious crime." At that moment, she was afraid. The reason was that Lin Bei's eyes clearly showed killing intent, and the other party's attributes were no less than his own, and there were even signs that they surpassed his. He truly had the ability to kill her. What puzzled the angel even more was how a second-tier human could possess so many skills and such exaggerated attributes, and yet the skill levels were not lagging behind. It was simply outrageous. She was not allowed to figure it out. Lin Bei, who was approaching, shook his head and said, "How stupid. It's fine if you don't apologize, but you actually threatened to die." No sooner had he finished speaking than he flew to the angel and kicked forward with a powerful kick. This kick, enveloped in yellow light and vaguely resembling a dragon, exerted such power that the frozen angel felt suffocated, and its body constantly sent warning signals of death. Facing death that is so close, the angel finally yielded, forcing out words. "I apologize, I say." Too late. As Lin Bei responded coldly, the dragon tail sweep had already been launched. The angel who was kicked felt his bones crack and pop. Then his brain went blank and he lost consciousness. But Lin Bei showed no sign of stopping and continued to increase the strength in his thighs. In an instant, the angel's armor shattered, splitting open along with his body. The host is truly ruthless. This is a beauty with a 94 out of 100 looks. Killing one means one less to kill. "I heard the system's complaints," Lin Bei replied irritably. "If we don't kill this idiot, I doubt we'll have any peace. Besides, his so-called cooperation is probably just coercion. It's definitely not going to end well. Since we're going to offend him sooner or later, it's more worthwhile to just kill him. You are the host. You have the final say." Lin Bei stopped arguing with the system and instead used the airship to catch the angel's body, took the storage bag from her waist, and began to scavenge for supplies. "Congratulations, player. You have received Flaming Sword, Judgment Document, Tier 5-page bracelet, Spirit Gum, and 4,500 points. Even a 5th-tier powerhouse isn't that rich. With such meager assets, he dares to be a referee? He's not even as good as my brother Huang Mu. He's truly pathetic." Lin Bei shook his head in disappointment. Just as he was about to discard the angel's body and check the judgment documents and the flaming sword, the apricot paper in his pocket suddenly popped out, looking excited. "Oh, I remember you seem to have a grudge against angels. It seems I'll have to have a proper chat with you later." Upon hearing this, Xingji immediately replied, "Master, I admire you more and more. That angel was killed beautifully. Don't throw away the body. Let me devour it." "All right, go ahead and devour it." Lin Bei nodded, then stuck the apricot paper onto the angel's body before examining the flaming sword. Blazing sword. Level 40. Tier 4. Category: Elemental weapons. Description: an angel-exclusive weapon. Effect: locked. Non-angel races cannot view. "Oh, you're not letting me see it yet? So this is some kind of high-tech marvel, huh?" Lin Bei frowned, put the sword into his storage space, and then picked up the court documents. Judgment documents. "Hello, player Lin Bei. Based on the potential and strength you have demonstrated, you have seriously affected the balance of the racial competition. As decided by a vote of the high-ranking judges, You will be temporarily appointed as a judge in a race competition on the 13th day of survival. If you agree, please bleed to see what follows. This month's update is now complete. Thank you all for your support, Yinzu. I promise I will never stop updating and will always be on time. Thank you so much. Chapter 161, Capture the Flag on Ice. Am I the referee? This thing actually requires my permission before I can see the sequel? Lin Bei stared at the documents in front of him, lost in thought. To be honest, he didn't care about being a referee. After all, if he could join the competition, it would be beneficial to both the overall strength of the sea area and the growth of his own strength. Unable to make up his mind, Lin Bei finally turned his gaze to Xingji, who was devouring the angel's body, and asked, "Should I be a good referee, or should I refuse?" Apricot Paper did not answer the question immediately, but continued to devour the corpse on its own. About 5 minutes later, after the angel's body was completely devoured, the apricot paper flew back into Lin Bei's hand, displaying lines of text. "You're just a temporary referee, but you'll be helpful in the subsequent survival competition. You should know that in the Myriad Races Raft, the referee has a lot of power, and the scope of their influence is unimaginable. I can't display the specific details because they'll be hidden by the rules. You'll find out when the time comes." "Is that so?" Lin Bei nodded slightly, then asked, "The effects of the blazing sword cannot be viewed. You know more about angels. Do you have any good ideas?" "That's a weapon crafted exclusively by angels, with a special lock inside. Even if you can break it, non-angels can't use it, so it's better to break it down into materials." Lin Bei was slightly disappointed, but then another line of text appeared on the apricot paper, which cheered him up. "Don't be disappointed. This weapon is a good thing. After disassembling it, you can get elemental materials and exclusive blueprints. Although you only get half of the materials, you can collect them all to forge your own weapon." "Exclusive weapon?" Lin Bei smiled, his heart filled with a nice feeling. After all, he has the system, so having the materials doesn't matter to him at all. Thinking of this, Lin Bei Xian took the blazing sword out of his spatial storage and then operated the bracelet to disassemble it. Disassembly successful. Obtained 500 Tier 5 Fire Element Metal, 500 Tier 5 Fire Stones, 900 Tier 5 Elemental Cores, and 1 exclusive weapon blueprint. Exclusive weapon blueprints. Level 59. Category: Weapon Blueprints. Materials required: 1000 X Tier 5 Elemental Metals, 1000 X Tier 5 Elemental Stones, 1800 X Tier 5 Elemental Cores, 10 X Tier 5 Race Page Cores. Description: Blueprints for crafting your own weapons. The materials used in this exclusive weapon are quite particular. If you want to forge your own weapon, shouldn't you collect a set of Tier 5 Ice attribute materials and Tier 5 Human Page Cores? It seems I can only wait for Huang Mukun to come over next time and ask him to inform Lei Cologne to get some mid-level Myriad Races Raft for me. Otherwise, by the time I actually get my hands on it, it will be too late. Plan the future development of the exclusive weapon. Lin Bei took out the court document again and dripped blood on it. In an instant, the court document disappeared, turning into a beam of light and merging into Lin Bei's bracelet. Immediately afterwards, the golden bracelet activated automatically, and a new announcement appeared before his eyes. Early announcement. In the three-way competition between the Blue Star Human Races Tensi area, the Kuan Star Kuan Races Tensi area, and the Mars Fire Dragon Races Tensi area, player Lin Bei was appointed as the temporary referee after 13 days of survival. Introduction to Capture the Flag on Ice. 1. The competition lasts for 48 hours, with the first 24 hours being a monster wave that will continuously spawn various kinds of monsters. The race with the highest survival rate in the sea will receive 10 flags. The race with the second highest survival rate in the sea will receive 6 flags. The race that accounts for the third largest percentage of survivors in the sea will receive 3 flags. 2. After the monster wave ends, each flag will appear out of nowhere in the race's sea area and form an island. Players will receive a unique teleportation stone and can log in instantly. In addition, during the remaining 24 hours, a teleportation portal will be opened between the 3 sea areas, allowing players to choose to go to the enemy sea area to capture the flag. 3. At the end of the competition, each flag will be scored, and the race with the highest score wins. The loser will have 20 attribute points, 20 raft area points, and 20 sea resources deducted, which will then belong to the winning sea area. In addition to the above rewards, each winner will also receive 500 points and a day off. Referee Introduction. 1. Kill players who violate the rules. 2. Complete the tasks assigned to you in the myriad races C. 3. Interference with the competition is prohibited. Violation will result in a warning. If the warning is ignored, the referee will be stripped of their referee status and will be subject to severe penalties. In serious cases, the referee will also be stripped of their player status. 4. Players must not disclose any information about assigned tasks. Violating this rule will result in the player's account being revoked. This match looks so exciting, and I can't even play. I feel like I'm missing out big time. After reading the announcement, Lin Bei shook his head and looked at Xingji with displeasure, saying, "In this announcement, I can only see the benefits for the players, but the referees are not mentioned at all. Is this the benefit you're talking about? If you don't give me an explanation today, the supply of divine water will be halved tomorrow. I heard that the holy water has been reduced by half." Xingji trembled, then flew into the air and rubbed against Lin Bei's cheek, looking extremely ingratiating and fawning. "Don't try that." Lin Bei grabbed Xingji, just about to question her again. However, the writing on the apricot paper appeared first. "Master, the competition hasn't even started yet. Why are you in such a hurry? There are some things I really can't say. You'll definitely thank me once the competition begins. Besides, if the human race wins the sea area, you'll also get a share of attributes and Raft area." "Can't I say?" Lin Bei frowned and fell into deep thought. Based on the intelligence he obtained, it can be analyzed that the restrictions on the referee position are not significant. The only major point is that you cannot directly interfere with the game, and you cannot fulfill the tasks stated in the rules. Could it be that there's something more to the tasks inside? Are all the referee's rewards included in the mission? Thinking of this, Lin Bei's curiosity grew even stronger. However, due to the restrictions of the rules and the scarcity of information, he was unable to speculate or inquire at all. That's enough. Lin Bei put away the apricot paper and turned to walk towards the beach. Looking at the approaching boss, Xiao He said with eyes of awe, as if he were a god, "Boss, you're truly awesome. I admire you so much." "Stop." Lin Bei immediately stopped them and then interjected, "There will be a race competition tomorrow. You must have experienced it before. I was selected as a referee and cannot participate directly. Do you have any ideas on how to expand our human race's advantage?" "Referee." Xiao He looked surprised, then asked, "The judgment document states that you are the sole referee, right? There was no mention of the raft, was there? Is there a difference?" Lin Bei asked doubtfully. "Yes." Xiao He nodded and explained, "If it's just you alone, there's a lot of room for maneuver. Your girlfriends can all participate. It just depends on whether you're willing to give them up. There's another way, which is to improve the overall strength of the players in the sea area. Of course, I can also participate and fight for a future for the boss's race." Chapter 162, Preparations before the competition. "Yes, your suggestion is good." Lin Bei affirmed. Upon hearing this, Xiao He's face lit up with joy, and he continued, "Then you can prepare in advance, boss. At that time on the raft will stand still, merging into the pages of the book, and it will only be released after the competition ends." "Okay." Lin Bei nodded slightly, then asked, "How many skills do you currently have?" "2 skills, and both are only level 10. Xiao He scratched his head sheepishly, then asked in confusion, "Boss, why are you asking this? I have skill pills, skill experience pills, and experience pills here. I'm very satisfied with your performance today, but your strength is still lacking, so I plan to give you some boosts." At this point, Lin Bei took out the items one by one from his spatial storage, and then asked, "Xiao AI told me that you have a green orb, and that thing seems to be able to defend against attacks." Looking at the scene before him, Xiao He felt as if he were dreaming. He immediately became excited and took out a green orb from his storage bag, saying, "Boss, this is a grass element item. I have 10 left. Take them all if you need them." Upon receiving the green gem, Lin Bei immediately began examining it on his own. Grass element orb. Level 19. Category: disposable defensive item. Effect: crushing the orb summons countless vines to wrap around the body, resisting enemy attacks. The effect is halved when facing fire damage. This prop is nice. I'll borrow it for a bit and return it to you later. Lin Bei put green pearl into his spatial storage, then leaped onto the floating wheel, clearly intending to leave. In response, Xiao He quickly replied, "Just take it. Compared to what the boss gave us, this thing is nothing." Before he could finish speaking, Lin Bei had already flown towards the castle. Watching the boss walk away, Xiao He turned his gaze back to the skill pills and other items in his hand, excitedly cheering. "Ha! What's wrong with licking sharks? Licking is the only way to have a future. I'm going to turn things around. This action immediately drew congratulations from Xiao AI, Xiaomi's AI assistant. Congratulations to my good son. You've gained the captain's favor, and your skills have risen to a new level. Your joy at achoo was fleeting, and you sneezed several times in a row, becoming so angry that you started to sneeze. Noon. Survival time, 11 o'clock. Inside the castle, a group of women sat around in the hall, listening to Lin Bei describe tomorrow's competition. That's roughly what happened. I will be the referee tomorrow, and the raft will be included in the book. You may need to rely on yourselves for 48 hours. Of course, I will arrange for Xiaohei to protect you. You can help kill monsters in the first 24 hours, but I don't want you to participate in the racial battle in the next 24 hours. At this point, Lin Bei began to take out various items such as substitute death coins, storage bags, and attribute fruits, and then continued. These things can help you survive better. Also, once the substitute death coins are used up, don't continue fighting, understand? Don't worry, darling, Lu Rian replied confidently, looking eager to try. But the other women clearly lacked passion. After all, none of the girls were particularly good at fighting. The only one with any skills was Su Nana. What do you look like looking so dejected? Lin Bei said impatiently, then added, attribute fruits, skill pills, and experience pills will help you improve. There's also a training room to help you adapt to combat. Ordinary players are definitely no match for you. Exactly. Lu Rian immediately chimed in, her tone slightly sarcastic. They eat well and dress well all the time, but when it comes to important moments, they lack confidence. Before she could finish speaking, Lin Bei interrupted. Lu Rian, your strength is the most outstanding. I don't want you to cheat during the competition. If anyone dies, I won't let you off the hook. Lin Bei's words were both a warning and a reminder, because he was genuinely afraid that Lu Ruyin would deliberately kill other women in order to win his favor, which would reduce his system experience points. Lu Ruyin's excited expression vanished, replaced by a wronged look. Okay, I understand. It's best if you know. Lin Bei nodded slightly, then solemnly instructed, distribute the props properly, then immediately go to the training room to begin intensive training. Xiao AI will be supervising. If you slack off, don't blame me for being impolite. Okay. The girls agreed in unison, then got up and walked out of the castle. The girls had just left. Xiao AI then started bubbling up messages. Captain, aren't you being too harsh on them also? With them all away for training, what about the auction house transactions and the management of the Chamber of Commerce group? Being lenient won't work. Other races won't be lenient. As for the auction house, I'll handle that. Lin Bei casually replied, then turned his gaze to the koi that was frantically eating eggs and said, You've already eaten so many eggs, so you'd better protect my woman well in tomorrow's competition, understand? Upon hearing this, Jean Li froze, then looked at Lin Bei with a puzzled expression and responded loudly, as if pretending to be confused. Lin Bei, used to this, muttered something under his breath, shook his head, and said in even simpler terms, After tomorrow, if one of your master's women dies, you will go hungry for a day. The greater my loss, the less you will eat. Conversely, as long as you make contributions, kill more enemies, and follow Little Black's orders, I will double your food after the competition ends. Do you understand now? These words were spoken. The koi's attitude instantly changed 360 degrees. While nodding frantically, she let out a confident dragon's roar, as if to say, Master, don't worry, I've got everything covered. I guarantee the mission will be completed. Sure enough, talking to you and appealing to your emotions didn't work. I could only use food. Lin Bei was only halfway through his sentence when Xiao AI interrupted again. Captain, you have so many private messages. Lin Bei suspiciously activated the golden bracelet and began to examine it on his own. Sweet Moon, group owner, are you still not up? The other sisters are ignoring me. Sweet Moon, group owner, do you have any tools to break the ice? We can fish for lots of resources today. The regional channel is waiting for you. Sweet Moon, group owner, the auction house needs restocking. There's so many players who want to sell blueprints, but no one has contacted me. Chapter 163, The Little Match Girl. Lin Bei glanced at the private message on the projected screen, then quickly replied using the virtual keyboard. I will list the product. Also, go to the group and find out how many people want to sell the blueprints and what they want to exchange them for. Once the message is sent, Sweet Moon replied instantly, Group owner, you're finally up. Even though the sun hasn't hit you, but yet, you still need to take care of your kidneys. Men need to be moderate. Lin Bei frowned and switched to the private message interface without hesitation. In response, Xiao AI immediately asked, "Captain, are you angry?" "No." Lin Bei shook his head and started checking other private messages. Xiao AI, Xiaomi's AI assistant, thinks Tianye makes a good point. After all, you really do stay up too late. Fighting 4 opponents at once is exhausting. Shut up. Don't bother me while I'm checking my private messages. After speaking, Lin Bei's gaze returned to the projection screen. Chenin, boss. The sea froze over today, and ducks of various colors appeared. Based on everyone's observations, these ducks are powerful tools for enhancing our abilities. However, the gray ducks are a bit difficult to deal with. Also, our poison will take effect in 3 days. Could you please provide the antidote? Are you here to ask for the antidote? Lin Bei muttered to himself, then edited a message and replied, "There will be a racial competition tomorrow, and I will not participate due to my strength. If you perform well in this competition, I will give you the antidote. As for the competition details, I will announce them in the Akina Mountain group." Chenin, another racial competition? Isn't that a bit too frequent? But don't worry, boss. It's my duty to serve the human race. After receiving Qin An's reply, Lin Bei switched the interface to the group messages again. Number of experienced drivers on Mount Akina, 124. 99 plus unread messages. Wang Xiao. Comrades, have you had lunch yet? I just ate a red duck. It was really spicy, but I feel warm all over. I guess eating ducks of different colors has special effects. Tankison. I also ate the blue duck neck, and I felt less cold. The effect was exceptionally good. According to you, wouldn't I be losing a lot of money by butchering the duck? Chenin. That's not necessarily true, but at least you'll get a treasure chest, right? Huh. I don't even bother with the stuff in low-tier treasure chests anymore. They're all junk. Indeed, at Tier 1, you can occasionally get some coupons and Tier 1 materials, which helps you prepare for advancing your raft. Just as the players were chatting idly, the sudden appearance of a message instantly became the focus of attention. Lin Bei, that's about it for tomorrow's competition. I hope everyone will work hard to improve their skills, as it's expected to be a fierce battle. Thompson, I haven't even had a single day of peace, and there's already a new competition? I feel like I'm living a life worse than an animal. If the big boss is going to be the referee, what do we do if we don't have a leader to rely on? Lin Bei, I will open up access to firearms purchases, as well as access to replenishment supplies, such as spiritual chewing gum, to help everyone better cope with the racial war. Dude, there are millions of people in the group. Can you handle it? Besides, they're all a bunch of poor people. Chenin, there are still some players with money. Don't be fooled by their seemingly relaxed attitude. They can still open treasure chests with in-game currency recently. Lin Bei, I've already told you the news. Just notify the channel. I still need to list the items. Just keep an eye on the auction house. Okay, thank you so much for sharing, sir. You're busy now. Thompson, don't worry, boss. I see foreigners as nothing more than chickens and dogs. Qin An, is Second Master possessing me? After sharing the intelligence, Lin Bei closed the group chat and prepared to start listing various supplies. But suddenly, another private message popped up. Sweet Moon, group owner, haven't you listed the supplies yet? Also, the items sold by players here have been processed. Please check them. Recovery items. Mental chocolate, mental chewing gum, temporary strength pills, temporary agility pills. Weapons. Colt M4A1, Tier 1 spear, Tier 1 longsword. Blueprints. Tier 1 toilet blueprint, Tier 1 dart blueprint, Tier 1 fireball template. Looking at the items on the list, Lin Bei's lips curled up in a smile. Because these things can all be copied. If all of them are collected, a refund will be triggered, and then they can be resold, which is equivalent to indirectly giving players a boost. This thought came to mind. Lin Bei immediately instructed Xiao AI, go and inform the two Shan sisters, Su Yu Lushi and the Beastier girls who are not currently in use in the Stonehouse area, and ask them to come and help me collect supplies. Okay, let's leave it to Xiao AI. Just as Lin Bei and the Beastier girl were working hard to acquire supplies. The regional channel is in an uproar. Regional channel, 10th Sea area. Where did this information come from? Am I the only one who doesn't know? Haha, so you're all internal employees, right? And I'm the only outsider? It's all over. We haven't even had a single day of good times, and now we're going to have another race war. Please protect me, Oni Ai-chan. My little sister is so obedient and listens to my commands. By the way, is it possible that it's a rumor? What's there to be afraid of? Even if the sky falls, there are still powerful figures around, aren't there? That makes sense. Let's keep playing the music and dancing. Cheenan, to tell you the truth, the big boss is the judge in this competition, and the source of the information is the big boss. Bitzunde. I'll fuck your mother. Cheen An's truthful report immediately threw the players in the channel into a panic. After all, most players are rather laid back. They're good at farming, but when it comes to fighting, they're clueless. However, some players are not afraid. These people are generally veteran players from the original 10C area or top players from other C areas. While everyone was arguing fiercely about this matter, one player's comment instantly ignited the crowd. Sweet Moon, everyone hurry to the auction house. There are guns, recovery items, and all sorts of good stuff there. It's something the big boss specially prepared for tomorrow. Why did you say that in the chat? It's going to cause a frenzy. I'm still borrowing in-game currency. Brothers, I got an AK and a tier 1 weapon at that. Now, even without skills, I'm not afraid anymore. Cheenan, weapons are for everyone, but please use the bullets to fight external enemies. If anyone is found to be fighting against our own people, our Akina Mountain Gang leaders will immediately eliminate them. Thompson, don't doubt whether we can do it. Just look at these props and PK cards. Don't worry, we will definitely stand united against external threats. Exactly, if foreign tribes are robbing people, why target our own people? Everyone should stock up on red duck meat. It's incredibly effective at keeping you warm. At least you won't be so afraid of the cold during battle. Thanks for the reminder, bro. The channel is constantly buzzing with news about the competition. Suddenly, a player's comment changed the wind direction again. Wang Shuang. Comrades, have you encountered the little match girl? The little match girl? What does that mean? Chapter 164 Fabrication. Wang Shuang. It means exactly what it says. There's a cute little girl in tattered clothes selling matches, 1 point per match. A special merchant? Did you buy any? What's the use of matches? Brother, tell us about it. Wang Shuang. Tier 1 item. Igniting can temporarily dispel the cold. Not bad. This is really good stuff. Could you buy me a few? Yes. This stuff sounds great for keeping warm. It's definitely better than red duck meat. Wang Shuang. The little girl refused to sell more and even asked me to treat her to a meal, but I felt there was something fishy going on, so I decisively refused. Dude, you're so stupid. I think Brother Wang did the right thing. After all, how many people have been scammed? Wang Xiao. I also encountered a little girl, but she was dressed neatly and cleanly. However, she didn't sell anything and kept asking me for duck meat. The worst part was that when I didn't give her any, she almost dismantled my raft. Family members, does anyone understand? What happened next? Tell me all about it. Wang Xiao. Later, I gave her a blue roast duck, and she left. I lost a whole duck. There must be some rule that this little girl is following, and Wang Xiao and his brother must not have triggered it. Agreed. Usually, a serendipitous encounter is either a huge pitfall or a huge windfall. There's no reason to lose a duck. Just as the channel was discussing the little girl. On the other side, Lin Bei had just finished assigning tasks to his servants. Minions that can trigger counter instance will naturally consume resources continuously. Minions that cannot trigger counter instance will be responsible for listing and purchasing resources. After a brief period of adaptation, the servants were now able to work independently without Lin Bei continuing to teach them. Watching the busy beast girls and demi-humans before him, Lin Bei looked satisfied and prepared to eat something and then rest. After all, he hadn't had a moment's rest since he got up, not even time to eat. However, things didn't go as planned. Before Lin Bei could take any action, Xiao AI's voice rang out again. Captain, a little girl is approaching the Emperor's Raft. According to clues provided by the regional channel, this seems to be a special event that will trigger rewards and punishments based on your actions. Lin Bei looked puzzled and asked 3 questions in a row. Are there any specific examples? And what are the rewards and punishments? Regarding specific examples, their discussion on the channel was rather vague. Xiao AI suggests that the captain contact the individuals involved. Their IDs are Wang Shuang, Wang Xiao, and Bruce Jun. Is that so? Lin Bei nodded slightly, then activated the bracelet and began adding the person in question as a friend. The reason he was so attentive was that he had benefited greatly from each special event. Therefore, understanding the specific situation and addressing the root cause is the best approach, and you might even receive unexpected surprises and obtain special items. 3 minutes later, Lin Bei's friend request was first accepted by Wang Xiao and Wang Shuang. Before he could even ask, the two of them began explaining through messages left after adding each other as friends. Wang Xiao. Boss, The little girl I encountered is different from the ones other players encounter. First of all, the little girl is not down on her luck and does not sell goods, but she will keep asking you for food and wanting you to play with her. If you do not satisfy her, she will directly dismantle your raft. Lin Bei, were there any other discoveries? Wang Xiao, that little girl is awesome. Anyway, I can't beat her, otherwise I wouldn't have had my raft dismantled and lost a blue roast duck. But I guess if I can fully satisfy the little girl's demands, there might be a big reward. Lin Bei, okay, thanks for sharing. After replying to Wang Xiao, Lin Bei Xian switched the screen mirroring interface and began reading Wang Shuang's private messages. Wang Shuang, boss, the little girl I met is just like the one in the fairy tale. But to be honest, her first-tier matchstick is really good. It's a pity that it can only be traded once. If you want to buy it, I suggest you buy more at once. Seeing this, Lin Bei couldn't help but feel puzzled. If it's really like a fairy tale, what would happen if we didn't buy it? It seems I still need to go and see for myself. With this thought in mind, Lin Bei immediately took out the hover wheel and headed out of the castle. Lin Bei drove through the air amidst the falling snowflakes. After about 10 minutes of walking, the beach below came into view. On the beach at this moment, Xiaohei is talking to a little girl he doesn't know. The little girl was wearing patched clothes, her face was covered in dust, and she looked extremely destitute. If Lin Bei's guess is correct, he should have encountered a girl selling matches. Isn't she the little girl who makes a request? As Lin Bei muttered to himself, he suddenly seemed to remember something and grinned mischievously. I wonder how strong the other party is. If they're just average, can they be tied to the raft directly? At this point, he immediately activated his third eye to investigate. And number 44444. Level 69. Race demi-human. Age 216. Intermediate stamina 298. Strength 246. Intermediate agility 645. High-level mental strength 845. Medium skin resilience 200. Skill. Hidden skill creation LV49. Creates items out of thin air and trades with the other party. This skill can only be used once per player. If the other party refuses to trade, you can create a more powerful item out of thin air next time, but the price will be several times higher. Side effect. A certain amount of points must be paid out each week. This is a cursed skill. Poverty will forever haunt you, and the fees paid will be like an abyss until they devour you. Note, players are prohibited from disclosing this skill. Violators will be required to pay 10 times the total points of all previously sold items. Fireball, level 49, releases a fireball with a range of 100 units of mental energy. The fireball's temperature is linked to mental strength. The fireball's current temperature is 1000. Devour Flames LV 59 increases appetite by 1290, and Devouring Fire Tribute moves will also increase appetite. Fabricated out of thin air. What kind of outrageous skill is this? No wonder they sell things everywhere. It turns out it's because of their skills. Moreover, this skill seems to require paying in-game currency. Having already figured out Annie's underwear, Lin Bei looked excited and shouted to the front, Xiaohei, is this a special merchant? Upon hearing this, Xiaohei immediately turned around and replied, Boss, I traded with this guy before, but she won't sell me any items now. Could you help me buy some matches? I'm so cold. Chapter 165, The Little Girl Selling Missiles. Xiaohei had barely finished speaking, and, who was next to him, immediately chimed in. Hey, handsome brother, could you buy some of Anne's matches? Lin Bei was not allowed to respond. Xiaohei chimed in, urging boss buy some. They're very cheap, just a coupon for one. Upon hearing this, a barely perceptible hint of anger suddenly appeared in Annie's eyes. Clearly, she hoped Lin Bei would refuse. After all, only when others refuse can she bring out more powerful props to sell, thereby earning more points. Furthermore, Annie's method of rapidly increasing her strength also stemmed from a special skill, even though the side effect was quite terrible. However, Xiaohei was unaware of this and was still foolishly trying to persuade Lin Bei to buy matches. This scene caused Annie's expression to gradually turn disappointed, clearly indicating that she had given up all hope. Shut up. Lin Bei interrupted Xiaohei's persuasion and explained, matches aren't very useful to me. I won't buy them. Upon hearing this, Xiaohei immediately became obedient and dared not utter another sound. In contrast, Annie was stunned and didn't quite react. Before she could react, Lin Bei deliberately asked, Do you have any other props? Huh. Annie nodded with a surprised look, then turned the match in her hand into a pack of cigarettes and introduced mental cigarettes, Tier 2 item. Each cigarette can increase mental power by 1 point. There are 20 cigarettes in total. They cost 2 points. Want to buy? It won't be of much use to me. Lin Bei feigned disdain and continued to press. Are there any other props? To be honest, Lin Bei was tempted by the effects of the spiritual cigarettes. If he didn't know the effects of Annie's skill, he might have actually bought it, but now that he does know, he'll naturally refuse several times. After all, he has no shortage of his points. Huh, you don't even care about items that boost attributes? Annie looked satisfied and smiled as she changed the items in her hand again. Then, the spiritual smoke transformed into a bow and arrow. The magic bow, a Tier 2 weapon, costs 160 points. It's a pretty good item. At your level, it's practically invincible. Should I buy it? Annie asked again. Lin Bei shook his head again and said, Too rubbish. Are there any others? Hee, you're really picky. Annie grinned, changed her weapon again, and continued. A level 3 Rubik's Cube will be automatically scrambled every day. If you solve it, you can get a generous reward. It only costs 1,000 points. Want to buy it? This time, her tone was particularly harsh when she asked the question. It's clear that Annie is satisfied with the price and genuinely wants to close the deal. However, Lin Bei firmly replied, I don't like it. Are there any others? You still don't like this? Are you kidding me? Annie's face darkened. While changing the item again, she warned, You'd better be able to afford the next item, or you'll regret it. As they were talking, the Rubik's Cube turned into a hand grenade. Annie impatiently introduced Tier 3 Fire Bomb, a one-time throwing item, 300 points each, sold in batches of 10. Do you want to buy it? No. Lin Bei was tempted, but he still shook his head and refused, because he knew things would get better later, and he wanted to see the limits of the other party's skills. Little did he know that his actions would completely break Annie's defenses. What do you mean? Are you saying you don't actually have any points and have been messing with me the whole time? Do you even know that? And was halfway through her angry outburst. Lin Bei suddenly pulled out tens of thousands of points from his system space and laughed. I have plenty of points. Can you give me some high-end stuff? Who would buy these kidding stuff? Annie fell silent, her anger instantly turning into a smile tinged with obsequiousness, as she continued to manipulate the props in her hands. This is a trident, a Tier 3 weapon, costing 6,000 points. It has water attribute and allows for simple water control. That's rubbish. I can control water too. This is the little green bottle. It can be used daily. Too expensive. Next one. Okay, this is... After a 10-minute switchover, the props in Annie's hands have reached 50,000 each. Moreover, prices have stopped rising. Clearly, this is the limit of her skills. This is a 5th-order small hurricane missile launched by mental effort. It costs 10,000 each, and you can buy it in sets of 5. What do you think? Small hurricane missile. Level 50. Category: disposable technological weapon. Description: un portable missile. Don't let its small size fool you. It can strike with precision and has considerable damage and control capabilities. Effect 1. Activated by thought. It locks onto the target, has a tracking function, and will never miss. Effect 2. Upon hitting a target, a massive tornado will be generated, causing massive damage and assessing the target's stamina and skin toughness. If the target's stamina and skin toughness are below 150 points for the intermediate level, they will definitely be knocked back and the damage will be doubled. Effect 3. The tornado adds a cutting effect, continuously cutting the skin every second. Awesome. She really is a little girl selling missiles. If you buy dozens of them and let the women use them up, wouldn't that be over 100,000? When the competition starts, we won't care about anything else. If we don't like someone, we'll just fire at them. It's like hitting someone will make them pregnant, and they won't have a chance to fight back. This thought came to mind. Lin Bei immediately asked, Is there a purchase limit? Upon hearing this, Annie excitedly replied, The maximum number that can be sold is 49, for a total of 490,000. Lin Bei nodded, and while taking the points said, Buy it all for me. Thank you for your support, brother. Annie replied in a sweet voice, then focused her mind again to begin creating the hurricane missile. Taking advantage of the gap created by the other party, Lin Bei tentatively asked, I remember there was a little sister who looked about your age. What did she do? Are you talking about a Ming? Annie blurted out instinctively, then, in a good mood, explained, That's my sister. She came into your waters simply to beg for duck food. Lin Bei asked in a disbelieving tone. Is that all? You really do know something. Annie stopped making the missile, looked up at Lin Bei Dao, and said, You actually know my secret, so there's no reason you wouldn't know my sister. Or are you testing the authenticity of the intelligence? I don't know what you're talking about, Lin Bei said, shrugging. Fine. I'll tell you since you're my biggest client. Chapter 166, The Little Girl Who Can Grant Wishes? My sister is here to grant other people's wishes, but only if those wishes can be granted to her 3 times. That's about it. Annie finished her brief explanation, seemingly unwilling to reveal any more. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei instantly became excited. He immediately took out 1,000 points, walked to Annie's side, stuffed them into her arms, and asked, Then how can I meet your sister? Annie was taken aback, then looked at her strangely and said, Do you have a lot of points? I'm so envious. New players these days are terrifyingly powerful. I really want to see your skills. But there must be a price to pay, right? Seeing that the other party wouldn't budge, Lin Bei took out another 1,000 points and stuffed them into her arms. Annie shook her head helplessly and said, I'm sorry. I can't help you meet my sister. Besides, she's a real pain in the neck. Fulfilling her 3 wishes is practically impossible. Lin Bei's face fell, but he refused to believe it and stuffed another 5,000 points into his account, continuing, Is there really no other way? Unlike my sister, I need to run around to earn money, so I encounter most new players. She, on the other hand, is more casual. Annie then changed the subject, saying, Your missile is complete. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei did not reply immediately. It was because the system's voice suddenly came to his mind. Ding! The system has detected a woman who meets the criteria. Host, please acquire her to contribute to your upgrade. And race, human, demi-human. Gender, female. Age, 216. Appearance, 94. Dimensions, 88. Virtue of a woman, a spinster who is only interested in making money. Occupation, transocéanique marchand. Overall score, 92. After listening to the system's prompts, Lin Bei, who had originally intended to press her sister for more information, suddenly changed her mind and shamelessly said, Then give me back my 7,000 points. Are you even a man? You don't keep your word? Can you take back something you've already given away? Annie complained. Of course, you haven't revealed any useful information, so it's normal for me to take back my points. If you can help me, I'll support you without any problem. Lin Bei had already begun to set a trap, because he knew that Annie in front of him was short of coupons. Ha ha ha, raise me? Annie burst into laughter, scoffing. Are you trying to make me laugh to death by passing on my pathetic skills? Do you even know how much I consume every week? Lin Bei grinned, just about to prove his wealth in order to win over the little girl in front of him. Unexpectedly, a strange phenomenon occurred in the snow near the beach. A small vortex appeared out of thin air. Then, a voice came from the vortex. Brother Lin, I brought you the 16 million points you won in yesterday's match. I was quite busy this morning, so I hope you don't mind that I'm a little late. The words had barely left his mouth. Huang Mukun's figure emerged from the vortex. He was visibly taken aback when he spotted Anne. After realizing what was happening, she exclaimed in surprise, Isn't this the little money grubber? You two know each other? Lin Bei asked, puzzled. That's so familiar. Huang Mukun nodded, a nostalgic look on his face. We were players from the same era. I vaguely remember, during the little money grubbers race competition, he was incredibly fierce, completely crushing Brother Lei and Octopus Bro. Isn't this just farting yellow? Annie grinned, tearing down the joke. I remember 30 years ago, if you hadn't run fast, my sister probably would have turned you into a grilled fish. Or at least poison, not farts, okay? Huang Mukun's cheeks flushed, and he quickly changed the subject. Brother Lin, catch this, there are 16 million points inside. After Lin Bei took the storage bag, Huang Mukun added, Brother, there's a naval battle tomorrow. We'll run into Paradise Sea. You probably won't see me for the next few days. Yes. Lin Bei's expression remained unchanged, without any fluctuation. He simply nodded slightly to indicate that he already knew. In contrast, Annie asked in bewilderment, Hey, you going to participate in the Naval War too? Isn't that a survival game for 5th-tier players? What are you doing here? I'm a logistics staff member, and I'd like to get some experience. At this point, Huang Mukun took out 10,000 points and walked to Annie's side, saying, Money-grubbing sister, could you please take care of me then? Did I win the lottery today? Why am I getting free points everywhere? Why didn't I ever encounter this in the first half of my life? Annie took the points from Huang Yukon, then turned to Lin Beidao. Hey, human little brother, are you really going to take care of your big sister? I think you're a nice guy. Since I met you, my luck with money has skyrocketed. You'll definitely bring me good fortune. Of course, Lin Bei answered readily, then added, I can support you for life. As long as you're with me, you can have as many game points as you want, and you'll never have to go door to door selling goods again. Brother Lin, are you really going to keep her as a mistress? Huang Yukun trembled, frantically winking at Lin Bei, as if to say, Brother, take my advice, you can't handle this woman. However, Lin Bei ignored it, because through attribute detection, he knew that Annie was fragile, and her raw strength was about the same as his own. If Lin Bei were given a few more days to develop his position, he was confident he could firmly control his opponent. Newcomer, remember your words. I'll come find you after the second phase of the natural disaster ends. Annie said, then turned and walked towards the sea. As she was about to disappear, she left a message. If it's later, I'll have my sister come to see you. Remember, try your best to please my sister. You'll be surprised by what you get. I watched him leave. Huang Yukun immediately turned his head and stared at Lin Beidao with the eyes of someone looking at a monster. Brother, some women are not for us to seduce. If all else fails, how about I introduce you to a few mermaids? Mermaid? Is it a recruitment notice? Lin Bei asked with interest. No. Huang Yukun waved his hand, explaining, there are too few recruitment notices for mermaids. I've only seen one. The introduction I was referring to was for the slaves I'm buying. Okay. Lin Bei agreed without hesitation, then added, remember, I want pretty ones. Don't send anything that isn't pretty. Don't worry, I'm a very reliable person. Huang Yukun assured him, patting his chest. Instead of dwelling on the topic of women, Lin Bei asked, do you know Annie's sister? I know. Her sister's name is Meng, known as the fear of all races, and she's the fastest improving among the new recruits in my batch. Huang Yukun paused here, then added, of course you improved even faster, brother. Do you know the secret to her sister's rapid advancement? Lin Bei pressed it. I don't know. Huang Yukun shook his head regretfully. Every strong person's path has its own secrets. How would others know? Just like you, brother. Through a brief conversation, Lin Bei was almost certain that both Annie and Anming possessed a special skill that allowed them to rapidly increase their strength. Annie's job is selling goods, so what's with Anming's wish fulfillment? It seems I'll have to wait until we meet to get a glimpse of the situation. Chapter 167, Eating Potatoes to Advance. Brother, if there's nothing else, I'll go back and prepare. You know, pre-battle preparations are very important. As Huang Yukun spoke, he took out a precious pearl, clearly eager to leave. Okay. Lin Bei nodded in response, then instructed, remember to keep an eye out for good stuff for me. I'm currently lacking Tier 5 Ice Element Metal, Tier 5 Ice Stone, and Tier 5 Human Page Core. Also, please help me find Tier 5 Divine Wood, Tier 5 Divine Soil, Tier 5 Raft Job Change Card, and other resources. Elemental Metal? It has to be Tier 5? Huang Yukun stopped teleporting, and as if he had thought of something, he exclaimed, are you trying to forge an exclusive weapon with ice elemental power? Almost. Lin Bei didn't hide anything and admitted it directly. Awesome. Huang Yukun looked envious, as if he wanted to say something more, but was too embarrassed to speak. To this, Lin Bei replied without hesitation, just say what you have to say. Huang Yukun scratched his head and explained, brother, the things you mentioned are all mid-tier quality goods. The prices aren't something I, who's about to enter the 5th tier, can afford. Those goods can be acquired during the naval wars. It's just at my points. Lin Bei instantly understood and interjected. Just tell me how much it costs. I'll give it to you in advance, but you need to guarantee that you can acquire it. Don't worry, Brother Lei is already at level 5. I'll be with him this time, so there definitely won't be any problems. Huang Yukun patted his chest to assure him, then asked, how many do you want, brother? I said that it would be best if I could finish mentioning one of the things I was talking about. Lin Bei then added, feeling that this was not quite right. Of course, 2 more would be fine too. Just a few items. Huang Yukun looked confused, but due to the time constraints, he didn't think too much about it, and quickly said, since you only need a few items, I have enough points. Brother, wait for my message. After saying this, Huang Yukun crushed the precious pearl in his hand, and his figure gradually disappeared into the snow. It was nearing dusk. Survival time, 5:30. Lu Rian and the other women are training hard to prepare for tomorrow's competition. A large number of kemonomami, animal-eared girls, and demi-humans are buying up and listing resources to supply players in the channel. The rental of ice cones was a timely help, effectively solving the problem of fishing rods being unable to fish and helping players obtain a large number of treasure chests and resources, compared to the busyness and struggle of others. Lin Bei, inside the castle, was wolfing down a Tier 3 experience potato. The scene was extremely eerie, like a gluttonous beast that could never be full, frantically devouring food, or a wolf that had been starving for days, or a bottomless black hole. The animal-eared girl, serving the food, was stunned by this scene. But they dared not say anything and could only keep serving potatoes. Soon, 5 minutes passed, the effect of the gold-devouring beast skill disappeared, and Lin Bei's devouring action gradually slowed down until it returned to normal. Upon seeing this, the koi fish, which had been stunned for a moment, finally snapped out of its daze and started barking loudly with an expression of adoration, as if to say, "Awesome! No wonder you're my master. You eat even better than me." Lin Bei did not reply to this, and continued eating his potatoes with a very serious expression. The koi carp looked aggrieved and was about to say something, but Xiao AI's voice suddenly interrupted her. "Captain, you've already broken through to the 3rd level. Continuing to eat those potatoes will no longer have any effect." Upon hearing this, Lin Bei stopped eating, patted his chest, and sighed. "It's not easy. Even eating a meal is a race against time. If I had eaten for another 5 minutes, I really would have thrown up. It's just too greasy. Captain, it's all worth it. After all, you've already reached Tier 3, and you only need to eat this once." Lin Bei nodded, then asked, "So, has Annie's sister come to visit?" "No. Currently, the only creatures attacking the raft are ducks of various colors. But Captain, don't worry, my son and Yiksha can handle them. Besides, we've had a good harvest of duck meat. We'll check it out later, Captain." "All right." Lin Bei looked satisfied and immediately activated the golden bracelet to check the earnings from this meal. Book page tips. Congratulations, player. You have eaten 100 grams of potatoes. Your experience points have increased by 1. Congratulations, player. You have eaten 100 grams of potatoes. Your experience points have increased by 1. Congratulations, player. Eating a potato has triggered the eating is a blessing active effect, granting an additional 2 experience points. Congratulations, player. Eating a potato has triggered the eating is a blessing active effect, granting an additional +2 agility. Congratulations, player. You have reached level 30 and advanced to Tier 3. Congratulations, player. You've triggered the Eat Well, Be Happy event. Total gains for this event: Stamina +10, Strength +8, Agility +10, Spirit +15, Skin Resilience +5, Skill Experience +. ID: Lin Bei. Number: 8888. Gender: male. Age: 21. Level: 30. Tier 3. Because all 5 of the player's attributes are at the intermediate level, an additional reward is triggered. 1. One attribute can be increased by an additional 10. Note: current attribute, one-time upgrade. 2. Increase food intake by 300. 3. Reduces the duration of control skills by 5. Note: you can only choose one of the above rewards. Intermediate stamina, 329. Intermediate strength, 240. Intermediate agility, 323. Intermediate level mental strength, 322. Medium skin resilience, 219. 10 attribute points can be assigned. Food intake, 1900. Look at the properties panel of the projected screen. Lin Bei allocated his attributes to mental power without hesitation. Allocation successful. Current mental strength, 332. After assigning the attributes, he turned his gaze back to the panel, caught in a dilemma. Option 1 directly increases mental strength by 33 points, which is good, but since attributes can be improved through items, its cost-effectiveness is clearly not high. Option 2, that a large appetite guarantees future strength, is good. However, I already possess 2 devouring skills that can be continuously upgraded, so the temptation of 300 units of appetite isn't that great. Option 3, reducing control time, is more useful in the long run. After all, the sea is teeming with diverse races, numerous methods, and countless unpredictable items. One can easily fall victim to a trap. With this thought in mind, Lin Bei made up his mind and lightly touched the screen, casting option 3. Are you sure you want to choose Control Toughness 5? Sure. Congratulations to player Lin Bei for obtaining the hidden attribute, Control Tenacity 5. After thoroughly distributing the rewards, Lin Bei was about to turn off the screen mirroring when a new announcement suddenly appeared on the screen. It's now 6 o'clock survival time, and the Gladiator Arena is open. Friendly reminder, race competition is a special mode, and the arena will not be open for 48 hours. Chapter 168, The Centaur Clan, Red Name Bounty. Huh, I'm a bit bored. How about I play a race arena match and get some points to exchange for items? Lin Bei hadn't finished speaking to himself. Xiao AI then reminded him, Captain, aren't you waiting for that player named Meng? Damn it, what's wrong with Annie? Why isn't her sister here yet? Doesn't she know my time is precious? Lin Bei complained and casually turned off the screen mirroring, abandoning his idea of playing competitive games. After all, the allure of fulfilling one's wishes is clearly greater than the competitive points. Night. Survival time. 9 o'clock. Inside the arcade near the castle, Lin Bei was playing a Spot the Difference arcade game. As the time on the game screen returned to 0 and changed from color to gray, Lin Bei frowned and asked, Xiao AI, hasn't Meng arrived yet? Captain, no. Please keep trying. Once you complete 8 more game levels, you'll gain 10 points of spirit. That liar Annie is despicable. In this situation, it would have been better to go to the arena to grind points. Lin Bei looked up at the sky, and after calming down a bit, he looked at the arcade game screen again. All right. Let's find the difference in the career paths of those 2 women in the game. I'll definitely pass this level. As soon as he finished speaking, he prepared to insert coins and begin. However, Xiao AI spoke up again. Captain, players of other races are approaching the raft. Enemy? Lin Bei stopped inserting coins and immediately got up and walked out of the arcade. More than 10 minutes later, Lin Bei, piloting the airship, had already arrived near the raft beach. Before he could get a good look at the battlefield, a series of crackling sounds of battle came from the ice in front of the beach. Lin Bei looked in the direction of sound. Little Black was leading his minions, including the Yiksha, the Red Dragon, and the Crab King, in a battle against several Centaur players. Moreover, there were several corpses of fallen servants on the ice. How could players of other races appear? And why did they attack without saying a word? Although Lin Bei had doubts, he dared not stop moving forward. Not long after, he had already flown above Xiao He and raised his hand to deliver a palm strike. In an instant, 3 illusory yellow dragons appeared out of thin air, carrying overwhelming power, and attacked the centaur who was fighting with Xiao He. Hearing the commotion, the centaur instinctively glanced upwards. When he saw 3 yellow dragons breaking through the snowflakes and attacking him, the centaur shuddered, its pupils dilated, and it seemed to have no time to spare, decisively abandoning its fight with Little Black and choosing to evade. Unfortunately, Huanglong was too fast and knocked him away in an instant. The centaur, flying backwards through the air, felt its mind go blank, as if it had been punched by a giant, and gradually lost consciousness until it crashed into the ice with a loud bang. Witnessing everything before him, Xiao He looked up at the sky and said, Boss, it's a good thing you arrived in time, otherwise I might have lost my knife. Those guys over there are all Tier 3 players, they have some strength. Lin Bei looked puzzled and asked, What is their purpose? They said you are. Halfway through the slang, the 3 centaurs who were engaged in fierce battle on the other side suddenly interrupted, saying, Are you number 8888? Lin Bei frowned, ceasing his questioning, and instead flew towards the centaur, replying, Yes. You've been running rampant on my territory. Are you prepared for retaliation? Centaur race, is it? One day, I will annihilate your entire race. These words were spoken. The 3 centaurs quickly feigned weakness, saying that noon. So, you're here to avenge the angel? Lin Bei interrupted with a hostile expression. No. The centaur shook his head frantically, hurriedly explaining, it wasn't about revenge. We only accepted the quest at noon because we saw a bounty on a red name player. Red name bounty? What does that mean? Lin Bei had already flown above the human horse, looking down at the 3 of them with an expression that seemed to say, if your explanation isn't satisfactory, then you'd all die. Sensing the murderous intent, the centaur switched expressions, forcing a fawning smile, and explained, being marked as a red name means you've violated the rules. The Raft of all races will offer a bounty on us. We're just responsible for completing the task. Is that so? Lin Bei nodded thoughtfully, then added, I did indeed kill a mid-level angel referee this morning. Intermediate-level referee? The three centaurs looked terrified, exchanged glances, and felt as if a million thoughts were racing through their minds. After all, when they accept the quest, the only information displayed is that the target is a Tier 2 player and that the race is human. They initially thought they had fast hands and good luck, and had managed to grab a good mission. However, Lin Bei's appearance and instant kill of several 4th-tier big shots just now completely humiliated them. Is this a 2nd-tier human? What? You don't believe me? Then do you want to? Lin Bei's posture, as if preparing to attack, startled the three centaurs, who immediately blurted out, "We believe you. Of course we believe you. We'll cancel this mission, and we'll compensate you for killing your servant. Can you let us go? Compensation is acceptable." Lin Bei's unfriendly attitude softened, and he quoted a price. "But I'm a sentimental person, so the price might be a bit high. One price, 10 recruitment orders, 10 spirit essences, plus 100,000 points per servant. Rare items can be substituted." "Brother, are you really determined not to let us go?" "Yeah, 100,000 points. We couldn't even get that amount if we sold everything. If you want to kill us, just say so." This is like stabbing hope in the back again. The three centaurs looked desperate, as if they were about to cry. "It's all right if you can't produce it. Just give me the pages of the book to replace the Servants of Death. Otherwise, just like those centaurs over there, die." Lin Bei's tone suddenly became more serious as he pointed to the ice on the other side and continued, "Just like those centaurs over there, die." Regarding the work of a servant, the three centaurs fell silent and did not answer immediately. Clearly, they were not very willing. "I'll give you 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, don't blame me for not giving you a chance." After saying that, Lin Bei began to count down on his own. 10, 9. When the countdown reaches 3, one of the centaurs finally came to his senses, took out a green bracelet from his storage pouch, and handed it to Lin Bei Dao. "All right, I'll be your servant. You can sign a contract now." Chapter 169, The Abnormality of the Judge's Room. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow, just about to accept. However, another centaur beside him said angrily, "Vinci, how could you become a servant of humans? Don't we centaurs have any shame?" The word face hadn't even been uttered yet. Lin Bei immediately activated his mind. In an instant, the ice shattered, and a jet of water surged forth, engulfing the enraged centaur. Just as it was about to be swallowed up, Lin Bei once again activated his will, and the water jet began to freeze at a speed visible to the naked eye. Watching his kin instantly turn into an ice sculpture, the centaur named Wency swallowed hard, seemingly disregarding his grief, and looked at Lin Bei with urgent and fawning eyes, saying, "Master is awesome, simply invincible at the 2nd tier. You're good. You got into character quickly." Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction, then looked at the other centaur and asked, "What do you say?" Of course I'll follow Brother Wency and pledge allegiance to you, Master. Also, my name is Wendong." After saying this, the centaur named Wendong hurriedly took out his storage bag and handed the green bracelet to Lin Bei, looking like a well-behaved child. After taking the bracelets from the two people, Lin Bei did not hesitate to disassemble them and use his own bracelet to create a contract. Decomposition successful. Obtained 2 2nd-tier centaur page cores. In no time at all, the servant contract has been completed. Wency and Wendong began signing the contract. Looking at the two centaurs, Lin Bei asked curiously, "Are those two guys over there called One Bei and One Nan?" Upon hearing this, Wency quickly replied, "Master's wisdom and strategy are truly astounding. Your subordinate is in awe." Perhaps because Wency stole the spotlight, Wendong, eager to show off, quickly chimed in, "Master, depending on the severity of your violation, the bounty will last for at least a week. After our failure, other races will definitely come looking for trouble for you. We must be on guard." "Oh," Lin Bei perked up instantly and pressed on, "Tell me the bounty rules. What about the race and class of the attackers?" Wendong paused, explaining, "Claiming a red name bounty depends on the severity of the player's violation. I noticed before, your bounty is Tier 2. Tier 5 and above cannot be claimed. Also, your asset rating is S, which is a very lucrative target. Many players would likely be interested." Just as the centaur was introducing the red name bounty, the belated Xiao He suddenly interrupted loudly, "Boss, are they signing a servant contract?" Lin Bei looked in the direction of the voice and nodded, saying, "Yes, You'll be colleagues from now on. The answer was affirmative. Xiao Hei felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that his position as vice captain was in jeopardy. After all, the two centaurs were Tier 3. Although his strength had improved, he was still no match for the two Tier 3 servants. Noticing Xiao Hei's expression, Lin Bei ignored him and turned his gaze to Wendong and Wenxi, saying, "This is Xiao Hei, the deputy captain of security on my raft. You will follow his orders from now on, understand?" These words were spoken. Having just completed their contract, Wenxi and Wendong immediately approached Xiao Hei and greeted him politely. "Hello, Vice Captain. I'm Wendong. Nice to meet you." "Hello, Vice Captain. I am Wenxi. I hope you'll be understanding in the future." The two third-tier servants' obsequious manner caused Xiao Hei to pause in surprise for a moment. After regaining his senses, he laughed and said, "Not at all. You two are much better than me. I'll have to rely on you two to help the boss guard the raft in the future." At the same time, an announcement suddenly appeared on the regional channel, instantly drawing attention and sparking discussion. Bounty notice, survival time, 9:30. Player ID 8888, player name Lin Bei, is wanted by the red name player for killing the mid-level referee Angel, Rain. Since the player who accepted the red name bounty mission failed, players in the 10th C area can now punish the offending player for the next 7 days. They will receive a large amount of points and items and can inherit all the assets of the red name player. Regional channel, 10th C area. Number of people, 984,561. Is this guy a wanted criminal with a red name in the game? Could it be that he's committed another major crime? What level is an intermediate referee? By the way, are the angels very powerful? I don't know, but they're definitely better than us. Judging from her name, she seems to be a female angel. China, no way. No way. You guys are thinking of hitting on the big boss? That's crazy. Who would go looking for trouble with a big shot? That's not how you deliver vegetables. If the big shot killed the referee, will he still be able to referee tomorrow? I hope I can't be one, so we can take off lying down again. Thompson, lying down, lying down, lying down. All you do is lie down. But want to lie down too. Sweet Moon, TSK TSK. I suggest everyone take a nap now. I'm afraid the match will start at midnight. That makes sense. Now is not the time to focus on the big shots. If the competition starts at midnight, there won't even be time to sleep. It'll be pure torture. Survival time, 2,300 hours. Lin Bei was in the castle hall, instructing Lu Ruyin and the others on what to do tomorrow. Suddenly, he was enveloped in light. What happened? Lin Bei looked puzzled. He wasn't even allowed to figure out the reason. The familiar darkness followed immediately. When the field of vision is restored, Lin Bei was already inside a room. The walls inside were all white, there was no furniture, and it seemed that players of other races were watching him. Suddenly, a pig-headed man spoke up. "Hey newbie, looking at your previous information, it seems you only broke through to level 2. You're quite a lucky guy." Lin Bei looked in the direction of the sound and asked suspiciously, "Where is this? Who are you?" "Ha ha." The pig-headed man laughed out loud, saying, "This is the competition referee room. The 15 people here are all referees. Also, my name is Pig 3. They're all referees?" Lin Bei looked puzzled, as if he didn't quite understand, and continued to ask, "Isn't there always one referee in a match?" Pig 3 shrugged and said, "Being a referee in a regular survival game is low-paying and has no future. I also think 15 referees are a bit too few." Another werewolf referee chimed in. "Few? Is the referee dangerous?" Lin Bei tried to glean some clues. However, a rabbit girl referee suddenly exclaimed, "Red name player? How did you become a referee? What did you say? A tier 2 player? And a red-named one at that?" Pig 3's face lit up with greed, but he quickly composed himself and laughed. "Oh, my pig ancestor, this is truly a gaming miracle, being a referee while having a red name. You guys are really something. Don't scare the newbies," a player wearing a clown mask said jokingly. Chapter 170 The Tide. Newcomer, we should be considered of the same kind. The referee wearing a clown mask stood up and walked towards Lin Bei, continuing, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Jierue, and yours is Jierue." As soon as he finished speaking, Jierue walked up to Lin Bei, extended a hand, and acted extremely friendly. Lin Bei scanned Jierue. The man was about 184 centimeters tall, with a green slick-back hairstyle, wearing a red suit, and his face was completely obscured by the mask. "Lin Bei." Lin Bei responded and was about to extend his hand when he noticed through his third eye that the other referees were staring at Jierue with envy in their eyes, and the rabbit girl referee was shaking her head. Upon receiving feedback, he paused for a moment as he reached out, then began to investigate Jierue's attributes. Jirue. Number 71467. Level 45. Race Earthlings. Age 77. Intermediate stamina 240. Strength 190. Intermediate agility 254. Intermediate level mental strength 311. Medium skin resilience 211. Skill Magic Trick LV40. Can temporarily transform anything touched into an animal and weaken its attributes by 30. Hidden Dagger in a Smile LV30. When activated, it can conjure a blade out of thin air to attack the target, dealing damage equal to 3 times the spirit. If the opponent is unprepared, the damage inflicted will be converted into true damage and tripled. Hypnosis LV18. Can hypnotize the target for 18 minutes and control the target. It is ineffective against targets whose mental strength and level exceed that of the user by 18. Note, charging time is 48 hours, and charging is not yet complete. Chiton Wanli LV18. Increases food intake by 200. Is this kid trying to harm me? Why can the malicious prediction skill only detect the malice of the other referees? Just as Lin Bei's doubts began to arise, Jierue's voice came with a hint of malice. Friend, it's impolite to keep a gentleman waiting. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei instantly became alert, his face turning hostile as he asked, "Do you want to kill me?" He cowered like a mouse. Oh, Jerry was taken aback, then let out a sinister, cackling laugh. Does he have sensory abilities? What a terrifying fellow. Hearing the other party admit it, Lin Bei disregarded the consequences and directly activated his will. Instantly, a chill emanated from his body and rushed straight towards Jierue. You! Jierue exclaimed in surprise, but before he could finish speaking, he was frozen in an ice sculpture. The expression in the ice sculpture clearly showed that he did not expect Lin Bei to be so decisive and directly kill him. Oomph! Lin Bei snorted coldly, then swung his fist and said, "If you want to ambush me, you'll have to pay the price." The fist struck the ice sculpture head-on with a loud bang. Immediately afterwards, the ice sculpture and Jerry shattered together. After dealing with one referee, Lin Bei turned around, scanned the other referees, and arrogantly said, "Anyone else want to kill me and claim the red name bounty? Come at me. I've never lost a fight since I started playing this game." These words were spoken. The malice of the people in the referee's room instantly lessened, and they all lowered their heads and fell silent. Only the referee nicknamed Pig 3 spoke up. "Brother Lin, calm down, calm down. There's no need to get so angry. You need to know, the referees have a big mission this time, and if there are too few of them, something bad will happen." A big mission? Lin Bei looked puzzled, staring at Zhu San, clearly waiting for a specific explanation. Without hesitation, Pig 3 explained, "Yes. The reason there are so many referees is because other invading creatures may appear." "What do you mean?" Lin Bei pressed, try to clarify. "The competition rules state that monster waves will spawn during the first 24 hours, right? Our job is to deal with monsters that the players can't handle. The next 24 hours are relatively easy. We just need to watch the players capture flags." After listening to what Pig 3 had to say, Lin Bei's doubts deepened, and he asked in bewilderment, "Can't the rules of the wave control it?" "Of course we can't control it," the rabbit referee interjected. Ding! A matching opposite sex has been detected. Jasmine. Race, orc/rabbit. Gender, female. Age, 20. Appearance, 90. Height, 97. Virtue of a woman, a married woman. Overall score, 94. "Don't stare at me." Jasmine turned away, clutching her chest, and muttered under her breath, "A madman who loves to kill and is also a lecher." Lin Bai was speechless. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly heard a familiar voice coming from behind him. "Jasmine's father is a level 7 high-level referee. Be careful of being hunted down by her family. Also, if the waves could be controlled, survival in the sea wouldn't be so brutal." Lin Bei frowned and looked in the direction of the sound. It turned out that Jerry, who had just been killed, was still alive. But judging from the fact that the other party is currently trembling all over, perhaps the scapegoat saved his life. "Huh, you're quite lucky to be alive, you rat." Lin Bei's eyes flashed with murderous intent, clearly indicating that he had no intention of letting Jierue go. "No," Jierue said urgently, Having murderous intent towards you is my greed. I admit my mistake. But listen to what I have to say before you act. Lin Bei stopped moving. His killing intent subsided, and he looked exactly as you described. Seeing this, Jerry breathed a sigh of relief and quickly explained. You need to know that the waves are the punishment for defeat in the naval war. The monsters inside are terrifying. The referee alone cannot handle them. They belong to the top-tier natural disasters. If you kill me, you will lose a helper, and, at that time, the punishment for losing the naval war? Lin Bei muttered to himself, then interjected. If that's the case, why arrange for new players to fight against them? Skilled players will naturally handle the more powerful waves, while the weaker minions of this beginner wave can be left to the newbies. It will even give them experience. We, on the other hand, only need to deal with the boss. After listening to Jie Rui's explanation, Lin Bei's murderous intent resurfaced. It's clear they don't intend to let the other party off the hook. Are you poisonous? The clown frowned, countless balloons appearing around him, and added, Is it really necessary? There's no need for this life-or-death struggle. Witnessing the imminent battle between the two, the other 14 referees immediately spoke up to persuade them. Brother Lin Bei, stop. If you really want to kill this guy, how about waiting until after the competition? Yes, although he might not be your match, as a veteran referee, he has his methods, and it will definitely end in a draw. Brother Lin, please prioritize the overall situation and don't. The referees offered their advice, one after another. In response to this, Lin Bailey shouted, If you want to protect him, you can all come at me together. Chapter 171, Still Not Dead? This attitude. This immediately drew the ire of the other referees. After all, in their eyes, if multiple referees teamed up, Lin Bei would definitely have no chance of winning. Do you really think you're invincible? This kid's too arrogant. Let's all take him down. The reward for being a red-named player will be split equally. Okay, count me in. Accompanied by the joint efforts of the 3 referees. Soon other referees stepped forward, ready to kick him while he was down and launch a group attack. Upon discovering that nearly 10 referees intended to support him, Jierui's confidence instantly surged, and he laughed loudly. Newcomers don't know how to be modest, and they even dare to commit such an offense. They sensed something was wrong. Lin Bei decisively retrieved the summoning card for the sun-shooting bow from the system space. In an instant, the referee's room fell into dead silence. Because they weren't stupid, they could tell at a glance what props Lin Bei was holding. That thing is a top-tier artifact at level 100. Even if it's only summoned temporarily, it can easily kill any referee on the scene instantly. Regarding this situation, just moments ago, Jie Rui was full of confidence, but now he was instantly deflated and begged for mercy. Don't summon that thing. I can compensate you with points and items. Just tell me. Oh, Lin Bei chuckled mockingly, then said, No need for compensation. If you can withstand one of my kicks, then we're even. No problem. Jerry readily agreed. Based on his experience, Lin Bei was an ice attribute mage who should be developing mental power. Moreover, given his limited survival time, his strength attribute was likely not high, and he might not even be at the intermediate level yet. In addition, Jierui's skin resilience and stamina are both at the intermediate level, exceeding 200 points, so he is not worried. There was no time for Jierui to think further. Lin Bei suddenly rushed up to Jierui and made a kicking motion. In an instant, a golden light enveloped his feet, the light resembling a yellow dragon, radiating boundless power. Sensing the deadly danger, Jerry looked horrified, his pupils contracted, and he hurriedly used his mind to bring the summoned balloon in front of him, trying to neutralize this powerful attack. However, all his efforts were in vain. At this moment, the dragon's tail swing was like an iron nail, and with just a touch, it shattered the blocking balloon. Bang, bang, bang. As the balloons burst one by one, Lin Bei's kick successfully struck Jierui in the abdomen. The cracking sound of bones breaking was incessant, and Jierui's brain instantly shut down, his consciousness becoming blurred. Even so, Lin Bei still had no intention of stopping, and continued to increase the force until he kicked the target's body to pieces, with blood and flesh splattering everywhere before he stopped. The referees who witnessed the whole thing were stunned and fell into deep thought, especially the 3 referees who had previously encouraged everyone to join forces. They were beginning to feel uneasy. Lin Bei's personality clearly indicates that he is the type to settle scores on the spot. The key is that he also has the strength, and the sun-shooting arrow in his hand is a strategic weapon. With this thought in mind, The referees who had previously harbored ill will towards Lin Bei uniformly took out thousands of points from their storage bags and then said, "Brother Lin is truly amazing. This Jia Rue deserves to die. I have 3,000 points here. Please accept them. I have 5,000 points here. I hope you won't hold a grudge against me. I have 4,000 points here as a gift to you. From now on, you're my big brother." I heard the referee's obsequious remarks. Lin Bei waved his hand and said, "I'm not interested in points. Do you guys have any recruitment tokens or essences? Just compensate me with 10 recruitment tokens and essences each. You can use beautiful female slaves instead." The referees were completely bewildered, exchanging glances, because they had never seen a player who didn't earn any in-game currency. "What? No?" Lin Bei asked with a displeased expression. The referees were jolted awake, and without considering whether it was true or not, they blurted out, "Yes." "All right." Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction, then added, "Then let's line up to hand over." The judges looked hesitant, clearly because they didn't have recruitment orders or essences. In response, a werewolf referee mustered his courage and said in a weak voice, "We don't have any right now. We might need to go back to the Raft to get them. Can we owe you for now?" "Huh?" Lin Bei frowned and questioned, "Then what did you just say you had?" He watched Lin Bei launch another attack. The rabbit girl nearby suddenly interjected, "Are you in such a hurry for the recruitment notice? If all else fails, have them sign an agreement. We'll send it to you after the competition." She paused, then explained, "The referee can't die too many times. After all, there are 3 sea areas. Even if you're very strong and possess the sun-shooting arrow, I think you only have 1 arrow. That's not enough to handle 3 big bosses." "All right, I'll give you face." Lin Bei readily accepted, then activated the golden bracelet and began drafting the agreement. Seeing this, the referees all breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Jasmine with gratitude, while the referees were signing the debt agreement. Amidst the shattered flesh and blood from Lin Bei's kick, a clown mask was gradually crumbling. As the mask shattered completely, a burst of light instantly enveloped the referee's room. As the light gradually faded, an unfamiliar face reappeared before everyone's eyes. "I didn't die. As agreed, we're even." Jia Rue's pale and weak face was full of joy. If he hadn't been so badly injured, he would have jumped up and down to celebrate. "Huh?" Lin Bei stared at the resurrected Jia Rue and asked, "Besides the substitute coin, do you have any other life-saving items? Is it the effect of that mask?" Jerry was taken aback, then nodded and said, "Yes. Both of my trump cards are gone. But it's good that we're even. By the way, do you need a recruitment token? I have a random spirit recruitment token and a matching spirit essence here. I can give it to you." "Give it to me." Lin Bei's eyes were full of vigilance, clearly wary of Jia Rui. After all, he killed the other party twice, so there was no reason why he wouldn't be resented. If possible, Lin Bei wanted to finish the job. "I meant no harm, and I wouldn't dare to. You're like a monster. Messing with you is tantamount to courting death. I just want to stay far away from you and never run into you again in this lifetime." Jia Rui gave a wry smile and explained, then changed the subject. "I'll give you the recruitment notice for free. Also, draft an agreement for me. As long as I don't provoke you or infringe on your interests, you can't kill me. How about that?" "Okay." Lin Bei nodded, reactivated the golden bracelet, and began drafting the agreement. As for the contents of the agreement, he had thought of many supplementary clauses, just to prevent future troubles. Chapter 172 on the eve of the competition. Midnight. Survival time, 23:54. More than 10 minutes have passed since the referees signed the agreement. At this moment, in the referee's room, everyone was explaining things about the sea area to Lin Bei. "According to you, the real beginning only starts after the second phase ends?" Lin Bei looked thoughtful and continued to ask, "What happens after that? Are we just going to have to survive in the sea forever? Is there no way to end this?" "End it." Pig 3 shook his head and sighed. "I remember the players who have survived for thousands of years haven't been able to end it. Were we supposed to find a way?" Yes. The werewolf referee nodded, then continued. "After passing the second stage, you leave the beginner's area, choose your race's territory, and face endless monsters and natural disasters. Every day is different, and you'll also have to compete with other areas from time to time." "Big brother, don't worry." Jia Rue interrupted, his face filled with envy. "With your strength, you're invincible at the initial stage. You can live a very comfortable life. Your future achievements will probably surpass even the human emperor by a large margin. Upon hearing this, the other referees all echoed his flattery, and the topic instantly veered off course. Perhaps unable to bear it any longer, the rabbit referee Jasmine interrupted, saying, "A bunch of ignorant fools. The way to end your survival has been told by the elders in my family." Oh, Linbei looked interested and glanced at Jasmine. When he realized she wasn't looking at him, he shifted his gaze to her chest, politely observing the enormous thing while waiting for her explanation. Upon hearing the method to end the survival challenge, the other referees urged, "Tell us quickly, Sister Jasmine." "Yeah, since you know, why don't you share it?" In response to the questions from the referees, Jasmine didn't choose to hide anything and said with an air of superiority, "Help the myriad races sea defeat other sea areas and occupy all territories." Pig 3 shook his head and said, "The competition between the various seas has lasted for 10,000 years. Although each has its victories and defeats, none of them can truly defeat the others. Unification is simply impossible." "Exactly," the werewolf referee agreed, then added, "Moreover, I've heard from my seniors that the competition in the myriad races sea has been quite poor recently. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been replenishing such a large number of other planetary races." "Indeed," Jerry sighed, looking up at the sky. "Normally, this kind of competition only needs 10 referees, but this time there are 16. You can see how much the difficulty has increased. The mid-level angels keep losing in the sea area competitions. They're only good at bullying their own kind. They're truly useless." Just as everyone was discussing it, the time has reached midnight. Suddenly, a virtual screen appeared in the referee's room. Linbei snapped out his reverie and looked at the projection screen. Referee announcement. "Good midnight, fellow junior judges. Based on the data, the monster wave is expected to begin around 5 a.m., so the match time is also set for 5 a.m. Referee duties for the first 24 hours. Task 1. Supervise players to kill the wave monsters. Execute any who try to escape or retreat. The myriad races sea has no place for cowards. Note: executing a player increases the referee's score by 1 point, while maliciously executing a player deducts 10 referee's points. Task 2. All referees, please work together to defeat the Tide boss. Furthermore, the flesh and blood from defeating the boss will not be collected by the myriad races sea. The referee will distribute it at his discretion. Note: defeating the boss rewards 1,000 referee points. Providing assistance will earn additional points based on the damage dealt. Note: any new tasks will be published through the book pages. Referee benefits. 1. After the competition ends, all referees can enter the intermediate level myriad races Raft to consume referee points. 2. Fixed salary of 100 points plus subsidy of 900 points. 3. Obtain the infinite teleportation orb and load the exclusive map. Infinite teleportation orb. Grade. Category: referee exclusive teleportation item. Time limit: the competition is over. Effect: crush the pearl and activate your will to instantly teleport to any area of the competition venue via the referee's exclusive map. Note: the crushed gem will automatically repair itself in 5 minutes. All referees, please do your best to resist the catastrophic wave. Good heavens! A salary of 1,000 points? The rules of this myriad races sea are truly pathetic. It's like wanting a horse to run, but not feeding it. Before Lin Bei could think further, a white pearl and 3 white maps suddenly appeared in his hand. The orb is clearly for teleportation, and it looks very similar to the one in Huang Mukun's hand. As for the 3 maps, they have clear markings indicating the human race, the fire dragon race, and the Kuan race. Presumably, if these 2 items are used together, they can be instantly teleported to any place in the sea. Suddenly, a voice came from not far away, interrupting Lin Bei's thoughts. "Brother, are you going to join a meeting here?" Coming to his senses, Lin Bei looked in the direction of the sound. The 15 referees were already sitting together, clearly intending to discuss something. "I prefer to act alone." Lin Bei decisively refused, and instead asked, "Can I leave here before the competition starts?" "Sure." Pig 3 nodded, then explained, "You can use the referee's orb. If you want to come back later, there's an option in your personal panel. We'll create a temporary group. What's your ID? I'll invite you." 8,888. After saying that, Lin Bei crushed the pearl. In an instant, the familiar sensation of blindness washed over him, and his figure gradually disappeared in the light. When his vision returned, Lin Bei was already inside the castle. Moreover, it appeared right next to the conference table in the lobby. Upon seeing this, the women immediately stopped talking and exclaimed in surprise. Honey, where did you go before? Yes. Brother, where did you go? You didn't even say a word. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei explained, I was also unaware of being teleported to the referee's room. Also, the competition starts at 5 a.m. If you don't want to be sleep-deprived, you'd better catch up on your sleep. Cinqualocky. No wonder there hasn't been an announcement yet, Su Nana said, then turned to Lu Ruyan and added, Sister Ruyan, let's go to sleep together. In response, Lu Ruyan looked at Lin Bei and asked, Darling, shall we go together? Yeah, I came back to catch up on my sleep. Lin Bei had just finished speaking. Xiao AI suddenly interjected. Captain, should we notify my son? That guy is playing cards with a centaur. Lin Bei nodded, then instructed, activate the fog. Xiao AI will keep watch and tell the servants to go to sleep and get plenty of rest. Chapter 173, Arcane Leap. After a brief arrangement, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. Inside the room in the northern part of the castle forest, the three women looked exhausted, probably due to training during the day. Without any hesitation, they rushed to the bed, found a spot at random, and lay down to rest. Nana, could you move over a bit? Upon hearing Lu Ruyan's words, Su Nana's eyes showed confusion, and she said weakly, I'm already far enough away. If I'm any farther, I'll have to sleep on the floor. No. Lu Ruyan shook her head, then explained, it's too cold. It's warmer to squeeze in. I think so too. Let's all squeeze in a little closer. Song Jiajia chimed in. Looking at the women huddled together, changing clothes, Lin Bei said, there might be a few more things I need you to do. Huh? What is it? The three women asked in unison. Lin Bei was not allowed to answer. As if guessing something, Su Nana protested. Moi. Brother, it won't work today. We have to get up at 5 a.m. tomorrow. Besides, we're so tired. We've already behaved. Please let us go. These words were spoken. Lu Ruyan immediately chimed in. Yes. Nana is right. Let's talk about it after the competition. Darling, be more restrained. If you two don't want to keep the group leader company, then I will, Song Jieja volunteered, looking eager to try, and even the fatigue on her face instantly disappeared. What's going on in your heads? I'm not an ox or a horse. I need to sleep too, okay? Lin Bei explained irritably. Huh? Su Nana said in an incredulous tone. Brother, you're just making excuses again. Nana knows you best. Stop. Lin Bei interrupted the slander, then added, I was worried about the danger tomorrow, so I planned to give you some extra help. Special treatment. Lu Ruyan's fatigue vanished, and she suddenly threw back the covers, excitedly saying, Thank you, darling. It's always you who loves us the most. Oh, Su Nana exclaimed, feeling sorry for Ruyan. Why are you so agitated? The heating has just turned on a little. Regarding this scene, Lin Bei ignored him and instead took out a skill pill from his system space, tossing it to Lu Ruyan and saying, Eat this attack skill pill. Seeing the skill pill flying towards her, Lu Ruyan decisively stopped fooling around with Su Nana and hurriedly took it and swallowed it. In an instant, the system's voice rang in Lin Bei's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for consuming resources to support a mistress, triggering a quality critical hit. Random critical hit multiplier is being applied. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a 50x critical hit and obtained a high-level attack skill pill. Skill pill. Level, 50. 5th tier. Category, high-level attack skill pill. Effect, directly gain a high-level attack skill with a skill level of 50. Description, this is an extremely rare skill pill. After all, most skill pills are only level 1. I think you must have saved the world, otherwise you wouldn't have this. Do I directly obtain a tier 5 attack skill? Fortunately, aside from skin skills, the only thing I can do right now is freeze that deals some damage. However, there is still one skill card slot missing. This thought came to mind. Lin Bei took out a skill slot card from his system space again and tossed it to Su Nana, saying, You don't have any spare skill slots. After you use this, I'll give you a skill pill. Okay. Su Nana took the skill card and grinned. Thank you, brother. As the skill bar cards were used, the system's voice sounded again. Ding. Congratulations, host, for consuming resources to support a mistress, triggering a quality critical hit. Random critical hit multiplier is being applied. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a 70x critical hit and obtained a special skill slot card. Blessing skill card. Level, 70. 7th tier. Category: Skill Card Slot. Effect: skill slots unlocked by this card will receive additional boosts and blessings. Blessing skills tab? What will the specific increases and blessings be? Lin Bei looked expectant as he prepared to use the blessing skill bar. Song Judges suddenly spoke up. Group owner, what about me? What about me? Oh, I almost forgot about you. Lin Bei muttered under his breath. He then took out 2 duplicate skill pills and a skill slot card, tossing them to Su Nana and Song Judger respectively, and instructing them to go to sleep quickly after using them. The 3 women, delighted with the benefit, looked like docile little lambs and exclaimed in unison, "Great!" Seeing the 3 women huddled together again, he prepared to go to sleep. Lin Bei then took out the advanced skill pill and the blessing skill slot and used them. Note: successfully used the blessed skill slot, obtaining a blessed skill card slot, which will take effect after acquiring a new skill. Note: successfully used the advanced skill pill, obtained the tier 5 skill arcane leap. Skill 7. Arcane Leap Blessing. Level 50. Category: Spatial Skills. Active Effect 1. When activated by thought, it can teleport a distance of 10 times the mental energy required. Recharge time is 3 minutes. Note: due to the blessing effect, the original X5 distance bonus has been upgraded to 10, and the 30-minute recharge time has been shortened to 3 minutes. Active Effect 2. When activated by thought, a crescent-shaped spatial ripple can be released, dealing damage and having a 60% chance to silence the target for 6 minutes. The size of the spatial ripple is equal to 20 times the mental energy, and the damage is equal to 10 times the mental energy. Note: there is no charging time, but each release requires a large amount of mental energy. Note: due to the blessing effect, the ripple range, damage, and silence duration have all been doubled. Passive effect: mental strength plus 100. Note: due to the blessing effect, the attribute bonus has been doubled. 2 active effects and 1 passive effect. It can move, silence, and deal damage. That's incredibly brutal. Lin Bei smiled and walked towards the bed, instructing Xiao AI, "Remember to wake me up at 4:55 a.m. Yes, Captain. I'll take care of everything. You can rest assured. Early morning. Survival time for 30. Lin Bei, who was fast asleep, suddenly emitted a light that illuminated the entire room. Perhaps because they were too tired, the women simply turned over and did not wake up, nor did they notice Lin Bei's disappearance. Lin Bei, who had disappeared, has now reappeared in the referee's room. "Brother, wake up!" The repeated shouts made Lin Bei frown and say impatiently, "Xiao AI, is it already 5 o'clock? Bro, I'm not Xiao AI, I'm Zhu-san. Looking at your outfit, were you sleeping when you left? No wonder you didn't reply to the group messages." Huh? Lin Bei suddenly stood up, looked around, and asked indignantly, "What's going on?" Chapter 174, The Tide Arrives, Part 1. Brother Pig 3 waved his hand and explained, "This is a forced recall of the myriad races Raft. It has nothing to do with us." Upon hearing this, Lin Bei yawned and asked sleepily, "So, is there something wrong? The competition starts in 30 minutes, and we need to allocate the sea area in advance." At this point, Pig 3 pointed to the virtual projection screen in the referee's room. Following the direction Zhu-san pointed, Lin Bei turned his head to look. Announcement: the game starts in 26 minutes and 13 seconds. Referees are requested to plan the sea area carefully and discuss response strategies in advance. Is that so? Lin Bei nodded thoughtfully and then asked, "So how did you arrange it?" "We plan to go to 3 different sea areas in groups of 5. Pig 3 sighed as he spoke, then continued, "However, everyone wants to go to the human sea area, so we haven't reached a consensus yet." "The human race's seas?" Lin Bei frowned, puzzled. "Why?" Jerry chimed in from the side. "That's because the human race is relatively weak. A lot of people will definitely run away, so forced executions can earn a lot of referee points." "No way." Lin Bei frowned, a look of disgust on his face. "You guys go to the other 2 sea areas. I'll handle the human sea area by myself." Jierue seemed to want to offer some further advice. But Pig 3 interjected, "All right, you have the sun shooting bow. It'll be fine for taking down the big boss. Just don't use it on the smaller bosses beforehand." Jasmine interrupted, advising that the sun shooting arrows were quite precious and should be used for other important purposes if possible. Therefore, it would be best for everyone to cooperate in hunting the boss, which would also save items to the greatest extent. "It's none of your business how others use their things," Pig 3 retorted irritably. The two were getting increasingly heated in their conversation, looking like they were about to start arguing. Lin Bei immediately replied, "I'll handle the sun-shooting arrow myself. Also, I'll take care of the human race C. You could do whatever you want with the other two Cs. If you encounter any monsters you can't handle, you can ask me for help in the group chat." At this point, his tone suddenly became more serious. "What do you all think? If you have any opinions, say them now. If not, I'm going back to the human race C." The words had barely left his mouth. Jasmine and Pig 3 immediately quieted down and stopped arguing. The other referees nodded in agreement, indicating they had no objections. Upon seeing this, Lin Bei took out the teleportation orb with a satisfied expression and crushed it. In the blink of an eye, a flash of light appeared, and his figure disappeared from the judge's sight. Watching the formidable opponent leave, the werewolf shook his head and said, "Ignorance is bliss. Why do you care so much?" Pig 3 shrugged and said, "He was arrogant. Who can you blame? Didn't none of you say anything?" "The worst part is that you won't let me say anything," Jia Rue said with a wry smile. "Are you scared of being killed?" A referee resembling a pufferfish scoffed, then raised an eyebrow. "Besides, he didn't even ask, so why are you being nosy?" He added, "This kid'll understand when he's been taught a lesson by several bosses or forced into special missions. He might even come to us for help. He. Let's make it clear from the start that no one is going to support the werewolf referee." The referee chuckled evilly, his eyes filled with malice and greed. "That's great. After he's killed, we'll go together and scavenge for the scraps. All right, let's come over and discuss how to divide the profits. After all, even brothers keep clear accounts." The dozens of referees were watching the discussion. Jia Rue instinctively moved away, clearly not wanting to get involved. "Hey!" Jasmine, who wasn't involved either, exclaimed in surprise and asked curiously, "Doesn't Clown hate that human? Why don't you go and discuss it with him?" "Idiot," Jerry scoffed, staring at Jasmine with an expression that said, "Do you think I'm stupid?" He continued, "I have an agreement with me, and besides, that guy is terrifying. The damage he dealt to my attack came from a tier 6 skin. He's probably even more powerful than your background." "Tier 6 skin?" Jasmine was taken aback, blinked, then turned to look at the referees who were discussing, and shook her head. "Aren't you going to inform them? A bunch of simple-minded guys. I disdain associating with them. Besides, Jia associate with no scoundrels." As Jia spoke, he changed the subject and said obsequiously, "Sister Jasmine, let's go to the Kuanqing Sea together so we can look out for each other." Early morning. Day 13 of survival, time 4:55. The sky was as dark as ink, covering the entire sea area with no sign of dawn. Moreover, the snowflakes were even more abundant than yesterday, and they contained some ice particles, which made a constant crackling sound as they hit the ice surface. Near the beach of the Emperor's Raft, Lin Bei glanced around and saw Xiao He, Wen Dong, and the Sea Patrol Yiksha leading their servants to gather. He couldn't help but sigh. In this weather, everyone is shivering from the cold. They really aren't giving us any way to survive. "Don't worry, darling," Lu Ruyan said, chewing on a duck leg. "Everyone has been given some red duck meat. Eating a certain amount will keep you warm for an hour in the cold winter. It's not a big problem." Ouch! Lu Lin was suddenly hit by a large ice pellet and cried out, "Damn it, this hail is really annoying. The person behind it is disgusting." In response, Lin Bei shook his head and explained, "Natural disasters are beyond the control of the myriad races C. Otherwise, the rules wouldn't have refreshed the system to allow players to kill ducks." Just as everyone was chatting idly, Lin Bei's golden bracelet suddenly activated automatically. Immediately afterwards, the beach beneath everyone's feet gradually turned into a beam of light and was absorbed into Lin Bei's bracelet. Witnessing the disappearance of the Emperor's Raft, Lin Beixian immediately announced loudly, "The wave has begun. From now on, I can only attack specific monsters. You all need to be careful. Don't worry, boss. With me and my two centaur brothers here, unless it's a level 5 monster, we'll all be slaughtered." Xiao He patted his chest, his face full of confidence. "Very good," Lin Bei affirmed, and was about to say something more when a voice suddenly rang in his mind. "Beep, beep, beep. A player has encountered the tide creature. The player is detected to be fleeing and can be teleported there at any time. This teleportation is deemed valid, and the teleportation orb can be recharged immediately without going on cooldown." Chapter 175, The Tide Arrives, Part 2. Lin Bei was stunned when he heard the notification tone. Suddenly, a beam of light shone through the dark clouds above the sea, instantly illuminating the entire world. However, the light was scarlet, which looked very strange and even made everyone feel vaguely uneasy. Is this moonlight? Lu Ruyan looked up at the sky and asked in confusion, but I don't see a red moon either. I feel really uncomfortable being photographed. Su Nana reached out, caught a few falling snowflakes, then quickly shook them off, protesting that the snowflakes felt like blood seeping into her hand. Dear ladies, this is a normal phenomenon of the wave, Centaur Wendong explained, and shared his experience, saying, red is the lowest level. I've heard from others that there are also green and purple. Xiaohei grinned, nudging Wendong with his elbow. Brother Wendong, you seem to know quite a lot. Vice Captain, be wary of your surroundings. Wendong explained with a serious expression. Black holes could emerge from the ice at any moment, and the creatures inside are not to be trifled with. Be careful. Upon hearing Wendong's intelligence, Lin Bei, regaining his senses, immediately felt relieved and took out a golden storage bag, saying, Lu Ruyan, here you go. If there are too many monsters, use the items inside. I have a quest here. Contact me if needed. Okay. Lu Ruyan took the golden storage bag and then added, Darling, be careful. Lin Bei nodded, then took out the teleportation orb and crushed it. Instantly, his body was enveloped in light. After the light faded, Lin Bei had vanished from a spot. Watching the boss leave, Xiaohei shouted, Crab King, you're in charge of patrolling Red Dragon. You're in charge of setting up temporary tents. There are too many of us to wander around, so we'll just stay put and wait for them to come to us. Yes. While Xiaohei was setting up a temporary camp. Meanwhile, Lin Bei, using the teleportation orb, had arrived near an island covered in snowflakes. Shouldn't it teleport you directly to the vicinity of the player who escaped? Lin Bei frowned, but didn't think much of it. He immediately took out the hover wheel, preparing to search for clues from the air. The instant he took off, a faint figure appeared in the distance and entered the third eye's field of vision. The figure was running at breakneck speed toward Lin Bei. Through careful observation with his third eye, he could clearly see that the figure was undoubtedly a player, and the other party looked flustered and walked hurriedly. Lin Bei could conclude that the player who was mentioned in the prompt was the person in front of him. The goal is to find. But what about the wave monster behind him? Never mind. Let's go ask them first. This thought came to mind. With doubts in his mind, Lin Beixian immediately activated the hover wheel and flew towards the escaped player. Not long after, the two were now very close. The player who was fleeing was probably too flustered and focused, so he didn't notice the anomaly above. Hey, why are you running? Lin Bei suddenly spoke, startling the fleeing player, who immediately looked up. Are you a human or a ghost? The player looked horrified. After all, being looked down upon from above and bathed in red light made Lin Bei's appearance extremely eerie. I'm the referee, Lin Bei replied indifferently. Referee? The player seemed to realize something as he muttered the name, his earlier thought of running away vanishing instantly. He excitedly asked, You're Lin Bei, right? My name is Zhang Butong. There are monsters over there. They're terrifying. Lin Bei pressed further. Tell me more. Here's what happened. My friend Zhang Hezhou and I were resting near an island around 5 p.m. when our raft suddenly disappeared. Then a group of dog-like monsters with 3 heads inexplicably attacked us. At this point, Zhang Butong paused, then pleaded, Boss, can you take care of them? Lin Bei did not respond to this, but simply stared coldly at Zhang Butong. Boss, please don't do this. Before I could even utter those 3 words, suddenly, the ice beneath Zhang Butong's feet shattered, and a surge of seawater rushed towards him. Boss, you! Zhang Butong's pupils dilated, his eyes filled with fear and disbelief. Before he could finish speaking, the seawater had already submerged Zhang Butong and then frozen. Hint: successfully executed an escape player. Referee score +1. Staring at the frozen player before him, Lin Bei muttered, No wonder there were no monsters chasing after him. Turns out he abandoned his teammates and ran away alone. What a loyal classmate. After venting his frustrations, he turned his gaze to Iceland in the distance. I wonder what happened to the player who was sold. Maybe we should go check on them and see how strong the wave monsters are. Thinking of this, Lin Bei, who had been standing still, started moving at high speed again. 3 minutes later, as Lin Bei drew closer to Iceland, he saw, through his third eye, a blonde-haired player fighting several wave monsters with crimson bodies, 80 centimeters in length, dog-like bodies, and 3 heads. The monsters' 3 heads were different: a tiger, a human, and a crocodile, making its overall appearance extremely discordant. How could such a creature exist? Lin Bei scratched his head, looking puzzled. When Zhang Budong told me about it, I thought it would be Cerberus. Wait a minute, this blonde guy looks kind of familiar. Lin Bei was lost in thought, but couldn't quite recall it until he saw the microphone in Zhang Hezhou's hand, at which point it suddenly dawned on him. Is this the blonde guy who handed me the chair at the racial arena? I realized it was someone I knew. Lin Bei subconsciously increased the speed of the hovercraft. In no time at all, he had already reached the vicinity of the combat zone. Before Lin Bei could even say hello, a series of shrill songs entered his ears. Boom, 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 boom. Even if the world is pitch black, I am actually very beautiful in love. As the song played, the monster in front of Zhang Hezhou suddenly stood up and began to dance. Its clumsy and extremely unwilling appearance was clearly the result of being forcibly controlled. Witnessing everything before my eyes, Lin Bei's eyes were fixed on a microphone in Zhang Hezhou's hand. If he's right, the microphone in this kid's hand is probably a control device. I said, "You blonde kid, you're just controlling the monster all the time. You can't kill the enemy." The sudden sound from above made Zhang Hezhou, who was singing, tremble and turn his head to look. However, as the singing stopped, the several wave monsters instantly broke free and attacked Zhang Hezhou. Sensing something was wrong, he decisively stopped responding to Lin Bei and continued singing Ugly Monster. Chapter 176, The Tide Arrives, Part 3. Thump, thump, thump. What's wrong with trivial matters? It doesn't matter. As Zhang Hezhou's singing began again, the attacking creature suddenly stopped, stood up, and began to dance with an extremely unwilling expression. Seeing this, Zhang Hezhou's brows relaxed. While continuing to sing, he turned to look at Lin Bei, his eyes full of pleading. It seems that the players who dared to sign up for the arena back then all had some tricks up their sleeves. Lin Bei looked down at Zhang Hezhou and shook his head, saying, "The referee has rules, and I can't intervene. So, you'd better figure out how to deal with the monster in front of you." When his request for help was rejected, Zhang Hezhou's eyelids twitched, and he turned his gaze to the wave monster. He reached into the storage bag at his waist with one hand, took out a black glass ball, and crushed it. In an instant, the shadow beneath his feet began to split, gradually rising upright on the ice. Lin Bei observed the items with curiosity, marveling that no player had ever traded any of these special items with him before. As he muttered to himself, the split shadow had already rushed to the monster's side. The next moment, the shadow transformed from human form into liquid, instantly enveloping the wave-like creatures, like a demon dragging you towards hell. As the monster was gradually devoured, Zhang Hezhou stopped singing, then wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, "I thought it would be an easy monster. I should have known better than to save my points. I should have bought 2 AKs yesterday, otherwise I wouldn't have wasted my items." At this point, he looked up at Lin Bei in midair and asked, "Boss, is there something you need from me?" "It's nothing. I just came out of curiosity to see what's going on," Lin Bei replied calmly, but his gaze remained fixed on the shadow on the ice. The monster's corpse, which had just been devoured, had been returned to the ice surface, and he was using his third eye to examine the details. Deep Sea Fear. Level 19. Race. Introduction. A product of deep-sea black holes. Everything about it remains a mystery. Stamina. 99. Strength. 45. Agility. 60. Mental strength. 10. Skin resilience. 70. Skill. Power of the deep sea. Possesses powerful regenerative abilities. The more severe the injury, the faster the recovery speed. Flesh of Deep Sea Fear. Level 19. Category: Grade Meat. Effect: for every kilogram consumed, 80 will gain 1 point of stamina. After reading the materials, Lin Bei suddenly realized, no wonder there's a line in Mission 2 that says, "The flesh and blood from killing the boss will not be collected by the myriad races C. The referee will distribute it at his discretion." Judging from the current situation, the meat from regular monsters can increase attributes without any restrictions. So how incredible would the effect be if it were the meat from bosses? Also, what are the Deep Sea Fear and Deep Sea Black Holes mentioned in the introduction? Boss, as the referee, are you really just here to take a look? Zhang Hezhou asked tentatively, his tone tinged with disbelief. An unexpected follow-up question. This brought Lin Bei back to his senses, and he explained, "Actually, it's nothing. Don't you have a friend?" Because he deserted before battle, triggering the punishment mechanism, I teleported here to execute him. As for coming here, it was just out of curiosity. Execution? Zhang Hezhou frowned, his face showing indignation. What are they planning behind this? Not only are they preventing you from participating in the competition, but they've also arranged for you to kill your own clansmen. In response to this, Lin Bei was too lazy to explain further, and instead took out a teleportation orb, clearly intending to leave. The notification sound in his mind came again, urging him to clear out the remaining escaped players. But just as Lin Bei was about to crush the pearl, as if remembering something, he spoke up. "If you have time, remind the players in the regional channel not to run away when encountering wave monsters. Otherwise, they'll be executed by the referee. Also, players need to unite and try to fight together. If you can't hold out, go to the auction house to buy weapons. Don't try to save your points." At this point, Lin Bei pointed to the corpse of the deep-sea terror and continued, "That meat is very valuable. I will recycle it indefinitely after the competition ends, so don't skimp on spending points where necessary." The words had barely left his mouth. He then abruptly crushed the teleportation orb and vanished from the spot. Early morning. Survival time. 7 o'clock. The sky was still shrouded in crimson, and the ice surface of the entire sea was not as dreamlike as imagined, but rather extremely eerie, like the end of the world. The referee's points are really slow to accumulate. Only 126. Looking up at the two ice sculptures on the ice, Lin Bei scratched his head, quite troubled. "I'm still too kind-hearted, giving them 2 chances each time. Otherwise, I could have gotten at least 500 more referee points. Maybe I should go kill players in other races' seas. Waiting for the boss to attack is a long shot." With this thought in mind, he ignored the notification in his mind and activated the golden bracelet to enter the referee's private group. Number of participants in the competition referee chat room, 16. 40+ unread messages. Pig fierce. Damn, these Fire Dragon players are all incredibly fierce. They're completely unafraid of the wave monsters, and their points are coming in so slowly. Pig 3. Quenching was alright, but the overall points gained were not good, considering that the points were split equally among 8 people. Jie. The boss won't even appear, so you're hoping to get points by killing players? You're really destined to be a lowly laborer. Grandpa Wolf. Hee, Jerry is really fearless. He's using a substitute coin with a cooldown, his mask is destroyed, and he still wants to kill the boss. Isn't he afraid of making a mistake? Jie, what's it to you? If I hadn't died, and you started calling me Grandpa, would you have dared to accept it? Pig 3. Running around is exhausting. What's the point of executing them? I'm going to rest for a bit and wait for the boss. Ugh, why isn't the boss showing up yet? I really don't care about the 1-point reward. Jasmine, don't worry. The boss will definitely appear by 12 o'clock at the latest. Take it easy if you can. Saving your mental energy to fight the boss is the way to make money. That's true. Recovery items also require in-game currency to purchase, so it's best to save where you can. I really envy strength and stamina-based players, unlike mages who are huge resource consumers. Grandpa Wolf. Why didn't you mention Versailles, that mages are even more powerful once they're fully developed? Why don't you respec your skills and become a mage? Why do you insist on playing a warrior? Grandpa Wolf. Wolves are all warriors. Where will we get mages? Besides, our innate skill is warrior. What kind of magic is that? Watching the referees chatting in the regional channel, Lin Bei decisively edited a message and interjected. Are you all planning to take a break? Should I come over and help clean up the rule-breaking players? Chapter 177, The Tide Strikes, Part 4. The chat group fell silent immediately after these words were spoken. A few minutes later, Jie was the first to respond. Come on. Anyway, they're planning to rest, and I'm planning to rest too. Pig fierce. I'm a bit tired. Those fire dragons are too fierce, but you have to understand, there aren't many points to earn in our area. Grandpa Wolf. Lin Bei, I've discovered something interesting. Looking at the message on the screen, Lin Bei looked puzzled and curiously typed a message. What's up? Grandpa Wolf. It would allow you to earn a lot of points instantly, but you have to let me into the human race's sea area first. Lin Bei, no, change it. Upon seeing Wolf Grandpa's message, Tunming seemed to remember something and immediately interjected. Give me 1,000 points, and I'll tell you. Only 1,000 points? That's a really simple request. Lin Bei shook his head and replied with a message. Deal. Pig fierce. When I executed a player for the Fire Dragon Clan, I unexpectedly discovered that the Fire Dragon Clan was holding an election for a new clan leader. The competition was extremely fierce, and their condition for running was to kill Lin Bei in the Capture the Flag match to avenge the previous clan leader. Grandpa Wolf. You bastard, how dare you steal it? Jerry, what a foolish race. They don't even know Lin Bei is the referee. Jasmine. According to you, if Lin Bei goes there, the Fire Dragon Clan will attack Lin Bei, causing the player to violate the rules, thus allowing them to continuously gain referee points? Pig fierce. That's theoretically true. But news spreads easily, so you have to be quick, accurate, and ruthless, and leave no survivors. Lin Bei, okay. I'll come to the Fire Dragon Clan Sea area right away. I'll give you the points later when we meet. Tun Ming was overjoyed at Lin Bei's acceptance. After all, in his eyes, as long as the opponent continues to deplete their mental energy, they will definitely be powerless in the subsequent boss battles. Moreover, Lin Bei is alone, and there is more than one boss. At that time, whether we call them over to help or Lin Bei falls at the boss's feet, there will be profits to be made. This thought came to mind. Tun Ming edited the message again, urging, I'll share some coordinates with you. Many players from the Fire Dragon Clan are gathered here. Hurry up, otherwise the players will scatter. Perfect timing. I'll give you a big one this time. After reading the message, Lin Bei smiled and, while turning off the screen mirroring, took out the Fire Dragon Clan scene map and then crushed the teleportation orb. In an instant, a burst of light appeared. Immediately afterwards, Lin Bei's figure, along with the light, gradually disappeared until it vanished, as if it had never existed. Survival time, 7:30. Having completed the crossing of the sea, Lin Bei appeared out of nowhere on a patch of ice. The overall environment here is quite similar to that of the human race's sea area. The only difference might be that the beams of light shining from the sky are slightly more purplish-red. Purplish-red? Could the wave monsters here be even stronger? Lin Bei couldn't help but wonder. But he had no time to think about it further. A commotion arose not far ahead. It seems the teleportation location wasn't too far off this time. Lin Bei muttered something, then activated his mind and used his third eye to investigate. In an instant, the figures of the Fire Dragon Clan players flashed into his mind. At this moment, the Fire Dragon players had just dealt with a group of wave creatures and were distributing the meat. Wow, it seems there will be other gains as well. Lin Bei's eyes sharpened, and he quickly took out the floating wheel from the system space and flew towards the Fire Dragon Clan player. About 8 minutes later, Lin Bei had already flown to the sky above the Fire Dragon Clan. Who? The Fire Dragon players, who were distributing their spoils, suddenly froze, and while shouting questions, they all looked up at the sky. Oh, Lin Bei gave a calm smile and praised. Not bad. In such a noisy situation, you were able to spot me immediately. Mons. The largest player, a Fire Dragon, frowned puzzled. Isn't capturing the flag tomorrow? Why are there humans in our seas? Suddenly, another Fire Dragon player exclaimed, Brother Quanglong, this human looks familiar. As soon as these words were spoken, others immediately chimed in, saying that the comment did indeed seem somewhat familiar. Just as the players of the Fire Dragon Clan were reminiscing, Lin Bei, suspended in midair, said coldly, My name is Lin Bei, the Lin Bei who annihilated your clan leader and prodigy. This is not the Lin Bei with the same name. Also, I am currently in a red name state, and am a wanted criminal. He paused, then feigned concern, saying, How could I have been accidentally teleported to the Fire Dragon Clan Sea area? But it doesn't matter. I'll slaughter you all. The word slaughter hadn't even been uttered yet. The Fire Dragon, named Mad Wave, suddenly roared. Give me back my brother's life. The words had barely left his mouth. The temperature around us suddenly started to rise. Dozens of fire dragons, their faces menacing, opened their mouths and spewed forth raging flames, attacking Lin Bei. The flames were about to engulf Lin Bei. Quanglong laughed loudly. Ha, since you've come here willingly to die, then I'll grant your wish. Upon hearing this, the other Fire Dragon players started to jeer. Hee, congratulations, Brother Wildwave. As long as you kill this guy today, the position of new clan leader is yours for the taking. This human isn't that powerful. We have hundreds of fire dragons here, and a single spit from one of them could burn him to ashes. Exactly. How incredibly stupid. The fire dragons, who had been discussing the matter animatedly, suddenly felt a chill run down their spines and stood frozen in place as the flames gradually dissipated. Lin Bei remained suspended in midair, unharmed in the slightest. He even had a cunning smile on his lips, as if he had succeeded in some plan. Beep! A player in the Fire Dragon Sea area is being attacked by the referee, triggering the rules. The referee can either execute the player or seek compensation. For me, having more people has never been an advantage. Lin Bei's expression was full of mockery as he looked down at the Fire Dragon clan below, like a god watching his horses. Are you kidding me? Huang Lang's face twitched, then turned fierce. He commanded in a defiant tone. Everyone, use maximum power flames. Don't hold back any trump cards. Let's send this guy to his doom. He was only halfway through his sentence. The ice suddenly began to crack, and waves of seawater gushed out. What happened? Seeing this, the Fire Dragon players had no time to think and quickly flapped their wings, preparing to escape. However, the temperature in the vicinity suddenly dropped, followed by endless gales and snowflakes that rushed towards them. Chapter 178, The Tide Arrives, Part 5. Facing a blizzard with a mid-level mental strength of over 400, the 100 or so fire dragons trembled instantly, so cold that they couldn't even spread their wings. What was even more terrifying was that the cold wind was freezing their bodies. Some of them with poor attributes were frozen to death in the blink of an eye, turning into ice sculptures. Beep! One player has been penalized for a violation. Referee score plus 0.5. Beep! One player has been penalized for a violation. Referee score plus 0.5. Current referee score, 410. Only 0.5 points for a kill. Lin Bei's face was ugly, and he said with dissatisfaction, "What can these referee points be exchanged for? They're even more stingy than the points they give. Is there any sea area with better treatment than the myriad races sea area?" The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He quickly activated the golden bracelet and entered the referee group to complain. Number of participants in the competition referee chat room, 16. Lin Bei. Why does killing a player who attacks the referee only add 0.5 referee points? Jiehui, normal. Giving this group of players who aren't even at tier 1 a 0.5 is already pretty good. Pig fierce, you'll get used to it. After all, they're not players who run away or break the rules, and their rank isn't high. Jasmine, as long as there's something to earn. If you want a lot of referee points, you still need to kill the boss or eliminate high-level rule-breaking players. Tunming, I remember there was an old man in the Fire Dragon clan who seemed to have first-tier strength. If he broke the rules, he should get a few points. Lin Bei, according to you guys, killing me would give you a lot of points, right? Pig 3, of course. With your skills, you'd be at least 500 points. Am I only half as dangerous as the boss? After mocking himself, Lin Bei edited a message to ask the question he was more concerned about. So, what can referee points be exchanged for? Jerue, it depends on luck, but what I can guarantee is that the items are more powerful than those redeemed with gladiator points. They range from tier 1 to tier 7, and more importantly, they can be directly converted into stat bonuses. No wonder the points were so few. It turns out the points are more useful. It's a pity they're not physical items, otherwise I could have gotten a critical hit. After finishing his reflection, Lin Bei casually turned off the screen mirroring and took out the teleportation orb. That's right, he planned to accumulate more points while the Fire Dragon clan was still confused about the situation, so that the human clan would have a greater advantage when the races captured the flag tomorrow. While Lin Bei was frantically enticing the Fire Dragon clan to break the rules. The Terran channel is in an uproar. Regional channel, 10th Sea area. Number of people, 910011. Are these Fire Dragons cheating? How can they be 300,000 points ahead of our sea area? That's pretty outrageous. I remember their attributes were reduced by 20 before. Damn it, 300,000 points. Doesn't that mean I have to kill 300,000 of those bastards? Damn it, I had to fire a whole magazine to take down 1 or 2 three-headed monsters. How do they manage that? In less than 3 hours, nearly 100,000 people have already died in the sea. The disadvantage is quite obvious. We don't have the skills. Those who do have the skills can't afford the mental energy drain. You know, we replenished a lot of supplies yesterday. Does this mean I have to return the attribute points I got for free? What a pity. Sweet Moon, it's a bit difficult. Absolutely. The key point is that the only real expert in our channel is the referee. When all the players were planning to give up, suddenly, a series of notifications came through the channel. Player Thompson is sharing coordinates with the channel. Player Cheen and is sharing coordinates with the channel. Players. Tankissen. Going it alone won't work. Our group of veteran players has already shared coordinates, and everyone is moving towards the nearest point. Only by uniting can we overtake them. Zhang Hezhou. Also, let me tell you some information. The monster's flesh can make your attributes grow infinitely without any limit. Also, you'd better not think about slacking off. As the referee, the big boss can detect if you don't fight the enemy properly or retreat in the face of battle. You will be forcibly executed by him. Is this a scam? I don't believe it either. I can testify that around 6 o'clock, 2 teammates betrayed me, and I was immediately frozen by Boss Lin Bei, unable to even resist. I can testify to this. If you don't believe me, I have photos and pictures here. Why was nothing wrong when I ran away? Cheenan, many people have tried to escape, but the big boss will settle accounts with them one by one. If you don't believe me, you can keep running. Upon hearing this, the group of people who had fled felt a chill run down their spines. What should we do? Is there a solution? I suddenly felt a little panicked. Sweet Moon, what else can we do? Go kill 2 monsters, that should make up for it. That makes sense. Cheenan, boss, I'm very close to you. I'll come join you right away. While the channel messages were rapidly scrolling across the screen, Xiao He and the others had just finished setting up their camp. It's really not easy. Xiao He surveyed the campsite, nodded in satisfaction, and said, "Finally, we have a place to rest." Yes, yes. Su Nana cheered and turned to Lu Ruyan, saying, "Sister Ruyan, let's go inside and take shelter. You should go and avoid the area." Lu Ruyan stared at the screen projected on her wristband, her face filled with worry. Currently, in the rankings across the 3C regions, the Fire Dragon clan is first, and we're only second, with a gap of over 320,000 points. If we lose the match, is it that much different? Su Nana's joyful expression vanished, and she pressed, "Sister Ruyan, did you tell your brother?" I told him, but he seems very busy and hasn't replied. Seriously? Lu Ruyan sighed and looked at Xiao He, saying, "Haven't we encountered the wave monsters yet? I've seen other players have, some even starting to team up to deal with them. We have to do something, otherwise." Xiao He shook his head, about to say something, when he was interrupted by a gasp from nearby. "There's an abnormal vice captain. There's an abnormality." Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. What came into their view was a series of black holes suddenly appearing on the ice surface in the distance. Regarding this scene, Xiao He turned his head urgently to look at Wendong and Wenxi and asked, "Do you know what happened?" "It's a sign that the tide monsters are about to spawn." Wenxi stared intently at the black hole, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He said seriously, "How can there be so many? These densely packed caves could spawn at least tens of thousands of tide creatures. It's probably because there are too many minions. They weren't appearing before because they were gathering the power of the deep sea, waiting for the deep sea power to meet the summoning conditions, and then they wanted to devour us all at once." After Wendong finished explaining, he turned to Lu Ruyan and the other women and said, "Sister-in-law, there are just too many of them. You should retreat first." Once Xiao He understood the situation, he immediately chimed in, "Sisters-in-law, the 3 of U.S. brothers will cover your retreat and lead the servants to fight them off." "Ha, why are you running?" Lu Ruyan laughed instead of being afraid, excitedly saying, "The more the merrier." Chapter 179, Soaring Points. "Sister-in-law, did you catch it from the boss?" We didn't even get halfway through Xiao He's persuasion. Lu Ruyan suddenly took out a golden storage bag from her waist and interrupted, "My dear, to prevent any accidents, you've prepared a powerful weapon for us." Xiao He swallowed hard, looking puzzled, and asked, "A killer weapon? The boss never mentioned that to me." While everyone was chatting idly, not far away, on the ice surface, monstrous waves began to emerge. These monsters were similar to those Lin Bei had seen before, except that the animals on their heads were different. There were tigers, lions, cheetahs, dragons, and even a few monsters with dragon and phoenix heads. Those cobbled-together monsters with bloodshot eyes and ferocious faces seemed possessed, staring intently at Xiao He and the others, roaring and drooling. The tens of thousands of different roars instantly drew the attention of Xiao He and the others. Seeing the swarm of monsters, as dense as an ant colony, begin to charge, Lu Ruyan dared not hesitate any longer and quickly reached in her golden storage bag, taking out a small hurricane missile. Can this tiny projectile really take down tens of thousands of wave creatures? Xiaohei stared at the palm-sized hurricane missile, clearly a little uneasy, so he asked again to confirm. Lu Rian did not respond to this, because she is using her mind to try to activate the hurricane missile. The hurricane missile, about 10 centimeters in size and shaped like a silver bullet, was activated. A powerful energy fluctuation began to spread from Lu Rian's palm, causing the surrounding air and snowflakes to distort and ripple like waves. Faced with this commotion and this scene, Wincy looked horrified and said in an incredulous tone, "It's a level 5 wind element missile." "Indeed, it's a 5th-order energy fluctuation," Wendong echoed, then looked at Lu Ruyan and said, "Sister-in-law, why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Is it really okay for you to waste a strategic weapon like this?" "It's okay, there are plenty of these. My darling gave me several thousand, saying that as long as there are many monsters, don't be stingy, just keep attacking." Lu Rian's words had barely faded when the small hurricane missile was already fully activated. With a loud whoosh, the missile shot into the sky like a silver lightning bolt. Its form continued to grow larger in the air, and its speed increased, disappearing from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. 3 seconds later, from the center of the surging monster wave attacking Xiaohei and the others, a series of howling sounds suddenly came, like the roar of an angry beast. As the whooshing sound reverberated through the heavens and earth, a tornado resembling a silver blade suddenly appeared, engulfing numerous stitched creatures within it. In an instant, the center of the monster horde became a bloody meat grinder. Countless deep-sea terrors were torn to pieces, and even the silver tornado was stained red with blood. Staring at the bloody scene not far away, Xiaohei and the others were all dumbfounded. Lu Ruyan, in particular, never expected that such a small missile could have such world-destroying power. Tisk, that's brutal, Xiaohei couldn't help but exclaim, then looked at Lu Ruyan and said, "Sister-in-law, can I have one to play with? I want to try firing it." "Vice Captain, stop fooling around," Wincy quickly interrupted, explaining, "This Tier 5 strategic weapon is worth at least tens of thousands of points. You really dare to dream of just playing around with it?" Lu Ruyan stared at the bloody scene before her, shook her head, and said with discomfort, "I still prefer a peaceful life. Fighting and killing really don't suit me." At this point, she took out more than 10 hurricane missiles from her golden storage bag, looked at the small black path, and said, "I'm going to help my darling with a big deal. I don't have time to kill monsters. Remember to come to the camp to collect them when you're done. Also, remember not to waste the monster corpses." "Okay, sister-in-law." Xiaohei nodded happily, walked quickly to Lu Rian's side, took the hurricane missile with a look of great joy, and said, "Thank you, sister-in-law. You can rest well. We can take care of these horses." "Okay." Lu Ruyan nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Su Nana and instructed, "Let's go to the camp. We'll need the sisters' help with the business later." He watched the girls walk towards the camp tents. Xiaohei's demeanor changed from obsequious to arrogant. He turned to Wendong and Wenxi and said, "As the boss's trusted general and the deputy captain of security, isn't it normal for me to be able to use missiles?" Wendong and Wenxi fell into deep thought. After all, in their understanding, players of survival games wouldn't be so generous, and such strategic weapons are usually kept as trump cards, certainly not something that subordinates would use casually. Don't overthink it. You should know that our boss has financial power. Based on my years of experience in the business world, his future achievements are absolutely limitless. The fact that you two joined us is definitely the best decision you've ever made." As Xiaohei spoke, he walked over to Wendong and Wenxi, patted them on the shoulder, and said, "All right, get ready to direct the servants to clean up the battlefield. There's still more fighting to come." While Xiaohei and his servants were cleaning up the battlefield, the regional channel is in an uproar again. Ranking. First place, Fire Dragon Clan. Points, 812,500. Second place, Human Race on Earth. Score, 700,511. Third place, Kuinxing Kuin Clan. 400,199 points. Regional channel, 10th Sea area. Number of people, 891,113. What's going on? Weren't we 300,000 points short before? Is the system broken? Or did someone have a cheat program and modified the points? Are you really thinking back to when you were writing novels? Since you can revise them, why don't you just revise them by millions of points? Have you noticed that the Fire Dragon Clan's points are increasing at a slower and slower rate? Yes, prices were soaring before. Something's fishy going on. I have a bad feeling. Could it be that the number of sea monsters in their area is decreasing. That's possible. The number should be decreasing. That's great. If we work even harder, overtaking them directly is not a dream. Zhang Hezhou, we've killed over 20 more monsters. This area is all clear now. Planning to roast some deep-sea terror meat. Anyone want some? I'll sell you some. Sweet yeah. You try the taste for me first. If it's good, I'll make one too. Thompson, eat up. It's incredibly delicious, a bit like mutton, but a little gamey. Overall, it's not a big problem. Also, this meat not only increases attributes, but eating more can also boost character experience points. It's just a bit bloating and greasy. Have you already eaten? Thompson, it's all packed. With over 1,000 players taking turns fighting, isn't it normal to grab a bite to eat after a shift? Come join us, and it would be best if a couple of cooks could come too. Chapter 180 is only a little cheaper. The Human Race's chat channel was buzzing with messages. Some players were discussing the reasons for the increased points, others were talking about deep-sea terror meat, and still others were urging players to regroup as soon as possible. Suddenly, Lu Rian's message came into the player's view, instantly igniting the discussion in the channel. Lu Rian. The small hurricane missile is the reason why our Human Race's sea area has been able to increase its points so much. With it, it's not a problem to deal with 100,000 deep-sea fears in one go. My goodness, where did this big shot come from? I've never seen him before. She seems to be a beautiful woman, but what's the meaning of the accompanying player next to her image? Could it be that she's a mistress kept by some powerful figure behind the scenes? Tankison, what do you mean by sugar baby? You should call her sister-in-law, because the big boss behind her is Lin Bei. Hello, sister-in-law. Are you here to sell missiles? I don't know the price, and I'm wondering if you can get a loan? Hello, sister-in-law. Could I borrow one of these missiles first? If it works well, I'll definitely buy a few more. Yes, you can't just run ads randomly, but isn't it a bit of an exaggeration to say that you can solve 100,000 in one go? Seeing that some people on the regional channel still didn't believe her, Lu Ruyan immediately edited a message in response. Pictures and screenshots are available as evidence. 3 minutes ago, 100,000 deep-sea terrors were wiped out, and the battlefield is currently being cleaned up with countless amounts of meat harvested. Awesome. With a weapon like that, wouldn't it be able to punch the deep-sea terror and kick the Fire Dragon clan? Awesome. I knew the master had a backup plan. I want to buy 10 hurricane missiles and set off fireworks in the deep-sea terror's lair. I'm going to poop in the lair of deep-sea fear. Sister-in-law, tell me the price quickly. There are a lot of people with deep-sea fear here, and we don't have many people at our location. Thompson, sister-in-law, I have quite a few deep-sea fear here too, and as more players gather, there's a growing trend of it increasing. Sell some to me to boost my popularity. At this moment, the channel is filled with messages from players urging them to hurry up. After all, if there are weapons that can quickly combat deep-sea fear, there is no need to risk one's life. Lu Ruyan. The regional channel has nearly 900,000 players, but only a few thousand missiles. So for now, we can only sell to players with tens of thousands of monsters in the base. Also, according to the Big Shot's words, this thing is worth 30,000 points. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll give you a discount. It's only 29,999 points. Sweet Moon. Thompson. Cheenan. Zhang Hezhou. Sister-in-law, are you kidding us? Sister-in-law, do you have a misunderstanding about discounts? It's really a great product, and it's only 1 point cheaper. I'm so happy. They're such good at business. So, are we sure of that 1 point? I can't afford it. I simply can't afford it. I'm such a poor guy. I can only keep playing with AK. At this price, I don't even dare to glance at it before applying for a loan. Lu Rian's price instantly sparked heated discussions on the channel, with everyone exclaiming that they couldn't afford it. Just when the players had given up hope, Lu Rian edited the message again. Considering that many players really can't afford it, and the Human Race's sea area points are lagging behind, I plan to give everyone a preferential treatment. As long as you have more than 30,000 deep-sea terrors, you can contact me to apply for hurricane missiles. At that time, the problem will be solved, and you will need to hand over the meat of 30,000 deep-sea terrors to offset the points. Is it really only 1 point to recycle a deep-sea fear? Isn't that a bit cheap? Haha, are you stupid? If you encounter 50,000 deep-sea terrors, you can apply for hurricane missiles, defeat the monsters, and earn 20,000 meat in net profit. You can instantly upgrade from a slingshot to a cannon and become rich overnight. Thompson, that's great. For what I've observed, the more players gather, the more monsters spawn. Everyone, come on over, let's fire an Italian cannon and have some fun. 2nd Battalion Commander, fire. My cannon is itching for action. Lu Ruyan. Remember, you need to take photos of the book pages as proof. Also, an agreement needs to be signed. Li Jinshun. This is nothing. Are there any other players nearby? Quick, gather together. If you're a brother, come and fight me. Because Lu Ruyan was openly selling hurricane missiles in the channel, the players are now even more eager to gather. After all, once a certain number of people are gathered, a large number of deep-sea monsters can be attracted. If they are wiped out in one fell swoop, after deducting costs, it will all be pure profit, not to mention that it can also help the human race increase a lot of points in the sea. It was almost noon. Survival time, 10:30. Near an island in the Fire Dragon Clan sea area. An elderly fire dragon stared at the points rankings on the page, looking puzzled. How long has it been? Our race was leading by more than 300,000 points before, but now we've been overtaken by 500,000 points. Could it be that the humans are cheating? A young fire dragon speculated. Immediately, other fire dragons chimed in. That's right. They don't have any special skills, and their natural attributes are weaker. They shouldn't be able to hunt more deep-sea fears than we do. That's not the key point. Old Madman shook his head and continued. The death count in our Fire Dragon Sea channel is a bit outrageous. According to my observation, every few minutes, hundreds, even thousands of fire dragons die at once. Perhaps those who died were the weaker ones, those who weren't good at fighting, a young fire dragon said disdainfully. Those of our kind are a disgrace to the dragon race. Your thinking is very... The old madman paused midway through his sermon, turned to look at the northern sky, and said sternly, There are signs of humans. Everyone be on guard. The words had barely left his mouth. The fire dragons all turned to look north. In midair, a human was seen advancing through the goose-feather snowflakes. How perceptive! Lin Bei smiled as he approached, his eyes looking at him as if he were looking at a god of wealth. Human, are you the referee? The mad dragon stared at the human in midair, its eyes filled with vigilance. No. Lin Bei decisively denied that he was the referee, and then provocatively said, I am just a human who has infiltrated the Fire Dragon Clan sea area. Besides, tens of thousands of your race's compatriots have already died at my hands. It was you, old man Kwong, who reacted instantly and quickly warned the eager younger generation nearby. Don't be impulsive. This guy is beyond our capabilities. He's luring us into attacking him. So the referee must be the one to handle him. Chapter 181 Boss Attack. Lin Bei frowned slightly, and the smile on his face gradually faded. Clearly, he had not expected that there would be such a clever person among the Fire Dragon clan who could see through his scheme in the blink of an eye. Of course, Lin Bei didn't think it was because his acting was bad. After all, he had previously deceived at least several thousand, if not tens of thousands, of fire dragons. You old bastard, how did you find out? Lin Bei asked bluntly, his face dark and no longer bothering to hide his true feelings. Your acting skills are nothing but showing off in front of an old man like Lu Ban. The old man stroked his dragon whiskers and explained, to be able to deal with so many fire dragons, and with Kwong Lang suddenly dying, no human could possibly do it unless you were the referee. So stop pretending. We won't attack you. At this point, his expression suddenly turned cold, and he added, If I'm not mistaken, you must be Lin Bei, right? Truly, heroes emerge from among the young. However, you will surely pay the price for your actions today. Our Fire Dragon clan will never forget these debts, generation after generation. Do you think I wouldn't dare to make a move? Lin Bei said irritably. Ha ha, the tyrant laughed, shaking his head. The referees have limitations, right? Aren't you afraid of getting a red name? Aren't you afraid of losing points? I'll stand here today and let you kill me. These words were spoken. The other young members of the Fire Dragon clan all realized what was happening and spoke up. I said to the referee, Don't you have any duties to perform? Exactly. Shouldn't you be executing the players who ran away? Get out of here. You're not welcome here. Lin Bei's patience was nearing its limit in the face of the Fire Dragon clan's provocation, and the killing intent in his eyes intensified. Seeing Lin Bei's embarrassed expression, one of the most vocal Fire Dragon players, beaming with delight, said in an even more mocking tone, Oh, the referee seems really angry. How about I kill one for you to vent your anger? Ha ha! At this moment, Lin Bei was completely enraged. He disregarded the referee's points and suddenly leaped off the floating wheel, swooping down at a speed invisible to the naked eye towards the laughing fire dragon. In the blink of an eye, Lin Bei was already in front of the laughing fire dragon, swinging his fist, which was empowered by the dragon's power, and smashing it toward its face. In an instant, the laughter stopped, and the fire dragon's head burst like a balloon, leaving only its bleeding lower body. Beep, beep, beep. Warning, warning. If a player is detected to have been maliciously executed, the referee's score will be reduced by 10. Ignore the prompting in your head. Lin Bei flashed again, appearing in front of the mad old man, and kicked him hard without hesitation. This kick wasn't the incredibly powerful dragon tail sweep, nor was it enveloped by the yellow dragon. Even so, its power was like a bomb exploding on the calm lake surface, causing ripples in the surrounding air and melting even the snowflakes that were flying everywhere. Faced with Lin Bei's sudden attack, Kuang Lao trembled. His pupils contracted sharply, and he felt a sudden chill run down his spine. He tried to dodge the fatal kick, but sadly discovered that in front of this human, he was like a snail being pounced on by a cheetah, with no way to avoid it. The person before him was incredibly fast, completely shattering the old man's hopes. With a devastating kick landing, excruciating pain swept through the old man's nerves like a tidal wave. But the pain was only fleeting, because he couldn't bear it for even a second before his brain lost consciousness and his body, like a flower destroyed by a raging wind, instantly turned into shattered flesh and blood. Beep, beep, beep. Warning, warning. If a player is detected to have been maliciously executed, the referee's score will be reduced by 10. Lin Bei killed the two players in less than 10 seconds. Such a horrifying scene instantly silenced the crowd. All the Fire Dragon Clan players stared at Lin Bei with hostility, as if they wanted to devour him alive and drink his blood before they would be satisfied. Ha ha ha. Lin Bei laughed loudly, sweeping his disdainful gaze around, and said scornfully, "You yourselves asked me to kill them. I've never heard of such a request in my life. You want revenge? Then come on." No sooner had the words left his mouth than an uncontrollable Fire Dragon player roared. "We Fire Dragons have always been the ones killing others, and no one has ever dared to do anything to us. Don't be afraid. Everyone, let's kill this human together, eat his flesh, and drink his blood." Calm down, calm down. A player immediately jumped in, urging everyone not to fall for it. He's trying to lure us into attacking. "You weakling, you died an old madman right in front of us, and you still expect us to endure it?" Watching the Fire Dragon players arguing incessantly, Lin Bei cracked his neck and added fuel to the fire. "Is this all the Fire Dragon Clan is? I've slaughtered tens of thousands of your dragons, and you don't even dare to seek revenge. You should rename yourselves the Rat Clan. Damn it, even if I die, I'll skin you alive." Several Fire Dragons, unable to contain themselves, pushed aside their companions who were trying to stop them and charged towards Lin Bei without a care in the world. Their distorted faces were filled with rage. Having successfully lured Lin Bei, a smirk played on his lips as he stood rooted to the spot, awaiting the opponent's attack, clearly intending to recoup the points he had lost. But things didn't go as planned. Suddenly, the nearby ice surface trembled violently. Not far away, Iceland began to gradually crack, and the commotion it caused continued to spread, with the sound echoing across the sky. Regarding this situation, the Fire Dragon players who were roaring and charging in a battle were momentarily stunned. Then, together with Lin Bei, they looked towards Iceland. What appeared before everyone's eyes was that Iceland was split in two like a watermelon, and a red humanoid head resembling a tall building emerged from the middle. The red head had no hair. Its skin was wrinkled like that of Centenarian. Its eyes were all white with no eyeballs, and black liquid kept flowing from the corner of its mouth. What the hell? Lin Bei had just begun to wonder. A notification sound immediately rang in his mind. Beep. The boss has invaded the Fire Dragon Clan's world. Referees, please assemble immediately to deal with the deep-sea red corpse. Beep attention, referee. Although this boss is only at Tier 4 strength, its specific attributes and skills are no less than those of a Tier 5 player. Beep, please handle with care. Beep, please handle with care. A deep-sea red corpse? This is the boss. Looks like I'm pretty lucky. Lin Bei's lips curled up, already intending to take action to deal with this boss. However, before he could make a move, the boss's sides began to tremble again. Immediately afterwards, two smaller heads broke through the ice and came into view. Beep. Too many bosses have invaded the Fire Dragon Clan's world. Referees, please assemble immediately to deal with the deep-sea black corpse. Chapter 182 Boss Attack Part 2. Watching the boss about to break free of the ice, Lin Bei decisively activated his third eye to examine their attributes. After all, knowing yourself and your enemy is the key to victory in every battle. Deep Sea Red Corpse. Level 49. Race. Introduction. A product of deep sea black holes. Everything about it remains a mystery. Intermediate stamina, 411. Intermediate strength, 213. Intermediate agility, 188. Mental strength, 50. Advanced skin resilience, 388. Skill. Mental bomb. Each hit has an explosive effect. The stronger the enemy's mental strength, the larger the blast radius. Power of the Deep Sea. Possesses powerful regenerative abilities. The more severe the injury, the faster the recovery speed. Deep Sea Blessing. When activated, grants immunity to 90% of damage for 10 minutes and requires 1 hour to recharge. Deep Sea Giant Mouth. Devours living creatures, permanently increasing skin toughness and stamina by a small amount. Deep Sea Venom. Sprays a black liquid that poisons targets that come into contact with it, causing their health to drop continuously and all their attributes to be weakened by 30. Deep Sea Roar. The roar weakens the target's all attributes by 20 for 5 minutes, with a 40-minute recharge time. Deep Sea Black Corpse. Level 35. Race. Introduction. A product of deep sea black holes. Everything about it remains a mystery. Intermediate stamina, 255. Intermediate strength, 188. Intermediate agility, 174. Mental strength, 10. Medium skin resilience, 288. Skill. Mental bomb. The power of the deep sea. Giant mouth of the deep sea. Roar of the deep sea. The big boss actually has 6 skills. Moreover, the skin's resilience is also at a high level. Especially the Deep Sea Blessing, once activated, grants immunity to 90% of damage. In the battle, combined with the roar skills of the 2 mini-bosses, he couldn't even imagine how disgusting it would be. With that in mind, Lin Bei took out the Sun-Shooting Arrow and Sun-Shooting Bow experience card from his system space without hesitation. That's right. He planned to take advantage of the moment when the red and black corpses appeared and use a level 100 strategic weapon to kill them instantly. After all, if we really went to fight to the death, given the boss's defense and skills, it would probably waste a lot of time and consume a huge amount of mental energy. As the 2 trial cards shattered, a peach-colored bow and arrow appeared in Lin Bei's hand. The bow and arrow were covered with unknown runes, and the red light that flashed from time to time also emitted a kind of pressure. The moment that oppressive force spread, the 3 bosses, which were recovering, froze and looked at Lin Bei in unison. When the 3 of them spotted a human drawing his bow and knocking an arrow, a hint of fear appeared in his eyeless eyes, as if he wanted to return the way he came across the broken ice. However, Lin Bei wouldn't give the boss any chance to react. He deftly drew the bow to its maximum extent and then released it. In an instant, the sun-shooting arrow, like a wild horse breaking free, pierced the sky and headed straight for the red corpse in the deep sea. Its speed was so fast that even Lin Bei couldn't see the arrow flying. He could only vaguely see a flash of red light, which caused the snowflakes and air to distort and ripple continuously. Sensing the danger, the deep-sea red corpse let out a furious roar without hesitation. Immediately afterwards, a giant red hand, like coral, broke through the ice, grabbed the deep-sea black corpse beside it, and dragged it to its own face. Clearly, the deep-sea red corpse, knowing it had no time to dodge, tried to use the mini-boss's massive body to take the brunt of the deadly sun-shooting arrow. The deep-sea black corpse offered no resistance, allowing the red corpse to pull it along, just like a loyal servant willing to die for its master. In an instant, the ice around the boss shattered, and seawater surged out, forming a towering wave that added another layer of protection in front of the 3 bosses. Unfortunately, this protection was useless against the sun-shooting arrow. It was pierced through in an instant, striking the mini-boss directly in the face and forehead, producing a loud explosion. At that moment, the black corpse's massive head began to twist, and a series of cracking and tearing sounds filled the air. As the distortion continues to spread, it reaches a critical point. A surge of immense energy exploded, radiating dazzling light, making it difficult for Lin Bei and the Fire Dragon Clan players who had flown into the sky to open their eyes. As the light gradually faded, the purplish-red light in the sky gradually gained the upper hand and took control of the entire sea area again. Is it resolved? Lin Bei muttered to himself, then activated his third eye to look towards the direction of the deep-sea red corpse. What came into his view were two enormous corpses floating on the sea. The corpses were more than 10 meters long, and their bodies looked as if they had been cut into pieces, with gray liquid constantly oozing into the nearby sea. It also had coral-like tentacles on its neck, but they had all broken off, probably because of the arrow that shot down the sun. As for the lower half of the black corpse, it was covered with strange spikes, somewhat similar to Xiao Hei's iron spike skill. This attack didn't even destroy the black corpse's body. It's incredibly tough. However, the two mini-bosses seemed to be completely dead. After briefly glancing at the black corpse, Lin Bei continued to look to the side. Soon, a red corpse, its lower body submerged in seawater, came into his view. At this moment, the red corpse stood upright in the sea, and only his upper body could be seen. He seemed to be seriously injured, and his whole figure was swaying and extremely unstable. He looked extremely painful. Upon seeing this, Lin Bei looked surprised, but then thought about it and realized it made sense. After all, the sun-shooting arrow's effect of stacking 1,000 fire attribute damage wasn't triggered, and with the mini-boss blocking the attack and Deep-Sea Blessing's 90% damage immunity, it was really difficult to kill it in one hit. He was not allowed to think about it much. The boss, standing upright in the sea, suddenly regained its footing, and even its pained expression eased. Does it have a restorative effect from the power of the deep sea? It seems I must fire an arrow. Otherwise, during the 10-minute duration of the Deep-Sea Blessing, I simply won't be able to break through the defense. This thought came to mind. Lin Bei quickly took out an experience card from the system space and crushed it. In an instant, the peach-colored arrow reappeared in his hand. Without any hesitation, Lin Bei familiarly drew his bow and nocked an arrow, intending to finish the battle quickly. This action instantly drew the attention of the deep-sea red corpse. Roar! Awoo! Seeing the familiar scene again, the deep-sea red corpse felt its scalp tingle and couldn't help but roar at Lin Bei, its appearance extremely vulnerable and even helpless. However, Lin Bei was not disturbed by the shouting and fired the arrow with practiced ease. Such unsportsmanlike behavior sent a shiver down the spine of deep-sea terror, who immediately plunged into the sea, intending to run away, clearly not wanting to get entangled with Lin Bei, this cheater, any longer. Chapter 183 Boss Attack Part 3. Watching the deep-sea red carcass disappear into the sea. The arrows seemed to have eyes. Without hesitation, they changed direction and hurtled towards the sea. Not long after, a muffled boom came from the sea. Immediately afterwards, a colossal wave, seemingly capable of swallowing a city, surged from the sea and soared into the sky, a spectacle of unparalleled grandeur. Lin Bei instinctively moved away, waiting for the outcome. Suddenly, several white lights appeared in the towering waves. Everyone, get ready for battle. Before the referee could finish his rant, he was instantly swallowed by the giant wave. What's going on? This wave? Damn it, where's the ice? I can't fly. The referees, who had just been teleported to the boss via the orb, were completely bewildered, clearly not understanding the current situation. Looking at the referees swimming in the sea, Lin Bei shouted from midair, "I've already dealt with the 3 bosses here. You should go somewhere else." These words were spoken. The referees were taken aback for a moment, then looked up at the sky. When they spotted Lin Bei, they quickly scanned their surroundings. That's the mini-boss, the deep-sea black corpse? It seems so, and it appears to have been resolved. Damn it, did we come all this way for nothing? We didn't even get an assist point? It's only been less than 3 minutes, right? How could it be so fast? The 6 referees were filled with disbelief. The referee, named Tunming, looked around carefully and then looked up at Lin Bei Dao. There are only 2 corpses here. Where's the deep-sea red corpse? You were able to finish it off so quickly. You must have used the sun-shooting arrow. Did you fail to kill it? At that moment, he still held a sliver of hope. After all, the deep-sea red corpse's body wasn't at the scene, which proves that the big boss is still alive. Furthermore, since Lin Bei has already used the sun-shooting arrow, there will definitely be opportunities for cooperation in the future. In this way, he can earn some boss points and even get some special food. You mean the big boss? Lin Bei asked coldly, pointing to the area where the waves had just subsided. He added, "Wait a few minutes, and that thing's corpse should appear. Unfortunately, you were too slow. All 3 bosses have already been slain by me." The words had barely left his mouth. A corpse covered in wounds and constantly flowing with black blood gradually emerged from the sea. Upon seeing this, the wolf grandfather, who was swimming in a doggy paddle, exclaimed in surprise, "Is this the big boss's corpse?" Upon hearing this, the other referees exchanged bewildered glances for a few seconds before discussing it in disbelief. Are you kidding me? Only a few minutes have passed, and he's already soloing the deep-sea boss? Is this really something a player could do? Even if we replace them with intermediate-level referees, we can't guarantee they can solo it. To the astonishment of the crowd, Tun Meng scoffed. Heh, if I gave you the sun-shooting arrow or any other Tier 10 weapon, you could solo the deep-sea red corpse in minutes. It seems like what you're saying makes sense. Grandpa Wolf stopped swimming, scratched his head, and sighed helplessly. That's true, but such a strategic weapon isn't something you can just have whenever you want. Exactly. The tiger referee nodded in agreement. Besides, even if I had it, I probably wouldn't be willing to use it. I should keep it in my hand to threaten other players and use it as a trump card. Indeed, another rat referee agreed. Using top-tier weapons, even if they're one-time use, to deal with a low-level natural disaster is a bit of a waste. You, Tun Meng, hesitated before turning to Lin Beidao and saying, "You entered our territory to kill the big boss, which is considered overstepping your bounds and caused us to lose points. Shouldn't you pay some compensation?" Compensation? Lin Bei's expression hardened, and he said irritably, "I killed the boss all by myself. Did you guys even contribute? And you still want something in return? However, I'm a kind-hearted person. I can send you to meet the king of hell." What is Yama? Tun Meng looked suspicious, but quickly changed the subject and continued to demand, "If we get 3/10 of the boss's meat, we can forget about this." Boss meat? Reminded, Lin Bei immediately activated his third eye to check the effects of the boss meat. Deep-sea red corpse flesh. Level 49. Category: Special food. Description: the meat of the deep-sea boss in the Cataclysm has the effect of increasing skin toughness and stamina. Moreover, it can also help players below level 5 increase their character experience, making it a special type of meat that is very popular among players. Effect: consuming 1,000 grams can increase physical strength by 1 point. Consuming 2,000 grams can increase skin elasticity by 1 point. Consuming 3,000 grams will increase a player's experience by 1 point, with the effect being 5 times greater for players below level 4. Note, this is ineffective for players at or above level 5. It will not increase any experience points, but will only improve attributes. Consuming 5,000 grams will increase a player's food intake by 10. Note, this meat is extremely greasy and very filling. Deep-sea black corpse flesh. Level 30. Category: Special food. Description: meat of the deep-sea boss in the cataclysmic events. Effect: consuming 2,000 grams can increase skin elasticity by 1 point. Consuming 3,000 grams will increase a player's experience by 1 point, with the effect being 5 times greater for players below level 2. Note, this is ineffective for players at level 4 or above. It will not increase any experience points, but will only improve attributes. Wanzhou Sea Area Recycling Price: 1,000 grams of deep-sea red corpse. Value: 1,000 points. 1,000 grams of deep-sea black corpse is worth 500 points. This is truly unprecedented. The Sea of Myriad Races, a place known for its stinginess, would actually spend the equivalent of 48 hours of referee wages to recycle this special food. No wonder the porcupines would demand this kind of meat, and the other referees were eager to try their luck with the big boss. This thought came to mind. Lin Bei immediately activated his mental power. In an instant, ripples spread through the air, converging into a crescent-shaped spatial vortex. What are you trying to do? Sensing the spatial fluctuations, the dolphin became wary and hurriedly darted into the sea, trying to avoid this skill. However, something unexpected happened. Lin Bei vanished into thin air in an instant, and the next moment he appeared behind Tun Meng, shooting out the crescent vortex that struck Tun Meng head-on. Spatial displacement? Tun Meng was horrified. Knowing that he could not avoid it, he subconsciously tried to use his life-saving skills. But he found in despair that no matter how much he tried to activate his will, there was no response at all. Before he could figure out what was going on, the spatial vortex had already sucked the porpoise into it. In an instant, Tun Meng's body felt as if it were inside a washing machine, constantly being torn apart by the vortex, as if millions of ants were gnawing at him. Chapter 184 Boss Attack Part 4. Lin Bei watched as Tun Ming was being torn apart by space, fearing that the other party was not dying fast enough or thoroughly enough, so he decisively activated his will again. Instantly, a chill spread across the sea surface, and the sea water, which had just thawed, froze again. Seeing the frozen porcupine before him, Lin Bei quickly took action, removed the storage bag from the other's waist, and began rummaging through it. Before long, the 3 activated substitute coins were revealed. Everyone seems to have one. As Lin Bei spoke, he threw a punch, striking the ice sculpture in front of him. In an instant, the ice sculpture turned into ice particles mixed with flesh and blood, which flew in all directions. Beep, beep, beep. Malicious provocation, malicious killing of the referee. Red name level refreshed to 7 days and upgraded to level 5 red name. Beep, beep, beep. Temporary referee Lin Bei has soloed the Deep Sea Red Corpse and is awarded 3,000 referee points. Beep, beep, beep. Temporary referee Lin Bei has soloed the killing of 2 Deep Sea Black Corpses and is awarded 1,000 referee points. Current referee score, 11438. 5th tier red name? Will the next player, who comes looking for trouble, be even more powerful? Lin Bei didn't think much of it. Instead, he took out an experience card from his system space, turned to the remaining referees, and said, "Anyone else want me to distribute the boss meat? Just say so. I'm easy to talk to." Witnessing the swampy creature being eliminated in an instant, and the new sun-shooting arrow experience card being taken out, the referees who had been itching to act immediately became obedient and looked at each other in bewilderment. Clearly, their impression of Lin Bei has been refreshed once again. The human race before me not only possesses abnormal attributes, but their skills are also terrifying, especially their rare spatial skills, which seem to have a silencing effect. What surprised the referees the most was that Lin Bei actually had a trial card for the sun-shooting arrow. The wolf grandfather then spoke tremblingly, "We didn't contribute anything, so the boss's meat should belong to you, sir." "Yes, yes," the rat referee immediately echoed. "Big boss, you are so dashing like a god descended to earth. You are the future of our myriad races see. From now on, whatever you say, I, the yellow rat, will obey your command." The referees conceded defeat. Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad. If there's nothing else, I'll go ahead." At this point, he seemed to remember something, looked up at the fire dragons watching the battle in the sky, and then turned to the referees and said, "Hey you guys, do you want some boss meat?" "Big boss, you must be joking." Grandpa Wolf shook his head frantically, refusing. "All the meat is yours. We wouldn't dare to be greedy. Anyone who tries to take it from you is my enemy." "I'm serious." Lin Bei interrupted seriously, explaining, "These fire dragons are a nuisance. If you help me get rid of one, I'll give you 1,000 grams of boss meat and an additional 500 points. How about it?" "That's not good." The weasel looked troubled. "Killing one will deduct 10 referee points. That means all the hundreds of points I earned this morning will be gone. Can you change the request?" One fire dragon's meat, 1,000 grams, costs 600 points. Lin Bei added the price, then reminded him, "This bounty is for the entire fire dragon clan sea area." "The entire sea area?" The referees exchanged bewildered glances, and Grandpa Wolf couldn't help but ask curiously, "Boss, do you have a grudge against them? Did someone in your family die at their hands? There's no need to slaughter their entire clan." "Nogadai." Lin Bei shook his head in denial, then added, "I just don't like leaving potential problems behind." "What's wrong with that?" No. Grandpa Wolf quickly waved his hand, lost in thought. Not only him, but all the other referees were like that. Lin Bei still has the sun-shooting arrow, so their joint attempt to kill the big boss in the other sea area is definitely hopeless. Besides, Lin Bei certainly won't cooperate, and executing players yields few points. After weighing the pros and cons, the referee, Weasel, was the first to come to his senses and looked at Lin Bei. "Boss, can we sign an agreement?" "No problem." Lin Bei nodded without hesitation. "With an agreement in place, it's a guarantee for you. Since that's the case, then it's a deal. I will definitely help you wipe out the Fire Dragon clan completely." The weasel looked up, its face revealing a fierce glint as it stared at the Fire Dragon clan player in the sky, its eyes filled with greed. The weasel's compromise gradually swayed the other referees. Among them, Grandpa Wolf was the first to make his choice, saying in a reckless tone, "I accept this deal. We might be average at killing bosses, but we're definitely good at crushing newbies." The two men's actions instantly triggered a herd mentality, with other referees pledging their loyalty and choosing to cooperate. Very good. Lin Bei smiled and said, then I'll start drafting the agreement and we'll settle the accounts together when the competition ends. The referee's collusive actions. The Fire Dragon players who were eavesdropping nearby shuddered and felt their scalps tingle. At this moment, they dared not linger and scattered at lightning speed, intending to share the news with other members of their race once they were safe. In response, the weasel immediately urged, Boss, hurry up. My claws are itching for a fight. Noon. Survival time. 1300 hours. In a certain area of the human race's seas, approximately 4,000 players are currently clearing out tens of thousands of deep-sea terror corpses. Brother Tang, this shot will net at least 10,000 corpses, a sure way to make a fortune. Qin watched the busy players, his eyes filled with joy. Brother Qin, whether it's a corpse or not doesn't matter. Thompson shook his head, giving a knowing look. The key is that after we perform this service, we can obtain the antidote. Yes, this journey has been truly arduous. Qin exclaimed, then declared loudly, if I can safely survive this competition and obtain the antidote, I'm going to buy a ton of wine and get completely drunk, and then I'll find a woman with big breasts. That's easy, Thompson said confidently. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he suggested, I see you're quite skilled with lightning magic, and I can breathe fire. How about we team up? That makes sense. Qin nodded, thought for a moment, and said, how about we call it Left Thunder and Right Fire? Can you be a little more assertive? I think it should be called. Before Thompson could finish speaking, suddenly, a violent tremor came from the ice surface. What's going on? Thompson exclaimed in surprise, then looked toward the source of the commotion. What comes into view is a black head, as tall as a skyscraper, emerging from the horde of deep-sea terror corpses. That's right, this thing is the mini-boss, the deep-sea black corpse. Chapter 185 Boss Attack Part 5. What the hell is that dark thing? Thompson couldn't help but exclaim, staring intently at the deep-sea black corpse in front of him. Holy crap! Qin exclaimed in surprise and uncertainty. Could it be like in the game, that it's a boss? That makes sense, Thompson nodded, then asked rhetorically, but this thing is far too enormous. Is it really something we can handle at this stage? Forget about Grandpa and Grandma's grandpa. Before this dark, bald thing emerges from the ice, I'll first gauge its depth. Qin threw out a sentence, strode forward, and shouted, Everyone back off. This thing might be the boss. Upon hearing this, the players who were cleaning up the corpses snapped out of their daze and retreated. Seeing the players retreating in an orderly manner, Qin, who was approaching, immediately activated his will and shouted, Lei Gong, help me. Moment. A crackling blue arc of electricity descended from the sky, slicing through the snowflakes like a sharp blade, and struck the newly emerged deep-sea black corpse. The instant the electric arc touched the black corpse's head, sparks flew everywhere, and a crackling sound filled the air. However, this attack was ultimately all bark and no bite, simply because the deep-sea black corpse's skin, toughness, and stamina were astonishing, far beyond what a beginner-level mental strength could achieve. Damn it! What happened to the saying, existence is reasonable? You're completely fine? This makes me look like a useless piece of trash. Qin, who had exhausted all his mental energy, was pale and sweating profusely, as if he had been drained of all his energy after a long day. You kid, this is a bit too much of a bluff. Tang Kisin, who had rushed over, looked disdainful, took out a piece of spiritual chewing gum from his storage bag, tossed it to Qin, and said, Now watch my performance. Taking this spiritual chewing gum, Qin tore open the packaging and swallowed it without hesitation, urging, Let's retreat. This kind of thing is not something we can withstand by force. We should plan ahead. In response to this, Thompson ignored him and continued to advance. When he was close to the boss, he hurriedly channeled his inner energy and shouted, Feel the pain? Carry a bag of rice up several flights of stairs. In an instant, the surrounding temperature soared. The snowflakes melted rapidly, and a fireball with a diameter of 5 meters shot out from Thompson's mouth. The deep-sea black corpse stared at the roaring fireball, opened its enormous mouth like a black hole, and let out a shrill roar. Immediately afterwards, 2 giant black hands shattered the ice and slammed head-on into the blazing fireball. Boom! The fireball crashed into the giant hand, bursting forth with dazzling light and a scorching heat wave, instantly turning the nearby snowflakes into billowing steam and shrouding the battlefield in a hazy mist. Through the hazy steam, Thompson could clearly see that the giant hand of the deep-sea black corpse was intact and had not suffered any harm. Moreover, the attack just now seemed to have completely enraged the boss, causing the giant hand to strike him with overwhelming force. "Fuck you, you banana!" Thompson looked frightened and hurriedly took out several green beads from his storage bag and crushed them. Suddenly, life and lush greenery appeared on the ice surface. The vines grew wildly at a visible speed, intertwining and entwining to form a solid green barrier, steadily protecting Thompson behind them. The moment the barrier was formed, the giant hand of the deep-sea black corpse roared in, and the thuds from its impact were like the sound of a great bell, causing a continuous buzzing in Thompson's ears. Does it work? Just as Thompson breathed a sigh of relief after his anxious heart had been racing, he immediately decided to make a run for it and get away from this dangerous monster. But an unexpected event occurred. The vine barrier in front of them suddenly burst in two. What kind of international joke is this? Thompson's face twitched, and he fled backward as if going mad, pleading with Cheenan for help. "Brother, save me. Save me. This thing is too awesome. It's behaving itself." His voice was extremely loud. However, Cheenan, who was far away, couldn't hear it all. This was because the deep-sea black corpse had completely broken through the ice layer and stood tall on the ice surface. Its roar was like thunder, easily covering other sounds. Noticing the approaching dark corpse from the deep sea, Thompson continued, speeding forward while glancing sideways. What chilled him to the bone was that black saliva was constantly flowing from the mouth of the deep-sea black corpse, and its giant black hand was almost within reach, as if it wanted to use him as its first meal. Seeing this, Thompson couldn't help but look despairing, closed his eyes, and resignedly said, damn it, this is really bad luck." Before he could finish speaking, a miracle suddenly occurred. Then, Thompson's figure gradually disappeared from the spot. The next moment, he inexplicably appeared next to Cheenan. "Dude, I told you not to show off." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Thompson suddenly opened his eyes and muttered to himself, "I'm not dead. Damn it," Cheenan said irritably. "You brat made me lose a force summoning card. Remember to compensate me later, plus the money to save my life. That'll be it." Before Cheenan could speak, Tankasen gave him a sudden bear hug and laughed loudly. "You truly are the man I respect, and my good brother. In my heart, you are a real man of action. Come on, we're brothers, but don't skimp on the points when it comes to compensation." With that, Cheenan pushed Tankasen away with a look of disgust, and then reminded him, "Let's retreat quickly. This thing is no human being able to handle it. As long as we're alive, we can always fight another day. Run." Thompson's eyes sharpened, and he refused. A true man lives between heaven and earth. How can he not avenge a wrong? This bastard almost killed me. If I don't skin him alive, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Are you out of your mind? Cheenan's lips twitched, staring at Tankasen as if he were an idiot, and shook his head, saying, "Then you can play by yourself. My future girlfriend is having a baby and is going ahead. When I become successful, I'll definitely burn some money for you. Don't go. Wait a minute, listen to me." Thompson caught up with the fleeing Cheen and explained, "This boss is so powerful. His flesh must be valuable. Why don't we fight him? Let's explain the situation to my sister-in-law and get another hurricane missile. Take a gamble? What if the meat isn't worth much?" Cheenan stopped and asked. "Fortune favors the bold." Thompson's gaze was unwavering as he tempted. "We're already drowning in debt. Why aren't we gambling? Do you even have a choice?" Cheenan pondered for a few seconds, then turned to look at the approaching deep-sea black corpse, gritted his teeth, and said, "Fine, let's go to a safe place first, then we'll go buy it together. Also, you go take a picture of that boss." Chapter 186 in Meng's Visit. Following Cheen and Tankasen's call to action, thousands of players began to retreat at lightning speed. Seeing the food getting further and further away, the deep-sea black corpse leaped out of the water, jumping 100 meters away, and fell from the sky like a heavy bomb. Instantly, the ice surface trembled, followed by a spray of ice particles that made it impossible for players who were running too slowly to even open their eyes. Before the players could come up with an effective countermeasure, with a wave of his hand, the deep-sea black corpse grabbed dozens of players and stuffed them into his mouth without hesitation. Such a commotion. This prompted the players running ahead to turn around and stop. When they discovered that the monster was eating people, many players were so frightened that they collapsed onto the ice. But many other players quickened their pace, afraid that if they slowed down, it would be their turn. Greetings to the entire family behind this. Giving us this monster, there's absolutely no hope of defeating it. When I finally grow up, if I don't hang him up and beat him, I'll change my surname to yours. Damn it. Damn it. It looks like Brother Gene has been eaten. I'll fight this monster to the death. Among the fleeing players, a very small number suddenly turned back and ran towards the deep-sea black corpse. Their eyes were filled with determination, and they looked fearless. Perhaps among the players who perished were very important relatives or brothers. Don't be impulsive. Cheenan, the leader, suddenly shouted, urging, once we reach a safe location, we'll go to your sister-in-law to buy hurricane missiles. We promise to help them get revenge then. Just bear with it. Don't worry, everyone. Thompson immediately replied, his tone filled with grief and indignation. If one missile isn't enough, I'll buy another. Even if it means carrying a lifetime of debt, I will definitely avenge my brothers. These words were spoken. Many players who were in despair instantly regained their hope and a glimmer of light. All right, give him 2 shots, and if 2 shots don't work, 3 shots will do. I don't believe we can't take care of this guy. Brother Tang, Brother Cheen, the brothers will share the cost of the missiles. You won't be left to bear the debt alone. I'm willing to share the debt, Brother Tang and Brother Cheen. You can just borrow as much as you want. Count me in. It's fine for our own people to fight each other, but I feel disgusted when I see a carnivorous creature. That's my bottom line. Afternoon. Survival time, 1440. Inside a camp tent on the ice of certain sea area. Lu Rian, Su Nana, Song Jejia, and other women are engrossed in the pages of their books, providing supplies to the players in the channel. Suddenly, Tian Yi's information came into Song Jejia's view. Sweet Yiya, Sister Song, could you go and tell Sister Rian to check Thompson and Sheen An's private messages? There's an unidentified creature in their camp. Sister Rian probably has too many messages and hasn't been able to reply. They're quite anxious. Many people have died. Song Jejia. Okay, she's right next to me. I'll talk to her right away. After replying to the private message, Song Jejia immediately said, Rian, check the private messages of Tang Kisin and Sheenan. It seems they encountered a very powerful creature, one even more powerful than tens of thousands of deep-sea terrors. Lu Rian glanced sideways, puzzled. A very powerful creature. Could it be the boss? My darling mentioned it to me before, but he said he would handle it. What's going on? How would I know? Song Jejia shook her head, guessing casually. Maybe something happened that delayed the trip, or maybe there are bosses in more than one place. Never mind. Let me check my private messages first. After speaking, Lu Rian quickly switched the wristband to project her image and search for Cheenan's name. Instantly, more than 20 private messages appeared before my eyes. He sent me a private message almost every 5 minutes, which shows he's in a hurry. Cheenan, sister-in-law, I am the boss's confidant. There's a monster here that is as tall as a skyscraper. It may need hurricane missile support. I want to take out a loan. Cheenan, these are pictures of players who were killed. I'm not lying. Cheenan, view the projected images and private messages. Lu Rian turned to look at the red dragon at the tent entrance and said, go see if Wensi or Wundong is free and ask them to come over. There's something I need to ask them. The reason she sent Red Dragon to summon the centaurs was because the two were quite familiar with each other, and she had a few questions to ask him. Otherwise, it would be difficult to set a price. About 3 minutes later, Wensi stepped into the tent and respectfully asked, what brings you ladies here? Look at this picture. Is that the boss? Lu Ruyin went straight to the point, pointing to the projected image to ask. Wensi glanced at it briefly before explaining. Deep Sea Black Corpse, a mini-boss of the initial tier title Calamity, possesses tier 3 strength and is famous for its defense. I remember, its flesh is worth about 500 points per 1,000 grams when recycled from the Myriad Race's Raft, but the market price is higher. It's very popular and in high demand. Do you think the Hurricane Missile can take down the mini-boss? Lu re-impressed. Wensi didn't answer immediately. After pondering for about 2 minutes, he vaguely said, 1, I think it's unlikely. But 2, with a little more pressure, maybe it'll be all right. 3, Lu Rian frowned and interrupted. Can't you be more precise? Wensi said with a helpless expression, Tier 5 range technology weapons are unlikely to be used by any player to deal with the low-tier wave boss. In most cases, the referee team will handle it, so it's really hard to estimate. All right, Lu Rian sighed, then quickly edited a message to reply to Qin in, this boss should be dealt with by the referee, but my husband seems to be delayed by something, so the responsibility is a bit heavy. I will give you 2 hurricane missiles first, and if it can't be dealt with, I will give you another one. Also, you don't need any points. The boss's corpse can stay with my husband. The instant the message is sent, China replied instantly. Thank you, sister-in-law. Let me and my comrades deal with this monster. We all hate him quite a bit. As for the boss meat, give it to the boss if he wants it. We just want to kill the boss. Lu Ruyan looked satisfied. While generating the agreement, she took out 2 hurricane missiles from her golden storage bag and gave them to him. Done. I'm so capable. My darling will definitely praise me when she gets back. Hee hee. Just as Lu Ruyan was secretly delighted. Suddenly, a crab king rushed into the tent and reported, Sister-in-law, there's a woman outside. She says her name is Meng, and she wants to see the master. Who is Meng? Lu Ruyan's smile froze, replaced by confusion. After all, when Annie boarded the human emperor's raft to make a deal with Lin Bei, she and the other women were diligently practicing combat in the training room and had no idea about Meng's situation. Chapter 187: Destroying the Boss. Sister-in-law, according to Vice Captain Xiao He, and Meng is a special player. If you can fulfill 3 of her requests, one of her wishes can be granted. After hearing the Crab King's explanation, Lu Ruyan quickly put down what she was doing, got up, and walked out of the tent. Not long after, Lu Ruyan had already reached the entrance of the camp. What she saw was Xiao He and went dong-chatting with a little girl. The little girl was about 155 centimeters tall, with fair skin. Her most striking features were her large, bright eyes and adorable face. Her pink Lolita dress seemed completely out of place in the snowy weather. Can't you contact Lin Bei? And Meng looked troubled, pouting as she said, If it weren't for my sister, I wouldn't have come. Our boss is the referee. He might be busy right now. Xiao He scratched his head and reassured him. Don't worry. I've already sent a servant to call my sister-in-law. She can make the decision too. All right. And Meng shrugged and said in a reluctant tone, Then could you arrange a place for me to rest? It would be best if you could also prepare some food and drinks for me. No problem. Lu Ruyan, who had just arrived, suddenly interjected, Please come with me, young lady. At the same time, a gathering place for ice skating enthusiasts. They watched as the deep-sea black corpse pursued them once more. Cheenan looked excited, taking out the hurricane missile while muttering, That son of a bitch, he's so slow. At this point, he excitedly shouted, Brothers, don't panic. My wife has given us 2 hurricane missiles for free. Watch my performance. Let's fire 1. 2. Didn't you just say 1? Thompson looked dissatisfied and urged, Hurry up and get me 1. Let's fire at the same time and deal double damage to take this guy out. No. Cheenan refused, explaining in a low voice, There's a girl over there who looks like my longtime crush. Can I pretend to be her? Which one? Thompson glanced around, then changed the subject, whispering, Still thinking about picking up girls at a time like this, can't you have a little sense of the bigger picture? Just go for the kill, to avoid any unexpected situations. After we defeat the boss, I'll pass on my treasured woman-hunting secrets to you, guaranteed to make you a smitten every time. Deal. Cheenan nodded, took out the remaining hurricane missile, handed it to Tang Kisin, and said, I'll count to 3, then we'll fire together. No problem. Thompson took the hurricane missile and nodded repeatedly in agreement. 3, 2, 1, fire. With a powerful command issued, 2 loud whooshing sounds were heard, and the missile shot straight into the sky like a silver lightning bolt. Its form expanded continuously in the air, and its speed became increasingly rapid. In the blink of an eye, it had disappeared from the player's sight. A few seconds later, 2 dazzling streaks, like shooting stars, crashed down from above, landing at the feet of the deep-sea black corpse. The energy waves they carried spread like a surging tide, distorting and tearing the surrounding air, as if to turn the entire space upside down. Immediately afterwards, countless howling sounds rose and fell, and 2 silver tornadoes suddenly emerged, like an indestructible silver blade, tightly binding and cutting the deep-sea black corpse from bottom to top. Faced with the incredibly sharp wind blades, black blood splattered from the surface of the deep-sea black corpse's skin, and its painful roars echoed through the sky. He seemed to want to continue moving forward to avoid the silver tornado. However, after taking only 2 steps forward, the deep-sea black corpse could not withstand the pressure and collapsed to its knees on the ice. Watch as the boss kneels down. The players who had been watching were instantly excited, and their anxious hearts finally settled down. It worked. The boss looks like he's about to die. Nice, you were so arrogant before. Haha, little boss. Have you ever heard of the value of a powerful weapon? Mommy, finally I don't have to keep running around anymore. Compared to the cheering players, Chin-un and Tang-kisin, on the other hand, appeared calmer, as if they had everything under control. Brother Tang, Chin-un said with a sigh, using those two hurricane missiles together, though a bit wasteful, is exceptionally effective. He then changed the subject. Look at that beautiful girl over there. I'm going to add her as a friend later, and I'm a little nervous. It's just adding a friend. What's the big deal? Tang-kisin looked at the crowd with disdain and asked, which of these girls are you talking about? Just as the two were chatting, suddenly, a light flashed near the boss. Along with the light, a floating figure also appeared. As the light gradually faded, Lin Bei's figure was revealed to the players. Huh, I'm just prioritizing dealing with the big boss in Zhang Hezhou's area. Why is the small boss about to lose his weapon? Lin Bei glanced at the half-dead boss and unhesitatingly activated his mental power. In an instant, a crescent-shaped spatial ripple headed straight for the mini-boss, merging into the silver tornado. Roar! Struck by another fatal attack, the deep-sea black corpse, barely clinging to life, let out a shrill scream. But the scream lasted for less than a minute before gradually fading away and disappearing completely. So easy. Lin Bei looked puzzled, but then thought for a moment and said, that's good. It saves us a sun-shooting arrow. We still need to go to the Kunqing Sea later to harvest another wave of loot. At this point, he quickly turned his head and looked at the players who were talking loudly not far away. Did these players borrow the hurricane missile from Lu Ruyin to make this? After figuring out the situation, Lin Bei immediately piloted the hovercraft towards the players. Not long after, Lin Bei, who had flown over the players, asked loudly, who was in charge of this camp? Upon hearing this, the group of players all pointed to Qin and Tang-kisin, who were trying to flirt with each other. Xiang, little sister, Qin asked, his face flushed with embarrassment, as if he were stuttering. Can we add each other as friends? Ding! A member of the opposite sex whose appearance meets your standards has been detected. Li Xiang. Nationality, Xiaogua. Gender, female. Age, 19. Appearance, 88. Height, 83. Virtue of a woman, like a bud about to bloom. Occupation, CS club practice partner. Overall score, 85. Evaluation, a strong and capable woman. Lin Bei looked away with little interest and said sternly, Qin, Tang-kisin, did you take care of that little boss by borrowing the hurricane missile from Lu Ruyin? These words were spoken. Qin and Tang-kisin shuddered and immediately turned to look at the sky. Chapter 188. Eat as much as you want. Big boss. Qin exclaimed in surprise, asking, what brings you here? Are you out of your mind? Tang-kisin quickly nudged Qin and with his elbow, interrupting, boss, are you here to take care of the boss? However, we've already taken care of this boss thanks to sister-in-law's kindness in giving us 2 hurricane missiles for free. Otherwise, many more people would have died. Also, remember to take the boss meat with you. It seems Lu Ruyin is quite capable at handling things. Lin Bei muttered, taking a bottle from his system space and tossing it to the two of them, nodding and saying, good job. The antidote is inside. The two men, their faces filled with excitement, accepted the antidote and exclaimed in unison, thank you, Boss Xie. Thank you too soon. Lin Bei waved his hand to interrupt and said seriously, you need to maintain your performance, and you'll reap the rewards later. Of course, you are our spiritual leader. After flattering Qin, Tang-kisin nudged him with his elbow again. Once he realized what was happening, Qin immediately chimed in, don't worry, boss. If anyone dares to oppose you in the future, our left thunder and right fire combination will simply eliminate them physically. Thunder on the left, fire on the right? Lin Bei looked puzzled, about to say something. But Qin preemptively explained, my skill is heavenly thunder and Brother Tang's is fireball, so we made a combination. At this point, he seemed to remember something and added, my sister-in-law told me that if I see you, I should remind you that Anming is at the camp. And Meng is here? Lin Bei hurriedly took out his teleportation orb and looked at the two of them, saying, keep up the good work, don't let your guard down, I have other things to do. Qin and Tang-kisin were not allowed to reply. Li Xiang, who had been watching from the sidelines, interjected with an admiring look, boss, I'm a fan of yours. Can we add each other as friends on the book page? Huh? Lin Bei was stunned for a moment, then said, just add me. I'm in a hurry. I'll approve it later. In an instant, Chinan's head was buzzing, and his heart shattered. Noticing his brother's unusual behavior, Tang Kasin shook his head and whispered, "Since ancient times, those who are passionate are often left with only regrets, brother. You have plenty of women, but I'll introduce you to some thorny ones later. I want to be alone. Do you have any alcohol with you?" Chinan responded dejectedly. A voice suddenly rang in the minds of all players in the human race's sea. Human players in the sea area have been detected teaming up to kill a mini-boss, overcoming a wave of attacks beyond their level. The reward is 500,000 points and a large amount of attribute bonuses, which will be distributed uniformly after the competition ends. Human players, please continue your efforts to rid the lands of natural disasters in the myriad races sea. Is this my turn to get the attribute bonus? Lin Bei's lips curled up as he crushed the teleportation orb and disappeared into the air. Afternoon. Survival time. 15:30. Outside the camp tents. Vice Captain, Wincy suddenly asked, "Do you think that Meng can really have her wishes granted?" "How would I know?" Xiaohei shrugged and complained. "But she has a huge appetite. She ate almost 1,200 of our red roast ducks, which is completely inconsistent with her small potato-like figure." "Oh, can a Meng eat that much?" Lin Bei suddenly appeared behind Xiaohei like a ghost. "Who is it? Why are you bothering me?" Xiaohei said impatiently. Suddenly, he realized a voice sounded familiar. He turned around and exclaimed, "Boss? Why didn't you say you were coming back?" Compared to Xiaohei's panic, Wincy calmly replied, "Boss, Ming can eat. Judging from her appetite, she's at least level 6 or higher, not someone to be trifled with. She might really have the ability to grant wishes." Lin Bei nodded slightly and instructed, "Lead the way, I'll go take a look myself." "All right." The adjusted Xiaohei obsequiously agreed and respectfully led the way. Not long after, the man and the shark walked to the side of the main tent and stopped. Instantly, the sound of smacking chewing reached their ears. Lin Bei looked into the tent, following the sound, and saw a cute little girl wolfing down a special kind of duck meat, like a little glutton, a stark contrast to her usual behavior. Instead of greeting him immediately, he used his mind and his third eye to investigate. Number 44445. Grade. Race, demi-human. Age, 224. Property. Skill. Ding. The system has detected a woman whose appearance meets the standards. Galaxy, Earth. Race, human, demi-human. Age, 224. Appearance, 95. Dimensions, 88. Virtue of womanhood. Unmarried. A standout among the myriad races of the sea. A prodigy. Ordinary men rarely catch her eye. Occupation, dark Lolita. Overall score, 92. Can't the third eye detect it? Doesn't that mean her strength far surpasses Annie's? Are you a player of rank 7 or higher? Before Lin Bei could think further, and Meng, inside the tent, suddenly stopped wolfing down her food and looked outside, saying, "A third-tier player with a red name mark, who just experienced the second calamity and who was spying on my items just now, is he a 6th-tier player? You're the Lin Bei my sister was talking about, right? He really is a genius boy who's 1 in a million." Lin Bei was dumbfounded. After all, he hadn't even figured out Amin yet. The other party had completely figured him out, and this feeling was incredibly unpleasant and frustrating. "Why aren't you saying anything? Didn't you come looking for me?" And Meng continued. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei immediately snapped out his daze and got straight to the point. "I heard that if I fulfill 3 of your requests, I can have 1 wish granted?" "Yes." And Meng got up, walked out of the tent, and looked up at Lin Bei. He, if it can satisfy my stomach, is indeed qualified to fulfill my 3 requests. It seems that the trip was not in vain. Is satisfying one's appetite a prerequisite? Lin Bei wondered to himself, then asked, "Tell me the requirements." "No ruse, no ruse." And Meng grinned. "I need to eat my fill before I can give you what you want. But I'm already tired of duck meat. Is there anything else?" "Yes." Lin Bei nodded, taking out ingredients such as fire dragon meat and boss meat, and asked, "We don't have any cooking appliances right now. Can we barbecue it?" Yes. The food you have is quite good, much better than what we have at this stage." At this point, and Meng asked in a weak voice, "Do you have enough ingredients?" "I have a big appetite." "Eat as much as you want," Lin Bei said nonchalantly. After all, the little girl in front of me can get a normal cashback. Even if she devoured the boss who was over 10 meters tall, she would still be making a profit, without any pressure whatsoever. Chapter 189, I Want Your Sister to Be My Wife. Afternoon. Survival time, 1600 hours. At the camp, grills filled the area around the tent, and hundreds of servants were busy grilling, creating a constant sizzling sound and billowing smoke. Compared to how busy others are, Lin Bei and Meng were enjoying barbecue, drinks, and chatting inside the tent, looking quite relaxed. Hee hee. And Meng showed her missing front tooth and said with a smile, I didn't expect Brother Lin to be so generous, actually sharing the meat that increases his appetite with someone I'm meeting for the first time. Lin Bei took a sip of beer and said, nonchalantly, That's only right. Your sister has helped me a lot, and besides, it's my honor to have dinner with such a high-class beauty. And Meng rudely picked up a glass of beer, gulped it down in one go, and said in a displeased tone, Just because I'm a high-ranking person, and I have a younger sister? Lin Bei raised an eyebrow and said with a mischievous smile, Do I really have to tell you the rest? I love hearing Aming urge me on, she said. Because Miss Aming is very cute and pretty, Lin Bei gritted his teeth and praised her, then quickly changed the subject, saying, It's competition time now, and high-level players are competing in the sea area. Why are you in the low-level competition? Oh, this. And Meng thought for a moment before explaining, I shouldn't have said that, but you had a major hemorrhage, and it would seem strange if I didn't. At this point, she subtly hinted, low-level players are responsible for killing mobs in the trial, while the referee is responsible for killing the boss. So what do you think is the reason I'm in the low-level sea area? Upon hearing this, Lin Bei suddenly realized what was going on. Based on the intelligence revealed by Meng, there should be even more powerful monsters or other unknown things in the 3 competition sea areas, which require higher-level players to deal with. However, due to certain restrictions, and Meng could not reveal it openly, but could only give a subtle hint. Looks like you understand. And Meng nodded in satisfaction, then took a piece of meat and chewed it, saying as she ate, Would you like to see it? Lin Bei scratched his head and said, Finish eating first. I can't hear you if you talk while you're eating. And Meng swallowed the boss's flesh and explained, Hey, do you want to go see for yourself? I can take you to see those idiots. Okay. Lin Bei agreed without hesitation. Okay, you're coming with me for the capture of the flag competition tomorrow. Don't pay attention to those low-level referees. As Meng spoke, she touched her lower abdomen and said, Boss really knows how to fill your stomach. I'm very satisfied with my meal. What are the requirements for fulfilling that wish? Lin Bei reminded him. I am an honest and trustworthy child. After saying this, Meng suddenly stood up and activated her mind. In an instant, a golden teapot gradually appeared on the dining table. Gazing at the golden teapot that appeared out of nowhere, Lin Bei joked, This thing is a bit like a story from our planet. In that story, there was something similar that could grant 3 wishes. Almost there, and Meng blinked, a mischievous smile on her face, and introduced, This is a product of my skill. There's a wish spirit inside. If you can pass its test, your wish will be granted. As for how much it can be granted, I don't know. After all, no player has ever done it before. No player has ever done this? Then your teapot is quite different from the magic lamp in my story. Lin Bei frowned, picked up the teapot to examine it for a while, and then looked at Meng and asked, How do I use it? 3 pats, and a mission prompt will sound in your mind. After Meng finished her introduction, she poured herself a full glass of beer and began to eat and drink by herself. Having learned how to use it, Lin Bei immediately began to stroke the golden teapot. After stroking it for the 3rd time, a female voice actually rang in his mind. Hello, dear Wisher. You now need to complete 3 tests to gain the approval of the Wish Fairy and make a wish. Condition 1. Please raise the human race's rank to level 5 within 7 days. Please note that the 2nd condition can only be activated after the 1st condition is met. That's so simple. Lin Bei couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. At this, Meng, who was eating barbecue, suddenly choked, pounded her chest, and frowned, saying, Simple? What was your first requirement? Oh, Lin Bei replied nonchalantly, 7 days to advance to level 5. And Meng was taken aback and asked suspiciously, Advancing 2 ranks in 7 days, are you sure it's easy? It might be a bit difficult for others, but it's easy for me, Lin Bei said confidently with a smile. As for level 40, I can reach it tomorrow. As for breaking through to the 5th rank, I'll go to the mid-level myriad races Raft then, and it shouldn't be a problem. Do you have enough to eat? Meng asked back, her tone skeptical. After Tier 3, the only way to increase experience is through experience pills, or high-level food. Those things are rarely sold, and even if they are, they're mostly consumed by the race itself, and the required quantities are enormous, making them very difficult to gather. Believe it or not. Then by Shulgit. All right, and Meng changed her cute image and said seriously, since you are so confident, I will give you some motivation. If you can fulfill the Wish Fairy's 3 requests, I can also grant you 3 requests. These words were spoken. Lin Bei gleaned another piece of intelligence. And Meng seemed to value her ability to fulfill the requirements very much, as if she could gain great benefits from doing so. Based on this, Lin Bei tentatively asked, then it's okay if your sister becomes my wife? Huh? You want to marry my spendthrift sister? And Meng was taken aback, then burst into laughter. No problem, I'll just give it to her, so she won't keep asking me for game points. Well, he really is her biological son. Lin Bei thought to himself. Time slips away bit by bit. The respawn rate of the wave monsters is getting slower and slower. As a result, the regional channel gradually became lively. Regional channel, 10th Sea area. Number of people, 750,001. What happened to the Fire Dragon clan? How did they suddenly become 3rd place? I don't know, but I do know that the tidal monsters in our seas are gradually decreasing. It's good that it's decreasing gradually. After a long day of playing, it's time to relax. Thompson, I'm helping my brother find a girlfriend. Anyone who's willing can take the bait. Sweet Moon, Thompson, the brother you're talking about, it can't be you, right? Thompson, women only affect the speed at which I breathe fire. Zhang Hezhou, acquiring both cooked and raw meat from the wave-like monster meat. Garka, the image shows my location, where there's a vortex like a portal. In the image, there is a black vortex in mid-air, resembling the scene of a referee teleporting, but with different colors and no blinding flashes of light. Could this be a spawn point for the Tide Monster? I think it's the teleportation point for tomorrow's match. I'll share the coordinates, but I'll try to stay as far away as possible. I always feel like it's not a good thing. Indeed, it's really weird. Zhang Hezhou. Experience tells us that in special circumstances, you must run away immediately. Otherwise, you will suffer losses. Chapter 190 Information from paper. Reminded by the players in the area, Gaka couldn't help but turn his head, put his hand on his chin, and examine the black vortex again. The vortex at this moment resembled a black hole, surrounded by black gas, so thick that even snowflakes could not cover it at all, making it appear extremely eerie. Oh shit, this thing is even darker than my skin. Could it be a spawn point for the Tide Monster? I'll take your advice and stay away from this awful place. It's better to rejoin the other players. Before Gaka could finish his self-talk, a shout suddenly came from behind him. Leave immediately. This is not a place for a newcomer like you. Gaka shuddered and turned around abruptly. What came into view were 2 humans, each 8 feet tall, clad in silver armor and wielding long spears, who looked somewhat like medieval knights. What? Gaka looked suspicious and tentatively asked, Hey guys, do you know what a black hole is? We are mid-level referees. A knight replied coldly, then warned emphatically, If you do not leave, I have the right to kill you here. Seeing the cold glint in the eyes of the man in the silver helmet, Gaka dared not ask any more questions and quickly ran south. After escaping to a safe distance, he decisively picked up the book, started editing his message, and planned to share his experience and analyze the situation with everyone. Regional channel, 10th Sea area. Number of people, 750,000. Gaka, brothers, I've made another discovery. Oh, there's new information about the black hole? Tell us about it. I'm just guessing. There must be monsters spawning in the black hole. Thompson, I feel it's definitely not going to be a good thing, but it can't be too bad either. After all, you black guy managed to survive and deliver the message. Tom Cruise, this guy is known for getting into trouble. It's amazing he's still alive. Lu Sun, indeed. Brother Jia's skin is as dark as his. He's truly alive because he's incredibly resilient. Gaka, shit, I've survived this long thanks to my wisdom, understand? Also, I was just forcibly expelled from the black hole by 2 mid-level referees. They look like medieval knights. I think there's definitely something fishy going on. These words were spoken. This immediately sparked a flurry of speculation among the players. Zhang Hezhou, the big boss, secretly told me that he's the only referee in our area and the other referees don't dare to come in. So, guess whether I believe him or not. Lu Sun, I said, wandering singer, didn't you hear the point? Hazai was talking about intermediate judges, while the big boss is only a junior judge. How can he manage the intermediate ones? Sing less, think more. Sweet Moon. After hearing what you guys are saying, I have a feeling something big is going to happen. I'll go and inform the group admin. Then we'll leave those of us who are just small fry to our own devices. Yeah. Anyway, if the sky falls, there will be big shots to hold it up. Well, load of rubbish. There's still the capture the flag competition tomorrow, with 750,000 brothers. Who knows how many more will die? What are you afraid of? Are you trying to fool me by thinking my AK bullets aren't fast enough? Mike Dow, don't be too arrogant. According to the rules, the human race should have a sure thing with 10 flags in the sea. If I were the enemy, I would team up with the Kunqing players and prioritize dealing with the first one. Evening. Survival time, 1930. Inside the camp tent. Aren't you full yet? Lin Bei glanced at the servants outside the tent and the never-ending grill and asked, "Can you support yourself like this?" Smack, smack. Who said you can't eat after you're full? And Meng replied while chewing her food. I definitely can't afford to feed myself. After all, I'm not some rich man with a high-level raft who could be self-sufficient. Huh? Grasping the information in the words, Lin Bei asked again, are there very few players who can upgrade their rafts to a high level? Very few. And Meng replied without hesitation. Generally, one would choose to improve their own strength first. As for the raft, that's logistical support. Wouldn't the profits from it be used to improve oneself? If one really wanted to improve, it would be something to consider only when one's strength reached a point where they could protect the assets. I see. Lin Bei nodded slightly, choosing not to continue chatting with Meng, and instead activated the golden bracelet, intending to kill some time. Suddenly, hurried footsteps came from outside the tent. Along with this came Song Jejia's report. Group owner, something important has happened in the channel. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei stopped activating the bracelet and turned to look at Song Jejia, who had just entered the tent, asking, "What's the big deal? Look at this." Song Jejia immediately activated her bracelet, bringing up the black hole photo and a screenshot of Gawka's information, and showed it to Lin Bei. A black hole? A mid-level referee? Lin Bei squinted at the screenshot, pondered for a minute, then turned to Meng and asked, "Do you know what the black hole in the picture is? Also, do you know the referee this player is talking about?" "Oh, the servants the human emperor assigned to me are of demi-human descent. So expensive." Saying this, and Meng reluctantly put down the meat in her hand, shaking her head. "I thought I wouldn't be able to find them until tomorrow, but I found 2 today. That's quite efficient." "Are you looking for a black hole?" Lin Bei looked surprised, staring at Meng, waiting for an explanation. "Yes, that's right. One person can't handle it all, so I hired 6 fifth-tier servants to help." And Meng said, then suddenly looked distressed and complained, "Do you know? One servant costs 38,000 for 48 hours, and there are no discounts. So, what exactly is a black hole?" The question, "What is it?" was not uttered before it could be asked. And Meng suddenly took out a piece of paper, threw it to Lin Bei, and said, "Tear it up. The password is 383-8438. Lin Bei took the paper with a suspicious look and examined it with his third eye. Intelligence documents. Level 1. Category, special paper. Description, information newspaper produced from a special material. Effect, tearing it apart reveals a secret, but it is usually protected by a password. After confirming that there was no harm in it, Lin Bei tore the paper to shreds without hesitation. Instantly, a voice appeared in his mind. Players are asked to use their thoughts to enter a password to obtain information. 383-8438. Correct input. Players in the Sea of Death plan to take advantage of the competition between the Sea of Myriad Races and the Sea of Reincarnation to secretly invade the newbie training base of the Sea of Myriad Races and release the Deep-Sea Hydra to inflict a deadly disaster, preparing for the next battle for the Yellow Sand Sea. Mission: intercept players in the Dead Sea. Reward: hidden. Chapter 191. Don't believe I can kill the boss in 3 minutes? Then let's take a gamble? After listening to the intelligence, Lin Bei didn't bother to think and directly asked, "What race are the players in the Sea of Death? Also, why does invading my area affect the competition for the Yellow Sand Sea? Since it's called the Sea of Death, it's naturally filled with undead. Do you think it's as diverse as our sea?" And Meng's tone became more serious as she continued. "As for invading this sea area for new recruit assessment, that's because your development and that of the Fire Dragon clan are outrageous, especially your development. So what does that have to do with the Huangsha Sea?" Lin Bei, who already had some guesses, asked again to confirm his thoughts. Normally, you would need to participate in several more trials. However, based on the invasion of the Sea of Death, it is speculated that after the extreme cold catastrophe ends, you will qualify to participate in the struggle for territory in the sea. That territory is most likely the Yellow Sand Sea. If you win, you will advance and gain territory belonging to your human race. If you lose, you will inevitably face punishment. As they were talking, and Meng seemed to remember something and added, also, if I reveal this information to you, my red name level will increase, and I'll face a fine. You have to compensate me. Okay, no problem, just name your price. Lin Bei readily agreed, then pressed for details, asking, what are the benefits of having territory? Look at the resources inside. According to unreliable sources, Lu Onming has broken through to the 10th rank in the Yellow Sand Sea. At this point, her expression turned to envy. I didn't believe it before, but with the myriad races Sea assigning missions and the Death Sea sending players to invade, it's probably true. Interesting, Lin Bei said with a smile after thoughtfully sorting through the information. So when you said you want to take me to see the world, you weren't referring to the waves, but rather the players in the Sea of Death. And Meng nodded slightly, blinked, and stretched out her little hand with a mischievous smile. I admire you. Give me the points you think is appropriate, but don't give too few, or I'll get angry. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei immediately took out 50 coupons worth 1,000 each from the system space and asked, is 50,000 enough? Wow, as if afraid Lin Bei would change his mind. And Meng snatched the 50,000 points at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, grinning and saying, hee hee, my sister really wasn't lying to me. You're a real millionaire? Let's not talk about that for now. Lin Bei interrupted, speaking seriously. Do you know the exact time of the invasion and the strength and number of the enemy? Sigh, I don't know. And Meng sighed and spread her hands, saying, if I knew the specific information, I wouldn't have spent points to hire 6 human emperor servants. But don't worry, I'm very strong. I estimate that only the opponent's main force can hold my own against me. As for the other tier 5 team members, the human emperor servants can handle them. The two chatted casually. It had already gotten to around 8 p.m. before we knew it. Suddenly, a voice rang in Lin Bei's mind. Referee Wolf Grandpa has successfully used the disposable megaphone. Referee Lin Bei will now forcibly listen to the user's message. Sorry, sir. Since you haven't replied to my private messages, I had to use special methods to contact you. The Fire Dragon clan has been terrified, and some players want to talk to you. Do you have time to come over? Also, the boss in the Kuanxing Sea has respawned, and we're currently in a fierce battle. After listening to the message, Lin Bei looked at Meng and asked, when is the intrusion forecast? It'll probably happen after 5 a.m. tomorrow. And Meng noticed Lin Bei's urgency and asked curiously, judging from your expression, it seems like something urgent has come up. Yes, Lin Bei nodded, making no attempt to hide anything, and said directly, there's something going on with the Fire Dragon clan. Also, there's another boss on Kuanxing, and those referees don't seem to be doing a very good job. I want to go and grab some loot. Huh, that's great. And Meng pouted, envious. It's a pity I can't make a move, and the consequences of breaking the rules are too great. Otherwise, getting a deep-sea red corpse wouldn't be bad. You go quickly and finish this quickly. Just be back before 5 o'clock. Also, this is for you. After saying that, she tossed a coin to Lin Bei. A scapegoat coin? Lin Bei raised an eyebrow as he took the coin and chuckled. Are you worried about me? Don't worry. I can take care of the big boss in 3 minutes. Nonsense. Red corpses have high defense. You're only level 3. It will take you at least several hours to fight them. And Meng rolled her eyes, looking unconvinced. If you don't believe me, come with me and see for yourself. Lin Bei grinned mischievously, digging a pit. If I can't defeat the big boss within 3 minutes, I'll pay you 1 million points. 1 million? And Meng's mouth formed an O shape as she excitedly exclaimed, it's a deal. And we need to sign an agreement. No backing out allowed. Sure, Lin Bei agreed without hesitation, then asked in return, what if I win? You win. And Meng laughed as if she had heard the biggest joke in the world. Haha, if you win, I'll let you sleep with me, okay? It's a deal. Having succeeded in his scheme, Lin Bei quickly activated his bracelet and began creating the agreement with lightning speed, as if afraid that Meng would go back on her word. Regarding this scene, the apricot paper that had been lying dormant in Lin Bei's pocket suddenly floated out. What's up? I'm Busa. Lin Bei said impatiently, grabbing the apricot paper. Master, make the agreement tough. If you don't comply, you'll lose your player status. Also, congratulations in advance on sleeping with a high-level referee. This little lowly is a level 79 player. You little brat. Lin Bei rolled his eyes and continued to urge the bracelet manufacturing agreement. Not long after, the protocol has been completed. Without hesitation, Lin Bei dripped his blood first and then handed it to Meng. Are you sure you want to gamble? And Meng took the agreement, glanced at it, and then said, losing my player status? Playing this high? Looks like my brother really wants to give me $1 million. It's only $1 million. I'll give it away. Lin Bei shrugged, looking nonchalant, as if he were sucker. Seeing this, Meng stopped hesitating and immediately signed the agreement with her blood. Okay, I need to go to the Fire Dragon clan to discuss some matters first. The coordinates are for us to teleport together. As Lin Bei spoke, he had already taken out a teleportation orb. I'll listen to you. Chapter 192, Thank goodness my daughter didn't come. As Lin Bei and Meng crushed the teleportation orb, the tent was instantly filled with light. Immediately afterwards, the figures of the two gradually became illusory until they disappeared completely. When they reappeared, they were already on the ice surface, shrouded in a purplish-red light. Hey boss, you've arrived? The wolf grandfather, looking around, spotted Lin Bei immediately, quickly greeted him, and then asked, Is this your sister? She's so cute. Shut up. Referee Weasel whispered, grabbing Grandpa Wolf and explaining, That little girl is from the high-ranking referee, Go Sorrow. She's said to have an unpredictable temper. Senior referee? Grandpa Wolf shuddered, quickly changing the subject and pointing to the Fire Dragon clan behind him. Big boss, the Fire Dragon clan has been terrified of us. They claim they'll give up the flag-capturing competition if we don't continue our killing spree, and might even help you in first place and join forces against the Kuan clan. Oh, Lin Bei gave a calm smile and joked. Weren't they quite robust before? These words were spoken. The Fire Dragons behind Grandpa Wolf rushed forward and pleaded, Great sir, you are magnanimous. All the powerful members of our clan have been killed, and the remaining members are all ordinary. Please spare us. Letting go isn't out of the question, but compensation is required, Lin Bei said coldly. Upon hearing the conversation, a player who appeared to be the leader, a Fire Dragon player, burst into tears of joy and said, Boss, my name is Ao Yin, and I can represent the entire sea. Just tell us the compensation. We can accept it. Very good. Lin Bei nodded, and after thinking for a while, he said, Look, I asked my good brothers to take care of you before, and it cost a lot of resources and points. I don't want much in return. Can you choose 2,000 players from your clansmen to be your servants? Ao Yin looked troubled, clearly unwilling to accept it. Oh, you're unwilling? Lin Bei's eyes suddenly sharpened. He pulled out a hurricane missile and threatened. This is a 5th-tier long-range, wide-area technological weapon. During the Capture the Flag competition, our human race will deploy it on a large scale. At that time, your Fire Dragon race will be wiped out. Sensing the danger emanating from the missile, Ho Yin interjected. Agreed. It's just that our race naturally has fewer players. So, could we ask for fewer? Sure, Lin Bei readily agreed, then changed the subject, but I need the most beautiful female dragon of your clan. If I'm satisfied, 1 dragon can be worth 100 dragons. How about that? Want a female dragon? Ao Yin nodded helplessly, turned and walked towards the rear of the clan, shouting, All females, come here and line up. Not long after, about 100 burly female fire dragons stood before Lin Bei. Ding! None of the 200 Dragon Girl beast-eared girls in front of you meet the criteria. Review. A bunch of ugly ducklings. Looking at a group of oddballs, Lin Bei looked at Ao Yin with a chill running down his spine and said, Do you have a misunderstanding about what pretty means? Aren't they beautiful? Ao Yin asked Boozlet. These are all our most beautiful and strongest female fire dragons. Too bulky. Lin Bei shook his head and pointed to Meng next to him, saying, I'll set a standard for you. You should at least look like the man next to you, understand? So thin? Ao Yin looked puzzled and asked for confirmation. Are you serious? In our clan, these women are all considered unmarriageable. I'm going to kill you. And Meng suddenly snapped, her voice trembling with rage. Who says I can't get married? Calm down. Lin Bei quickly stopped him and comforted him. These guys have no sense of propriety. You are the most beautiful and the cutest. Oomph. And Meng snorted coldly, forcibly suppressing her emotions, and walked away, cursing, out of sight, out of mind. I'm gonna cool off over there. You calling me when you're done is just a bunch of stupid dragons. They deserve to be wiped out. Realizing he had said the wrong thing, Ao Yan's survival instinct kicked in, and he hurriedly turned around and said, I'll go look for one in the clan for you. And I'll also check the channel. Please wait a moment. Lin Bei did not stop him. While waiting in place, he activated the golden bracelet and entered the referee group to inquire about the boss's progress. If the progress is too fast, he will need to go to the Kuanxing Sea first. If the progress is average, he can wait a little longer. Number of participants in the competition referee chat room, 15. Lin Bei, what's the situation with Kuanxing boss? 3 minutes later. Jierue, the substitute coin is on cooldown. I dare not fight at close range. I am leading the enemy to other areas to avoid affecting other players and deducting referee points. Jasmine, by the way, why is there one less referee? Did the boss kill them? Lin Bei, I killed him. 2 minutes later. Yerui, avesome. As expected of you, you're awesome. Jasmine, Lin Bei, how's it going on your end? Lin Bei, both regional bosses have been defeated smoothly. Jierue, hey bro, want to come over and join us? Jasmine, yeah, the meat can be divided equally. The boss is so tough. All 7 of us are exhausted from pounding it, so we're taking turns attacking it. Lin Bei, I'll be late. Something came up and I can't get away. Looking at the projected information, Lin Bei instantly felt relieved. At least for now, the 7 referees have no way to deal with the Red Corpse and can only wait out. There's plenty of time. Thinking of this, Lin Bei couldn't help but look at Meng in the distance and muttered, not big-breasted, but pretty brainless. About half an hour later, Ao Yin led more than 20 female fire dragons over again and said loudly, there are only 20 or so far. Do you have any suitable ones? Lin Bei praised as he scanned the food. The quality this time is better than before. Ding. 2 members of the opposite sex have been detected who meet the criteria. Alhong. Planet. Fire Dragon Star. Race. Fire Dragon, half-orc. Gender. Female. Age. 25 young dragon. Appearance. 90. Height. 87. Virtue of a woman. Like a bud about to bloom. Overall score. 88. Alfang. Planet. Fire Dragon Star. Race. Fire Dragon, half-orc. Gender. Female. Age. 23 young dragon. Appearance. 92. Dimensions. 88. Virtue of a woman. Like a bud about to bloom. Overall score. 90. Those 2 are good. Lin Bei pointed to Ao Fun and Ao Hong, satisfied. They meet the requirements. As agreed, you still need to pay 1,800 servants. What's wrong? Ao Yin seemed to have lost his soul. It's only because Ao Fun and Ao Hong are his younger brother's daughters. If Lin Bei really takes him away, he will definitely be hunted down by his younger brother for the rest of his life after this is over. This is all for the prosperity of our race. Little brother, don't blame me. Ao Yin prayed silently and was glad that he hadn't sent his daughter. Otherwise, she might have actually been chosen. Chapter 193, Aming's Collapse. After being summoned by Ao Yin, more than 1,800 Fire Dragon Clan players lined up neatly in front of Lin Bei. However, they were all thin and weak, clearly among the less developed in their race. Lin Bei was too lazy to argue about this any further, and ordered all the fire dragons to hand over the book pages for dismantling, while he drafted a servant contract. More than 30 minutes later, after completing the recruitment, Lin Bei turned to look at his grandfather and asked, can the referee teleport his servants directly? The teleportation orb can only be used by the user. Grandpa Wolf shook his head, then suggested, but we can wait until 5 a.m. tomorrow and use the sea teleportation vortex to send them to the human sea. Is that so? Lin Bei nodded, thought for a moment, and then instructed, I'll give you the coordinates later. At 5 a.m. tomorrow, you'll be responsible for guiding them to meet up with my servants. Don't worry, it's paid. Without hesitation, Grandpa Wolf replied, no problem, leave it to me. After dealing with the matter at hand, Lin Bei turned around and walked towards Meng, who was not far away, and shouted loudly, prepare to go to the Kuanxing Sea. Are you done yet? And Meng's impatience vanished, and she immediately took out a teleportation orb, urging, quick, quick, tell me the coordinates. I want to see how you kill the red corpse in 3 minutes. Get your 1 million points ready. Why do I feel like you're even more anxious than I am? Lin Bei raised an eyebrow, then revealed the coordinates, and together with Meng, crushed the teleportation orb, disappearing from the sight of the fire dragons and the referee. Survival time, 2200 hours. At this time, the Kuanxing Sea was shrouded in a pale red light as midnight approached, showing no signs of darkness. On a certain ice surface, the deep-sea red corpse, in excellent condition, was spraying a torrent of deep-sea venom from its mouth, attempting to annihilate the referees, including Jierue, Li, and Zhu San, in one fell swoop. Seeing this, Pig 3 hurriedly activated his mind and summoned a barrier resembling pigskin to block the flow of black poison, allowing it to be absorbed completely. What's going on with this poison? Every few minutes, Pig 3 wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, turned his head, and shouted to Jierue in front of him, "Shift change. I am exhausted. Your team, hold them off." The shouts spread and quickly reached the referee's ears. "No problem." Jasmine and Jerry responded loudly, leading the substitute team members towards Pig 3. At this moment, there are a total of 7 referees divided into 2 groups. They cooperated very well and took turns fighting the deep-sea red corpse. Although the damage they caused was limited, as long as they slowly wore it down, they could still successfully kill the boss by relying on their past experience and time. As they were locked in fierce combat, suddenly, a beam of light appeared not far away. Immediately afterwards, Lin Bei and Meng walked out. And Meng exclaimed, watching the referees fighting the deep-sea red corpse. "It really brings back memories. When I was a junior referee, I also fought the deep-sea red corpse for more than 8 hours with my friends." She paused, turned to look at Lin Bei, and grinned. "Hee, you only have 3 minutes. Do you want me to clear the field for you and forcefully restrain the referee who's in the way?" Hard control. Lin Bei withdrew his gaze, looked down at the little girl beside him, and asked doubtfully, "You can control them? 3 minutes is nothing." And Meng patted her chest, her face full of confidence. "Okay." Lin Bei nodded in agreement, then added, "Then please force me to finish this quickly, so we don't have to share the boss's meat with them." The words had barely left his mouth, and Meng then took out a square red box from her storage bag. With a thought, the red box suddenly flew out of Meng's hand and soared into the air, its size gradually increasing. When the box gets big enough, a blinding light suddenly appeared, instantly enveloping the surrounding area. After the red light dissipated, Lin Bei was able to open his eyes. Lin Beihua didn't finish his question, and Meng then shook the red box back in her hand and explained, "This is a confinement item, which can be understood as a prison cell. The judges have been forcibly sucked into it. You should go and deal with the boss as soon as possible." Upon hearing this, Lin Bei immediately looked toward the location of the deep-sea red corpse. All that could be seen was the boss. The referees, who had been locked in a fierce battle just a moment ago, had vanished without a trace. In response to this, Lin Bei didn't hesitate and took out 3 trial cards from the system space to use. In an instant, the experience card shattered, and the sun-shooting bow and sun-shooting arrow appeared out of thin air in his hand, radiating an aura of power. And Meng frowned, staring intently at the bow and arrow covered in inscriptions, and exclaimed, "Are you kidding me? Where did you get this trial card? I remember, when this thing was available for 2 days, there was only one." The rest of the text is unrelated and appears to be a separate, possibly erroneous comment. "I treated you like a friend, and you actually messed up. You actually wanted to sleep with me. The bet requirements were what you said yourself," Lin Bei joked, while already knocking an arrow at the deep-sea red corpse. Seeing this, and Meng quickly reached out and grabbed Lin Bei's pants, threatening, "Don't shoot. Don't shoot. Otherwise, I'll strip you naked." However, Lin Bei's movements showed no signs of stopping, and the bowstring was about to be pulled to its maximum. "Don't shoot," and Meng pleaded urgently. "If it really doesn't work, I don't want the million. Don't waste this sun-shooting arrow. Besides, I'll compensate you and give you the props. You know, I'm not good looking, I won't enjoy it. Go find some women with big breasts and big butts." "Okay," she begged. Before she could finish speaking, Lin Bei had already released Gong Xian. In an instant, with a whoosh, the sun-shooting arrow, like a wild horse breaking free, sliced through the snowflakes in midair and headed straight for the red corpse in the deep sea. Staring at the sun-shooting arrow whose eyes had vanished, Annie immediately laid down on the ground, throwing a tantrum and yelling, "I'm not playing anymore. You big liar. Destroy this world full of tricks. I bet. Lin Bei ignored the little girl's tantrum and knocked another arrow, preparing to finish her off before anything unexpected happened. Beep, beep, beep. Temporary referee Lin Bei, in cooperation with other referees, killed the deep-sea red corpse and was awarded 1,000 referee points. Current referee score, 16438. So easy. Perhaps the deep-sea red corpse's skill that grants immunity to 90% damage is on cooldown, and there's no mini-boss to block the attack, which is why it's so easy. While Lin Bei was lost in thought, and Meng suddenly hugged his leg and said pitifully, I look like a primary school student. How can you really bear to hurt me? Chapter 194, The Capture the Flag competition begins. Have you ever seen a primary school student who's over 200 years old? Lin Bei retorted, then added, I'm only in my early 20s. You're an old cow eating young grass. You're making a killing. Huh? And Meng was taken aback, stopped her tantrum, and frowned, saying, That doesn't make sense. Your detection equipment shouldn't be able to show my age. We'll talk about this later. I'm going to collect the boss meat first. Lin Bei changed the subject, took out his hover wheel, and flew towards the deep-sea red corpse not far away. Not long after, Lin Bei, having stored the boss meat in his spatial storage, returned to Meng's side and laughed. Being my woman is never a bad deal. I can give you all the boss meat from earlier. Besides, I can give you points every day as pocket money. Big liar and Meng puffed out her cheeks and huffed. Why didn't you mention other stakes when we made the bet? Sleeping with me once isn't worth it. It's nowhere near as good as getting a high-level item. Who said that? Lin Bei interrupted, adding, I think you're more cost-effective than high-level items. And Meng was speechless for a moment. After thinking for a long time, she finally said weakly, This is my first time. Can we go on a date first, have a meal, and then, Otherwise, it'll be so awkward. Didn't we eat together before? Lin Bei asked, puzzled. Straight man. And Meng pouted and said in a shrill voice, I meant going on a date with you at the Myriad Races Raft. Before Meng could finish speaking, Lin Bei suddenly became bold and hugged Meng like he was hugging his daughter. What are you doing? And Meng exclaimed in surprise, instinctively trying to push Lin Bei away. Don't use force. I don't have your strength attribute. Lin Bei whispered in Meng's ear, his voice gentler than ever before. In an instant, and Meng stopped moving her small hands and quietly rested on Lin Bei's chest. I brought a tent. There will be a lot of people when we get back. What do you think? Lin Bei said with a mischievous smile. Day 14 of survival. It was 4:30 a.m. Kunching Sea area. Inside a tent on the ice surface in a certain area. Take a break. I'm a little tired. Lin Bei's voice was full of exhaustion, like an old ox that had been working 24 hours a day. He truly hadn't expected the little girl in front of him to be so amazing. Especially after you get familiar with the process. It's absolutely terrifying. At this moment, Lin Bei felt that he needed to further improve his attributes. Otherwise, he would lose his dignity as a man. That's it. You think you can conquer me? And Meng urged with a queenly air, continue, don't even think about slacking off. Once Lin Bei's survival instinct kicked in, he hurriedly activated the golden bracelet and reminded everyone. It's almost 5 o'clock. Time for the invasion. We'll talk at 5. And Meng covered Lin Bei's mouth, a wicked smile on her face. At the same time, inside the red box, referees Jie Rui, Mo Li, and Zhu San slowly opened their eyes. Where are we? Where's the boss? Is it almost 5 o'clock? What's going on? You ask me? Who should I ask? Don't push. Wait, everyone, keep your voices down. Did you hear anything strange? Sure. Where exactly is this? The referees were completely bewildered and had no idea what was going on. The culprits who caused this outcome seemed to have been forgotten. No, it should be completely forgotten. 4:55 a.m. In contrast, Lin Bei remains busy. Regional channels are gradually becoming more lively. Regional channel, 10th Sea area. Number of people, 749988. I just finished catching up on sleep, and I'm feeling incredibly energetic right now. I feel like I could take on 10 opponents. I'm just waiting for the capture the flag announcement in 5 minutes. Possessed by it, man. Judging from the points, we have 10 flags, so as long as we defend well, we should win easily. With over 700,000 people, averaging 70,000 people per location shouldn't be a problem. Sweet moon, that's not right. With 700,000 people, you only need to guard 9 flags because the group leader's power can guard 1 flag by himself. Tangkisan, Brother Chin, and I have more than 3,000 brothers here, and we can hold our ground. Zhang Hezhou, I have more than 6,000 brothers here, which is enough. There are quite a few strong ones among them, so there shouldn't be any problem. The remaining 5 flags could be distributed among about 100,000 people, right? Stay calm. I feel victory is beckoning us. Just as the players were discussing, it was already 5 o'clock. A notice about the sea area suddenly appeared on everyone's pages. Announcement: the wave competition has ended, and we are now settling the scores. The human race won first place in the seas and was awarded 10 flags. The Kunzu Sea area won second place and was awarded 6 flags. The Fire Dragon clan won third place in the sea area and was awarded 3 flags. Capture the flag rules. 1. An island will form near each flag, and a temporary portal to the sea will be opened. 2. Each player has 3 free teleports to the vicinity of Iceland. Please discuss in advance which flag to protect. 3. The coordinates of a sea portal are a certain distance from the flag. The specific location has been marked on the map, and players can check it themselves. 4. At the end of the competition, each flag will add 10 points, and the race with the highest score will win first place. The loser in third place will have 20 attribute points, 20 raft area points, and 20 sea resources deducted, which will then belong to the winning sea area. The second place finisher received no penalty. Players, please choose the flag to protect. Flag 1 Iceland. Flag number 2 Iceland. Note: this selection will not consume a teleportation opportunity. The book pages will be teleported for free. The players quickly finished reading the announcement and started discussing it again in the regional chat channel. Regional channels. I'm a little conflicted about which Iceland you're all protecting. Thompson, I'll be guarding Iceland 6. Other players don't need to come over. If needed, I'll let you know. Zhang Hezhou, Iceland doesn't need anyone to come on the 3rd. Just leave it to us. The 8th is considered auspicious. I'll go to the 8th. Will there be any team protecting me? Lu Ruyan, my team will protect Iceland's flag number 1. We don't need any outside help. You could do as you please. Gaka, with so many of us, should we try a surprise attack on other sea areas? Your suggestion is great, so go ahead and do it yourself. Blackie still likes to cause trouble as always. Wouldn't it be better to just play good defense? I admire Brother Hay. Count me in, you sneaky rat. Gaka, are there any other good brothers out there? We need a big shot to lead the team, preferably someone with brains. Vic Dale, shall I give it a try? Cheenan, Brother Durer, why did you think of doing something so foolish as to court death with Brother Hay? Vectel, minion cards and minions that are all your own are boring. I want to get a fire dragon to be my henchman. I'm so envious. I only have these kind of cards. They're completely useless. Sleeping card. Sleeping card. Level 1. Category: minion cards. Effect: after use, the user falls into a deep sleep, can avoid all natural disasters, and transforms into a minion card. Chapter 195: Invasion of the Sea of Death. Early morning. Survival time: 5:21. Dream, dream, dream. Lin by Gospit, looking exhausted. The referee in my mind keeps yelling, "Stop." No need to worry about it. And Meng said with a joyful expression, as if to say, "You can't fool me." After the referee resolves the wave, there's no need to worry about the capture of the flag competition. Besides, you have the Fire Dragon clan working in from the inside, so there's no need to worry about your own kind at all. Coco Linbei also wanted to remind him about the intrusion, but he wasn't allowed to say it aloud. And Meng suddenly pushed Lin Bei away, activated her bracelet, and said, "The invasion has begun. Quickly put on your clothes and prepare to teleport. We're in the Fire Dragon clan's sea area." Great! Lin Bei breathed a sigh of relief and quickly took out a special item to take and adjust his condition. Noticing Lin Bei's expression, and Meng frowned and said, "Don't you feel like you haven't had enough? Don't be too happy yet. After this is over, I'm going on vacation to spend a whole day and night with you." Fine. Lin Bei nodded, "Unconsonet. You can follow me for the rest of your life. Why don't you come with me?" And Meng said confidently, "Come with me. My raft has 4 tiers. Although it's not particularly large, it already has the beginnings of an island." This, Lin Bei, too lazy to argue, changed the subject. "Hurry up and get dressed. We still have to deal with invading players later." "Oh," and Meng nodded, then said coquettishly, "Then say you love me." "Okay." Lin Bei immediately put on a serious expression and said, word by word, "I love you." "How much do you love me?" And Meng grinned and pressed for an answer. At this moment, Lin Bei was on the verge of collapse. Is this little girl, who's over 100 years old, just a hopeless romantic? Why does it feel like there's such a big difference? What are you hesitating about? And Meng's smile vanished, replaced by displeasure. But this situation did not last long. She suddenly became anxious. Upon seeing this, after putting on his clothes, Lin Bei asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" The main force of the players in the Dead Sea is in the Fire Dragon Clan Sea, while there is a 3-person team in the Human Clan Sea and the Kuan Clan Sea. They are currently fighting against the Human Emperor's servants. I need to quickly deal with the main force and go to provide support. After explaining, and Meng stopped fixing the wrinkles in her clothes, quickly took out the teleportation orb, and urged, "Hurry up and tell me the coordinates." Upon hearing this, Lin Bei stopped dawdling and immediately took out the teleportation orb, crushing it together within Meng. In an instant, the two figures disappeared from the spot along with the tent on the ice. At the same time, Fire Dragon Clan Sea area, near a black hole on an ice surface. Suddenly, one of Yang Ji's servants, namely Xiao, spoke up and asked, "It's already 5:15. Do you think the Sea of Death will really invade? Why worry about so much when we're just doing our jobs for money? If the players from the Sea of Death come, we'll fight. If they don't, we'll just collect the money easily." The servant of the Human Emperor, named Yang, who said, then seemed to remember something and whispered a reminder. "That girl is very strong, only slightly weaker than our Human Emperor. Even if players from the Sea of Death come, they won't fare well. Just try to stall for time." "Is she really that strong?" Li Xiao asked, puzzled. "Then why did she hire us? Besides, her reputation has never been good. It's said she's killed many of her own kind. You can only advance quickly by stepping on your own kind. I was too much of a saint back then. Otherwise, how would I have become a servant?" Yang Hu sighed and then explained, "As for hiring us, it's because her reputation is so bad that no one wants to cooperate with her. Anyway, all we need to do is find a teleportation point and stall for time. At most, it will only cost us 1 substitute coin. After the mission is over, we'll get our commission and go out and have a good time." Just as the two were chatting, the black hole suddenly began to expand rapidly. Immediately afterwards, a flash of black light covered Yang Hu and Li Zhao's eyes. "The Sea of Death," Yang Hu exclaimed in surprise, quickly taking out a pill from his pocket and swallowing it, while reminding, "Brother Li, quickly use the unblocking pill." The moment the antidote takes effect, their vision returned. 3 players from the Dead Sea calmly emerged from the black hole. 2 of the 3 players look alike. They were both deathly pale, about 4 meters tall, and covered in blood-stained fat. On their necks and bellies, there was a hideous head, especially their 2 mouths full of fangs, which were extremely creepy. As for the player standing in the middle, he looked much more normal. He was about 1.5 meters tall and looked half dead. His white beard was 20 centimeters long. If it weren't for his dead-like skin, he would have looked quite like an old human. "What are you doing here in my myriad races sea, players from the Sea of Death?" Yang Hu shouted angrily. "If you don't leave immediately, don't blame me for being merciless with my spear. I am Ling Shou from the Sea of Death. Today I have come to learn from you." While responding, Ling Shou winked at the 2 enormous players beside him. The 2 players, who instantly understood, suddenly launched an attack, opening their giant mouths and spewing out corpses. Before Yang Hu and Li Xiao could react, Ling Shou suddenly activated the skull-shaped staff in his hand. In an instant, the corpses that had just been ejected began to rise, transforming into zombie-like monsters that limped towards Yang Hu and Li Xiao. Upon seeing this, Yang Hu whispered a reminder, "Don't worry, Brother Li. I've already notified Meng. Just stall for time." "Understand," Li Xiao replied, then plunged his spear into the ground and shouted, "This place is off limits to summoning." The words had barely left his mouth. The 6 words that had just been uttered began to materialize, instantly turning into golden powder that spread outwards. The zombies that were moving just a second ago instantly returned to their original state, collapsing onto the ice like a giant tree. Is it a forbidden skill? Ling Shou stroked his beard with one hand and calmly extended his skull staff in his other hand, activating his will. In an instant, a purple energy coalesced into a chain, hurtling towards Li Xiao at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Seeing the approaching purple chains, Yang Hu stepped in front of Li Xiao without hesitation, spinning his spear and unleashing a silver tornado to meet them head-on. The moment the purple chains made contact with the silver tornado, An unexpected event occurred. Suddenly, the purple chains became transparent, passing directly through the silver tornado and Yang Hu, binding and restraining Li Xiao. Li Xiao screamed in pain, wrinkles appearing on her face as if her life had been drained away in an instant. Brother Li, sensing something was wrong, Yang Hu swung his spear and decisively killed Li Xiao. He knew that this skill would reduce his lifespan. If your lifespan runs out, even with a substitute death coin, you can't recover. It's better to kill your companion first and let your brother use the substitute death coin to break free from control. At the same time that the two sides were engaged in battle, a beam of light suddenly flashed not far from the battlefield. Then, Lin Bei and Meng walked out from inside. Chapter 196, The Hourglass of Time. Oh, a lifespan chain? And Meng stared at the fierce battle not far away, her lovely face instantly turning sickly, especially her eyes, which turned scarlet in an instant. The next second, she stretched out one hand and muttered, "Tibbers." In an instant, 10 enormous fireballs gathered in the sky, as if the sun, destined to destroy the world, had fallen from the heavens. Regarding this scene, Ling Shou reacted quickly, waving his skull staff to gather the nearby corpses above his head, turning them into a barrier of dead flesh. The other two players from the Dead Sea were a bit slow to react. Faced with the rapidly approaching purple fireball, they seemed to want to take out some items to deal with it, but found that it was too late. With a loud bang, the purple fireball struck 3 players from the Dead Sea. The heat it generated caused the ice to melt instantly, and water vapor rose up, blurring everyone's vision. Having witnessed the entire process, Lin Bei did not hesitate to activate his third eye, peering into the battlefield covered in steam. What came into view was that the ice had turned into seawater, and Ling Shou was bathing in it with a gloomy face. He looked very disheveled, and even his black robe was scorched in several places. Perhaps due to timely defense, Ling Shou did not appear to have suffered serious damage. As for the other 2 players, they were not as lucky as Ling Shou, because their bodies had been melted by the purple fireball, leaving only their heads floating motionless on the sea, seemingly without any sign of life. Lin Bei was not allowed to continue observing. Suddenly, the melting sea surface trembled again. Immediately afterwards, waves surged and rippled, as if something terrifying was about to emerge from the seabed. The next moment, 10 teddy bears, each about 5 meters tall, with ferocious faces and covered in purple flames, suddenly emerged from the sea, pointing directly at Ling Shou, who had not yet recovered. "What's this? Your summoned creature?" Lin Bei turned to Meng and said, "You remind me of a game, but she can only summon one. Let's talk later. I need to get this over with quickly." And Meng, seemingly uninterested in idle chatter, muttered to herself, "Purple flame cloak." Instantly, purple flames emerged from her body, gradually forming the shape of a dress. Lin Bei was unaware that the surrounding temperature began to rise sharply, a feeling he disliked intensely. "Let me watch your performance." Lin Bei stepped back, looking like he was ready to enjoy the show, and even took out a few pieces of fire dragon meat from his system space. I should eat more to replenish myself." And Meng's lips curled into a smile, but she quickly became serious again and shifted her gaze to the battlefield. Just as she was about to make her move, a notification sound suddenly rang in Meng and Lin Bei's minds. "Beep, beep, beep. A hidden teleportation point has been detected during the Dead Sea invasion. The rule-assigned task has failed. Under correction. Hidden teleportation point location search in progress." The search was successful. The location of the hidden teleportation point is in the Fire Dragon Sea. The specific location is under analysis and is expected to be around 2 hours. Players can explore it on their own. Urgent announcement. Temporary task triggered. Attention all 15 junior referees. You will be working together to thoroughly investigate the Fire Dragon Sea and find the player who has secretly invaded the Sea of Death. Mission completion conditions. Delay the invading players from the Dead Sea, or kill the invading players from the Dead Sea. Rewards. Referee points will be calculated based on performance. This garbage sea area. And Meng stopped moving, rubbed her forehead with one hand, and shook her head. It always fails miserably. The anti-invasion work is a complete mess. It deserves to be suppressed and beaten by the reincarnation sea. You delay that key player. Leave the rest to me. Lin Bei interrupted. Then, as if remembering something, quickly reminded him, "Did you forget to put the 7 referees in that red box?" Yaoming looked embarrassed, and while taking out the red box, she said, If you and they go together, delaying 3 level 5 players shouldn't be a problem. Also, be careful of their lifespan reducing skills. Don't be the first to act. Focus on stalling. While giving instructions, the red box suddenly shone brightly. Then, 7 referees, including Jie, Zhu San, and Mo Li, appeared out of nowhere. It's finally out. I just had a temporary mission message in my mind. It seemed to be about the invasion of the Sea of Death. Me too. Was I saved by the rules? The referees looked puzzled, and before they could even exchange a few words, they were stunned to see Meng and Lin Bei standing in front of them. At that moment, they seemed to understand something, especially the tormenting sound from last night. What a pair of scoundrels. They really know how to have fun. Of course, the referees only dared to curse in their hearts. After all, neither of the 2 people in front of them were people they could afford to offend. 2 big shots. Jerry broke the silence first, fawningly saying, "If there's anything I can do to help, just say the word. I, Jerry, will gladly die for you." "Did you hear anything yesterday?" And Meng asked before Lin Bei could, her tone and eyes filled with murderous intent. "No, I slept really well yesterday." Jie shook his head, turned to look at the other players, and frantically gave them meaningful glances, showing his strong desire to survive. "Me too." Pig 3 nodded repeatedly, echoing, "As a pig, I wouldn't wake up even if I were struck by lightning. Although I'm not a pig, I was so tired yesterday that I slept like a log." "Me too." The other referees all looked sincere, spouting nonsense and denying that they had heard anything last night. In response to this, and Meng stopped dawdling and quickly took an hourglass from her pocket, tossing it to Lin Bei Dao. "Tell them the details of your exploits. Keep this little gadget for self-defense. Tibers is too weak without my command." After saying that, she vanished from the judge's sight in an instant and sped off towards the battlefield. I watched Aming grow further and further away. Lin Bei immediately began examining the small hourglass in his hand. Hourglass of Time. Level 59. Category: Disposable Props. Description: It has built-in time rules and the ability to manipulate time, making it an extremely rare item. Effect: Activated by mental focus. It allows manipulation of the surrounding time flow. Controlling time for 10 minutes consumes 1 year of your lifespan. Note: less than 10 minutes will be counted as 10 minutes. Controlling time for 20 minutes will consume 10 years of your lifespan. Controlling time for 30 minutes will consume 50 years of your lifespan. Controlling time for 40 minutes will consume 100 years of your lifespan. Chapter 197 You Beast. Manipulating time? What happens if this thing gets a critical hit? Is it to enhance the effect of a single application? Or, Lin Bei stared at the hourglass in his hand, lost in thought. Upon seeing this, Jie couldn't help but ask, "Boss, do you have any way to track down the players in that sea area?" "Don't disturb the big boss." Pig 3 interjected, adding, "The big boss is thinking. He definitely has a solution." "Yes," Jasmine echoed, then pointed to Meng not far away, her face filled with envy. The battles of high-level players are truly terrifying. Jerry turned his head, squinted his narrow eyes, and remarked, "The players in this Dead Sea are something else. They didn't immediately crumble, even when facing 10 Tibers. It seems their rank is quite high." Hearing the referee's conversation, Lin Bei snapped out of his reverie and asked, "Oh, you seem to know Meng quite well." "Of course, our fellow race's leaders know." Jerry responded matter-of-factly, then put on a nostalgic look, saying, "Speaking of which, we were from the same batch of survivors. She was a genius girl whose development speed was similar to yours now, but it seems she's still a bit lacking. I haven't heard of any player with your level of skill after 2 weeks of survival." "Stop flattering me." Jasmine interrupted Jerry impatiently, then looked at Lin Bei and urged, "Our current task should be to find the intruder Lin Bei. Do you have any ideas? If even the rules can't lock it down, what can I do?" Lin Bei shrugged, then changed the subject. "However, if I could know the intruder's name, I would still have a way to track them down." "Name?" The referees looked at each other, clearly unable to do so. "Sigh." Jerry sighed and suggested, "Let's not waste any more time. Let's split up and search. This kind of group discussion won't get us anywhere." "Okay." Pig 3 immediately agreed, then added, "Let's search in groups for 2 hours first. If we find anything, we'll contact each other in the group. If we don't find anything within 2 hours, the rules will analyze the specific coordinates, and we can just meet up then." "Well, that's all we can do for now. Speaking of which, Jasmine seemed to remember something and continued. There are still 7 referees in the Fire Dragon Sea. Jerry, contact them. 7 more people will be a help. Also, Fire Dragon players should keep an eye out. Compared to the referees' active discussions, Lin Bei reached into his pocket, took out the apricot paper, and asked in a low voice, "Little sister, do you have any good suggestions?" When asked, Xingji honestly produced lines of writing. "I have no good suggestions. This kind of thing happening is entirely due to insufficient resources and manpower in the game. Other battlefields are probably much more intense. Also, searching for a teleportation point is useless right now. Those little brats are probably already wandering around waiting. Summoning the deep-sea hydra will cause a huge commotion. Moreover, with the hourglass given by the maid, combined with the teleportation orb, you can instantly rush to the battlefield, where a matter that only costs 1 year of your lifespan can be resolved. On the other hand, that girl is really good to you. I suspect she's a bit love-struck. Wanting to teach you how to make her completely devoted to you? I'm an expert in this area." "You're crazy." Lin Bei shoved the apricot paper into his pocket with a disdainful look, then muttered under his breath, "Do I need you to teach me?" It was approaching dawn. Survival time, 6:05. Flag 9, Iceland region. Ave Paris. Family, keep going. The portal is just ahead. Let's blitz the rats together. Gazing at the teleportation entrance not far ahead, Gawka's face lit up with excitement, urging everyone to speed up their journey, his expression one of wanting to crush the Fire Dragon clan. "Why are you so agitated?" Lu Qingqing, holding a piece of red duck meat, her face flushed from the cold, said with displeasure, "I really suspect you're not a real black person. How come you're not afraid of the cold at all?" "What?" Garka turned his head and retorted, "That's regional prejudice. As the second in command, I need to boost the morale of the soldiers. You're being too conspicuous. If we get ambushed, it could kill us," Victor said in a warning tone, then put on a smiling face and looked at Lu Qingqing, saying, "Madam, this guy isn't afraid of the cold because he used a fire stone. You know its effect, the exact opposite of an ice stone." Hey, Brother Dar, you've changed. Before the beauty came, you were still calling me brother." At this point, Gawka sighed and said in a sad tone, "Indeed, women are more important than brothers." "All right." Lu Qingqing suddenly interrupted their rambling, reminding them, "We're less than 100 meters from the teleportation entrance. Keep your movements low and be on guard." "No problem." Victor nodded slightly, turned to the more than 300 players behind him, and said loudly, "We are about to enter the Fire Dragon Sea. Everyone, keep quiet and don't get distracted to avoid enemy attacks." "Okay, boss. Don't worry, I'll activate my perception skill. Everything will be fine. I have fire resistance, so the Fire Dragon race is nothing to fear." The players responded with confidence, showing no fear whatsoever. In fact, many were eager to try. Regarding this scene, Lu Qingqing touched her forehead with a worried expression and fell into deep thought. Are these guys really okay? If I didn't have 3 minion cards and wanted to contract 3 Fire Dragon minions, I really wouldn't want to be with them. Moreover, my right eyelid keeps twitching, and I have a feeling that something bad is going to happen. Thinking of this, she immediately reached into her storage bag, took out a few green beads, and then felt a little relieved. Not long after, the flag-capturing squad, led by Victor and Garka, successfully crossed the teleportation portal and entered the Fire Dragon Clan Sea area. The moment the players' vision returned, more than 1,000 Fire Dragon players appeared before their eyes. For a moment, both the Fire Dragon and the man stood there dumbfounded, clearly caught off guard. "Brother Doll, what should we do? They seem to have too many dragons." Garka nudged Victor with his elbow and asked in a weak voice, his expression and tone revealing his panic. "You beast," Victor said with a face full of regret, taking a step back. Eyebrow pencil. "I will never team up with you again in my next life. I guarantee I'll die." Hearing the two whispering to each other nearby, Lu Qingqing disappointedly directed, "Tell everyone to prepare the green orbs and run as many as you can." Chapter 198. Nothing good has ever happened since I've been with you. Just before the human players were about to release the green orb, a wolf and a rat emerged from the horde of fire dragons and announced loudly, "Are you players from the human race sea?" Lu Qingqing, Gawka, Victor, and other players were all stunned, staring intently at the wolf and the rat, their expressions full of vigilance as if they would immediately activate their trump cards if the other party made any untoward move. "Don't be so nervous," Referee Weasel said with a friendly smile, waving his hand. "I'm Referee Weasel. and he's referee Wolf Grandfather. As for the Fire Dragon Clan players who are with us, they're all servants of referee Lin Bei. What? Lu Qingqing exclaimed in surprise, glancing around suspiciously before asking warily, "How can I trust you?" The weasel burst into laughter, then its face turned fierce. "Where did these stupid women come from? Do you think I need your trust? If I really wanted to kill you, you would have been burned to death by thousands of flames the moment you stepped through the teleportation portal. Referee, this lady is being inconsiderate." Victor shoved Lu Qingqing aside and fawned. "Do you have something to ask? And could you tell us more specifically what's going on?" "You're all right to look at." The weasel nodded in satisfaction and explained, "The referees of your sea area have already reached an agreement with the Fire Dragon Clan that they will no longer target you in the flag capturing competition. These 1,800 fire dragons are a gift for referee Lin." So it seemed like Vic Dale wanted to say something, but the weasel didn't give him a chance and continued. "So you and the Fire Dragon Clan are allies. Go and seize the flag of Kuanqing, understand?" Lu Qingqing exclaimed in disappointment, then sighed. "Does that mean I can only capture the servants of the Kuan clan?" "That's right." The weasel nodded, then asked, "Also, is this teleportation portal leading to your human race's flag, Island number 1? Garka scratched his head and asked, "We took the route near Flag 9 in Iceland. The flags are different, so the corresponding coordinates are messed up." The weasel thought for a while, looked up at Wolf's path, and decided to try other passages. The order of the third-ranked teleportation passages was too messed up. "Yes." Grandpa Wolf nodded and said loudly to the fire dragons, "Let's go south and take a look." As the fire dragon changed direction, it gradually moved away. The weasel suddenly turned around and said, "Just a reminder, everyone, you don't need to go back. Keep going straight ahead, and you'll meet Ao Yin, the new leader of the Fire Dragon Clan. They plan to attack Kuanqing to take second place, and they're likely to cooperate, no doubt about it. With referee Lin backing them up, the Fire Dragon Clan won't betray you." After saying this, the weasel and the wolf grandfather merged into the Fire Dragon group and gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. "Brother Doll, you're the leader. What do you think we should do now?" I heard your Garka look confused, and in an instant he turned into a lost and aimless fish. In response to this, Victor ignored him and instead used the book pages to transmit the information back through the channel before speaking. "I want to cooperate with the Fire Dragon Clan to cause trouble in the Koan Star Sea, and even capture a couple of Koan as servants. I'm going to." Lu Qingqing was the first to respond, and then loudly urged the other players. "With the Fire Dragon Clan together, we can say we're in a crushing situation. Capturing minions will be a piece of cake." "But we don't have a contract card," a player interrupted. "Are you stupid? Why do you have to contract servants?" A player immediately jumped out to refute, his face showing excitement. "Kuanqing players must have a lot of resources. Nothing is faster than robbing. In a business with no capital, stealing is the only way to win." "That makes sense. The Fire Dragon Clan might be a bit of a challenge, but if it were just a few little kunkin, it would be a piece of cake, and they'd become incredibly wealthy. After hearing what you've said, does this mean the risk has decreased and the returns have doubled? Brothers, let's launch a surprise attack on those Kuan clan rats." Seeing the players' excitement, Gaka's lazy attitude immediately disappeared. He looked at Victor with dissatisfaction and said, "You're still passing on the message. What if more players come to share the spoils? Wouldn't that mean we'd lose a lot of profits?" "Tch, short-sighted." Lu Qingqing cursed, her eyes filled with disgust for Garka. "Yes, short-sighted," Victor echoed, then added disdainfully, "We only have a few hundred people, while Kuanqing has hundreds of thousands of players. Can you handle that? We need others to come and share the pressure. Besides, the human race is a unified whole." Gaka gave up struggling, shaking his head. "Beauty is a curse. What brotherhood? It's all a lie. If I didn't know you, brother, I would really think you were a selfless, righteous fighter." Early morning. Survival time, 7:10. In the sky above the Fire Dragon's sea, the purple light was gradually weakening, but snowflakes continued to fall incessantly, and there was a faint tendency for it to intensify, while the temperature was getting colder and colder. The Blitzkrieg squad, led by Garka and Vector, seemed to have lost their way due to the weather. Damn it, Garka finally couldn't help but complain. That shifty-eyed referee, was he lying to us? He said if we kept going we'd run into Iceland, but I haven't seen a single hair on the ground. You talk too much, you blackie. If someone wants to harm us, do you think we can escape? Vic Dale stopped in his tracks, took out a red duck wing from his storage bag, and frowned. However, the snowflakes are getting bigger and the weather is getting colder. It seems like we can't hold on much longer. Do you think we might be lost? Lu Qingqing suddenly interjected, then speculated, the timing of our meeting with the Fire Dragon clan proves that we are about the same distance from Flag 9 Island. But now we haven't even seen a trace of the Fire Dragon clan's island. Lost. Gaka scratched his head, looked around, and suddenly pointed ahead, saying, "Look, what's that dark thing? Are you seeing things?" Vicdale looked westward indifferently, where he saw an air vortex that resembled a black hole, faintly mixed in with the snowflakes. Huh. Vicdale was taken aback, then looked at Gaka and said, "There really is something here, but does it look familiar?" Gaka was lost in thought. After a while, he suddenly exclaimed, "Isn't this the black hole I discovered before? Is there one in the Fire Dragon Sea as well?" "That's bad luck," Lu Qingqing urged, staring at the faintly visible black hole. "Ignore that thing. Hurry up." Before she could finish speaking, the snowflakes in the area where everyone was suddenly turned black, and the temperature began to rise sharply. "What's going on?" Victor, sensing something was wrong, shuddered and muttered, "Gaka, you're fucking crazy. Nothing good ever happens when I'm with you." Chapter 199 Little Black makes a dazzling debut. Can't we be civilized and calm instead of resorting to personal attacks? Gaka looked around, displeased, and continued, "So what if the snow is a little ugly? At least the temperature is steadily rising now. Look how warm it is. The most urgent thing is to get out of this awful place as soon as possible." Before he could finish speaking, another unexpected event occurred. From within the black snowflakes, skeletons suddenly appeared. The skeleton's shape resembled that of wolves, tigers, leopards, or other birds of prey. It was not only a skeletal beast, but also a row of flying objects in the black snowflakes in the sky, which looked like giant mosquitoes with needles resembling iron spikes. This was the best proof. It's a pity my dog didn't travel through time with me. Otherwise, it would definitely be very happy. Vicdale rubbed his eyes, looking embarrassed. Should we run? Gaka had already turned around, showing no sign of wanting to fight, compared to the panic and shock of others. Lu Qingqing, meanwhile, was manipulating the pages of the book, seeking assistance, and clarifying the current situation through the regional channel. Regional channel, Region 10. Number of people, 749,899. Lu Qingqing, dear brothers and sisters, I am in a very bad situation right now. Huh, that's terrible. You ran into a bunch of really bad people, and now you need to borrow 300 yuan? Beautiful lady, I'll only give you 50 yuan at most. Lu Qingqing had no time to pay attention to the joke. Instead, she quickly sent photos of black snowflakes and a skeleton monster to the channel and asked, "Hey everyone, something's wrong in the Fire Dragon Sea. Something's very strange. What the hell is this?" Sure enough, nothing good ever comes from being with Gaka. "Chinan, I sympathize with Brother Wei. Isn't this situation a dead end? Did the Fire Dragon clan violate the agreement and launch a sneak attack?" Thompson, probably not. I don't know if you guys have played Warcraft. Dragons are supposed to breathe fire, but what's in the photo looks more like something an undead would do. Undead? But we haven't seen any undead in this battle. Is it like the Tide Monster? Staring at the useless messages, Lu Qingqing sighed, then prepared to close the book and deal with the approaching skeleton monster. But the next second, a valuable piece of news came into her view. Lu Ruyan. Lu Qingqing, my husband seems to be looking for those skeletons. Do you still have black holes there? Lu Qingqing, yes. I saw it before, but it seems to have disappeared now. Lu Ruyan. Can you share the coordinates? Lu Qingqing. Without a map of the Fire Dragon Clan Sea area, the book page cannot share the target. Lu Ruyan. Then I'll give you 2 force summon cards and send you 2 names in a private message. You can then recruit them for support. Lu Qingqing. Thank you, sister. TSK. Gok is really lucky. He even has people coming to his aid. But what exactly are those things? Who cares? Zhang Hezhou. Are there any brothers coming over to my side? There are too many of these Kuan clan rats. Lu Sun. I'm here to help. I'll join too. Anyway, I get 3 teleportation opportunities. Brother Wei. Lu Qingqing, holding the book pages, suddenly spoke up, urgently instructing, I'm looking for help in the channel. You guys hold the line for now. I'm going to trade some items. Oh, Gaka stopped running and asked first, you have helpers? Are they strong enough? Maybe even stronger than Brother Wei. Yeah, if you want to run, then run. Lu Qingqing replied disdainfully, then turned to the other players and said loudly, don't panic, everyone. Boss Lin has already arranged for reinforcements. The boss has made arrangements? Although Victor looked surprised, he didn't say much. He just walked quickly to the front of the crowd, took out a cigar from his storage bag, and put it in his mouth. Suddenly, the cigar lit itself, emitting plumes of white smoke that enveloped Vic Dale. Enveloped in thick smoke, the brothers shouted orders. Those with green orbs, prepare them. Buy some time for Ching Ching. The words had barely left his mouth. Vic Dale stretched out his hands, creating a large amount of smoke that enveloped the players in thick smoke. The other players didn't hesitate and took out their green orbs, crushing them one by one. In an instant, the ice surface seemed like vibrant soil, sprouting clusters of green vines that formed a new barrier behind the smoke. Wow, nice, Garker exclaimed, his face beaming with excitement. That was amazing. Your teamwork was absolutely incredible. However, the players at the scene ignored him. This was because everyone's eyes were on Lu Qingqing. Not long after, Lu Qingqing then took out 2 cards from the pages of the book and activated them with her mind. In an instant, the cards shattered and light flashed all around. As the light gradually dimmed, a shark and 2 centaurs emerged from within. The most handsome security guard makes a dazzling appearance. The newly arrived black guard hurriedly looked around, and when he saw the vines that resembled the city wall, he couldn't help but complain, "A real man never uses this thing. You guys are a disgrace to my boss's race." Is this aid? Gaka stared at the black guy and the centaur, nudging Vic Dale with his elbow. What a strange combination. I feel like they're even more cocky than me. Keep your mouth shut. This is the boss's servant. Before Vic Dale could finish speaking, Lu Qingqing suddenly stepped forward and walked up to Xiao He, saying, "The monster is blocked by the vines, so it probably won't last long. It's all right. Watch me defeat the enemy with a flick of my finger." Xiao He looked nonchalant as he took out a hurricane missile from his storage bag and began to activate it with his mind. The accompanying hurricane missile was activated. With a loud whoosh, the missile, like a silver lightning bolt, shot straight into the sky, instantly surpassing the height of the vines. A few seconds later, a series of whistling sounds came from outside the vines. The silver tornado transformed into a bone-crushing machine, scraping the skeletons outside with a creaking sound. The noise alone indicated the devastation. How many seconds do you think that skeleton monster can hold out? Gaka suddenly asked, pulling the crowd out of their daze as they waited for the result. I don't know, but judging from the noise, I feel it lasted no more than a minute. I feel like it can be solved in 30 seconds. How about we take a gamble? Xiao He suggested loudly, a wicked grin on his face. Clearly, he wanted to make a quick buck from the players' in-game currency. Okay, how does a betting work? Why gamble? A minute has passed right now. It's not a good time to gamble. Bet on the last digit of the total number of skulls and mosquitoes outside, or whether it's odd or even. Bet your ass. They're probably blown to bits by now. How do you know that's the corpse of a skeleton mosquito? Chapter 200 The Raven Messenger. Indeed, Xiao He sighed with regret. What a pity. Vice Captain. Wency tugged at Xiao He and advised, "We're here to do serious business. Don't forget what your sister-in-law said. Be careful of players in the Tier 5 Death Sea. Don't worry. According to the intelligence, nothing will happen." Xiao He patted his chest confidently and explained, "We're so close to the black hole here, those fifth-order beings are probably hiding and won't be going back to the black hole. After we deal with the shrimp, we can relax and go back when it's time." "Hey, buddy," Gaka suddenly interrupted, running towards the small alley. "I think our skin tones are quite similar. Would you mind giving us a ride?" "Stop trying to curry favor," Xiao He said with a disdainful look and an unfriendly tone. "Will you take us for? Don't you know this captain is very busy?" Gaka was speechless for a moment, then turned to Lu Qingqing and suggested, "Sister Qing, those servants seem pretty powerful, and they even have hurricane missiles. Why don't you ask them to send us more?" "Sister, you know I have a bad temper. You even know you have a dark complexion?" Lu Qingqing echoed irritably, then shrugged and said helplessly, "I'm not like Sister Rian or Lin Bei. I can't be ordered around." "All right," Vic Dale interrupted. "It's already good enough that others are helping us. Why should we expect them to give us things?" 3 minutes later, the howling outside the vine barrier began to weaken until it disappeared completely 7 minutes later, and the sounds of the skeleton destroying the vines were no longer heard. "Vice Captain," Wency spoke first, reminding them, "the commotion seems to have subsided. Should we go investigate and report back?" "No need for you to tell me," Xiao He strode up to the vines, transformed his arm into a black blade, and slashed diagonally. In an instant, the vine split in two, the cuts being extremely clean. Let's go. Xiao He waved his hand, pushed the vines to both sides through the cut, and headed outwards. Seeing this, Wendong and when she followed without hesitation. Watching the shark and two horses leave, Gaka turned to Victor and said, "Should we go take a look? Maybe there's treasure inside those bones. Let's take this opportunity to leave." Vic Dale shook his head, his face still showing lingering fear, clearly not wanting to encounter any more accidents. But Gaka persisted in his persuasion. "But didn't you hear me? There are Tier 5 players from other seas hiding in the Fire Dragon Sea. If I'm unlucky and happen to run into them, I'll be instantly killed." "That makes sense." Lu Qingqing agreed for the first time, chiming in. "By following the big boss's servants, at least we can wait for them to finish their work. Maybe we can gather some points and have the vice captain give us a ride." "Are you sure you can bribe him?" Gaka questioned. "No problem." Victor pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one, took a deep drag, and explained that vice captain was just clamoring for gambling. He probably wanted to earn some points. "I'm usually pretty good at judging people." "Then what are we waiting for?" Gaka suddenly raised his voice and shouted to the other players. Did everyone understand? It shouldn't be a problem for everyone to contribute a few coupons, right? Upon hearing this, the players agreed. "I still have some coupons left. It's a good deal to buy security. I'll pay." "I still have some coupons, so it's not a big problem." "Hey, can someone lend me some coupons? I'll pay you back later." In no time at all, with their opinions aligned, the players, led by Lu Qingqing, began to move forward, following in Xiao He's footsteps. Fortunately, Xiao He and the others did not walk too fast. Not long after, the group of players then successfully caught up with them. At this moment, Xiao He was standing next to a pile of bones lying haphazardly. Because the snowflakes were still black, the surrounding scene was still extremely eerie. "My God, these black snowflakes are really creepy," Little Black said. Then, hearing the commotion behind him, he suddenly turned around and looked at Lu Qingqing and the others, saying, "Aren't you going to attack the Kunqing Sea? What are you following me for?" Before he could finish speaking, a strange sound suddenly came from all around. "Help me. Happy birthday. And I'm going to kill you." This seemingly unrelated sound, extremely ethereal, echoed in everyone's ears as if they were in a canyon. Could I be that unlucky? Xiao He shuddered, then activated his mind, covering his body with black iron spikes, assuming a battle stance. Wensi and Wendong, standing nearby, reacted just as quickly, pulling out two long spears from their storage bags and preparing for battle. The players, however, were a step behind, looking around with suspicion, trying to figure out what was going on. Victor noticed that something was wrong with Xiao He and the others, so he took out a cigar and shouted, "Everyone, be on guard. Prepare the green orb." The authoritative voice spread, and the players were no longer confused. As if they had found their backbone, they all took out their trump cards and became wary of their surroundings. Just as everyone was ready, the black snowflakes in the sky suddenly changed, began to gather, and eventually turned into black crows, which flew towards the opposite direction of the teleportation portal. Xiao He stared at the destination where the crows were gathering and asked in a low voice, "Wendong, do you know what's going on?" The scene looked somewhat familiar. Wendong paused for a few seconds, as if recalling something, and finally said uncertainly, This looks a bit like the Raven Messenger and the Skeleton Scarecrow from the Sea of Death." "What the hell? Can you give me some accurate information?" Halfway through the slang, suddenly, a humanoid, skeletal creature appeared from among the crows ahead. The creature was about 2 meters long, and its entire body was made of yellow bones. Apart from its color being different from that of ordinary skeletons, there were also straws stuck in its bones. Crows, bones, straw. These three striking features instantly sent chills down Wendong's spine. He stammered, "Vice Captain Run? This guy's a level 7 player. There's no way we can beat him." "Don't let Xiao He scare you." Gaka, who was standing nearby, suddenly collapsed to the ground, exclaiming in shock, "7th rank? Does this world even have a god? Tomorrow I'm going to worship Jesus." "Vice Captain," Lu Qingqing asked urgently, inquiring of Xiao Heidao, "is there any way to contact Lin Bei? The boss has a bad habit. He doesn't like to read Xiao Hei's private message replies. At the same time, he has already reached into his storage bag and taken out the hurricane missile." Yes, he wanted to take a gamble. Regardless of the consequences, Let's fire a shot first to test the waters and try to escape. But before the missile could be activated, a beam of light suddenly appeared before everyone.